Chapter 1. The Tragic Fate of the Love-Stricken. Pain. Excruciating pain. Lin Zhi pressed her palm firmly against her wound. The recent fierce battle outside had drained her completely, leaving her no time to tend to her injuries. Blood, tainted with a metallic scent of iron, gushed forth, causing the severely wounded Lin Zhi to feel increasingly dizzy. Summoning her strength, she approached the door of her home within the fortress, ready to push it open when she was suddenly met with a series of suffocating, intimate sounds emanating from within. Inside this dwelling resided only her boyfriend, Jiang Songmin, and her cousin, Su Ningning, whom she had taken in. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Zhi's forehead as the pain at her injury intensified, and the flow of blood increased alarmingly. Gritting her teeth against the agony, Lin Zhi pressed her fingers onto the door lock and opened the door. Upon entering the room, the suggestive sounds from the bedroom grew even more fervent. "Ah, Songmin, be gentle. Don't hurt the baby," came Su Ningning's voice, irresistibly sultry. Su Ningning, a delicate flower unable to bear the weight of the world, had somehow survived in this apocalypse. Her alluring appearance and gentle demeanor were undoubtedly linked to her survival. "I won't, in being very careful. Ningning, you are simply amazing." That Lin Zhi is nothing but a worn-out hag, her face riddled with cracks, her hands covered in frostbite it's enough to turn one's stomach. "If it weren't for the supplies she gathers to support you and the baby in your belly, I wouldn't want to be around her for even a second." This was Jiang Songmin's voice, dripping with unabashed disdain and disgust. Lin Zhi's head hung low, her gaze fixed on the horrifying and grotesque wound on her hand. Since the apocalypse began, Jiang Songmin's health had deteriorated. Thus, all the dangerous scavenging missions had fallen upon her shoulders. When Su Ningning came seeking refuge, pregnant and in need, Lin Zhi had to work twice as hard to gather resources for two. How ironic, it was one must eat from a bowl while cursing the very hands that served. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi's mind exploded with fury. It seemed that not only these two parasites had latched onto her, but also Su Ningning's snobbish parents and the in-laws who had always looked down upon her. Moreover, Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin had a son. When had this pair of wretched souls begun their deceitful affair? No wonder the supplies at home always mysteriously dwindled. They were either stolen or mismanaged by Jiang Songmin during his meager attempt to stockpile. It turned out Jiang Songmin was using the life she sacrificed to support a whole family. "I've secretly redeemed quite a few nutrients from the points she accumulated within the fortress. We'll find a chance to deliver them there," Jiang Songmin continued. The points Lin Zhi had amassed through her arduous missions were intended for her own childbirth. She had been pregnant for over a month. She had believed that with Jiang Songmin's poor health, these points would ensure she could survive the birthing process without having to venture out for supplies. Fury coursed through Lin Zhi as she trembled in rage. Her injury bled profusely, and she could no longer stifle it. Clenching her hand around a curved knife, she forcefully pushed the bedroom door open. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning were entwined in their debauchery. Upon seeing Lin Zhi burst in, bloodied and frantic, both were taken aback. Su Ningning immediately hid behind Jiang Songmin, exclaiming, "Songmin, you shameless couple, eating my food, living in my home, using my resources, and yet you dare to betray me. How disgustingly vile." Lin Zhi raised a knife, ready to strike this treacherous duo. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning fled in terror, but Lin Zhi, gravely injured, felt the pain intensify as she moved, and her strength gave way, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Seeing her fall, Jiang Songmin swiftly seized the weapon from her grasp. Filled with rage, Lin Zhi fought back, but suddenly, a chilling sensation crept over her neck. In disbelief, she widened her eyes to find Su Ningning holding a syringe, a sinister smile gracing her face. Lin Zhi felt an overwhelming pain, her voice hoarse. She rasped, "Wretched woman, what have you injected me with?" Su Ningning maintained her charming smile, responding coolly, "Oh, it's nothing, just a little virus. With this virus injected, your body will slowly decay, and even your bones will dissolve. The most terrifying part? You will remain fully aware throughout this process, experiencing unparalleled despair and fear." Su Ningning spoke with chilling calmness, almost reveling in the moment. "Lin Zhi, you are of no use to us now. You may as well embark on your journey." And thank you for your relentless efforts over the years, allowing me and Songmin's family to live so comfortably in this apocalypse. As the virus began to wreak havoc within her, Lin Zhi's face contorted in agony. Her gaze gradually fell upon Jiang Songmin's face. She longed to tell Jiang Songmin that she too was pregnant. However, before Lin Zhi could utter a word, Jiang Songmin coldly interjected, "Lin Zhi, Ningning and I are legally married. Initially, I showed you mercy for saving my life, and out of pity for your unrequited love, I kept you around. Now that you know the truth, you should just die and stop obstructing our family's reunion." His words struck Lin Zhi like a dagger, shattering the last flicker of hope within her. Amidst the excruciating pain, her consciousness sharpened, honing in on Jiang Songmin's ungrateful, wicked visage. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word with venom. "I would have preferred to save a dog." With that, Lin Zhi summoned the last vestiges of her strength, reaching for a small bomb concealed within her clothing, and pressed a button. Even in death, she would drag this despicable pair down with her. In her next life, she vowed never to be love-stricken again, having devoted half her life to him, only to receive a mere token of pity in return. Chapter 2. Rebirth and the Discovery of Dual Space Abilities. A sudden, urgent ringing jolted Lin Zhi awake. She stared in disbelief at her flashing phone. The time displayed was June 30th, 2111, just 3 days before the onset of the apocalypse. In these times, natural disasters were rampant, with extreme weather occurring sporadically, but the true devastation would come from the 12-magnitude earthquake in a neighboring country 3 days hence. This earthquake would unleash catastrophic forces, fracturing the very tectonic plates of the continent. However, the real calamity would not be the earthquake itself, but the subsequent explosions at nuclear power plants along the fault lines, leading to a catastrophic release of nuclear waste. Lin Zhi's eyes narrowed into icy slits at the sight of Jiang Songmin's name flashing on her screen. In her previous life, the love-stricken Lin Zhi had been murdered by Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning. Yet this time, Lin Zhi, alive and resolute, was a seasoned hunter navigating the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse. Before she could utter a word, Jiang Songmin's frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Lin Zhi, the Jiang family is facing a significant financial shortfall. You said you would sell your parents' shares to help me through this crisis. Have you sold them yet? If you don't get the money to me soon, the Jiang family will collapse. Are you really going to stand by and watch as I'm driven to ruin by our creditors? If you don't hurry and bring me the funds, we're breaking up." In her previous life, she was deeply in love with Jiang Songmin, but was so terrified by the mere mention of a breakup that she hastily sold all her parents' shares and transferred the money to Jiang Songmin in an attempt to save his company. Little did she know, just 3 days later, a massive glacial cold wave struck, forcing the government to relocate everyone to local ant fortresses to escape the extreme weather. However, she found herself without a penny to her name, rendering her unqualified for entry into the ant fortress and leaving her to hide in the shadows outside. This time, she vowed never to give Jiang Songmin another cent. "If you wish to break up, then let it be," she declared coldly, promptly adding Jiang Songmin's number to her blacklist. After hanging up on Jiang Songmin, Lin Zhi immediately dialed another number. "Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? This is Lin Zhi, the one you spoke with yesterday. I wish to sell my shares, and I am willing to lower the price by another percentage point for cash flow. Are you interested in acquiring them?" Lin Zhi stated succinctly. There was a brief silence on the other end before the response came. "I have 15 minutes available in an hour. Please come in for a face-to-face meeting." Lin Zhi agreed and hung up. She recalled that Xiao Corporation was a leading national enterprise, and its president, Xiao Yuan Lin, was a figure of prominence even in the apocalypse. In her previous life, it was he who had recognized her hunting skills and had graciously allowed her entry into the ant fortress, thus ending her life of wandering. However, as she sat at her vanity, she carelessly shattered a piece of her mother's heirloom grandmother green bracelet due to her injuries. Upon experimentation, she discovered that her newfound space could be divided into 2 sections, one for inanimate objects and the other for living beings. Regrettably, the space was rather limited, spanning only a few hundred square meters, which restricted the quantity of materials she could store. Yet, in the tumultuous apocalypse, being able to stockpile hundreds of bottles of supplies made her akin to a wealthy landowner. She recalled that during the previous earthquake, She had left in a hurry, unable to take anything with her as her house was crushed. She never anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Now equipped with this space, Lin Zhi quickly formulated two plans in her mind. She applied a light touch of makeup and drove straight to Shao Corporation's president's office, ready to await her meeting with Shao Yuanlin. In her past life, it was also Shao Yuanlin who had acquired her shares, and upon learning of her decision, he had urged her to reconsider. Unfortunately, during that time, Lin Zhi had been blinded by love and had disregarded his advice. She arrived 20 minutes early. When Shao Yuanlin emerged from the conference room and saw Lin Zhi sitting upright in anticipation, he couldn't help but frown slightly, his voice deep and serious as he inquired, "Miss Lin, have you been waiting long?" Lin Zhi quickly replied with politeness, "Not at all, Mr. Shao. Have you finished your business?" "Please come in," he said, his brow still furrowed, his demeanor somewhat aloof as he strode into his office. Lin Zhi followed closely behind. Shao Yuanlin stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and from behind, his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs were strikingly apparent. Moreover, he was remarkably handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, his features exquisite and regal. However, he typically wore a stern expression, cold and forbidding, creating an intimidating distance. Yet, who would have thought that this seemingly unapproachable figure had once extended his mercy to allow Lin Zhi, a wanderer, to take refuge in the ant fortress under his supervision? He had even led expeditions to gather supplies and had taught her numerous survival skills. Thus, upon seeing Shao Yuanlin again in this life, Lin Zhi felt an inexplicable mix of emotions: gratitude, admiration, and respect. "Miss Lin, I understand your urgency to sell your shares, even at a lower price, to save your boyfriend's company. However, I must urge you to reconsider. After all, your parents invested in Shao Corporation, which is currently thriving. Retaining your shares would ensure your financial security for the rest of your life," Shao Yuanlin said, his hands clasped, reclining in his chair, his voice soft yet authoritative, exuding an air of elegance. "Miss Lin?" Noticing her gaze fixed intently upon him, Shao Yuanlin furrowed his brow, prompting him to speak again. "Mr. Shao, I have made my decision to sell my shares. The reason for the lower price is simply that you can provide me with substantial cash flow. However, I am not selling my shares to save my ex-boyfriend's company, but rather to invest in your new project, the Ant Fortress," Lin Zhi stated firmly, her expression resolute as she met his gaze. "You wish to invest in the Ant Fortress?" A rare flicker of surprise crossed the usually calm depths of Shao Yuanlin's eyes. When he had proposed this plan, it had been met with widespread ridicule online, and even the board had dismissed it as worthless. If it weren't for government subsidies, he might have considered abandoning the project altogether. Yet, Lin Zhi was expressing her desire to invest in this very initiative. Chapter 3. Investing in Ant Fortress. Lin Zhi nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, after liquidating my shares, I wish to invest in this Ant Fortress. However, I do have a stipulation. I aspire to serve as the second-in-command for this project. The primary leader, of course, will be Shao Yuanlin, the initiator. Yet, since Shao Yuanlin must also oversee the Shao Corporation, my role as the second-in-command would essentially be indistinguishable from that of the primary leader." Lin Zhi resolved to transform the Ant Fortress into her sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. The profits and revenues of the Shao family are evident to all, and although the Ant Fortress has been constructed, it remains merely an emergency project. The only potential source of income at present appears to be the experiences shared by some internet influencers. Are you truly certain you wish to sell your shares in the Shao family to invest in the Ant Fortress and assume the role of second-in-command? Shao Yuanlin's piercing gaze fell sharply upon Lin Zhi's face, seemingly incredulous that this demure and graceful young woman would make such an illogical decision. Lin Zhi seemed to have discerned Shao Yuanlin's thoughts. She took out her phone, retrieved the information she had gathered while waiting, and presented it before him. "Have you heard about the recent online sensation regarding the 12-level earthquake?" Shao Yuanlin furrowed his handsome brow and opened Lin Zhi's phone. "Although my profession is that of a doctor, I harbor a keen interest in climate matters and frequently keep abreast of related news. The occurrence of extreme weather has become increasingly frequent. Thus, I believe that the information regarding earthquakes is not mere hearsay. Should an earthquake truly manifest, It would unfold as the rumors on the internet suggest. Nuclear leaks contaminating our ecology, forcing all of us into a struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. I have been following the Ant Fortress project for quite some time. Initially, it was developed as a prototype for a refuge to help the nation combat warfare and extreme weather conditions. This project exists not just in our capital, but also in several major cities nearby. However, due to insufficient government funding, many initiatives have either fizzled out or halted midway. Currently, the most advanced structure is our city's Ant Fortress, largely thanks to your considerable investment, which has elevated it to become a new landmark in our capital. The Ant Fortress is equipped with features to withstand earthquakes, bombings, floods, and cold waves, along with capabilities for power generation. It possesses ample storage and accommodation facilities, capable of sheltering hundreds of thousands of individuals in times of emergency. Mr. Xiao, to be frank, my desire to invest in the Ant Fortress stems from my belief that a glacial cold wave is imminent. When that time arrives, humanity will likely face an apocalypse, rendering shares and profits utterly worthless. In contrast, the Ant Fortress stands as a ready-made sanctuary amidst the chaos. Lin Zhi spoke each word with deliberate care, her expression earnest, devoid of any hint of jest or sarcasm. Were it anyone else, they might have scoffed at her words. However, Xiao Yuanlin fixed his gaze upon Lin Zhi's composed visage, and the silence stretched on for 2 full minutes. Lin Zhi could not fathom what he was contemplating within, just as she could no longer withstand his intensely oppressive gaze. He slowly produced a contract and slid it across the table towards her, stating, "Sign here, and I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you." Lin Zhi, initially filled with trepidation, could not help but reveal a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Half an hour later, she affixed her signature to 2 contracts. The first entailed selling her parents' shares, which yielded a staggering 50 billion in cash flow. The second involved investing 49.8 billion into Ant Fortress, thereby securing her position as the second investor and overseer, along with the successful acquisition of construction rights for Ant Fortress. Upon exiting Xiao Yuanlin's office after signing these contracts, Lin Zhi felt a newfound sense of confidence. With only 3 days remaining, the urgency was palpable. However, there remained a multitude of tasks ahead of her. She retained 20 million, and with the proceeds from the low-price sale of all her properties and real estate, her total assets amounted to 2 to 3 billion. This sum would be ample for her preparations before the impending apocalypse. The first task Lin Zhi undertook was to visit the Ant Fortress located in the capital city. In her previous life, she had spent several years in this place, making her more familiar with the Ant Fortress than any of the staff present. Assuming the roles of investor and manager, she selected the most desirable room adjacent to the control room. This room, the finest in the entire Ant Fortress, occupied the top floor, offering a broad vista and ample space of nearly 100 square meters. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, complete with a private bathroom and kitchen. In the apocalyptic era, such a configuration was invaluable, representing the pinnacle of accommodations within the Ant Fortress. Even during her past life, when she was among the top 10 elite hunters of the Ant Fortress, she resided in a modest 1-bedroom apartment of just 50 square meters. For the less fortunate civilians, merely having a bed was a luxury, often sharing communal restrooms. "I will take this room, and I wish to make some alterations," Lin Zhi declared. She summoned the foreman, presented him with a set of design blueprints, and handed him a substantial sum of money, instructing him to transform the room according to her specifications. With completion required within 2 days, she enhanced the windows, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the internal security systems, installing numerous military-grade purification devices, in addition to purchasing her preferred furnishings. Furthermore, Lin Zhi conducted a thorough inspection of the Ant Fortress, identifying various deficiencies that required rectification. Most importantly, she mandated that they commence the storage of purified water and food supplies in the storage room immediately. The primary provisions that Lin Zhi seeks to store are rice flour and the filter cartridges for purification equipment. Following nuclear contamination, all visibly discernible substances will inevitably be tainted. While the market is not devoid of rice and flour, completely filling the storage room poses a challenge, necessitating the procurement of goods from distant locations. However, with a span of 3 days, they possess ample time to accomplish this task. In addition to rice and flour, essential items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various grains must also be considered. Once these fundamental supplies are secured, attention can then turn to the storage of meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, dried food, clothing, blankets, and other items necessary for warmth. Lin Zhi presented an extensive list. The contractor and the temporary head of the fortress were left utterly dumbfounded. After Lin Zhi departed, the head, unable to contain his frustration, dialed Xiao Yuan Lin. "Mr. Xiao, may I inquire about the origins of this Lin? She cannot possibly be a recent escapee from a mental institution, can she? Do you have any idea what she has instructed us to do today? Besides reinforcing the vulnerabilities in our security system, she has absurdly demanded that we stockpile supplies. We are to procure tens of thousands of tons of rice and flour, along with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, meat, eggs, canned goods, clothing, and bedding. Is she not out of her mind?" However, the head could never have anticipated that the person on the other end fell silent for a moment before solemnly responding. "Proceed as she has directed." The head. Chapter 4. The calm in stockpiling supplies. Upon emerging from the ant fortress, Lin Zhi made a beeline for her close friend, Lu Xiaoyu's company. In her previous life, she had liquidated her shares to rescue Jiang Songmin's failing enterprise. Despite Lu Xiaoyu's fervent warnings, this led to a fierce argument between them, and ultimately, as the apocalypse approached, Lu Xiaoyu sacrificed herself, enduring the brutality of several burly men to ensure Lin Zhi's escape. "Ah, isn't this my former friend, who swore to sever all ties with me? What brings you here? Surely, you aren't expecting me to mortgage my company again to lend you money, so you can plug the financial leaks of Jiang Songmin? Lin Zhi, let me be clear, that is out of the question." With a huff of indignation, Lu Xiaoyu turned to leave. Lin Zhi hurriedly embraced her. "Xiaoyu, it's truly wonderful to see you," Lin Zhi said, her eyes slightly reddened, her voice choked with emotion. Lu Xiaoyu instantly froze, her tone still harsh as she retorted, "Don't try that with me. Even if you're acting cool here today, you can forget about me willingly giving money to Jiang Songmin." Lin Zhi took a deep breath and then said, "I have already broken up with Jiang Songmin. I have come here for an important matter to discuss with you." Hearing Lin Zhi's serious tone, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity. However, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Murder was still a crime. Let this pair of foolish lovers live a few more days. Time is precious, and she had more significant matters to attend to. After this statement, Lu Xiaoyu was indeed left speechless. "I told you Jiang Songmin was not a good person. You are truly foolish beyond redemption, to have supported that entire family and lost your life in the process. Do you think you can face me?" Lu Xiaoyu's expression twisted with anger. "All right, calm down, calm down. I have already ended things with him. What we need to do next is to quickly stockpile supplies in preparation for the cold wave in 3 days. I have secured a 2-bedroom apartment in Ant Fortress and upgraded the security and facilities with my own funds. When the time comes, we will move in together. It will serve as our refuge. Besides, I have space to store food. As long as we prepare adequately, we can surely survive the apocalypse." In her previous life, Lu Xiaoyu had died to save her, and if there was anyone in this world Lin Zhi could trust, it was Lu Xiaoyu. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu hailed from a martial arts family and ran a security company. In her past life, Lin Zhi had learned self-defense from Lu Xiaoyu. Their bond was strong, and as a team, they would have greater strength, increasing their odds of survival in the apocalypse. Although Lu Xiaoyu's personality was fierce, she lacked Lin Zhi's calmness and was momentarily flustered, asking, "So what do we do now? What actions should we take?" Lin Zhi procured paper and pen, resolving to split up with Lu Xiaoyu to gather supplies. They meticulously compiled a list of necessary items, prompting Lu Xiaoyu to withdraw all available funds, even selling their house at a bargain price, thereby amassing a considerable sum. Subsequently, the two rented 10 expansive warehouses to store the purchased goods before transferring them into their designated space. To enhance efficiency, Lu Xiaoyu selected 100 key personnel from her security company, entrusting them with the procurement list. instructing them to manage the placement of the purchased items in the rented warehouses under the guise of a charitable donation. With 100 individuals contributing their efforts, the acquisition of supplies was undoubtedly assured. In Lin Zhi's meticulously curated list, staples take precedence. Rice, flour, and potatoes are essential carbohydrates that necessitate substantial stockpiling, and their prices remain relatively low, with quality rice obtainable at wholesale prices of merely a few dollars. Moreover, coarse grains offer excellent value for money, allowing one to acquire the maximum quantity for minimal expenditure, which is crucial in a post-apocalyptic scenario as they provide sustenance. Lin Zhi procures 1,000 pounds of each type of staple and slightly increases her purchase of rice and flour, acquiring 5,000 pounds of each. Given the limited space available to her, she must devise an orderly plan to optimize her storage capacity effectively. Beyond staples, Lin Zhi's second list comprises condiments. Salt is paramount, with a requisite 1,000 pounds, and she selects high-purity refined salt to ensure longevity. She includes a variety of oils, primarily peanut and soybean oil, alongside smaller quantities of olive oil, sesame oil, and sesame oil. Even hot pot base and concentrated soup stock are not overlooked, though in modest amounts. The condiment section features an array of pickled vegetables, sour green beans, and culinary delights such as lao gan ma and fermented black bean fish cans, all of which Lin Zhi acquires, totaling around 20 cans. The third list encompasses indispensable meats and eggs. For pork, beef, lamb, chicken, and duck, she orders 1,000 pounds of each, requesting that the vendor package them in vacuum-sealed bags, each containing 1 pound. This arrangement facilitates both storage and accessibility for her and Lu Xiaoyu. Eggs are also a necessity, with chicken, duck, and quail eggs ordered in quantities of 200 pounds each. The fourth list primarily focuses on seafood. In this era, the oceans are heavily polluted, resulting in a scarcity of seafood, most of which is farmed. However, with the onset of cold waves, many aquatic creatures face the threat of freezing to death, making it increasingly difficult to source farmed seafood. Though Lin Zhi does not indulge excessively in culinary pleasures, she still feels the need to stock up on essentials. She has arranged for the procurement of various fish available in the market, even placing orders with local vendors. Naturally, there are no restrictions on the quantity of seafood. It is a matter of chance. Some purchases amount to 100 or more pounds, while others may be merely 20 or 30. Both are perfectly acceptable. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Scoundrels and Vile Women. The 5 list consists of vegetables. She begins with common mushrooms, ordering 50 pounds each of shiitake, enoki, oyster, tea tree, reindeer, and matsutake mushrooms. Next, she turns to an assortment of leafy greens: napa cabbage, rapeseed, bok choy, oats, mustard greens, Chinese broccoli, yellow soybean sprouts, green bean sprouts, spinach, and even cilantro and scallions must be included. Additionally, she lists winter melon, cucumber, zucchini, loofah, carrots, radishes, eggplants, and green beans. Following the vegetables, she considers fruits, canned goods, snacks, and prepared foods, though these are deemed less critical, so she opts for smaller quantities. Beyond food, practical items are also essential to stock up on. First and foremost are warm clothing, blankets, and down jackets, along with everyday attire. Furthermore, she takes into account feminine hygiene products, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, soap, and even moisturizing items. After addressing food and necessities, she turns her attention to strategic supplies. First and foremost, medical supplies are imperative to stock. Common cold remedies and fever reducers are a given, and she has enlisted professionals to assist in procuring traditional Chinese herbal medicines, antibiotics, and disinfectants. Besides pharmaceuticals, Lin Zhi wishes to acquire self-defense weapons. However, due to stringent national regulations, such items are difficult to procure and often exorbitantly priced. Ultimately, she has to settle for more readily available alternatives like fruit knives and hammers. Far from ideal, but better than nothing. In a day and a half, Lin Zhi diligently fills her space to capacity, with the remaining half designated for storage. The live items she ordered start arriving gradually. Among the living creatures, she stores common animals such as chickens, ducks, geese, fish, shrimp, crabs, cattle, sheep, horses, and pets like cats and dogs. In addition to animals, she has also included numerous seedlings of vegetables, flowers, and fruits in pots. She remains uncertain whether these animals and plants will thrive within her space. Should they continue to grow, her resources would attain sustainability, enabling her to survive longer in a post-apocalyptic world. She could even provide live specimens to the ant fortress for cultivation. Lin Zhi was exceedingly busy, her feet barely touching the ground. At every moment, she maintained a heightened level of alertness, diligently pondering what essential items remained unpurchased. Fortunately, having survived for several years in this apocalyptic world, enduring days and nights without food or rest had become a mere routine for her. Lin Zhi had nearly arranged the space. After agreeing with Lu Xiaoyu to stay in the ant fortress on the eve of the apocalypse, they parted ways to attend to their personal matters. The space was now fully occupied, and the storeroom at the ant fortress was diligently working every day. Lin Zhi's long-held tension suddenly dissipated. With only a day and a half remaining until the end of the world, it was imperative to eat soon, or there might be no time left. Lin Zhi immediately set off in her car, heading to her favorite five-star hotel, intending to indulge in a sumptuous meal before the impending apocalypse, followed by a delightful sauna experience. Lin Zhi arrived at the hotel, eagerly preparing to indulge in a sumptuous meal, only to encounter the last people she wished to see, the despicable man and woman. Indeed, it was Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning who had deceived her, exploited her, and ultimately led to her demise in her previous life. At this moment, the 2 floors of the luxurious hotel were reserved for a business cocktail party. Judging by the lavish attire of Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, it seemed they were there to seek investments. Lin Zhi directly ordered a drink at the entrance and then approached Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, abruptly splashing a cup of wine over Jiang Songmin's head. Jiang Songmin, who was in the midst of attracting investments, was suddenly doused with wine, inciting immediate fury. He turned to unleash a torrent of invective, only to find Lin Zhi before him. Ever since Lin Zhi had proposed their separation, Jiang Songmin had spent an entire night lurking outside her door, only to be informed that she had sold her house. He initially believed that her decision to sell the property was intended to assist him, yet he found himself utterly unable to reach her. Lin Zhi is now his only lifeline. Jiang Songmin can only suppress the raging anger within him, forcing a semblance of a smile as he asks, "Lin Zhi, where on earth have you been? You have no idea how worried I was. Please don't misunderstand. It was only because I couldn't find you that I asked your cousin to be my dance partner." As Jiang Songmin stepped forward, attempting to wrap his arms around Lin Zhi's shoulders, he was met with an unexpected kick to his abdomen. Jiang Songmin could hardly fathom that Lin Zhi would dare to strike him. Completely unprepared, he doubled over in pain, clutching his sensitive area. Su Ningning, with her exquisitely made-up face, instantly adopted a pitiful expression, exclaiming, "Lin Zhi, how could you lay a hand on Songmin? Just look at this occasion, with so many people watching. Besides, Songmin has already explained that he asked me to be his temporary partner because he couldn't find you. You're being too impulsive given our clear intentions." The commotion drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. "Ningning, I'm sorry. I apologize on Lin Zhi's behalf." "Lin Zhi, it's all right. Ningning is always very magnanimous and won't hold a grudge against you." At that moment, Jiang Songmin, overcoming his physical discomfort, donned the demeanor of a caring boyfriend and turned his gaze towards Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? You two are truly innocent, with no ties whatsoever?" Su Ningning instantly displayed a look of disbelief, exclaiming, "Lin Zhi, what do you mean by that? We have repeatedly explained to you that I have always regarded Song Min as my own brother-in-law. Is that so? Then the child you bear is not his?" Lin Zhi fixed her gaze intently on Su Ningning's abdomen, deliberately raising her voice. "Cousin, since the child in your womb is not Jiang Songmin's, then whose illegitimate child is it?" Upon hearing this, not only Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin, but even the bystanders could not help but change their expressions, casting peculiar glances at Su Ningning. She could hardly fathom how Lin Zhi had discovered her pregnancy. How did she come to know? She hadn't even informed Jiang Songmin. Now that the Jiang family was on the brink of bankruptcy, If Lin Zhi refused to provide financial assistance to help them through this crisis, she would undoubtedly have to terminate the pregnancy secretly. As a fallen family, she, Su Ningning, had no desire for it. Lin Zhi, you are talking nonsense. I'm not pregnant. Su Ningning hastily explained. Is that so? Have you forgotten what I do? I am a top doctor in the city. If you're not pregnant, would you dare to drink this medicinal wine meant to invigorate the blood? Lin Zhi provocatively and mockingly glanced at Su Ningning. Chapter 6. The earthquake approaches. Lin Zhi immediately poured a glass of herbal-infused liquor and handed it directly to Su Ningning. In an instant, Su Ningning's complexion turned ashen. Although she had yet to decide whether to keep the child within her, consuming such liquor could result in a miscarriage, posing a severe threat to her health. She could not afford to take that risk. What? Afraid to drink? Lin Zhi scoffed, pouring the contents of a glass over Su Ningning's head. And you still dare to claim that your relationship with Jiang Songmin is innocent? How shameless. When your family was struggling in the countryside, unable to afford a meal, it was my parents who kindly took you in and found jobs for your parents. Yet after my parents passed, your family, along with those relatives, relentlessly bullied me, attempting to seize my shares. Now, you have the audacity to steal my boyfriend. You truly are despicable. As soon as Lin Zhi uttered those words, the surrounding individuals began to point and whisper about Su Ningning. Su Ningning was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Zhi, who had always treated her like a sister, would suddenly confront her so publicly. Such a flimsy excuse was hardly convincing, even to a fool. Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh, then raised her hand and fiercely struck Jiang Songmin's hypocritical face with a series of slaps, delivering more than a dozen in quick succession. Her movements were swift and ruthless. After the flurry of blows, her wrist ached, while Jiang Songmin's face swelled to the size of a pig's head. We have already broken up. We share no connection now. Please keep your distance from me. Scoundrel and shameless wretch. I fear your bad luck, Lin Zhi said coldly. Lin Zhi, my heart holds only you. It was she who seduced me. I have turned her down countless times. Lin Zhi has now become Jiang Songmin's lifeline. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Songmin disregarded her dignity and knelt down with a thud, gripping Lin Zhi's hand tightly, refusing to let her depart. Lin Zhi was aware of his shamelessness, yet he could hardly fathom the extent of his audacity. As Lin Zhi lifted her gaze, she beheld Xiao Yuanlin standing beside her with a countenance that was cold and somber. Upon noticing Xiao Yuanlin's approach, Jiang Songmin immediately exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, I am your invited guest. I merely had a minor dispute with my girlfriend. There is no need to involve security. Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow slightly as he turned his attention to Lin Zhi, inquiring, Is he your boyfriend? He's nothing but a persistent scoundrel seeking to borrow money from me, Lin Zhi replied icily. Security, please escort him out. Xiao Yuanlin nodded gently and summoned the security personnel. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. The chandeliers and glassware within the restaurant shattered into countless pieces, and screams echoed throughout the space. An earthquake! An earthquake is upon us. Run! An urgent announcement blared over the hotel's intercom. Emergency news. A sudden 5 to 9 magnitude earthquake has struck multiple regions of our country, accompanied by a drastic drop in temperature. Citizens are advised to seek immediate shelter. At that moment, the hotel's loudspeakers came to life. The earth's tumultuous shaking soon ceased, allowing the crowd to exhale in relief. However, the sharp decline in temperature had only just begun. Women clad in short-sleeved gowns trembled uncontrollably, their faces paling and lips turning purple. Some, disregarding decorum, hastily wrapped hotel tablecloths around their exposed shoulders or thighs. The crowd was a cacophony of chaos, filled with screams, shouts, and disputes. Everyone rushed toward the open space outside the hotel, urging one another quickly to the first floor. At this juncture, the hotel management appeared, initiating an urgent evacuation of guests. Lin Zhi, hurry, come with me. I will protect you, Jiang Songmin declared, perceiving the turmoil as a divine opportunity. In this moment of crisis, if he could safeguard Lin Zhi, she would surely forgive him. Lin Zhi had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Xiao Yuanlin, who had been standing beside her, suddenly swayed and with a resounding thud, collapsed onto a nearby chair. Lin Zhi, We must leave at once. Otherwise, a stampede is inevitable. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Come with me. Seeing Lin Zhi remain frozen in place, Jiang Songmin assumed she was merely startled and reached out to pull her away. A realization struck her. Xiao Yuanlin suffered from a severe cold. With the sudden drop in temperature, he was undoubtedly experiencing a crisis. Lin Zhi, Jiang Songmin exclaimed. Her face contorted with anger as she witnessed Lin Zhi abandon her to rescue the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin. The temperature continues to plummet. Do you wish for death? Hurry. Let's go. Whether I choose to perish or survive is of no concern to you. Leave me be. Lin Zhi shot Jiang Songmin a cold glare before resolutely lifting the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin onto her back and swiftly descending the stairs in search of a room. Outside, the crowd was in utter disarray. Lin Zhi's medical kit was not at hand, leaving her without silver needles to perform acupuncture on Xiao Yuanlin. She promptly turned on the room's heating system, intending to provide warmth for him. However, just as she was about to activate the heater, the entire building was suddenly engulfed in darkness. The earthquake had incapacitated the electrical circuits, plunging the entire city into a blackout. Lin Zhi was in a state of anxious urgency. Mr. Xiao, Lin Zhi moved Xiao Yuanlin onto the bed, then searched the entire room for all the blankets and covered them over Xiao Yuanlin. However, Xiao Yuanlin continued to shiver, unable to awaken. In a moment of desperation, Lin Zhi tore off his clothing, then disrobed herself and nestled into the warm embrace of Xiao Yuanlin beneath the covers. From the bedside, she managed to grasp a bottle of red wine, which she uncorked and took a sip before passing it to Xiao Yuanlin's lips. She persistently fed him several mouthfuls of the wine, causing a flush of warmth to rise to her cheeks. Chapter 7. Moving into the Ant Fortress. Lin Zhi is solely focused on reviving Xiao Yuanlin, thus she is not contemplating anything else at the moment. Just as she was administering the fifth sip of wine into Xiao Yuanlin's mouth, he finally exhibited a response. However, instead of awakening directly, he fervently ensnared Lin Zhi's tongue, as if desperately trying to absorb all the warmth emanating from her. Lin Zhi was nearly overwhelmed, gasping for breath from his kiss. Initially, she felt a slight warmth on her face from the red wine, but now, due to Xiao Yuanlin's actions, her cheeks flushed even deeper. However, the situation became even more awkward when Xiao Yuanlin regained consciousness at that very moment. Simultaneously, the hotel's backup power was restored. As the room brightened, Xiao Yuanlin opened his eyes. At that moment, they found themselves in an exceedingly intimate position, lying on the bed without a stitch of clothing, their skin touching, gazes locked, breaths audible. Such a scenario, under these circumstances, was undeniably prone to misinterpretation. Lin Zhi could sense that the moment Xiao Yuanlin opened his eyes, his breathing suddenly became noticeably heavier. Lin Zhi hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to. Just now you had a sudden illness, and I intended to turn on the heating for you. However, the hotel experienced a power outage at that moment, which led me to this solution. Yet, the power outage was brief, and now the hotel was brightly lit, rendering Lin Zhi's words somewhat like glaring falsehoods. Xiao Yuanlin's gaze, deep and penetrating, fixed intently on Lin Zhi. Under his focused and profound scrutiny, Lin Zhi felt a tingle of unease at the back of her neck, swallowing hard before meekly reiterating, truly. The hotel did experience a power outage. I did not intend to take advantage of you. Upon witnessing Lin Zhi's demeanor, filled with trepidation, a flicker of amusement unexpectedly graced Xiao Yuanlin's typically stern countenance. I suspect that in such a perilous situation earlier, you deliberately carried me down just to take advantage of me? His voice, low and laced with a hint of mirth, bore the traces of a smile within his eyes. Lin Zhi paused momentarily, only to belatedly realize that she was still unclothed. In a flurry, she seized a blanket and wrapped herself in it, exclaiming, well, let's quickly dress ourselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanlin was far less bashful. He stood up with ease, gracefully retrieving his clothes and donning them with an elegant and efficient motion. Indeed, he possessed the confidence to do so, with a physique boasting broad shoulders and a narrow waist, reminiscent of a male model. Oh dear, Lin Zhi, in this post-apocalyptic world, what are you thinking? She hastily ensconced herself deeper into the blanket, striving to don her own attire. Yet, how could Lin Zhi have known of his affliction? Just as Xiao Yuanlin was lost in contemplation, Lin Zhi had already finished dressing. Upon rising from the bed, she noticed that the sudden hailstorm had ceased. However, through the hotel, as floor-to-ceiling windows, she beheld a thick blanket of snow outside, glaringly white and strikingly vivid. At that moment, the snowfall had come to a halt. Lin Zhi was acutely aware that following the frigid weather, there would swiftly follow a surge of heat. In her previous life, the extreme alternation of such weather conditions had led to the premature demise of many frail individuals long before the actual nuclear leak occurred. Mr. Xiao, she urged earnestly, the major earthquake I mentioned is approaching sooner than anticipated. What we are witnessing now is merely a precursor. I must hasten to the Ant Fortress, and I strongly advise you to attend to your affairs post-haste, then seek refuge in the Ant Fortress as well. Lin Zhi turned to Xiao Yuanlin, offering her sincere counsel. Lin Zhi did not anticipate that the apocalypse would arrive earlier than expected. However, the recent tremor lasted only a brief moment and was relatively mild, akin to a magnitude 5 earthquake. The city suffered merely partial structural damage, and there was no true devastation to the urban landscape. At this moment, if Lin Zhi were to rush out and proclaim that the apocalypse was imminent, she would likely be deemed a lunatic. Thus, she chose silence. Promptly turning to exit the hotel room, she drove directly to a nearby supermarket, where she began to frantically procure supplies needed for the immediate future. After all, the contents of her space were matters that must remain undisclosed. She needed to maintain a facade of normalcy. As she hastily filled her shopping cart, she dialed Lu Xiaoyu's number. Lin Zhi, it just hailed. Are you all right? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed as soon as the call connected. I'm fine. Xiaoyu, listen to me. I suspect the apocalypse is approaching sooner than expected. We must gather at the Ant Fortress before the impending earthquake strikes. Hurry over. Understood. I'm on my way. Lu Xiaoyu responded, completely trusting Lin Zhi's judgment. After Lin Zhi hung up the phone, she frantically purchased an array of instant noodles, various self-heating meal boxes, self-heating hot pots, canned goods, cookies, potato chips, bread, mineral water, and tissues from the supermarket. Once she confirmed that her vehicle could no longer accommodate her purchases, Lin Zhi finally ceased her shopping spree and drove towards the Ant Fortress. Upon her arrival, the manager, Uncle Zhao, jested, "The Miss Apocalypse has arrived. Are you here to inspect the progress of your room? Rest assured, having spent so much money, I have taken care of everything for you." As he spoke, Uncle Zhao handed a key to Lin Zhi. Although the rooms in the Ant Fortress were originally equipped with locks, Lin Zhi had instructed to add 2 additional reinforced steel blast-proof doors. Thus, her designated room now boasted 3 layers of security. Lin Zhi took the key and said, "The apocalypse is no laughing matter. If you trust me, swiftly reserve a room in an ant fortress for yourself and your family, and stockpile some provisions. Above all, ensure you are equipped with purification devices. For in the times to come, clean air and water will be the most scarce resources." Lin Zhi could not possibly stop to earnestly advise everyone that the apocalypse was imminent and that they should prepare in advance. However, Uncle Zhao demonstrated commendable efficiency in his work, assisting her in her endeavors. Thus, she was willing to offer a brief reminder. As for whether he heeded her words, that was entirely his affair. Lin Zhi grasped the key and promptly made her way to the room she had reserved. Observing her departure, Uncle Zhao pondered for a moment. Indeed, the recent hailstorm had been rather peculiar. Furrowing his brow, he decided to call his wife at home, saying, "Dear, why not bring the children over tonight? Experience the life of a refuge. Oh, and please buy some dry rations on your way here. And stop by the store to pick up a few water purifiers and air purifiers." Chapter 8. The True Arrival of the Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi busily transported the various items she had purchased into her room. Just as she finished, Lu Xiaoyu arrived. Truly, the two were like sisters, as Lu Xiaoyu also came bearing an abundance of goods. They toiled for a while longer, moving all their belongings inside. Aside from the reinforced doors and windows, the interior of the room was arranged quite comfortably. To create more space for storage, Lin Zhi had specifically ordered a 1.2-meter bed, sufficient for only one person. Instead of a large wardrobe, a colossal shelf occupied the vacant space in the bedroom, allowing them to categorize their food supplies neatly. She organized the items she had purchased with Lu Xiaoyu meticulously. The long-lasting provisions included biscuits, bread, canned goods, and instant meals, all placed on the upper shelf of the storage unit. Common necessities such as rice, flour, and cooking oil were stored below. Lu Xiaoyu had bought a considerable amount of dried goods: hazel mushrooms, regular mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu skin, sweet potato flour, vermicelli, and flatbread, among others. Of course, Lin Zhi's abode was also equipped with a large-capacity refrigerator. The ant fortress had a power generation system, and to prevent sudden power outages, Lin Zhi had also acquired a small generator for the room, sufficient to power the refrigerator. With an oversized refrigerator and a spacious freezer, their supplies were ample enough for the two of them to last for some time. In the supermarket, Lu Xiaoyu had impulsively purchased a variety of boxed meats: lamb, fatty beef, steaks, short ribs, salmon, and sushi. She even had a whole lamb butchered by the staff, filling the freezer to the brim. They also stocked up on plenty of vegetables and fruits, ensuring both the freezer and refrigerator were neatly packed. In the kitchen, besides the electric appliances, Lin Zhi had purchased several bottles of gas to prepare for any power outages, as well as some alcohol stoves to ensure they could still prepare cooked meals in case of gas outages. Once they had organized the two-bedroom apartment and the two women finally sat on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. Outside the window, darkness enveloped the landscape, with a faint red glow visible in the distance. The snow that had blanketed the day had now melted away, leaving the ground damp and dripping, as if it were raining. The room's temperature control system had been activated, maintaining a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius regardless of the external weather. Seeing that the snow had melted, Lu Xiaoyu opened the window, but the wave of heat that rushed in nearly took her breath away. What strange weather! It's late autumn. Why is it so warm? Quickly, she shut the window, feeling a sense of foreboding. It was indeed bizarre. You'll soon grow accustomed to it. It's not just the weather that's amiss. In a few days, the nuclear leak will contaminate the entire ocean, and the water cycle will be irrevocably tainted. How could this once vibrant world be on the brink of apocalypse? Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Remembering that Lu Xiaoyu had perished prematurely in her previous life, Lin Zhi embraced her shoulders and reassured her. No matter how this world transforms, as long as we are together, we will surely weather the storm. Lu Xiaoyu reciprocated the embrace, whispering, "You are right. By the way, I just ordered takeout. Let us have some skewers and bubble tea. If this is truly the apocalypse, we may not have such luxuries in the future." Just then, Lu Xiaoyu's phone chimed. Her delivery had arrived. "I'll go downstairs to fetch it. You find a good movie? We can eat while watching," she said eagerly. Such simple pleasures, in the face of impending doom, would soon become a cherished luxury. Lin Zhi responded affirmatively. Lu Xiaoyu stepped outside with her phone in hand, taking the elevator down while it was still operational. Upon reaching the ground floor, she located the delivery man and accepted her meal. "Remember to give me a 5-star review," the delivery man said. Before Lu Xiaoyu could respond, the crimson light intensified outside, and the ground began to tremble. The temperature escalated rapidly, causing numerous underground creatures to emerge frantically from the earth, scurrying in hordes. The birds in the forest took flight in droves. In an instant, the once tranquil night erupted into chaos. Even the personnel within the fortress were startled, gathering at the entrance to witness the bizarre spectacle unfolding beyond the walls. An earthquake was imminent. Lu Xiaoyu, momentarily blinded by the bright light, quickly regained her senses and exclaimed, "Hurry! Get inside! A colossal earthquake is about to strike." With an intensity 210 billion times greater than the previous tremors experienced during the day, Lu Xiaoyu urgently dialed number. Glancing at the delivery man standing before her, she implored, "Sir, the apocalypse is upon us. Quickly secure a room here. If you delay, you might miss your chance. Abandon your delivery duties and stock up on supplies." With that, Lu Xiaoyu dashed into the ant fortress. The delivery man, captivated by the eerie red glow and the sporadic tremors beneath his feet, contemplated the fortress behind him. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and ultimately ventured into the ant fortress. As he stepped inside, the temperature soared, nearing 55 degrees Celsius. The true earthquake was about to unleash its wrath. He reserved a room, aware that due to the two recent earthquakes, the prices at the Ant Fortress had skyrocketed. A single room now cost over 100,000, nearly depleting all his savings. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to secure the accommodation. After obtaining the key and witnessing the intensifying crimson glow outside, he resolved to gather some supplies nearby. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu were engrossed in watching television, savoring the hard-earned grilled skewers and milk tea. Suddenly, the power went out. The temperature within the fortress spiked in an instant. However, the Ant Fortress was equipped with a power supply system, and electricity was restored swiftly. The temperature inside soon returned to normal. Lu Xiaoyu appeared quite alarmed, exclaiming, "I never anticipated the extreme weather mentioned by the experts on the news could manifest in such a drastic manner." At that moment, social media was inundated with videos and reports of the earthquake. The abrupt power outage, coupled with the soaring temperatures, led the citizens to voice their frustrations extensively. Chapter 9. The Ant Fortress. A precious haven. I have never experienced such high temperatures in my life. First, it snows unexpectedly during the day, and now we are faced with this sudden heat wave. It feels almost surreal. Don't even get me started. The hospitals are overwhelmed. Following the earthquake, many individuals were injured, and now we have a new influx of heat stroke cases. It's absolute chaos. The government has urged everyone to seek open spaces. We must find a safe area quickly. This earthquake is exceedingly strange. And now, the power is out. I have even retrieved my family's heirloom quilt that has been passed down for centuries. Amidst the deluge of online discourse and complaints, Lin Zhi anonymously posted a message, even investing in a trending topic for herself. A major earthquake is imminent. With nuclear leakage countdown underway, global resources are on the brink of contamination, and the apocalypse is approaching. I implore everyone to stockpile essential supplies. Remember, this was all she could do. If even one person believed her, it would suffice. After completing her task, Lin Zhi put away her phone, enjoyed the remainder of her late-night snack with Lu Xiaoyu, and eventually retired for the night. Lin Zhi had diligently completed her homework, allowing Ran to sleep soundly through the night without feeling the heat. However, when she and Lu Xiaoyu awoke, the world outside had transformed dramatically. The area in front of the Ant Fortress was teeming with citizens queuing up, all seeking refuge within its walls. At that moment, the temperature had plunged abruptly, the sky filled with swirling snowflakes, erasing the warmth of the previous night without a trace. The accumulation of snow outside had reached nearly the height of a person, and such a severe snowstorm had rendered power restoration impossible. Numerous areas were experiencing power and water outages. Lin Zhi casually tidied herself up, donning a sweater and a down jacket before turning to Lu Xiaoyu and saying, "I am a shareholder and the second in command of Ant Fortress. It is about to reach full capacity, and I must go lend a hand. Would you like my assistance?" Lu Xiaoyu promptly stood up as well. "You should stay home and keep watch. By the way, I have prepared the tools you usually practice with. If you find yourself bored, you can practice your punches." Possessing a robust physique is of utmost importance in this post-apocalyptic world, Lin Zhi remarked. Upon opening the door, she spotted Xiao Yuanlin across the hall. At that moment, he had also changed from his formal attire into a sweater. This attire rendered him less distant and more relaxed. "Mr. Xiao, do you reside here?" Lin Zhi inquired. "Room 1. It has been prepared for me," Xiao Yuanlin replied in a deep voice. No wonder, she mused, although she was the first guest to arrive at Ant Fortress. She could only choose room 2. Just as Lin Zhi was about to speak, Uncle Zhao, a staff member of the fortress, approached and addressed Xiao Yuanlin, saying, "President Xiao, there are numerous people outside, and our Ant Fortress rooms will undoubtedly be insufficient. What shall we do?" Xiao Yuanlin turned to Lin Zhi and replied solemnly, "I have received a notification from the government to arrange shelter for as many people as possible, but the sheer number is overwhelming, and the rooms will certainly not suffice. Do you have any valuable suggestions?" Lin Zhi Dao stated, "Increase the fees. Gold is required. Every room must incur additional charges. 50,000 for a single room, 200,000 for a one-bedroom suite. and 300,000 for a two-bedroom suite. We are engaged in commerce, not charity. For those who cannot afford the remaining amounts but possess over 300,000, arrangements will be made for them on the lower two basement levels. Furthermore, those who wish to reside in the Ant Fortress must sign an agreement and adhere to the management regulations of the fortress. Should they fail to comply, we reserve the right to expel them. Lin Zhi intended to raise the price, as she wished to prevent an influx of individuals into the Ant Fortress. Although the fortress could accommodate tens of thousands, an excessive number would complicate management in the long run. Throughout this apocalyptic era, she planned to reside within the fortress. Thus, she desired to avoid overburdening it. By elevating the price and streamlining the population, she aimed for a more sustainable existence. Moreover, people tend to undervalue what is free. Therefore, it was essential for them to expend their resources to gain entry. Fostering a sense of reverence for the Ant Fortress rather than treating it as a mere free refuge where chaos could ensue. Uncle Zhao glanced at Xiao Yuanlin, seeking his approval. Let us proceed, as she suggests. Lin Zhi continued. Furthermore, Uncle Zhao, I require information on two matters: the total number of staff and their names, as well as the quantity of stored food in the granaries. Uncle Zhao promptly provided her with the requested data. Currently, the Ant Fortress employed 100 staff members, most of whom were veterans with commendable skills. In accordance with your specifications, the granaries contained over 100 tons of food. Lin Zhi was quite pleased with this quantity. This starting point was significantly better than in her previous life. Let's get to work. Those who pay can move in, while those who do not should be asked to leave. By the way, for the first week, they likely have some rations left. So we will temporarily withhold food distribution until 3 days later, Lin Zhi instructed. Uncle Zhao looked at Lin Zhi with newfound respect. Fortunately, Lin Zhi had reminded him, and he had called his wife and child over, ensuring their accommodation. Otherwise, with the heavy snowfall outside, he would have been unable to fetch them. Uncle Zhao promptly set off to follow Lin Zhi's orders. Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi, as the responsible parties, split into two groups. Xiao Yuanlin went to inspect the various functionalities of the Ant Fortress and to inventory the food supplies, estimating how long they would last. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi descended to the first floor to assist Uncle Zhao in selecting residents. As the doors of the Ant Fortress opened, a throng of people surged toward the entrance. However, a line of armed security personnel stood guard, blocking their way. Uncle Zhao took out a loudspeaker and announced, "Hello, everyone. The Ant Fortress is indeed open for external access, but we are in the business of commerce, not charity. To reside in the Ant Fortress, one must pay a fee and sign our agreement. We currently offer 3 types of rooms: 2 bedrooms and a living room, 1 bedroom and a living room, and single rooms, all equipped with private bathrooms and kitchens. Our fortress has an independent heating and power system, capable of withstanding earthquakes, snow disasters, floods, and even artillery fire. Moreover, we only accept gold as payment. The prices for these 3 types of rooms are 500,000, 2 million, and 3 million, respectively. Upon moving into the Ant Fortress, we guarantee your safety and accommodation during these apocalyptic times. For those who cannot afford the above, we also have dormitory beds in the basement for 300,000 each, but they utilize a communal bathroom," Uncle Zhao explained methodically. Upon hearing this, the crowd outside was left in stunned silence. Isn't this shelter supposed to be free? Why is it so expensive? I do have money, but where can I quickly get so much gold? I don't care. I happen to have gold bars. I need to get in first. The power and water are out. It's unbearably cold. One family, carrying a suitcase, was the first to enter the Ant Fortress, booking a 2-bedroom apartment. After handing over the gold bars and signing the agreement, Lin Zhi had the staff escort them to room 3. The top floor only housed the control room and 2 additional rooms, so room 3 was directly below Lin Zhi's level. Seeing this family settle in sparked a sense of urgency among others, given the uncharacteristically harsh weather. However, some hesitated, reluctant to part with such a large sum, fearing that if they paid and the weather returned to normal, they would be at a loss. Consequently, those who checked in that day were not lacking in funds. With approximately 20 rooms booked, the remaining individuals dispersed to reconsider their plans. The duration of the high temperatures had been increasing steadily throughout the day. Compared to the initial pattern of warm nights and cold days, the daytime temperatures had also risen. Today, the heat persisted all day long, visibly wilting all the greenery outdoors. Lin Zhi stood by the window, fully aware that this was a harbinger of a catastrophic earthquake. The longer the high temperatures persisted, the more imminent the quake became. Through the trials of her past life, Lin Zhi had grown accustomed to such foreboding signs, remaining undisturbed in spirit. She appointed Lu Xiaoyu as the director of staff, intensifying their training each day. And in the evenings, they would indulge in the provisions procured from the supermarket, leading a fulfilling existence. Until the final day arrived. The earthquake commenced. Even the sturdy ant fortress trembled under the intense tremors. The city outside had already been reduced to ruins, with buildings collapsed, roads fractured, and plagues spreading amidst the relentless heat. The once idyllic urban landscape had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. All the inhabitants of the ant fortress felt a profound sense of relief at having survived the calamity. While they could endure extreme weather, there was simply no escape from such a devastating earthquake. The rooms within the ant fortress were fully booked, with even the basement beds dwindling to a mere few. Lin Zhi felt it was about time to instruct the staff to close the fortress when two disheveled figures suddenly rushed to her side. It was none other than Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning. At that moment, Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning were utterly devoid of their usual elegance. Their faces smeared with dirt and wrapped in heavy coats. "Lin Zhi, let us in. I know you are a shareholder here. Please allow us to enter," Jiang Songmin implored, his eyes pleading. "Certainly, we still have a few beds available in the basement, but it will cost 400,000, Lin Zhi replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songmin's expression soured dramatically. How could he possibly come up with 400,000? Lin Zhi, we shared a bond in the past. After all these years, are you truly willing to stand by and watch us perish? Jiang Songmin gazed at Lin Zhi with a heart full of despair. What worth does such a filthy sentiment hold? If you lack the funds, then be gone swiftly. Do not obstruct those behind you, Lin Zhi retorted with a frigid demeanor. At that moment, Su Ningning suddenly clutched her stomach, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Zhi and sobbed. Lin Zhi, I have lost my parents. You are my only family in this world, and I am pregnant. Please do not cast me away. I will die. Do you see? She cannot even accommodate her own cousin, a pregnant woman. How could you possibly believe she would protect you in this apocalypse? It is utterly ridiculous. She is merely a swindler, a con artist. This sanctuary was established by the state and should be free. She is exploiting this national calamity for profit. And you foolishly pay her, Jiang Songmin exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Zhi, filled with righteous indignation. As soon as he uttered these words, the guests already residing in the ant fortress began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, this ant fortress was originally a refuge. She is taking advantage of our plight and charging us exorbitant fees. She is nothing but a profiteer. Yes, she cannot even care for her own cousin, a pregnant woman. If this truly is the end of days, would she protect us? Exactly. Refund our money. We demand a refund. The guests, already heartbroken over having surrendered their entire fortunes, were incited by Jiang Songmin's words and erupted in a chorus of outrage. Indeed, in chaotic times, there are always those who assume the role of the self-righteous savior. Lin Zhi let out a cold sneer and suddenly snatched a gun from a security guard, firing a shot. The resounding bang stunned everyone. Those who had lived in an era of peace had never witnessed such a spectacle. Seeing Lin Zhi remain unfazed as she discharged the weapon, they were instantly rendered speechless with fear. Who wants a refund? Step forward, and I shall return your money immediately. Leave at once. Do you truly believe I covet your meager sum? The banks outside have been robbed. If I were after money, I could lead over 100 people to raid the vault. What amount would I not have? This is merely a demonstration of your sincerity in residing within the ant fortress. If you lack even this modicum of sincerity, do you expect us to safeguard you in this apocalyptic world? To take advantage without compensation? If you desire a refund, step forward immediately and leave at once. Lin Zhi commanded with a frosty expression. At that moment, no one dared to utter a word. Lin Zhi was quite pleased with the intimidating effect. Expel them and seal the fortress entrance, he commanded, casting a glance at a security guard. Just as they were about to be dragged away, Su Ningning, in a moment of desperation, produced a solid gold lock. Wait, don't throw me out. I have money. This should be worth millions. Su Ningning implored as she offered the golden lock to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi estimated that the golden lock indeed held considerable value. If she were to be driven away, it might not garner public approval. Lin Zhi, considering our familial ties, could you arrange a private room for me? Su Ningning suggested with a degree of understanding. Alternatively, I could share a room with you. Living with Lin Zhi would certainly ensure a plentiful supply of food. Yes, we could reside together and save 2 bed spaces. Jiang Songmin chimed in, seizing the opportunity. Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at them. With your despicable demeanor, how dare you even think you are worthy to share my residence? You must be dreaming. Your designated beds are in the basement, rooms 1234 and 1235. Seal the fortress and escort them there. Should they cause any trouble, toss them out immediately. Lin Zhi spoke, then immediately turned away without a hint of mercy. Just as the fortress was being sealed, waves of people rushed towards it from outside, crying out, "Let us in. We have money. We have money." In this poignant moment, a compassionate soul began to gaze at Lin Zhi, suggesting, "There is still space here. Perhaps we should let them in. Every life saved counts." Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at her and said, "When the time comes for the distribution of food, will you be willing to give your portion to her?" The individual immediately fell silent, not daring to lift their head again. Chapter 11. The Importance of Supplies. Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin, witnessing Lin Zhi's demeanor, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet could only remain silent. Jiang Songmin shot a resentful glance at Lin Zhi, who he had assumed would continue to be at his beck and call as before. To his astonishment, within merely a few days, Lin Zhi had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Songmin was baffled, pondering what had gone awry. He had treated Lin Zhi as he always had. So why had she so suddenly shifted from being an ardent admirer to one who treated him with indifference? What should I do? Lin Zhi seems to have completely disavowed us. Am I truly destined to reside in the basement alongside those impoverished souls? Su Ningning felt both furious and frustrated, exclaiming, "I refuse to live in such a wretched place. Should we wait a little longer?" Jiang Songmin suggested, feeling powerless. Su Ningning, irate, gestured toward her belly and declared, "I can wait, but the child cannot. Do you wish for me to bear your child in such an environment?" Being reprimanded publicly by Su Ningning left Jiang Songmin feeling humiliated. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, the company's bankruptcy and his empty pockets, he knew that failing to concede at this moment would result in his expulsion from the Ant Fortress. "Ningning, rest assured, I will ensure that Lin Zhi vacates her room for you." Jiang Songmin gritted his teeth, eyeing Lin Zhi's retreating figure. At that moment, a staff member approached, handing Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning a metal tag embedded with a chip. "This is your identification tag. Make sure you do not lose it." Su Ningning looked at the tag, pouting in disdain. "It feels as though we are prisoners. If you find it so disagreeable, you can relinquish the tag." "There are many outside the fortress eager to enter," the staff member retorted, unable to tolerate Su Ningning's obstinate demeanor. With a roll of her eyes, Su Ningning reluctantly accepted the identification tag and made her way to the lower level. Lu Xiaoyu was busy jotting down notes. What was she writing? Lin Zhi smiled faintly, seated beside Lu Xiaoyu as she crafted the plan. Lu Xiaoyu, a senior executive of her family's company, possessed considerable acumen in operations and planning, making her the most reliable choice for such tasks. Yet, a lingering worry gnawed at Lu Xiaoyu. What would the higher-ups do if food supplies dwindled later on? Although their resources were currently abundant, there were still individuals facing severe shortages, particularly those residing in the underground levels. Should these individuals find themselves in dire straits, the potential for unrest loomed ominously. Moreover, the earthquake had precipitated nuclear contamination, severing their supply lines, rendering clean water more precious than gold. Indeed, Lin Zhi nodded in agreement. She had encountered similar predicaments in her previous life. Even the inhabitants of Ant Hill contemplated rebellion during the later stages due to scarcity. Yet they were ultimately quelled by the stringent management of Xiao Yuanlin. "I will categorize our supplies," separating non-essential items to see if we can trade for additional medicine. Lin Zhi proposed. Despite having stockpiled a considerable amount of medicine, she understood that in this apocalyptic environment, a single cold medication could be worth more than a kilogram of gold. However, with such a significant undertaking, I fear we may have attracted unwanted attention. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her concerns. What is there to fear? Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly. We shall meet force with force. If anyone dares to target us, I shall ensure they regret it. Lu Xiaoyu was astonished by Lin Zhi's resolute demeanor, exclaiming, You seem like a completely different person now. You would never have spoken like this before. In the past, I was foolish and naive. I shall not remain so in the future. After dedicating an entire day to inventorying and reorganizing their supplies, the two emerged from the fortress, greeted by a somber, gray sky. Lin Zhi calculated the time. The nuclear power plant in the neighboring country had already suffered a catastrophic explosion, rendering the surrounding waters utterly contaminated. In the seismic belt, several nations' nuclear facilities experienced varying degrees of leakage. The land and water resources had been poisoned overnight. The number of those encircled outside the fortress gradually dwindled. Although a few beds remained within the fortress, the increasingly harsh external climate exacerbated the demand for these limited accommodations. The final few beds were snatched up at an exorbitant price of 1 million. Why is it raining black from the sky? It's so terrifying. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at the incessant downpour of black rain outside the window. Lingering in Lin Zhi's mind was a vivid recollection of her previous existence. She was turned away by the stronghold and had to resort to any means possible to survive. She was a witness to the hellish landscape that the world outside the stronghold had devolved into. The once thriving world had become a graveyard. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, the survivors were unable to find refuge, and the roadsides were littered with the corpses of those poisoned by nuclear fallout, their skin festering. The people outside the stronghold are truly pitiable, Lu Xiaoyu murmured. Xiaoyu, never entertain such sentiments again, Lin Zhi cautioned, gazing at her intently. What is it? Having entered the end of days, the first thing you must discard is compassion. If you wish to survive, you must be devoid of pity. Seemingly affected, Lu Xiaoyu responded with resignation, I understand. As she spoke, the doorbell chimed. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged glances. Lu Xiaoyu, with a hint of curiosity, gazed at the door and inquired, Who could it be? Lin Zhi stood up, declaring, I shall go take a look. She proceeded to open the 3 layers of doors. One by one. There, she beheld a young woman standing outside. Hello, may I ask? The woman exclaimed in astonishment upon clearly seeing Lin Zhi's face. How did you come to reside in this room? It turned out to be Chen Cixi. Lin Zhi was somewhat taken aback. In her previous life, Chen Cixi, after entering the ant fortress, had always considered herself as Xiao Yuanlin's cousin, shamelessly seeking supplies from others. Not only was Chen Cixi exceedingly thick-skinned, but she also possessed an exceptionally narrow mind and harbored grudges. In the past, Lin Zhi had refused Chen Cici's successive demands for points in exchange for rewards, which led to Chen Cici holding a grudge against her, frequently scheming against her for no apparent reason. Lin Zhi was aware that upon entering the ant fortress, she would inevitably encounter Chen Cici. However, she did not expect their meeting to occur so swiftly. How come you are residing in room 2? Chen Cici glared at her with evident displeasure. I purchased it, Lin Zhi replied with a sidelong glance. If you possess the capability, you could also spend your money to acquire one. Chen Cici found herself at a loss for a retort, merely curling her lips in annoyance as she remarked. It's merely a stroke of luck that you secure a room here ahead of time. There is no need to act so superior. You are correct. However, I am rather busy and have no time for idle chatter with you. Please, make yourself at home, Lin Zhi stated as she attempted to close the door. Wait. Chen Cici abruptly seized the door, her expression betraying a hint of unease as she said, I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 12. The audacity of Chen Cici. Could you possibly spare me some supplies? Chen Cici inquired, scrutinizing the grand door behind Lin Zhi. You live so comfortably. You must have ample resources. Sharing a little shouldn't impact you. Chen Cici's behavior was reminiscent of her past life, leaving one astonished. In this apocalyptic calamity, who could escape the anxiety surrounding the scarcity of provisions. Yet, merely days after moving in, Chan began to knock on doors, unabashedly demanding supplies from others. Apologies, but that will be quite inconvenient. My resources are limited, Lin Zhi replied, preparing to shut the door. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as she hurriedly exclaimed, "You simply don't want to give me anything, do you? You can afford room 2. So you must have sufficient supplies. Moreover, I've heard that the occupant of room 2 stockpiled quite a bit before the blizzard hit." And so, Lin Zhi crossed her arms, maintaining a stoic expression as she regarded her. "My accumulation of supplies is of no concern to you. I spent my money. What does that have to do with you? That is precisely why I am the first to knock on your door. I am aware that you possess more than enough. Sharing a little would have no impact on you," Chen Cixi asserted, her reasoning unwavering. Lin Zhi felt a chuckle rising within her as she observed Chen Cixi, whose audacity was unparalleled. It was remarkable how effortlessly she could utter words that most would hesitate to express. "You are not me. How can you assert that my circumstances do not affect me? Moreover, my belongings are not for lending. I apologize, but please release your grip. I must close the door." Chen Cixi, taken aback by Lin Zhi's unyielding refusal, was initially astonished, soon giving way to a surge of indignation. "How can you be so unreasonable? What harm is there in sharing a little? If it weren't for my brother informing you about the Ant Fortress project, you would never have sold your shares to him. This very room, too, was acquired through my brother's connections, so do not presume I am unaware. Had my brother not purchased your shares at a high price and encouraged you to acquire a room in the Ant Fortress, you would have perished in the cold outside, devoid of the splendid resources you now enjoy." As her anger escalated, Chen Cixi continued, "You have reaped the benefits bestowed upon you by my brother. Yet when his sister is in need, you refuse to extend a helping hand. What right do you have to lead the Ant Fortress? What qualifications do you possess to govern us? What has transpired?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu approached, glancing between Lin Zhi and the indignant Chen Cixi. Noticing Lin Zhi's indifference, Chen Cixi turned her hopes towards Lu Xiaoyu. "You must be Miss Lu from the Lu Group. I've seen you on television before." Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Zhi and then offered an awkward smile. "I am. How may I assist you? I wish to borrow some supplies from you," Chen Cixi declared brazenly. Lu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. "What supplies do you require? I know your resources are plentiful, so I would like to borrow 100 kilograms of rice, along with beef and seafood. Oh, and I've heard you have some medical supplies. I'd appreciate a share of those as well," Chen Cixi stated, as though it were a matter of course. "You two do not appear to have particularly large appetites, and you look healthy enough. Thus, having such a surplus of food and medicine seems unnecessary. It will be far better to share some with me." Lu Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she finally grasped the reason behind Lin Zhi's cold demeanor. She had encountered shameless individuals before, yet the audacity of this woman rendered her previous experiences trivial in comparison. In Lu Xiaoyu's mind, only Jiang Songmin could rival the sheer impudence exhibited by the woman before her. "I'm afraid, miss, that the supplies in our room were purchased by Lin Zhi. She possesses complete authority over these resources, and I cannot act on her behalf." Lu Xiaoyu returned the ball to Lin Zhi firmly. Lin Zhi gazed at Lu Xiaoyu, offering her a sly glance as she handed over a small object. Turning to Chen Cixi, she declared, "My stance is one of indifference." Before arriving at Ant Fortress, the announcements outside had repeatedly urged everyone to stockpile supplies. You chose to disregard these warnings. Therefore, you must accept the consequences of your lack of preparation. My position is unequivocal. Regardless of your pleas, I shall not part with even a grain of rice. So abandon any hopes you may have. I sincerely hope that when next you find yourself in need of borrowing supplies, you refrain from knocking on my door. Even if you do, I shall not grant you entry." Lin Zhi spoke without holding back. Upon hearing this, Chen Cixi's face fluctuated between red and white, feeling deeply humiliated by Lin Zhi's words. In a fit of anger, she pointed at Lin Zhi and exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? What makes you so special? I merely sought to borrow some supplies from you. Why must you be so arrogant? It is well known that to enter this Ant Fortress, you would even forsake your own kin. A person so ungrateful is utterly unworthy of being here." Lu Xiaoyu listened, her anger mounting. Your words are too excessive. Don't pay her any mind. Let's leave. Lin Zhi grasped Lu Xiaoyu's hand and slammed the door shut, effectively muffling Chun Cici's tirade. Lu Xiaoyu cast a worried glance at the firmly shut door, her tone betraying a hint of concern. Are you not worried that she will cause an even greater uproar? From her expression, it appears she does not intend to let this go. First, she will certainly cause a scene. Second, I'm not afraid of her causing a ruckus. Lin Zhi smiled lightly and replied, she is notorious for borrowing without returning. If we lend her now, we might enjoy peace this time, but what about the next? If we refuse to lend even once, she will escalate the situation. The more we delay addressing it, the larger it will grow. It is better to quash such unwarranted thoughts at the outset. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled softly and said, you have a point. If we can secure a moment of tranquility, we should seize it. You go ahead and work on your plans. I'll make a phone call. Lin Zhi approached the window to make a phone call. After completing the call, she quietly perused through a book. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang once more, this time with an urgency that starkly contrasted with the previous visit from Chun Cici. Lu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of anxiety and turned to Lin Zhi, exclaiming, could it possibly be that woman again? Lin Zhi shook her head and asserted with certainty, it is not her. Lin Zhi opened the door. Outside stood Uncle Zhao, his face a portrait of anxiety as he gazed at her. What could have transpired? Lin Zhi regarded Uncle Zhao with an unruffled calmness. Uncle Zhao's brow furrowed in distress as he trembled slightly, uttering, Miss Lin, the situation is urgent. Something has happened. Chapter 13. Fanning the flames, please do not panic. What has occurred? Lin Zhi inquired, maintaining her composed demeanor while observing Uncle Zhao. His expression was one of deep concern as he replied, there are individuals in the hall inciting a disturbance, and I fear the situation may escalate, which is why I rushed here to inform you. Lin Zhi nodded. You have done well. Take me down to have a look. Uncle Zhao, accompanied by Lin Zhi, took the elevator down to the hall. At that moment, the hall was densely populated with several hundred individuals, the majority of whom were residents from the lower-tier sleeping quarters. Lin Zhi cast a fleeting glance before stifling a derisive laugh within her heart. It seemed that Chun Cici was not as brainless as she had initially presumed. She had the discernment to unite those most deprived of resources against her. In this apocalyptic era, the individuals residing in the subterranean levels were undoubtedly the most resource-starved. In bygone days, they could have been considered upper-middle class. They possessed considerable knowledge and education, and although some lacked formal qualifications, their financial means were relatively ample. From the moment they took refuge in Ant Fortress, their resentment towards the established hierarchy had festered, especially as their supplies dwindled, reaching a boiling point. Any individual who dared to incite further discord would undoubtedly sway these people, consolidating their grievances into a formidable force. Family, we have merely sought refuge. Yet there are those who opportunistically exploit our plight, segmenting us into classes and denying us essential supplies. This is a blatant attempt on our lives. Standing atop a lofty chair, Chun Cici wielded a makeshift megaphone crafted from a paper tube and proclaimed, why should some individuals, armed with superior information and abundant resources, look down upon us? We demand that the administrators redistribute their supplies. As the crowd absorbed Chun Cici's fervor, they echoed in unison. We demand the administrators to redistribute the supplies. They must allocate a portion of their resources to us. Uncle Zhao, filled with trepidation, turned to Lin Zhi and inquired, Miss Lin, how shall we resolve this matter? Under normal circumstances, Uncle Zhao would have dismissed such chaos outright. However, he had received a call from Lin Zhi, cautioning him that Chun Cici would stir up trouble here and advising him not to intervene too forcefully. Although he found Lin Zhi's approach perplexing, he complied with her instructions. As the situation spiraled further out of control, he felt increasingly at a loss for how to bring it to a close. Lin Zhi let out a cold smile. Very well. Well said. A resounding voice, accompanied by applause, suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Lin Zhi approaching from the corner, clapping her hands as she gazed at Chun Cici. I find this young lady's proposal to be quite commendable. Chun Cici was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lin Zhi, who had initially rejected her, was now in agreement. She regarded Lin Zhi with suspicion. Meanwhile, the bewildered onlookers urged, "You are one of the managers of our stronghold. Quickly present your supplies for distribution." Lin Zhi nodded and addressed the crowd, saying, "I can certainly provide the supplies, but there is one condition." "What condition?" Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Lin Zhi looked around and then articulated with clarity, "It should not solely be the administrators who bring forth supplies, but rather every resident within this fortress. Furthermore, once the provisions are retrieved, they ought to be distributed equitably among all." Upon the utterance of this statement, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discourse. The notion of distributing all resources evenly seemed preposterous. "I have brought a considerable quantity with me. Should we proceed to share equally? I fear I may end up with less than what I initially contributed, and I refuse to accept that. Why should we not share equally? I arrived in haste, bringing nothing but money. Thus, it should be distributed evenly. Your desire for equal distribution stems from your lack of preparedness and adaptability in the face of crisis. Why should such ineptitude warrant sharing?" Unmoved witnessed the brewing discord within the crowd, once united now fractured by the question of whether to share their belongings. "Everyone, please listen," Unmoved exclaimed. "Lin Zhi has intentionally provoked this division among us to incite conflict. We must not fall in her trap. Who is truly falling for whom?" Someone shouted from the crowd, "If it comes to equitable distribution, count me out. You may divide as you please. I will not relinquish my belongings. Indeed, I shall not share either." Faced with this sudden betrayal, Unmoved's complexion paled, yet a faction still rallied behind her. "Why should we not share? Unless one harbors guilt. We are all here seeking refuge. We ought to be treated equally. I am willing to contribute my supplies." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Songmin retorted, addressing the individual. Su Ningming tugged at Jiang Songmin's sleeve, and though Jiang responded with a glance, Su's displeasure was evident, yet she remained silent. "So you claim you are willing to share your supplies. Does that include the jewelry you brought?" "Oh, it appears you possess more than just a set of jewels. You also wear a Patek Philippe watch and a necklace adorned with a 10-carat diamond," Jiang Songmin articulated smoothly. The individual's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Jiang Songmin's remarks. Stammering, "Why you? How do you know?" "Do not concern yourself with how I know. I ask you if we are to share equally. Are you willing to part with your precious jewelry for the sake of distribution?" The question hung in the air, and the individual, visibly flustered, scanned the crowd, met with scrutinizing gazes from those around. "Forget it. Whoever wishes to share may do so." Clutching his watch and necklace tightly, he hastily exited the hall. Lin Zhi observed how swiftly this group had transformed into a disarrayed collection of individuals, unable to suppress a faint smile that played upon her lips. She addressed the crowd, inquiring, "Is there anyone willing to distribute the supplies equitably? If so, I would not mind dedicating some time to assist you in recording the items, so that those inclined towards fair distribution may have their provisions gathered and shared." Upon hearing her words, whispers circulated among the crowd, their resolve already wavering under Lin Zhi's influence. Unmoved glared at Lin Zhi, her teeth clenched in anger, and shouted, "Others may choose not to surrender their belongings. But Lin Zhi, you must relinquish yours." Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow. "On what grounds?" Unmoved let out a cold laugh. "On the grounds that you employed despicable tactics to infiltrate this ant fortress." Chapter 14. Unmoved reaps what she sows. Unmoved's words instantly captivated the attention of those around them. The crowd, initially poised to leave, paused in curiosity. Seizing the moment, Unmoved proclaimed loudly, "Lin Zhi, don't think for a moment that we are unaware of the sordid deeds you have committed behind the scenes. You know full well what underhanded maneuvers you undertook to gain access to this ant fortress." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, leading to hushed whispers among them. "I knew it. How could such a young Miss Lin possibly reside in room 2? It must be due to some unspoken rules." It was evident that many individuals within the ant fortress possessed greater worth than Miss Lin, yet she surpassed them. One could easily surmise the extent of her sacrifices. It's curious how swiftly the resources were amassed in the wake of such a sudden calamity. This almost prophetic ability is rather astonishing, don't you think? What prophecy? A girl so young has no such foresight. She must have received guidance from some seasoned bigwig. As for why that bigwig chose to confide in her, it's not hard to deduce. The gazes of the crowd towards Lin Zhi turned ambiguous and disdainful. To tarnish a woman's reputation, spreading rumors is the most expedient and cost-effective method. Unmoved, with a provocative expression, regarded Lin Zhi and smugly declared, "What qualifications does someone like her have to be our leader? Can a person so self-serving truly lead our Ant Fortress?" The crowd seemed to resonate with Unmoved's sentiments. Indeed, how can someone with such questionable character assume leadership over us? Perhaps her sources of supplies are entirely illicit. Amidst the denigration, Lin Zhi remained remarkably composed, while Lu Xiaoyu, beside her, fumed with indignation. "What nonsense are you all spouting? You shall not defame Lin Zhi." Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger as she anxiously glanced at Lin Zhi. "Are you all right? Please don't dwell on their words. You are the leader here. They wouldn't dare to harm you." Lin Zhi smiled gently, casting a reassuring glance at Lu Xiaoyu before making her way through the crowd to stand before Unmoved. Upon meeting Lin Zhi's gaze, Unmoved felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, as if foreboding something unpleasant. The next moment, Lin Zhi raised her hand and delivered a swift slap across Unmoved's face, prompting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Unmoved, covering her face, looked at Lin Zhi in disbelief, exclaiming, "How dare you hit me? Your mouth is filthy, and I am merely cleaning it for you." Lin Zhi retorted with a sardonic smile, her eyes fixed on Unmoved. "If your parents have failed to educate you properly, then allow me to take on that responsibility." Fuming with rage, Unmoved pointed a trembling finger at Lin Zhi, stammering, "You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am?" "I care not for your identity," Lin Zhi replied, enunciating each word with conviction. "Even if the King of Heaven were to stand before me, if he were to speak disrespectfully, I would treat him the same. Have you had your fill of this commotion?" Upon encountering Xiao Yuanlin's icy stare, Unmoved's anger evaporated in an instant. Her legs buckled, nearly causing her to kneel before him, and she stammered incoherently, unable to form a coherent sentence. Manager Xiao Yuanlin's gaze shifted to Uncle Xiao, who, startled, hurried to his side, bowing his head and speaking cautiously. "What can I do for you, Mr. Xiao?" Unmoved's face turned pale with fright. Her knees weakened, and she sank to the ground, pleading with Xiao Yuanlin, "Brother, I was wrong. Please do not cast me aside." Xiao Yuanlin chuckled coldly. "So now you recognize your errors? I truly understand my mistakes. I did not intend this. I merely sought some resources from Lin Zhi. I never meant to incite trouble. I swear it, brother. Please let me off." Seeing that Xiao Yuanlin remained unmoved, Unmoved was gripped by fear. The surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, realizing her intentions. "It turns out this woman sought to manipulate us. She's clearly not a good person. After only a few days, she tries to stir trouble. I suspected all along that her claims were dubious. It seems we have misjudged Miss Lin. This woman deserves her comeuppance for spreading such vile rumors." As the crowd condemned her, Unmoved's expression shifted from pale to flushed with shame. Her plans had backfired. Instead of coercing Lin Zhi, Xiao Yuanlin had unexpectedly defended her, igniting intense jealousy within Unmoved. "Mr. Xiao, how shall we handle this? Should we truly expel this young lady?" Uncle Xiao looked at Unmoved, unsure of how to proceed. "Follow Miss Lin's wishes. Whatever she says, you shall do," Xiao Yuanlin instructed. The crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Zhi. Realizing Xiao Yuanlin would not intervene on her behalf, Unmoved gritted her teeth and implored Lin Zhi, "I was in the wrong, Lin Zhi. I should not have slandered you. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold this against me." "Is that all?" Lin Zhi scoffed. "Your apology lacks sincerity." With a deep breath, Unmoved closed her eyes and declared, "Miss Lin, I acknowledge my faults. I should not have incited unrest, nor should I have coveted your supplies. I should never have spread rumors about you or incited the crowd against you." Lin Zhi smiled, satisfied with the apology. Unmoved was taken aback to discover that there would be a punishment. Her face drained of color. Surely, Lin Zhi wouldn't actually expel her from the Ant Fortress. The recent earthquake had left the outside world ravaged, plagued with disease, and thoroughly contaminated. Even the rainwater bore traces of nuclear pollution. If she were to find herself outside the fortress, she would undoubtedly perish within 3 days. In a panic, Chun-Cece exclaimed, "Miss Lin, I was wrong. Please don't expel me. I will accept any punishment as long as I can stay in the ant fortress." "Any punishment you will accept?" Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "That is quite the statement you've made." Chapter 15. Surrender all supplies. I will accept anything, anything at all. Just don't cast me out of the fortress. I would even agree to be your servant. Chun-Cece hurriedly declared her resolve. "I have no inclination to command others." Lin Zhi replied with a smile. "Whereunto you, quite the champion of justice before, concerned that there wouldn't be enough supplies for everyone. How about this? You should present all your supplies for everyone to share. Since you are the leader in this matter, it is only fitting that you set an example. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Zhi's words left Chun-Cece looking ashen. If the supplies were distributed to everyone, what would become of her? Could there be an alternative punishment? Chun-Cece gazed at Lin Zhi, pleading for mercy. I agree. Please do not cast me out." She closed her eyes and waved her hands desperately. Compared to being expelled from the fortress, she would much rather forfeit the supplies. After all, if the resources were gone, she could still find a way to procure some from unsavory men. However, if she were truly banished from the fortress, she would have no chance of survival. Lin Zhi nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Uncle Zhao. "We should have the staff register this young lady's resource situation and distribute her supplies to those truly in need." It was unexpected that Lin Zhi could be so autocratic, Su Ningning murmured. "Is there any way for you to handle Lin Zhi?" she added, her hand resting on her belly, clearly displeased. "I truly cannot afford to wait any longer. Rest assured, I will fulfill your wishes, but before that, I may need to ask you to endure a bit," Jiang Songmin said, wrapping his arm around Su Ningning's shoulders. Lin Zhi's temperament has shifted too swiftly. The previous approach is no longer viable. We must adopt a new strategy. You cannot possibly expect me to grovel before her, can you? I refuse. Su Ningning protested vehemently. Jiang Songmin reassured her. Now, haven't we been managing quite well until now? Remember how you humbly approached Lin Zhi to earn her trust? We are doing this for our future and for our baby. Do not let a moment of pride jeopardize our prospects. Very well, but I hope you do not end up genuinely infatuated with her, Su Ningning replied. Jiang Songmin scoffed. Impossible. With her foolish demeanor, who would even take a second glance? You are overthinking this. She does not even compare to your smallest finger. That's good to hear. Su Ningning expressed her satisfaction with Jiang Songmin's reassurances. At that moment, staff members within the fortress approached, each carrying large boxes. Miss 3845, please hand over your supplies. The staff member said impassively, addressing Chun-Cece. Despite her tears and pleas, she had no choice but to comply with her own prior agreement, unable to deny her responsibility. She could only watch as her personal belongings were packed away. Brother, you must save me. How can I survive without supplies? Chun-Cece pleaded pitifully at Xiao Yuanlin. He glanced at her and replied, Science states that a person can survive for 7 days on water alone. Brother, do not call me that. I have only one sister, and she is surnamed Xiao, not Chun. Chun-Cece's face drained of color as she left with the staff. The tale of this farce spread rapidly within the ant fortress. Everyone became aware of the young Miss Lin's firm grip and strict management. Those who had previously coveted Lin Zhi's resources dared not pursue her after learning of this incident. On their way back, Lu Xiaoyu appeared particularly animated. She grasped Lin Zhi's hand, chattering incessantly. You truly startled me just now. I genuinely feared they would do something to you. Thankfully, you handled the situation with composure, and Mr. Xiao was there to assist you at a crucial moment. Lu Xiaoyu continued, but with a hint of regret. What a pity to let her go. She seems rather troublesome. Honestly, when Uncle Zhao suggested that such troublemakers should be expelled, I wished for her removal, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. Tell me, Lin Zhi, did you not also wish to expel her, but refrained out of courtesy? Not at all, Lin Zhi replied. Then why? Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. She gazed at Lin Zhi with admiration. It is remarkable how you've changed. I recall that your former self would have been utterly flustered in such situations, yet now you manage things with such decisiveness and clarity. Only through rebirth can one grow. Lin Zhi replied with a faint smile. By the way, It seems Mr. Xiao treats you rather well. Is there something more between you two? Lu Xiaoyu winked at her. No, our relationship is strictly professional, Lin Zhi clarified. Lu Xiaoyu appeared somewhat disappointed. Just a professional relationship? I thought there might be something more. Why would you think that? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Are you not aware? There are whispers within the Ant Fortress suggesting that your relationship with Xiao Yuan Lin is quite profound. Lin Zhi furrowed her brows and inquired. When did this rumor start circulating? How come I was not aware of it? It has been going around for some time now. She continued. However, I believe such gossip poses no detriment to you. In fact, I share the same sentiment. If you were truly together, I would find you both to be a splendid match of talent and beauty. Therefore, I see no need to dispel the rumors. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lin Zhi with a beaming smile. Lu Xiaoyu's words transported Lin Zhi back to the events of that day at the banquet, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Yet upon recalling Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor, Lin Zhi felt she might be overthinking things. His gaze had been chillingly intimidating. If he truly harbored feelings for her, he would not have exhibited such an expression. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. In this apocalyptic era, who has the luxury for romantic whims? Just as the two were about to open the door, a hand suddenly rested upon Lin Zhi's shoulder. Chapter 16. The undeniable strength of the degraded, the unfamiliar touch sent a shiver down Lin Zhi's spine. Her body instinctively crouched, and with lightning speed, she seized the intruder's wrist and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Lu Xiaoyu watched in astonishment, rendered speechless by Lin Zhi's fluid movements. Ouch! That hurts! As the familiar cry reached her ears, Lin Zhi finally recognized the person before her. It was Jiang Songmin. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged glances, after which Lin Zhi furrowed his brow, looking somewhat warily at Jiang Songmin, and inquired, What brings you here? If I recall correctly, your and Su Ningning's quarters are on the underground 3rd floor, not here. Jiang Songmin clumsily rose from the ground, rubbing his shoulder as he gazed at Lin Zhi. Although his heart was filled with indignation, he wore a smile that sought to placate, saying, I wish to have a word with you. I have nothing to discuss with you, Lin Zhi retorted, rolling his eyes. Jiang Songmin nearly succumbed to the habitual urge to manipulate her emotionally, but after a moment's reflection, he restrained himself. Lu Xiaoyu was no fool. She was all too aware of the nature of Jiang Songmin. Thus, she shot him an exasperated look and said, What clandestine nonsense do you wish to share with Lin Zhi? Speak up, and we shall offer you our counsel. Jiang Songmin was taken aback by Lu Xiaoyu's sharp tongue. His face fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Miss Lu, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I came to speak with Lin Zhi merely to express that I remain as I always have been. Regardless of her past actions, I am still here, waiting for her. At that moment, Jiang Songmin adopted an earnest demeanor, appealing to Lin Zhi's emotions and reasoning with her, stating, Initially, I surmised there was a connection between you and Xiao Yuan Lin, hence my reluctance to intrude. However, it seems today that you are merely collaborators. Lin Zhi smiled, curious about the absurdities that Jiang Songmin might utter. I won't hold the past against you, Lin Zhi. After all these years together, are you not aware of my true character? Just a wretched individual, he declared. Lu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Are you not aware of the pain you inflicted upon our Lin Zhi? Now you come here professing your feelings. Do you not find that laughable? I am conversing with Lin Zhi, not you, so refrain from interjecting, Jiang Songmin retorted, visibly irked. You shamelessly climbed the stairs to seek us out, merely to swindle Lin Zhi of the supplies she procured. Do you think we are oblivious to your petty schemes? Let me tell you, Jiang Songmin, do not humiliate yourself further. This is not a place for you. The farther you retreat, the better. Lu Xiaoyu frowned, regarding Jiang Songmin with a disdain one reserved for something repugnant. This look filled Jiang Songmin with a profound sense of indignation as he pointed at Lu Xiaoyu, seething, You, woman, should watch your tongue. Speak again in such a manner, and you shall regret it. Lin Zhi grasped Jiang Songmin's fingers, forcefully bending them backward. Jiang Songmin winced in pain, his face turning pale. What are you being cautious about? Lin Zhi remarked with a sardonic smile. How dare you raise your voice here? Do you have any idea where you are? Lin Zhi, let us speak calmly. Please release me. Jiang Songmin trembled, struggling to maintain his composure. Oh, now you wish to converse civilly? Just moments ago, I offered you a chance to speak decently. Yet look at your attitude, Lin Zhi retorted, her expression darkening. With a swift motion, she yanked Jiang Songmin's arm, sending him sprawling to the ground. Placing her foot on his back, she coldly declared, "Do not let me see you again. For every encounter, I shall strike you. Do you understand?" I understand. Just please let me go." Jiang Songmin pleaded desperately, his demeanor reflecting utter helplessness. Lin Zhi released Jiang Songmin, who promptly scrambled to his feet. Rubbing his shoulder, he shot an indignant glare at Lin Zhi before slinking away. How utterly shameless Jiang Songmin is, daring to harbor intentions towards you. It is truly a conundrum whether to deem him clever or foolish. Lu Xiaoyu, hands on her hips, observed Jiang Songmin's retreating figure and remarked with irritation, "What a stroke of misfortune. His mere presence infuriates me. How can he be so fortunate as to find refuge in this fortress? A treacherous scoundrel like him deserves to perish in the cold outside. As the saying goes, a calamity for 1,000 years. If he were to meet his end so swiftly, it would not be in character." Lin Zhi, with a furrowed brow, then cautioned Lu Xiaoyu, "Be wary of Jiang Songmin." "I understand," she replied. "What do you need medicine for? Are you unwell?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. "It's not for me." As Lin Zhi spoke, his gaze swiftly darted across the shelves, and he subsequently gathered some medications. Before departing, he instructed Lu Xiaoyu not to admit anyone. She carried the medications to room 1. Just moments earlier, Xiao Yuanlin had made a brief appearance in the lobby, and Lin Zhi unexpectedly noticed that Xiao Yuanlin seemed to be injured. His complexion was exceedingly pale, and even the color of his nails appeared somewhat ashen. If all indications were correct, this was likely a sign of excessive blood loss. What could Xiao Yuanlin have been doing to lose so much blood? With this question lingering in his mind, he approached the door of room 1. This room was considerably more spacious than room 2. Outside stood a door equipped with the highest security level system. As he drew near, the LCD screen on the door promptly displayed Lin Zhi's identification details. Before Lin Zhi had the chance to ring the doorbell, he heard the front door creak open with a soft click. He stepped inside the room. Lin Zhi found it rather perplexing. In this apocalyptic scenario, could it be that Xiao Yuanlin had not prepared any supplies for himself? Just as her mind was racing with thoughts, a cool voice echoed from a distance. "Miss Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Zhi looked up, and her gaze met that of Xiao Yuanlin, who was seated by the window, engrossed in a book. At that moment, he donned a white camise jacket, and beneath the loose fabric, Lin Zhi could almost sense the waning energy of his body. She glanced around Xiao Yuanlin's room, but found no trace of any medication. "Thank you for earlier." Lin Zhi mentally scrambled for a reason that might not seem too awkward. "No need," Xiao Yuanlin replied with an indifferent expression. Lin Zhi had more to say, but suddenly her expression shifted dramatically. With hurried steps, she approached Xiao Yuanlin, grasping his wrist tightly, her demeanor suddenly fraught with tension. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow slightly. "Don't move." Lin Zhi gazed at him intently, enunciating each word. "If you wish to live, remain still." Chapter 17. Trust between us. Xiao Yuanlin regarded her with heightened vigilance. Lin Zhi remarked, "Do not regard me with such a gaze. I am acting in your best interest. Moreover, we are partners in this endeavor. If anything were to befall you, it would bring me no advantage. With so many individuals within this ant fortress, I cannot guarantee that I will manage well." Xiao Yuanlin's wariness slightly diminished as he inquired, "How do you intend to treat me?" "Hold your tongue for a moment," Lin Zhi replied, furrowing his brow. He grasped Xiao Yuanlin's wrist and then closed his eyes, striving to attune his fingers to the rhythm of the blood coursing through Xiao Yuanlin's veins. Indeed, Lin Zhi opened her eyes, gazing at Xiao Yuanlin with a look of bewilderment. "You have been poisoned. If you do not detoxify, you will perish." A trace of urgency was evident in her brow. "How much longer can I survive?" she asked. "If you do not undergo detoxification, within 24 hours, your heart and lungs will succumb to decay, leading to your demise." Lin Zhi stated with utmost seriousness. "I am not jesting. 24 hours is sufficient," she asserted. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanlin maintained an expression of calm, seemingly unconcerned about the gravity of his poisoning. Lin Zhi gazed at Xiao Yuanlin, seemingly grasping an unspoken understanding. She rose and addressed him, stating, "We are now partners. Trust is essential between us." Xiao Yuanlin felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated Lin Zhi's candidness. He had expected her to utter some grandiloquent phrases, yet she boldly articulated the thoughts residing in her heart. In an era fraught with peril, trust is the most fragile of commodities. However, when mutual interests are at stake, such trust becomes unassailable. Xiao Yuanlin met Lin Zhi's gaze, discovering within her eyes a profound sense of determination and unwavering resolve. Lin Zhi retrieved several medications from her bag and subsequently placed them into a box, grinding them into a fine powder before consuming them. She then handed the box of powdered medicine to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuanlin swallowed the small box of powdered medication in one gulp. After Lin Zhi observed him swallowing the medicine, she finally felt a slight sense of relief and then said, "Take off your clothes." Lin Zhi promptly explained, "I must assist you in expelling the toxins swiftly. Although the medication you ingested neutralizes a significant portion of the poison, the residual toxins may still inflict considerable damage upon your nervous system." Upon observing Lin Zhi's grave demeanor, which left no room for jest, Xiao Yuanlin, albeit somewhat reluctant, removed his upper garment. As Lin Zhi watched him methodically disrobe, she found herself momentarily distracted, despite the necessity of the situation. Xiao Yuanlin possessed a remarkable physique, broad shoulders, a slim waist, and defined abdominal muscles, indicative of someone who diligently maintained their fitness. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to touch the tautness of his muscles. Yet, her hand acted on impulse, outpacing her mind. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired, his expression one of confusion as he looked at her. Lin Zhi suddenly realized that her hand had inadvertently rested upon Xiao Yuanlin's abdominal muscles. Her face flushed instantly, and she feigned a cough, adopting a serious expression as she declared, "I merely wish to examine whether your dantian has been tainted by poison." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor softened slightly. Using this pretext, Lin Zhi's delicate hands glided slowly over Xiao Yuanlin's abdominal muscles. The instant her fingers made contact with his body, Lin Zhi realized that the lingering poison did not reside there. However, such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered. How could she let good chance slip away? Xiao Yuanlin sat rigidly, his expression one of solemnity, as he felt Lin Zhi's slender, soft hand caressing his abdomen. Despite his mind incessantly reminding him that Lin Zhi was merely conducting a physical examination, her enchanting touch seemed imbued with an inexplicable magic. Wherever her hands lingered, it felt as though his skin was ignited by an unseen flame. Xiao Yuanlin recognized that this was an unfavorable predicament. If this continued, he might lose his composure, leading to an embarrassing situation before Lin Zhi. Just as he prepared to speak, Lin Zhi, preempting him, withdrew her hand. "Excellent. We have countered the poison in time. It has not yet spread to your abdomen. It appears I merely need to administer a few acupuncture needles," Lin Zhi stated with a serious demeanor. Observing her composed and meticulous manner, Xiao Yuanlin inwardly chastised himself for his disordered thoughts. Lin Zhi's intentions were purely benevolent, aimed at healing himself. However, his incessant overthinking truly belittled the sincerity of Lin Zhi's heartfelt gesture. Lin Zhi took out a small syringe she carried with her. "You might experience a slight sting at a specific acupoint on your back. Just bear with it." "All right," Xiao Yuanlin replied as he leaned over onto the bed, exposing his back to Lin Zhi. Upon observing Xiao Yuanlin's back, Lin Zhi couldn't help but gasp in surprise. There were numerous scars adorning Xiao Yuanlin's back. With just a glance, Lin Zhi could discern the origin of those scars. "What is the matter? Are you frightened?" Xiao Yuanlin's voice resonated dully from above. Lin Zhi took a deep breath and feigned calmness as she remarked, "No, it is merely that your back is not as appealing as your front." Xiao Yuanlin chuckled softly and replied, "I must admit, I had not noticed that. Miss Lin, you possess quite a sense of humor." "There are many things you remain unaware of," Lin Zhi retorted, as she meticulously inserted silver needles into Xiao Yuanlin's body. Not only am I humorous, but I also possess a sharp tongue, and I am certainly not the love-struck fool that people claim. Indeed, I have discerned that. Xiao Yuanlin responded in a hushed tone. You are quite different from the rumors. And what do the rumors suggest I am like? Lin Zhi inquired, intrigued. Well, they say you are merely a pretty face with no substance, Xiao Yuanlin candidly stated. Lin Zhi listened and chuckled in silence. What about now? Witty and sharp-tongued, yet devoid of any romantic delusions. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. You are merely reiterating my words. Miss Lin must have studied ideological and political education. The truth deserves to be quoted repeatedly. Lin Zhi was about to say something when the door suddenly swung open with a loud thud. In the next moment, a heavily pregnant girl stood in Xiao Yuanlin's room. You all. Chapter 18. Xiao Yuanlin's sister the girl, with a pronounced belly, gazed at Lin Zhi and the bare-chested Xiao Yuanlin, her mind momentarily blank. She quickly covered her eyes and turned away. I didn't see anything, and I won't speak out of turn. Lin Zhi felt a sense of unease. Who was this suddenly appearing girl? She did not recall that Xiao Yuanlin's room was shared with anyone else. In her previous life, although she had garnered Xiao Yuanlin's affection, she remained largely uninformed about his personal affairs. Observing the girl before her, who was visibly pregnant, Lin Zhi's mind raced. The girl's appearance struck her as somewhat familiar. She felt an unsettling sense of having encountered her before. Could this girl be his girlfriend? And had they already? Do not overthink it. At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin had already dressed and stated, This is my sister, Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue, do not speak out of turn. His expression remained indifferent as he regarded Xiao Xue, then added, This is Lin Zhi, Miss Lin. Lin Zhi smiled faintly. To be honest, when my brother first embarked on the Ant Fortress project, I harbored doubts about his endeavor, believing it might not succeed. I never anticipated that you would place such unwavering faith in him and offer your support. I heard that you invested all your shares into this Ant Fortress. Is that correct? Xiao Xue blinked and looked at Lin Zhi with curiosity, asking, Honestly, I've always been intrigued by your profound trust in my brother. Have you ever considered the possibility that this project might fail, leaving you at a total loss? Lin Zhiqian smiled gently and said, First and foremost, I place my unwavering trust in Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi's words were indeed true. In her previous life, had it not been for Xiao Yuanlin's admiration, support, and protection, she would have perished in the wilderness long ago. To Lin Zhi, Xiao Yuanlin was her lifeline, the sole glimmer of hope she could grasp amidst despair, and the only beacon in her dark world. Thus, she placed her unwavering trust in him. Observing the resolute gaze of Lin Zhi, Xiao Yuanlin felt an inexplicable stir within his heart. Most individuals in this world either revered him or feared him due to his power. Yet, Lin Zhi offered him unconditional trust. In truth, Xiao Yuanlin harbored similar sentiments towards her, always wishing to lend her a hand. Therefore, when he first heard Lin Zhi intended to sell her shares to aid Jiang Songmin, he couldn't help but interject with warnings twice. He was never one to meddle in others' affairs, but each encounter with Lin Zhi ignited a desire to assist her, including the incident that transpired today in the lobby. Although Chen Sisi was indeed his cousin, this distant relative held no significance for him. Thus, witnessing Lin Zhi being bullied by Chen Sisi stirred a sense of urgency within Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Xue, listening to their conversation, twirled her large, dark eyes between the two. What else? She inquired eagerly. Moreover, I trust my own judgment, Lin Zhi replied with a confident smile, her expression illuminating Xiao Xue's understanding of why her typically unmeddling brother chose to assist Lin Zhi today. What brings you here? Xiao Yuanlin approached, offering a soft stool for Xiao Xue to sit upon. Your condition is precarious, and the weather is dreadful. What if something were to happen? What is there to fear? I came in an armored vehicle, Xiao Xue replied cheerfully. You can't expect me to stay there every day. I would suffocate from boredom. The safety at home is far superior. You shouldn't be here. This place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, I may not be able to assist you promptly. Xiao Yuanlin's words carried a hint of reproach, yet were infused with greater concern. Lin Zhijing sat quietly to the side, observing the affectionate bond shared between the siblings, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for their closeness. In her previous life, the Xiao Yuanlin she encountered was cold and devoid of warmth, yet now he seemed to possess a hint of tenderness. "You're not as frightening as you all claim. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. You both keep me cooped up at home every day. I feel as if I might suffocate. If I don't come to see you soon, I might just sprout fur." Xiao Shui exclaimed with a pout of discontent. "Understood. Just inform Mom and Dad that you should refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary," she added. After exchanging a few more words with Xiao Yuanlin, as they were about to depart, Xiao Shui deliberately winked at Lin Zhi. "Miss Lin, I have high hopes for you," she remarked before being escorted away by the staff. Lin Zhi raised her eyebrows and then said, "The poison within you has been completely extracted." Thank you. What kind of reward do you desire?" "For now, I do not require anything, but I shall leave this reward with you. When I have made my decision, I will inform you." Lin Zhi playfully winked at him. After departing from Xiao Yuanlin's room number 1, Lin Zhi strolled leisurely along the sheltered corridor. It appeared that Xiao Yuanlin's parents did not reside within this fortress-like structure, but rather in a private stronghold of a higher security level. During several missions, Lin Zhi had encountered Xiao Yuanlin's parents, who held her in high regard, praising her as an exceptional talent. Moreover, Xiao Yuanlin's mother, a remarkably warm-hearted elder, had subtly advised Lin Zhi on multiple occasions that Jiang Songmin was not a dependable man, urging her to consider her future. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. She recalled the source of her familiarity with Xiao Shui. Chapter 19. Supplies have been lost. In her previous life, Lin Zhi had encountered Xiao Shui, albeit merely through a photograph. More specifically, it was a posthumous portrait. The mere thought of this chilled Lin Zhi to the bone. It was no wonder that in her past existence, Xiao Yuanlin's gaze was so frigid and his demeanor so desolate. It was because he had lost his closest family member. She recalled that in her previous life, after completing each mission, whenever she entered Xiao Yuanlin's room, she would invariably find that black and white memorial photograph gracing his desk. Initially, she had assumed it depicted the image of his beloved, only to discover it was, in fact, his sister, Xiao Shui. It appeared that Xiao Shui was destined to encounter peril on some forthcoming day. Lin Zhi clenched her fists, silently resolving that she would do her utmost to protect those around Xiao Yuanlin, if possible. As she reached the corner of a corridor that connected rooms 5 and 6, she was uncertain of the identities of the occupants within. However, given the hierarchical structure of the ant fortress, it was likely that they were all individuals of considerable wealth and influence. Just as she was about to depart, a familiar figure swept past her. As Lin Zhi yearned for clarity, that figure had already crossed the threshold of the door. She couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Truly, they were a pair of shameless lovers, their actions remarkably alike. It is indeed said that birds of a feather flock together. Lin Zhijing was deep in thought when she suddenly collided with an approaching figure. "Miss Lin," exclaimed the individual, a staff member from the fortress. "What is the matter? Why the rush?" The staff member's face was ashen, and he gazed at Lin with palpable anxiety, saying, "Miss Lin, a significant amount of supplies has gone missing from the underground level 3. Lin Zhi's expression was grave at that moment. The occurrence of such an event within the fortress would inevitably cause disquiet among the inhabitants. She knew she had to address the situation promptly. So she turned to the staff and inquired, "Have there been any entries or exits recently?" "No," they replied. "Ever since the onset of extreme weather, we have only allowed entry without any departures. Moreover, since the last few beds were sold 2 days ago, the fortress has remained closed for days." The staff appeared increasingly anxious. "Take me to the surveillance room," Lin Zhi commanded. The staff escorted her to the monitoring chamber, where the employees responsible for surveillance greeted her with utmost respect. Miss Lin, the head of the surveillance room, approached her, visibly tense. "How may I assist you?" "Gather a few individuals to review all the surveillance footage from today and check for any suspicious entries or exits," she instructed. The supervisor immediately arranged for over 20 personnel to comb through all the recordings from the day. Half an hour later, the supervisor, with a solemn expression, reported, "Miss Lin, We have not identified any suspicious individuals. The staff member accompanying Lin Zhi looked incredulous and exclaimed, "That is impossible. It cannot be. No one can pilfer anything under our surveillance without being detected." The security supervisor also appeared particularly perplexed, stating, "Our cameras are high definition. If something were truly stolen, it would be captured on film." Lin Zhi's expression was grave. Noticing her silence, a nearby staff member hesitantly inquired, "Miss Lin, should we inform Mr. Xiao about this matter?" "No need to trouble him with such trivialities," Lin Zhi replied, her gaze fixed on the supervisor. "Retrieve all the surveillance footage from the third underground level. I will examine it personally." The supervisor nodded in response and subsequently escorted Lin Zhi to the control room. The walls of the room were adorned with over 50 surveillance screens. It appeared that the items reported missing had likely been stolen between the hours of 1 and 4 in the afternoon. The supervisor was taken aback by her directive, but felt compelled to comply. With so many screens and such rapid playback, it was impossible for even 1,000 eyes to discern anything clearly. Yet, with Lin Zhi's command given, he had no choice but to proceed. The 50 screens on the wall began to play the footage at 10 times the normal speed. The images flashed by in a blur. The supervisor, after merely 2 seconds of watching, felt dizzy, unable to decipher the figures on the screens that resembled fleeting shadows. Finding a suspect amidst this chaos was an insurmountable task. He discreetly glanced at Lin Zhi, curious to see if she could discern anything in this rapid display. Lin Zhi's brow furrowed deeply. Her lips pressed tightly together as she focused intently on the wall of monitors. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Stop!" Startled, the supervisor immediately paused all the footage. Channel 24, retrieve the footage from 2:50 to 2:55 p.m., Lin Zhi commanded. The supervisor promptly complied, pulling up the requested surveillance from camera 24. Lin Zhi continued to issue commands. "Play at normal speed." The supervisor complied. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen of machine number 24. At 2:52, a youth clad in an oversized baseball jacket appeared on the screen. His hands were casually tucked into his pockets, and his demeanor suggested he was merely passing by. Although the supervisor was somewhat perplexed, he proceeded with the task. After copying the footage, he handed a USB drive to Lin Zhi, saying, "Miss Lin, could he possibly be the thief who stole the supplies?" The supervisor hesitated for a moment, stammering, no, there's no evidence." "Very well." Lin Zhi nodded, addressing the supervisor, refrained from making unfounded claims in the absence of evidence. "I do not wish to hear any rumors circulating." A nearby staff member appeared quite hesitant. "Miss Lin, what about the lost supplies?" Chapter 20. The abilities of Zhao Ziming having departed from the surveillance room, Lin Zhi descended to the basement level. The atmosphere below was rife with clamor, starkly contrasting with the tranquility of the few family suites atop the ant fortress. In comparison, the dormitory beds situated underground felt exceedingly cramped, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. At that moment, within dormitory number 1 on the basement level, a young boy reclined against the corner, donning headphones as he listened to music. He lay on his bed with his legs crossed, seemingly lost in thought. The heavy metal rock blaring through his headphones invigorated his senses, providing him with a sense of pleasure and relaxation after work. He languidly chewed gum, his eyes closed, when suddenly a shadow eclipsed the light in the dormitory. "Don't block my light," he exclaimed, opening his eyes with a look of irritation. However, upon seeing the visitor's face, he froze momentarily. Yet, he quickly shut his eyes again and turned away, ignoring the intruder. "You must be Zhao Ziming, am I correct?" Lin Zhi inquired with a smile, comfortably taking a seat on the edge of the boy's bed. "I know it's you." She stood and approached him, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "Unfortunately, your spatial necklace is rather small, allowing you to only steal from a limited number of people. If it were a bit larger, I dare say you could rummage through several layers underground." Startled by her words, the boy shot up, eyeing Lin Zhi warily, his voice trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lin Zhi, the administrator here," she replied with a gentle smile. The boy shook his head vigorously, a glint of danger appearing in his eyes. "No, that is not what I'm asking. You know what I mean. There is no need to be so wary of me. We are of the same kind." Lin Zhi stated, revealing her own spatial ring before him. What you possess, I possess as well. Zhao Ziming gazed at her in astonishment, but he quickly adopted an indifferent demeanor. Don't be too confident. What I have, you do not. Are you referring to the ability of teleportation? Lin Zhi asked, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Zhao Ziming's expression shifted dramatically, and he blurted out, how do you know that? Realizing he had slipped up, he swiftly covered his mouth and turned his back to Lin Zhi. Evading will not be of any help, Lin Zhi remarked. What exactly do you want? Zhao Ziming retorted angrily, sitting up to glare at Lin Zhi. I'm a paying customer. You can't threaten me. Lin Zhi smiled and said, I simply wish to discuss a proposition with you. The boy furrowed his brow slightly. A look of caution etched across his face as he replied, What proposition? I do not comprehend your words. You refuse to acknowledge it, do you? Lin Zhi observed Zhao Ziming, nodding as she articulated deliberately, It matters not if you deny it. I shall compel you to confess willingly. I have already stated that I do not understand what you are saying. Zhao Ziming's gaze flickered with evasion. Why should I admit to something I have not done? Do not even think of attributing the actions of others to me. Lin Zhi said nothing further, but instead took out a tablet. She inserted a USB drive into the device and then opened a video. In the footage, Zhao Ziming leisurely strolled down the corridor, glancing around as if nothing were amiss. Upon seeing himself in the video, Zhao Ziming let out a sigh of relief, his demeanor becoming notably brusque. This video actually proves that I did not do what you accuse me of. Oh, is that so? Lin Zhi replied with a smile. Noticing Zhao Ziming's denial, she slowed the playback speed to 50 times slower. At this drastically reduced speed, his actions were magnified infinitely. The once casual movements of looking around transformed into a frantic search for supplies in various rooms. How is this possible? Zhao Ziming gazed in disbelief at his own image on the screen. He turned to Lin Zhi and asked, How did you manage this? After a moment of contemplation, he added, Are you trying to expel me from the Ant Fortress? How I managed it is of no concern to you. Lin Zhi replied coolly. Moreover, I will not teach you how to be expelled from the Ant Fortress. You can rest assured about that. Sitting opposite Zhao Ziming, she continued, of course, I would not casually allow a thief to remain here. My intention in keeping you is purposeful and conditional. I require your assistance. Zhao Ziming began to grasp Lin Zhi's intention. On what basis do you believe you can keep me here? I possess the capability to secure a place in any base. If you wanted to leave, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't still be here, she retorted. Lin Zhi stood and moved to the window, drawing back the curtains. Although the window was made of specially designed shockproof and bulletproof glass, the mournful wail of the cold wind and the sound of hailstones the size of fists could still be heard. The outdoor conditions had become increasingly dire. Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Zhi in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this woman would understand him so well. The few fortresses you could find are not nearly as good as the Ant Fortress, and some of the leaders, they're notoriously infamous. With your abilities, going there would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Lin Zhi regarded him with a serious expression. The fact that I chose to approach you privately clearly indicates I wish to keep this matter discreet and preserve your dignity. If the residents of the fortress were to learn of this incident, your days would not be pleasant. With a chuckle, Zhao Ziming lowered his head, lost in his own thoughts. Lin Zhi remained silent, gazing at him with a serene smile. You are indeed an intriguing woman. Throughout my life, no one has ever recognized my abilities. You are the first. Zhao Ziming lifted his gaze towards Lin Zhi, his eyes brimming with curiosity. I am quite eager to understand how you discerned my extraordinary capabilities. Merely observing the surveillance footage would not reveal any anomalies. Lin Zhi smiled as she gazed at Zhao Ziming. This is but my little secret. However, the knowledge I possess about you extends far beyond this matter. Hearing this, Zhao Ziming's expression shifted slightly. Will you cooperate with me and assist me? Is it a matter of acceptance or acceptance? Zhao Ziming, feeling helpless, looked at Lin Zhi and replied, Do you think I have any choice left at this moment? Excellent, she remarked. I truly admire individuals like you, those who recognize the times and adapt accordingly. Lin Zhi observed him and promptly retracted her smile. Since you are to assist me, you must amend your previous habits of petty theft. Chapter 21. The Advancement of the Timeline. Lin Zhi then rose to her feet, fixing her gaze upon him as she spoke. I shall grant you 1 minute to return what is rightfully mine. A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Surely, 1 minute should suffice. Zhao Ziming cast a resigned glance at Lin Zhi, his tone tinged with displeasure as he remarked, "How ruthless! Of course I am satisfied." Lin Zhi beamed at him. "From this day forth, you shall be my comrade." Zhao Ziming muttered, "There is no real benefit in following you. All the supplies I painstakingly gathered have been thrown into disarray by your interference." Lin Zhi could not help but chuckle. "Is that what you call gathering supplies?" Zhao Ziming, aware of his own shortcomings, ceased to argue. "I understand your concerns," Lin Zhi remarked, gazing at him. "Rest assured, it won't be long before you can truly showcase your abilities." Zhao Ziming was perplexed. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "Just follow the instructions." Lin Zhi winked at him. "Those who follow their sister shall enjoy the feast." After exiting the basement, the staff approached excitedly. "Where did the thief come from?" Lin Zhi retorted, "Isn't it merely the residents who have made a mistake, failing to keep an eye on their own premises?" The staff, initially taken aback, quickly realized and nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, it was the residents who had erred. Lin Zhi nodded with satisfaction. "All right, you may proceed with your tasks. Remember to keep this matter confidential." "Understood." As Lin Zhi walked away, the staff member scratched the back of his head, profoundly perplexed. On her way back, Lin Zhi felt a flicker of exhilaration. She had not anticipated finding Zhao Ziming so effortlessly. Initially, she believed it would require considerable effort to locate him, yet he was already ensconced within the ant fortress. In her previous life, while Lin Zhi was out on assignments to earn points, she had encountered a prominent figure, Zhao Ziming. Like her, he operated solo, consistently ranking among the top on the leaderboard. In contrast to Lin Zhi, who often returned battered and bruised, Zhao Ziming ventured out on missions with remarkable infrequency of injury, his unique abilities ensuring his utmost safety. It was during that encounter that Lin Zhi uncovered the secret behind Zhao Ziming's remarkable ability to complete missions unscathed. Now that fate had brought them together again, Lin Zhi was determined to seize the opportunity to collaborate with this invaluable ally. Lin Zhi cast a glance at the overcast sky outside, her expression darkening. If events were to unfold as they had in her previous life, then in no more than 7 days, zombies would emerge. Following that, in another 10 days, there would be numerous mutated animals and insects. The early-stage zombies, arising from the initial nuclear contamination, possessed relatively weak attacking power. However, as the nuclear pollution intensified, the toxins within the later-stage zombies increased, rendering them increasingly formidable. Her current physical condition was insufficient to withstand the impending large-scale zombie onslaught. She needed to intensify her training. "What did you say? Not sleeping? How is that even conceivable?" Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lin Zhi in disbelief. "I understand that we are in the apocalypse and that the environment is indeed different, but to forego sleep is utterly outrageous." "Trust me," Lin Zhi replied seriously, her gaze fixed on the window. "In my recollection, nuclear contamination should not manifest for another 3 days, yet it has appeared this afternoon." Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Are you implying that everything happening now differs from your previous experience? If events are accelerating, does that not suggest the emergence of unforeseen dangers?" "That is precisely my concern," Lin Zhi responded, her unease palpable. "In my last life, as time progressed, increasingly bizarre creatures emerged, posing a grave threat to everyone's safety. During my previous missions, I encountered several instances where bases were destroyed due to attacks from unidentified entities." Lin Zhi's expression grew grave. "No, that cannot be. The ant fortress is widely regarded as the most impregnable base. It should not be susceptible to invasion." Although Lu Xiaoyu voiced her skepticism, inwardly, she felt a growing apprehension. No matter how robust a base, it could possess vulnerabilities. "From this moment forth, do not place your trust in anyone," Lin Zhi cautioned. "I understand," Lu Xiaoyu replied. Regarding the matter of sleep, Lin Zhi retrieved a pill from her spatial ring. It was a special concoction she had developed. "From now on, take one of these pills daily. They will adjust your genetic editing, gradually alleviating your fatigue." ensuring that you do not succumb to danger due to physical exhaustion in a crisis. Lu Xiaoyu accepted the pill box from Lin Zhi, astonished. Where did you acquire this? I formulated it myself, Lin Zhi stated earnestly. Remember, do not disclose the existence of this box to anyone, nor reveal any of your hidden cards. Although this pill can save your life, should it fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it could become a death sentence. I will remember, Lu Xiaoyu affirmed. After imparting her instructions to Lu Xiaoyu, Lin Zhi felt it necessary to inform Xiao Yuanlin of the situation she had grasped, allowing him to make the decisions ahead. Through the corridor's window, Lin Zhi gazed upon a world tainted by nuclear pollution, shrouded in shades of gray and black, resembling a long-abandoned ruin. All vegetation had perished, leaving a lifeless expanse. Miss Lin, exclaimed Uncle Zhao, his eyes lighting up upon seeing her. I was just about to inform you that President Xiao has convened an urgent meeting and requests your presence. Lin Zhi nodded, then made her way to the conference room on the top floor of the fortress. She pushed open the grand door to the room, only to find it eerily empty, with only Xiao Yuanlin present. Lin Zhi inquired with confusion, isn't there supposed to be a meeting? Why is there no one here? Xiao Yuanlin remained silent, suddenly drawing a machine gun and aiming it at her. Chapter 22. Do not be afraid. I am here. Lin Zhi was taken aback, quickly stepping back a pace. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Yuanlin with evident wariness. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Zhi's cautious demeanor, Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but chuckle softly. He tossed the gun to Lin Zhi and said, take this gun. Lin Zhisong let out a sigh of relief as she accepted the firearm, an M762. Why are you giving me a gun? She inquired, perplexed. As the fortress manager, you require weapons to ensure your personal safety, Xiao Yuanlin replied, producing a scorpion pistol and handing it to her. This one is for your personal protection. Lin Zhi accepted the invitation with delight. Change into something else and accompany me, Xiao Yuanlin instructed. Accompany you? Lin Zhi exclaimed in surprise, but soon grasped the situation. According to the trajectory of the previous life S events, Xiao Yuanlin was likely to meet with the leaders of several other fortresses to discuss collaborative strategies. It seemed she need not remind him. He had already anticipated the outcome. I wish to bring an additional companion, Lin Zhi stated. An additional companion? Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow slightly, questioning the reliability. Not only reliable, but exceptionally capable. In the ruins, a heavy bulletproof SUV crawled along the bumpy road. In the aftermath of global earthquakes and nuclear contamination, the city lay in utter devastation, resembling a graveyard of humanity. The vehicle was equipped with specially designed tires. Though it moved slowly, it was remarkably stable. Inside the car, Xiao Yuanlin scrutinized Zhao Ziming, seated across from him, and then turned to Lin Zhi, his eyes filled with skepticism. Is this the strong individual you mentioned? Though he may appear unreliable, I assure you he possesses great strength, Lin Zhi replied with a confident smile. Who are you calling unreliable? Zhao Ziming retorted, removing his baseball cap and glancing at Lin Zhi with irritation. If it weren't for your invitation, I wouldn't bother coming to such a perilous place. Mind your words. First, I did not invite you, and second, we are in a superior subordinate relationship. You must unconditionally comply with my requests, Lin Zhi replied, suppressing her amusement. This is outrageous. One day, I will rise on my own, no longer beneath your heel, Zhao Ziming declared defiantly. Is this the boy who pilfered supplies from the users? Xiao Yuanlin observed the boy's rebellious demeanor and began to understand. Indeed, Zhao Ziming instantly became agitated, turning to Lin Zhi in dissatisfaction. Didn't you promise not to divulge those matters to anyone? How does this man know? Because he is the boss of our fortress, Lin Zhi replied with a smile, knowing that nothing escaped his keen perception. I haven't uttered a single word about you. Our boss deduced it himself. Not a deduction, Xiao Yuanlin remarked, gazing at Zhao Ziming. Your methods are too rudimentary. They were easily discerned and require refinement. Now, both Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming were taken aback. Lin Zhi gazed at Xiao Yuanlin's profile, a silent chuckle bubbling within her. Could it be that Xiao Yuanlin, like herself, had discerned the methods employed by Zhao Ziming? However, that seemed implausible. If he were capable of uncovering Zhao Ziming's tactics, he would not appear so composed, nor would he feign ignorance of Zhao Ziming's identity. This thought sent a shiver down Lin Zhi's spine. It appeared her understanding of Xiao Yuanlin was not as profound as she had presumed. He must possess some undisclosed prowess. Zhao Ziming, oblivious to the fact that his self-styled cunning had been swiftly unraveled, felt a twinge of ennui and profound disappointment. Clearly, the ant fortress concealed formidable talents, far beyond his expectations. He lowered his cap to obscure his face and reclined languidly in his seat. The off-road vehicle gradually exited the fortress area, entering the outskirts of the city. The roads lay desolate, buildings reduced to ruins, with countless remnants of staircases obstructing the paths, rendering many routes impassable. The streets were littered with corpses, some crushed, others suffocated, and still others victims of toxic gas. The previously carefree Zhao Ziming, upon witnessing such a harrowing tableau, instinctively suppressed his earlier nonchalance. The storm had ceased, and in the settled dust, the true state of the city became starkly visible. It was utterly ravaged, a mere shadow of its former glory. In just a month, our once thriving city has fallen to this state, Lin Zhi murmured. It will only worsen, Xiao Yuanlin replied, his tone somber. You must remain perpetually vigilant. Absolutely not. Zhao Ziming averted his gaze, unwilling to let Lin Zhi perceive the fear lurking in his eyes. Rest assured, Zhao Ziming, you are safe with us, Lin Zhi reassured him. To her surprise, Zhao Ziming softly acknowledged her with a faint murmur. As the off-road vehicle approached the cross-river bridge, an earth-shattering explosion erupted ahead. The sole iron bridge connecting their route was obliterated. Zhao Ziming's face drained of color. Despite his unique abilities, he had never wielded a firearm. However, before he could react, Xiao Yuanlin tossed a gun in front of him, stating, "Take this, it's your lifeline." The driver glanced at Xiao Yuanlin, seeking his guidance. "What should we do next, Mr. Xiao?" "Wait," Xiao Yuanlin replied, his expression grave as he surveyed the outside. A minute later, several modified motorcycles appeared in their vicinity. The riders donned black uniforms and spiked gas masks. "Those are the Bat Fortress members," Lin Zhi exclaimed instinctively. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous individuals from the Bat Fortress. This group was scarce, composed of a cadre of criminals. Their base was located within a men's prison in the city. The inmates had committed heinous crimes, making the Bat Fortress, born from the prison's transformation when the apocalypse struck, a source of great trepidation. "What is the Bat Fortress?" Zhao Ziming inquired, panic-stricken. "A band of murderers," Xiao Yuanlin replied gravely, casting a glance at the two of them. "Have you donned your bulletproof vests?" In a moment of panic, Lin Zhi was taken aback as Xiao Yuanlin suddenly lunged forward to embrace her. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Chapter 23. Let them perish. The SUV, propelled by inertia, skidded across the icy surface for quite a distance. The immense force of the collision sent Lin Zhi into a dizzying whirl. Clinging tightly to Xiao Yuanlin, her heart raced to the brink of her throat. She had only just been reborn. She could not afford to perish. It seemed that Xiao Yuanlin sensed Lin Zhi's trepidation and shielded her with unwavering determination. The sense of security emanating from him stirred an inexplicable urge for her to weep. In her previous life, she had been abandoned, insulted, and exploited. Never had anyone fought so fiercely to protect her in a moment of peril. The SUV continued to glide across the ice, unaware of its destination. At last, when the vehicle came to a standstill, Lin Zhi was engulfed by excruciating pain. According to the nature of her bodily functions, such pain following an accident was, paradoxically, a favorable sign, indicating that her injuries were not severe, but rather a means for her nervous system to draw her attention to the trauma. Lin Zhi finally relaxed, intending to inquire about Xiao Yuanlin's condition, when she felt a warm, viscous liquid drip onto her face. This liquid, carrying a metallic scent, was blood. President Xiao, President Xiao, Lin Zhi called out softly. The car's cabin had been crushed, leaving Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin confined in a narrow space. With great difficulty, she raised her hand to touch Xiao Yuanlin's face. Yet, within her reach, all she felt was warmth, blood, a visage drenched in crimson. Lin Zhi gazed at her blood-stained hands, her heart trembling with dread. Xiao Yuanlin must not come a harm. Absolutely must not. She quivered, her lips trembling as she attempted to pry the car door open, but the door had warped, making it nearly impossible. Just as Lin Zhi was engulfed in panic, an anxious voice pierced through from outside. "Boss, boss." It was Zhao Ziming's voice. "I will open the door immediately," he declared, swiftly employing a chainsaw to cut through the door. "Boss, don't move. I'll pull you out." Zhao Ziming, his brow furrowed with concern, grasped Lin Zhi by the shoulder blade and dragged her from the mangled vehicle. As soon as Lin Zhi stepped out of the carriage, he assisted Zhao Ziming in dragging out Xiao Yuanlin. I had just inspected the driver's seat. The unfortunate driver had suffered a severed carotid artery from a shard of glass, and he was already lifeless. Zhao Ziming's face turned pale. Lin Zhi grasped his hand, gazing intently at him. "Is it possible for your teleportation to carry another person along?" Zhao Ziming, feeling a twinge of shame, shook his head. "Not at this moment." Lin Zhi nodded slightly, gently ruffling Zhao Ziming's hair. "Good child, take care of President Xiao." Just as Zhao Ziming was about to inquire about her intentions, he observed Lin Zhi deftly retrieving an M762 from her spatial ring. With remarkable skill, she loaded the weapon with bullets, and then, from a small medicine box, she took a painkiller and swallowed it. The effects of the painkiller were remarkably swift. Soon, she felt an absence of any pain throughout her body. Fully armed, Lin Zhi heard the relentless roar of motorcycle engines approaching. The individuals from the Bat Fortress were closing in. "These rascals," Lin Zhi seethed. "I have no desire to provoke them, yet they foolishly come seeking their demise." "Boss, what are you planning to do?" Zhao Ziming exclaimed. A mixture of shock and fear etched across his face as he regarded Lin Zhi. Without hesitation, she gripped her firearm with one hand and rushed towards the wreckage of the off-road vehicle. The members of the Bat Fortress, riding their motorcycles with a sense of triumph, cast gleeful glances at the spoils they believed were theirs for the taking. However, in the next moment, a series of gunshots rang out. The fastest rider from the Bat Fortress was struck in the head, chest, and abdomen, collapsing to the ground with a deafening thud. His motorcycle, now uncontrollable, surged forward for a short distance before crashing down alongside the others. "Damn it!" The leader of the group, witnessing that Lin Zhi and her companions were armed, felt a shift in expression and muttered under his breath, "They brought weapons. Oomph. Since they are armed, I shall not hold back." As Lin Zhi observed the approaching group, an inexplicable calm enveloped her. In her previous life, she had confronted bullies, vanquished zombies, and even exterminated mutated beasts. No perilous environment had ever instilled fear within her. She had survived 10 gunshots and had retaliated against beasts that had gnawed at her legs. A mere handful of lowly thugs posed no threat to her. With her M762 raised, she fired several more shots. Once again, another individual collapsed with a resounding thud. The members of the Bat Fortress finally began to recognize the peril posed by Lin Zhi and her companions. "Halt!" The leader squinted slightly and remarked, "I never anticipated that there could be such a formidable individual within Ant Fortress. Aren't the inhabitants of Ant Fortress merely gluttonous and self-indulgent? How could one possess such remarkable marksmanship? Could they be special forces from within the fortress?" The members of the Bat Fortress no longer dared to underestimate her. They halted a mere 10 meters from the wrecked off-road vehicle. Lin Zhi observed as the group came to a halt. A cold smirk graced her lips, and then, with a swift motion, she shot the engine of the lead rider's motorcycle. The machine erupted in flames. The leader understood that Lin Zhi was issuing a warning. The others, upon witnessing this, accelerated their motorcycles towards Lin Zhi. The leader, riding the deceased's motorcycle, pushed it to its maximum power, swiftly outpacing the rest. Seeing that her warnings were in vain, Lin Zhi's cold smirk deepened. She no longer sought to evade. Instead, she boldly emerged from behind the SUV, gun in hand. Upon catching sight of Lin Zhi, the individuals from the Bat Fortress were taken aback, their astonishment swiftly transforming into malicious laughter. "Oh, what a stunning woman. Just my type. I do enjoy a wild spirit," exclaimed the leader, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint as he grinned lecherously. "So, it turns out she is a beauty." Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh. "You don't know what you're in for." "Oh, this little beauty has quite the spirit." A man leered with a smirk. The leader glanced behind Lin Zhi, but found no one else present. His peripheral vision caught sight of the lifeless driver in the SUV, causing him to relax his guard. The others around him, upon hearing the leader's words, erupted into laughter that was both malicious and exceedingly lewd. Lin Zhi was not angry. She lifted her weapon and smiled coldly. You all must die. Chapter 24. The sense of adoration in a nearby hollow. Zhao Ziming anxiously guarded Xiao Yuanlin. The sound of machine gun fire echoed relentlessly, each burst akin to a torrential downpour, leaving one breathless. The acrid scent of gunpowder enveloped him. Zhao Ziming craned his neck, secretly observing Lin Zhi, who wielded her machine gun with the valor and might of a descending war deity. He had never fathomed that he could ascribe such formidable terms to a girl. In that moment, Lin Zhi transcended her role as the manager who had once threatened him over a petty theft. She became a warrior, a guardian in his eyes. Zhao Ziming was utterly captivated. At that instant, he realized he had aligned himself with the right person. He was so entranced that he failed to notice Lin Zhi approaching him. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Zhi, shouldering her machine gun, tilted her head to regard him. In nothing. Zhao Ziming lowered his gaze, too timid to meet her eyes. At that moment, he felt fortunate to be wearing a gas mask, which concealed his awkwardness from Lin Zhi's view. Hand him over to me, Lin Zhi commanded, reaching for Xiao Yuanlin. No need, I can manage. Zhao Ziming hastily interjected, unwilling to appear utterly inept, hastily adding, I am strong. Lin Zhi smiled faintly at his words. Then I appreciate your efforts. Boss, what about those people? Zhao Ziming inquired cautiously. They are all dead, Lin Zhi replied calmly. Zhao Ziming's pupils dilated in shock. You killed them all? Well, they deserved it, Lin Zhi said indifferently. There were hardly any good people in the Bat Fortress. They were all wicked individuals, and their demise is of no consequence. Although Zhao Ziming thought to himself, Boss, you are truly remarkable, he refrained from voicing his admiration. Lin Zhi placed her hand on the carotid artery of Xiao Yuanlin. His physical condition had stabilized. Boss, what shall we do now? Zhao Ziming inquired. Do you have a satellite phone? Lin Zhi asked, explaining, my satellite phone is in the off-road vehicle. I do not, Zhao Ziming replied regretfully. Nodding, Zhao Ziming silently followed behind Lin Zhi, carrying the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin on his back. Lin Zhi instructed Zhao Ziming to don the specially designed mountain boots. Once he had made the change, the two of them trudged along the dilapidated path, their steps uneven. Before long, Zhao Ziming was panting heavily from exhaustion. Without uttering a word, Lin Zhi effortlessly lifted Xiao Yuanlin onto his back. Zhao Ziming closely trailed behind Lin Zhi, even with an additional person by her side. Lin Zhi's pace remained unimpeded. Zhao Ziming, taken aback, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, Boss, how on earth do you manage this? What? She replied, I mean, your stamina is truly remarkable. Lin Zhi chuckled lightly. In the apocalypse, physical health is of paramount importance. Without a robust physique, nothing holds value. As she spoke, she appraised Zhao Ziming, remarking, your body is simply too frail. How am I to train to match your strength? Zhao Ziming queried earnestly. Run 10 kilometers daily. Perform 100 push-ups and complete 100 pull-ups, Lin Zhi replied with nonchalance. Boss, is that truly how you trained? Zhao Ziming found the intensity of such a regimen utterly daunting. Indeed, Lin Zhi responded softly. Zhao Ziming's gaze towards Lin Zhi was now tinged with admiration. Apart from her deceptively innocent face, the rest of Lin Zhi's physique was strikingly formidable, even more so than that of a man. Zhao Ziming no longer dared to underestimate Lin Zhi in the slightest. The two walked for nearly an hour, and as dusk approached, a faint red glow appeared in the distance. Lin Zhi understood that another wave of tremors was imminent. She glanced at her positioning watch, noting that they were still 16 kilometers away from the ant fortress. Lin Zhi glanced around, observing the remnants of a collapsed bridge nearby. The area of the collapse intersected perfectly with the ground, forming a natural barrier that could shield against the majority of the howling wind and snow. Lin Zhi gazed at Zhao Ziming and commanded, let us proceed to the bridge tunnel. I refuse. Zhao Ziming stubbornly shook his head. Where you go, I shall follow. Zhao Ziming, you must understand a fundamental truth when you accompany me. One should not engage in futile sacrifices, Lin Zhi insisted resolutely. But with Mr. Xiao so gravely injured, how can you manage alone? Zhao Ziming expressed his deep concern. Zhao Ziming hesitated, caught in a conflict of emotions. Zhao Ziming, even if you wish to make sacrifice, it must hold significance. Do not perish without purpose. Do you comprehend? Lin Zhi's words profoundly moved Zhao Ziming. Gazing at Lin Zhi, Zhao Ziming contemplated for a moment before retrieving a robust, wind-resistant tent from his spatial ring. Boss, this is for you. Lin Zhi understood that if she refused, Zhao Ziming would undoubtedly be consumed by unease. She accepted the tent and said, travel safely. MHM, Zhao Ziming replied before stepping outside the archway of the bridge. At this moment, the temperature rose and an aftershock was imminent. I shall take my leave. Take good care of yourself, my friend. After Zhao Ziming spoke, he grasped the necklace around his chest and muttered a peculiar incantation, causing him to vanish into thin air. Seeing Zhao Ziming depart, Lin Zhi felt a slight sense of relief. However, her gaze fell upon Xiao Yuanlin beside her, and a wave of concern washed over her. Logically, even if Xiao Yuanlin were gravely injured, having consumed the medicine she provided, he should have awakened by now. Yet, his prolonged unconsciousness led Lin Zhi to believe that his injuries were far more severe than she had initially surmised. She gently touched Xiao Yuanlin's wrist, intending to assess his physical condition by following the pulse. However, before she could complete her examination of his meridians, the thunderous roar of motorcycles outside the archway disrupted her thoughts. The cacophony of engines continued unabated, indicating that a considerable number of people were approaching on the road. Lin Zhi silently positioned herself behind Xiao Yuanlin, while with her other hand, she discreetly grasped the machine gun. Where had that wretched woman gone? Lin Zhi shivered all over, her pupils involuntarily widening. The scent of that woman lingered nearby. Find her for me. This voice, Lin Zhi would never forget, even in her dreams. A wave of dread surged within her once more. Chapter 25. The monster. If there was anyone Lin Zhi feared in her previous life, it was undoubtedly this individual. Even now, when she closes her eyes, she can vividly recall the overwhelming pressure that person instilled in her. Had it not been for Xiao Yuanlin's valiant and solitary endeavor to save her at the cost of his own life during that perilous bounty mission, she might well have perished in that ordeal. It was precisely because of that mission that Lin Zhi came to realize how much Xiao Yuanlin valued her, and it forged a bond of mutual respect and camaraderie between them. And now, Lin Zhi glanced at the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin beside her, an inexplicable sense of isolation enveloping her. The profound fear that had lingered in her bones from her previous life still had not entirely dissipated. I can smell it, right beneath the archway of the bridge. That voice cackled ominously, declaring that once I find her, I shall devour her raw. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhi felt a tremor coursing through her entire being. She glanced down, realizing that her hand, which clutched the gun, was quaking. Fear enveloped her. Yet, in that moment of dread, a hand gently intertwined with hers. She looked down to discover that Xiao Yuanlin had awakened, though she could not discern when. His lips were pale, a clear sign of significant blood loss. He appeared frail, yet his eyes held an unusual calmness as he spoke softly. Do not be afraid. I am here. Xiao Yuanlin's voice possessed a certain enchantment, instantly soothing Lin Zhi's racing heart. Outside the bridge tunnel, footsteps drew nearer. At this point, Lin Zhi had regained her composure. She seized a machine gun and rose like a warrior. Steadying the weapon, she aimed its muzzle toward the tunnel's entrance. The footsteps approached, step by step. Indeed, it was here. Ikan sensaite. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing those words, Lin Zhi tightened her grip on the gun. Before them lay the final stone slab that concealed the two of them. Once that slab was lifted, they would be exposed to the glaring light of day. Lin Zhi took a deep breath. There was no time for further contemplation. The only course of action was to fight. A stone slab was forcefully overturned, unleashing a wave of heat accompanied by a torrent of dust. The dust was so thick that Lin Zhi struggled to breathe. Though the sun had set, a crimson glow intensified. Indeed, it was here. A figure emerged, dragging a long, deep red tongue and gazing at her with insatiable greed. How enticing. The creature drooled profusely, its eyes wide with hunger. Despite Lin Zhi's thorough mental preparation, the sight of those pitch-black eyes devoid of whites sent a shiver down her spine. Memories of this monster devouring humans flooded back into her mind, and the fear she had managed to suppress was once again awakened. Xiao Yuanlin sensed Lin Zhi's terror. He leaned against the crumbling walls, struggling to rise. Oh, there's another one. Upon seeing Xiao Yuanlin, the cannibalistic creature seemed particularly exhilarated. This one, even better. This one is more delectable, the monster exclaimed, drooling as it rubbed its hands together in excitement, unable to resist charging toward Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi's eyes widened in terror, yet her body reacted more swiftly than her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Xiao Yuanlin and resolutely commanded leave. Quickly, get away. However, Xiao Yuanlin grasped her arm firmly, decisively pulling her behind him. The monster leaped forward, poised to pounce upon Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi was petrified, her face drained of color, and she exclaimed no, with a rapid succession of gunfire. Xiao Yuanlin seized the machine gun from Lin Zhi's hands and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the soaring form of the monster. Lin Zhiren was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the strength that Xiao Yuanlin seemed to possess. He stood resolutely before her, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he would shelter her from the very heavens themselves should they choose to fall. Lin Zhi's heart stirred with an inexplicable warmth, tears welling up within her. A mysterious emotion blossomed in her chest. With a thud, the monstrous creature collapsed to the ground. I understand. You fainted. How could you possibly know? Xiao Yuanlin's gaze suddenly softened. He gently ruffled Lin Zhi's hair, saying, though I was unconscious, my awareness remained intact. Lin Zhi was about to utter something when his expression suddenly turned to one of sheer terror. The creature struggled a few times, seemingly preparing to rise. He's not dead? Lin Zhi's face turned pale as death. This thing cannot die. Xiao Yuanlin's countenance was not much better. Lin Zhi gazed at the shattered bridge behind him, which obstructed their path, and a chill crept into his heart. It seemed that today, they were destined to meet their end here. At this moment, Lin Zhi's heart had unexpectedly settled into tranquility. When faced with death, one often encounters a peculiar sense of calm. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her. What? I failed to protect you. Xiao Yuanlin expressed a hint of frustration. I do not blame you. We did our utmost. Lin Zhi firmly grasped his hand. Regardless of the outcome, if something truly happens, having you by my side means I'm not alone. Observing Lin Zhi's serene demeanor, Xiao Yuanlin looked at her, a tender smile breaking through his pain. Just as the two were on the verge of surrendering completely, suddenly, a white smoke bomb materialized and soared into the bridge's arch. In an instant, the arch was enveloped in swirling smoke, obscuring everyone's vision. What does that smell? Lin Zhi inquired softly. Outside the arch, a refreshing youthful voice rang out. It's the scent of ylang ylang. I absolutely detest this fragrance. You all need to come out. Lin Zhi did not ponder for long and quickly assisted Xiao Yuanlin in leaving the bridge tunnel. Outside the tunnel, a young man stood atop an armored vehicle. Observing them, hurry up and get on. Lin Zhi cast a glance at the attire of the youth, who belonged to the airborne fortress. Within the airborne fortress resided soldiers and their families, a stark contrast to the affluent individuals of their own ant nest. The youth led Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin away, while behind them, the ominous roars of a creature echoed through the thick smoke. How did you manage to draw out this monstrous being? The youth inquired, his expression brimming with curiosity. After Lin Zhi elucidated the sequence of events, the young man appeared contemplative before breaking into a smile and saying, You need not dwell on it too much. Such occurrences are rare, and it remains a mystery as to which underground laboratory has cultivated such a being, neither human nor ghost. Observing Lin Zhi's bewildered expression, the young man reassured her, Do not be afraid. You are safe now. Lin Zhi nodded and inquired, Hello, how should I address you? My surname is Shun. Shun? Lin Zhi scrutinized him once more. He was clad in military attire, a paratrooper's garb. Shun. Lin Zhi trembled all over. Could he be that person? Chapter 26. The talented young general in the apocalyptic world of his previous life, there were several prominent figures. Aside from Lin, the most renowned was undoubtedly Major General Shen Xingqi, who had parachuted into the fortress. Major General Shen? Lin Zhi looked at the man before him with a hint of astonishment. Are you Major General Shen Xingqi? Indeed, the man replied with a smile, his eyes curving delightfully, exuding a youthful charm. Lin Zhi suddenly recalled a rumor that Major General Shen, the airborne fortress commander, detested laughter above all else, as he believed that a smile undermined his authority. Lin Zhi had often been curious about what a smile devoid of authority might look like. Today, upon witnessing it, he was indeed astonished. Were it not for the military uniform adorning him, Lin Zhi would have genuinely believed that the young man before him was a clear-minded university student of 18 or 19. As they conversed, a monstrous roar suddenly erupted from the thick smoke. I shall devour you all. Lin Zhi's face turned pale with fear. Lin instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulders. A team member beside, Shen Xingqi, immediately positioned himself in front of the two. The group aimed their weapons at the monstrous creature. Assemble. Fire. Shen Xingqi swiftly entered a combat stance. A cloud of smoke engulfed the area, punctuated by the creature's anguished cries. I will remember you. You wretched beings await your doom. The creature shouted before charging through the thick smoke, its body ablaze. With a powerful leap, it bounded into the sky. After a few moments, the creature vanished into the distance. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, having never encountered such a being. What on earth was that? I've never seen anything like it. Our weapons couldn't even harm it. It's utterly bizarre. Shen Xingqi gazed thoughtfully in the direction the creature had fled. Thank you, Major Shen, Lin Zhi said earnestly. Looking at him, Lin nodded in agreement. The bridge has collapsed, and your vehicle is inoperable. If you don't mind, you may join us on our helicopter, Shen Xingqi suggested. Lin readily accepted. Thank you, Major Shen. It is our duty. You are fighting for the future of humanity. Assisting you is an honor, Shen Xingqi replied, producing a walkie-talkie. The coordinates have been sent, requesting helicopter support. Lin Zhi observed Shen Xingqi deftly managing everything with grace and fluidity, and at last comprehended the source of his esteemed reputation in the previous life. Indeed, he was a dedicated soldier. In that bygone era, he had led the airborne bastion in fending off a large-scale biohazard crisis, and at a crucial juncture, selflessly shared a straightforward method for purifying water and soil resources, thereby saving numerous precarious bastion bases. However, fate is often unkind. Such a remarkably capable individual succumbed to the resurgence of an old ailment. During a confrontation with mutated species, he was tainted by toxic venom, and the resurgence of old injuries combined with new ones culminated in his gallant sacrifice amidst the chaos of battle. In her previous life, although Lin Zhi had never encountered the renowned Major General Shen while undertaking bounty missions, she had nonetheless benefited from his grace. On one occasion, while executing a task, she was gravely injured and nearly perished amidst the ruins. It was Major General Shen, accompanied by a contingent of troops, who fortuitously rescued her. However, upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the company of only a female medical officer from Shen's unit. Lin Zhi had initially intended to express her profound gratitude to Major General Shen for his timely assistance, but unfortunately, he sacrificed his life shortly thereafter. She was left with an enduring sense of regret for not having the opportunity to thank him, a sentiment that took root in her heart. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Lin Zhi encountered him much earlier. Lin Zhi contemplated silently, vowing to seek an opportunity in the future to repay the life-saving grace from her past life. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed outside the tunnel. The helicopter arrived swiftly. Shen Xingqi summoned another soldier to assist Lin out of the tunnel. Outside, a crimson glow filled the sky. An earthquake was imminent. Observing Lin Zhi's furrowed brow as she gazed at the distant red light, Shen Xingqi remarked, in approximately 1 hour, there will be an aftershock measuring between 5 and 6 on the Richter scale. We have predicted the location of the aftershock using our instruments, and it is expected to be about 40 kilometers from here, so you and Mr. Xiao need not worry excessively. Upon hearing Shun Xingqi's words, Lin Zhi felt somewhat reassured. After Lin Zhi boarded the helicopter, Shun Xingqi addressed the pilot, instructing him to take them to the Xifang fortress. Major General Shun, aren't you coming? Lin Zhi blurted out. Beside her, Xiao Yuanlin instinctively cast a glance her way and replied sternly, Major General Shun is currently on a mission. The pilot, attempting to lighten the mood, joked, You need not worry about Major General Shun. He's quite formidable. He'll take care of himself, so there's no need for concern. Xiao Yuanlin remained expressionless, adding, As for us, we are running short on time. Lin Zhi gazed at Xiao Yuanlin, sensing an unusual demeanor about him. As the helicopter ascended, it stirred a whirlwind of dust around them. The Four Corners Fortress was indeed a severe zone afflicted by nuclear contamination. You must ensure proper protection, the pilot cautioned them. In Lin Zhi's memories from a previous life, the Four Corners Fortress suffered from extreme nuclear pollution in the surrounding area, with radiation levels soaring to thousands of times greater than in other locales. The nuclear radiation had permeated the fortress itself, ultimately forcing the base commander to evacuate the stronghold. However, during the evacuation, many found themselves with nowhere to seek refuge and tragically succumbed to the effects of nuclear radiation. Lin Zhi distinctly recalled the incident, known as the quadrilateral event, which served as a profound lesson for every fortress-based supervisor. The helicopter swiftly ascended to the helipad atop the quadrilateral fortress. As Lin Zhi disembarked from the plane, her body instinctively sounded an alarm. The pollution levels surrounding the fortress had exceeded the limits. If the internal structure of the fortress were adequately fortified, it would be acceptable. However, Lin Zhi dared not ponder too deeply, fearing that in this lifetime, the fortresses would once again repeat the mistakes of the previous era. Lin Zhi followed the fortress staff into the interior of the stronghold. Upon entering, Lin Zhi immediately sensed a peculiar odor. Put this on. Xiao Yuanlin handed over a mask. The mask was lightweight, akin to a common daily face mask. MA4323, a new model of gas mask, Xiao Yuanlin remarked indifferently. Lin Zhi gazed at the newly developed gas mask with a sense of wonder. As she held it in her hands, she noted its remarkably soft texture, reminiscent of silk, yet possessing a certain thickness. Merely by its appearance, it seemed perfectly suited for women attending formal occasions, elegantly balancing aesthetic appeal with practical functionality. Lin Zhi secured her gas mask as a group of individuals followed the attendant upstairs. Upon reaching the designated floor, the elevator doors swung open, only to be met with the sudden rush of a figure towards the entrance. Help me. Please help me. Chapter 27. The strange illness before anyone could comprehend the situation. Lin Zhi swiftly positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Yuanlin, instinctively grasping the newcomer. Help me. The woman halted, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Miss, please save me. Her face, adorned with tears, appeared utterly pitiful. Which room are you from? Supervisor Wang of the fortress's security, his expression darkening, emerged from the crowd. Residents are prohibited from entering this area. Do you not understand the rules of the fortress? The woman in desperate sobs implored, Supervisor Wang, I beseech you, save my brother. He is dying. There is a medical room within the fortress. Wang replied, his discontent evident as he scrutinized her. I will arrange for someone to escort you downstairs. No. The woman clung tightly to Lin Zhi. I will not leave. You will only dismiss me. The last time you sent someone to treat my brother, his condition worsened. He is struggling to breathe, and if he does not receive treatment soon, he will die. We have invested so much money to come here. Must we be treated in such a manner? Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged a meaningful glance. I apologize, miss, but if you have any concerns, you may address them with your floor manager. We are about to commence a meeting, Supervisor Wang stated, attempting to usher the woman away. Wait, Lin Zhi interjected. Supervisor Wang, taken aback, asked, Miss, what do you intend to do? This young lady's brother is gravely ill. Are you aware of the nature of his ailment? Lin Zhi retorted. They have no knowledge. The woman lamented. They cannot ascertain the cause of his illness and have abandoned my brother. Not only him, but others in the fortress exhibit similar symptoms, yet they remain indifferent. Supervisor Wang scoffed dismissively. Miss, this is merely a refuge, not a hospital. even in a hospital. It is improbable to diagnose every illness. Complex cases require thorough examinations and expert consultations to yield results. Xiao Yuanlin nodded. That is not appropriate. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Wang immediately grew anxious. You two are here to attend a meeting. How can you engage in such matters? The meeting is presided over by our General Xiao. I am a doctor, and since reliable medical resources are lacking within your fortress, I shall assist in examining the ailment, Lin Zhi declared, turning to the woman. Would it be convenient for you to lead me to your brother? Absolutely. The woman eagerly nodded, grasping Lin Zhi's hand and leading her downstairs. Lin Zhi grasped her hand, gesturing towards the rear with a smile. We can reach our destination more swiftly by taking the elevator. Watching Lin Zhi and the woman depart, Supervisor Wang's expression darkened considerably, and he could not help but tease, President Xiao, your associates from the Ant Fortress are quite the familiar ones, aren't they? A subtle smile curved the corners of Xiao Yuanlin's lips as he replied, Indeed, Supervisor Wang, please refrain from showering her with praise. Next time, I shall instruct her to treat the Four Corners Fortress as her own home. Supervisor Wang found himself momentarily speechless. He pondered in frustration. Was this truly a compliment? Did President Xiao genuinely fail to grasp his insinuation, or was it a deliberate act? Inside the elevator, Lin Zhi sensed the woman's anxiety. She gently grasped the woman's hand, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. I'm a doctor, and I will check on your brother. She lowered her head and continued, During the first earthquake, we prioritized proximity and spent over 5 million to purchase the rights to reside in the Four Corners Fortress. The conditions here are deplorable. I initially assumed all shelters were like this until I came across the introduction to the Ant Fortress, which revealed that the Four Corners Fortress had deceived us out of a significant sum. In this apocalyptic era, money holds no value. Lin Zhi stated matter-of-factly, Indeed, money has become a trivial matter, but my brother is still so young. He cannot die. The woman sobbed softly, lamenting, No one cares about our lives. When we sought medical assistance, the doctor merely stated it was inflammation and advised us to take anti-inflammatory medication ourselves. Even if my brother were truly suffering from an incurable illness, I wish for him to pass away with clarity. I do not want their dismissive attitude towards us. Though we are among the lower class, our lives are still lives. The woman spoke with heartfelt tears. Lin Zhi felt a pang in her heart. In her previous life, she had harbored similar thoughts. In this desolate world, resources and capabilities starkly stratified humanity. Were it not for Lin Zhi's formidable abilities and resilience, she would have long succumbed to the wilderness. Ding! The elevator arrived at the second floor. Lin Zhi followed the woman into a room. Upon opening the door, Lin Zhi was greeted by a veritable treasure trove of supplies. Stockpiling resources had become the norm in a post-apocalyptic world. However, one particular area of the room captured Lin Zhi's attention. Miss, my brother is here, the woman said as she approached the window. Lin Zhi's gaze fell upon the boy lying on the bed. The sight of him revealed darkened skin, with decay gradually setting in. This was no mere indication of inflammation. Lin Zhi cast a fleeting glance, and an alarm sounded in her heart. How long has your brother been in this condition? Lin Zhi inquired, her brow furrowed. It began after the great earthquake. Initially, it was merely a case of skin inflammation with rashes. I thought it was just a reaction to the local environment, so I paid it no mind. However, I never anticipated that within a matter of days, my brother would be reduced to this state. The woman exclaimed, collapsing to her knees. Doctor, you must save my brother. At the very least, please alleviate his suffering. Lin Zhi gazed at the woman and inquired. You previously mentioned that there are others whose conditions resemble that of your brother. Might you take me to see them? The woman wiped away her tears and led Lin Zhi to the rooms of other patients. The ailments of these individuals mirrored that of the woman's brother, characterized by darkened skin, ulcerations, and hair loss. However, the symptoms of the others were not as severe. One resident could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, Could it be that the materials of the fortress are at fault? I only know that formaldehyde can induce leukemia. Might there be an issue with the renovations of the Four Corners Fortress? Doctor, have you discerned anything? What affliction does my brother suffer from? The woman queried anxiously. The other residents, intrigued by Lin Zhi's enigmatic demeanor, followed closely behind her to uncover the truth. "Miss Zhang, who is this woman?" someone curiously inquired. The woman replied, "She is a doctor, assisting with my brother's treatment." "Ah, you have not yet given up, have you? Didn't the doctors at the fortress claim your brother was merely suffering from acclimatization issues?" Another remarked, "Indeed, Miss Zhang, you must cease this futile endeavor. It is merely an allergic reaction to the environment. This constant turmoil is quite unnecessary." Upon hearing this, the woman silently bowed her head. Lin Zhi turned to face the onlookers and, approaching the woman, said, "Ms. Zhang, I have unraveled the mystery behind your brother's condition." Chapter 28. Nuclear radiation. Upon hearing this, the woman clutched Lin Zhi's arm tightly. Her eyes wide with fear, she asked, "Doctor, what illness has befallen my brother?" Lin Zhi cast her gaze over the crowd and then fixed her eyes on the woman, saying, "Miss Zhang, your brother is not afflicted by an illness. Rather, his bodily cells have been ravaged by nuclear radiation." Everyone was left in stunned silence, and no one uttered a word thereafter. Lin Zhi gazed at them and inquired, "Do you possess a nuclear radiation detector?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Lin Zhi's complexion appeared rather grim. It seemed that the populace here remained oblivious to the looming crisis surrounding the Four Corners Fortress. What transpired? A staff member hastened over. Lin Zhi conveyed the events that transpired to the staff with utmost honesty. Upon listening, the staff's expression became somewhat intricate. He then looked at her and said, "Follow me." Lin Zhi followed the staff to the management room on the floor. The room was rather small, filled with a myriad of instruments. The staff retrieved a device from a diminutive drawer and glanced at Lin Zhi, inquiring, "Is this a radiation detector?" "It has remained untouched in the cabinet all this time." Lin Zhi gazed at the radiation detector, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle, remarking, "This is indeed a radiation detector, albeit an antiquated one. Its accuracy is not guaranteed, and if the radiation levels are not exceedingly high, it is quite likely that numerous oversights may occur in its readings. It suffices for our needs. In the management office of our few floors, this is the sole detector available. Procuring a new one would prove quite challenging. You shall have to make do with it." The staff member appeared even more anxious than Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi was somewhat taken aback. She cast a glance at the staff member, contemplating a question, yet found herself at a loss for words. The staff member sighed and remarked, "Are you perhaps wondering why I am so eager to assist you?" Lin Zhi nodded slightly. Since her arrival at the Square Fortress, she had sensed a subtle hostility from the management and higher-ups towards the personnel from their external fortress. "Miss, I apologize for the offense," said the staff member, casting a glance at Lin Zhi before removing his clothing. As he did so, a myriad of red rashes began to erupt across his skin, with certain areas already showing signs of mild ulceration. Lin Zhi was taken aback as she observed the staff member and remarked, "How could you also?" The staff member offered a wry smile and replied, "I have been working here since the inception of the Four Corners Fortress. With a decade of experience in project supervision, I sensed something amiss when this project was first initiated. Initially, I believed it to be a defunct endeavor and gave it little thought. Yet, I never anticipated that the apocalypse would truly arrive, drawing everyone towards this project. I am acutely aware of the vulnerabilities within this fortress, perhaps more than anyone else. While it can withstand earthquakes and floods, it harbors a fatal flaw. It cannot shield against radioactive materials, can it?" Lin Zhi gazed at the staff member. "How did you come to this conclusion?" "I recently examined the structural integrity of several rooms on this floor and found the construction quality to be highly variable. The inhabitants will undoubtedly suffer varying degrees of radiation exposure," Lin Zhi explained. "Miss Zhang's brother also succumbed to radiation, resulting in his skin deteriorating." The staff member sighed. "I had a lingering suspicion about my own condition, but I remained uncertain. I once held a glimmer of hope for my situation, but it appears that now." Lin Zhi comprehended his anguish. Once radiation induced bodily mutations, it was essentially a case of futile medical intervention, leaving only the path of awaiting death. Having only just connected the power supply, the instruments emitted a series of beeps, and the readings soared to their peak. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. The staff member managed a wry smile and remarked, "When the Ant Fortress project was initiated, there was a widespread recruitment drive. I was drawn here by the lucrative wages. Had I known, I would have opted for your Ant Fortress instead. I shall consult with the person in charge of your fortress. Lin Zhi regarded him with utmost seriousness, pondering that perhaps there might be a more effective strategy from above. For those of us who have already fallen ill, there seems to be no recourse. However, some individuals have yet to succumb to illness. Their bodies have not yet undergone mutation. If we were to commence updating the materials within the fortress, there might still be hope. Alternatively, providing protective suits for each resident of the fortress could prove somewhat beneficial, the staff member suggested. Very well, I understand, Lin Zhi replied. Lin Zhi left the workspace. She stepped into the corridor and observed the residents standing there, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Initially, she had believed the incident of the four directions was a natural disaster, never anticipating it was a man-made catastrophe. Doctor, is there still hope for my brother? Ms. Zhang waited at the door and, upon seeing Lin Zhi emerge, immediately approached her with concern. Lin Zhi gazed at her with a complex expression. Is there truly no hope? Ms. Zhang's face was as pale as parchment. From a moment she heard Lin Zhi state that her brother's affliction was a result of nuclear radiation. Ms. Zhang had already understood that her brother had essentially been sentenced to death. Yet, a faint glimmer of hope still lingered in her heart. Lin Zhi gazed upon Ms. Zhang's expression of profound sorrow, feeling a pang of compassion within him. He retrieved a pill and placed it gently in her hand, saying, although this cannot cure your brother, it will alleviate his suffering significantly, sparing him from the agony he currently endures. As Ms. Zhang beheld the pill in her palm, tears cascaded down her cheeks in an instant. She clasped Lin Zhi's hand tightly and, trembling, murmured, "Thank you, doctor, thank you." Lin Zhi felt a sense of sorrow. Yet the body ravaged by nuclear radiation remained beyond even the healing touch of the divine. Lin Zhi arrived at the conference room floor with a heavy heart. At that moment, several leaders from various bases were seated in the conference room. She quietly took a seat behind Xiao Yuanlin, listening attentively to the viewpoints of the representatives. General Zhao spoke wisely. Zhang Yangguang, the leader of the four fortresses, clapped his hands repeatedly, asserting that now, with the apocalypse upon us, we must all come together and unite. We should not engage in internal strife over trivial gains as we did in the past. Instead, we must unite for the future of humanity. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yangguang continued, I believe that we should not only share information but also resources. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi could not help but let out a chuckle. Zhang Yangguang's expression instantaneously darkened. Who is laughing? What is there to laugh about? Lin Zhi stood up. I am laughing, and the subject of my laughter is you. Chapter 29. The Hypocritical Fortress Lord. Who are you? Zhang Yangguang gazed at Lin Zhi, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. Lin Zhi remarked, I am Lin Zhi from the Ant Fortress. Zhang Yangguang cast a glance at Lin Zhi, estimating her to be around 20 years of age. He felt a twinge of disdain, thinking to himself that a girl of such tender years was most likely just a messenger or a lackey. And her presence at this meeting was probably due to her association with Xiao Yuanlin. This gathering was intended for us, the leaders, to deliberate on matters concerning the survival of humanity. A young lady like you ought to listen more and speak less. Zhang Yangguang's tone was both arrogant and discourteous, asserting that if she couldn't comprehend, she might as well leave. Lin Zhi suppressed her expression, stating emphatically, I am Lin Zhi from Ant Fortress. I do not care who you are. Just as Zhang Yangguang was about to reprimand her, he was interrupted by a subtle cough from Xiao Yuanlin. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin Zhi is the representative of Ant Fortress, Xiao Yuanlin remarked calmly. What did you say? Her? A representative? How is that possible? Zhang Yangguang clearly expressed his disbelief. Why is it impossible? Lin Zhi retorted sharply. Observing Xiao Yuanlin's composed demeanor, Zhang Yangguang found himself at a loss. Shall we continue the meeting now? A flicker of impatience crossed Xiao Yuanlin's brow. The air of authority around Zhang Yangguang diminished significantly, yet he still grumbled, Mr. Xiao, we are in a meeting. Discipline is crucial. Shouldn't you rein in your subordinate? She is not my subordinate, Xiao Yuanlin replied, casting a glance at Zhang Yangguang. She is my partner, standing on equal footing with me. Zhang Yangguang was momentarily taken aback. He had previously assumed she was merely a minor assistant of Xiao Yuanlin, unaware of her substantial credentials. In an effort to mask his embarrassment, Zhang Yangwang insisted, "What use does a mere girl have in such an important conference? It is simply a waste of a quota. Even if I am incompetent, I am still far superior to you, the fortress master." Lin Zhi rose, fixing her gaze on Zhang Yangwang, and solemnly accused him, "Mr. Zhang, are you truly unaware of the issues plaguing this fortress?" Lin Zhi's words drew the attention of those present towards Zhang Yangwang. "Mr. Zhang, did you consider the radiation issue when constructing the Sifang fortress?" Lin Zhi inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. "Of course. The shelters were established according to unified coverage requirements. And our fortress certainly possesses radiation protection capabilities," Zhang Yangwang replied with utmost conviction. "Huh, Mr. Zhang, do you not fear tripping over your own words?" Lin Zhi's expression grew increasingly frosty as she regarded him. Having experienced the Sifang incident in her previous life, she was acutely aware of the severity of the issues surrounding the Sifang fortress. When the Sifang incident was exposed, nearly all bases were affected to varying degrees. At that time, resources were scarce, and the fortress's head, Zhang Yangwang, exacerbated the already limited supplies with his actions. "What? Do you require me to demonstrate this to you?" Zhang Yangwang retorted, visibly displeased, casting a disdainful glare at Lin Zhi. "Do not think that just because you have Mr. Xiao backing you, you can spout nonsense. Whether I am speaking nonsense is for everyone to see," Lin Zhi stated, retrieving a rudimentary radiation detector from her pocket. The crowd exchanged glances as they observed the device in her hand. Noticing their reactions, Zhang Yangwang chuckled confidently. "You don't mean to test the radiation levels here, do you?" Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow and curled the corners of her mouth. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Yangwang couldn't help but chuckle. With a grand gesture, he declared with great bravado, "All right, feel free to conduct your tests here." "Here?" Lin Zhi paused for a moment, then her smile deepened. She looked at Zhang Yangwang and said, "I shall not conduct my tests here." Instantly, Zhang Yangwang's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Zhi held the detector and addressed the attendees, saying, "If you're interested, feel free to join me for a closer inspection." The crowd followed Lin Zhi down to the first floor. At that moment, the first floor was eerily vacant, and the silence in the corridor was such that one could hear a pin drop. All the residents remained ensconced in their rooms, with no one venturing outside. One of the base leaders, perplexed by the scene, gazed at the desolate corridor and remarked enviously, "Zhang, the residents of your Foursquare fortress certainly have it easy, unlike our base where idle crowds wander about all day, making management quite a challenge." Though Zhang Yangwang felt somewhat guilty at that moment, he couldn't help but puff with pride upon hearing the compliment. "Our Foursquare fortress is indeed unparalleled in management," he proclaimed. "If anyone is willing to learn from our management experience, our team will gladly share, provided you contribute a modest amount of resources." In the apocalyptic era, managing people was indeed the most arduous task. Zhang Yangwang's words resonated with several leaders of other fortresses. "Zhang, perhaps you're speaking too soon," Lin Zhi said with a smile, observing him. She then produced the radiation detector and activated it. To her surprise, the device remained utterly still. Zhang Yangwang, initially anxious, sighed in relief upon seeing no reaction from the detector. "I assumed you had some ulterior motive, but it turns out you merely wish to assess our fortress's nuclear radiation levels." He feigned indifference, continuing, "Our Foursquare fortress was a national key project. The materials used in its construction were sourced through legitimate channels, without a trace of deception. I assure everyone, our fortress poses no quality or safety concerns." "Indeed, Zhang, your background in real estate surely provides you with extensive experience in such projects." "Miss, isn't your concern a bit excessive?" interjected one of the leaders. Others chimed in to support him, saying, "Yes, we have known Zhang for decades. His insight into real estate materials and practices surpasses ours." "Xiao, while your Ant Fortress is indeed a benchmark in the industry, Zhang's background in civil engineering means he complies with industry standards, even if he is slightly less adept. There is no need for you to let this young lady slander him," another added. Xiao Yuanlin, with a stern expression, prepared to retort. But Lin Zhi subtly shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. She then stepped back 3 paces and pointed the detector towards the southeast. Suddenly, the previously inert device emitted a yellow warning light. All the leaders present were taken aback. Zhang Yangwang's countenance turned grim as he instinctively moved to intervene. But Lin Zhi was quicker and evaded him. "Zhang, why are you so anxious?" she asked with a slight smile, leading the group toward another room at the end of the corridor. Just as Zhang Yangwang puzzled over her actions, the radiation detector in Lin Zhi's hand suddenly flashed a red light. Although the detector was somewhat antiquated, its warning lights indicated the current radiation levels. Yellow denoted mild radiation, orange indicated moderate radiation, and red signified severe radiation. "Zhang, everyone speaks highly of your expertise in civil projects, and I genuinely admire you," Lin Zhi said, tucking the detector away as she gazed at him leisurely. "I am truly curious how it is possible for the radiation levels to vary so dramatically within the same floor. Did your Foursquare group discover some novel construction technique that allows for such distinctions among residents on the same level? If such knowledge exists, it would be invaluable to share." Lin Zhi's sarcastic remarks aimed at Zhang Yangwang left him visibly distressed. At that moment, Zhang Yangwang's complexion was as grim as it could be. The other officials, witnessing this scene, were utterly alarmed. "Quick, bring me my protective suit. Where's my radiation mask? Lu, please fetch my radiation mask," Zhang Yangwang exclaimed. "Mr. Zhang, your actions are jeopardizing us all. If anything were to happen to me, our stronghold at Shishui would be irreparably damaged." In response to the collective condemnation, Zhang Yangwang's expression darkened considerably. He glared fiercely at Lin Zhi and, through gritted teeth, demanded, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Lin Zhi reined in her nonchalant expression, gazing intently at Zhang Yangwang as she posed her question. "Mr. Zhang, this inquiry should rightly be directed at you. What is your true intention?" Xiao Yuanlin, who had been observing quietly from the side, now fully comprehended Lin Zhi's approach. "Mr. Zhang, I never anticipated that even in these dire circumstances, you would harbor ulterior motives concerning us." Lin Zhi reproached Zhang Yangwang in a hushed tone. "We are amidst an apocalyptic crisis, and no one knows when this calamity will subside. Perhaps in 3 to 5 months, or maybe 3 to 5 centuries. Everyone is striving for the future of humanity. Yet what are you, Mr. Zhang, doing?" All the heads of the fortresses turned their gazes toward Zhang Yangwang's countenance. The purpose of their gathering was to discuss the future of humanity, but they were taken aback to discover that the initiator of this meeting harbored such sordid thoughts. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhang Yangwang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he vehemently defended himself. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. This project stems from my relative's blueprints, and the original project proposals reside in our office. If you have any doubts, I can present the initial project initiation documents for your review." "Mr. Zhang, such a statement lacks sincerity," remarked a rotund man with a disdainful tone. "We are all veterans in this industry. The gap between a project's initiation plan and its eventual execution is often vast." "What do you mean by that, Lao Ma?" Zhang Yangwang retorted, anger surging within him. "Are you implying that I deliberately altered the project plans and compromised on quality?" "Lao Ma Juke, fighting innocent. I never said such a thing. That is merely your own admission." "You." Zhang Yangwang was seething with rage. "Mr. Zhang, have you even considered the plight of the refugees in the fortresses?" Lin Zhi interjected, tapping on the door closest to Zhang Yangwang. The door creaked open, revealing a woman with bloodshot eyes standing there, gazing at Lin Zhi. "Miss Zhang," Lin Zhi's voice softened considerably. "Has your brother taken his medication?" Miss Zhang nodded yes. "He has already taken his medication." "Thank you, Dr. Lin. Would it be possible for us to examine your brother's condition?" Lin Zhi inquired. "Certainly," Miss Zhang replied, opening the door wider. As the onlookers beheld Miss Zhang's brother, whose skin was ravaged and festering, they turned pale with shock. "Could this be radiation sickness?" one of the officials exclaimed in disbelief. Lao Ma cast a sidelong glance at the speaker and nonchalantly remarked, "What else could it be if not radiation sickness?" As he surveyed the room, Lao Ma continued, "They have only been here a few days, yet such pronounced symptoms have already emerged. It appears that this fortress is not a sanctuary, but rather another hell on earth." He then directed his ire at Zhang Yangwang. How much did you bribe the project supervisors? You speak nonsense. Zhang Yangwang stammered, his lips quivering in a feeble rebuttal. How dare you speak like that? Upon hearing Zhang Yangwang's name, Miss Zhang's eyes reddened as she accused, we paid a hefty sum to come to this fortress, only to find ourselves in such a predicament, all due to your greed and malice. My brother has fallen victim to this incurable disease and can only lie in bed, waiting for death. It is all your fault. You are the murderer. You are mistaken. He had radiation sickness before entering the fortress. Your brother's condition has nothing to do with the fortress. Do not cast the blame upon me. Zhang Yangwang protested. Who says it has nothing to do with you? From the corridor, a tall man emerged, glaring at Zhang Yangwang with palpable hatred. Mr. Zhang, you have deceived us with great effort. What nonsense are you spouting? How have I deceived you? Zhang Yangwang's face turned beet red as he retorted. You all came here voluntarily. I did not force you. Voluntarily? The man scoffed. You initially lured us here with false advertisements, compelling us to abandon other sanctuaries. You manipulated us, and you dare to claim it was voluntary? The crowd fell silent, their astonished gazes fixed upon Zhang Yangwang. Lin Zhi smiled faintly and said, Mr. Zhang, given the current circumstances, are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Chapter 31. Taking over the Four Directions Fortress, Zhang Yangwang's complexion turned pale. At this moment, he looked at Lin Zhi with eyes filled with fear and wariness. Who exactly is this woman? How does she know my intentions? No. Zhang Yangwang desperately denied it in his heart. This woman must not be aware of his true plans. This was the primary objective behind establishing the Four Directions Fortress. No one could possibly know. However, Mr. Zhang, can you relinquish the resources you deceitfully obtained from the residents? Utilizing these supplies elsewhere would be quite wasteful, Lin Zhi remarked, her face adorned with an all-seeing smile. Zhang Yangwang felt a chill run down his spine. She actually knows. She knows everything. The others failed to grasp the profound implications of Lin Zhi's statement, merely assuming that Zhang Yangwang had deceived the residents out of their resources. The leaders began to interrogate Zhang Yangwang. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? You wouldn't dare to deceive the residents out of their resources, would you? This is crossing the line. How could you engage in such underhanded dealings? In the corridor, all the doors swung open. The residents, who had previously cowered in their rooms, emerged one by one upon witnessing the tarnished reputation of the leaders. This Zhang is truly despicable. Initially, he deceived us by claiming that the Four Directions Fortress was the best refuge, with the lowest fees globally, safe and reliable. We sought refuge here, only to find it was all false advertising. Even after entering the fortress, they confiscated our supplies. Not even robbers are this cruel. They take advantage of the current apocalypse, where laws and order are non-existent. Had this been before the end of the world, such actions would have certainly led to dire consequences. Surrounding individuals condemned Zhang Yangwang. He never anticipated that the meeting would become his death knell. He had originally hoped to rationally transfer the resources from various shelters and fortresses to the Four Directions Fortress through this meeting. Little did he know, everything would be thwarted by this seemingly inconspicuous young woman before him. Zhang Yangwang glared at Lin Zhi, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, your current situation no longer qualifies you to lead a base, declared an esteemed elder among the representatives. This elder, the head of the Round Dot Fortress, despite being over 60, appeared vigorous and robust, with a remarkably clear mind. Additionally, he was a prominent figure in both the political and business realms prior to the apocalypse, earning great respect from those present. Mr. Fang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yangwang stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. You don't intend to expel me from the Four Directions Fortress, do you? Your current state is unsuitable for managing such a large-scale shelter, the elder replied, looking at Zhang Yangwang with unwavering resolve. As a leader of a refuge, one must possess a calm mind and a selfless heart. You lack both. Your self-serving actions have compromised the well-being of the residents within the fortress, straying far from the original intent of establishing global shelters. We will invest in further developing your fortress and improving its facilities to ensure the utmost protection for the residents' health and resources, the elder continued, clearing his throat. Of course, we will not allow you to suffer loss. After all, You are the founder of the fortress. We will compensate you with resources in proportion to your contributions. You may continue to reside in the Four Directions fortress, but from this day forth, you will relinquish all management rights pertaining to the fortress. At that moment, regret consumed him. Had he known this meeting would lead to his ousting from the management of the Four Directions fortress, he would never have convened it in the first place. The elder turned to the assembly, asking, "What do you all think of my proposal?" The other leaders exhibited expressions of dismay, revealing their profound inner turmoil and hesitation. Lin Zhi remained silent, fully aware of the source of the group's hesitation and turmoil. Firstly, the Xifang fortress was a shoddy construction, with its radiation shielding capabilities being almost negligible. Undertaking repairs would require a monumental effort. In this apocalyptic world, every resource was incredibly precious, and each fortress leader endeavored to maximize their own supplies. No one was inclined to allocate resources to aid a precarious fortress. Although, in this dire time, population could also be considered a resource, the Xifang fortress was severely contaminated, raising grave concerns about the health of its inhabitants, with potentially half suffering from latent radiation sickness. Such a population would be of low quality, and accepting them would merely burden the already struggling fortress rather than bolster it. This notion lingered in the minds of all fortress leaders, leaving them in a state of silence and indecision. The elder, observing the group's reticence, sighed deeply, preparing to speak when a clear voice rang out from the crowd. "The Xifang fortress will be taken over by our ant fortress." The assembly turned to find Lin Zhi standing confidently and calmly at the back of the crowd. "Little girl, are you serious?" The elder regarded Lin Zhi with a mixture of delight and skepticism. Although Xiao Yuanlin had previously indicated in the conference room that Lin Zhi was also part of the ant fortress's management, her youth and previously obscure reputation left the elder uncertain of the weight her words carried. He glanced toward the quietly contemplative Xiao Yuanlin. Before the elder could voice his thoughts, Xiao Yuanlin interjected, "Miss Lin's decision is my decision." Lin Zhi, upon hearing this, cast a delighted glance at Xiao Yuanlin. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yuanlin would place such trust in her. The elder nodded, finally feeling reassured. The other administrators, seeing that someone was willing to take on this troublesome burden, all breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Ma, reveling in the unfolding drama, inquired, "How much material are you planning to allocate to take over this fortress?" "Everything," Lin Zhi declared. The crowd was taken aback, bewildered by her response. Lin Zhi elucidated that all operational costs of the Four Directions fortress would henceforth be borne entirely by the ant fortress, with the ant fortress assuming responsibility for the residents' every need. The revenue previously generated by the Four Directions fortress would remain untouched by the ant fortress. The sole stipulation set forth by the ant fortress was that the former head of the Four Directions fortress, Zhang Yangguang, must ensure that all supplies belonging to the residents are returned to their rightful owners. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The operational costs of such a vast fortress were indeed substantial. If managed poorly, not only would the Four Directions fortress face obliteration in the apocalypse, but even its original stronghold could be left perilously vulnerable. The elder gazed at Lin Zhi and inquired once more, "Miss Lin, have you truly considered this thoroughly?" Chapter 32. The Four Directions Accord. "I have made my decision," Lin Zhi replied with serene composure, addressing the assembly with deliberate clarity. "I can reiterate my earlier statement. All matters, large and small, pertaining to the Four Directions fortress will be handled by the ant fortress, and its residents will be managed uniformly by the ant fortress." "Very well," the elder nodded appreciatively. "Since you have resolved upon this course, you may proceed to facilitate the handover with General Zhang." Lin Zhi approached Zhang Yangguang with a cheerful smile, extending her hand as she said, "Mr. Zhang, could you kindly hand over the management key to me?" Lin Zhitian smiled sweetly as she accepted the key, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured. I will manage the Xifang fortress with utmost diligence." The residents nearby, witnessing the management handover between Lin Zhi and Zhang Yangguang, were filled with curiosity about the future of the Xifang fortress. "Miss," one of them inquired, "having taken over the Xifang fortress, how do you intend to manage us? If it follows the same old leadership methods, that would certainly be inadequate." Facing the crowd's perplexity, Lin Zhi declared in a resonant voice, "Rest assured, everyone. Having taken charge of the Xifang fortress, I shall govern in the manner synonymous with our ant fortress. It is well known that the ant fortress stands as the most esteemed sanctuary nationwide, and I will ensure that all residents here enjoy the same quality of life as those in the ant fortress." Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, the residents erupted into a flurry of discussions. Among them, one resident boldly inquired, "Miss, we are currently affected by nuclear radiation. What specific remedial measures will you, as our forthcoming administrators, implement for those of us impacted by this radiation?" Lin Zhi cleared her throat and stated, "Certainly, we will not abandon any resident. We will convene an internal meeting focusing on the issue of nuclear contamination. Once we reach a conclusion, we will disseminate the results to each resident. Additionally, we will appoint dedicated floor managers to gather suggestions regarding this incident of nuclear pollution, and we hope everyone will express their thoughts so that we may select the most favorable proposals." Seeing Lin Zhi's sincerity, the residents no longer harbored resentment as they had before. Old Ma observed how effortlessly Lin Zhi managed these matters, and admiration gleamed in his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Yuanlin beside him and remarked, "Xiao, you are truly fortunate to have found such a capable and promising young assistant. I envy you." "Ma, you flatter me. You also have capable individuals by your side," Xiao Yuanlin replied indifferently. Old Ma waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Lin far surpasses my subordinates." As he spoke, his gaze brightened when he looked at Lin Zhi, and he continued, "Xiao, is Miss Lin married?" Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly and replied coolly, "That is a private matter for Miss Lin. I cannot inquire." "Ah, since she is not your woman, that makes things easier. What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yuanlin's tone grew colder as he regarded Old Ma. Seeing Xiao Yuanlin's tense demeanor, Old Ma couldn't help but chuckle. "How rare, Xiao. I never thought I would see you anxious. I assumed you were perpetually unflappable. It seems I have discovered your weakness." As Old Ma leaned closer to Xiao Yuanlin, he whispered, "Come on, be honest with me. Do you have feeling for Miss Lin?" Xiao Yuanlin cast him a sidelong glance. "If you have the leisure to ponder such matters, perhaps you should consider the agenda for the upcoming meeting instead." Realizing his oversight, Old Ma slapped his forehead. "Oh dear. How could I forget such an important matter? Thanks to everyone's kindness, we are grateful to be given this opportunity at Ant Fortress." Lin Zhi expressed her joy, which was palpable among the attendees in the conference room. No one truly knew the nature of the Foursquare Fortress, nor was anyone aware of the treasures hidden within its walls. Lin Zhi originally presumed that acquiring the management rights to the Xifang Fortress would be a formidable challenge. Yet she was taken aback by how effortlessly she secured it. In retrospect, she felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Miss Zhang. Had it not been for her, the idea of contending for the management authority of the Xifang Fortress would not have crossed her mind. The individuals present were all exceptionally capable leaders in this apocalyptic era, and the fate of humanity rests upon our shoulders. Whether humanity survives or perishes hinges on how we navigate this precarious existence. Lin Zhi regarded the assembly with solemnity and remarked, "The words of the elder just now have indeed reminded me." The elder, upon hearing his mention, cast a warm glance in her direction. It is often said that without rules, there can be no order. Though laws may have ceased to exist in our current reality, as sentient beings, if we aspire to endure in this world, we must establish our own guidelines. Lin Zhi continued, reflecting on the harrowing lessons learned from the previous catastrophe that beset the Xifang Fortress. Only then did the administrators come to realize the paramount importance of rules and regulations. To avert a repeat of past mistakes, Lin Zhi resolved to formulate the regulations in advance this time. As the stewards of our respective bases, it is imperative that we draft a management contract. Her statement ignited a flurry of discussions among the attendees. The assembly comprised social elites, each contributing valuable insights regarding management. Within a mere 5 days, they swiftly composed a legislative proposal for the apocalypse, aptly named the Xifang Provisions after the venue of their gathering. Xiao Yuanlin approached Lin Zhi, noticing her deep contemplation over a document in her hands, and inquired, "Are you still reviewing the Xifang Provisions?" Lin Zhi nodded, acknowledging that one realizes the preparedness of others only upon closer observation. All managers must possess a fundamental awareness of management, enabling them to propose appropriate guidelines and policies for managerial matters at any time and in any place. It is only through this capacity that one can be deemed an exceptional leader. Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi nodded thoughtfully. As he gazed at the network card, a question gradually arose in his mind. Why, during this meeting, was I entrusted with making a decision? Just as Xiao Yuanlin was about to speak, Lin Zhi interjected, Mr. Xiao, please do not say it is because you trust me. I wish to hear the truth. What is the real reason? Chapter 33. The Secrets of the Fortress. Xiao Yuanlin regarded Lin Zhi, his gaze momentarily faltering before he could not help but chuckle softly. You bear no resemblance to the rumors, he remarked. You yourself mentioned they are merely rumors, which are often inaccurate. Lin Zhi replied, locking eyes with him. Xiao Yuanlin nodded. And then, with utmost seriousness, he stated, if I were to make the decision today, I would arrive at the same conclusion as you. Lin Zhi was not surprised. She was well aware that the information she had received was likely known to Xiao Yuanlin as well. Indeed, do you know what lies within these 4 fortresses? Lin Zhi smiled and remarked, there is energy within the fortress. Indeed. Xiao Yuanlin approached the window, gazing at the desolate and dilapidated exterior of the square fortress. He spoke softly. The reason it appears this way is due to a meteorite buried beneath the fortress. This meteorite serves as the source of radiant energy. If we could harness this energy efficiently, the interior of the fortress could generate a continuous supply of photonic energy, a remarkably abundant resource. Lin Zhi picked up on his words. Lin Zhi understood clearly. So this is the purpose of your journey. Xiao Yuanlin did not conceal his thoughts. Indeed, this is precisely what I came for. I had envisioned numerous approaches, yet you obtained the management rights of the Four Corners Fortress with such ease, which took me by surprise. Lin Zhi smiled gently. I consider myself fortunate. The heavens have bestowed opportunities upon me. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, I am rather intrigued. How did you come to know this secret? Xiao Yuanlin regarded Lin Zhi with a probing gaze. There are no secrets in this world that remain hidden, he mused. Lin Zhi refrained from revealing the truth, fully aware that if she divulged the actual circumstances, Xiao Yuanlin would undoubtedly be incredulous. With a light chuckle, Xiao Yuanlin dismissed the matter. Since you choose not to share, I shall not press you. However, I hope that in the future, our aspirations will remain as aligned as they are now. The implication in his words was clear. He wished for Lin Zhi to refrain from seeking alliances elsewhere. Lin Zhi smiled without speaking, then remarked, however, the fundamental issue concerning the Sifang Fortress pertains to the residents here. If the residents' concerns are not addressed, the Sifang Fortress will face significant risks. Xiao Yuanlin stated, I have already arranged for a medical team and several engineering management personnel to take over the tasks. Lin Zhi expressed some surprise. When did you arrange this? How come I was unaware? The moment you assumed control of the Sifang Fortress, I promptly made a satellite call to the base, Xiao Yuanlin replied. If all goes as planned, they should arrive in 2 hours. Indeed, they are a proactive group. Lin Zhi couldn't help but secretly marvel. 2 hours later, a medical management team from the Ant Fortress arrived at the Square Fortress. Xiao Yuanlin convened a meeting with the staff of the Square Fortress and the administrators from the Ant Fortress. Dr. Lin, are you leaving? Miss Zhang looked at Lin Zhi with reluctance. Over the past few days, Lin Zhi had visited their room daily, observing her brother's condition and providing him with treatment to alleviate his suffering as much as possible. Yesterday, Along told me he is very grateful to you. Without your help, he couldn't have endured the pain brought by this illness, Miss Zhang said, her expression tinged with sadness. I'm not a good sister. You have done remarkably well, Lin Zhi comforted her. Without you, Along would suffer even more. You are his sole source of strength to carry on. Miss Zhang wiped her tears and took out a small box from the drawer. Dr. Lin, this is a gift from Along to you. I cannot accept gifts. You needn't be so polite, Lin Zhi repeatedly declined. You must accept it, Miss Zhang insisted earnestly. You have done so much for Along and for all of us at the Square Fortress. I only fear that you might find my gift too humble. She opened the box to reveal a beautiful gemstone pendant. When they first entered the fortress, Zhang Yangwang had confiscated all their supplies. But Along had secretly hidden this pendant, intending to give it to the girl he admired. However, he never got the chance to present it to her, and was instead faced with the inevitability of death. Thus, 2 days ago, he expressed his wish to give this gemstone to his benefactor. Miss Zhang placed the pendant in Lin Zhi's hand. "You are his benefactor, but I cannot save him. His gratitude weighs heavily upon me." Lin Zhi felt the beautiful gemstone in her palm, its weight somewhat burdensome. It was the first time she experienced such gratitude from a stranger. What she considered a small act of kindness bore such profound significance in another's eyes. "Indeed, you may not save him, but your decisions can save countless lives within our square fortress." Ms. Zhang's voice trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears. Lin Zhisheng, unable to refuse the heartfelt offering, accepted the exquisite gemstone pendant. Soon, the companions approached, urging Lin Zhi to move along. "All right, I understand," she replied. After bidding farewell to Miss Lin, Lin Zhi boarded a helicopter with her companions, departing from the Four Corners Fortress. "Where is Mr. Xiao?" Lin Zhi inquired curiously upon noticing that Xiao Yuanlin was not on the aircraft. Lin Zhi was aware that Xiao Yuanlin must have been discussing the matter of the meteorite with the technical department. Upon returning to the Ant Fortress, Lin Zhi organized the essential information regarding the recent mission of the Four Corners Fortress. "Oh, where did this come from? It's so beautiful," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, gazing at the gemstone pendant beside Lin Zhi, marveling at its exquisite beauty, as it had been a long time since she had seen such a stunning pendant. Lin Zhi disclosed the origin of the pendant to Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu sighed deeply, expressing her sorrow. "I never imagined it to be this way. The Zhang siblings truly deserve our sympathy, and that Zhang Yang should be condemned. His selfish desires have brought misfortune to so many families." As she spoke, she retrieved the gemstone from its box and fastened it onto Lin Zhi's necklace. "Since this gem embodies the precious sentiments of the siblings, you should carry it with you at all times. My parents often say that if something is imbued with good meaning, it should be kept close, serving as a form of protection for oneself." Lin Zhi was about to laugh at Lu Xiaoyu's superstition when suddenly she perceived a flash of white light before her eyes, and the surrounding space began to warp and distort rapidly. Once everything stabilized, Lin Zhi gazed at the scene before her, astonished to the point where her eyes nearly popped out. Chapter 34. The spatial farm, crystal clear streams, warm yet gentle sunlight, fertile earth, and fresh air. These were the sights Lin Zhi beheld at that moment. This place was perfect for a farm. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Lin Zhi's mind was instantly flooded with thoughts. She reached down to touch the soil. Its temperature and moisture were ideal, perfectly suited for cultivation. Yet, a dilemma arose. She lacked both seeds and livestock. Lin Zhi felt a sense of regret. Even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. However, to let such a vast space lie unused would be utterly unacceptable. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment, realizing that some of the agricultural products she had previously purchased could still be cultivated. Lu Xiaoyu, curious, inquired, "Darling, what did you discover?" "This pendant possesses a vast expanse, with sunlight and fertile land, making it particularly suitable for planting," Lin Zhi replied candidly. Lu Xiaoyu was thrilled, but after a brief moment of excitement, her expression turned glum as she lamented, "Yet, we have no seeds, nor any chicks or ducklings. Merely possessing this land is futile. Who says we lack seeds? Who claims we have no seedlings?" Lin Zhi smiled at her, then proceeded to rummage through the shelves in the room. "What are you searching for?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, watching her with curiosity. "I'm looking for the grains we brought earlier, as well as eggs, chicken, duck, and goose," Lin Zhi explained. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with realization. She clapped her hands in admiration and said, "You are truly remarkable. I never thought these items could be utilized for planting. Therefore, do not just stand there. Come, let me find more." The two quickly gathered a considerable amount of grains and eggs. They then re-entered the pendant's agricultural space, laden with supplies. "This place is so beautiful," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she dashed across the open fields, exclaiming, "Wow, this location is delightful. The air is so fresh, far more comfortable than any farm stay I've visited before. I thought with the apocalypse, I would never witness such scenery again. She spoke with such fervor that tears nearly welled in her eyes. Comforting as it is, we must now get to work, Lin Zhi stated, arranging plastic containers in a row. The two busily sorted various beans into the containers and filled them with water from a nearby stream for soaking. The purpose of soaking the seeds was to promote rapid germination. The temperature here is excellent, Lin Zhi remarked, glancing up at the warm sunlight. She instructed Lu Xiaoyu to fetch some old clothes from the room. Lu Xiaoyu, puzzled, complied, and upon her return, the two found a spot on the lawn to construct a makeshift shelter. They placed the old clothes inside, along with several chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Are you planning to incubate these eggs? Lu Xiaoyu asked, curiosity piqued as she observed Lin Zhi bustling about. What a pity, Lu Xiaoyu sighed. If only we could find some pigs, cows, or sheep, we could truly establish our farm. Then we would never have to worry about meat again. Raising livestock is no simple task. Poultry is much easier, Lin Zhi replied. With such vast open space, we will have free-range chickens, ducks, and naturally grown geese. Once they mature, their flavor will be unmatched, unlike the frozen goods we typically consume. Lin Zhi chuckled. Lu Xiaoyu, listening to her words, felt her mouth water. Speaking of which, it has been ages since we enjoyed freshly slaughtered meat. All we eat are frozen products. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and said, I believe that living beings must still exist. It's just that we lack the means to obtain them. Perhaps those in power have reserves in their bases. Is that truly the case? But the earthquake struck so unexpectedly. Not everyone was prepared for it. Is it really conceivable that someone would be so thoroughly equipped? Just the thought of it left Lu Xiaoyu feeling somewhat incredulous. Lin Zhi smiled without speaking. In her previous life, she had also caught a glimpse of the refuge of the elite while undertaking her tasks. It was not a place accessible to the ordinary, nor were its resources available to the common populace. Lin Zhi once envied them for their access to fresh fruits and vegetables. Now, she has resolved to achieve self-sufficiency. The two of them worked diligently for quite some time, yet gazing at the current state of their fields, they noticed that half of the land remained fallow. It would be a pity to let such land lie idle. What a waste that would be. Lu Xiaoyu remarked that would be splendid if they had vegetable seeds. After spending a while in their space, they suddenly felt a slight discomfort, as if a negative pressure had abruptly emerged. Lin Zhi estimated it must be time. We must leave this space. After the two exited the realm, Lin Zhi glanced at the clock, noting that they had just spent 5 hours within. It appeared that the temporal capacity of this space was limited to 5 hours. Exceeding this duration would likely result in a negative pressure within the space forcibly expelling them. Lin Zhi was contemplating the temporal scope of the spatial farmland, while Lu Xiaoyu, beside her, was daydreaming about how to utilize this fertile land in the future. By the way, such a precious asset, why would those two siblings give it to you? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly posed a thought-provoking question. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and remarked, Initially, I too found myself intrigued by this question. I wondered how such a treasure could be so casually relinquished. As she spoke, she lifted the necklace in her hand and examined it closely. When I first touched this pendant, I felt no reaction whatsoever. It was only after this pendant was affixed to the necklace that I inadvertently entered the realm of the pendant's spatial farm. Lu Xiaoyu speculated. Are you suggesting that this pendant must be paired with your necklace to unlock the space? I suspect that is indeed the case, Lin Zhi replied, glancing down at the pendant adorning her neck. This necklace holds my ring, which possesses its own space. Perhaps it is the ring that awakened the spatial essence of this pendant. That is highly plausible, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Were it not for such a remarkable treasure, this brother and sister would never have parted with it. Lin Zhi gently caressed the pendant, pondering. This pair of siblings likely has no idea that there is a hidden space within the pendant. Lu Xiaoyu sighed. Your kindness truly deserves its rewards. Just as Lin Zhi was about to speak, the doorbell rang again. It was Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, what brings you here? Lin Zhi inquired as she approached the door. Miss Lin, you must hurry to the hall. Uncle Zhao exclaimed, visibly anxious. What is it now? She asked. There's been a commotion. Chapter 35. Bartering with such meager trinkets. You dare to propose a trade for our compressed biscuits? Are you dreaming? What I possess are precious items, once worth a fortune before the apocalypse. You yourself acknowledge that these are relics of the past. We now dwell in a world ravaged by calamity. Your possessions are utterly useless in this contaminated environment. As Lin Zhi stepped into the hall, she immediately perceived a heated argument among several individuals. What could be the matter? She slightly turned her face to glance at Uncle Zhao beside her. With a deep sigh, Uncle Zhao expressed his helplessness, stating, ultimately, it all boils down to the issue of supplies. Supplies? Lin Zhi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Uncle Zhao elaborated. Some individuals are already running low on food, leading the residents to covertly exchange items among themselves in order to procure the necessities they require. To Lin Zhi, this practice seemed entirely reasonable. However, she found herself perplexed by the nature of the current dispute. Sensing her confusion, Uncle Zhao continued, in essence, bartering should pose no problem, and it has been tacitly accepted by all. Yet, some individuals are excessively greedy, attempting to trade worthless trinkets for precious items, which has consequently sparked considerable dissatisfaction among many. Lin Zhi understood. Even in this apocalyptic world, there are still those who seek to gain at others' expense. I don't care. You must exchange your compressed biscuits with me. You promised me at the outset. The unspoken rule here is that once you agree, you must fulfill your promise. A plump woman glared with eyes as wide as copper bells. Surely, you cannot disrupt the accepted norms among us? Opposite her stood a young girl, fiercely guarding the food she had brought. But you're offering me spoiled food in exchange. Why should I trade with you? The fat woman sneered. There is no such rule. Since you have promised to trade with me, regardless of whether my food is good or bad, you are obliged to fulfill your commitment. Uncle Zhao shook his head disapprovingly from the side. This is outrageous. It is nothing short of bullying. Uncle Zhao, how long has this been going on? When did it all begin? Yet, he harbored concerns that if this continued unchecked, when a situation deteriorates to a certain extent, people naturally become wary. Lin Zhi observed the scene with a cold gaze. One cannot teach others if they are unwilling to learn, but once a lesson is imparted, it is likely to be remembered. I believe this young lady will undoubtedly learn from this experience and be more cautious in future exchanges with others. As Lin Zhi's words faded, she witnessed the portly woman arrogantly snatch the compressed biscuit from the young lady's hands, delivering a menacing threat. If you continue to prattle on, beware that I shall have my husband deal with you, the hefty woman declared before strutting away with an air of superiority. The young girl, unable to contain her emotions, wept at the sight of the plastic bag the woman had carelessly discarded. Uncle Zhao felt a twinge of sympathy, yet he recognized the validity of Lin Zhi's assertion. Such matters were beyond intervention. Lin Zhi felt a deep sense of compassion for the girl and approached to inspect the contents of the plastic bag. Inside, he discovered a collection of overripe and foul-smelling fruits. Lin Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brow. Stop crying, please get up. She gazed at her. Tears will not resolve any issues. If you encounter such a situation again, will you still rely on tears to find solution? The girl sobbed. My mother has been diagnosed with cancer. The doctor says she has less than 3 months to live. Her only wish now is to eat some fruit before she passes away. I never expected that I would be unable to fulfill even such a small wish for her. I truly feel like a worthless daughter. Lin Zhi felt a twinge of compassion. Where do you reside? Room 109, level -5. Level -5. This was the dwelling chosen by those in the fortress who endured the harshest conditions. Anyone with even a modest financial background would opt for an upper floor when purchasing a bed. Only those truly unable to afford more would find themselves on level -5. Lin Zhi instantly comprehended the immense value of this compressed biscuit to the girl. Could you take me to see your mother? The girl nodded and led Lin Zhi to their sleeping quarters. The conditions were deplorable, with a damp and decaying odor permeating the air. On a small bed lay a gaunt middle-aged woman, her form reduced to little more than skin and bones, her complexion a sickly yellow. Yet her eyes shone with an unsettling brightness. At this moment, even a single piece of fruit, let alone a sip of clean water, is more precious than gold. Lin Zhi cast a knowing glance at the girl, who immediately understood and chimed in, Indeed, Miss Lin exchanged items with me, and she will bring you the fruit shortly. Miss Lin is the overseer of our fortress. She would never deceive us. Upon hearing the girl's words, the woman in the hospital bed finally felt at ease. She gazed at the girl with tenderness, exhaling a long sigh, and slowly said, You have worked hard. The girl named Yu grasped the woman's hand. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Mother, please do not say that. It is my duty. Lin Zhi stood by, watching the mother and daughter, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. In her previous life, she had witnessed countless such poignant partings. In the apocalyptic world, many were too preoccupied with their own survival, while countless others sacrificed themselves for the sake of their beloved partners and families. Lin Zhi's heart ached slightly as she shifted her gaze away from the mother and daughter. Her eyes fell upon a picture frame resting on the bedside. Upon closer inspection of the contents within the frame, Lin Zhi felt a surge of excitement that made her hands tremble. Chapter 36. The Prodigy. Inside the frame was a photograph of the very mother and daughter before her. The girl, adorned in a doctoral gown and wearing glasses, nestled closely beside her mother. The photograph bore bold letters that read, Congratulations to our precious Prince Yu on her graduation. It turned out that this girl was indeed Prince Yu. Lin Zhi was overwhelmed with excitement. In her previous life, there existed a renowned agricultural prodigy who had closely accompanied Xiao Yuanlin, assisting him in overcoming numerous food crises. That brilliant agriculturalist was none other than Wang Ziyou. Unfortunately, fate is often cruel to the gifted. This talented young woman had not yet fully harnessed her potential to benefit the people in the post-apocalyptic world before she was assassinated by the enemies of Xiao Yuanlin. At this moment, Lin Zhi's elation was beyond words. Miss Lin, may I accompany you to gather some fruits? Lin Zhi nodded, follow me. As she spoke, she led Prince Yu to the floor where she resided. It was Prince Yu's inaugural visit to the upper level, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon catching sight of Lin Zhi's opulent residence, her eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she prudently concealed this exhilaration deep within. Who is this person, Lin Zhi? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, her vigilance evident as she blocked the entrance to the door. Lin Zhi bestowed upon her a reassuring gaze. Gently patting Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, she said, Rest assured, she's a good person. At this moment, the term good person constituted Lin Zhi's highest commendation for a stranger. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Lu Xiaoyu finally relaxed her vigilance and turned her body to the side, permitting the two of them to enter. As they stepped inside, Wang Ziyou was astounded by the abundance of provisions within the room. She had never witnessed anyone possessing such a vast reserve of supplies. Although Wang Ziyou was taken aback by Lin Zhi's stockpile, not a trace of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Lin Zhi led her to the fruit shelf, then handed her a paper bag, saying, Feel free to pick whatever you like. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She hurriedly pulled Lin Zhi to a corner and whispered reproachfully, Have you lost your mind? These items are precious. How can you let her take them, Owl? Don't worry. Lin Zhi gently patted Lu Xiaoyu's hand, choosing not to elaborate further. She approached Wang Ziyou with a warm smile and inquired, Have you decided what you'd like to eat? I want this, Wang Ziyou declared, raising the small tomato in her hand with unwavering determination. Is that all? Lin Zhi asked in surprise. You can take more if you wish. No, this is sufficient. Wang Ziyou replied resolutely. Though your resources are relatively abundant, these items are ultimately limited, especially the agricultural products, which can be deemed more precious than gold. Given the current deplorable climate and environment, fresh fruits and vegetables can no longer be cultivated. Each one consumed diminishes the supply. I am content with merely obtaining a tomato. Initially skeptical of Lin Zhi's actions, Lu Xiaoyu's perception of the girl before her shifted after hearing Wang Ziyou's words. Your name is Wang Ziyou, correct? Lin Zhi asked with a smile. The girl appeared somewhat astonished, responding, How did you know my name? I just glanced at the photo album on your bedside. It bore your name, Lin Zhi replied candidly. Did you graduate from a university with a degree in agriculture? Indeed, Wang Ziyou affirmed. I was an outstanding graduate. During my time at school, I was a favored student of academician Zhang. I had initially envisioned shining in the agricultural field after graduation. But this apocalypse arrived so suddenly that everything I learned became utterly useless. Had I known it would turn out this way, I might as well have studied medicine. At least I could have alleviated my mother's suffering before her passing. In this situation, even if I earned a doctorate, I would be no different from an illiterate. What if I could offer you that opportunity? Lin Zhi gently probed. Wang Zio paused momentarily, then shook her head with a wry smile. That is impossible. The air, water, and soil outside are all contaminated by nuclear radiation. Unless the growth environment for plants is altered, any efforts I make would be futile. Lin Zhi did not press the matter further. Instead, she nodded and inquired, what conditions and equipment do you require to cultivate seeds? Prince Yu assumed that Lin Zhi was merely testing her knowledge and replied in detail, as for equipment, it is not essential. If I were to cultivate seeds, I would only need a few basic elements: water, soil, and temperature. These were once ubiquitous, yet now they have become luxuries. Lin Zhi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She turned and retrieved a plastic bag, filling it with fruits and provisions, which she then placed into Prince Yu's hands. Surprised by the overflowing bag, Prince Yu gazed at Lin Zhi, exclaiming, "Miss Lin, I cannot accept these. This is far too much." Lin Zhi's attitude was resolute. "It's all right, you keep it." No. I cannot accept something without earning it," Wang Zio replied, attempting to return the supplies in her hands. "Though I am in dire need of these resources, my conscience forbids me from taking them. If my mother were to discover that I casually took someone else's belongings, she would undoubtedly be angry." "Then simply tell your mother that you acquired these supplies through your own labor," Lin Zhi said with a smile. Wang Zio, perplexed, responded, "But I haven't done anything at all. You have already accomplished so much," Lin Zhi asserted. Suddenly, Wang Zio understood. She looked at Lin Zhi with excitement and asked, "Miss Lin, do you have any job opportunities here that would allow me to earn supplies?" Wang Zio was thrilled by the prospect, but soon hesitated with some apprehension. Noticing her uncertainty, Lin Zhi reassured her, "Rest assured, I will never ask you to do anything that would harm others." With Lin Zhi's comforting words, Wang Zio felt a sense of relief wash over her, and she gratefully replied, "Thank you, Miss Lin." After Wang Zio left, Lu Xiaoyu expressed her confusion. "I must ask, why did you give her so many supplies? Who exactly is she that she can elicit such generosity from the notoriously frugal Lin Zhi?" Chapter 37. Let go of this idea early. She is certainly not an ordinary person, Lin Zhi earnestly stated. The potential to maximize the value of our farmland rests upon her. Lin Zhi could not help but chuckle. Your parents may not necessarily be more trustworthy than this girl. Lin Zhi's words piqued Lu Xiaoyu's curiosity. The more you say, the more intrigued I become about her true identity. You will come to know in due time. She is indeed our secret weapon. Lin Zhi, reflecting on the downfall of this prodigious young girl in her previous life, could not help but feel a deeper sense of concern. In this lifetime, she was determined to safeguard the well-being and future of this talented individual at all costs. In the corridor, Wang Zio anxiously clutched the supplies Lin Zhi had given her, waiting for the elevator, her heart heavy with worry for her mother. "Miss, what do you have in your hands?" A voice suddenly broke the silence behind Wang Zio, startling her. She quickly concealed the supplies behind her back, regaining her composure as she replied, "Nothing." The plastic bag Lin Zhi had provided was a black one, tied at the top, concealing its bulging content from view. In the brief span of a month, Wang Zio had witnessed numerous individuals resorting to violence over trivial supplies. Coupled with her recent deception, she had developed a heightened sense of wariness toward strangers. "Miss, is there something edible in that bag? If so, could you spare me a little?" The young woman shamelessly inquired. "Apologies, but these items are not food," Wang Zio replied with a stern expression, her demeanor radiating an unmistakable aura of rejection. As the young woman prepared to retort, Lin Zhi's voice rang out from a distance. "Who do we have here?" "It's our dear Su Ningning." Lin Zhi approached, observing the two of them. Seeing Lin Zhi, Wang Zio felt as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. Su Ningning, upon noticing Lin Zhi's arrival, could not help but furrow her brow, quickly replacing it with a forced smile. "Oh, my dear sister, I find myself in dire need of clothing and sustenance. Could you possibly have you come to beg all the way up to this floor? What is the floor administrator doing?" Lin Zhi feigned ignorance towards Su Ningning's words, glancing around with a furrowed brow, displaying her irritation. Are these people simply idling about without purpose? Hearing this, Su Ningning's expression subtly shifted. Lin Zhi, without overthinking, promptly took out the intercom and stated clearly, "Security personnel, please come to the top floor. There are unauthorized individuals loitering here." Su Ningning, witnessing Lin Zhi's blatant disregard for her dignity, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She retorted indignantly, "Lin Zhi, is this how a sister behaves? We are relatives after all, and yet you turn a blind eye to my plight. I merely sought some supplies from you, and you have the audacity to insult me and call security to expel me. You are being utterly unreasonable." Su Ningning's voice resonated loudly, echoing down the corridor, drawing the curiosity of other residents who peeked through their doors to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. Lin Zhi was unperturbed by the onlookers. With a sardonic smile, she remarked, "Is Jiang Songmin, a grown man, so incapable of finding sustenance that he sends you out to beg for food? How amusing. You two are truly peculiar. The man enjoys comfort at home, while the woman resorts to begging on the streets." A snicker echoed from the corridor, evidently sparked by Lin Zhi's words. Su Ningning felt her temper flare at Lin Zhi's taunt. "Lin Zhi, I am your sister. I am in dire need of supplies. You must provide me with some. Otherwise, I shall." She trailed off, her voice dripping with menace. "Are you implying that I am heartless or that I have severed ties with my kin?" Lin Zhi replied, her composure unwavering. Su Ningning, taken aback, gaped at Lin Zhi, who stared back at her with unyielding calm. A shiver ran down Su Ningning's spine as she glanced outside at the harsh surroundings. In a fit of frustration, she pointed at the black plastic bag in Wang Zio's hands and exclaimed, "How dare you give such a substantial amount of supplies to a stranger? What evidence do you have that these supplies are for me?" Lin Zhi dismissed her outrage nonchalantly. "I saw her walk out of your room," Su Ningning retorted, brandishing her phone in front of Lin Zhi. "Don't even think about denying it. I have it recorded. You have so many supplies to give away to strangers. Why not share them with your own family?" Her words left even Wang Zio momentarily flustered. The residents who had been eavesdropping began to speculate on the extent of Miss Lin's reserves, wondering how she could so generously part with a large bundle without a hint of regret. Wang Zio, aware of the turmoil Su Ningning's remarks could cause, Lin Zhi quickly interjected, "That's not the case at all. You saw her leave my room, but what proof do you have that these supplies are mine and not hers?" Lin Zhi calmly interrupted Wang Zio, casting him a knowing glance that prompted him to fall silent. Su Ningning was momentarily stunned. Indeed, her evidence only indicated that the girl had exited Lin Zhi's room. It could not prove that the supplies were given by Lin Zhi. Just then, the elevator doors slid open with a chime. Lin Zhi gently patted Wang Zio and offered her a reassuring smile. "Go on down. Your mother is still waiting for you." Wang Zio cast a grateful glance at Lin Zhi before swiftly entering the elevator. Su Ningning intended to stop Wang Zio, but Lin Zhi, quick-witted and agile, turned and positioned herself in front of her. "What are you doing?" Su Ningning exclaimed, a mix of anger and frustration evident in her voice. "What do you want?" Lin Zhi retorted with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Mind your own business," Su Ningning replied curtly. Lin Zhi repressed her smile and stated word by word, "Regardless of your intentions, I advise you to abandon this notion as soon as possible." Chapter 38. Taking action, darling. "Don't be upset. Do not stoop to Lin Zhi's level," Jiang Songmin consoled Su Ningning. "Not upset. Not upset. Is it as simple as you say? The one going out to seek items is not you, and the one facing embarrassment is not you. Of course, you remain unperturbed. If you possess the courage, why not go and demand supplies from that wretched Lin Zhi?" The more Jiang Songmin spoke, the angrier Su Ningning became. "I've mentioned before that Lin Zhi would certainly be unwilling to provide us with anything. Rather than shamelessly demanding it, we ought to devise a clever approach," Jiang Songmin suggested. Su Ningning scoffed. "How can you still have the audacity to speak? Last time, you assured me with unwavering confidence that Lin Zhi would definitely grant us supplies and secure a better room for us. What happened in the end? Not only did you fail to obtain any supplies, but you also got beaten up. I feel embarrassed for you, a man, being bested by a woman." At the mention of this incident, a myriad of emotions crossed Jiang Songmin's face. He could not comprehend how Lin Zhi, who had once been utterly obedient to him, had suddenly transformed as if she were a different person. Someone must have been whispering ill of him to Lin Zhi. However, in light of the current circumstances, it was evident that Lin Zhi was no longer willing to listen to their grievances. It seemed that clever tactics would not suffice. They would have to resort to force. Jiang Songmin embraced Su Ningning tightly and whispered in her ear, "My dear, do not worry. I have conceived a brilliant plan. Just wait a few days, and you shall enjoy the fruits of my labor." The following day, as Lin Zhi rose from her slumber, the sound of the doorbell echoed through her abode. Peering through the peephole, she beheld Prince Yu standing outside, visibly anxious, her hands clasped tightly together, betraying a hint of trepidation. She feared that her limited abilities might hinder her assistance to Lin Zhi, thus jeopardizing her cherished position. "You're quite early," Lin Zhi yawned, her gaze fixed upon her visitor. "I have always been an early riser. It is a habit instilled in me during my school days when I find hard to break." Prince Yu replied, a touch of embarrassment evident as she playfully stuck out her tongue, hoping she had not disturbed Miss Lin's repose. "Not at all," Lin Zhi reassured her, retrieving a small box and placing it before Prince Yu. "Take a look." Prince Yu accepted the box, her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined it meticulously. She reached in to touch the soil within, then leaned closer to inhale its earthy scent. A peculiar gleam flickered across her face. "Miss Lin, may I inquire about the origin of this soil?" Prince Yu asked, having regained her composure, her curiosity piqued. "It was a gift from Mr. Xiao." Lin Zhi casually fabricated a response. Lin Zhixin contemplated that no one would truly seek verification from Xiao Yuanlin. This is a rare and fertile ground. Wang Zio felt a surge of excitement. If excellent seeds could be sown, and with meticulous calculations of temperature and humidity, crops could flourish abundantly. "Do you have knowledge about seeds?" Lin Zhixin inquired. Wang Zio smiled shyly. "My primary research findings revolve around seeds. I previously developed a method to significantly increase crop yields. Yet, unfortunately, her expression flickered with sadness. I haven't had the chance to widely promote this method before the apocalypse struck." Wang Zio lamented. "Perhaps I will never utilize my research achievements in my lifetime." "Who says so?" Lin Zhixin gazed at her. "Your knowledge still holds great potential for application." Lin Zhi pointed to the pot of soil before her, and then retrieved a bowl of soaked seeds. Perhaps due to the rudimentary equipment and challenging conditions. Before Lin Zhi could finish her words, Wang Zio, her eyes sparkling with excitement, interrupted her. "This is already splendid." She gazed at the pot of seeds Lin Zhi had presented, cradling it in her arms as if it were a treasured possession. With a mixture of astonishment and joy, she examined each seed greedily before seemingly struck by a thought. She lifted her gaze to Lin Zhi and, with a bashful demeanor, said, "Miss Lin, I apologize for my overzealous reaction. It is truly difficult for me to contain my excitement upon seeing these. Understand, the seeds you have provided are of premium quality, and with scientific cultivation methods, we could yield exceptional crops." Wang Zio replied candidly. "What does scientific cultivation entail?" Lin Zhi inquired. After Wang Zio conveyed the fundamental requirements for cultivating the seeds, she hesitated slightly and said, "Miss Lin, I realize that under these circumstances, demanding such stringent conditions for cultivation may seem fanciful. Therefore, we can consider simplifying the process. While the results may be less than optimal, it is still a viable option." "Let us not simplify," Lin Zhi asserted earnestly, her gaze fixed on Wang Zio. "If we are to undertake this endeavor, we shall strive for excellence. But where will we find such conditions?" Wang Zio expressed her concerns. Lin Zhi gazed at her with unwavering confidence. "Leave this matter to me. You simply need to focus on your own responsibilities." After Prince Yu departed, Lu Xiaoyu expressed her concerns, saying, "Miss Lin, are you not worried that this young girl might reveal our secret to the world?" Lin Zhi confidently asserted, "Rest assured, she will definitely not." "Why do you trust her so much?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "You've only met her once. If you don't elaborate, I might just feel a twinge of jealousy." Lin Zhi chuckled softly. "In my previous life, I had heard of the illustrious name of Prince Yu. She is a renowned agronomist. It was due to her that Xiao Yuanlin was able to elevate the ant fortress to great heights." Lin Zhi finally pieced everything together. Lu Xiaoyu then realized, exclaiming, "No wonder you were so protective of her and placed such trust in her. It turns out she is quite a formidable figure. She continued, reflecting with admiration. I simply did not expect such a prominent individual to be so young. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Lin Zhi refrained from mentioning the untimely demise of Prince Yu, instead turning to Lu Xiaoyu and saying, "We must devise a way to acquire some high-quality seeds. The ones we currently possess are woefully insufficient. Why not barter?" Lu Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. "We can also offer some of our supplies in exchange with others." "That indeed is a viable solution," Lin Zhi affirmed, showing his agreement with Lu Xiaoyu's suggestion. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you." Chapter 39. The trading fair. I propose this. Since we need to exchange seeds, why not establish a specific day when the residents of the fortress can freely trade the supplies they desire? Lu Xiaoyu conceived a brilliant idea. Lin Zhi nodded and said, "Please continue." Rather than engaging in clandestine exchanges like others, it would be far more prudent to establish a few fixed dates each month for a designated location where resources can be traded openly. This way, should any issues arise, we can promptly advocate for the disadvantaged users. Moreover, with numerous eyes observing, we can deter any individuals with ulterior motives from taking advantage of the situation. Your proposal is indeed feasible. Lin Zhi continued, "I will assign Uncle Zhao to oversee this matter. We shall designate specific dates as trade fairs, allowing everyone to exchange their surplus resources for those they require. If anyone's goods remain unsold, we can consider purchasing them internally based on their specific circumstances, especially items that are in high demand yet abundant within our stock, such as rice, flour, and oil." Lin Zhi suggested, "Very well. I shall discuss this matter with Uncle Zhao." Lin Zhi was acutely aware of Lu Xiaoyu's character. She was the type of person who, once a decision was made, would immediately set about executing it. After finalizing the arrangements for the trading fair, Lu Xiaoyu promptly issued a notification throughout the entire fortress, informing every resident of the upcoming event. Upon hearing the news, the residents were filled with excitement and curiosity. The venue for the trading fair was designated to be the helipad atop Ant Fortress. This helipad was fully enclosed, with the runway's entrance only open during regular usage. Will there be too many people? Lin Zhi pondered while standing on the second floor of the helipad, gazing down at the throngs below. Indeed, there were a considerable number, but rest assured, I have already prepared all necessary safety measures. Should any unforeseen incidents occur, we can promptly evacuate the crowd, Lu Xiaoyu confidently assured her. "I trust you. You are an expert in handling such matters," Lin Zhi replied with a smile. "After sheltering in the fortress for several months, how has your mind become so rigid?" Lin Zhi chuckled at the sight of Lu Xiaoyu's worried expression. "Regardless, this affair brings nothing but benefits to our fortress," Lin Zhi stated earnestly. "Primarily, we will gain insight into the resident supply reserves through the trading fair." "Indeed," Lu Xiaoyu responded. "Secondly, we will ascertain the primary necessities of the residents, enabling us to formulate targeted policies based on their needs." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at this revelation. "I had not considered that aspect. You certainly think ahead." "Of course. Ultimately, we aim to identify potential talents within the fortress through this trading fair, which will prove beneficial for our community in the future." As Lin Zhi articulated the advantages and disadvantages of the trading fair, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at her with immense admiration. "You have truly transformed into a different person compared to before. If only you had been like this earlier, life would have been so much better for you, free from the incessant clinginess of your ex-boyfriend and that dreadful sister." Lin Zhi smiled nonchalantly. "I am currently doing quite well, and as for those worthless individuals, I hardly give them a second thought. After all, evil begets evil, and every grievance has its rightful owner. Those who have committed such deeds will eventually face the consequences." "Miss Lin, Miss Lu," Uncle Zhao approached, panting slightly. "I have arranged for the staff to compile the statistical data you requested." Lin Zhi received the data report handed over by Uncle Zhao, and her eyes brightened upon reviewing it. In contrast to grain crops, it was the instant food products that were favored by the residents of the fortress. Indeed, the number of individuals skilled in cooking was dwindling. Lin Zhi couldn't help but exclaim that this was a fortuitous opportunity. Lu Xiaoyu understood her unspoken thoughts and promptly presented all the prepared instant food products. The two donned masks and hats, striving to maintain a low profile. Once ready, they positioned themselves at a spot within the trading fair. As they were unloading their goods, a middle-aged mother, cradling her child, gazed longingly at the instant food on their stall and implored, "Could you spare me a box of instant noodles?" Lu Xiaoyu frowned at this request and replied, "Madam, this is a trading fair. If you have something to exchange, please present your items for consideration." "I have no surplus supplies." The middle-aged mother responded defiantly, "I have spent all my savings on a bed within this fortress. I have no spare materials." "I'm sorry, madam, but if you have no surplus to trade, I cannot engage in a transaction," Tang Yin stated politely. Yet, the middle-aged mother, for reasons unknown, became incensed. She retorted indignantly, "You young girls are so unreasonable. You look so slender. You surely don't eat much. Since you can exchange these items, it implies you have more than enough. Why not share a little with my child, who is in need of nourishment for growth?" "I'm sorry, madam, but you are blocking our stall. If you have nothing to trade, please step aside and allow others to approach." Chapter 40. The unreasonable mother. The middle-aged mother was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Zhi's firm stance, which dismissed her entirely. "Why are you bullying me?" she accused Lin Zhi. "I know you young girls look down on mothers like me, but you should not treat me with such disdain." Her words drew a crowd, and Lu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, whispering to Lin Zhi, "We haven't even started our stall yet, and we've encountered this nonsense." "There's nothing to fear," Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly. She had witnessed countless similar situations in her past life. For a mere morsel of supplies, all manner of peculiar individuals would appear. This was merely the early stage of the apocalypse. As resources became increasingly scarce, the darker aspects of human nature would reveal themselves. The current display of peculiar behavior was simply an early manifestation of their true natures, not a significant concern. "If you refuse to give me supplies, why resort to harsh words? Is it because you look down on me?" The middle-aged mother, seeing the crowd grow, suddenly covered her face and began to sob loudly. "Who is being harsh?" Lu Xiaoyu retorted, unable to tolerate the mother's distortion of the truth. "You're all too much. You insult me and refuse to acknowledge it. Just because I'm older and raising a child, does that mean I deserve your scorn?" The middle-aged mother wept, drawing the attention of onlookers. The crowd, not discerning right from wrong, quickly turned to blame Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Zhi. "How can such young girls bully others? We are all women. Why make it difficult for one another? She is all alone with her child and is being mistreated. I wouldn't dare purchase anything from such people. Their character surely reflects in the quality of their goods." Upon hearing the crowd's criticism, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of frustration. She yearned to speak out against the injustice. Yet Lin Zhi held her hand tight, fearing an impulsive reaction. Despite a multitude of grievances, Lu Xiaoyu could only endure. The middle-aged mother, noticing Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu's silence, secretly rejoiced, believing she had intimidated them. However, with tearful eyes, she dramatically recounted, "We, a pair of orphans, have stumbled into this ant fortress, spending all our savings just to find shelter, only to be met with disdain." A compassionate man stepped forward, offering comfort. "Madam, do not fear. Speak freely. With so many eyes upon us at this trading fair, we will support you." Encouraged by this support, the middle-aged mother pointedly accused Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu. "I merely pleaded for a morsel of food, yet they responded with harsh words. Although I understand I should not ask for their generosity, their treatment of me is utterly intolerable." With feigned sorrow, she wiped her tears, portraying herself as a pitiable figure. The man who had offered support, moved by her plight, remarked, "Madam, what do you need? Though my resources are limited, I can spare a little for you and your child." Lin Zhi stood by, unable to suppress a cold laugh. The middle-aged mother, upon noticing someone was willing to offer her supplies, immediately lit up with excitement. She grasped the sleeve of the man beside her and eagerly exclaimed, "Young man, do you have any instant food products? If so, please give me 10 or 8 boxes." Upon hearing her demand for such a quantity, the man's expression subtly shifted. He awkwardly chuckled and replied, "I'm sorry, sister, but I don't have much here. I can only offer you 1 box of instant noodles and a bag of bread. Anything more, I cannot spare, as I need to eat too. Only 1 box. How could that possibly suffice?" The middle-aged mother frowned immediately, saying, It's just the two of us, my son and me. Even if I don't eat. My son is at a growth stage. 1 box of noodles and a bag of bread, 1 tea, even be enough for a single meal. Those around her, who initially bore expressions of outrage, suddenly appeared somewhat perplexed. Among the onlookers was a woman of similar age to the mother, who could not help but interject, "Oh, come on. It's already generous of him to offer you anything at all. Do you realize what times we are in? Supplies are scarce. Do you think a box of noodles costs just $5? Those willing to trade supplies with you are truly benevolent. You ought to express gratitude rather than complain." The middle-aged mother was visibly displeased, retorting, "But this is far too little. It's simply insufficient. Do you have any idea how much it costs to exchange for a box of noodles these days?" Someone in the crowd chimed in. "A box of noodles is now worth more than a gram of gold. If you find it so lacking, why don't you bring your own items to trade?" The stalls of those two young ladies are overflowing with noodles. Just ask them what they would require for a trade. The middle-aged mother, confronted by the stranger's comments, turned a shade darker. The kind-hearted man recognized the unease within her demeanor. Feeling awkward, he attempted to slip away amidst the crowd, but the middle-aged mother, quick to perceive his intent, seized his arm and insisted, "Don't go. Why are you grabbing me? Let go." The kind-hearted man appeared somewhat flustered. The middle-aged mother, her expression devoid of emotion, extended her hand and demanded, "You promised to give me those items. Hand them over first." Her brazen behavior drew disapproving glances from those surrounding her. Goodness, how thick-skinned can one be? I just offended her, and now I regret saying a word. No wonder those two young ladies ignore her. I find it repulsive to even look at her. Unfazed by the criticisms, the middle-aged mother had grown accustomed to such remarks. "Young man, don't leave. You promised me a box of noodles and a bag of bread. Give them to me before you go." Her demeanor was so natural, as if it were a matter of course. Lu Xiaoyu, watching from the side, was left speechless. He can't possibly give them to her, can he? It's possible, Lin Zhi thought, unimpressed. As the kind-hearted man, feeling helpless, prepared to produce the supplies for the mother, a figure suddenly rushed forward, seizing his hand. "Young man, do not give her anything." Chapter 41. The costly exchange of supplies. An elderly man with graying hair hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. Pointing an accusatory finger at the middle-aged mother, he shouted, "You deceitful woman, you've swindled me out of so many supplies. How dare you continue to flaunt yourself here?" Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of intrigue. Lu Xiaoyu, beside them, suddenly brightened, nudging Lin Zhi with her elbow and whispering, "There's a show to watch." Lin Zhi chuckled. It's quite normal. As you spend more time in such situations and witness them repeatedly, you will naturally lose interest. Upon seeing the man, the middle-aged mother's complexion changed dramatically. Just as she contemplated fleeing, the man strode forward, seizing her arm with a fierce grip, and growled, "Thinking of escaping?" The middle-aged mother, confronted with the man's relentless demeanor, made a decisive choice and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to his face. "You lecher! What do you want from me? Are you still trying to harass me?" The man, taken aback by her unexpected retaliation, stood frozen, clutching his face in disbelief. "You shamelessly Yinhua! How dare you strike me? Return my belongings at once. If you refuse, beware of the consequences." The onlookers immediately shifted their expressions, pointing and murmuring about the unfolding drama. Realizing that her deception had been exposed, the middle-aged mother plopped down on the ground, wailing, "You insatiable man. You wish to take advantage of us lonely women. Just because I have no husband, you think you can prey on me? Let me tell you, you will not succeed." "Huh, I slander you? Look at yourself. Who would desire an old hag like you? I live in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor, and you dare accuse me of seduction? Take a good look in the mirror. If I truly sought companionship, there would be plenty of young, beautiful women vying for my attention." Though the man's words were harsh, the crowd found themselves more inclined to believe him over the middle-aged mother, given the circumstances. After all, those who resided in a 3rd-floor, one-bedroom apartment typically possessed considerable resources. He had no need to target a middle-aged woman. The mother found herself at a loss for words. The man pressed on, "You deceitful woman, you claim to have fruit for trade, yet you vanished with my supplies. It was not easy to locate you at this trading fair." The middle-aged mother felt a pang of regret for her failed scheme. while the man who had previously pursued her had long since slipped away. What is all this commotion? I've heard you both from afar, causing a ruckus when you should be mindful. This is a trading fair, not a place for quarrels. Both of you come with me. A staff member appeared at an opportune moment, asserting, I care not for your relationship or grievances. This is a trading fair, and disturbances are strictly prohibited. Both of you, follow me. The staff member, unyielding, swiftly escorted the two away. Lin Zhi watched the staff retreating into the distance and couldn't help but give Lu Xiaoyu a thumbs up. You did a commendable job with this event planning. The management's response to emergencies is truly swift. I specialize in advertising and planning. This is indeed my forte. Such matters are mere trifles to me. Lu Xiaoyu winked at Lin Zhi and said, Darling, I truly admire your composure. If you weren't by my side today, I would have certainly had a heated argument with that woman. There are far too many people like her. If you were to engage in disputes with each one, you would surely exhaust yourself. Lin Zhi smiled gently. You are absolutely right. Do not seek trouble for yourself. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and subsequently hung the exchange item sign in front of their booth. The sign clearly stated the quantity of items required for their exchange. 50 grams of rice could be exchanged for 2 buckets of instant noodles, and 1 egg could be exchanged for 3 buckets of instant noodles. A passing child pointed at the sign, reading each word aloud. His voice captured the attention of passers-by, and many people gathered around their booth to scrutinize the price list. Little girl, is everything written here true? An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, inquired first. Of course it's true, Lu Xiaoyu replied earnestly. Do you have these items in hand, sir? We can exchange for anything listed on this sign. Is it really true? So, I can trade 1 egg for 3 buckets of instant noodles? I happen to have a few eggs. An excited man from the crowd approached, his face glowing as he placed 3 eggs in front of them. He looked at them eagerly and said, Can I exchange for 9 buckets of instant noodles? Wait a moment. Lin Zhi took the 3 eggs from the man's hands and examined them carefully with a magnifying glass. The man, thinking they were inspecting the quality of the eggs, quickly reassured them. Don't worry, these eggs are absolutely fresh. I couldn't bear to eat them before. I was just thinking of trading them for something flavorful. This one won't do, but the other 2 are fine, Lin Zhi stated, returning one of the eggs to the man. Why won't this one do? The man asked curiously, looking at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi said, I apologize, but I cannot disclose the standards. However, you possess 2 eggs that you can exchange with us. So will you trade? Of course I will trade. The plump boy eagerly nodded. The prospect of exchanging a single egg for 3 buckets of instant noodles was an extraordinary opportunity, one that seldom presented itself. It mattered not if he had only 1 usable egg. Even with 3, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Witnessing Lin Zhi's generous yet disadvantageous exchange of supplies, the onlookers surged forward, each eager to barter their possessions with her. Everyone presented their items for her inspection, with no one truly aware of the criteria she employed. If she deemed an item acceptable, it was deemed so. If not, it was rejected. As the last of the instant noodles dwindled, a young boy in the throng, steeling himself, approached her and mustered the courage to speak. Hello, miss, I wish to exchange a bucket of instant noodles with you. Lin Zhi smiled gently and nodded, saying, No problem. Are you using rice or yellow beans? The boy bit his lip and replied, I don't have those things you mentioned. I only have this. Chapter 42. Unexpectedly received a koi. Upon discerning the object clutched in the boy's hand, Lin Zhi trembled with exhilaration. Follow me, she urged. Without giving the boy a moment to react, Lin Zhi swiftly produced a piece of cloth to cover the item in his hand. She then led him to a corner a few paces away from the stall. The boy, clearly startled, looked at Lin Zhi and stammered. Do you want this thing of mine? Lin Zhi took a deep breath, gazing at the boy, and with great effort, restrained her inner excitement as she inquired, Where did you acquire this? I brought it to the ant fortress. It is something I have raised myself, the boy replied earnestly. While others seek refuge in the fortress, you possess the leisure to bring along such exquisite little koi. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. The boy held a small tank containing delicate koi fish. Bringing this is certainly preferable to lugging around homework, he said with a wry smile. I have always had a penchant for keeping pets. Yet everything I cared for withered away, except for these koi, which have thrived under my care for 3 months. I believed they would bring me good fortune. So when the earthquake struck, I seized the chance to bring them along without a second thought. His voice turned somber as he continued. I had hoped they would remain by my side indefinitely, but the current conditions are utterly unsuitable for their care. There is no clean water or proper fish food. I can only watch them daily. When I first brought them here, they were vibrant and plump, but now they appear so emaciated that their bones are nearly visible. Would you be willing to part with them? Lin Zhi asked, witnessing the boy's reluctance. If you give the koi to me, they will be wholly mine. How I choose to care for them or even abandon them is entirely my prerogative, and you would have no say in the matter. The boy, gritting his teeth, nodded. I have considered what you said. As long as you agree, I can ask for less in terms of supplies. I only need 2 buckets of instant noodles. I am truly famished. As he spoke, he seemed to realize he might have overstepped, quickly adding, if that is too much, 1 bucket will suffice. I just need something to eat. Lin Zhi observed his anxious demeanor and could not help but chuckle, saying, follow me. Lin Zhi led the boy to the exterior of her chamber. As they ascended the staircase, the boy realized they had reached the pinnacle of the fortress. They halted before a sturdy security door, and while the boy vaguely inferred Lin Zhi's true identity, his cleverness prevented him from exposing her. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Zhi emerged, grasping a substantial plastic bag. The black bag was bulging, seemingly filled to the brim. Hand me your fish, Lin Zhi instructed, her gaze fixed on the boy. Trembling, he extended the fish to her, and in return, he accepted the heavy black bag from Lin Zhi. The weight of its contents far surpassed his expectations. Regardless of where you reside, remember this. Do not share your provisions with others. Safeguard your belongings and ensure that prying eyes do not catch a glimpse. Above all, do not disclose that these items were given to you by me, Lin Zhi cautioned. I understand, the boy replied, looking at the closed door behind Lin Zhi, then glancing down at the black bag of supplies in his hands. He cautiously opened it, and upon witnessing the abundance of food within, his face flushed with excitement. He had never imagined that his modest tank of koi could exchange for such a bounty. Yet, he pondered, what purpose did she have for these koi? They were mere ornamental creatures, not meant for consumption. Inside the room, Lin Zhi gazed intently at the several koi. Koi are a cultivated variety of fish that have been selectively bred from ordinary species. Previous experiments have demonstrated that when certain goldfish are released into rivers and allowed to breed with native fish, the distinctive traits of the goldfish gradually diminish over successive generations, ultimately resulting in fish that are suitable for consumption. Lin Zhi never anticipated that, at this critical juncture of the apocalypse, there would indeed be individuals who brought living animal species into existence. She introduced these koi into the spatial farmland. Time within the spatial farmland elapses significantly faster than that outside. Before long, the crops within the space had begun to germinate, and the seedlings had already grown to a height of nearly a finger. Lin Zhi cast several koi into the stream, a waterway that is both cyclical and enclosed. Once the koi are placed within, they shall not vanish downstream. Lin Zhi then went to a nearby shed to observe the incubation of the eggs. The eggs had all transformed, and their colors indicated that there were signs of hatching. Prince had informed her that only fertilized eggs could hatch into animals, while unfertilized eggs would remain inert. This is why Lin Zhi had been particularly meticulous when selecting the materials for exchange at the trading fair just moments ago. Lin Zhi estimated the days ahead, believing that these eggs would soon hatch into creatures. However, the challenge of nurturing them post-hatching posed a dilemma. She would need to consult Prince Yu once more regarding this matter. Lin Zhi's mind was still preoccupied with Lu Xiaoyu's booth at the trade fair, so she did not linger in the space for long before departing. After leaving the space, Lin Zhi tidied up her supplies at her room and then brought some items to the fair. At this moment, they had already acquired a substantial amount of grains and eggs through the trade fair. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow at the sight of the crops before her. Merely possessing these was insufficient. It would be splendid if they could also produce some essential seasonings, such as salt and sugar. As Lin Zhi's thoughts wandered, an elderly gentleman approached. He carried 2 long stalks of sugarcane, and unlike the others who scrutinized the price tags, he placed the sugarcane directly on their table and inquired, "Young lady, do you accept this?" "No," replied Lin Zhi. "Yes," exclaimed Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Zhi simultaneously, exchanging glances. The old man, observing their interaction with curiosity, asked, "So, are you accepting it or not?" If she says yes, then yes, Lu Xiaoyu responded, glancing at Lin Zhi, aware that Lin Zhi had her reasons for agreeing to the sugarcane. "Old sir, what would you like in exchange for the sugarcane? Our current items are limited to these," Lin Zhi inquired. The elderly gentleman pointed shyly at a sack of flour in front of Lin Zhi and said, "I would like a trade for some flour to steam a few buns." Lin Zhi, without uttering a word, neatly packed the sack of flour and handed it to the elderly gentleman. Chapter 43. The exchange for vegetable seeds. "Excuse me, what did you say?" Lin Zhi's eyes widened at the response. The old man chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. "If you choose not to accept it, so be it. I have inquired with numerous people, yet none are willing to take it." He lowered his head as he walked, muttering to himself, "Had I known these seeds would be of no use, I would never have brought them." "Wait a moment, sir," Lin Zhi promptly called out to him. "Is there something you need? Are you looking to trade seeds?" The old man's expression brightened with a glimmer of hope. "What type of seeds do you have?" "Oh, I have an assortment. Bok choy, asparagus, pumpkin, tomatoes, just your everyday vegetable seeds." Seeing Lin Zhi's interest, the old man's excitement surged, and he began to speak with fervor. "These seeds are splendid. I had originally intended to plant them in the garden of my villa, but alas, there is no land available within the fortress." "How unfortunate!" Lin Zhi exclaimed. "Indeed," the old man continued, eager to share his tale. "I initially believed there would be land for cultivation within this fortress, which is why I had my wife and son bring several large boxes of seeds when we purchased our home here. However, my elation was short-lived as my children scolded me upon discovering it. They berated me for taking up space, claiming they could not be consumed as food. At first, I was incredulous, but now, in light of the current circumstances, these seeds truly feel like a burden. Just as my children said, they occupy space without purpose. Yet I cannot bear to part with them. Could you take me to see your seeds?" Lin Zhi inquired, her excitement palpable. "Of course," the old man replied eagerly, leading Lin Zhi to his apartment on their floor. He resided on the 5th level of the fortress, where most inhabitants were affluent individuals. The old man reminisced, if only times were different. Before the earthquake, our home boasted several stories. Our garden alone spanned 500 square meters, where I cultivated flowers and vegetables, and even raised chickens and ducks." Lin Zhi couldn't help but laugh and remarked, "Your children and grandchildren must be quite pleased, right?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man pouted and shook his head, proclaiming, "Not at all. Unlike you, they find my home a mess. Every time they visit, they complain about the chaos I've created. They insist there are plenty of vendors selling chickens and ducks outside, claiming my efforts are unnecessary. They simply do not understand. The chickens and ducks I raise are far superior to those sold in stores. The broth from my home-raised poultry is far more fragrant than any organic chicken from the market." As he spoke of this, the elderly man became quite animated. Lin Zhi seldom encountered such a loquacious yet affable elder, and her spirits inevitably lifted in his presence, as if being beside him allowed her to experience the pre-apocalyptic life. The elder entered a spacious room, and Lin Zhi understood that anyone capable of affording such a space must possess considerable wealth. The elder pointed at the door of the room and said to Lin Zhi, "My dear girl, this is the room." Upon finishing his statement, he rapped his knuckles against the door. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man. Just as the elder was about to speak, the man interrupted with a sigh. "I told you to bring more provisions, but you insisted on bringing your seeds. Our home is already small, and now it's filled with your seeds, which delayed us from bringing food. You won't starve," the elder retorted with a scornful glance. The middle-aged man yearned to counter, but, recalling that the elder was his father, he merely shook his head and said, "Fine, as long as you're happy." "I am indeed happy." The elder shot a glare at the middle-aged man and then directed him, "Bring out those seeds for this young lady to see." Although the middle-aged man was filled with questions, he complied with the elder's request. Lin Zhi opened the box, and upon seeing the seeds contained within, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, they were all high-quality seedlings. Even before the apocalypse, these seeds would have been considered exceptional. "Grandpa, I will take all of these seeds. What kind of food or supplies would you like in return?" Lin Zhi said sweetly. "What? You want these seeds? The middle-aged man, astonished by Lin Zhi's words, nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. He looked at her, repeatedly asking, "Little girl, these seeds cannot be eaten. Are you certain you truly want the seeds?" Lin Zhi nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. I desire all of these seeds." The middle-aged man, filled with skepticism, nonetheless followed Lin Zhi to the venue of the trade fair. Lin Zhi said to Lu Xiaoyu, who was tidying up the stall, "Xiaoyu, our task for today is complete. We shall no longer collect items from others." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu replied, somewhat astonished. "We still have plenty of things left. Let us pack all these items for this uncle," Lin Zhi instructed. "All right." Lu Xiaoyu did not ask further and immediately began to assist Lin Zhi in packing the supplies. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Lin Zhi generously offering them such a large quantity of goods, was taken aback and remarked, "Little girl, I senti this too much. You should keep some for yourselves." After hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, the middle-aged man happily joined them in packing the supplies. "Allow me to deliver these to you." Lin Zhi watched as the middle-aged man walked away and joyfully embraced Lu Xiaoyu. How could Miss Lin, having made a loss in her business, still be so elated? Chapter 44, Being Watched. To her astonishment, the person behind her turned out to be Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi patted Lu Xiaoyu beside her, attributing the primary credit to Lu. Lu Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands in modesty, stating, "I merely acted upon orders. The idea for this trade fair originated from you." The most significant efforts were put forth by Lin Zhi. Xiao Yuanlin chuckled softly, remaining silent for a moment. He then glanced at the seeds beneath their feet, a flicker of confusion crossing his brow before he resumed his composed demeanor, saying, "It is indeed intriguing how you are expending resources to procure these seemingly inconsequential items. Do remember to exercise a degree of discretion next time." President Xiao. At that moment, Uncle Zhao hurriedly approached Xiao Yuanlin, whispering a few urgent words to Wang Ku before stating, "The situation is critical. I must trouble you, President Xiao, to attend to this matter." Xiao Yuanlin nodded, exchanged brief farewells with Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu, and then departed. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Xiaoyu inquired, "What does he mean by that? Is he doubting our intentions?" Lin Zhi shook her head, her expression turning somewhat grave. "He is reminding us. Reminding us of what? To refrain from being too ostentatious. Someone has already set their sights on us." Lu Xiaoyu grasped the situation, her demeanor shifting abruptly as anxiety took hold. What shall we do now? We have already completed our tasks. They cannot leave, can they? Let's tidy up these things." Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu were diligently organizing their belongings while casting furtive glances at the bustling scene of the trading fair. It was only after Xiao Yuanlin's reminder that Lin Zhi noticed, to her dismay, that several individuals were surreptitiously watching them from various corners of the venue. Fortunately, the supplies she was acquiring today were relatively commonplace, though a few boxes of seeds did attract some attention. She resolved to devise a more discreet method for her next endeavor. As the two prepared to depart with their goods, they were obstructed by a man and a woman. Jiang Songmin forced a dry smile, addressing them. "Lin Zhi, with all these splendid items, why don't you ever lend a hand to your sister?" Lu Xiaoyu shot her a look of approval. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning exchanged awkward expressions. Just as Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu were about to leave, Jiang Songmin, gritting her teeth, approached them humbly and pleaded, "Lin Zhi, could you spare us some food? Your sister hasn't had a decent meal in several days. What does your lack of food have to do with me? Eat or don't eat, it's entirely your choice," Lin Zhi replied, her gaze fixed ahead, not bothering to acknowledge them. "Please, Lin Zhi, just help me out," Su Ningning implored with a pitiful look. "You know I'm pregnant. If I don't eat, my health will deteriorate." Lu Xiaoyu, standing beside them, shot them an exasperated glare. "If you too understand that your bodies can't handle it, then you ought to rest properly in your room instead of wandering around. The more you move, the quicker you deplete your energy. Lying down and remaining still will allow you to eat less." Lu Xiaoyu's retort left Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning feeling humiliated. Under normal circumstances, Su Ningning, with a proud disposition, would have ignored them entirely. However, given the current predicament, with their resources dwindling, it was imperative they humbled themselves, lest they face a dire shortage. Su Ningning gritted her teeth and said, "Good sister, it was previously mine, not yours. I inadvertently caused a misunderstanding between you and Jiang Songmin. If you can let bygones be bygones, I am willing to relinquish it to you. Absolutely not. Lin Zhi couldn't help but frown. She had no intention of wearing second-hand clothing. You two can keep it. As Lin Zhi recalled all she had endured in her past life, the thought that these two individuals had poisoned her over mere resources filled her with an irrepressible rage. Regardless of their pretenses, their flattery, or their obsequiousness, Lin Zhi could never find it in herself to forgive them, for she was acutely aware of their true intentions. They were two insatiable demons, devoid of any humanity. Lu Xiaoyu grasped Lin Zhi's hand and urged, "Ignore them, let us depart." As Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu walked away, the smiles on Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning's faces gradually faded. Who on earth is this woman who has repeatedly thwarted our plans? Jiang Songmin glared at Lu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. Su Ningning let out a cold laugh, her gaze turning sinister and menacing. Who else could it be? She is none other than your ex-girlfriend's closest confidant, the former heiress of the Lu group. So it is this woman after all. Upon hearing the surname Lu, a flash of malice crossed Jiang Songmin's face. To my knowledge, Lin Zhi sought her out on the very day we broke up. It appears this woman played a significant role in our separation. Indeed, if it weren't for this Lu, we would not be in such dire straits. With Lin Zhi's financial resources, we could have long since moved into a two-bedroom apartment, rather than enduring the humiliation of cramming into a space with a group of wretched individuals. As Su Ningning's grievances escalated, she turned her ire towards Jiang Songmin, blaming him. "It's all your fault, you useless wretch. If you weren't so disappointing, I wouldn't have to demean myself like this." Jiang Songmin felt a surge of irritation but could only placate Su Ningning, saying, Yes, it is all my fault. I have wronged you. I will certainly seize whatever Lin Zhi possesses and bring it to you." After speaking, he cast a glance at the disappearing figures of Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Since this Lu Xiaoyu is Lin Zhi's right hand and a formidable ally, he resolved to eliminate this capable assistant, leaving her isolated and vulnerable. Chapter 45. Gratitude must be repaid. They assessed the supplies they had exchanged today. 20 pounds of mung beans, 20 pounds of soybeans, 50 pounds of rice, 39 pounds of wheat, 2 pounds of black beans, along with various other grains. These were of secondary importance. The most significant acquisition was a tank of ornamental koi and several large boxes of vegetable seeds. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the vacant shelves within the room, promptly placing the items upon them. It is likely that today's exchange of supplies will become the talk of the entire ant fortress. As Lu Xiaoyu arranged the provisions, she inquired, "What are your plans regarding Prince Yu?" Her curiosity compelled her to seek the answer. Lin paused momentarily. "I need to observe a bit longer." "Do you not have much faith in her?" Lin Zhi remarked. "No matter how much I trust someone, if that person is not constantly by my side, not perpetually beneath my gaze, I shall remain skeptical. After all, we are living in an apocalyptic world where human nature is inscrutable. One moment, they may appear as an angel. In the next, they could transform into a demon over a mere can of food." Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lin Zhi for a prolonged moment, her heart aching as she sighed. "Although you have recounted your experiences during the apocalypse, I cannot shake the feeling that you are concealing a part of your story. You must have endured numerous painful events. Otherwise, you would not possess such profound insight into human nature. You are not always like this. You once approached everything with remarkable innocence. In chaotic times, such innocence becomes a self-destructive blade." After organizing the items on the shelves, Lin Zhi called for Wang Zio. "Zio, I shall rely on your efforts today." Lin Zhi nudged the boxes of seeds at her feet. Upon noticing the several boxes of seeds, Wang Zio's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Lin Zhi smiled and nodded. "That is why I called you here. These seeds are entrusted to you." The Prince Yu immediately felt the weight of responsibility upon him. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Miss Lin, I shall make proper use of these seeds and not waste a single one." Lin Zhi entrusted the task of planting to Prince Yu. She followed him into a small research room, which was filled with an array of boxes, each brimming with soil. Some of the soil harbored tender green sprouts, while others bore a layer of mold. What purpose does this serve? Lin Zhi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she pointed to a moldy box. The soil within this box has already succumbed to mold. Lin Zhi vaguely recalls that Prince Yu asked her to gather some decayed wood as raw materials, which took her considerable effort. This is truly a valuable item, Prince Yu said with a smile. This is the home for mushrooms. Are you saying this is used for cultivating mushrooms? To be precise, it is for shiitake mushrooms. Lin Zhi was astonished, exclaiming, "How extraordinary you are! You've even managed to cultivate mushrooms. This is a refuge. The internal control of humidity is superb. Growing plants suited to such a moist environment is quite a challenge." Prince Yu, with a shy smile, replied, "This is my expertise, regardless of the external conditions. As long as the internal microenvironment is well managed, it can be accomplished. During my time in the laboratory, I frequently conducted such small-scale simulations. However, the environment here is rather rudimentary. If it were akin to that of our lab, I could cultivate a far greater and more varied assortment." "You are truly impressive," Lin Zhi sincerely praised. "I am not so remarkable." "You flatter me, Miss Lin. To be honest, you are the more remarkable one. In this situation, you're able to gather all the materials I require, thus enabling me to realize a dream." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi gazed at Prince Yu, her smile fading. "Aren't you curious where I obtained these materials?" Prince Yu responded earnestly, "I am solely responsible for fulfilling the tasks you assigned to me. The origins of these items are not for me to know. Moreover, knowing would be of no consequence, as I cannot alter anything. Since you, Miss Lin, have not chosen to mention it, it indicates that I need not be informed. If it were necessary, I trust you would certainly enlighten me." Prince Yu's words caused Lin Zhi to regard her with newfound respect. Previously, she had sought Prince Yu merely for her past reputation. But now she comprehended why Xiao Yuanlin treated her with such exceptional kindness. Indeed, she possessed admirable qualities. Beyond her remarkable abilities, her character was equally commendable. Xiao Yuanlin had a discerning eye for talent. The thought of having such an outstanding individual under her guidance filled Lin Zhi with excitement. "Yu, how is your mother faring lately?" She had not heard of Prince Yu having any family, suggesting that her mother might have passed away long ago. At the mention of this, a flicker of sadness crossed Prince Yu's eyes as she replied, "Her condition has been deteriorating. Both my mother and I are aware that it is merely a matter of time. We are awaiting the arrival of death." Lin Zhi gazed at Prince Yu, who appeared so melancholic, and inevitably felt a twinge of sorrow herself. Having lost her parents at an early age, she had long been surrounded by relatives who seemed more eager to consume her despair than offer solace. It had been ages since she last felt the warmth of family. "In truth, I am a physician. If you do not mind, may I examine your mother? Even if I am unable to cure her terminal condition, I could at least alleviate some of her suffering." Lin Zhi originally wished to avoid entanglements, yet she was acutely aware of Prince Yu's worth and character, prompting her to undertake additional efforts. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Prince Yu was deeply moved. "Miss Lin, you have already assisted me immensely. If you continue to help me, I shall be at a loss as to how to repay you. Even my mother has remarked that I have taken too much advantage of you and urged me to offer you more assistance." "I require no repayment," Lin Zhi replied. "Merely fulfilling the tasks I assign you is the greatest favor you could bestow upon me." Prince Yu responded with earnestness, "That is unacceptable. It troubles my conscience not to repay your kindness. Since childhood, my parents have instilled in me the principle of gratitude." Lin Zhi was just about to decline when Prince Yu pulled out a notebook from his embrace, extending it to Lin Zhi with both hands. "Miss Lin, this is the result of my previous research. Should there ever come a day when I am no longer able to live, you may share this work with others of equal ability for their study." Chapter 46. Misdiagnosis. Lin Zhi gazed at the somewhat worn notebook in Wang Ziyou's hands. Her heart stirred with profound emotion. She understood all too well the significance of such academic achievements for Wang Ziyou. The willingness to share these invaluable items revealed that Wang Ziyou regarded Lin Zhi as a true benefactor. Consequently, Lin Zhi shed her hesitance and said, "Once you finish your work, I shall visit your mother." After the work was completed, Lin Zhi and Wang Ziyou made their way to their designated sleeping quarters. Wang Zio's mother appeared increasingly frail. In just a few short days, her complexion had turned a shade of yellow, resembling a piece of rice paper that could easily crumble at any moment. Lin Zhi felt a pang of sadness upon witnessing the scene with Wang Zio's mother. "Mother, Miss Lin has come to visit you again." Wang Zio gently helped her mother sit up, adding, "She has brought you an abundance of delightful treats." "Mrs." Wang regarded Lin Zhi with a warm smile and inquired, "Miss Lin, my daughter, has tea caused you any trouble? Has she?" "Oh, not at all." Mrs. Wang replied weakly. "You know how clumsy and foolish Yo-Yo can be. I hope you won tea hold it against her." "How could I? Yo-Yo is exceptionally bright. I have never encountered a girl as remarkable as her." "You are truly fortunate to have such an intelligent and lively daughter," Lin Zhi remarked. Hearing Lin Zhi praise Wang Zio brought immense joy to Mrs. Wang. She grasped her daughter's hand and said earnestly, "You must do your utmost to assist Miss Lin. She is a good person, and in these trying times, she has provided us with so much support. She is indeed our benefactor. Whatever she asks of you in the future, you must comply." Wang Zio nodded solemnly, replying, "Mother, I understand. Rest assured, Miss Lin is a wonderful person, and I will diligently serve her." Lin Zhi was deeply moved as she looked at Mrs. Wang and said, "Annie, I am a doctor. I have helped many patients before. I came here with you to see if I could assist you with your illness." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang shook her head and, with a hint of sorrow, replied, "Miss Lin, it is not that I doubt your abilities. It is simply that I have suffered from this ailment for many years. If it were curable, I would have been healed long ago, rather than waiting until now." As she spoke, Mrs. Wang offered a bitter smile and continued, "At this point, I am merely passing time, waiting for the inevitable when heaven decides to take me." "Mom, please don't say that," Wang Zio said, her eyes glistening with tears. Her voice trembled as she added, "You will surely recover." Mrs. Wang chuckled softly and said, "Silly child, you are already pursuing a doctorate. How can you still speak so naively? The illness I have is terminal and beyond cure. As an adult, you must learn to accept reality sooner rather than later. Do you understand?" Though Wang Zio was reluctant, she could only grit her teeth and nod in agreement. "Auntie, I am aware that your condition is quite severe. My medical skills may not be perfect, but I will do my utmost to alleviate your suffering," Lin Zhi said earnestly. "May I examine your condition, Mrs.?" Wang nodded and then instructed Wang Zio to retrieve all of the previous medical reports. Lin Zhi gazed at Mrs. Wang's medical report, her brow furrowing in perplexity. Something was amiss. The results detailed in the report appeared to diverge from the symptoms Mrs. Wang was currently exhibiting. Wang Zio, perceptive as ever, detected the uncertainty in Lin Zhi's eyes, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. She softly inquired, "Miss Lin, is there still a chance for my mother's recovery?" "Dear child, you speak in jest," Mrs. Wang remarked, casting a surprised glance at Wang Zio. "Auntie, would you mind if I took your pulse?" Lin Zhi asked with utmost seriousness. Wang Zio and Mrs. Wang exchanged glances. Mrs. Wang replied, "Miss Lin, it is not that I lack faith in traditional Chinese medicine, but rather that my condition has become quite critical, and I fear it cannot offer relief. I have consulted traditional practitioners before, and they have long since declared my fate. Furthermore, due to the absence of diagnostic instruments within the fortress, I can only assess your condition through pulse taking. Therefore, if you would trust me, might I request your wrist?" Lin Zhi interjected her words. Mrs. Wang rolled up her sleeve and extended her wrist to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi grasped Mrs. Wang's wrist, meticulously checking her pulse. Mrs. Wang's heartbeat was vigorous and robust. However, Lin Zhi understood that this pulsation was merely deceptive. The underlying reality suggested that Mrs. Wang might be suffering from vascular obstruction, necessitating her heart to exert greater force to facilitate the circulation of blood throughout her body. Lin Zhi carefully examined Mrs. Wang's countenance and discerned that there was indeed a tumor within her mind. However, this tumor did not possess the malignancy as indicated in the medical report. Rather, it resembled a stagnation caused by vascular congestion. In other words, once the blood vessels are cleared, Mrs. Wang's ailment would naturally resolve. Lin Zhi has now confirmed that Mrs. Wang's illness is not grave. Indeed, it is curable. However, Due to the unique location of the ailment, she hesitates to disclose this information to Mrs. Wang. She fears that overwhelming excitement could precipitate a cerebral hemorrhage, as such risks are particularly concerning in cases of vascular congestion. She summoned Wang Zio to the corridor and candidly shared her observations. Overcome with joy, Wang Zio wept, grasping Lin Zhi's hand, her words tumbling out in a frenzy of excitement. "Miss Lin, is this truly the case? Has my mother really been misdiagnosed? I am certain that my aunt has indeed been misdiagnosed." Lin Zhi smiled reassuringly at Wang Zio, saying, "Your mother's illness is treatable. It merely requires a bit more effort. Miss Lin, you can cure her, can't you?" Lin Zhi nodded. Upon hearing this, Prince Yu fell to his knees with a thud and bowed 3 times to Lin Zhi, exclaiming, "Miss Lin, if you can save my mother, I shall be your servant, willing to do whatever you ask of me. Please rise," Lin Zhi urged as she helped him to his feet. She then added, "As a young lady, you need not kneel so readily. A daughter's worth is beyond measure." Lin Zhi cast a glance at Mrs. Wang, who was resting with her eyes closed in the room, and in a hushed tone, she said to Wang Zio, "This matter is known to both of us, but you must absolutely refrain from disclosing it to your mother. I fear that her excitement might lead to an overwhelming surge of emotions, which could potentially induce vascular stress and result in a cerebral hemorrhage. Therefore, during the course of my treatment for your mother, it is imperative that you remain tight-lipped and wait until the appropriate moment to speak." Wang Zio nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Lin. You are truly a remarkable person." Lin Zhi and Prince Yu agreed on a time for treatment. However, an unexpected guest entered the elevator, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at him with a faint smile, saying, "Miss Lin, you truly are a wonderful person." Chapter 47. Trust is the foundation. Lin Zhi was momentarily bewildered. Observing Lin Zhi's dazed expression, Xiao Yuanlin rarely allowed a faint smile to grace his face. Although it was a smile, it appeared somewhat foolish. Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but tease her. Lin Zhi was utterly bewildered. Xiao Yuanlin actually cracked a joke. Oh my goodness. She couldn't believe her eyes. Observing Lin Zhi's dazed expression, Xiao Yuanlin's smile deepened further. He was about to say something when the elevator doors suddenly opened, revealing that they had arrived at the lobby. Uncle Zhao, accompanied by several staff members, entered while conversing. Upon seeing the two of them, everyone immediately greeted them with respect. "President Xiao, Miss Lin, you are here as well?" Uncle Zhao said with utmost reverence. Xiao Yuanlin promptly reverted to his previous serious demeanor, while Lin Zhi exhaled a long sigh of relief. The playful side of Xiao Yuanlin left her somewhat at a loss, in both her past and this life. She had only witnessed him smile twice, and both instances were just moments ago. She felt more at ease with Xiao Yuanlin's usual stern expression. "President Xiao, Miss Lin, I have prepared the duty roster for the trip to the Sifang Fortress. You may review it," Uncle Zhao said, pulling out a form and handing it to them. Lin Zhi glanced at the document and expressed her surprise. "Is a rotation necessary for the Sifang Fortress?" "Naturally," Uncle Zhao replied with a smile. "Everyone is aware of the geographical conditions at the Sifang Fortress. The nuclear radiation is severe. Who would willingly stay there long-term unless they are in excellent health? This roster is a result of the executives leading by example. Otherwise, very few would volunteer. Miss Lin, do not blame everyone for their lack of enthusiasm." One of the staff members chimed in. "The Sifang Fortress is too unique, is far from safe. Even with long-term protective gear and radiation medication, one can still experience adverse health effects. Moreover, I have heard that many individuals in that area have contracted radiation sickness. The suffering upon death is unbearable." The staff members began to discuss the matters concerning the Sifang Fortress animatedly. Lin Zhi listened in silence to the discussions around her. It seemed imperative for them to expedite the conversion of the energy source within the Four Corners Fortress into clean energy. Otherwise, the fortress would undoubtedly become a sight of terror that instilled fear in all. She raised her gaze and inadvertently met Xiao Yuanlin's eyes, and it appeared their thoughts were in perfect alignment. "By the way, Miss Yin, hello. President Xiao has a senior management meeting in 2 hours, and as the highest officials of the fortress, both of you are required to attend," Uncle Zhao announced. "In 2 hours." A group convened in the conference room to deliberate on the matters concerning the Four Corners Fortress. Although Lin Zhi was present in the conference room, her thoughts were wandering in the realm of dreams. Suddenly, someone rapped twice on the table. Lin Zhi was startled, suddenly rising to her feet and exclaiming, "Has the meeting concluded?" It had, in fact, long since ended. Lin Zhi then realized that the conference room was utterly deserted. Everyone had already departed. Xiao Yuanlin leaned against the conference table, facing her, with a hint of playful amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Why didn't you wake me up just now?" Lin Zhi's words slipped out, and she suddenly became aware of the subtle ambiguity they carried. What was her status? How could she possibly expect Xiao Yuanlin to do such a thing? "All right, I shall remind you next time," she replied. Xiao Yuanlin appeared unfazed by his gaze upon Lin Zhi. He merely found it amusing, remarking on the arduous nature of the trade fair, suggesting that it was so exhausting that even a meeting could lull her to sleep. Lin Zhi gazed at Xiao Yuanlin with a hint of astonishment. In her recollection, Xiao Yuanlin appeared to be a person of few words, seldom engaging in conversation, let alone jesting. "Is there something amiss on my face?" Lin Zhi finally realized that she had been staring at Xiao Yuanlin's face again. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she averted her gaze and stammered, No. Have you perhaps done something wrong?" Lin Zhi raised her voice immediately, exclaiming, "How is this possible? If that's the case, since there is nothing to feel guilty about, why fear confronting me?" This inquiry left Lin Zhi feeling somewhat uneasy. Lin Zhixin pondered that she could not simply express her curiosity regarding his peculiar demeanor. However, uttering such words would likely lead Xiao Yuanlin to disbelief. The events surrounding the Four Corners Fortress had enlightened her to the fact that he was her most loyal and exceptional partner. Thus, she hoped there would be minimal secrets and barriers between them. Xiao Yuanlin, suppressing the faint smile that graced his face, spoke with utmost seriousness, stating that in a post-apocalyptic world, finding a partner who stands resolutely behind you to fend off adversaries is a rare treasure. And he hoped she could comprehend this as well. Lin Zhi suddenly assumed a serious demeanor, comprehending the implications behind Xiao Yuanlin's words. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I have always been on your side," she declared, her gaze fixed upon him. "In truth, I sometimes find myself perplexed. It appears that you harbor an extraordinary level of faith in me." Xiao Yuanlin regarded her, a hint of mild perplexity flickering in his eyes. For this trust transcended his fundamental understanding of human relations. He bent down, gazing intently into Lin Zhi's eyes, and spoke with deliberate slowness. "Your trust in me seems boundless. At times, I cannot help but wonder what inspires such unwavering belief in me." Lin Zhi gazed at the visage of Xiao Yuanlin, which was mere inches away, and felt her heart flutter. Who could behold such a countenance without indulging in fanciful thoughts? Yet, Lin Zhi quickly regained her composure. Goodness, is this the ultimate test from the boss? If she were to hesitate even a moment longer, she feared she might divulge the entirety of her past experiences. Should she utter such confessions, Xiao Yuanlin might very well regard her as a lunatic. "Since I have chosen to invest all my fortunes in the Ant Fortress, it signifies my trust in this endeavor," Lin Zhi declared earnestly. "You have long believed that I lack faith in you. But in truth, you have been mistaken all along. Mr. Xiao, my trust in you is as solid as the stones atop the mountain." This proclamation elicited a flicker of confusion in Xiao Yuanlin's eyes. Lin Zhi explained, "You are the youngest entrepreneur, having made numerous decisions that exhibit remarkable foresight. This conclusion is drawn from a thorough examination of various data. My investment in you is not without foundation." Lin Zhi's words slightly alleviated Xiao Yuanlin's doubts. Indeed, investment necessitates thorough investigation, and Lin Zhi was not mistaken in this regard. Moreover, at that time, his various data ranked first among entrepreneurs. Xiao Yuanlin raised an eyebrow, gazing at her, and in an expressionless manner inquired, "What else? What more?" Lin Zhi was taken aback. Why was Xiao Yuanlin so difficult to deal with? Was he determined to get to the bottom of things? "Very well. Moreover, I find you quite handsome. My trust in handsome men increases by 50%. Chapter 48. No need for male protection, so... What was Xiao Yuanlin's reaction upon hearing your words? Lu Xiaoyu nestled on the sofa with a bag of chips, eagerly watching Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi's face was as dark as coal. He remarked, "At my tender age, I should channel my thoughts elsewhere and not be overly fixated on male allure." Lu Xiaoyu erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "You're inflicting 1,000 wounds upon yourself while attempting to harm others. What is there to fear?" Unfazed, Lu Xiaoyu continued, "He is not someone of significance to you. His opinion of you does not alter your status as the head of this fortress. Even if you're a voracious admirer of beauty, he can only politely address you as Miss Lin in your presence. Unless... Unless what?" Lin Zhi instinctively inquired. "How should I know?" Lin Zhi muttered, "I am not well acquainted with him. How could I possibly know his emotional circumstances?" "Oh, it seems there's a hint of intrigue in your tone." Lu Xiaoyu chuckled. Lin Zhi, in a fit of frustration, seized a pillow and hurled it towards her, exclaiming, "Do not let your imagination run wild, nor spread unfounded rumors that could tarnish my reputation." All right, I shall refrain from speaking recklessly," Lu Xiaoyu replied, catching the pillow and cradling it in her arms. With a serious expression, she continued, "In all honesty, dear Xiao Yuan Lin is truly exceptional. Being with him would not be a misfortune. He possesses both strength and capability, and he could protect you well in this apocalyptic world. I do not require a man's protection. I am fully capable of safeguarding myself. Besides, he is poisoned. He needs my protection more than I need his." Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly. "What?" Lu Xiaoyu gasped in shock. "He is poisoned? Is that truly the case? Why have I not heard this before? This matter must remain confidential. I fear it may incite unrest among others. Moreover, I have already assisted him in detoxification. If he follows my instructions, the residual poison will be expelled within a couple of days," Lin Zhi explained. "Who poisoned him?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed. Lin Zhi shook her head and replied, "How could I possibly know? The one capable of poisoning him is most likely someone close to him. I fear that by the time he realizes he has been poisoned, he will already have an inkling of who the perpetrator might be." Lu Xiaoyu, with lingering trepidation, remarked, "It is truly thanks to you. Had it not been for your intervention, our ant fortress would likely have descended into chaos. Chaos is indeed inevitable. It is merely a matter of time." Lin Zhi silently thought to herself that this information must not reach Lu Xiaoyu. In her previous life, the ant fortress had undergone a significant upheaval, which led to a complete reorganization of its internal structure. However, that was a matter for the future, now somewhat distant. Initially, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that delaying for a day would suffice. "It appears that I truly must intensify my training. Should there come a day when you all are unable to protect me, would I not be doomed?" Lu Xiaoyu remarked with utmost seriousness while stroking her chin. "You come," Lin Zhi said, grasping Lu Xiaoyu's hand as they entered the spatial farm. The spatial farm had gradually begun to flourish. One could only wonder how time flowed within this space. It always felt as though time passed at an extraordinary pace here. Lu Xiaoyu, feeling a twinge of concern, inquired, "Do you think our time will also accelerate once we enter the spatial farm?" "No. It seems our time remains unaffected by this place," Lin Zhi reassured her. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu exhaled in relief, saying, That's good. I was worried that I might grow old here due to the swift passage of time." Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. She then led her to a vacant area on the farm. "I shall teach you several self-defense techniques. If you practice diligently each day, there will come a time when they will prove useful." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu sat beside them, attentively observing the lesson. Lin Zhi's every movement flowed seamlessly, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths. Lu Xiaoyu, watching from the side, was utterly mesmerized. After Lin Zhi completed a sequence of actions, she lay back, momentarily at a loss. "What? This is astonishing. How could I possibly learn such skills?" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. "Even if it's difficult, you must try," Lin Zhi replied earnestly. "I will teach you each move step by step." Lu Xiaoyu was well aware of the significance of this self-defense technique, and thus diligently mimicked Lin Zhi's every gesture. After an hour of practice, she felt utterly exhausted. "I can't go on, I need a break. I've never felt so drained. It feels as if all my muscles have been torn apart," she declared, waving her hands in protest. Very well, Lin Zhi said with a gentle smile, settling beside her to help ease her tense muscles. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to equip Lu Xiaoyu with the ability to protect herself, ensuring that if she ever encountered that person who had previously harmed her, she would at least have a chance to survive. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze deepened, and she applied a bit more pressure in her massage. "Ah, be gentle, that hurts," Lu Xiaoyu cried out, unable to contain her discomfort. "If it doesn't hurt a little, how can your muscles relax? If you remain so tense, you'll risk a muscle strain in no time," Lin Zhi responded. Feeling aggrieved, Lu Xiaoyu lamented, "I understand, but this truly hurts. When I used to work out, my coach's stretches were never this painful. Working out and practicing martial arts are entirely different," Lin Zhi remarked, continuing her massage. Once finished, she instructed, "Now, practice the moves I just taught you again, and let me see how well you've learned." Lu Xiaoyu repeated the techniques, and Lin Zhi nodded approvingly. "Well done. You pick up things quickly. If you practice for 2 hours each day, once you have mastered this sequence, I will teach you the next set of moves." Rubbing her shoulders, Lu Xiaoyu grumbled, "I never realized you were this strict. Ever since the apocalypse began, it's as if you've transformed, reminiscent of our high school principal." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Zhi replied with a smile. As they conversed, they surveyed the crops in the fields, which were thriving and expected to mature soon. "I never anticipated that we could still enjoy pure, organic food in this apocalypse," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. "We could hardly find genuine organic produce before." Lin Zhi chuckled. "If what you say is true, it could indeed be considered a blessing in disguise." Lu Xiaoyu then hurried off to the poultry shed. Half a minute later, a sharp and piercing cry rang out. "Lin Zhi, come quickly. Something terrible has happened." Chapter 49, Living Poultry. Lin Zhi immediately hurried towards the chicken coop where Lu Xiaoyu was located. "Lin Zhi, come quickly," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the nearby chicken nest. Lin Zhishuan followed Lu Xiaoyu's and gazed at the spot. There in the chicken coop, broken eggshells lay scattered, and several chicks stood, their fluffy little heads bobbing as they curiously surveyed their surroundings. Remarkably, the chicks had hatched. Lin Zhi was utterly exhilarated as she eagerly approached to observe the fluffy little chicks. I had thought they would not hatch, yet to my surprise, they had indeed emerged. Lu Xiaoyu was particularly delighted. Lin Zhi counted and found that out of 100 eggs, a total of 70 chicks had hatched. This hatching rate is quite commendable. "The remaining eggs are unlikely to yield any chicks," said Lu Xiaoyu with a hint of regret. Lin Zhi held the egg up to the light and nodded slightly. "Indeed, these eggs can no longer hatch. They have become mere beads of life." Lin Zhi carefully stored the vibrant orbs, placing them within the confines of her ring space. Though these eggs would not hatch into chicks, their transformation into living pearls still endowed them with remarkable nutritional value, offering a rich source of fats and proteins in critical moments. It remained uncertain when the duck and goose eggs would eventually hatch. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the incubating eggs with anticipation and remarked, "You informed us that the incubation period for duck and goose eggs is slightly longer. I estimate that by the time we return tomorrow, they should be nearly ready." The two departed from the spatial farm. In celebration of the flourishing growth of the farm, they indulged in a sumptuous hot pot dinner that evening. As Lu Xiaoyu surveyed the table laden with succulent beef and lamb rolls, she lamented, "It's a pity that these cattle and sheep are merely deceased. If only we could raise living cows and sheep, we would never have to worry about having enough beef, lamb, or pork in the future." "You certainly have a slow mind. With crops flourishing, you desire live chickens. With live chickens and ducks, you crave fresh beef, lamb, and pork," Lin Zhi teased. Lu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and replied, "Things that were once so readily available have become so precious now. Had I known this would be the case, I would have savored them more in the past. Let us cherish what we have." After their dinner, while Lu Xiaoyu engaged in a puzzle, Lin Zhi immersed herself in a foreign language book. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Zhi looked through the video phone and saw Zhao zimming outside the door. She opened the door and said to him, "What brings you here?" Zhao, zimming shyly, scratched his head and replied, "I initially intended to materialize directly into your room, but upon reflection, I realized that would be disrespectful to you. So I decided to simply ring your doorbell instead." Lin Zhi smiled gently, then inquired, "What is it?" President Xiao has requested that I accompany him outside for a moment. Lin Zhi smiled and said, such trivial matters are for you to decide. There's no need to report to me. Zhao Ziming scratched his head and replied, all right then. After saying this, he turned to leave, but Lin Zhi casually inquired, what task are you undertaking this time? Zhao Ziming shrugged and replied, it's nothing significant. It seems that President Zhao's sister is about to give birth. He brought me along because I possess the ability to teleport. If anything is needed at home, I can quickly retrieve it and deliver it directly. Lin Zhi's previously indifferent expression suddenly turned serious. What did you say? President Zhao's sister is about to give birth? Yes. Zhao Ziming nodded. Please wait a moment. Lin Zhi finished speaking and turned to enter the house, quickly changing into a fresh outfit. Lu Xiaoyu, noticing the change in Lin Zhi's attire, curiously inquired, why the sudden change of clothes? Are you heading out? Yes, I am, Lin Zhi replied. Accustomed to Lin Zhi undertaking missions, Lu Xiaoyu advised, please take care of yourself. Lin Zhi nodded. Remember to practice the self-defense techniques I taught you. Don't worry. You should go now. Lin Zhi took a couple of steps, but hesitated at the door, feeling a lingering sense of unease. She retrieved a bracelet from her spatial ring and adorned Lu Xiaoyu's wrist with it. Lu Xiaoyu raised her arm, examining the simple bracelet, and curiously inquired, what is this? If you find yourself in danger and require my assistance, simply break this bracelet, and I will swiftly receive your message, Lin Zhi elucidated. Lu Xiaoyu felt an unusual intrigue. Why have you never mentioned such a remarkable item before? Because there was no prior necessity for it, Lin Zhi replied. Gazing at Lu Xiaoyu, her heart weighed down by an inexplicable anxiety. Just keep it on your wrist as a precaution. After imparting her instructions, Lin Zhi joined Zhao Ziming on the rooftop. There, they found Xiao Yuanlin already prepared for departure. With all bridges destroyed, their only means of travel was by helicopter. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here? Lin Zhi asked as she noticed Xiao Yuanlin's furrowed brow upon seeing her. I heard that Xiao Xue is about to give birth, so I wanted to accompany you to see her, he replied, turning to Zhao Ziming. Did you inform her? Without further comment, Xiao Yuanlin gestured for them to join him. Come aboard. The three ascended into the helicopter. Lin Zhi gazed at the vacant pilot's seat of the helicopter, her curiosity prompting her to inquire, where is the pilot? At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin approached the pilot's position and settled into the seat. He donned a helmet and sunglasses, then instructed the two of them, fasten your seatbelts. Lin Zhi was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuanlin would personally pilot the aircraft. He pursed his lips and exchanged a glance with Zhao Ziming before both secured their seatbelts and settled behind Xiao Yuanlin. As the helicopter roared to life, the sound of the rotor blades was deafening, stirring up a cloud of dust that danced in the air. Ascending into the sky, Lin Zhi cast his gaze down upon the ant fortress below. In this apocalyptic world, everything was shrouded in a thick layer of dust. In merely a few months, the once vibrant ant fortress had succumbed to a gray haze, devoid of the bright sunlight that had once illuminated it, now enveloped in a veil of smog. Zhao Ziming expressed his grievances regarding this dismal environment, uncertain of when it would come to an end. He lamented that things would likely remain this way, if not worsen. The resources had become contaminated, and he worried about how they would procure new supplies. Have you exhausted your supplies? Lin Zhi inquired, curiosity piqued. Not yet, Zhao Ziming shrugged. But I am nearly there. I initially brought only a limited amount, and at this rate, I fear I may starve. You won't starve, Xiao Yuanlin remarked nonchalantly as he piloted the helicopter. Zhao Ziming, eager to please, replied, of course not. Being with you ensures there's meat to eat. Xiao Yuanlin's lips curled into a slight smile. Zhao Ziming, would you like to indulge in even more meat? Of course. Who would refuse an abundance of supplies? Zhao Ziming blurted out. Mr. Xiao, could it be? Zhao Ziming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Xiao Yuanlin, rubbing his hands together. You will have your chance soon, Xiao Yuanlin replied cryptically. After approximately an hour of flight, the helicopter descended upon a collapsed hilltop. Lin Zhi recognized this hill, which was once the most renowned affluent district. The surroundings were picturesque, the scenery delightful, and the security measures exceedingly stringent. Those who resided here were not only exceptionally wealthy individuals, but also, predominantly, members of the elite. Lin Zhi had visited this place a few times before, but each occasion was merely for social engagements. In contrast to Lin Zhi's composed demeanor, Zhao Ziming appeared somewhat exhilarated. Wow, isn't this the former Phoenix Mountain? You have quite the discerning eye. It's remarkable that you recognize Phoenix Mountain even in its dilapidated state. Lin Zhi teased from the side. Indeed, I had always yearned to explore this area, but the security here is rather peculiar. I was unable to utilize my abilities, Zhao Ziming remarked. Lin Zhi was quite astonished. Is there really such a thing? Your extraordinary abilities can actually be obstructed from the outside. Indeed, I was even more surprised than you when I discovered that my powers were rendered ineffective here. Zhao Ziming casually remarked. I nearly thought my abilities had ceased to function. Lin Zhi cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Yuanlin and inquired, has there ever been any remarkable talent or extraordinary events at Phoenix Mountain? I'm not certain. Xiao Yuanlin replied nonchalantly. Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming exchanged glances, realizing that questioning Xiao Yuanlin would yield no answers. The two followed Xiao Yuanlin to the front of a dilapidated yet opulent villa. The estate sprawled over a vast area. Its exterior once grand, but now marred by the ravages of an earthquake, leaving the once resplendent structure in a state of disrepair, with remnants of crumbled walls scattered about. What a pity for this house! Zhao Ziming could not help but exclaim. Xiao Yuanlin guided them through the villa's courtyard and into the backyard. There, they encountered a hillock, adorned with a profusion of verdant trees that enveloped the summit in a lush embrace. Lin Zhi gazed at the hill with a sense of perplexity. Under the looming threat of a magnitude 12 earthquake, the mountain remained unscathed, its trees standing intact, starkly contrasting with the surrounding devastation. It was indeed peculiar. Boss, don't you find this mountain strange? Zhao Ziming also discerned the anomaly. Lin Zhi nodded, recalling the conversation between Xiao Shui and Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi surmised that this hill before them was undoubtedly related to the Xiao family. As expected, Xiao Yuanlin approached a stone door, pressed his fingerprint, and the door opened, revealing a security door crafted from carbon fiber. Goodness, this place is a sanctuary, Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. As the grand entrance swung open, a middle-aged man in his 50s stood at the threshold, gazing at them. Young master, you must be weary from your journey, he said. Xiao Yuanlin nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Zhang, how is Xiao Shui? Uncle Zhang smiled kindly. She is well. Dr. Ma has been by her side 24 hours a day. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yuanlin's expression grew notably frosty as he remarked, it is rare for him to show such concern. Uncle Zhang understood the underlying sentiment in Xiao Yuanlin's words and responded. After all, Dr. Ma is the father of Miss Xiao Shui's child. It is only natural for him to be concerned. With a cold snort, Xiao Yuanlin strode into the entrance. Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming followed closely behind Xiao Yuanlin. However, Uncle Zhang abruptly blocked their way. I apologize, but this is a private area, and outsiders are not permitted to enter, he stated. We are. Young master, Uncle Zhang looked at him with evident difficulty. The master has instructed that no outsiders should be allowed in. Are you disregarding my words? Xiao Yuanlin's gaze became exceedingly sharp. Despite Uncle Zhang's long-standing position within the Xiao family, he felt a twinge of trepidation in front of Xiao Yuanlin. Let them in. I will assume full responsibility for any consequences, Xiao Yuanlin asserted with unwavering authority. Resigned, Uncle Zhang stepped aside, granting the two passage. Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming followed Xiao Yuanlin into the fortress. This fortress was quite small, its area hardly comparable to that of an ant mound. However, its robust walls and superior hardware far exceeded those of an ant fortress. Goodness, the entire structure within is crafted from carbon fiber. I wonder how much this must have cost. Zhao Ziming gazed at the internal architecture of the fortress, his eyes wide with astonishment. Though Lin Zhi maintained a composed exterior, her heart brimmed with astonishment. It appeared that the ant fortress was not merely a whimsical refuge conceived by Xiao Yuanlin. Long before the inception of the ant fortress project, the Xiao family fortress had already been established. The internal structure of the Xiao family fortress was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Zhi firmly believed that not only would it withstand a magnitude 12 earthquake, but it would also remain unscathed even in the event of a global nuclear explosion. In stark contrast to Lin Zhi's tranquil demeanor, Zhao Ziming, upon entering the fortress, was wide-eyed with wonder, akin to an awestruck visitor in a grand garden of delights. Boss, how much do you think it cost to construct this Shao family fortress? Zhao Ziming could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Zhi remarked casually, money is merely a trivial matter. What truly matters is that the materials involved are typically inaccessible to the average person. Indeed, Zhao Ziming responded, gazing at the silhouette of Xiao Yuanlin with a look of admiration. He sighed in astonishment. I always thought that President Xiao was just an unremarkable businessman. But now it appears he may be far more formidable than I had imagined. You really are quite naive, Lin Zhi chuckled. If President Xiao were merely an ordinary merchant, how could he possibly undertake a project as monumental as the Ant Fortress? The entire process, from inception to approval, is beyond what most people can fathom. Zhao Ziming nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I have underestimated him. Given President Zhao's exceptional capabilities, he must surely have his own army. Just then, noticing Lin Zhi's sudden fixation on him, Zhao Ziming inquired with confusion, What's the matter, boss? Why are you staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Lin Zhi shook her head. Zhao Ziming's words served as a reminder to her. If Xiao Yuanlin truly possessed such formidable abilities, then why did he not assemble a team that would heed only his commands during the chaotic times of the apocalypse? Or could it be that Xiao Yuanlin had already? Lin Zhi recalled the events of her previous life and suddenly felt that this possibility was quite significant. It was precisely due to her exceptional abilities that she was granted an exception to join the Ant Fortress. Various signs indicated that Xiao Yuanlin harbored ambitions. Lin Zhi gazed at the figure of Xiao Yuanlin ahead, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. If she were to follow him, it would signify a united front between them. Was she truly willing to embroil herself in the forthcoming turmoil? Chapter 51. The Xiao family, were you pondering? Noticing Xiao Yuanlin's intense gaze fixed upon her, Lin Zhi became acutely aware that she had been lost in thought, failing to realize that he had already come to a halt. Could it be that Xiao Yuanlin harbored the notion that she had feelings for him? Oh, heaven forbid! She fervently wished to dissociate her esteemed reputation from any semblance of infatuation. Lin Zhi coughed a few times, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuanlin spoke first. Forget it, just follow me. Relieved that Xiao Yuanlin had chosen not to pursue the matter further, Lin Zhi exhaled softly. Zhao Ziming, observing from the side, wore an expression of intrigue. Boss, what is your relationship with President Xiao? Why does he look at you with such, how shall I put it, ambiguity? Yes, that's the word, ambiguity. Lin Zhi sported a stern expression as he forcefully tapped Zhao Ziming on the head, exclaiming, One may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhao Ziming hastily shielded his head, promptly asserting, I understand. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn in the future. That's more like it. Now hurry along. Certainly. As the trio moved away, a figure emerged from behind a painting at the end of the corridor, clad in a crisp white shirt and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. He exuded an air of scholarly elegance. It was Butler Zhang. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang respectfully approached the man, saying, Yes, indeed. It appears this young lady shares a unique bond with the young master, remarked Zhang. Oh, how do you discern that? The man inquired, somewhat taken aback. I have watched the young master grow. His demeanor towards an individual is evident in his gaze. His regard for this young lady is markedly different, Zhang explained. The man smiled knowingly. If that is the case, it becomes quite intriguing. Inside the fortress of the Xiao family, the pathways meandered like a labyrinth. Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming followed Xiao Yuanlin for quite some time before they finally arrived at the true inner gate. Zhao Ziming was still in shock. Boss, the security level of this fortress is astonishingly high, he exclaimed softly. Indeed, Lin Zhi nodded, then cautioned Zhao Ziming, from now on, you must observe and listen more. And speak less. Understood. Zhao Ziming had barely finished his sentence when the gate swung open. Inside was a lavishly decorated living room. Xiao Shui was enjoying some fruit, and upon seeing Xiao Yuanlin, she excitedly stood up, supporting herself with her hands. Brother, you're here, she exclaimed, her belly prominent as she hurried over. Slow down. Xiao Yuanlin quickly stepped forward to support her, reproaching her slightly. You're about to give birth, yet you're so careless. Aren't you afraid of something happening? Xiao Shui stuck out her tongue and confidently replied, What is there to fear? The whole family is here to protect me. And besides, Xiao Ma is here personally keeping watch. I'll be fine. After scanning the room, Xiao Yuanlin reproachfully asked, Where is everyone? Why is it so quiet? What do you mean? Naturally, I'm referring to your Dr. Ma, Xiao Yuanlin replied curtly. Oh, you mean him? He has something to attend to and will be here shortly, Xiao Shui said, then adjusted her expression. Brother, please don't quarrel with him again this time. You both mean well for me, yet you can't stand each other. It's difficult for me to be in the middle. Seeing Xiao Shui like this, Xiao Yuanlin felt a pang of sympathy and willingly conceded. As long as he doesn't harm you, I won't make things difficult for him. Hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately smiled brightly. I knew my brother is the best, always trying to please me. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her, his expression softening as he asked, Where are Mom and Dad? Just as Xiao Shui was about to speak, a middle-aged couple approached. It was Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. Exactly, Xiao Shui. Giving birth is not the end of the world. There is no need for you to come all this way. It's not easy to go out these days, and it can be quite dangerous. Mr. Xiao expressed his concern, looking at Xiao Yuanlin. I heard the last incident at the Sifang fortress didn't go smoothly. How is everything now? Heard? Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but frown, instinctively asking Dad, who told you that? You're still so brash with your words. Who else could it be but Xiao Ma? Mrs. Xiao chuckled. He usually handles our family's affairs outside, so his information is naturally more current than ours. Xiao Yuanlin nodded, choosing not to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi noticed the doubt on Xiao Yuanlin's face. This is Lin Zhi, and this is Zhao Ziming. Xiao Yuanlin introduced succinctly, without any unnecessary words. Xiao Shui's gaze fell on Lin Zhi, assessing her before whispering a few words to Mrs. Xiao. Really? Mrs. Xiao looked at Xiao Shui in surprise. Xiao Shui nodded emphatically, absolutely. When Mrs. Xiao looked back at Lin Zhi, her admiration was evident. She approached Lin Zhi, taking her hand warmly. So you are the other female leader of the ant fortress? You are quite young. Miss Lin is remarkable. She has a keen eye. Previously, no one was willing to invest in this project, but it was Miss Lin who invested her entire fortune. Xiao Shui elaborated from the side. Hearing this, Mrs. Xiao's admiration for Lin Zhi grew even more, as she held Lin Zhi's hand tightly, stating, It's rare to find such a capable and exceptional young woman. By the way, while at the ant fortress, my son hasn't bullied you, has he? Chapter 52, Private Doctor Leader? Xiao Shui looked at Lin Zhi, playfully responding, Is my brother just a leader? Mrs. Xiao also smiled knowingly from the side. Could you refrain from being so tedious? Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow, instinctively explaining to Lin Zhi, Xiao Shui has always been mischievous and speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. Who says I speak without thinking? Xiao Shui retorted. You clearly are. Miss Xiao, there is no need to tease President Xiao. Lin Zhi interjected quickly. President Xiao and I are not only partners, but also comrades in arms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui could only pout, glancing at Xiao Yuanlin and muttering, You are just a lonely soul. That is better than being blind to reality. Xiao Yuanlin replied nonchalantly. You. All right, you two stop arguing, Mrs. Xiao said with a sigh. You've been bickering since childhood, and to outsiders, you appear respectable, but behind closed doors, you're like two grown-up children. That is Xiao Shui, not me. I'm not as noisy as she is, Xiao Yuanlin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, feeling unsatisfied and wanting to retort, suddenly brightened up, looking excitedly past Lin Zhi. Junwei, why did you only just arrive? Brother has been here for ages. The man was clean-cut, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, wearing glasses and a pristine white coat paired with a light gray striped shirt, presenting a polished demeanor. Lin Zhi pondered, perhaps this is the Dr. Ma they speak of. Xiao Shui approached, naturally linking her arm with the man's as she introduced him to Lin Zhi. Miss Lin, this is my husband, Ma Junwei, who is a physician. before the apocalypse. He worked at a medical center in the United States and is exceptionally capable. Ma Junwei lowered his head and chuckled, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he replied, "As you mentioned, we are in the apocalypse. Let us refrain from discussing the past, lest others think I seek to boast wherever I go." Xiao Shui insisted, "I speak only the truth. You are indeed remarkable. Shouldn't exceptional individuals be celebrated rather than concealed?" "You are right, Xiao Shui." A woman beside Ma Junwei interjected with discontent. "Cousin, why do you downplay your excellence? If others were unaware, they might mistakenly believe they can compare themselves to you." As she spoke, her gaze scanned Lin Zhi, revealing her palpable disdain and resistance towards Lin Zhi's status as a physician. Isn't the Xiaojia fortress supposed to have strict management? How can anyone come and go so freely? The woman complained. "Xiaoyu, do not speak that way," Ma Junwei admonished gently. Xiao Shui felt a twinge of awkwardness and smiled at Lin Zhi before continuing. "This is my husband's cousin, Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I am Lin, a business partner of Xiao Yuan Lin and one of the current heads of the Ant Fortress. You may call me Miss Lin or Xiaolin." Lin Zhi maintained her composure as she regarded Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Zhi with disbelief. "I cannot believe that Brother Arlen's partner is a woman." "What of it?" Zhao Ziming interjected, visibly displeased. "My boss is decisive in his actions and is no less capable than your Brother Arlen." "Huh, how dare you compare yourself to Brother Arlen?" Su Xiaoyu shot Zhao Ziming a glare. "You, with your yellow hair, act as though this is your home." Zhao Ziming, wishing to rebut Lin Zhi, was interrupted as he attempted to smooth things over. "Miss Xiao Shui, would you allow me to examine your health?" "Xiaoyu, stop causing trouble," Ma Junwei said firmly, pulling Su Xiaoyu aside. "This person was brought by Arlen. You must show her respect. Brother Arlen has been away for too long, enchanted by frivolous people. How could he bring someone like this in a Xiaojia fortress?" Su Xiaoyu retorted with evident displeasure. "Apologize to Lin Zhi." Xiao Yuanlin approached Lin Zhi, casting a cold glance at Su Xiaoyu, his brow furrowed with barely concealed anger. "Your words are excessive. Brother Arlen, why do you side with a stranger?" Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her temper flaring as she stared in disbelief at Xiao Yuanlin. "Are you suggesting that a shameless woman is attempting to seduce you?" "Xiaoyu, do not speak such nonsense." Ma Junwei's expression shifted instantly as he pulled Su Xiaoyu behind him, reproaching her in a hushed tone. "Your words not only hurt Miss Lin, but also Brother Arlen." Su Xiaoyu gazed at Lin Zhi with jealousy, unwilling to accept. "Must we truly tolerate these outsiders here? Always referring to others as outsiders. Are you not one yourself?" Zhao Ziming could no longer remain silent. "You." As Su Xiaoyu appeared ready to erupt, Ma Junwei calmly shook his head at her. Despite her seething anger, she was compelled to suppress her rage. Lin Zhi said nothing. She turned to Xiao Shui and inquired, "Is it convenient for you, Miss Xiao?" Xiao Shui nodded, stepping out from behind Su Xiaoyu, and warmly remarked to Lin Zhi, "Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. Please do not take it to heart. Xiaoyu is quite straightforward and speaks her mind without restraint. She means no harm." Lin Zhi smiled lightly and said, "I have come here to visit you. As for what others say or do, I am indifferent. It bears no relevance to me." Mr. and Mrs. Xiao awaited the conclusion of the farce before they graciously remarked, "Xiao Shui, please escort Miss Lin to the guest room." Xiao Shui took Lin Zhi by the hand and led her to a guest room. Lin Zhi entered the guest room and surveyed her surroundings, unable to suppress a slight frown. Zhao Ziming resembled a rustic bumpkin, his curiosity piqued by everything he encountered, eager to touch and examine each object. Lin Zhishuan followed Zhao Ziming's and gazed at the painting. It was an unremarkable oil painting depicting a portrait of a noble woman from the Middle Ages. Chapter 53. A Sense of Danger. "This painting was gifted to me by Junwei," said Xiao Shui. "Miss Lin, is there something wrong with this painting?" Lin Zhi shook her head and replied, "It's nothing." After she spoke, she cast a glance at Zhao Ziming and then looked at the painting once more, remarking, "This artwork is indeed a labor of love. Indeed, this painting is the final masterpiece of the renowned Raphael, and Junwei had exerted considerable effort to help me acquire it." Xiao Shui gazed at the painting on the wall with a radiant expression of happiness. Lin Zhi gazed at Xiao Shui's smile, initially furrowing her brows, then softly replying, Miss Xiao Shui, please follow me. They took a seat on the sofa, while Zhao Ziming stood behind them. Lin Zhi gently grasped Xiao Shui's wrist, meticulously observing her face. Miss Lin, am I in good condition? Xiao Shui inquired with a cheerful smile. Not bad, Lin Zhi replied. I knew it. To be honest, it's just that my brother worries too much about me. What could possibly happen to me? He always tends to be overly anxious. Xiao Shui remarked, her expression a blend of playful reproach. Miss Lin, please do not take it too personally. My brother has a tendency to exaggerate. He is your only brother, the family member he cherishes most, so it is only natural for him to care about you, Lin Zhi responded. I understand his concern, but given the current circumstances, wandering around outside is hardly advisable. Moreover, I have Junwei with me. He is a doctor and can ensure my safety. Xiao Shui sighed. Yet my brother has never been particularly fond of Junwei. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to scrutinize Lin Zhi's face, tentatively asking, Miss Lin, what do you think of my brother? Considerate of his subordinates, adept at recognizing talent. Stop, right there. Xiao Shui interjected, shaking her head repeatedly. That is not what I meant. What were you asking then? Zhao Ziming, unable to bear it any longer, interjected with a look of exasperation. Boss, can't you see? Miss Xiao has made herself abundantly clear. Xiao Shui nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Zhao Ziming. What Miss Xiao means is whether Mr. Xiao has ever deducted your salary or withheld supplies from you. If he hasn't, she will surely advocate on your behalf. Zhao Ziming regarded Lin Zhi with a mix of frustration and disbelief. Lin Zhi was suddenly enlightened. So this is what Miss Xiao Shui meant. Rest assured, Miss Xiao Shui Mr. Xiao treats us exceptionally well and has never been harsh with us. Indeed, Zhao Ziming interjected, saying that when danger arose, Mr. Xiao even let me take the lead. What a wonderful boss. Xiao Shui, with an awkward smile, nodded. Thank you, Xiao Zhao. Your words are truly commendable. Zhao Ziming, unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively. No need for such politeness, Miss Xiao. Lin Zhi's inner thoughts. It is truly arduous to suppress a laugh while bowing my head. Miss Lin, do I have any issues? Xiao Shui, returning to the main topic. I fear that if I linger too long, Junwei will grow concerned. Lin Zhi remarked. Miss Xiao Shui and her gentleman share a truly wonderful bond. Xiao Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, he cares for me deeply. Thus I wish to spare him undue worry. I understand. Zhao Ziming nodded before taking his leave. Lin Zhi sat in the guest room, gazing at the painting, lost in contemplation. Miss Lin, a voice called from the door as someone knocked softly. Lin Zhixuan turned her gaze upon the steward, known as Uncle Zhang. She rose to her feet. Uncle Zhang remarked, everyone is in the drawing room enjoying tea, implying that she should join them rather than remain alone in this space. Following behind Uncle Zhang, Lin Zhixuan felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness envelop her. This peculiar sensation was difficult for her to articulate. It was akin to an instinctive alertness to a perilous environment. Previously, she had only experienced such a state when imminent danger loomed, an instinctive combat readiness inherent to her being. Since the moment she had entered the fortress of the Xiao family, her body had been in a state of heightened tension, which had now reached its zenith. Miss Lin, Xiao Shui waved at her. Junwei does not believe what I've said. You must clarify for him. Lin Zhi was utterly perplexed and inquired, explain what? Of course. It's to clarify that I am in excellent condition. Xiao Shui remarked. Junwei said, you must have noticed something amiss with me, which is why you have been scrutinizing for so long. Lin Zhi turned to Ma Junwei. She noticed that his smile, though present, was superficial and did not reach his eyes. Miss Lin, please explain. Xiao Shui pleaded playfully with Lin Zhi. Miss Shui is in good health and is not in any serious trouble, Lin Zhi replied. After hearing this, Ma Junwei's smile warmed slightly. He nodded, looking at her with a bemused expression, and said, I possess extensive clinical experience and am the one who knows Xiao Shui best. I am quite certain about her condition. Lin Zhiqian smiled gently, saying, indeed, President Xiao only seeks peace of mind. She is his only sister, and the more people involved, the greater the assurance. Who are you calling useless? Zhao Ziming approached, visibly irritated. Accompanying him was Xiao Yuanlin. Su Xiaoyu, you speak too much, Xiao Yuanlin stated bluntly, gazing at Su Xiaoyu. Lin Zhi is a distinguished guest I personally invited. Even if she cannot assist, she remains a guest of the Xiao family, and I will not tolerate any disrespect towards her. Su Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Yuanlin in disbelief, pointing at Lin Zhi, exclaiming, Brother Aaron, how can you defend this woman? What is your relationship with her? Xiao Yuanlin regarded her with cold indifference. As Su Xiaoyu spoke, she turned her gaze towards Lin Zhi. The venomous glare from Su Xiaoyu made Lin Zhi shiver involuntarily. It is you who seduced Brother Aaron. Isn't it? Su Xiaoyu shouted, her eyes reddened. You are the one who stole him away from me. Xiaoyu. Ma Junwei quickly intervened, urging her, stop this nonsense. Let go of me. Su Xiaoyu, resembling a frenzy, appeared ready to confront Lin Zhi. Xiao Yuanlin acted swiftly, pulling Lin Zhi behind him and then coldly addressing Ma Junwei. Dr. Ma, please manage your patient. Should anything happen to my people, I will hold you accountable. Chapter 54. Intricacies. Ma Junwei's expression darkened severely. His lips twitched as he struggled to maintain a strained smile. Responding, understood. Brother, what did you just call me? Su Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Ma Junwei with manic intensity. Nothing. Xiaoyu, you misheard. My brother said you should rest well. Xiao Shui, sensing the escalating tension, immediately pulled Su Xiaoyu away. Get off me. Su Xiaoyu suddenly waved her hand, forcefully pushing Xiao Shui aside. Xiao Shui. Xiao Yuanlin's face turned pale with alarm. Lin Zhi's reflexes outpaced her thoughts as she swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to support Xiao Shui. Due to her pregnancy, Xiao Shui lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, with Lin Zhi pinned beneath her. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers. Xiao Shui, are you all right? The crowd rushed to lift Xiao Shui, encircling her with a flurry of inquiries. Xiao Shui, does your stomach hurt? Xiao Shui, how are you feeling? Xiao Shui. Outside the throng, Lin Zhi looked on with concern for Xiao Shui. She glanced down at her leg, noticing a small damp patch that resembled amniotic fluid. Just as she intended to alert the others, she spotted Xiao Yuanlin striding towards her from the crowd. He helped Lin Zhi to her feet, his expression a mix of worry and reproach as he admonished. How could you be so reckless? Lin Zhi. Xiao Yuanlin reprimanded anxiously. Have you ever considered the possibility of being harmed? Acting so impulsively, what would happen if something truly went awry? Lin Zhi felt her heart race at his words. She observed Xiao Yuanlin's slightly anxious tone, which inexplicably stirred a sense of panic within her. Her breathing became somewhat erratic, as if she were indeed experiencing a discomfort that ignited within her like a match struck suddenly, leaving her heart feeling a peculiar itch. Boss, are you all right? At that moment, Zhao Ziming approached, his gaze filled with concern for Lin Zhi, fearing for her well-being. Lin Zhi nodded slightly. I am well. You should focus on Xiao Shui. As long as you are fine, he replied. Xiao Yuanlin suddenly stood up, reverting to his previous indifference. Please do not injure yourself and trouble me further. Xiao Shui is of utmost importance right now. If you sustain another injury, no one will have time to attend to you. His words struck Lin Zhi like a bucket of cold water. Yet she found solace in the fact that she bore no emotional burden. Regaining her composure, she offered a gentle smile, gazing at him. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will not hinder you. Xiao Yuanlin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her words. Xiao Shui's amniotic fluid has ruptured, Lin Zhi reminded everyone at the opportune moment. What? Mrs. Xiao exclaimed, both anxious and agitated, casting a cautious look at Dr. Ma. Dr. Ma, I implore you, do not worry. Leave it to me, Dr. Ma replied, instructing Uncle Zhang to bring a wheelchair and then carefully lifting Xiao Shui into it. He stood and addressed the crowd. I will take Xiao Shui to the delivery room. Everyone else should prepare for the night. His statement sent waves of anxiety through the gathered individuals. Lin Zhi felt an unsettling sense of disarray. As she glanced around, she suddenly realized that the instigator, Su Xiaoyu, had vanished. A foreboding sensation washed over her, prompting her to inquire, where has Su Xiaoyu gone? Zhao Ziming shrugged and replied, who knows where that lunatic has wandered off to? She's nothing short of a mad dog. How could the Xiao family possibly permit such a person to reside under their roof? Mrs. Xiao bowed her head in silence. Lin Zhi noticed something unusual about Mrs. Xiao. She approached her and softly inquired, "Mrs. Xiao, are you all right?" Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Mrs. Xiao appeared startled, but she quickly replaced her expression with a gentle smile, responding, "Thank you, Dr. Lin. I am well. I am merely a bit worried about Xiao Shui." "Mrs. Xiao, why is Su Xiaoyu residing here?" Lin Zhi asked. Mrs. Xiao seemed reluctant to divulge the information. "Mother, this is a question I have long wished to understand." Xiao Yuanlin interjected, approaching with a serious demeanor, gazing intently at Mrs. Xiao. With a sense of resignation, Mrs. Xiao sighed and replied it was Junwei's request. He? Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow slightly. How did he make such a request? Lin Zhiyue increasingly sensed something amiss, yet she could not articulate what precisely felt off. Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming exchanged a glance, then closely followed behind Xiao Yuanlin. When Lin Zhi departed, she cast a glance at the glass mirror on the wall. In the reflection, Mrs. Xiao revealed a rather peculiar expression. In the corridor, several servants and security personnel of the Xiao family patrolled back and forth. Lin Zhi approached Xiao Yuanlin, hesitating whether to inquire about something. Just then, Xiao Yuanlin unexpectedly spoke up. "What do you wish to ask?" "Huh?" Lin Zhi was taken aback. "Are you curious about the matter concerning Ma Junwei and Su Xiaoyu?" Lin Zhi was astonished. She truly wished to pose this question, but how could Xiao Yuanlin possibly know? Could it be that he possesses the ability to read minds? How could he be aware of what she intended to inquire? Ma Junwei had previously been Xiao Xue's attending physician, and the two had met in Country M. Xiao Xue, being infatuated, swiftly established a relationship with him and subsequently married. Xiao Yuanlin continued speaking. "Reminiscent of your past with your former partner." "Ahem, that is all in the past now." Lin Zhi felt a tinge of embarrassment, reminding herself that she had already regained her clarity. Xiao Yuanlin appeared somewhat melancholic. "If only Xiao Xue could also attain such clarity as you have." "She seems to be sinking deeper. Do you harbor any fondness for Dr. Ma Junwei?" Xiao Yuanlin halted in his tracks. "No, I do not." "How coincidental." "I do not like him either." Zhao Ziming interjected. "I have always sensed that this Dr. Ma harbors ulterior motives." Lin Zhi felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, "How did you perceive that?" "A man's intuition," Zhao Ziming replied with an air of arrogance. "Well, that was a futile question," Lin Zhi remarked, rendered speechless. He was not mistaken. Xiao Yuanlin gazed at Zhao Ziming and added, "I share the same sentiment. However, I have been unable to catch him off guard in recent years." Lin Zhi inquired again, "What is the situation with Su Xiaoyu?" "Su Xiaoyu?" Xiao Yuanlin's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he stated, "I can only tell you that what I am about to say may seem absurd. Xiao, you have already accepted the fact that I possess extraordinary abilities. What could possibly seem outrageous to you?" Zhao Ziming interjected boldly. Xiao Yuanlin cast a glance at Zhao Ziming. "I have a lingering suspicion that Su Xiaoyu is not entirely human." Chapter 55. The Human Puppet Not Human? What could she possibly be if not human? Zhao Ziming exclaimed incredulously. "A human puppet," Lin Zhi elucidated. Xiao Yuanlin appeared taken aback, questioning, "How do you know this?" "Wait." Zhao Ziming, somewhat bewildered, turned to Lin Zhi and asked, "Boss, what exactly is a human puppet?" "A human puppet is a new mutated species," Lin Zhi explained. "In essence, they are still human, yet their brains have been tainted and manipulated by their controller, rendering them no longer normal. They obey the commands of their controller, and their actions are influenced by this manipulation. Hence, they are referred to as puppets. Essentially, they are not unlike zombies, albeit somewhat more coherent than the latter, who are entirely devoid of intellect." Zhao Ziming felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. "I was merely saying that Su Xiaoyu appears to behave as if she has a mental illness, acting and speaking in peculiar ways, unlike a normal person. So she's essentially a living corpse." Xiao Yuanlin regarded Lin Zhi with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Zhao Ziming then pondered aloud. "If what you say is true, boss, then the controller must be quite formidable indeed." Lin Zhi furrowed her brow slightly. Zhao Ziming explained, "Consider this. If that were the case, the manipulator could effortlessly ensnare any fortress without losing a single soldier. After all, by contaminating a person's mind, one can control that individual. There would be no need to fight over resources. It could be achieved silently and unobtrusively. Upon hearing Zhao Ziming's explanation, Lin Zhi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. If that is the case, Lin Zhi could not help but scrutinize the seemingly impregnable fortress of the Xiao family. Keep a close watch on Ma Junwei, Xiao Yuanlin instructed in a deep voice. Do you believe Dr. Ma Junwei is the one orchestrating this? It was then that Lin Zhi realized the possibility could not be dismissed. Xiao Yuanlin's expression turned grave. The Xiao family fortress was no sanctuary. Zhao Ziming, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "So, this is indeed a den of peril. I wondered why you, President Xiao, brought me here so stealthily." Xiao Yuanlin cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ziming, who immediately covered his mouth. "My apologies. I shall remain silent." Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and instructed Zhao Ziming, "Keep a close watch on Su Xiaoyu. The instant she makes any move, incapacitate her." He added, "If she is indeed a person, I have nothing to fear. However, if she is not, I fear I may find myself at a disadvantage." Zhao Ziming appeared somewhat apprehensive. "What are you afraid of? You were unperturbed even by that last monster." Lin Zhi reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. "I have complete faith in you." Lin Zhi turned to Xiao Yuanlin and said, "Mr. Xiao, let us go protect. I can manage on my own." Xiao Yuanlin declined Lin Zhi's proposal, asserting that Ma Junwei might pose a significant threat, precisely because of the danger. "I cannot allow you to remain here alone. Moreover, with Xiao Xue about to give birth, an extra pair of hands will only be beneficial." Lin Zhi gazed earnestly at Xiao Yuanlin. "Have you forgotten the incident at the Sifong fortress? It was I who protected you. If you insist on bringing me along, I shall be your ultimate trump card." Observing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Xiao Yuanlin ceased his attempt to persuade her. "Very well, but do exercise caution. We will split up for now." Lin Zhi turned to Zhao Ziming. "Remember, if you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to flee." Xiao Yuanlin then addressed Zhao Ziming. "Do you know how to fly a plane? I didn't before, but I observed you piloting on the way here. So now I can." Zhao Ziming replied with pride. "I learn things very quickly." Xiao Yuanlin nodded in acknowledgement. The three of them then set off on their separate missions. Xiao Yuanlin went to assess the number of guards at the fortress. Zhao Ziming kept watch over Su Xiaoyu, while Lin Zhi attended to Xiao Xue. In the delivery room, Xiao Xue lay there. "Junwei, I feel a bit hungry." She looked at Ma Junwei, who was preparing various injections, with a playful pout. Ma Junwei turned to her with a gentle smile. "Just a moment. I'll get you something to eat." "All right." Xiao Xue responded with a sweet smile. As soon as Ma Junwei stepped out, Lin Zhi slipped in. "Xiao Xue." Lin Zhi approached Xiao Xue's side, her expression laden with concern. "How are you feeling?" "I'm quite well," Xiao Xue replied, patting her belly. "I only hope for the safety of the child within me." Lin Zhi's heart was tinged with sorrow as she grasped Xiao Xue's hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Xiao Xue," she said with utmost seriousness, "you may doubt every word I utter from this moment forth, but you must heed my instructions. The consequences of disobedience are unimaginable." "Consequences?" Xiao Xue chuckled softly. "Miss Lin, you're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Lin Zhi shook her head. Xiao Xue observed Lin Zhi's earnest demeanor, realizing that she was not jesting. "Please go ahead." Lin Zhi whispered a few words into Xiao Xue's ear. "Impossible." Xiao Xue immediately retorted, "Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it." "Xiao Xue, I've already told you. You may choose not to believe, but you must comply." Lin Zhi's gaze was unwavering. "What if I don't?" A slight tremor was evident in Xiao Xue's voice. Lin Zhi smiled softly and said, "You know, Xiao Xue, I truly envy you. You have parents who cherish you as their most precious gem, and a brother who loves you like a treasure. Each of them strives tirelessly for your sake. Consider this as a gesture for them, will you?" Xiao Xue hesitated slightly. "If you follow my advice, the worst that could happen is that you create a minor misunderstanding with Dr. Ma Junwei. However, if I am correct, you will have saved the lives of everyone in the Xiao family fortress." Xiao Xue was thoroughly swayed. "Xiao Xue, you must discern the gravity of the situation better than I can. Biting her lip, she resignedly closed her eyes. All right, I will heed your words this once. As they conversed, the factory door swung open, and Ma Junwei entered. Xiao Xue, he called, pushing open the delivery room door. Upon seeing Lin Zhi present, his smile momentarily faltered before he quickly masked it, saying, Miss Lin, what brings you here? I came to check on Xiao Xue. I was worried, Lin Zhi replied, her smile lacking warmth. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin, but I am Xiao Xue's personal physician and husband. No one understands your condition better than I do. There is no need for you to be overly anxious, Ma Junwei stated with impeccable composure. Doctor, Ma, you yist. I certainly trust you the most. However, as Xiao Xue is about to give birth, being a doctor myself, I feel I can lend a hand. Once the child arrives, I can assist in caring for the baby as well, Lin Zhi countered without yielding. Dr. Ma, being a physician, you must understand that a single attending physician is insufficient for childbirth. It is essential to arrange for a midwife, she continued. Ma Junwei was about to refuse when Xiao Xue suddenly interjected. Junwei, let Miss Lin stay to care for me. She's the doctor my brother brought, and having her here makes me feel more at ease, which will also lighten your load. Very well, Ma Junwei conceded without further argument. Lin Zhi gazed at the smile on his face, not overlooking the fleeting hint of malice that flickered in his eyes. Have something to eat? Ma Junwei suggested, bringing over a plate. The dish was a tantalizing sirloin steak. As Xiao Xue beheld the steak, an instinctive desire to indulge surged within her. Just as she grasped the knife and fork, a thought seemed to dawn upon her, prompting her to turn to Ma Junwei and say, Junwei, I would like some juice. Ma Junwei's smile momentarily faltered before he composed himself and replied, just a moment. No sooner had he departed than Lin Zhi leaned in to sniff the steak. Colorless and tasteless, it was easily volatile. Lin Zhi smirked coldly, realizing that Ma Junwei had poisoned it. Xiao Xue's complexion paled slightly as disbelief washed over her. She chuckled nervously. No, that's impossible. How could Junwei ever harm me? Lin Zhi understood that no matter how much she explained, Xiao Xue would remain unconvinced. Thus, she retrieved a live chicken from the space farm and proceeded to offer it a piece of steak. 30 seconds later, the chicken twitched briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Xue stared in shock at the dead chicken, the color draining rapidly from her face. Her hands trembling as she muttered, No, it can't be. How could Junwei possibly? Xiao Xue, the truth is as such. There are less than 60 seconds until Ma Junwei arrives. I will allow you a minute to grieve, but after that, you must accept reality and cooperate with me. Lin Zhi gazed at her with a calm demeanor. You are a member of the Xiao family. Summon the resolve befitting your lineage. Xiao Xue stared blankly at Lin Zhi. Her eyes reddened as she fought to suppress her tears. Very well. Lin Zhi held her hand firmly. From now on, you will follow my lead. Xiao Xue nodded gently, biting her lip, unwilling to speak. Lin Zhi knew that as soon as she opened her mouth to speak, she would inevitably succumb to tears. With a soft click, the delivery room door swung open, revealing Ma Junwei, who entered holding a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. He approached Xiao Xue with his customary smile, offering the juice to her lips, saying, I just instructed the kitchen to prepare this for you, freshly squeezed with a hint of apple, your favorite flavor. Xiao Xue remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes trembling slightly. Noticing her distress, Ma Junwei immediately grew concerned and feigned nonchalance as he inquired, Xiao Xue, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? In response, tears cascaded down Xiao Xue's cheeks in an uncontrollable rush. Lin Zhi's heart sank with foreboding. I feel unwell. It is quite distressing. Xiao Xue uttered in a feeble voice. Lin Zhi silently breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Junwei was momentarily taken aback, then set down the juice and nervously placed his hand on Xiao Xue's abdomen. His brow furrowed as he murmured, Is the contraction starting so soon? Xiao Xue, please get out of bed. I will help you walk a bit. Moving around will bring you considerable comfort and assist in the birthing process. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Zhi helped Xiao Xue rise from the bed. Xiao Xue, would you like to have something to replenish your strength? Ma Junwei's voice carried a barely detectable hint of anxiety. Dr. Ma, Xiao Xue currently has no appetite. Eating may lead to esophageal reflux. Should the labor become complicated and a cesarean be necessary, fasting at this moment would be more beneficial for her. Ma Junwei regarded Lin Zhi with a somber expression before donning a formulaic smile, saying, "Dr. Lin, you truly consider every detail. As a woman myself, I can certainly empathize with Xiao Shui." As Lin Zhi spoke, she grasped Xiao Shui's hand, offering her a measure of reassurance. Xiao Shui looked at Lin Zhi with reddened eyes, her gaze filled with profound gratitude. Lin Zhi supported Xiao Shui as they slowly walked through the delivery room, her gaze occasionally fixed on Ma Junwei, wary of any potential interference. The physical exertion intensified Xiao Shui's contractions, and soon she was trembling in pain, drenched in sweat. "Lin Zhi, it hurts so much." Xiao Shui grasped Lin Zhi's hand tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Xiao Shui, stay strong. I am here with you." Lin Zhi helped Xiao Shui onto the bed, then fetched a pair of sterilized rubber gloves to perform an internal examination on Xiao Shui. "You're already 8 centimeters dilated. The baby will be here soon. Just hang in there," Lin Zhi whispered soothingly. "Xiao Shui, the baby is working hard alongside you. Just endure a little longer. And when the contractions become unbearable, you must tell me." Unable to articulate her pain, Xiao Shui could only nod repeatedly. However, Ma Junwei, with a slight smile, casually remarked, "The examination report has gone missing." Lin Zhi was taken aback and instinctively raised her voice. "What did you say?" "I said, her examination report is missing." Ma Junwei replied leisurely, sitting on the sofa with a forced smile, gazing at Lin Zhi. "Aren't you trying to play the big shot? Why not handle it yourself? What do you need the examination report for?" Lin's body trembled with rage. "Dr. Ma, Xiao Shui is your wife. Are you not concerned about her condition? If she suffers from severe iron deficiency anemia, she could experience excessive bleeding during childbirth, and it may be impossible to stop it. As a doctor, you should be acutely aware of this." "Well, what of it?" Ma Junwei finally dropped his facade. "You have repeatedly thwarted my efforts. I have yet to settle the score with you. She's merely a woman. If she dies, another will come along." "Junwei, you are heartless." Xiao Shui sobbed uncontrollably. "Xiao Shui, considering our marital ties, I intended to grant you a swift passage to the other side to alleviate your suffering. Yet here you are, reveling in your torment. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Ma Junwei said, removing his glasses. He stood up, casting a cold glance at the two women before sneering, "Take care of yourselves. No one will come to rescue you." With that, he strode out of the delivery room, locking the door behind him with a swift motion. "Junwei!" Xiao Shui shouted at the bulletproof door. "Xiao Shui, restrain yourself. Do not call out to that scoundrel." Lin felt her heart bleed for her friend, her concern overwhelming as she urged Xiao Shui to conserve her strength for the impending childbirth. "Lin, did Junwei just say he wants to kill me?" Xiao Shui's tears streamed down her face. "Did he truly say he wants to kill me?" Lin Zhi nodded helplessly indeed. "He is so ruthless." Tears streamed down Xiao Shui's face like pearls from a broken string, falling incessantly by her ears. "I have treated him so well, yet he still wishes to take my life. He's truly heartless." Lin Zhi's words provided Xiao Shui with immense encouragement. "For you, for my family. I cannot afford to lose." Xiao Shui gritted her teeth. "Very well. I shall now conduct another internal examination. You have just dilated to 8 centimeters. The child should arrive shortly." Lin Zhi donned disinfected gloves, her hands coated with iodine, as she prepared to conduct an internal examination on Xiao Shui once more. A sudden and intense contraction surged forth, causing Xiao Shui to cry out in agony. Upon completing the examination, Lin Zhi trembled with fear. "Xiao Shui, I must tell you something. You must hold on." "What do you mean?" Xiao Shui asked, bewildered. "This child cannot be delivered." Chapter 57. Caesarean section what? Xiao Shui gazed weakly at Lin Zhi, confusion etched on her face. "What does it mean that the child cannot be born? What should we do?" Panic began to envelop her as she clutched Lin Zhi's hand, pleading desperately. "Lin Zhi, you must save me. I do not wish to die." "I will certainly save you." Lin Zhi's gaze was resolute. "It may hurt a great deal. You must endure." Xiao Shui gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. Xiao Shui pointed to a cabinet. "He usually keeps the medicine there. Any medications requiring low-temperature storage are placed in the adjacent refrigerator. Xiao Xuan nodded, but the cabinet was locked. Lin Zhi found herself bereft of time to search for the keys. She removed a hairpin from her head and forcefully pried open the lock of the cabinet. As the cabinet swung open, Lin Zhi felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of realization. Xiao Shui, sensing something amiss, anxiously inquired, Lin Zhi, have you not yet found the medicine? At that moment, Xiao Shui was overwhelmed by excruciating pain in her abdomen, gripping the railing beside her hospital bed tightly. Her voice trembling, she felt as though the weight of the world had descended upon her. Lin Zhi, is it possible that there is no medicine left in the cabinet? Lin Zhi dared not meet Xiao Shui's gaze. She had just excitedly opened the important cabinet, only to find it completely empty. Ma Junwei was truly ruthless. Having taken all the potions away, Lin Zhi was filled with a gnawing resentment. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated that Ma Junwei would keep a trump card hidden. At this moment, Xiao Shui was enveloped in despair. Having ceased her cries while still clutching the railing of the hospital bed, helplessly gazing at Lin Zhi. I regret it so much, Xiao Shui said with a bitter smile. To be honest, when Junwei poisoned my food, wishing for my demise, I was not as heartbroken as I am now. Right now, I feel an overwhelming sadness. Junwei not only desires my death, but wishes for my suffering. He harbors hatred towards me. Xiao Shui spoke these words with an unassuming tone, yet they pierced Lin Zhi's heart deeply. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi made an effort to calm her emotions and approached Xiao Shui, grasping her hand tightly. Xiao Shui, I will find a way. Lin Zhi, Xiao Shui looked at her, as if having made a tremendous resolution, seizing Lin Zhi's wrist with fervor, her eyes gleaming intensely. Perform the surgery. What did you say? Lin Zhi trembled in fear. There's no anesthetic? That's all right. Xiao Shui's demeanor remained composed, though her eyes were strikingly red. If there's no anesthetic, then perform the surgery without it. I must bring this child into the world. My life cannot end like this. Do you know how painful it will be? Lin Zhi, witnessing Xiao Shui's determination, could not hold back her tears, cascading down her cheeks. You will be in agony, wishing for death. I will not wish for death. Xiao Shui fixed her resolute gaze upon Lin Zhi, her eyes radiant with intensity. If I die, my parents and brother will grieve. If I die, Ma Junwei will rejoice. I absolutely cannot act in a manner that brings delight to my enemies at the expense of my loved ones. Lin Zhi comforted Xiao Shui, who was resolute in her stance, saying, although I do not have anesthetics available, I do possess some pain relief medication. Taking it may alleviate your discomfort. Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. Lin Zhi procured a piece of gauze, fashioning it into a sizable ball, and addressed Xiao Shui, saying, I am now going to place this object in your mouth to prevent you from experiencing excessive pain and inadvertently biting off your own tongue. Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui exhibited an expression of resolute defiance, as if embracing her fate. Lin Zhi stuffed the wad of gauze into Xiao Shui's mouth. She cautiously used a scalpel to cut open Xiao Shui's clothing, then assessed her condition. Xiao Shui was not in a good state. If the child were not delivered soon, there was a significant risk of amniotic fluid embolism. Lin Zhi turned Xiao Shui on her side, his hands gliding down her spine. Upon reaching a specific acupoint, he pressed firmly with both hands on the vital spot. Xiao Shui felt a sudden, tingling sensation throughout her body, as if every part of her was immobilized. Save for her eyes, Lin Zhi discovered the last vial of topical anesthetic within her spatial ring and applied it to Xiao Shui's abdomen. This topical anesthetic is typically utilized in medical aesthetics, and its analgesic effects are rather limited. Nevertheless, in this dire situation, it proved to be better than nothing. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Zhi retrieved a surgical knife, carefully examining the precise location on Xiao Shui's belly before gently incising her skin. Time was of the essence. She had only 8 minutes. With deft precision, she extracted the fetus, severed the umbilical cord, and proceeded to suture the wound. She felt immensely grateful that she had brought along a complete set of suturing tools. By this point, Xiao Shui had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the pain. The equipment in the delivery room had long been rendered inoperative by Ma Junwei, leaving Lin Zhi with no choice but to rely on the most primitive method of assessing Xiao Xue's physical condition through her pulse. Although weak, Xiao Xue's heartbeat remained relatively steady. Lin Zhi finally let out a sigh of relief. She crushed the painkillers and administered them to the unconscious Xiao Xue, followed by a dose of anti-inflammatory medication and antibiotics. At this moment, Lin Zhi was quite anxious. She was unaware of the circumstances outside the delivery room. Just as her worries intensified, Zhao Ziming suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Boss, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for ages," Lin Zhi exclaimed as she rushed forward. Zhao Ziming was taken aback by the bloodstains covering Lin Zhi, his expression shifting dramatically as he asked, "Boss, why are you covered in blood? What happened?" "This isn't my blood. It's all Xiao Xue's. I just performed a cesarean section on her," Lin Zhi explained. Zhao Ziming sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. You startled me. I was worried something had happened to you. You have no idea how chaotic it is outside. What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi's anxiety returned. "What about President Xiao? I couldn't find him. However, I managed to knock out that Su Xiaoyu. She truly is as you described. She's not human at all," Zhao Ziming said, still shaken. "I've never encountered such a lifelike puppet before. We need to find a way to escape." Lin Zhi furrowed her brows. Staying here any longer could cost them their lives. "I'll search for the keys." No sooner had Zhao Ziming spoken than the delivery room door swung open abruptly. Chapter 58. Threat looking for keys? Is this the set you need? At the entrance stood Ma Junwei, leisurely awaiting them. Lin Zhi gazed at him, her entire being enveloped in a state of heightened vigilance. "Do not be so fearful," Ma Junwei said, entering with a leisurely gait. He jingled a bunch of keys in his hand, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Aren't you eager to obtain the keys? All the vital keys to the fortress are contained within this bunch. If you desire them, come and take them yourself." Zhao Ziming, driven by impulse, rushed forward, intent on seizing the keys. However, Ma Junwei's reflexes were remarkably swift. He sidestepped effortlessly, evading Zhao Ziming's assault. "Little boy, with your meager skills, it would be wise to save your energy. Even after 10 years of practice, you would still be unable to wrest these keys from my grasp." Ma Junwei scoffed at Zhao Ziming. The mockery ignited a spark of anger within Zhao Ziming. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Lin Zhi intervened, blocking his path. "Boss." Lin Zhichong shook his head at Zhao Ziming, saying, "You cannot contend with him. He possesses martial skills." Lin Zhi said cautiously, gazing at Ma Junwei, "What do you intend to do?" Ma Junwei replied with a smile, "I propose a trade." "A trade for what?" "I offer the key in my possession in exchange for the key to your phone," Ma Junwei stated. Lin Zhi understood. It turned out that Ma Junwei's ultimate goal all along was the ant fortress. "You were the one who led us here," Lin Zhi exclaimed. "Truly clever. I have a penchant for collaborating with intelligent individuals," Ma Junwei remarked, a deeper smile gracing his face. "If Xiao Xue possessed even a fraction of your brilliance, I would have been spared considerable trouble. Hand over the key to the management of the ant fortress, and I shall return the key to you. It is a fair and reasonable proposition. What do you think?" Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh, gazing at him. "I'm afraid I do not possess the key to the ant fortress. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me," Ma Junwei replied confidently. "You're the second in command of the ant fortress. You must have the management key." "I am by no means a second in command," Lin Zhi retorted with a scoff. "Your insider information is quite flawed." "Ah, whether it is flawed or not, your expression speaks volumes," Ma Junwei stated. "I had my doubts about your relationship with Xiao Yuanlin, but now I'm certain that the key is in your possession." Lin Zhi scoffed softly. "Let us not mention that my relationship with Xiao Yuanlin is merely that of superior and subordinate. Even if the key were truly in my possession, I would not yield it to you. I advise you to abandon such fanciful notions." After speaking, Ma Junwei closed the factory door firmly. "Boss," Zhao Ziming exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Ma Junwei has already taken full control of the entire Xiao family fortress. What are we to do now? What was the situation like when you arrived?" Lin Zhi gazed at the closed door, her tone grave as she inquired, "What did you observe just now?" I cannot say for certain. All I heard was a great commotion outside, as if there were many people present, Zhao Ziming replied candidly. He instinctively covered himself. For heaven's sake, boss, how do you know all of this? With a sigh of relief, Zhao Ziming jested. I thought you were about to engage in some treasure-seeking and murder. I have no interest in your trifling treasures, Lin Zhi retorted, handing him a note. We are pressed for time. You must act swiftly, Lin Zhi urged. Understood, Zhao Ziming responded, turning swiftly and vanishing into thin air. The room was left with only Lin Zhi and the unconscious Xiao Shiwei. Lin Zhi gazed at the clock on the wall, her heart filled with trepidation. She couldn't help but wonder how Xiao Yuanlin and the others were faring. In such an enclosed space, Lin Zhi understood that there was little she could do. She retrieved some food from her spatial necklace. Rather than waiting idly, it would be prudent to nourish herself. Being well-fed would better prepare her to face the challenges that lay ahead. Just as Lin Zhi was indulging in her meal, she suddenly sensed a sharp drop in the temperature of the delivery room. It was evident that someone had deliberately manipulated the room's climate. Without a doubt, it was the handiwork of Ma Junwei. The delivery room was equipped with an indoor thermometer, and the visible temperature was plummeting from a comfortable norm to below 5 degrees Celsius. Lin Zhi trembled with cold, retrieving a down jacket from her spatial necklace. She glanced at the comatose Xiao Shuei on the hospital bed before extracting a thick down blanket to cover her. Attempting to induce her submission in this manner? Not a chance. The temperature in the room continued to plummet, and Lin Zhi's breath formed visible vapors in the frigid air. That Ma Junwei was truly ruthless. Remaining unperturbed, Lin Zhi took out an electric oil heater and baseboard heater from her spatial necklace. When she procured these items, it was merely a precaution, anticipating that if the room's heating apparatus fell short, these would suffice. Little did she know they would prove so useful. She promptly connected several electric oil heaters and baseboards to the power supply. As expected of an electric powerhouse, the temperature rose swiftly. Lin Zhi could distinctly feel the chill dissipating from her body, and the air within the room grew considerably warmer. Clearly, Ma Junwei outside the door had not anticipated that Lin Zhi possessed such an array of cold-resistant equipment. He remained puzzled as to why Lin Zhi had yet to capitulate in such extreme weather. In the delivery room, Lin Zhi settled down beside the heating device. She gazed at the tightly shut door, feeling a sense of pride as she mused. Ma Junwei is undoubtedly unaware of the extent of her preparations. Heating was out of the question, for the room was equipped with a cooling air conditioner. Certainly, Ma Junwei would not be so foolish as to present both the problem and the solution to her. Thus, he could only resort to cooling. However, this cooling would prove futile unless he were to cut the power. Yet, should he choose to do so, his forceful cooling strategy would also fail. Therefore, no matter how Ma Junwei proceeded, he could not inflict any harm upon Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi smiled triumphantly, exclaiming, "How ironic it is that intelligence can lead to one's downfall." Chapter 59. The tension peaks. What on earth? Why has the room suddenly turned so cold? Zhao Ziming kept rubbing his arms, stating, "It's even colder than outside. This is no mere chill. I've already activated the heating device." Lin Zhi tossed him a down jacket, saying, "Put this on so you don't catch a cold." After donning the jacket, Zhao Ziming noticeably felt much warmer. "Boss, here you go." Zhao Ziming retrieved the supplies Lin Zhi needed from his storage space. "What on earth is this? It's so heavy." I noticed Uncle Zhao struggled quite a bit while moving it. Curiously, Zhao Ziming gazed at the tightly packed supplies, which felt as heavy as iron blocks. Lin Zhi smiled slightly as she opened the supplies and said, "This is not iron. This is a firearm." Zhao Ziming, upon seeing the weapons and ammunition, was astonished to the point that his eyes nearly dropped to the ground. "To think, these are indeed guns." Lin Zhi picked up one of the guns and tossed it in front of Zhao Ziming, saying, "Take it. We will need it shortly, but I don't know how to use it." Zhao Ziming replied, feeling utterly at a loss while holding the weapon. "Just do as I do," Lin Zhi instructed, loading the bullets with precision. Zhao Ziming mimicked her actions, attempting to handle the gun as she did. "I will go unlock the door. You keep an eye on Xiao Shui. If anyone is outside, do not hesitate. Shoot to kill," Lin Zhi declared with unwavering resolve. Zhao Ziming, Gripped by fear, stammered B-Boss. Are we really going to kill someone? Lin Zhi's expression was somber, and with a cold demeanor, she stated, do you intend to take a life? Or do you wish to be the one who meets their demise later? Zhao Ziming immediately fell silent. Lin Zhi aimed her firearm at the door lock. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the lock was rendered inoperative. Zhao Ziming, his expression fraught with vigilance, nodded emphatically and declared, understood. Bang. 1 shot. Bang. 2 shots. With a thunderous crash, the door to the delivery room collapsed. In that fleeting moment, as the door fell, Lin Zhi pulled the trigger, the bullet chambered, and she fired several rounds at an astonishing speed toward the entrance. Following the anguished cries from outside, gunfire erupted in response. Get down, Lin Zhi shouted. Zhao Ziming immediately crouched. At that very instant, he felt a bullet graze the top of his head. Had he hesitated for even half a second longer, that bullet would have lodged not in the wall, but within his skull. A cold sweat broke out over Zhao Ziming. He finally grasped the essence of a life-and-death struggle. Gritting his teeth, he took refuge beneath the hospital bed, clutching his handgun. Boss, is it wise for us to hide from Xiao Xue like this? Lin Zhi whispered. Xiao Xue is a hostage. Should she perish, her worth would diminish entirely. Even Ma Junwei, despite his foolishness, would not eliminate a hostage before achieving his objective. Understood. Outside the delivery room, several men clad in servant attire brandished handguns, aiming them at the group. The individuals within the room must cease their futile struggles. You have already been encircled by us. Lin Zhi gazed at the man speaking outside the door. It was Butler Zhang. Butler Zhang, how could you conspire with a scoundrel like Ma Junwei? The Xiao family treated you with such kindness, yet you turn out to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Zhi scoffed disdainfully. It would be better to raise a dog, as at least it knows how to protect its master in critical moments rather than biting the hand that feeds it like you do to the Xiao family. Butler Zhang maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, his psychological resilience evident. Miss Lin, I understand you are attempting to provoke me. However, regrettably, your words bear no weight with me. A shameless person pays little heed to such matters of honor. Lin Zhi let out a cold huff. If you are not associated with the Xiao family, I would not target you. Simply hand over what Dr. Ma instructed you to retrieve, and I shall not trouble you further. I will even arrange for someone to escort you away from here, Butler Zhang stated. Lin Zhi scoffed. Zhang Butler, at your age, how can you be so naive? How many times must I reiterate that I do not possess the key? The Ant Fortress has a total of 2 management keys. One is with the young master, and the other is certainly in your possession, Zhang uncle asserted with unwavering confidence. Unfortunately, you are mistaken, he continued with a smile. Miss Lin, I am well aware that you will never admit it. However, I know everyone in the Xiao family intimately, as well as all their business ventures. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. The young master holds affection for you, and as you are the second largest shareholder of the Ant Fortress, it is only natural that he would entrust you with a management key. Listening to Uncle Zhang's words, Lin Zhi couldn't help but find them amusing. How could this Uncle Zhang be so naive as to think that Xiao Yuanlin had feelings for her? Throughout both her past and present lives, Lin Zhi had never witnessed any intimate interactions or dealings between Xiao Yuanlin and that woman. Although she had contemplated Xiao Yuanlin's personal matters, his frigid demeanor and his attitude toward the opposite sex led Lin Zhi to privately conclude that his sexual orientation might be rather unconventional. The mere fact that Xiao Yuanlin held her in high regard did not warrant the erroneous assumption that he had romantic intentions toward her. It was truly a monumental jest. No wonder Ma Junwei speculated that there was something special between Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin. It turned out that this was merely a rumor propagated by Uncle Zhang. I reiterate, Steward Zhang, I do not possess the management key. Whether you believe me or not, I truly have no key on me, Lin Zhi stated calmly. Whether you have it or not is not for you to decide. Shortly, when we capture you, we will naturally search your person, Uncle Zhang retorted, brandishing a gun at her. If you hand over the key now, I might still afford you a modicum of dignity. However, should we capture you and allow several men to conduct an invasive search for the key on your person, I believe Miss Lin would prefer to avoid such humiliation. Now, hand over the key. Before Uncle Zhang could finish a sentence, Lin Zhi pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, the bullet pierced through Uncle Zhang's wrist. The pain caused him to lose his grip, and the gun clattered to the ground. Uncle Zhang's complexion drastically altered as he immediately shouted to the nearby servants, "Fire! Capture these two!" Yet it was already too late. As soon as Zhang Shu's pistol clattered to the ground, Lin Zhi charged towards them. While rushing forward, she pulled the trigger, firing several shots at the servants blocking the doorway. The few servants trailing behind Zhang Shu quickly regained their composure, raising their handguns to unleash a barrage of bullets at Lin Zhi. After a deluge of gunfire, the walls were riddled with bullet holes, and everyone bore varying degrees of injury. Yet, remarkably, Lin Zhi stood unscathed among them. "Capture her!" Zhang Shu shouted, clutching his wound. Lin Zhi let out a cold sneer, her gun aimed at Uncle Zhang's head. "Zhang Guanjia, you are too slow." Chapter 60. A desperate gamble. Uncle Zhang stared at the ominous barrel, his body trembling as he pointed at himself, rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. The surrounding servants, witnessing the scene, brandished their weapons at Lin Zhi, seeking an opportune moment to act. However, Lin Zhi had already anticipated their intentions. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Tell your men not to act rashly. My finger on the trigger moves faster than any of your actions." Uncle Zhang's face turned ashen with terror, and he shouted to the servants beside him, "You all put down your guns." At his command, the servants reluctantly lowered their weapons. Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow with pride. "Very well," she declared before turning and positioning herself behind Uncle Zhang, gripping his neck while pressing the gun's muzzle against his temple. Uncle Zhang trembled, his legs weakening. "What are you doing? You are the steward here. You must know the location of the fortress's secure base. Take us there. Dr. Ma will not kill me. He has not obtained what he desires, and ending my life would be in vain." Lin Zhi asserted confidently, "Uncle Zhang, you have no cards left to play. If you refuse to cooperate, you will meet a grim fate. Either you guide us to the secure base," she continued, swiftly aiming her weapon at the servant poised to shoot her. Before the servant could pull the trigger, Lin Zhi's bullet had already soared through the air, striking him squarely between the eyes. Blood erupted from his forehead, and the man stared in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Or you may choose to meet a similar end. Uncle Zhang was utterly terrified. He had grossly underestimated Lin Zhi. He had thought her merely a pampered young lady, perhaps skilled in medicine, but was taken aback by her formidable and terrifying nature. Regret consumed him. Yet, regret was futile now. He had no options left. Gritting his teeth, he resignedly closed his eyes. "Follow me. Uncle Zhang, you are a clever man. Do not attempt any tricks. Remember, my finger on the trigger is always faster than yours." Lin Zhi whispered ominously in his ear. Uncle Zhang feigned composure, though fear gripped his heart. "I have agreed to your demands, and I assure you, I shall not go back on my word." Lin Zhi nodded in satisfaction at Uncle Zhang's performance and called out loudly to Zhao Ziming inside the door, "Bring out Xiao Xue." Zhao Ziming, holding a handgun, wheeled out Xiao Xue's hospital bed. Uncle Zhang led Lin Zhi and his companions through a maze of narrow passages to a particularly cramped location within the fortress. "Uncle Zhang, I warn you, do not attempt to deceive us," Lin Zhi said, aiming the gun firmly at Uncle Zhang's head. Uncle Zhang replied, "This is the most secure location within the Xiao family, where no one would dare to venture. Even Dr. Ma is unaware of this place. Why should I trust you?" Lin Zhi demanded. Uncle Zhang offered a wry smile. "My life rests in your hands. How could I possibly lie?" Lin Zhi cast a glance at Zhao Ziming and said, "Bring me the handcuffs." Zhao Ziming was taken aback once more. How did this woman know that he possessed handcuffs? Although his mind was filled with a myriad of questions, he obediently retrieved the handcuffs. Lin Zhi swiftly handcuffed Uncle Zhang, opening the door to allow both of them to enter. Uncle Zhang approached an inconspicuous door. The facial recognition had been successfully completed, and a mechanical female voice announced, "Welcome to the shelter." The hidden door gradually opened, and as it did, the dark room within was instantly illuminated. "This room is quite intelligent. How intriguing!" Zhao Zi exclaimed, clearly exhilarated, momentarily casting aside the recent peril they had faced. Lin Zhi raised her chin slightly. He immediately understood her intention and pushed Xiao Xue's hospital bed inside. Subsequently, he pulled Uncle Zhang into the room and handcuffed him to a water pipe as thick as an arm. "This person is in your charge," Lin Zhi declared, turning to leave. "Boss, it's far too perilous. You cannot go." "It is precisely because of the danger that I must go," Lin Zhi replied, not waiting for Zhao Ziming to respond further and striding out of the shelter. As soon as she exited, the doors of the refuge closed behind her. She exchanged the handgun in her possession for an M246 from her spatial ring. As expected, Uncle Zhao had fulfilled her request, gathering all the necessary weapons. Lin Zhi walked cautiously down the corridor, gripping the M246 tightly. The hallway was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Lin Zhi's spirit was intensely concentrated and taut. Based on his extensive combat experience, he knew that the quieter the moment, the more perilous it was. The sea is always at its calmest just before a storm. She instinctively softened her footsteps and restrained her breathing. She was acutely aware of the myriad unknown powerhouses that existed in this apocalyptic world, perhaps beneath Ma Junwei's command. There lay such formidable individuals. What Lin Zhi can do now is merely to exert herself to the utmost, ensuring that her presence goes unnoticed by others. As she turned a corner in the corridor, she keenly observed a small drop of blood splattered upon the wall. That drop of blood, diminutive in size, had already dried at this moment. Lin Zhi immediately crouched down with his gun in hand, advancing forward with heightened vigilance. Lin Zhi silently recited numbers in her mind. With each step, she endeavored to maximize her auditory perception, straining to discern the sounds ahead. Upon reaching a wall that offered concealment, Lin Zhi deftly slipped behind it. She closed her eyes and held her breath, pressing her ear against the wall to listen to the noises outside. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 4 individuals outside, each armed with a weapon. Lin Zhi contemplated her forthcoming actions in silence. She considered the manner in which she should burst forth and eliminate all external threats. Just at that moment, Lin Zhi felt an overwhelming weight as something seized her foot and relentlessly pulled her downward. Lin Zhi felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Just as she attempted to struggle, she realized that her entire body was rendered immobile. Don't even think about escaping." Lin Zhi looked up. In the crevice of the wall, a pair of golden yellow eyes was fixed upon her. Chapter 61. An Unexpected Harvest. These golden yellow eyes were composed of countless minute tissues. Clearly not the eyes of an ordinary human. They seemed to emit a faint green glow from the shadows, creating an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Lin Zhi was momentarily startled upon the unexpected sight, yet she swiftly regained her composure. From the crevice in the wall, a soft, boneless hand grasped her, its slick and clammy touch sending chills down the spine of anyone it encountered. As the hand ensnared her arm, Lin Zhi coldly smirked and drew forth a slender, sharp dagger from her waist, plunging it fiercely into the appendage. A hiss escaped the creature, which recoiled in pain, hastily withdrawing its hands from her. "What did I think it was? Merely a trifling serpent man?" Lin Zhi scoffed. The creature was taken aback, astonished that Lin Zhi could so effortlessly articulate its identity. "You actually know?" The serpent man's voice was high-pitched and barely audible, only discernible within the confines of the narrow wall. Merely a failed experiment, Lin Zhi mused. She had encountered many such creatures in her past life. In her later years, while subsisting on bounties, she had hunted numerous abominable hybrids. These beings, aside from a portion that were artificially bred, were also a result of radiation-induced mutations. Yet Lin Zhi was acutely aware that whether artificially cultivated or radiated mutations, there were individuals orchestrating the emergence of such creatures from behind the scenes. Such audacity, the serpent man's eyes narrowed into slits, a clear manifestation of his anger. His form had long ceased to resemble a normal human. It was now sinuous and serpentine, gradually adhering to the wall as if he were indeed a snake. He transformed from half a meter to a meter, ultimately exceeding 2 meters in height, his tongue elongating into a forked, serpentine appendage. Any ordinary person would have been paralyzed by fear at such a sight. However, Lin Zhi remained composed, her gaze unwavering as she regarded the serpent man before her, now brandishing its newfound form. Mistaking her silence for trepidation, the serpent man cackled, saying, "Are you frightened? Fear not. For your commendable appearance shall ensure that your demise will be swift and painless. Lin Zhi curled her lips and shook her head, expressing her disbelief at the audacity of her opponent, who seemed to possess an unfounded confidence in his ability to vanquish her. The Serpent Man, taken aback by Lin Zhi's bold words, gaped wide in anticipation of launching an assault. Yet in the blink of an eye, a small dagger whizzed through the air with precision, embedding itself just above his heart. The Serpent Man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the dagger hovering ominously above his vital point. Nevertheless, like a centipede that refuses to die easily, he was not so readily dispatched. His supple form still yearned to strike. Surely you do not believe that I am as vulnerable as a mere snake, where a blow to the heart would spell my demise. He scoffed coldly. I am certainly not so naive. With renewed ferocity, the Serpent Man prepared to retaliate, only to find his body inexplicably stiffening. Lin Zhi smiled gently, flicking his hand against the Serpent Man's body. With a resounding thud, the Serpent Man's supple form collapsed to the ground, leaving only the portion above 3 inches wedged within the crevice of the wall. Blue blood gushed forth in a splattering cascade as the Serpent Man stared at Lin Zhi in disbelief. An attack aimed solely at your 3 inches is, of course, futile. However, severing your head might very well determine your continued existence, Lin Zhi remarked, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. Do you truly believe you can kill me? I have slain no fewer than 50 of your kind, and possibly as many as 500. The Serpent Man's mouth agape within the next moment. The portion above 3 inches rapidly shrank, reducing to merely 2/3 of its previous size, before it rolled off the wall with a soft thud. Lin Zhi wiped away the blue stains of blood from his face, muttering, "Foolish creature," overestimating its own capabilities. With great difficulty, he maneuvered through the crevices of the wall and began to search the corpse of his master. Before long, he unearthed an object roughly the size of a fingernail. This gem-like entity emitted a tranquil blue glow. It was a beast core, naturally infused with energy. Beast cores of varying colors possess distinct energetic properties. The blue variant enhances the durability of metallic materials, typically employed in military fortifications and advanced weaponry. These cores are also categorized by shades. The lighter the hue, the lesser the energy, while darker shades signify greater potency. The blue beast core on the Serpent Man's body was of a pale blue tint, indicating it was of a lower tier. Such inferior cores are typically suitable only for reinforcing daggers and machetes, yielding subpar results. Nevertheless, when accumulated in sufficient quantities, lower-tier beast cores can be refined into higher-grade cores through the process of smelting. Lin Zhi cast the beast core into her spatial necklace. In her previous life, she had only discovered the existence of beast cores approximately 2 years after the apocalypse had begun. During that time, many hunters frequently resorted to murder and plunder in their relentless pursuit of this resource. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, only the most formidable individuals could hope to endure. The ability to endure directly determined whether one would grow stronger. Initially, people assessed who would thrive based on available resources, but as time passed, it became evident that martial prowess dictated who would emerge as the true victors in this desolate world, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The current situation was poised for a dramatic transformation within a year. Over the course of that year, some would diligently accumulate their strength, enhancing their chances in the impending struggle for supremacy, while others, lulled by an abundance of resources and devoid of any sense of crisis, would become mere cannon fodder. In her previous life, the reason Su Ningning and her companions enjoyed such comfort was simply because Lin Zhi shielded them from all external threats. Comfort came at a steep price, one that Lin Zhi bore alone. This time, however, she would not replicate her past mistakes. She resolved to continually augment her martial strength to withstand the chaos that loomed a year ahead. Observing the corpse of the Serpent Man on the ground, she mused. The emergence of such a creature at this early stage indicated that she could procure numerous beast cores during the initial phase of the apocalypse. Initially believing that the internal strife within the Shao family stronghold would be limited to personal disputes, she was unexpectedly delighted by this unforeseen bounty. As she departed, Lin Zhi stored the Serpent Man's body within her spatial necklace. though this serpent man was a mutated species with notably weak combat abilities. It still possessed a wealth of valuable items. Chapter 62. An unexplainable frustration. Lin Zhi resolved the issue with the serpent man. She remained quietly hidden in the crevice of the wall, waiting for the opportune moment. The sound of footsteps outside grew increasingly numerous, escalating from 3 or 4 individuals to nearly 10. Lin Zhi held her breath, fully concentrated, daring not to allow herself a moment of relaxation. To do so during battle is a grave mistake. The serpentine foe had just fallen victim to his own hubris, his excessive chatter leading to a lapse in vigilance, resulting in his demise at Lin Zhi's hand. Outside, numerous individuals remained silent, leaving Lin Zhi to rely solely on her acute hearing, catching the faint rustle of fabric. Lin Zhi's mind speculated that this place was likely a gathering point for that group of individuals, and their mode of communication was probably sign language. After all, walls have ears, yet sign language is less prone to revealing information. It seemed that the other party was on high alert. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Zhi seemed to grasp something profound. Without a second thought, she swiftly emerged from the crevice in the wall. The group of individuals outside, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, immediately fell into a state of vigilance. The leader, upon recognizing Lin Zhi, gestured for the others to withdraw. In an instant, the crowd dispersed like startled birds and beasts. The narrow corridor was left with only the two of them. "What brings you here?" Lin Zhi gazed at the individual before her, a triumphant smile gracing her features. "Indeed, it is you, I knew it." Xiao Yuanlin appeared puzzled, his eyes scrutinizing Lin Zhi, revealing a look of astonishment. "Were those individuals just now your subordinates?" Lin Zhi glanced behind her, where no one stood. "What's the matter with you?" "What do you mean?" Lin Zhi, taken aback, followed Xiao Yunlin's gaze to her own attire and suddenly comprehended the situation. She was splattered with a significant amount of dark blue liquid, blood from a serpent man. Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. "What is this on you?" "Just some blood stains." Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly. "How could it possibly be such blood? Where did you get it?" There was a hint of urgency in Xiao Yuanlin's words. Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback, then offered a brief, constrained smile. "Are you expressing concern for me?" Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural as he replied, albeit with a hint of stiffness. "As my partner, it is only fitting to care for you." "This is the blood of a serpent person," Lin Zhi stated bluntly, foregoing any circumlocution. "The blood of serpent people has this particular hue. All extraordinary beasts possess this non-red blood." "Where did you encounter a serpent person?" Xiao Yuanlin seemed unfazed by their existence. "Right over there," Lin Zhi indicated a wide crevice in the wall. "I was just concealed here when I came across a serpent person within the fissure." "And the serpent person?" "Deceased. I dispatched him with a single stroke and severed his head." Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow. "You must have escaped," Xiao Yuanlin pondered aloud. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" Lin Zhi inquired, studying him intently. "Behind the Xiao fortress lies a small divine mountain, likely housing Ma Junwei's experimental base, which probably features secret passages connecting to the Xiao stronghold. Thus, it is no surprise that a serpent person would appear here after fleeing." "You are well informed," Lin Zhi remarked, astonished. "So your purpose for visiting the Xiao fortress is not solely to protect Xiao Shui, is it?" "Protecting Xiao Shui is but one of my objectives," Xiao Yuanlin confessed candidly. "Can you then enlighten me as to why you are here?" Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed. Lin Zhi, somewhat petulant, remarked, "Aren't you supposed to know everything? Why bother asking me? There are indeed matters beyond my knowledge." Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her and replied, "For instance, I'm unaware of how you confronted that serpent being. To my understanding, such a confined space greatly advantages the serpent's assault. If one were to encounter a serpent for the first time in such an enclosed setting, it would be exceedingly difficult to emerge alive." Lin Zhi shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "You mentioned it's difficult, rather than outright dismissing it. What may pose a challenge to others might not be the same for me. The serpent man merely appears intimidating. Its offensive capability is not as formidable as one might think. I could swiftly sever its head with a small knife. Indeed, you have always been quite impressive." Xiao Yuanlin's brows relaxed slightly, recalling the events that transpired during their journey to the Four Directions fortress. He felt a genuine admiration for Lin Zhi. This seemingly petite girl seemed to possess an innate ability to unleash tremendous energy at critical moments. Even he, upon encountering the Serpent Man for the first time, felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he was astonished by how composed this girl remained. Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but regard Lin Zhi with increased respect. She truly deserved to be treated with the utmost seriousness. You must have been hiding in the crevice of the wall. What prompted your sudden emergence? He asked, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Do you not fear that we might be associated with Ma Junwei? Lin Zhi gazed at him, stating, if you were indeed associates of Ma Junwei, you would not resort to communicating in sign language here. Now that the fortress has been seized by Ma Junwei, if you were his people, you would converse openly rather than in such a furtive manner. How did you come to know that we were using sign language? Xiao Yunlin's inquiry seemed unceasing. He found Lin Zhi to be exceedingly astute, and he could not help but feel immense intrigue towards her petite intellect. The sound of footsteps and the rustle of clothing filled the air, yet no words were uttered. The rustling fabric indicated that there was indeed physical interaction and communication among you, implying that your mode of exchange was sign language rather than vocalization. Lin Zhi elucidated. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Yuanlin remarked with satisfaction as he regarded her. Lin Zhi gazed at the faint smile adorning Xiao Yuanlin's face, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sudden surge of anger ignited within her. What was this? Was she to be at his beck and call? Who did he think she was? ChatGPT? Was she merely to respond to his every inquiry? Lin Zhi felt a simmering annoyance within. I have a task to assign to you, said Xiao Yuanlin. What is the task? Locate my parents and retrieve the key to the fortress. Lin Zhixin's dissatisfaction reached its zenith. Why must it be me? Why didn't you assign Zhao Ziming to handle this? Chapter 63. The key to the fortress. Zhao Ziming is careless. He lacks your audacity, and his attention to detail is not as keen. Despite his formidable abilities, he falters in critical moments. Xiao Yuanlin stated candidly. Had Zhao Ziming encountered that situation, he would undoubtedly have been slain by the Serpent Man, rather than retaliating successfully. Are you testing me then? I'm not testing you. Rather, your performance has instilled in me a sense of confidence. Lin Zhi nodded slightly, her expression impassive as she regarded Xiao Yuanlin. I am pleased to have gained your trust. Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow, sensing that although Lin Zhi spoke of happiness, her heart betrayed no such sentiment. Yet in the current situation, he had no time for further contemplation. My parents are in a storage room located at the far corner of the third floor of the underground facility, Xiao Yuanlin stated. You must go to the storage room and knock 3 long and 1 short knocks. They will understand. But didn't Ma Junwei say that both Madam and Sir are under his control? Lin Zhi inquired, puzzled. Initially, that was indeed the case, he replied. However, his knowledge of the fortress's layout is superficial at best. The fortress harbors numerous secret passages. He assumes my parents are confined within a room under surveillance, believing they cannot escape. Xiao Yuanlin spoke calmly. The walls of the fortress are interwoven with pathways. Only the architect of the fortress would truly grasp its intricacies. Ma Junwei is ignorant of the blueprints and did not partake in its construction. Thus he remains oblivious to the fortress's hidden secrets. Now I understand, Lin Zhi remarked, enlightenment dawning upon her. However, time is of the essence, Xiao Yuanlin said with concern. Should they discover my parents' absence and thoroughly search the room, they will inevitably unearth the secret of the passage, at which point they could follow it to my parents. Therefore, I require someone in whom I have complete faith to assist in escorting my parents to safety, and you are that person I trust. Lin Zhixin felt an immense reluctance. Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for her sentimental musings. Thus, she replied, understood. I have placed Xiao Xue in the shelter. Before Lin Zhi could finish her words, Xiao Yuanlin interrupted her, stating, Zhao Ziming has already informed me. Quite well indeed. Lin Zhi's lips curled into a dry smile. Regardless of the circumstances, she was always the last to know. As the thought suddenly emerged in Lin Zhixin's mind, she was taken aback by her own feelings. How could she entertain such a notion akin to jealousy? For heaven's sake, this was a time of apocalyptic crisis, not a frivolous world for romance. Hadn't she suffered enough from the pains of love in her previous life? Did she truly wish to fall into the folly of romantic infatuation once more in this lifetime? Xiao Yuanlin had never shown any interest in her. She was merely provoking her own ire without cause. How absurd! Lin Zhi suddenly awoke, and the fleeting sense of discontent within her vanished without a trace. The most unbreakable bond in this world is neither familial nor friendly. It is the camaraderie forged in the crucible of shared struggle and lofty, revolutionary ideals. She and Xiao Yuanlin belonged to this very profound connection. Lin Zhi is acutely aware that in order to maintain a lasting relationship with Xiao Yuanlin, they must ultimately choose the final mode of interaction. Once Lin Zhi regained her composure, her demeanor became significantly more serene when confronting Xiao Yuanlin. "I shall seek out your parents. And what about you?" she inquired. "I will look for Ma Junwei," Xiao Yuanlin replied, his gaze darkening. Keeping him around would undoubtedly spell trouble. His intentions were far from noble, and each passing day with him would only increase the peril. Lin Zhi was at a loss for words and could only utter, "Take care." After saying this, she turned and departed. Lin Zhi cautiously evaded Ma Junwei's presence and carefully made her way to the storage room on the basement level 3, as mentioned by Xiao Yuanlin. She knocked on the door in a pattern of 3 long knocks followed by a short one. After a brief pause, the sound of the lock clicking echoed, and the door creaked open. "Miss Lin." Before Mrs. Xiao could finish her sentence, Mr. Xiao swiftly covered her mouth. Lin Zhi glanced around discreetly, noticing no one nearby, and swiftly entered the storage room. Although modest in size, the storage room exuded cleanliness and order. The 2 individuals within appeared apprehensive. Upon Lin Zhi's arrival, Madame Xiao could no longer contain her anxiety. Gripping Lin Zhi's hand in terror, she whispered, "Miss Lin, how dire is the situation outside?" "The current circumstances are not exceedingly grim, though the fortress has been seized by Ma Junwei's men," Lin Zhi replied candidly. Madame Zhao's worry intensified. "What about Xiao Shui? I saw you heading towards the delivery room." Lin Zhi's expression softened considerably as she smiled. "Xiao Shui's condition has stabilized. Zhao Ziming, who came with us, is currently guarding her. He is quite reliable, so you both needn't fret." Upon hearing this, Madame Xiao immediately knelt and made the sign of the cross on her chest, exclaiming, "Thank God for his mercy." "Such is not merely divine mercy," Mr. Xiao interjected solemnly. "It is Miss Lin who has risked her life to protect Xiao Shui." Turning to Lin Zhi, he inquired, "What has become of Butler Zhang?" "I have apprehended Butler Zhang and placed him in the shelter with Xiao Shui and Zhao Ziming," Lin Zhi informed him. Relief washed over Mr. Xiao. "That's good. This Butler Zhang is a coward, as long as you have him in your grasp. His knowledge of the fortress will surely ensure their safety. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao, Xiao Yuanlin has instructed me to collect the key to this fortress from you." "Indeed, I nearly forgot about that," Madame Xiao exclaimed, promptly removing a platinum bracelet from her wrist and placing it on Lin Zhi's arm. "This is the key to the fortress," she stated earnestly. "You must find a way to insert this key into the control room. It will activate the fortress's highest defense system. Consequently, the nearest airborne fortress will receive the signal and send aid, ensuring our salvation." "An airborne fortress?" Lin Zhi expressed her surprise. From the outset of the Xiao family fortress's construction, an agreement was reached with the airborne fortress, Mr. Xiao elucidated. "The construction of the airborne fortress received significant support from our family. Thus they are obligated to protect us." Understanding dawned on Lin Zhi. As she glanced at her wrist, a thought struck her, prompting her to address the Xiao couple, "Mr. Xiao, if this is indeed the key to the Xiao family fortress, then what is the object in Ma Junwei's possession?" Chapter 64. Racing against time, the Xiao couple exchanged puzzled glances. "We are uncertain about that," Mr. Xiao admitted, growing increasingly anxious as he urged Lin Zhi. "Miss Lin, you must hurry to the control room. Do not linger here any longer." Lin Zhi said nothing more. She gazed at the Xiao couple with concern, asking, "If I leave, what will become of you two? Ma Junwei will certainly discover your absence and follow the secret passage to find you." Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao exchanged glances and smiled wryly, responding thus, "We have entrusted our fate into your hands." Lin Zhi was perplexed. Madame Xiao gazed at her with utmost seriousness and said, "As long as you can locate the control room and insert the key, once the fortress activates its highest level of defense, it will seal off all secret passageways. Even if they manage to discover these passages, they will find themselves trapped within. Thus, we'll be safe here." Lin Zhi understood. She assured the Xiao couple, "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." After Lin Zhi finished speaking, she exited the storeroom. However, rather than departing immediately, she concealed herself in the shadows. Approximately 2 minutes later, two individuals dressed as servants began to scan their surroundings before stealthily approaching the door of the storeroom. "Is this the place? I just saw Miss Lin emerge from here. There must be something amiss with this storeroom. Do you have a key? Who needs a key now? Just blast the lock open with a gun." As the servant spoke, he drew a small handgun, preparing to shoot the lock. In the next instant, a bullet pierced through his temple. Witnessing his companion's demise, the other servant swiftly pulled out his weapon, but before he could chamber around, his head was already shattered. Lin Zhi waited in the shadows for approximately 2 minutes. But when no one arrived, she finally felt at ease and stepped out from her concealment. She raised her foot and kicked the two servants, ensuring they were truly lifeless before she departed. It appeared that Ma Junwei was also in search of the genuine fortress key, as numerous individuals loyal to him were rummaging through every floor. Lin Zhi, witnessing the unfolding situation, silently lamented her fortune in possessing some skills. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, evading the search efforts of Ma Junwei's subordinates would surely prove to be a formidable challenge. Outside the Xiao couple's chamber, a group of servants sat idly, engaged in idle chatter. "It's rather unfortunate that we've been assigned such tedious tasks, guarding these two elderly folks. There's nothing entertaining about it." One servant expressed his dissatisfaction. "Others are off attending to far more significant matters. When the fortress is seized, the credit will undoubtedly belong to them, and they will reap greater rewards than us." "Indeed," another guard echoed, feeling equally disgruntled. "It's simply because we lack the favor of Dr. Ma that we are burdened with such menial chores. Those who know how to flatter him seem to be well off." As the two continued their grievances, they lamented their years of devoted service to the Xiao family, toiling tirelessly only to end up with meager rewards. "We should never have acquiesced to Dr. Ma's persuasion. Had we known it would be this easy, we would have taken the lead ourselves," one of them declared vehemently. At that moment, from the end of the corridor, Ma Junwei made a sudden appearance. Upon seeing him, the two servants were instantly struck with terror, their legs buckling as they fell to their knees. "Doctor, Ma, it's not what you think," one servant stammered, waving his hands frantically. Ma Junwei sneered, his gaze piercing as he replied, "I heard every word you uttered." The other servant trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Dr. Ma, we were merely jesting. We're old and enjoy some banter. We would never dare to act upon those thoughts. It was simply a moment of whimsy." "Oh, is that so? A moment of whimsy?" Ma Junwei retorted with a chilling smile. The servants, paralyzed by fear, momentarily forgot to tremble. He gestured behind him, and a group of cloaked figures advanced, encircling the two trembling servants. In a state of panic, the servants realized that Ma Junwei was not jesting. The legends surrounding the cloaked figures were well known among the servants. Their ominous presence signified impending doom. At that moment, the two servants were engulfed in despair, weeping profusely. "Dr. Ma, please spare us. I promise I won't do it again." Ma Junwei nodded slowly, raising a finger to point at the door behind them. "You have one last chance. If you perform your duties adequately, I may let you off with a light punishment. However, should anything go awry, you know the consequences." The servants, hearing this, immediately prostrated themselves, banging their heads on the ground. "Rest assured, Dr. Ma, we shall remain vigilant at the door, and we won't budge an inch. The two elderly individuals are right inside. There won't be any mistakes." "That is what you claim," Ma Junwei replied, his expression stoic as he signaled to the figures behind him. The cloaked individuals opened the bedroom door, and the servants pointed eagerly. "We have remained here without moving. We would have noticed even a fly passing by. They must be inside." However, upon peering into the room, they were met with an empty space devoid of any presence. "How can this be? Where did they go?" They exclaimed in disbelief. Ma Junwei appeared unfazed by the outcome. He stepped into the room, surveying the area before his gaze fell upon a large portrait. "Remove this painting," he ordered. The servants rushed to comply, revealing a small door hidden behind it. With a sardonic smile, Ma Junwei addressed the two servants. "You have performed admirably." The servants, filled with dread, looked up at him. He stood, no longer wishing to regard them. "Dispose of them," he commanded. Chapter 65. The secret passage. At this moment, Ma Junwei's expression was one of utmost displeasure. The disappearance of the Xiao couple implied that the most crucial items had been lost. It was only upon reaching the central control room that he discovered the so-called key to the Xiao family fortress in his possession was a mere counterfeit. "You, Xiao Shi, how dare you deceive me? When I capture you, I shall make you pay," he gritted through clenched teeth. "Commander," a cloaked figure appeared beside him. "Su Xiaoyu has been incapacitated, and it seems that Xiao Yuanlin's forces have begun to infiltrate the fortress." Useless fools. Ma Junwei inhaled deeply to quell his rising frustration. "I never anticipated that there would still be loyalists within the fortress. A lifetime of servitude, and they wish to continue in such a role." He scoffed at the incompetence of his subordinates. "What should we do next?" the henchman inquired. "We must head to the central control room. The key is in their possession. Given this development, they will undoubtedly devise plans to seize power," Ma Junwei seethed. However, as they reached the staircase, the blaring of alarms echoed throughout the fortress. "This is bad. Someone has reached the central control room first. It appears our plan has faltered," the cloaked figure observed. Ma Junwei, seething with rage, spat out a curse before reluctantly declaring, "To the back mountain." Lin Zhi inserted the bracelet into the keyhole. Just as the red alarm blared, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The signal receiver emitted a crackling sound of electricity. "Hello, this is the Airborne Fortress Operations Department." Lin Zhi felt her face flush with excitement upon hearing the voice. "Hello, this is the Xiao family fortress. We require immediate assistance within the fortress." "Received. The Xiao family fortress is located 15 kilometers from the airborne stronghold. Rescue personnel will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Xiao family fortress acknowledged. All personnel, please ensure your safety. We will arrive as swiftly as possible." After ending the call, Lin Zhi let out a sigh of relief. However, she did not remain idle in the control room. She recalled the issue concerning the serpent man she had encountered in the wall crevice. According to Xiao Yuanlin, this serpent man was cultivated by Ma Junwei, which implied that Ma Junwei's experimental base housed numerous such mutated beastmen. If that were the case, then the beastmen must possess a multitude of beast cores within them. In Lin Zhi's memory, the emergence of beast cores was not discovered until much later. This suggests that even if Ma Junwei had successfully cultivated beastmen, he remained unaware of the true purpose of the beast cores within them. Furthermore, the fact that these beastmen were cultivated at the onset of the apocalypse indicates that Ma Junwei had begun his endeavors in this field quite early. If this is the case, it implies that all beastmen appearing in the apocalypse were indeed created by Ma Junwei, making him the original architect behind their existence. Lin Zhi made up her mind. She was determined to accompany Ma Junwei in search of the cultivation base. Departing from the central control room, she recalled what Xiao Yuanlin had previously mentioned about the back mountain. However, she was not familiar with the internal structure of this fortress. How could she possibly locate the secret passage leading to the back mountain? Lin Zhi thought of someone. She meandered through winding paths until she arrived at an invisible door, which she then opened. Inside, upon seeing Lin Zhi, Zhao Ziming leapt up in excitement. "Boss, you did it." Lin Zhi smiled faintly as she glanced at the figure of Xiao Shui lying on the hospital bed. With a tone filled with concern, she inquired, "How is Xiao Shui?" "Quite well. I've administered an anti-inflammatory injection," Zhao Ziming replied. "Where did you procure the anti-inflammatory injection? Have you forgotten my capabilities?" Zhao Ziming said with pride. Lin Zhi smiled softly and then approached Uncle Zhang. At that moment, Uncle Zhang no longer exhibited his previous arrogance. He glanced at Zhao Ziming and then at Lin Zhi, immediately softening his stance. "Miss Lin, is there anything I can assist you with?" "You are quite understanding," Lin Zhi replied with a cold laugh. Lin Zhi was somewhat curious. "What have you done to him?" "Just found a few bugs that made him uncomfortable causing him to feel utterly miserable. Zhao Ziming said with a smile, "These are treasures, ones I usually hesitate to use. It truly is a pity to employ them on him, as each one is precious." Lin Zhi smiled faintly, disregarding Zhao Ziming's exaggerations. She turned to Uncle Zhang and inquired, "Which path leads to the secret passage to the back mountain?" Upon hearing Lin Zhi's intention to venture to the back mountain, Uncle Zhang's eyes flickered with concern, and he hurriedly replied, "Miss Lin, the back mountain is exceedingly perilous. It is not a place to traverse." Noticing Lin Zhi's resolute demeanor, he bit his lip and confessed, "The passage to the back mountain lies beneath your bed in your bedroom." "All right, I understand," Lin Zhi responded before turning to leave. Zhao Ziming immediately called out to her, "Boss, are you going alone?" Gazing at Lin Zhi's departing figure, he exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, that's incredibly cool." Xiao Xue's room was situated on the second floor of the Xiao family stronghold. This location offered a broad view. Although the room was small, it was exquisitely furnished, resembling anything but a place of refuge. Lin Zhi surveyed her surroundings with a stirring thought that began to take form. As soon as this notion crystallized, her gaze fell upon the shifted bed, beneath which lay an ajar door. It appeared that Ma Junwei had long since fled through the secret passage to the mountains beyond. No wonder she had not encountered him along the way. It seemed probable that Ma Junwei had abandoned these minions, leaving them to be swiftly dealt with by Xiao Yuanlin's men. Beyond the door was a deep well equipped with an iron ladder, its walls illuminated by several dim, antiquated lamps. From Lin Zhi's vantage point, the scene beyond the door resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, concealing unknown fears and perils. Yet to her, none of this seemed daunting. She was already aware of what awaited her on the other side. Thus, it was a battle she was prepared to face. With a confident smirk, she leaped into the well. Chapter 66. Ma Junwei's secret base. The well's opening was both deep and narrow. Lin Zhi leaped down and landed steadily at the bottom of the well. The base of the well was remarkably flat, revealing several footprints that indicated frequent visits, likely by Ma Junwei. Below, a narrow path connected to the well, presumably leading towards the rear mountain. The interior of the path was slightly damp, and the air was laden with a musty odor from prolonged stagnation. Amidst this scent, Lin Zhi faintly detected the acrid smell of beastmen. Lin Zhishuan followed the scent, advancing steadily. The further she ventured, the more expansive and darker the path became. Lin Zhi extracted a luminous lamp from her spatial necklace. In an instant, the lamp illuminated the pitch-black space, allowing her to discern the intricate patterns adorning the walls. She couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment as she beheld the myriad of totems, each possessing an eerily complex and peculiar form. Lin Zhi had encountered these totems on the orcs in his previous life. He had seen numerous orcs, each adorned with distinct totems. He scrutinized the totems etched upon the wall, gently tracing them with his fingers. These symbols did not appear to have been newly inscribed in recent years. Rather, they seemed to have existed long before. A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Zhi's heart. If that were the case, then the orc's research might not have only commenced in recent years. Lin Zhi extracted a miniature camera from her spatial necklace, capturing the intricate patterns adorning the walls. Although these designs captivated her, she refrained from lingering any longer, for with each passing minute, the likelihood of apprehending Ma Junwei diminished further. Lin Zhi quickened her pace. As she drew nearer to her destination, the scent of the orcs intensified, even allowing her to faintly discern a putrid odor. This smell filled Lin Zhi with a sense of foreboding. She was well acquainted with this foul stench, typically emanating from the bodies of orcs after their demise. By the time she located Ma Junwei's stronghold, it was already too late. He had long since made his escape. This stronghold was an expansive experimental facility, filled with an array of syringes and potions. Yet, despite his hasty departure, Ma Junwei had meticulously destroyed all of these concoctions. Lin Zhi walked in with a grave expression. She arrived at an iron door, and the acrid stench seemed to intensify. Lin Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brows as she cast her gaze downward towards the iron door, which had already been ajar. Lin Zhi forcefully pulled open the iron gate. A powerful stench, akin to surging ocean waves, swept over her with overwhelming intensity. The ferocity of this odor nearly caused Lin Zhi to faint. Lin Zhi immediately retrieved the protective mask that Xiao Yuanlin had given her during her last visit to the Xifang fortress. Once she donned the mask, the overwhelming stench diminished significantly, allowing her to breathe more easily. After calming her body, Lin Zhi raised the flashlight high. Upon gaining a clear view of the room, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. It resembled a vast graveyard for orcs, densely packed with countless orc corpses. The room housed an astonishing number of iron cages. Lin Zhi, holding the flashlight, was astounded to discover that the cages stretched beyond the limits of her vision. She gazed at the iron cages illuminated by her light, each containing several orcs. Yet beneath the cages, there was not a single living creature. All the orcs lay lifeless. This place was a silent tomb. Lin Zhi gently touched the body of the recently deceased orc, still radiating a faint warmth, indicating that death had come not long ago. Damn it! How could he have escaped? Lin Zhi felt a sense of exasperation. It appeared that Ma Junwei had long since prepared for every eventuality. Should he succeed, the Xiaojiao fortress would be firmly within his grasp, allowing him to pursue his ambitions openly and without fear. Conversely, if he were to fail, he would obliterate the entire orc research base, ensuring that his secrets remained hidden from prying eyes. Lin Zhi was filled with frustration. She had ultimately arrived too late. In the apocalyptic world, the orcs posed a significant threat. In her previous life, many individuals perished at the hands of the orcs while attempting to exchange their lives for points at a refuge. The orcs exhibited formidable aggression and thrived remarkably well in the harsh, polluted conditions of the end times. In fact, the more severe the environmental contamination, the greater the advantage it provided to the orcs. Lin Zhi originally intended to dismantle Ma Junwei's orc plan, believing that by the mid-stages of the apocalypse, it would significantly mitigate the threats to human survival. In his previous life, even the slightest lapse in defense of a fortress had resulted in its downfall at the hands of the orcs. Lin Zhi's thoughts were admirable, yet her plans remained unfulfilled. Prompting a deep sigh, humanity would inevitably face further tribulations. She rose to depart, for there was no longer any worth or significance in lingering here. Suddenly, from a distant small cage, a faint sound emerged. Lin Zhi heightened her vigilance as she approached the diminutive cage. The cage, modest in size, measured approximately 1 cubic meter. Within it curled a figure resembling a lion in human form. This individual was adorned with long, flowing mane-like hair that trembled with each shiver of his body. The orc, Lin Zhi, approached cautiously. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's footsteps, the orc was instantly struck with terror. "No, please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you, to toil for you in any capacity. Just spare my life." With the illumination from his lantern, Lin Zhi was finally able to discern the figure before him. It was a rare lion man. Lin Zhi held a limited understanding of the lionkin. This was not solely due to their rare appearances, but also because their status differentiated them from other beastmen. As the sovereign of all beasts, lions, even when intermingled with humanity, overwhelmingly surpassed other beastmen in every aspect. Beyond their formidable abilities and enigmatic nature, Lin Zhi had yet to gain a deeper insight into the lionkin. "Please don't kill me. I beseech you. I would do anything for you. As long as you allow me to live, you shall be my eternal master." The lion in the cage pleaded desperately. Lin Zhi crouched down to look at him and inquired, "Whereas Ma Junwei gone? Are you referring to the person from before?" The lion cautiously regarded Lin Zhi. "Yes, him." Lin Zhi pressed further. "Where did that individual go?" "I do not know. He destroyed everything here and then fled," the lion recounted, terror evident on his face as he spoke of Ma Junwei. "He is utterly terrifying. He slaughtered all of us." "Then why are you still alive?" I cannot say." The lion trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. "He released poison gas, yet I did not perish." Poison gas. Lin Zhi suddenly realized. The gloom that had enveloped her heart was instantly dispelled. She gazed at the lion man in the cage, brimming with excitement. "Ma Junwei, you have truly bestowed upon me a magnificent gift." Chapter 67. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Have you seen my boss? Inside the fortress, Zhao Ziming anxiously inquired of a passing patrolman. Bro, have you seen my boss? The patrolman regarded Zhao Ziming with confusion and asked, Who is your boss? Lin Zhi from Ant Fortress. She is a woman, exceptionally beautiful, tall and slender, with an enviable figure. Zhao Ziming hurriedly replied, Have you seen her? The passerby shook his head. I haven't seen her. Seeing that the patrolman had not spotted Lin Zhi, Zhao Ziming immediately approached another person. Bro, have you seen my boss? She's a woman, incredibly beautiful. Zhao Ziming persistently inquired. However, those passing by all shook their heads in response. Growing increasingly anxious, Zhao Ziming noticed someone whose attire differed from the rest of the crowd. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the person's arm, and nervously asked, You must be the leader of these people, right? Have you seen a girl who came with me? She's exceptionally beautiful, about this tall. And are you from Ant Fortress? The individual regarded him. Yes, it's me. Are you looking for someone named Lin Zhi? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly nodded and exclaimed, Yes, that is her. She is my boss. Do you have any news about her? Rest assured, until I find her body, we will not hastily declare anyone dead. I will exert every effort to locate your friend, the stranger assured him, their voice imbued with a touch of magic that calmed Zhao Ziming's agitation. Thank you, Zhao Ziming said, overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. Lin Zhi has been missing for nearly 2 hours. The personnel from the airborne fortress arrived at the Shao family stronghold 2 hours ago, swiftly gaining control of the internal situation and promptly rescuing Mr. and Mrs. Shao, ensuring the safety of Shao Shui. Seizing this opportunity, Shao Yuanlin eradicated a portion of the internal insurgents and handed them over to the airborne fortress personnel for justice. Operating with efficiency and precision, the airborne fortress team cleared the entire Shao family stronghold in just half an hour. Once the crisis at the Shao family stronghold was averted, Zhao Ziming realized that Lin Zhi was nowhere to be found. He scoured the entire stronghold, yet there was no sign of Lin Zhi. He sought out Shao Yuanlin for assistance, but upon learning of Lin Zhi's disappearance, Shao Yuanlin merely instructed Zhao Ziming to leave for the time being without further comment. Frustrated, Zhao Ziming felt that Shao Yuanlin was callously indifferent to Lin Zhi's fate. Thus, whenever he encountered personnel from the airborne fortress within the stronghold, he would interrogate them relentlessly. After an extensive inquiry, he finally uncovered a fragment of information regarding Lin Zhi from an individual who appeared to be an officer. You must find my leader. She cannot perish, Zhao Ziming implored earnestly, locking eyes with the officer. The officer responded with a faint smile. Very well. Zhao Ziming, as if struck by a thought, asked, By the way, if you locate my leader, where should I go to find you? How can I reach you? When you find our airborne fortress personnel, simply mention my name. And what is your name? I am Shun Xingqi. In the mountains behind, she felt an unsettling disquiet about this path. Lin Jimin's keen intuition informed her that this path was not the same as the one she had traversed before. In Lin Zhi's heart, alarm bells rang loudly as she suddenly realized that this back mountain might have long been transformed into a labyrinth by Ma Junwei. What a cunning individual Ma Junwei is, possessing such intricate schemes. Lin Zhi was filled with frustration. She had assumed that the path leading from Shao Shui's room was the sole route to the back mountain, neglecting the serpent-like figure she had glimpsed in the crevice of the wall. If Shao Shui's room were indeed the only entrance and exit, the presence of such a creature would undoubtedly have been noted, particularly by Ma Junwei. The fact that Ma Junwei had not detected the escape of this serpent implies that there are multiple passages leading from the back mountain to the Shao family fortress. Lin Zhi's brows gradually knitted together in concern. It appeared that the back mountain was easy to enter but difficult to exit, which explained why Ma Junwei showed no fear of her searching for him here. He seemed to have concluded that once Lin Zhi entered, she would be unable to leave. The path ahead grew increasingly dark, and Lin Zhi could even sense the air becoming thinner as she progressed. Based on her wilderness survival experience, the road ahead appeared to be a dead end. Lin Zhi did not hesitate and promptly turned back towards the entrance of the recently visited base. Observing that the power light in her hand seemed inadequate to illuminate the dark recesses of the base, she retrieved a large searchlight from her spatial necklace. The moment the searchlight was activated, the previously pitch-black base was instantly transformed, radiating as brightly as day. Lin Zhi immediately closed her eyes, and after approximately 30 seconds, she gradually adapted to the light surrounding her. Upon opening her eyes, she was struck by the sight before her, a sense of unease settling within her. The previous dim lighting had obscured her vision. Now, she could clearly see that the expansive area leading to the base revealed 10 distinct passages. Damn it! Lin Zhi cursed under her breath. This underground cavern was no place to linger. However, at least 2 of the 10 passages appeared to lead to the Shao family fortress. Just as Lin Zhi was engulfed in her dilemma, a brilliant idea suddenly struck her. She released the lion from her spatial necklace. "Master, how may I serve you?" The lion inquired with utmost reverence. "Do you remember the scent of Ma Junwei? I would recognize it, even if turned to ashes." Lin Zhi nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Very well. You may explore these openings and determine where it has passed." The lion approached the 10 openings, sniffing each one in turn, before pointing to a particular entrance and stating, "The scent within this opening is the most potent and fresh. It must have traversed here." "Excellent work," Lin Zhi remarked. "Lead the way." The lion nodded, lowering its head to scent the ground and walls as it guided Lin Zhi forward step by step. After merely 5 minutes of progress, the lion suddenly emitted a piercing roar. "What is the matter?" Lin Zhi exclaimed, startled by the lion's sudden frenzy. "Master, an earthquake has struck. We must flee." Chapter 68. A life hanging by a thread. Lin Zhi's expression changed drastically as she immediately sprinted forward. The lion, possessing certain animal attributes, far outpaced Lin Zhi in speed. After uttering those words, the lion shot forward like a cannonball, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi remained ensnared in the pitch-black corridor. The sound of violent shaking drew closer, echoing ominously. As Lin Zhi ran, she sensed an unusual disturbance. Prior to the apocalypse, she had encountered numerous earthquakes. Yet the present situation felt distinctly different. It resembled a thick plume of smoke surging from the passage behind her, infused with an array of unfamiliar scents. Among these odors lingered a faintly sweet aroma, jarring against the backdrop of the pervasive stench that enveloped her. Strangely, this delicate fragrance possessed the power to numb one's senses, inducing a state of faintness. Although it did not appear lethal at first, it could render one helpless, forcing them to await death in such dire circumstances. This represented an agonizing method of demise, consciously observing one's body being gradually overtaken by toxic fumes, while limbs grew increasingly feeble, rendering any hope of escape utterly futile. Such cruelty was unfathomable. Ma Junwei's malevolence surpassed Lin Zhi's darkest imaginings. Lin Zhi initially believed that Ma Junwei was merely fleeing. However, she soon realized that his intentions were far more sinister. Not only was he attempting to escape, but he was also orchestrating deceptive maneuvers to mislead his pursuers, and he intended to eliminate anyone who sought to investigate him. To prevent his research from being disclosed, Ma Junwei had likely devised a murderous plan long before. Yet, drawing from her survival instincts, Lin Zhi recognized that she had unwittingly fallen into Ma Junwei's carefully laid trap. Consequently, the passage she had entered from Xiao Xue's room would soon be sealed. This realization was perhaps the sole source of solace for Lin Zhi. As long as the passage was closed, no more lives would be endangered. Toxic gas gradually enveloped her, and Lin Zhi felt her nerves becoming numb, her vision blurring. Her legs grew increasingly heavy, as if weighed down by lead, rendering her unable to run despite her desperate attempts. Lin Zhi resolutely drew a small knife and inflicted a deep cut upon her own arm. The searing pain in her flesh momentarily restored her clarity of mind. Lin Zhi gritted her teeth as she traversed the seemingly endless corridor. Weariness, pain, and a profound weight enveloped her, as if 1,000 burdens bore down upon her spine, rendering her breathless. Yet, she dared not pause, fearing that the moment she halted, she would collapse under the strain, unable to rise again. The light ahead appeared to grow ever more radiant. Lin Zhi could even detect a faint scent of oxygen in the air. The exit must lie ahead. Lin Zhi's eyelids trembled with excitement as she finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With unwavering determination, she pressed onward. Just a little longer, and she would reach the exit. The prospect of salvation was within her sight. In the next moment, Lin Zhi's vision darkened, and she collapsed softly into the abyss. Days had passed. Why had she not yet awakened? A woman inquired. I consulted the medical officer, who said we can only wait, a man replied. Wait? Until when? A week? A month? Or even a year? The woman was both anxious and irate. Do not fret. I reviewed the examination results, and the chief's vital signs are relatively stable, with no apparent injuries. The current state of unconsciousness, the doctor indicated, may be due to damage to the central nervous system. Central nervous system? The woman gasped, hastily asking, is this damage reversible? Will it affect her normal activities? At that moment, Lin Zhi felt a dull throb in her head. She had finally roused, yet her eyes remained closed, listening to the two individuals conversing beside her bed. From their voices, she recognized them. One was Lu Xiaoyu, and the other was Zhao Ziming. Xiaoyu, Lin Zhi managed to utter. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's voice, Lu Xiaoyu rushed forward, grasping Lin Zhi's hand tightly, exclaiming, you are awake. That is splendid. Zhao Ziming, standing nearby, was equally flustered, saying, I will fetch the medical officer immediately for an examination. No need, Lin Zhi interjected. I am a doctor myself, and do not require another's assessment. How do you feel now? Lu Xiaoyu asked. I am fine now, Lin Zhi replied with a smile. Sorry to have worried you. I am just relieved you are okay. I was genuinely afraid you might never awaken. Lu Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of tears. You nearly frightened me to death. All right, do not be scared. Just think of it as me being overly fatigued, merely taking a nap. Lin Zhi then turned to Zhao Ziming, inquiring, what brings you here? Did Xiao Yuanlin not assign you a task? He did, Zhao Ziming muttered. Then why do you not go? I do not wish to, Zhao Ziming retorted reluctantly. He treats you poorly, so why should I heed his commands? Lin Zhi smiled faintly. If I am not kind to you, why do you listen to me? Zhao Ziming, feeling indignant, retorted, who said you are unkind to me? Every time I complete a task, you reward me with plentiful supplies. This time, you even had Sister Xiaoyu deliver a large bundle of resources to me, which will last quite a while. Unlike that cold-hearted Xiao Zong, when I informed him about your disappearance, he remained unervingly composed, showing no concern for you at all. I know you're worried about me. Lin Zhi reassured Zhao Ziming. Look, I'm just fine now, aren't I? That is because Major Shun saved you. Without him, Xiao Zong would hardly care about your well-being, Zhao Ziming blurted out. I think he would prefer you to be gone. That way, he could monopolize your resources and gain complete control over the Ant Fortress. After what happened last time, I have seen through them. The Xiao family only values their own interests, devoid of any emotional ties. All right, do not be angry, Lin Zhi said. Zhao Ziming, you are an exceptionally talented individual. It is precisely because of your brilliance that I hope you understand the importance of not acting on impulse, and to keep your emotions from clouding your judgment. Zhao Ziming lowered his head in silence. In this apocalyptic world, any negative emotion could potentially cost one their life at a critical moment. Despite his reluctance, Zhao Ziming, seeing Lin Zhi's demeanor, could only respond dejectedly, fine, I understand. With that, he departed. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lin Zhi, her concern evident as she asked, Are you truly not angry? What is there to be angry about? Lin Zhi inquired. Of course, one should be angry at Xiao Yuanlin, Lu Xiaoyu replied, somewhat displeased. He left you all alone and didn't care if you lived or died. Should you be angry? Lin Zhiwan smiled. What is there to be angry about? I fail to see the reason for such ire. Yet he countered in what way? Lin Zhi retorted, asserting that as partners, it is indeed the prudent course of action to ensure one's own safety when fully aware of imminent peril. Wherein lies the correctness of that? Lu Xiaoyu challenged, unconvinced. Lin Zhi elucidated, if I were to perish unexpectedly, then his attempt to save me would only compound the risk. Should we both meet our demise simultaneously, it would deal a grievous blow to the Ant Fortress. Hence, his decision to refrain from rescuing me is, in fact, a responsibility towards the hundreds of thousands residing within the Ant Fortress. Tang Yin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, although she verbally disagreed. She could not help but acknowledge the validity of Lin Zhi's reasoning in her heart. On a personal level, It seemed that our relationship had not ventured beyond mere acquaintance. Thus, it was hardly a matter of personal concern. Lin Zhi smiled gently. Lu Xiaoyu, initially incensed, felt her anger dissipate significantly upon hearing Lin Zhi's words. You certainly have a clear perspective, but you must also consider my feelings. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? Lu Xiaoyu remarked, gazing at her. For heaven's sake, must you be so rational? You articulate the issues so thoroughly that it leaves me with no room to maneuver. Lu Xiaoyu lamented with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet, your point is quite valid. With so many affairs on Xiao Yuanlin's plate, what would become of our Ant Fortress if both of you were to vanish? No wonder he admonished me to ensure that, should you awaken, you remain safely within the Ant Fortress and venture nowhere else. Lin Zhi, upon hearing this, instinctively sensed something amiss. Where has he gone? Lu Xiaoyu shrugged her shoulders. Regardless, he is not within the fortress. He must be out for some reason. I am not certain. Lin Zhi was about to inquire about something when the doorbell rang. Lu Xiaoyu glanced through the peephole and then opened the door. Just as Lin Zhi was about to inquire about the identity of the newcomer, a familiar voice echoed. Lin Zhi, you have finally awakened. How wonderful. It was Xiao Xue and Madame Xiao, the young mistress, placing her hand over her heart in profound gratitude, exclaimed, Miss Lin, you have finally regained consciousness. Thank heavens. I would have been truly distressed had you not awakened soon. What brings you here? Lin Zhi asked in astonishment. Lin Zhi, upon hearing this, instinctively felt a tinge of embarrassment. I merely sustained a minor injury. There's no need for such a fuss, she remarked, glancing at Xiao Xue with concern. You've just given birth and are already running around. Take care of your health. All you do is criticize me. You should be more concerned for yourself. You truly frighten us, Xiao Xue admonished. As a young woman, you should avoid such perilous places. Matters like these should be left to my brother and his companions. Am I afraid? Lin Zhi paused. I fear the possibility of someone escaping. He has lurked in our Xiao family for years, and surely has contingencies in place. He cannot be easily apprehended. Indeed, Xiao Xue continued, in order to protect you, Lin deliberately distanced himself from you, making that fellow surnamed Ma think your relationship with him was strained, just to keep you away from danger. Madame Xiao chimed in. Exactly. If it weren't for my mother's words, I would have remained oblivious. Xiao Xue added, I always felt my brother had an interest in you. Yet his words were so frosty and critical. Initially, I thought I was mistaken, but after my mother's reminder, I realized why my brother treated you so poorly. It was to prevent that person from assuming you shared a close bond. The words of Madame Xiao and Xiao Xue dispelled Lin Zhi's doubts. She too was perplexed by the drastic shift in Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor towards her. His previous kindness had transformed into repeated reprimands at the Xiao stronghold. It became clear that he wished to prevent Ma Junwei from believing he had a special connection with her. Should Ma Junwei ascertain that they shared a deeper relationship, he might use Lin Zhi as leverage against Xiao Yuanlin. Upon grasping this, Lin Zhi felt a surge of complex emotions, an indescribable sensation that was neither sweet nor bitter. You are truly remarkable, Lin Zhi. My brother is fortunate to have such a capable aide. I envy him greatly, Xiao Xue exclaimed. I had heard of you before, but your reputation was not particularly favorable. They said you were infatuated and often acted foolishly for a scoundrel. However, it appears that is not the case. You are quite intelligent and composed. I admire you. Madame Xiao concurred, saying, Indeed, Miss Lin is astute, capable, and level-headed. Such a young lady is indeed a rare find. How I wish our Xiao family had someone like you. Isn't that simple? Xiao Xue laughed. As long as Lin Zhi agrees to let my brother court her. Wouldn't our family have a girl like that? Do not speak carelessly. Miss Lin already has a boyfriend, Lu Xiaoyu interjected, rolling her eyes. That relationship is a thing of the past. Our Lin Zhi is now a single noblewoman, far beyond the grasp of such trash. Xiao Xue and Madame Xiao appeared particularly pleased by this, exchanging glances before turning to Lin Zhi, unable to contain their curiosity. What do you think of my brother? He is very good, Lin Zhi replied candidly. Xiao Xue's excitement intensified. Shouldn't you two get to know each other better? My brother is far better than you might imagine. Miss Lin, Lin rarely shows such concern for anyone. Despite his chilly demeanor, his attitude towards you is truly different from how he treats others. As his mother, I can assure you of this. Even someone as oblivious as Lu Xiaoyu discerned the underlying implications in the words of Xiao Shui and Madame Xiao. She instinctively glanced at Lin Zhi, eager to hear her thoughts. Chapter 70. One must become strong. Xiao Shui was left speechless. Madame Zhao's expression mirrored that of her daughter. Xiao Shui awkwardly chuckled. Oh no, that's not what we meant. Please don't misunderstand. Miss Lin, please rest well. We shall not disturb you any longer, Madame Xiao said, taking Xiao Shui's hand as they departed. As the two women left, the smile on Lin Zhi's face gradually faded. Do you truly think so? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, observing her. Think what? What do you mean? Lin Zhi asked. Do not feign ignorance, Lu Xiaoyu replied. Do you genuinely regard Xiao Yuanlin solely as a partner, without any other sentiments? Lin Zhi rolled her eyes in exasperation. What else could it be? In this apocalyptic world, the bonds between men and women were the most fragile. After the incident involving Jiang Songmin, she could no longer afford to entrust her entire being to someone who might betray her at any moment. In this lifetime, if she were to perish, it would be for her own sake, absolutely not for the sake of any man. Lu Xiaoyu seemed to sense her thoughts and chose not to dwell on the matter further, instead shifting the conversation to a different topic. Lin Zhi immediately inquired, Did you see who it was? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and replied, I had intended to investigate their identities through the surveillance footage, but this group appears exceedingly cautious. Each time they arrive, they shroud themselves so thoroughly that their faces are utterly obscured. Observing the grave expression on Lin Zhi's face, Lu Xiaoyu, with a hint of concern, asked, Do you think we might be under surveillance? Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh. Indeed. When I was here, they dared not act recklessly. Now that they know I have left, they come every day to scout the area. They probably hope for my demise outside. That would be splendid. If word of my injury spreads throughout the fortress, there is no doubt that chaos will ensue within. Lin Zhi's expression turned grave as she inquired, When did Xiao Yuanlin leave the fortress? This morning, came a reply. Lin Zhi couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. It seemed that Xiao Yuanlin was quite adept at timing. She had awakened in the afternoon, while he had departed in the morning, the timing impeccably synchronized. It was as if he anticipated her awakening and thus departed with an air of ease. Yet, what could have caused your injury? Lu Xiaoyu pondered in confusion. I specifically inquired with Zhao Ziming, who mentioned that during this recent conflict at the Xiao family stronghold, there were hardly any significant casualties among those surrounding Xiao Yuanlin, aside from you. Therefore, Zhao Ziming, Xiao Shui, and Madame Xiao are all rather perplexed by your injury. Did you sustain it while pursuing that villain? Lin Zhi's expression darkened. Indeed, you were so formidable, yet still sustained injuries. What on earth did this person do? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. This is no ordinary individual, Lin Zhi replied. Their existence poses a significant threat to all of us. I initially intended to capture them alive, but unfortunately, they managed to escape. They are exceedingly cunning. Did you pursue them alone? Lu Xiaoyu asked, her tone filled with exasperation. Darling, promise me you won't undertake such rash actions alone in the future, will you? I promise you, Lin Zhi responded with utmost seriousness. Following this incident, she felt a tinge of apprehension and resolved never to take such reckless risks again unless she possessed absolute certainty. However, this venture did yield considerable gains. She had not anticipated that the beastmen had spread from the back mountains of the Xiao family's fortress. Lin Zhi had always found it peculiar in her previous life. What manner of beings were these? Neither human nor beast? Now, she has finally uncovered the answer, marking this discovery as a significant gain from her journey. Shall you allow me to show you something? Lin Zhi said. This is the most substantial treasure I have acquired from my visit to the Xiao family fortress. However, you must promise me not to be too frightened upon seeing it, for we shall encounter it frequently in the future. Lu Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, nodded emphatically. All right. Lin Zhi grasped Lu Xiaoyu's hand, leading her into the spatial necklace. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoyu was immediately overwhelmed by a nauseating stench that made her retch. What is this? Why is it so foul? She exclaimed, scrunching her face in disgust. Just look at this, Lin Zhi said, gesturing in a particular direction. Lu Xiaoyu followed her gaze, only to find herself utterly astonished. Before her lay heaps of corpses, piled like grotesque mountains. The bodies were bizarrely deformed, neither fully human nor entirely beast. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lu Xiaoyu's face turned pale as she gasped. "What on earth is this?" Lin Zhi gazed at the lifeless body and remarked, "This is the treasure left for me by the one who harmed me. How can these corpses be considered treasures? It's truly repulsive." Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but pinch her nose in distaste. While they were alive, these creatures posed immense danger. Yet in death, they become priceless treasures, Lin Zhi explained. Their skins and furs can be utilized to forge weapons and armor. Although we currently possess abundant resources, our defensive equipment is non-existent. We may have thousands of supplies, yet not a single means of self-defense. What do you think we appear to others? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly comprehended. We are merely fattened lambs awaiting slaughter. Precisely. Even if I could take on 10 opponents alone, what if 100 or 1,000 were to attack us? Do we stand a chance? Lin Zhi stated with grave seriousness. We must establish our own armed forces. But with the ant fortress in such tranquility, could anyone possibly rebel? Lin Zhi spoke softly. People perish for wealth, just as birds die for food. When their resources dwindle to a certain extent, rebellion becomes commonplace. And even murder is no rarity. Through this journey to the Shao family stronghold, Lin Zhi gleaned much wisdom. Sometimes, the apparent tranquility before one's eyes may not signify peace at all, for the true enemy could lie within. Lu Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, yet her expression betrayed her concern as she inquired, "But how can these things be transformed into weapons and armor? I lack the skill to do so." At this, a broad smile involuntarily graced Lin Zhi's face as she replied, "I am aware of your limitations, which is precisely why I have sought assistance for you." Assistance? Lin Zhi let out a whistle. In the corner, a creature, resembling both a human and a lion, slowly emerged. "How's alive?" Lu Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fright. Lin Zhi approached and gently patted the head of the orc. "Allow me to introduce our new companion, Little Lion." Chapter 71. His utility is significant. A little lion? Lu Xiaoyu stammered, fear rendering her tongue inarticulate. Will he eat people? The lion man gazed at Lu Xiaoyu, rising to his full height, his body arching as he let out a low growl. "Oh!" Lu Xiaoyu screamed in terror. Lin Zhi pulled Lu Xiaoyu behind her and immediately reprimanded the lion man. "Be quiet." The lion man, feeling aggrieved, replied, "But this is a stranger. It could be dangerous." "She is not in danger. You must not shout at her." Lin Zhi scolded, tapping his head. "If you dare to raise your voice at her again, beware my whip." The lion man, feeling wronged, responded, "Understood, truly fearsome." Lu Xiaoyu, astonished to witness the lion man speak, exclaimed, "How can he talk?" Lin Zhi explained, "Beastmen possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. In fact, some beastmen have evolved from humans." Lu Xiaoyu began to comprehend. Are they the products of others' experiments? How clever. After grasping the origin of the beastmen, her initial fear transformed into sympathy as she gazed at the lion man. How pitiable. What can he do? She wondered. "I can do many things," the lion man declared, puffing out his chest. The lion man is the king of the beastmen and possesses numerous skills. As Lin Zhi spoke, she kicked the corpse of a serpent man beside her. The lion man, understanding her cue, immediately rushed over to dismember the serpent man's body. Lu Xiaoyu, witnessing such a violent scene for the first time, furrowed her brow. Before long, the lion man proudly presented a pale blue beast core he had extracted from the serpent man's body to Lin Zhi. "What is this?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, astonished by the beast core. "This is a treasure," Lin Zhi replied, accepting the core and patting the lion man's head. "Now remove the serpent's skin to make armor. You handle it yourself." Upon hearing this, the lion man's spirits soared, and he swiftly set to work on the serpent's skin. Lin Zhi cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyu beside her, noticing her evident discomfort, and led her away from the space. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Zhi inquired. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, clutching her chest, struggling with nausea that refused to subside. "You know," Lin Zhi began as she settled onto the sofa, pouring herself a cup of tea, I have encountered these beastmen before. Initially, I mistook them for humans, only to later realize they are merely beasts with intelligence akin to ours. If you cannot conquer them, you will inevitably become their prey. Lu Xiaoyu, feeling a twinge of discomfort, responded, but they were once human too. You are correct, Lin Zhi acknowledged. Yet at the very moment they transformed into beastmen, they ceased to be human. Have you ever seen a person harboring such crystals within them? Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the pale blue beast core in Lin Zhi's hand and sighed helplessly. You are right. I have let my emotions cloud my judgment. In the apocalypse, one must never act on emotion. It is imperative to maintain a rational mind. Emotional decisions are akin to a dagger thrusting into oneself, Lin Zhi emphasized. Lu Xiaoyu nodded solemnly in agreement. I will remember. Just as she finished speaking, a low rumble emanated from Lin Zhi's stomach. Lin Zhi, clutching her stomach, chuckled. I've been so engrossed in conversation that I feel famished. It's no wonder you're hungry. You've been subsisting solely on nutrient solutions for several days now. Lu Xiaoyu replied as she rose to her feet. Stretching her limbs, she inquired, What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you, dear sister. Barbecue. Lin Zhi exclaimed, her face lighting up with a broad smile. Even in my stupor, I was dreaming of barbecue. What a glutton you are. Zhao Wei swiftly arranged an entire spread of grilled delicacies. The sumptuous slices of fatty beef sizzled on the iron griddle, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that soon enveloped the entire room. Lin Zhi savored a generous piece of roasted meat and contentedly remarked, This is what life is all about. Is it true that prices have escalated to such heights? Lin Zhi expressed her astonishment. Indeed, the attendees at the trading fair have gone mad. Instant noodles are now exorbitantly priced, and even at such rates, they are scarce and elusive. Lu Xiaoyu recounted, The last time I stealthily ventured into the trading fair, I was recognized by several sharp-eyed residents, who implored me tearfully to purchase 2 buckets of instant noodles for them. How could I dare to comply? The moment those individuals learned that I possessed instant noodles, their gazes resembled that of famished wolves spotting prey, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, I swiftly made my escape. Lu Xiaoyu still felt a chill run down her spine as she reminisced about the unsettling encounter at the trading fair. Lin Zhi's expression bore a hint of gravity. The trade fair could reveal numerous truths. If what Lu Xiaoyu stated is indeed accurate, then it is likely that unrest has begun to stir within the fortress. Lin Zhi set down her chopsticks and, taking Lu Xiaoyu by the hand, said, Come, let's take a look at our new equipment. The two entered the space. Upon their arrival, the little lion, filled with excitement, approached them with a large stack of gear. Master, behold. The little lion proudly displayed the equipment, laying it out piece by piece. There were armor, knee guards, helmets, and gloves, essentially every conceivable protective gear for the body. Anything Lin Zhi and her companion could not imagine, the little lion could create. How is the little lion so capable? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, I am a king of beasts. The little lion declared with pride. Lu Xiaoyu patted the little lion's brown fur and asked, What if there are others like you among the lions? Who would be the true king then? The little lion confidently replied, That is absolutely impossible. There can only be one king among the beastmen, only one lion. Is that true? Lin Zhi, who was counting the equipment, turned to the little lion with a look of surprise and inquired, Are you the only lion? Indeed, Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened. Grasping the brown fur of the little lion, she eagerly inquired, Do the other beastmen heed your call? Can you sense their presence? The little lion, taken aback by Lin Zhi's fervor, replied, Of course. Excellent. Lin Zhi expressed her satisfaction. Now, tell me, how many beastmen remain alive? Chapter 72. New equipment. The little lion paused at Lin Zhi's question, lowering his head. Why are you silent? Lin Zhi's gaze was piercing, demanding an answer. Do you wish for me to remain in ignorance? Yet, you are now in my grasp. I am your master. She scrutinized him, expecting the Beast King to gauge the situation wisely. The little lion closed his eyes and, with a hint of resignation, said, Mistress, you are not their match. Their numbers are vast, and you cannot defeat them. Indeed, the situation aligned with Lin Zhi's suspicions. She sensed that the Shao family's rear mountain was merely one of Ma Junwei's outposts for training beastmen. Ma Junwei must possess other strongholds, for he would not have escaped so effortlessly. Surely, the beastmen in the rear mountain cannot be numerous. Just how many of you are there? Lin Zhi pressed on. It's hard to estimate. There are many, indeed, the little lion replied. That man's ambition knows no bounds. Lin Jimin astutely discerned the underlying implication in the little lion's words. So, you are aware of the matter concerning Ma Junwei. The little lion nodded. How much assistance have you provided him? The little lion shook his head. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment before inquiring, how much does he know about your kind, the beastmen? I do not know, the young lion murmured, lowering his head. Lin Zhi chose not to press further, instead leading Lu Xiaoyu away. As soon as they exited the space, Lu Xiaoyu remarked, aren't you afraid that this beast man might deceive you? He has no benefit in deceiving me. Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly. He is currently in my grasp, and his life or death rests in my hands. Besides, he acknowledges me as his master and would not dare to lie to me. How can you be so certain that he would not lie? Lu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. It is a characteristic of the beast men, Lin Zhi explained. They do not easily accept a master. However, once they do, they will remain loyal for life, never betraying their master once allegiance is pledged. Then, it seems not all beastmen are inherently evil, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. Many of those deceased beastmen must have suffered unjustly. That is not necessarily the case, Lin Zhi scoffed, glancing at the defensive equipment before them. Those who can recognize a master are not ordinary beastmen. The vast majority of them are fundamentally malevolent and would never accept a master. Thus, their demise is not unwarranted. If they were to survive, it would be us who would meet our end. Reflecting on the serpent man from the Shao family fortress who had sought her demise, Lin Zhi's expression darkened. It is a pity that Ma Junwei escaped. Otherwise, we could have traced him back to his stronghold. Enough of that calamity. Let's test the defensive gear our little lion has crafted for us. Lin Zhi picked up a leather vest and tossed it to Lu Xiaoyu. Here, try it on. Lu Xiaoyu caught the vest, her face scrunching in distaste. The garment was stiff, unsightly, and emitted an unpleasant odor, yet it was remarkably flexible and light in her hands. Give it a try, Lin Zhi encouraged her. Suppressing the unpleasant scent, Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly donned the vest. As she put it on, she grumbled, this garment is so tight. It has no elasticity at all. It feels quite uncomfortable. As she looked up to voice her complaints, she was startled to see Lin Zhi suddenly lunging at her with a dagger. Lu Xiaoyu gasped, her face paling in fear. However, the anticipated pain did not ensue, and her expression shifted from shock to astonishment. Excellent. Lin Zhi beamed with satisfaction. Lu Xiaoyu gazed down at the soft armor. Despite being stabbed, it bore no marks. Beneath the leather, her flesh felt merely as though something had prodded it, sustaining no injury whatsoever. How is this soft armor so remarkable? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. The hides and bones of the beastmen are of exceptional quality. If utilized properly, they become treasures, Lin Zhi stated, picking up another piece of leather armor from a sofa. Admittedly, it may be unattractive, but ordinary blades cannot harm it. In the event of a brawl, wearing such armor can prevent injury. Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed but soon asked, what if the opponent possesses a firearm? Lin Zhi fell silent for a moment. In her previous life, she had donned defensive armor crafted from the hides of beasts. When faced with ordinary weapons such as knives, guns, and clubs, this armor indeed provided considerable protection. However, when confronted with firearms, particularly weapons like guns and rocket launchers, the efficacy of such leather armor was akin to that of bulletproof vests. It could only mitigate damage to a certain extent and could not truly offer ballistic protection. Although leather armor could not genuinely prevent gunfire, in a post-apocalyptic world, such protective gear was exceedingly rare and invaluable. One must exercise caution in the presence of bullets. While it may guard against blades and clubs, it is ineffectual against gunfire. Lin Zhi looked at Lu Xiaoyu, earnestly advising her that if they ever encountered gunfire, it was imperative to evade it rather than recklessly charge forward. I understand, Lu Xiaoyu replied, glancing down at the protective soft armor enveloping her. While the equipment was indeed valuable, it would be far more advantageous if it were more comfortable to wear, as the weight of it was quite burdensome. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think this is your woolen vest? This item is meant for your protection, not merely for aesthetics or warmth. I know. I just wanted to refine it a bit more. Lu Xiaoyu replied with a playful tongue out. If you truly wish to wear something softer and more comfortable, you may try this, Lin Zhi suggested, picking up a blue-green protective gear nearby. Lu Xiaoyu took the armor, examining it closely and inhaling its scent, her eyes wide with surprise and delight. This armor feels much softer and has no odor at all. It's made of snake skin, Lin Zhi explained. While its durability may be slightly inferior, the comfort it provides is significantly enhanced, considering that Lu Xiaoyu no longer needed to venture outside the fortress as she once did. The snakeskin armor should suffice for her needs within the stronghold. The lions excel in crafting weapons and protective gear, Lin Zhi remarked. Indeed, we have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with joy, but soon her expression turned pensive, hinting at some underlying concern. What are you pondering? Lin Zhi inquired. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Zhi with utmost seriousness. Can we truly subdue such formidable orcs? Chapter 73. Rumors abound. Lin Zhi certainly comprehended Lu Xiaoyu's concerns. In such an apocalyptic world, anyone with the slightest capability would seize any opportunity available, who would willingly accept inferiority or endure a lifetime of servitude. This truth was clear to Lin Zhi. Precisely because she understood it, she could never place all her bets on a single person or event. A well-crafted knife carries a certain risk of wounding its wielder. Lin Zhi stated matter-of-factly, however, I shall not forsake its use simply because it may inflict harm upon me. I grasp your meaning, Lu Xiaoyu replied. Though he acknowledges you as his leader, should he ever desire to escape your grasp, he certainly could. There will never be such a day, Lin Zhi asserted with unwavering conviction. Why? Lin Zhi smiled with a serene confidence, for she intended to eliminate him before that day arrived. In the subterranean levels of the ant fortress, Zhao Ziming walked through the corridor with a stern expression. A few individuals were engaged in conversation along the way. As Zhao Ziming passed by, they instinctively glanced at him, their eyes reflecting curiosity. Once he had moved on, they would huddle together, whispering conspiratorially. Even if Zhao Ziming were oblivious, he understood that they were discussing him behind his back. As he approached the doorway, the occupants of the room fell silent, their chatter ceasing as they observed his passage. Once he was beyond earshot, murmurs resumed. Was that event true or not? Who could say? It was merely the gossip circulating among them. Was this information reliable? They ought not to be misled by idle rumors. This news purportedly originated from higher-ups. As someone claimed to have witnessed it firsthand, surely not. If Lin Zhi were truly dead, it would be a significant matter, altering the very course of the fortress's future. A loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. One individual stood up angrily, shouting towards the entrance, "Who dares to kick my door? Who are they saying has died?" Zhao Ziming stood at the threshold, his countenance dark as he surveyed the room. The occupants were momentarily taken aback at the sight of him, a collective silence falling as they averted their gazes. Though unspoken, it was common knowledge that Zhao Ziming and Lin Zhi shared a close rapport. I ask you, who has died? Zhao Ziming's voice was heavy as he scanned the room with a piercing gaze. Who else but Lin Zhi? Someone could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed loudly. Who did you hear that from? Who said it? Does it even matter? The entire fortress has been abuzz with the news. The person retorted. Miss Xiao and Madame Xiao have frequently visited her room. It must be because she is on the brink of death. Indeed, such grievous injuries could not be mere trifles. If she is indeed dead, you ought to prepare for what comes next. One of the responsible parties commented, and others nodded in agreement. Zhao Ziming's ire grew with each word he heard, and just as he was about to retort, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Uncle Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Ziming asked, astonished. Uncle Zhao was part of the upper management within the fortress and seldom ventured to the lower levels. With a slight smile, Uncle Zhao replied, I came to find you. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. He patted Zhao Ziming's shoulder. Come with me. Zhao Ziming cast one last glance at the room's occupants. Despite his inner turmoil, he could only swallow his frustration and follow Uncle Zhao. As they departed, the residents of the room exchanged disdainful glances. With Lin Zhi as his backer, Zhao Ziming had commanded respect, now that she was absent. They relished the prospect of his downfall. As they spoke, their voices rose, seemingly intended for Zhao Ziming's ears. Unable to contain his anger, he turned to confront them, but Uncle Zhao held him back. "Do not engage," he said firmly, shaking his head. Reluctantly, Zhao Ziming followed Uncle Zhao. Upon entering Uncle Zhao's office, Zhao Ziming erupted in frustration. "Uncle Zhao, why did you stop me just now?" he exclaimed. "These people are insufferable, daring to claim my leader is dead. They must be blind. My leader is alive and well." "Do not utter such words again," Uncle Zhao cautioned. "Why not? Should we simply allow rumors to run rampant?" Zhao Ziming protested. "Consider the repercussions. There are tens of thousands in this fortress. If these rumors spread unchecked, have you contemplated the consequences?" Naturally, they had. A young woman emerged from behind the curtains, her voice unmistakably Lin Zhi's. Zhao Ziming was taken aback. As the curtains parted, Lin Zhi stepped forth, a gentle smile upon her face. "The view from Uncle Zhao's office is splendid. You should take a look," she remarked. "With everything happening, you still have the leisure to admire the view? Do you not realize what they are saying about you outside?" Zhao Ziming questioned, incredulous at her calm demeanor. "I am aware," Lin Zhi replied with a faint smile. "Are you not anxious?" Zhao Ziming asked, astonished by her composed demeanor. Lin Zhi gazed out of the window, and Zhao Ziming instinctively followed her gaze. Outside, there lay a landslide lake formed by the earthquake, its waters crashing against the shore in relentless waves, propelled by the fierce winds. As the waters surged, they concealed the stones and sand along the bank, only to reveal them once again as the tide receded. Zhao Ziming found himself momentarily entranced. "Do you see this lake?" Lin Zhi asked, her attention fixated on the scene outside. Zhao Ziming nodded in response. "Only when the waters recede can one discern what lies beneath," Lin Zhi remarked, her eyes still locked on Zhao Ziming. Initially perplexed, Zhao Ziming suddenly grasped her meaning and, with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, inquired, "Boss, are you suggesting we let nature take its course? Should we allow these rumors to swirl unchecked? Do you know under what circumstances one can truly see a person?" Lin Zhi maintained her unwavering gaze. Zhao Ziming paused, then replied, "In a person's low moments. Are you implying that?" "Indeed," Lin Zhi interjected, a peculiar smile gracing her face. "Beneath the facade of peace, human hearts are restless. It would be better for us to tear apart this false tranquility and uncover what lies within." Chapter 74. Disturbing the Still Waters Boss. "Isn't the risk you're taking a bit excessive?" Zhao Ziming expressed his unease. "Excessive risk? How intriguing. Please elaborate on what makes it so." Lin Zhi replied with a playful smile. "You are the sole overseer of the fortress. Without Mr. Xiao, if trouble arises, you will face it alone," Zhao Ziming said, concern etched on his features. "Am I to interpret this as a doubt regarding my capabilities?" Lin Zhi's smile deepened as she regarded him. "No, that is not my intention," Zhao Ziming quickly clarified, lowering his head in a defeated manner. "I'm merely worried about you. You know I can offer you little assistance. Should something go awry, all I can do is alert you. Your mere presence is a significant help to me," Lin Zhi replied with a gentle smile. Zhao Ziming wished to protest further, but Uncle Zhao interrupted. "Young man, stop hesitating here. Having been in the fortress for so long, do you still doubt Miss Lin's abilities? After all, you faced life and death alongside her. Do you not recognize her strength?" Zhao Ziming was taken aback. Indeed, while others may not grasp Lin Zhi's prowess, how could he remain oblivious? Lin Zhi is calm, wise, and imbued with strength. Her martial prowess is remarkable, enabling her to resolve any issues that come her way effortlessly. Even during her recent expedition to the Xiao family's fortress, she managed to escape the clutches of the king of hell despite being poisoned. This not only attests to her formidable abilities, but also highlights her extraordinary fortune. Moreover, Lin Zhi exudes an air of confidence that should inspire unwavering trust in her. Zhao Ziming gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhi with resolute determination as he declared, "Boss, I stand by you in whatever you choose to do." Lin Zhi was quite gratified, for your words alone sufficed. As she was about to depart, Lin Zhi bestowed upon Uncle Zhao and Zhao Ziming each a set of protective soft armor. Do not be put off by the strong odor. This is indeed a valuable item. After Lin Zhi departed, Uncle Zhao turned to Zhao Ziming and said, Young Zhao, we are indeed family now. I shall speak candidly with you today. Miss Lin intends to escalate matters. I have discerned this. Since you are aware, you should know how to cooperate with Miss Lin. Uncle Zhao continued, We are all individuals closely associated with her. Our every action reflects upon her. The residents seek to understand Miss Lin's affairs, and they can only do so through us, her confidants. Therefore, your attitude will shape Miss Lin's image in the eyes of the public. Zhao Ziming nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Uncle Zhao, visibly pleased, nodded back. Perform well. I have faith in you. Upon leaving Uncle Zhao's office, Zhao Ziming's emotions were quite intricate. He had initially believed that the residents of Ant Fortress could lead peaceful and prosperous lives. Yet he had not anticipated that beneath this facade of tranquility lay such tumultuous undercurrents. Lin Zhi is not one to instigate trouble. It is evident that she is aware of the rumors circulating within the fortress regarding her, and she understands that some seek to exploit this situation to create discord. Thus, she adopts a strategy of maintaining her composure and observing the various entities lurking within the fortress without clarifying anything. However, this approach is perilously risky. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Ziming feels quite unsettled. Should the matter escalate, how much assistance could he truly offer Lin Zhi? As he becomes lost in thought, he inadvertently collides with someone. How careless! Does one not watch where they are going? Upon looking up, Zhao Ziming is taken aback to find that the person before him is none other than Lin Zhi's cousin, Su Ningning. He has a vivid impression of her. Though she is undeniably beautiful, her eyes are filled with shrewdness and a mercantile spirit. Moreover, several incidents within the fortress have been instigated by her. This woman may appear unassuming, yet she is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Upon noticing Zhao Ziming, Su Ningning initially expresses surprise, but then surveys him with a smirk, disdain dripping from her words. I see that the one lacking awareness is merely Lin Zhi's lapdog. Mind your tongue. Zhao Ziming retorts, his anger palpable. This is a management area, not a place for her to saunter in uninvited. Although this is the management floor, there are residents here. A friend of mine lives here, and I am merely visiting. What is the issue? Su Ningning replies, reveling in her perceived superiority. Zhao Ziming finds himself at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. Is there a rule in this ant fortress that prohibits casual visits? Su Ningning sizes him up and sneers. Some people appear here without reason. Are you not here to pilfer something? The insinuation stings deeply, for Zhao Ziming has indeed engaged in unsavory deeds in the past. Observing his silence, Su Ningning cannot contain her laughter. Oh dear, have I rendered you speechless? Surely you are not guilty of my accusation? Do not presume everyone shares your questionable morals. Zhao Ziming replies coldly. Who would have thought you so adept at reprimanding others at such a tender age? But of course, with Lin Zhi backing you, what words could you not utter? Su Ningning glances at him with a triumphant air. However, you will not be able to gloat for long. Soon the entire fortress will know that your support has fallen. You. Zhao Ziming's face flushes with rage, yet he finds himself at a loss for words. What about me? Su Ningning narrows her eyes. Everyone claims that Lin Zhi is dead. Do you dare to refute this? Su Ningning astutely perceives the flicker of panic in Zhao Ziming's eyes. Everyone knows he is associated with Lin Zhi. Although Su Ningning has not witnessed Lin Zhi's injuries firsthand, the rumors are so vividly detailed that they seem almost real. Why the silence? It appears I have struck a nerve. Your master has perished, she exclaims, unable to conceal her exhilaration. At this moment, Zhao Ziming's silence only serves to affirm that Lin Zhi is indeed no longer among the living. Even if she were alive, she would likely be gravely injured, unable to cause any substantial upheaval. Su Ningning is utterly elated. If this is the case, then Lin Zhi's opulent quarters and all the resources within them would rightfully belong to her. She would never again have to worry about scarcity. Chapter 75. The watchful eyes at this time. Su Ningning regards Zhao Ziming with the gaze of one looking at a lost dog. her expression tinged with malice. What you witnessed today, do not speak of it indiscriminately. Mind your business. Zhao Ziming retorts defiantly. Should you dare to speak out, I will find a way to silence you. Su Ningning replies with a chilling laugh. You dare? Zhao Ziming challenges. Su Ningning bursts into laughter. What do I have to fear? Without Lin Zhi to shield you, you are but a powerless pawn. With my connections within this fortress, eliminating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lin Zhi has protected you for far too long. Do you truly believe you possess any prowess? Now that Lin Zhi is deceased, you are nothing. Do not go too far. Zhao Ziming's eyes reddened with fury. If Lin Zhi were still alive, I might have feared you or even been bullied by you. But alas, Su Ningning remarked, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Unless you tell me Lin Zhi has not died, I shall apologize to you. And I mean kneeling in front of you. This was something Zhao Ziming could not bring himself to utter. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he appeared both furious and helpless. Speak. Why are you silent? Why not declare that your supporter, Lin Zhi, is alive? Su Ningning's laughter grew increasingly triumphant. Zhao Ziming shot her a fierce glare before striding away. Once he departed, the smile on Su Ningning's face gradually faded. She gazed at Zhao Ziming's retreating figure, a mysterious smile once again gracing her lips. At this moment, in the underground level 3 of the Ant Fortress, a group of individuals congregated in a room, engaged in fervent discussion. Do we have any definitive news? Is that person surnamed Lin truly dead? I cannot confirm her death, but her room is stocked with ample supplies, responded Jiang Songmin. The mere thought of the abundant resources in Lin Zhi's room ignited a flame of jealousy in Jiang Songmin's eyes. How dare that woman hoard such items without sharing a morsel with him? Not only did she hoard, but this wretched person also refused to distribute even a fraction to him, which was utterly outrageous, especially considering how he had once been her devoted admirer. What good is it to know that Lin Zhi has ample supplies? Even if she has not perished, those resources do not belong to us, a bald man scoffed. This man, nicknamed Monkey, was currently serving as the bald man's subordinate. The bald man furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied, and demanded, do any of you possess concrete evidence that Lin Zhi is indeed dead? If she has passed, then all her resources become ours. I can prove it. The door swung open, and Su Ningning stood confidently at the threshold. Dressed in a flowing silk gown, her exquisite figure was accentuated gracefully. The slight protrusion of her abdomen did not render her unattractive. Instead, it added an element of allure and sensuality. The bald man gazed at Su Ningning, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed, but he dared not act recklessly. Ah, it is Sister Su, Monkey exclaimed, rising to regard Su Ningning, his eyes reflecting the same desire as the bald man's, albeit more subtly concealed. Su Ningning, exasperated, cast a disdainful glance at the two of them, suppressing her disgust, and approached Jiang Songmin. I have received reliable information. Lin Zhi is indeed dead. How do you know this? Jiang Songmin frowned, expressing skepticism about her intelligence. Su Ningning recounted her encounter with Zhao Ziming earlier that day, concluding with an air of triumph, I've been observing Zhao Ziming for quite some time. Had Lin Zhi truly evaded misfortune, his volatile temperament would have revealed the truth had I provoked him. Yet today, despite my insults, he did not retaliate, which defies logic. Thus, Lin Zhi must be dead. Even if she is not, she is of no use. Ha ha ha, splendid. The bald man clapped his hands in delight. If only we could see Lin Zhi's corpse, it would be foolproof. Monkey, appearing slightly more composed, interjected, What? Do you doubt my words? Su Ningning had reservations about Monkey, believing him to be too cunning to trust. However, they were in a precarious position, and the only potential allies they could find were the bald man and Monkey. The bald man had a background in organized crime, previously serving as a gang leader with considerable skill. Su Ningning understood that Lin Zhi was also quite capable. To plot against her, they needed someone equally skilled by their side to avoid being perpetually on the defensive. Surprisingly, Monkey had once been a professor before the apocalypse, a man of great knowledge, cunning, and intellect. Yet, Su Ningning harbored a strong dislike for him due to his scheming nature and the way he subtly took advantage of her, leaving her with no room to retaliate. Collaborating with Monkey was a perilous endeavor, yet Jiang Songmin remained unconcerned, viewing Monkey as a valuable asset with a keen intellect, akin to having a think tank at their disposal. Initially, Su Ningning resisted the idea of allying with Monkey, but his persuasive skills and silver tongue had allowed him to extract resources from many within the fortress, leaving them speechless. Merely possessing such an ability forced Su Ningning to suppress her revulsion and reluctantly accept him into their ranks. However, Monkey's recent suspicion of her incited a wave of indignation within her. Lin Zhi is my cousin. I know her better than any of you. Su Ningning sneered, asserting, if she were truly alive, she would never sit idly by while rumors ran rampant. Jiang Songmin nodded in agreement, adding precisely, this woman is far too concerned about her reputation. Had she known she was being slandered within the fortress, she would have rushed to clarify the matter long ago. The bald man nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging their points. Indeed, this woman flaunts her prowess daily. She is clearly not one to remain low-key. After a moment of contemplation, Monkey appeared to have an epiphany. Very well, let us proceed with our plan, but we must act swiftly. Su Ningning replied with a triumphant smile, naturally. The supplies in Lin Zhi's room are a prized feast, and I shall not allow anyone else to claim them. Chapter 76. Lu Xiaoyu's new weapon, what troubles me? Pretending I am not here. Oh no, I mean pretending I am dead, Lin Zhi said with a smile. Pa, how can anyone curse themselves with death? Do not utter such words again, Lu Xiaoyu frowned. After Lin Zhi conveyed some important precautions to Lu Xiaoyu, she went to discuss weapon making with the little lion. By the time Lin Zhi emerged from the space, 3 days had passed. She produced a sleeve arrow and handed it to Lu Xiaoyu, instructing her to wear it properly. What is this? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, gazing curiously at the cylindrical object before her. Lin Zhi affixed the hidden dart to Lu Xiaoyu's arm, explaining, this is a concealed sleeve arrow. When strapped to your arm, it remains discreet and allows you to catch any would-be assailant off guard. Lu Xiaoyu inquired about its usage, to which Lin Zhi responded, allow me to demonstrate the proper technique. Approaching Lu Xiaoyu, he imparted the correct method and added, you must locate a living, moving target for practice, as our adversaries are not static. Then we can head to the farm for our training. Lin Zhi brought Lu Xiaoyu to the space farm. Since Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu raised chickens, ducks, and geese in a free-range manner, the farm was teeming with these fowl wandering and frolicking about. Lin Zhi pointed to several poultry and said, these birds are ready to be released. Focus on them as your targets. If you succeed in hitting one, we shall enjoy a stew of fresh meat tonight. Upon hearing the prospect of a meat feast, especially with such fresh and lively fowl, Lu Xiaoyu was already salivating. She raised her wrist-mounted crossbow, aimed carefully at a large goose, and pressed the trigger. The first shot missed its mark. The second shot also strayed off course. Lin Zhi comforted Lu Xiaoyu, saying, though the hidden dart is exquisitely crafted and diminutive, it does demand a considerable degree of precision. It's entirely natural for you to miss the mark on your first attempt. With a few more tries, you will surely improve. Lu Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. However, after several attempts, despite her utmost concentration, she could not hit the target. Could it be that this hidden dart is defective? Lu Xiaoyu gazed quizzically at the dart resting upon her arm. Lin Zhi also found it quite peculiar. She approached to examine the sleeve sword, discovering no apparent issues. Grasping Lu Xiaoyu's arm, she aimed at a hen soaring in the air and released her shot. The hen fell to the ground, struck by the arrow. Lu Xiaoyu stood by in astonishment, exclaiming, is this truly possible? You're remarkably skilled. Lin Zhi patted her shoulder and said, it's good that there are no issues with the items. Practice more. There are plenty of living creatures on our farm. You can use them as targets. Lin Zhi stepped into the sunlight, stretched luxuriously, and reclined on the verdant lawn. The sunlight in this space was splendid, particularly conducive to an afternoon slumber. Lin Zhi lay upon the verdant lawn, succumbing to a gentle slumber without realizing it. The sun radiated warmth, and the grass felt delightfully soft beneath her, allowing her to drift into a comfortable sleep. A delicate feather alighted upon her nose, tickling it and prompting an involuntary sneeze that roused her from her dreams. Lin Zhi, you're awake? How wonderful. Come quickly, you must see, I am now hitting the mark every time. exclaimed Lu Xiaoyu, her excitement palpable as she waved enthusiastically. Lin Zhi sat up and watched as Lu Xiaoyu pressed down on her sleeve arrow, causing a nearby flying hen to fall to the ground. The words "you are truly impressive" had not yet escaped her lips when Lin Zhi was left utterly astonished by the scene before her. The farm was strewn with the bodies of chickens, ducks, and geese that Lu Xiaoyu had shot down. Feathers from ducks, geese, and chickens littered the ground in abundance. "How wasteful!" Lin Zhi exclaimed in exasperation, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu. "Sister, you've killed so many chickens, ducks, and geese. How are we going to eat all this? Don't we have a refrigerator? We could just store them in there." Lu Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, "Well, isn't it possible that the refrigerator also has a limited capacity? If it's full, we won't be able to fit any more in." Lin Zhi looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a sense of resignation and remarked, "You're right. I forgot that our refrigerator seems quite full already and can hardly accommodate a few more chickens." Lin Zhi furrowed her brow and said, "Sister, you have finally recognized this issue. But just look at how many you have killed." Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the lifeless chickens, ducks, and geese scattered on the ground and offered an awkward smile. "It seems there are about 30. No matter how favorable our circumstances, we cannot sustain such extravagance." Lin Zhi lamented, pressing her forehead. "What do we do? Yet these creatures are gone. I cannot simply wish them back to life," Lu Xiaoyu admitted, feeling somewhat helpless. "Since they're deceased, we might as well stew them for a meal. But even so, we cannot possibly consume all of this," Lin Zhi pondered aloud. "Perhaps we could give some away or trade these for something else," Lu Xiaoyu suggested. "That is indeed an excellent idea." After Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu collected the deceased chickens, ducks, and geese, they placed them into bags and handed them over to the little lion. Upon seeing the poultry, the little lion furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Master, these items are of no use as weapons. I have no appetite for such fare. The flesh on my body is scant, barely sufficient to fill the gaps between my teeth." Lu Xiaoyu, with a disdainful curl of her lip, instinctively retorted, "If you do not consume these, then what do you eat? Humans, or your own kind, or perhaps ferocious beasts of similar stature to mine? In any case, I would not indulge in such bony creatures." The little lion shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver, promptly covering her mouth and muttering to herself, "I really shouldn't have spoken so carelessly." Lin Zhi stepped forward and declared, "These items are not intended for your consumption. I require you to process them, removing all the fur and categorizing it accordingly." "What purpose does this fur serve? It is so light that I would still find it insufficient for a pillow," the little lion retorted disdainfully. "I instructed you to categorize it, not to create something. The feathers of these poultry must be accumulated to a certain quantity before they can be transformed into insulating materials. Ensure that you do not waste any," Lin Zhi admonished. Reluctantly, the little lion acquiesced. Upon exiting the space, Lu Xiaoyu inquired curiously, "What do you intend to do with that fur?" Lin Zhi smiled, glancing out at the ominously dark sky. "Do you know? A significant drop in temperature is imminent. Thus, down jackets and comforters will soon prove invaluable." Chapter 77. Fresh supplies. The young lion swiftly attended to the processing of the poultry's feathers and meat. The feathers were meticulously sorted and placed into bags, while the cleaned meat was stored in the freezer, which was already crowded. Despite the limited space, approximately 20 chickens and ducks still awaited proper storage. "What should we do now? With so much meat remaining, how shall we manage it?" Lu Xiaoyu lamented, overwhelmed by the sight of the substantial pile of meat. Lin Zhi selected some items and placed them in a black bag. "Take this to Xiao Shui. She has just given birth and needs to consume more meat and drink plenty of soup to replenish her strength." "They surely have enough," Lu Xiaoyu remarked. Lin Zhi remarked, "They are not lacking, but Xiao Shui has just given birth. It would be unthinkable for her to consume food that has been frozen for several months. These are fresh, perfect for making soup for them. Do not be overly concerned about these matters. Our farm has more than enough." Lu Xiaoyu agreed with Lin Zhi's perspective, realizing that even if it were just the two of them, they would struggle to finish the meat before it spoiled. "By the way, when you head out later, remember to call Uncle Zhao over. I would like to send him some chickens and ducks. He has always been kind to us, and it is only right to look after him," Lin Zhi added. All right, I will go now. Please take care at home, and do not let just anyone in. Lu Xiaoyu cautioned. Of course. How could a deceased person possibly open the door? Lin Zhi chuckled. Approximately 15 minutes after Lu Xiaoyu departed, Uncle Zhao arrived. Lin Zhi presented him with several chickens, ducks, and geese. Uncle Zhao accepted them with immense gratitude, tears of joy nearly spilling from the corners of his eyes. After sending off a portion of the poultry, Lin Zhi found that she still had 9 remaining. 9, neither an excessive nor a scant quantity. Certainly too much for just the 2 of them, necessitating the search for additional assistance. Lin Zhi first thought of Zhao Ziming, and then her thoughts turned to Wang Ziyou and her daughter. Lin Zhi took out a large iron pot specifically designed for hot pot and simmered chicken, duck, and goose into a pure meat broth. This pure meat broth, if devoid of vegetables or starchy ingredients, possesses remarkable longevity and does not spoil easily. In the past, many traditional broth bases that had been simmered for decades were crafted in this manner. A single pot of broth would continuously be cooked, not only avoiding spoilage, but also becoming increasingly aromatic. Oh, how delightful this broth smells. I yearn to taste it at once. Lu Xiaoyu, unable to contain her excitement, salivated at the fragrance. It had been a long time since she had encountered such an enticing aroma, and indeed, fresh, recently slaughtered poultry was essential for this delectable essence. Lin Zhi held a spoon, stirring the pot of soup while gazing at him, and remarked, "The items have been dispatched." Lin Zhi opened the box, revealing an exquisitely crafted black pistol nestled within. Lin Zhi was quite astonished. Lin Zhi cast a glance at the exquisite little pistol. Compared to the M762 that Xiao Yuanlin had gifted her, this handgun was far more suited for combat in confined spaces. Lu Xiaoyu admired the sleek black firearm, exclaiming, "This gun is quite beautiful." It was an M9 pistol, renowned for its high precision and resistance to rain and snow, making it ideal for both indoor and outdoor use. Additionally, its matte finish ensured minimal reflection, thus reducing the risk of revealing its presence. Lin Zhi examined the M9 closely and remarked, "Xiao Xue has put thought into this. She certainly notices how well you treat her. By the way, this is a token of gratitude from the Xiao couple for the supplies you provided." Lu Xiaoyu handed her a tightly sealed plastic bag, suggesting that while it may not compare to the pistol, it would serve nicely as a decorative item. Lin Zhi opened the plastic bag, only to discover a deep blue gemstone nestled within. In the past, such a gem would have fetched tens of millions, yet now, it merely served as a visual spectacle, devoid of any practical utility. The apocalypse had rendered treasures like this one to nothing more than ornamental curiosities, lamented Lu Xiaoyu. Who says it lacks value? Lin Zhi remarked, holding the deep blue gemstone under the fluorescent light, examining it meticulously. Her expression was earnest, her focus unwavering, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of astonishment. What value could it possibly have? I would feel uneasy wearing it around my neck, Lu Xiaoyu scoffed. This is not a gemstone. What are you talking about? Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, incredulity washing over her as she took the blue gem into her hands, scrutinizing it from every angle. How could it not be a gemstone? Surely, it could not merely be a blue glass bead. After all, the Xiao couple would not be so ungracious as to gift her glass, would they? Lin Zhi chuckled softly. You will understand once you examine this blue gem under the sunlight. Lu Xiaoyu, perplexed yet intrigued, complied with Lin Zhi's suggestion, holding the gem up to the light. She marveled at its beauty. My goodness, it was stunning. Within its depths, there seemed to be a flickering radiance. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What on earth was this exquisite object? It was so captivating that even devoid of any practical use, simply gazing at it felt utterly delightful. This was no ordinary treasure. Lin Zhi carefully placed the blue gem away and turned to Lu Xiaoyu, inquiring, did the Xiao couple mention anything when they gifted you this gem? Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and replied, it seems they didn't say much. Oh wait, they did mention something about making the most of it, encouraging you to utilize it wisely. As she glanced at the gem again, she shrugged nonchalantly. What else can this thing be used for besides decoration? It can't be eaten or employed for anything practical. Lin Zhi smiled faintly and remember to add water to the soup in the pot. Do not let it dry out. Where are you off to now? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. I'm going to seek out the little lion, came the reply. After Lin Zhi finished speaking, he entered the space. Inside, the little lion was diligently crafting bone arrows. Upon seeing Lin Zhi, he exclaimed with great excitement, Master, look at this bone arrow I made from bones. It's incredibly effective. Truly remarkable. Lin Zhi gently patted his head and then took out a deep blue gemstone to show him. The little lion's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the gemstone, trembling. He picked it up and asked, Master, where did you acquire this? Chapter 78. Advanced Beast Core. Lin Zhi smiled gently. Excellent. I knew you would recognize this object. My master, from where did you acquire this item? The little lion's eyes widened in astonishment. This is no ordinary thing. The beast cores of your kind are categorized by rank. The lowest is white, followed by pale blue. Lin Zhi scrutinized the little lion from head to toe and remarked, Even in death, the beast core within you would merely be an ordinary blue one. Indeed, the little lion replied, gazing solemnly at the deep blue gem resting in his palm. I have never encountered a beast core of such a profound hue. Can you perceive the beast cores within the bodies of beastmen? Lin Zhi astutely grasped the implication in the little lion's words. The little lion nodded. Every beastman possesses beast bones and cores within their bodies, which emit light internally. You humans cannot see them, and even ordinary beastmen, such as snake men, are unable to perceive them. Only high-ranking beastmen like myself can see them. Lin Zhi inquired, What forms can you perceive? I can discern the size, luster, and hue of the beast core, yet it is undoubtedly not as clear as if it were extracted from a body. However, I can make a rough assessment. The little lion responded. This deep blue beast core, whether synthesized later or extracted from a beastman, is exceedingly rare. Are you suggesting that there are indeed beastmen possessing such deep blue beast cores? Lin Zhi questioned, perplexed. If such slender beings did possess them, would it not imply that they are of a higher rank than you? Under normal circumstances, it is quite challenging to encounter beastmen superior to me. At least, I have not sensed any. But you know, it is difficult to ascertain what formidable aberrations might exist in this world. Their beast cores could very well be of a much deeper hue, the little lion explained. What I can perceive is merely what is within my current range of sight. Who knows what lies beyond my vision? With that, the little lion lowered its head again, meticulously examining the deep blue beast core. Regardless of whether it was obtained from a single beastman or refined from multiple cores, I can only say that the individual who acquired this beast core is quite extraordinary. Lin Zhi was well aware of this. It shouldn't be you who obtained it. If you had, you would have shown it to me long ago, the little lion remarked. You know me well, Lin Zhi chuckled. Can you affix this beast core to my defensive weapon? Of course, the little lion replied after a moment's contemplation. Master, I have a modest suggestion. Go ahead, Lin Zhi encouraged. The little lion, holding the beast core and examining it closely, said this deep blue beast core is quite substantial. You could easily divide it into two. One half could be affixed to your weapon, while the other half could be integrated into your armor. This way, both your offensive and defensive capabilities would see a significant enhancement. Master, you should give it some serious thought. Lin Zhi smiled faintly and said, Let us proceed as you suggested. The young lion did not expect Lin Zhi to accept his proposal so readily. He was quite taken aback and responded, Master, you must ponder this carefully, for there is no turning back once you make your decision. If you are certain, there is no remedy for regret. Such beast cores are exceedingly rare. Lin Zhi replied with confidence, You have many corpses awaiting processing behind you. Once we attend to these orc remains, I am certain we will be able to refine a beast core like this. This remark reminded the young lion, who exclaimed, Master, I almost forgot. Among these corpses are low-grade beast cores, which can indeed be synthesized into a deep blue beast core like this one. Lin Zhi smiled gently. Since we are capable of producing these, let's not hold on to them. I may soon find a need for such strength and defense. Lin Zhi retrieved the M9 pistol and selected a set of protective software. The power of the beast core was to be utilized for these purposes. Good. I should not disappoint my master. Once leaving the space, Lin Zhi felt a rumble of hunger echoing in his stomach. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was sipping from a large iron bowl, her cheeks flushed and her expression one of utter contentment. Upon noticing Lin Zhi's arrival, Lu Xiaoyu raised her iron bowl and exclaimed, Lin Zhi, come and have a drink. This chicken soup is simply divine. I have never tasted such exquisite broth in my life. Just a sprinkle of salt elevates it to a level that tantalizes the palate. I now realize that the chicken and duck soups I had in the past were mere refuse, undoubtedly made from feed chickens. Lin Zhi took a sip of the chicken soup, and in an instant, the rich and savory flavor blossomed in her mouth. A taste so exquisite that no amount of seasoning could replicate its delightful essence. So delectable that she nearly bit her own tongue in delight. Quickly summon Prince Yu and his mother, and also call Zhao Ziming. We shall indulge in a chicken and duck hot pot this evening, Lin Zhi declared. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu replied, wiping her hands before swiftly departing. Lin Zhi plucked some fresh vegetables from the farm. She made her way to the riverbank, where the fish swam joyfully in the water. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the fish had undergone a degree of evolution, gradually resembling the shapes and colors of edible species. It appeared that in a few days, these fish would be ready for consumption. Holding a basket, she washed the freshly harvested vegetables in the clear water. In this apocalyptic world, clean water sources were exceedingly precious and rare. Fortunately, she had this little river, which flowed ceaselessly. One could say that Lin Zhi's supply of fresh water was inexhaustible. However, she waited and waited, yet there was no sign of Lu Xiaoyu. Wang Zio glanced at his mother beside him. She seemed somewhat weary, as if she had something to express but was unsure of how to begin. Lin Zhi furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, Is something the matter? Lu Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly and replied, No, don't overthink it. Is your meal ready? Gulme, gulme. Let's enjoy hot pot today. Lin Zhi firmly grasped Lu Xiaoyu's hand, positioning himself in front of her, and with a composed expression inquired, Xiaoyu, what has transpired outside? Chapter 79. Uncle Zhao is in trouble. It's nothing. Don't overthink it. Let's have our meal first. Lu Xiaoyu's gaze exhibited a hint of evasion. Xiaoyu. Zhao Ziming could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and declared, Enough. If you want to speak, then I shall. Lin Zhi gazed at him. Uncle Zhao's family had been brutally attacked. Zhao Ziming wore an expression of grave seriousness. His mother had been murdered. What are you saying? Lin Zhi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Zhao Ziming. I just saw Uncle Zhao. He seemed perfectly fine. How could he be assaulted in the blink of an eye? Wang Zio and her mother wore expressions of deep sorrow, tears welling in their eyes. Zhao Ziming spoke with a seething anger. These individuals coveted Uncle Zhao's supplies, intending to commit murder to seize them. Fortunately, Uncle Zhao had defensive weapons at home, which spared his family from total annihilation. How could this happen? Lin Zhi inquired. What about the other managers on the floor? Was there no one to assist them? It's futile, Zhao Ziming replied through gritted teeth. These marauders somehow acquired weapons, and even the floor managers were injured. Within the fortress, there are but a few patrolling managers equipped with firearms. Zhao Ziming hesitated, unable to continue. Uncle Zhao's mother was elderly. After being injured, she succumbed to excessive blood loss without proper medical treatment, so, upon hearing Zhao Ziming's words, Lin Zhi felt as if the very blood within her veins was retreating. The message from her deceased self had just been transmitted, and in no time, there were already individuals openly rebelling, intent on committing murder and seizing resources. Lin was trembling with rage, as though a sinister fire was igniting within his chest. This group has gone too far. I have just inquired about the situation, and it appears that only Uncle Zhao's family has been victimized, while the others are relatively safe. To prevent any unrest among the residents, I specifically urged the other management to keep this matter from escalating, advising them to discreetly inform each household to bolster their safety measures. Zhao Ziming remarked that with Mr. Xiao absent, this group has become utterly unrestrained. Lin Zhi said gloomily, these individuals are simply waiting for Xiao Yuanlin to be absent from the fortress, deliberately acting in this manner. Boss, what shall we do now? We cannot just sit idly by, can we? Zhao Ziming expressed his deep concern. Lin Zhi closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression had become significantly more composed. She remarked, everyone must be hungry. Let's dine first, and I shall find a way to resolve this matter. The atmosphere was laden with concern as they sat down to eat, but fortunately, the delightful hot pot alleviated some of their worries. Wang Zio expressed his apprehension, saying, "However, residing here poses certain inconveniences. I fear it may affect you. Your presence here grants me peace of mind. The situation outside is quite tumultuous, and should anything happen to you and your mother, two vulnerable women, I would be unable to assist. Thus, you should feel secure residing here." Lin Zhi reassured him. Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, "Indeed, you have witnessed Uncle Zhao's circumstances. It is quite possible that you and your mother have already become targets. Your frequent visits to our floor have likely attracted attention." After a moment's hesitation regarding Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu's insistence, Wang Zio ultimately consented. "Zhao Ziming, I need you to venture outside to gather information and report back to me at the first opportunity," Lin Zhi instructed. Zhao Ziming nodded and then seemed to recall something, saying, "Boss, I took a look in Uncle Zhao's room and found this on the floor of their home." He opened his palm to reveal a diamond earring. Lin Zhi recognized the earring immediately. She took it and examined the back, where she indeed found the initials LZ inscribed. This earring was one she had purchased, custom designed by a jeweler who had specifically engraved her initials on the back. Lin Zhi had contemplated calling the police, but was halted by Jiang Songmin. Jiang Songmin remarked that it was unnecessary to mobilize law enforcement over a mere pair of earrings, deeming it a waste of valuable resources, urging her to let go of the matter. At that moment, she was truly naive and ultimately chose not to report the incident. Had it not been for Zhao Ziming revealing the earrings today, Lin Zhi might have nearly forgotten about the entire affair. In retrospect, it appears that Jiang Songmin had indeed pilfered the earrings to gift them to Su Ningning, who, oblivious to the engraved initials, wore them with unrestrained confidence. This must be the handiwork of the group that had seized supplies from Uncle Zhao's household, Zhao Ziming deduced. Lin Zhi nodded gently. He retrieved some medications, along with bandages and gauze, and handed them to Zhao Ziming. "Uncle Zhao could greatly benefit from these supplies right now. Please pass them on to him." Zhao Ziming hesitated, gazing at the precious medications with reluctance. "These items are invaluable. Can you truly just give them away?" "The medications are meant for those in need," Lin Zhi replied. "I may not require them at the moment, but Uncle Zhao certainly does. He has been of great assistance to us, particularly during our time at the Xiao family stronghold. Consider that." Lin Zhi's words deeply resonated with Zhao Ziming. As he took the medicine and prepared to teleport away, Lin Zhi immediately shot him a glance, saying, "Please ensure you do not damage my door upon your departure." Zhao Ziming swiftly realized that utilizing his unique teleportation ability in the presence of Wang Zio and her daughter would lead them to perceive him as a monster. Moreover, Lin Zhi had previously advised him to keep this extraordinary skill known to a minimum. After Zhao Ziming exited through the main door with the medicine in hand, Lin Zhi turned to Wang Zio, saying, "You need not worry. I will arrange for someone to retrieve your supplies." Wang Zio nodded in acknowledgement. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Lin Zhi. "Thank you, Miss Lin. I am relieved you are alive. You cannot fathom the chaos that has erupted within the fortress. Many believe you have perished, and some even contemplate rebellion due to this matter." Wang Zio spoke with lingering apprehension, adding, "If it were not for Miss Lu's visit today, I would have remained oblivious to your survival." Lin Zhi winked at her, reminding her to keep a secret. Chapter 80. Collusion inside the ant fortress. In a room located 5 floors underground, 5 individuals sat together. "That old woman is truly despicable," Su Ningning exclaimed in frustration, touching her ear. "I can hardly believe I'm left with just this one diamond earring. How dare she snatch it away? I've searched everywhere and still can't find it." "My dear, don't be so upset. It's just one earring. You still have the other, don't you?" Jiang Songmin comforted her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "What do you know? This diamond earring is a custom piece, the only one of its kind in the entire world. You can't even buy it." Su Ningning retorted, clearly displeased. The monkey, sitting nearby, scoffed. "I wonder if you women could stop being so superficial. It's just a pair of earrings. Do you realize the world we live in? This is the apocalypse. What good are earrings? Can they be eaten, worn, or used for anything practical? All day long, you focus on appearances, unlike me, who fully supports the brothers." Chen Sisi leaned against the bald man, her gaze sugary sweet. The bald man, holding Chun Cece close, frowned at Su Ningning. If it weren't for Cece's quick hands snatching food from their room today, we would have faced significant losses. Don't focus solely on your earring. Ever since the bald man earned Chun Cece's favor, all his attentions had shifted to her. Fuming, Su Ningning pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Cece. You should remember who helped you get here. When you begged me to let you join, you had quite the attitude. If it weren't for my approval, you think you'd have made it into this team? Oh, don't be so harsh. Why make life difficult for one another? Chun Cece quickly hid behind the bald man, casting a glance at Jiang Songmin. Jiang Songmin stepped in to mediate. We're all in the same boat. Let us not argue over trivial matters. He continued, Nini, I promise that when we seize Lin Zhi's supplies, there will be treasures among them. You can pick whatever you desire, and no one will choose before you. Hearing this, Zhao Wei felt slightly relieved. She looked at the pile of supplies on the floor, raising an eyebrow. Then let us divide the supplies now. The monkey interjected, I didn't contribute much in this raid. I'll take a little less. The group appreciated the monkey's attitude. However, deciding how to divide the remaining supplies posed a challenge. Both the bald man and Jiang Songmin desired a larger share. But the supplies were limited, and no matter how it was split, there wouldn't be much for anyone. Chun Cece wished to claim more. Yet faced with Su Ningning's assertiveness, she could only stifle her frustration. Ultimately, the division ended with Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin each receiving an extra box of compressed biscuits. After the allocation, the atmosphere among the five became quite delicate. Chun Cece complained, I thought we would get more. I didn't expect it to be so little. How is this even enough to fill a gap? Some people, relying on their status as the team leader, expect us to offer more supplies, the bald man grumbled, though he hesitated to confront Jiang Songmin directly, knowing the latter's prowess. He reminded himself that he couldn't afford any injuries at this critical juncture. Being hurt now would risk expulsion from the team, nullifying all the groundwork he had laid. It ultimately comes down to our insufficient supplies. If we could broaden our targets for raiding, we wouldn't be fretting over such a meager amount, the monkey suggested earnestly. However, our success in raiding the Zhao family today was merely luck. They happened to open the door and were absent, Jiang Songmin frowned. If it were another household, we might not be so fortunate, especially those with robust security measures. Getting through their doors would be a challenge. We should expand our team, the monkey urged, addressing everyone. Consider this. There are thousands of households within this fortress. Even if each person possesses just a small amount of supplies, collectively, it adds up. If we can grow our ranks and strike strategically, I refuse to believe we can only secure such a meager share. Yet expanding the team also entails greater risks. Su Ningning expressed her concerns. The bald man scoffed, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you desire the rewards, you must face the challenges. Jiang Songmin agreed with the monkey. Our target should be the wealthy individuals residing in the upper floors. They possess abundant supplies and spacious rooms. If we can seize their resources and eliminate them, those large quarters will rightfully belong to us. Jiang Songmin was aware of Su Ningning's obsession with spacious rooms. As expected, upon hearing about the possibility of seizing rooms after a successful raid, she immediately expressed her agreement. I'll go recruit people right now. Chun Cece wanted to interject, found the bald man blindly agreeing with her. Who has to say who is the slacker here? I fear that by the time we're done, we'll have done more than you. Upon hearing this, Chun Cece's expression fell. She had hoped to rely on the bald man to ease her efforts within the team, enjoying the benefits without exerting much energy, only to realize he lacked common sense. Irritated, she stepped on the bald man's foot. Su Ningning, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Chun Cece, looking embarrassed, could only mutter, I accidentally stepped on you. Why are you so fierce? Get to work already. Hurry and recruit more people. Jiang Songmin, unable to tolerate their internal strife before their tasks were completed, worried that they might lose opportunities to others who acted swiftly. The monkey and the bald man were the first to leave. After a brief discussion, Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin followed suit. Only Jiang Songmin and Chun Cece remained in the room. Brother Jiang, please help me. Chun Cece feigned vulnerability, gazing at Jiang Songmin. As a helpless woman without protection, can you really expect me to gather others alone? What if someone tries to bully me? Jiang Songmin stroked his chin, appraising Chen Sisi. Though she didn't possess Su Ningning's beauty, her figure was superb, curvaceous, and fair-skinned. Since Su Ningning's pregnancy, she had become increasingly paranoid, constantly complaining and forbidding Jiang Songmin from getting close, leaving him yearning for intimacy. To his surprise, someone was now willingly approaching him. What do you want me to do? Chapter 81. The intricacies of human nature. Chen Sisi interpreted the unspoken intentions in Jiang Songmin's gaze and leaned closer, deliberately whispering seductively in his ear, "Dear brother, if you help me, I promise to make you very happy." Jiang Songmin closed the door, then swiftly lifted Chen Sisi, placing her on the bed. "This is what you promised." Later that evening, Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu sat restlessly in the living room, anxiously awaiting news from Zhao Ziming. Occasionally, Zhao Ziming would appear to inform Lin Zhi about the circumstances within the fortress. To Lin Zhi's surprise, aside from Uncle Zhao, no other resident supplies had been looted. Do you think Uncle Zhao might have been targeted by that group, and they are deliberately bullying him? Lu Xiaoyu pondered aloud. No. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow and analyzed. If the intent was merely to retaliate against Uncle Zhao, there are myriad ways to impose punishment upon him. Stealing his supplies is undoubtedly among the most despicable methods of vengeance. Su Ningning, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you say that?" As the overseer of Ant Fortress, Uncle Zhao possesses certain authority. If one sought to exact revenge, they could directly undermine his managerial position. If they chose not to pilfer his supplies, what other methods might they employ? Lu Xiaoyu found herself unable to envision any alternatives. Lin Zhiwan smiled and said, "There are numerous methods at our disposal. Uncle Zhao has held a managerial position for quite some time, undoubtedly harboring a fair share of grievances. It is certain that many hold private discontent against him. If we were to exploit this point to undermine him, it could render Uncle Zhao incapable of raising his head within the entire fortress." Lin Zhi thoughtfully analyzed the situation. After taking a sip of water, she continued, "This group of individuals seizing his resources will undoubtedly incite turmoil within the fortress. Moreover, their audacious actions are too conspicuous, undoubtedly. Someone has taken note of it. If their motives are merely to retaliate against Uncle Zhao, their actions might attract the attention of even more ruthless individuals. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that the oriole is behind. With a single misstep, those who have pilfered Uncle Zhao's resources could themselves become prey to others." "Indeed," Lu Xiaoyu responded, a tinge of apprehension in her voice. "I had underestimated the complexity of the situation, failing to realize the numerous intricacies involved." Reflecting on the passage of time, she mused. "It has been 2 months since we began constructing the ant fortress." Casting a glance at the mother and daughter duo, Wang Zio, resting in the bedroom, she sighed and remarked, "If it were not for this apocalyptic world, many people could lead normal lives. Acceptance is imperative, even if it is difficult. Some individuals will go to great lengths to maintain their status from before the apocalypse, while others, in their quest to rise again and reclaim their authority, will join the ranks of those causing chaos." Lin Zhi remarked with a smile, "In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. Surely, these individuals harbor such thoughts within. Within this fortress, how many ambitious souls reside? Are we not now in a rather passive predicament? While I understand your intention to unearth those who harbor malevolent designs, might the risks we face be excessively high?" Lu Xiaoyu expressed her concerns. Lin Zhi said softly, "It has only been 2 months, yet the supplies within the fortress are already becoming scarce for some." Lu Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is evident during each internal trading session that certain individuals are in dire need of resources, and the number of those affected seems to grow with each occasion." Lin Zhi curled her lips slightly, seemingly unperturbed. "Such sordid affairs will only proliferate in the future, so you might as well acclimatize yourself." Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback by Lin Zhi's nonchalance. "You appear to be surprisingly unfazed." In contrast to Lin Zhi's composure, Lu Xiaoyu had always harbored deep concerns regarding such matters. It was akin to her inadvertently uncovering that a seemingly innocent girl had resorted to selling her body in exchange for sustenance. It was as if she had stumbled upon a middle-aged man, who typically embodied kindness and integrity, engaging in peculiar transactions to satiate his bizarre personal whims. These revelations repeatedly assailed Lu Xiaoyu's sensibilities. She understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, a myriad of morally devoid actions would emerge. Yet, she found her capacity to accept these vile occurrences to be far less robust than she had anticipated. Lin Zhi stood up and gazed out at the somber sky, remarking, 2 months. It has been sufficient for some to exhaust their resources, revealing their true nature. Despite her efforts to suppress these individuals within the fortress, it proved futile. There would always be those vulnerable souls who became thorns in the side of this group, reduced to mere fodder. Lu Xiaoyu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although Lin Zhi aspired to manage the fortress effectively, the apocalypse had persisted for so long that the primal darkness within many had been ignited. At this juncture, mere suppression was ineffectual. It was imperative to allow such impulses to surface and then extinguish any lingering hopes of these individuals. For only then could one truly eradicate the problem at its roots. Those who were already helpless and lacked the means to protect themselves would inevitably become the casualties of this chaotic era, regardless of the time. Lin Zhi's words left Lu Xiaoyu in a state of silence, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was acutely aware that in the apocalypse, one would inevitably witness the grotesque facets of human nature, and she understood that the end of the world would unveil countless occurrences that defied her moral compass. However, when she beheld Uncle Zhao's family injured tonight, the grisly scene lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. A tinge of dread towards the color red began to take root within her. This was Lu Xiaoyu's first genuine confrontation with death and her inaugural glimpse of such brutal violence. For reasons unknown, as she lifted her gaze to Lin Zhi's composed silhouette, a sudden wave of compassion washed over her. What kind of profound anguish has Lin Zhi endured to cultivate such a serene and unwavering demeanor? Lin Zhi, Just as Lu Xiaoyu was about to inquire further, a sudden flash of light signaled the arrival of Zhao Ziming. Boss, we are in grave trouble. Chapter 82. A price must be paid. What is the situation? Zhao Ziming? Lin Zhi inquired. I have heard that some individuals have begun to organize a rebellion. Zhao Ziming responded anxiously. From what I overheard in the underground levels, at least 2 factions are attempting to stage a revolt and engage in plundering. Is that true? Lu Xiaoyu's complexion paled upon hearing this. Zhao Ziming shook his head and said, the situation outside is far from optimistic, to my knowledge. Numerous individuals have started clandestinely forming alliances. Lin Zhi's lips curved into a subtle smile as she remarked, excellent. I was quite certain this group wouldn't remain idle. Zhao Ziming, observing Lin Zhi's serene composure, was taken aback, exclaiming, Boss, aren't you even slightly apprehensive? Lin Zhi was genuinely apprehensive, while Lu Xiaoyu was increasingly filled with trepidation. How many of those people are there? Are they armed? When do they plan to launch their attack? Lu Xiaoyu's inquiries multiplied with each passing moment. Zhao Ziming, with a furrowed brow, replied, Sister, how am I to know any of this? What is there to fear? Lin Zhi remarked nonchalantly. Boss, a portion of those in the underground levels has already begun to set their sights on you and the other residents above. Aren't you concerned? Zhao Ziming earnestly continued. No matter how formidable you are, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Zhao Ziming's seriousness was palpable as he asserted, Boss, your current demeanor is perilous. If we continue to conceal this, what if they? Precisely what they desire is to expose themselves. Lin Zhi cast a measured glance at Zhao Ziming and stated, only by striking unexpectedly can we eradicate them completely. If we allow our adversaries to prepare fully, we will find it impossible to ensnare them all at once. Boss, do you truly intend to eradicate this group in one fell swoop? Isn't that an exceedingly daunting task? Though aware of Lin Zhi's intentions, Zhao Ziming still felt a twinge of anxiety within. Zhao Ziming, you have been by my side for some time now. You should understand that some matters are not as simple as they may appear, nor as daunting as you might believe, Lin Zhi articulated. I am well aware, Zhao Ziming hurriedly affirmed. I merely think the current situation is rather grim. You have not personally witnessed the underground levels and the intentions of those people. Some are scheming in the shadows, while others are practically inscribing their rebellious intentions upon their faces. Regardless, boss, shouldn't we prepare ourselves? Preparation is indeed necessary. However, while they are in the open, we remain concealed. They are unaware of our preparations, yet I am cognizant of theirs. Lin Zhi smiled as she retrieved a set of equipment from her spatial necklace and tossed it to Zhao Ziming. No need for thanks. Zhao Ziming accepted the equipment, scrutinizing it with curiosity as he inquired, "Boss, what is this?" Lin Zhi blinked at him, a glimmer of something precious in her eyes. In Uncle Zhao's room, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. The family sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. "Director Zhao, I understand your reluctance to part with your mother, but you are aware of the internal regulations. The deceased must be transferred swiftly to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases," a staff member clad in protective gear urged, holding a large body bag. "We all empathize with your grief. Have they found the culprits?" Zhao's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on the staff member, bloodshot eyes revealing his anguish. The staff member hesitated. "Currently, the surveillance shows 5 individuals, but we are still comparing data to identify them. Rest assured, we will provide you with answers soon." Zhao closed his eyes, suppressing his anger. He knew the surveillance within the ant fortress was impeccably thorough. If they couldn't be identified through the cameras, it meant these perpetrators had likely navigated a path within the fortress conducive to their criminal endeavors. 2 days had passed without apprehending the assailants, and the likelihood of capturing them dwindled with each moment. "Thank you for your efforts," Zhao murmured, lowering his head as he gazed at his mother, now pallid and lifeless. Overcome with emotion, he wept bitterly. The staff approached to place his mother's body in the bag. As they prepared to carry it away, Zhao fell to his knees, bowing 3 times before the bag. After the staff departed, he sat despondently on the floor. His wife and children, witnessing his despair, wished to comfort him, but were at a loss for words. "Daddy, please wipe your tears." His daughter offered him a small handkerchief. Zhao looked at the cloth, then at his daughter's cherubic face, before embracing her and sobbing uncontrollably. "I am utterly useless. I couldn't even save my own mother. I am a filial failure, a worthless man." His lament was punctuated by his sorrowful cries. A knock echoed through the room. Zhao's wife opened the door to find Zhao Ziming standing there, having brought much-needed medicine and bandages, for which she felt immense gratitude. Upon seeing him, she stepped aside. "Warmly greeting, Zhao, what brings you here?" "I came to check on Uncle Zhao," Zhao Ziming replied, moving closer to whisper a few words in Zhao's ear. Zhao's expression shifted from sorrow to rage, and then to disbelief. Zhao, is what you say true? You mustn't be deceiving me." He grasped Zhao Ziming's shoulders, his excitement palpable. Zhao Ziming smiled faintly. "Uncle Zhao, do you doubt me? Have you forgotten my leader's word?" Zhao paused, then nodded vigorously. Yes. I almost overlooked that. Her word is trustworthy. The last supplies were also sent by her." He continued, "My leader instructed me to warn you that a fierce battle is imminent within the fortress. Some individuals are targeting residents like you on the upper floors. You must bolster your defenses, stay indoors, and block the entrance with heavy objects to prevent intruders." Zhao nodded gravely. "I will heed your advice." "Well, I conveyed my message. I must take my leave." "Take care of yourselves," Zhao Ziming said, preparing to depart. But Zhao grasped his arm firmly. "What do you mean by that, Uncle Zhao?" Zhao Ziming inquired, perplexed. "I want to accompany you to the underground levels," Zhao declared. His wife immediately reacted, "Absolutely not. With your mother gone, if you venture into such a perilous place and something happens to you, what will become of me and the children? I must make those responsible pay." Zhao's determination was unwavering. "It's too dangerous, Lao Zhao," his wife implored. "Could you not consider the safety of me and our child?" Their daughter, sensing her father's intent, erupted into tears. "Daddy, please don't go. I'm scared. Just stay with us." Seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, Zhao recognized her despair, but remained resolute. Finally, she nodded heavily, her expression bittersweet. "I understand." Afterward, Zhao departed with Zhao Ziming. In the corridor, Zhao's demeanor was serious. "Did you truly locate those who harmed my mother? How did Miss Lin ascertain their identities?" Zhao Ziming explained. "One of them wore a piece of jewelry that belonged to my leader, which had been taken by someone else. I found it in your room. and my leader recognized it immediately. This clue led us to identify the intruders. They are audacious indeed. Zhao's face darkened. To invade my home first. They clearly underestimate our fortress's security. Zhao Ziming replied, "This is a declaration of war, meant to inform everyone, especially the leader and General Xiao, that the Ant Fortress is on the brink of upheaval." Zhao scoffed. "A band of fools thinks they can stir trouble? Do they take me for a fool? In the absence of a tiger in the mountain, the monkeys aim to be kings." Zhao Ziming affirmed, "Then we shall eliminate these raucous monkeys." They descended to the underground levels. As they approached a corner, they heard cries emanating from a nearby room. "Don't touch my belongings. You wretches will face retribution." A chorus of laughter erupted from within. Retribution? What retribution? This apocalyptic world is the greatest punishment of all. Humanity is suffering, and I fear not a bit more. Zhao's brow furrowed at the mocking words. Zhao Ziming clicked his tongue. It seems these individuals can no longer contain themselves. However, this appears to be a new faction. I had not heard of them planning a rebellion. Zhao pressed his ear against the wall, his expression grave, remaining silent. "Uncle Zhao, what is the matter?" Zhao Ziming noticed his peculiar demeanor. Zhao, with a complex expression, replied, "It's truly unexpected. It's them." "Who?" Zhao closed his eyes, releasing a heavy sigh. "The individuals robbing inside are the security captain of the Ant Fortress." Zhao Ziming was taken aback. "What did you say?" "The one robbing is the fortress's security captain." "How can that be? He's supposed to maintain order." In contrast to Zhao Ziming's shock, Zhao appeared calmer. Likely due to his recent traumatic experience. Everyone knows the Ant Fortress is leaderless. It's only natural that someone would seek to seize power. The security captain has both opportunity and motive. If he harbors rebellious thoughts, he would undoubtedly be the first to rise. Zhao Ziming shuddered. So that's why the fortress's security has been so lax. It all leads back to his rebellion. "Do you know who resides in this room?" Uncle Zhao inquired about the abundance of supplies possessed by the two brothers. Zhao Ziming nodded, stating that, despite their unapproachable demeanor and penchant for causing trouble, these siblings were notoriously well-stocked. Uncle Zhao pondered aloud, suggesting that their numerous enemies likely led the security captain to target them first during the revolt. This remark struck a chord with Zhao Ziming, as he had recently witnessed a dispute between the brothers and the security captain. At that time, news of Lin Zhi's demise had yet to circulate within the bastion, and the captain had been forced to grovel before the brothers. Although resentment simmered beneath the surface, everyone kept their grievances buried, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash their pent-up indignation. Suddenly, the sound of a violent altercation erupted from a nearby room. Zhao Ziming realized that the brothers could not evade trouble today. Uncle Zhao followed him down to the underground level 5. "Do you reside here?" he asked, surveying the dim surroundings. The living conditions on level 5 were far from ideal, perpetually shrouded in darkness and reliant on artificial lighting. However, the bastion's facilities were relatively well-equipped, and despite being underground, it was not excessively damp. "I used to live on level 1, but I exchanged my bunk with an elderly gentleman for better observation," Zhao Ziming explained. Uncle Zhao regarded him with a complex expression, remarking, "I once thought you were merely a small-time hoodlum, but it appears you possess a kind heart. No wonder Miss Lin holds you in such high esteem." Zhao Ziming smiled modestly. The leader has a keen eye for talent and knows how to utilize it. As they conversed, a loud cry for help suddenly pierced the air from another room. "Help! Is anyone there to rescue us?" The voice belonged to an elderly professor known for his integrity. Were it not for his financial constraints, he would not have been relegated to such inadequate quarters. The professor, usually gentle, now trembled with rage, shouting, "You heartless scoundrels, may you meet a dreadful fate." Zhao Ziming's expression darkened as he sprinted toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 84. Signs of Rebellion. It was an otherwise unremarkable evening. Professor Liu was preparing to peruse his collection of foreign literature. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of knowledge. As he turned to page 135, engrossed in its complexities, the door was abruptly breached by a group of intruders. The 4 occupants of the room gasped in terror. Among them was a robust former soldier who, upon witnessing the door crash open, sprang from his bed and boldly confronted the assailants, declaring, What are you doing? This is a private space, and any damage will incur charges. I will call the security patrol if you do not leave. The intruders paid him no heed, swiftly incapacitating him with a blow. Hand over all your supplies, they demanded menacingly. The occupants cowered in fear, neither willing to surrender their possessions nor daring to resist the robbers. You are being unreasonable, protested an elderly voice. The others turned to Professor Wong, astonished. This frail old man, who often appeared on the brink of death, exhibited unexpected courage in a critical moment. Old man, step aside. I won't hold your age against you, but surrender your supplies to us. One of the men barked without hesitation. To steal our supplies is to steal our lives. Everyone knows resources are scarce and priceless. Demanding our contributions is tantamount to a death sentence. Professor Zheng chastised the robbers. Are you not human? Would you rather witness your fellow beings starve to death than share your bounty? What do I care about your lives? A robber scoffed, then commanded his accomplices. Tie them up and take their resources. Several men advanced to bind the occupants, who dared not resist, save for Professor Zheng, who struggled valiantly. The robbers, seeing the elderly Liu, did not bother with him, instead treating him like a mere plaything. Professor Liu adjusted his crooked glasses and hurriedly called out, "Help! Is anyone there to save us?" The robbers erupted in laughter. "Old man, even if you shout from the doorway, no one will come to your aid." Professor Liu lamented. "The world has fallen into decay. How can you jest at a time like this?" As the robbers prepared to restrain him, he defiantly declared, "You will face retribution, and may you be struck by lightning." Impatient with his defiance, the leader of the robbers commanded, "Enough of this chatter. Cut out his tongue." The others trembled at the threat. Professor Liu, momentarily stunned, then declared with grit, "Even if you sever my tongue, it will not erase your crimes." The leader gestured to his accomplices, and a wiry man approached, wielding a curved knife. "Old man, I'll cut out your tongue, and then we'll see how you shout." Just as he prepared to pry open Liu's mouth, a tin can hurtled through the doorway, striking his wrist. The man yelped in pain, dropping the knife and cursing. "Who dares to challenge me?" Zhao Ziming appeared at the doorway, a figure of resolve. The robbers, upon seeing him alone, erupted in derisive laughter. "Who do we have here?" "Just a mere boy, utterly unaware of the dangers he faces. How foolish to stand up for justice in these times." They mocked. The leader sneered at Zhao Ziming. "Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Let me educate you." He signaled to one of his men, who advanced to strike Zhao Ziming. However, Zhao Ziming deftly evaded the punch, launching a small, white projectile that accurately struck the assailant's arm. The man screamed in shock, "What is that?" Zhao Ziming proudly displayed his wrist, "Something that can hurt you." The leader dismissed him with a scoff, a trivial trick. He rose to his feet, seizing a wooden stick from a man nearby. This stick was adorned with a circle of nails at one end, capable of tearing flesh from bone if swung at a person. "Listen, young man, I offer you two options. Either leave or join us." Zhao Ziming, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorted, "I, too, present you with two choices. Either leave or face my wrath." Though still young, his bravado was audacious. It seemed the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world had yet to confront him. The man's expression darkened as he swung the wooden stick, poised to strike Zhao Ziming, only to witness the latter vanish into thin air. In the next heartbeat, Zhao Ziming reappeared behind the man and delivered a fierce kick that sent him sprawling. "I thought you would be formidable, yet it seems your bark is worse than your bite," Zhao Ziming scoffed. The few robbers in the room were taken aback. They had not anticipated Zhao Ziming's ability to teleport. Exchanging glances, they realized that confronting him individually would be futile. They stood together, preparing to launch a coordinated attack. However, before they could act, a throng of armed individuals surged into the doorway. "Drop your weapons, or we will not hesitate to execute you." Chapter 85. Assessing the situation, rubbing his shoulder, Zhao Ziming exited the room, where he spotted Uncle Zhao in the corridor, who greeted him with a knowing smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Ziming expressed gratefully. "You were rather reckless. How could one person contend with so many?" Uncle Zhao shook his head, looking at him as if he were a wayward descendant. "Uncle Zhao, this group has been apprehended. How shall we proceed with them?" The security captain inquired, approaching Uncle Zhao. The captain nodded, stating, "All right." He then led the rowdy individuals away. Professor Liu stumbled out of the room, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Zhao Ziming and expressed his deep gratitude. "Young man, thank you." After a moment's hesitation, his gaze shifted from Zhao Ziming to Uncle Zhao, a well-known figure among the fortress's management. "Uncle Zhao, may I inquire how those individuals will be dealt with once taken away?" Professor Liu asked, clearly concerned. Exchanging glances, Uncle Zhao and Zhao Ziming shared a silent understanding before Zhao Ziming stepped forward to reassure the professor. "Do not fret, sir. With young individuals like us around, you need not fear for your safety. We are here to support you." A bittersweet smile graced Professor Liu's lips as he responded, "Since you wish to assist, might I request your help with something? Whatever you need, please do not hesitate to ask." In room 2 of Lin Zhi, Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the box of foreign books brought by Zhao Ziming. "Boss, this is the matter I wish to entrust to you. Could you possibly store these books here?" Zhao Ziming inquired. Lu Xiaoyu picked up one of the tomes, leafed through its pages, and frowned, exclaiming, "They even have foreign literature." Zhao Ziming was taken aback. "You can read this?" Lu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "Sister, I have studied abroad. English and French can be considered my second mother tongues." She glanced at the French book in her hands and remarked, "It is surprisingly focused on botanical research. This book appears to be quite specialized." Professor Liu is an expert in this field. He was formerly the director at the Agricultural Science Institute. Zhao Ziming elaborated about the owner of these books. His only concern was for the books themselves, as he had repeatedly emphasized that they contained invaluable knowledge from rare editions, which would prove useful once the impending crisis had passed. "However, I cannot comprehend a single word." Lin Zhi smiled gently and said, "You tell this old professor that we will keep these books for him." "Thank you, boss." Zhao Ziming felt a surge of happiness. However, Lu Xiaoyu appeared somewhat troubled, exclaiming, "These people are truly outrageous. They even dare to assault such a destitute old professor. Do they have no moral boundaries at all? In the face of survival, all notions of boundaries and ethics are mere illusions." Lin Zhi replied calmly. Noticing Lu Xiaoyu's anger, Zhao Ziming hurriedly shared his recent observations. "For what I've seen, most of those involved in the robberies are primarily seeking personal revenge. The rest have yet to make their move, and the only encounter I've had involved targeting ordinary people. They will likely turn their attention to us next." Lin Zhi stated with an unruffled demeanor. "Boss, do you share the same sentiment?" Zhao Ziming asked excitedly. "I observed something peculiar today. Ordinary people are the easiest targets, yet they haven't robbed them. It seems their focus is on those residing in the upper echelons. We, the residents of the top floors, possess abundant resources. Although our security system is stringent, if they concentrate their efforts on a single household, the resources of just one of US could sustain many for decades." Lin Zhi chuckled, as if everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Lu Xiaoyu also grasped the implications. Within the fortress, aside from Xiao Yuanlin's room 1, Lin Zhi's room 2 was the most resource-rich location. Others might be unaware, but Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning were acutely aware of the extent of Lin Zhi's resources. Realizing this, Lu Xiaoyu could no longer muster a smile. "It's over. We are destined to become targets." Lin Zhi appeared nonchalant as he remarked, "What is there to fear? When soldiers arrive, we shall confront them. When the waters rise, we shall build barriers. The concealed darts I provided you will soon come in handy." He then cautioned Zhao Ziming, "However, you must be mindful of your safety. Could you spare me an additional set of protective gear?" "Zhao Shu is currently with me," Zhao Ziming requested. "How is Zhao Shu with you? If he is with you, what is family?" Lin Zhi inquired. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Ziming explained, "Zhao Shu's mother was murdered, which has instilled a profound hatred for those responsible within him. He is solely focused on revenge, intent on locating his adversaries. His wife and child remain in their room, having been instructed not to open the door for anyone before he departed." Listening to their conversation, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly pondered a pressing concern. How many loyal and reliable security personnel do we still have within the fortress? "I am uncertain," Zhao Ziming replied. Lin Zhi directed her gaze towards Zhao Ziming and said, "I am currently unable to go out. Please investigate this matter thoroughly and inform me afterward, so that I may strategize the next steps." "Understood." After Zhao Ziming departed, Lu Xiaoyu, with a troubled heart, remarked, "Let us hope that the security personnel within the fortress can ensure the safety of the majority." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Lin Zhi could not help but snicker upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Zhi suddenly ceased her smile, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu with a grave expression. "Xiaoyu, at this juncture, do you still believe that the security personnel will safeguard us?" Chapter 86. Immovable as oil and salt. Lin Zhi's words struck like a thunderbolt, awakening Lu Xiaoyu from her stupor. Lu Xiaoyu stared blankly at Lin Zhi, incredulously exclaiming, "How could I be so foolish? The stronghold is now devoid of leadership, and there is not a single individual worthy of trust." As she spoke, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out a self-mocking laugh. "I am truly naive. I actually believed in the security personnel." As soon as Lin Zhi's voice faded, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "Impossible," Lin Zhi shook her head. "The security personnel in our fortified room are well aware of this. Even if they were inclined to commit robbery, they would not target us." Lu Xiaoyu, perplexed, inquired, "Then who could it be?" Lin Zhi curled her lips slightly. "It is highly likely that they are old acquaintances." Lu Xiaoyu approached the door and activated the camera. Outside, Su Ningning stood with several men, one of whom was Jiang Songmin. Indeed, it was Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin, accompanied by a few individuals unfamiliar to me. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her unease, pondering their intentions. What could they possibly want? What else could it be? "It is undoubtedly a case of burglary," Lin Zhi replied, unfazed. Lin Zhi stood up and bound a quiver of arrows to her arm. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, astonished. "Preparing for battle." Outside, Jiang Songmin gestured for her to continue knocking on the door. Su Ningning nodded and persisted. The doorbell chimed, echoing through the air. In a flash, Jiang Songmin and the others concealed themselves in a corner. "Will this hiding spot work? Can they still see us?" Baldy whispered apprehensively. "No, I just checked the nearby cameras. There are only two, and this is a blind spot. The people inside won't see us," Monkey assured him earnestly. Hearing this, Baldy felt relieved. Inside the room, Lin Zhi observed the people outside through another camera, watching their futile attempts to hide, unable to suppress a laugh. A bunch of fools. Do they really think there are only those two cameras? Lu Xiaoyu, witnessing the scene, found it amusing and remarked, "Fortunately, you had the foresight to place pinhole cameras around. They have no idea that anyone approaching our door is utterly exposed." Suddenly, Su Ningning's voice came through the visual doorbell. "Hello, Miss Lu, I am Su Ningning, Lin Zhi's cousin. Miss Lu, I have run out of supplies and have no food left. Could you spare me a little? Just a piece of bread or a cup of instant noodles would suffice to ease my hunger." Su Ningning's tone was pitiful. "I can't help you," Lu Xiaoyu replied firmly. "Just a bite of bread would be enough. I'm begging you. I really just need something to fill my stomach." Su Ningning's plea was heartfelt. Although she knew Lu Xiaoyu would not genuinely assist her, Su Ningning felt a surge of anger at Lu Xiaoyu's resolute refusal. By all accounts, a portion of the supplies in the room belonged to Lin Zhi, and indeed, a significant part had been procured by her, according to the inheritance laws before the apocalypse. It should have been her blood relative who inherited, not this stranger, Lu Xiaoyu. Now, as the only relative of Lin Zhi within the ant fortress, Su Ningning found herself entirely excluded from the benefits after Lin Zhi's death, while Lu Xiaoyu reaped the rewards. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Why should this outsider claim all the advantages? Residing in the grand house painstakingly acquired by Lin Zhi and consuming the supplies she had so diligently gathered, what right did Lu Xiaoyu have? "Su Ningning, the supplies in your room were accumulated alongside my cousin. Su Ningning vi tortid angredi. Now that she is gone, I haven't demanded that you hand over her share. I only asked for a small portion to ease my hunger. Is that too much to request?" Su Ningning continued, applying moral pressure. "How can you be so selfish? Don't you know I am pregnant?" Lu Xiaoyu nearly burst into laughter at this. "Dear sister, why should I care if you're pregnant? Is the child in your womb mine? Knowing we're in an apocalypse, yet you still go about with a baby bump. What were you thinking? You can't even feed yourself and choose to carry a burden. That's entirely your choice. Oh, I almost forgot. That child wasn't conceived just recently. It was before the apocalypse. How shameless of you to have a child after taking someone else's partner. I wish I had your audacity. Now that you realize your supplies are insufficient, It's too late for regrets. If you ask me, this is divine retribution. Lu Xiaoyu's words left Su Ningning at a loss for a rebuttal. Lu Xiaoyu, don't push your luck, you wretched woman. Open the door. Su Ningning shouted in a fit of rage, pounding on the door. Inside, Lu Xiaoyu watched Su Ningning's frantic demeanor on the monitor and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lin Zhi, look at your cousin. She's truly a sight to behold. She deserves it. Lin Zhi coldly observed the frantic scene of Su Ningning on the surveillance monitor. Had they regarded me as family from the outset, I would not have disregarded her. This predicament is entirely of their own making. Lin Zhi, you must not show any weakness. They have brought this upon themselves. Lu Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased, believing that this wretched person would ultimately face her, just deserts. Ignoring them, Lin Zhi turned off the monitor. Outside, Su Ningning was in a state of uproar, only realizing that the occupants had hung up on her when she heard the doorbell ring. She trembled with rage. How dare they? Consuming the provisions prepared by Lin Zhi, yet still daring to show me disdain here. Had it not been for Lin Zhi, with her despicable demeanor, she would surely not survive 3 days. The more Su Ningning thought about it, the angrier she became. Jiang Songmin approached, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, and gently caressing her abdomen, saying, "Do not be angry, my dear. Let us not stoop to her level." "No way." Su Ningning gritted her teeth, declaring, "That Lu has already crossed me. She should brace herself. I must acquire the supplies from a residence." Jiang Songmin gazed at the tightly sealed door, his expression darkening. "Do not worry, my dear. We will surely obtain what we need." Chapter 87. Conspiracy. Su Ningning and her entourage departed. As they left, the bald man provocatively raised his middle finger at Lu Xiaoyu in front of the camera. In the room, Lu Xiaoyu scoffed dismissively. "Foolish creature, daring to insult me." Lin Zhi gazed at the outrageous silhouette of Su Ningning before the screen, pondering. They will return. If they have the capability, let them come forth. If I merely grant them a sliver of an opening, it would be tantamount to my mind being muddled with cement. Lu Xiaoyu remarked. Lin Zhi remarked, "That's good. This group of individuals is cunning and deceitful. You should not believe a single word they utter. Regardless of what transpires outside, do not open the door. If necessary, we can adopt the method of securing the main entrance." "What does securing the main entrance entail?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lin Zhi gently touched the grand door and remarked, "Each of these 3 doors possesses an inherent anti-touch mechanism. If you can sense the ill intentions of those outside, activating the anti-touch mode will cause them to experience an electric shock." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I had no idea this security door held such capabilities. Now, if those shameless individuals dare to disturb me again, I shall employ this method to compel them to beg for my mercy." Lin Zhi chuckled softly before responding, "No problem, but do mind the boundaries. I have no desire to see a pile of charred corpses at the entrance. I am not one to provoke unless provoked." Within the fortress, Su Ningning and her companions returned in disappointment. "I told you this method wouldn't work. That woman surnamed Lu is astute. Anyone who can play with Lin Zhi is certainly not a good influence," Su Ningning expressed indignantly. Chen Sisi smiled at her. "Why are you so upset, sister? You constantly criticize Lin Zhi. Have you considered your own role in this? If you had maintained a better attitude from the beginning, making Lin Zhi believe you and your brother-in-law were still his closest allies, would we have descended to this state? Who are you? What gives you the right to speak?" Su Ningning shot Chen Sisi a disdainful glance. "Our relationship is none of your business. If I hadn't nodded, you wouldn't even be here to pass judgment on me. Do you even know your place?" Emboldened by Jiang Songmin's backing, Chen Sisi retorted, "Oh, look at you acting as if you're so significant. Everyone knows who truly contributes in this team. Some people shouldn't think they're so important just because they're expecting you." Su Ningning was taken aback by Chen Sisi's counter. Chen Sisi continued, "We are in an apocalypse and everyone is struggling for food. Yet here you are, eating for 2. Do you really think everyone will treat you like a treasure just because you're pregnant? Don't you realize you're a burden to this team? You dare speak to me like that?" Su Ningning's face turned purple with anger. She stood up, raising her arm, ready to slap Chen Sisi. But Jiang Songmin caught her arm. "What are you doing?" Su Ningning stared incredulously at Jiang Songmin. "Are you really going to defend this wench?" "I do not defend anyone. I only stand for reason. Jiang Songmin gazed at her with a steely expression, his eyes reflecting displeasure. We are facing a scarcity of resources, and you are here causing a scene. How much longer will this continue? Am I the one causing a scene? Su Ningning gaped, then angrily began to strike Jiang Songmin. Have you been bewitched by this, wench? Do you have something going on with her? Chen Sisi feigned innocence. Sister, please don't speak so harshly. What do you mean by suggesting I have something with Brother Min? Don't slander me, please. Brother Min is a man, and I'm just a girl. How can I face anyone if you speak of me like this? Su Ningning scoffed. You still care about your reputation? With your character? Do you think I don't know what you do behind the scenes? Chen Sisi, furious, was about to retort, but instead, she sat on the bed and began to cry. You all just bully me because I'm alone and helpless, just a girl. Seeing his beloved in tears, the bald man felt an intense rage. He stood up, looking down at Su Ningning, and said bluntly, You, Su, should watch your words. We are all women. Why make things difficult for each other? Su Ningning was taken aback by the bald man's unexpected support for Chen Sisi, her anger mounting. All right, everyone stop arguing, the monkey interjected, realizing the situation. These two women are merely vying for more advantageous positions within the team. Neither wants to fall behind. But Chen Sisi is correct with Su Ningning's pregnancy. She is indeed at a disadvantage. If Su Ningning were not with child, her looks and figure would far surpass Chen Sisi's. We are all part of the same team. We should unify rather than create internal strife, the monkey counseled. Our primary objective is to persuade that woman surnamed Liu at the top to open the door for us. Once the door is opened, everything else will be manageable. The conversation finally shifted back to the relevant topic. Su Ningning pondered deeply and remarked, I fear it may not be so simple. That woman surnamed Liu is no less cunning than my sister, perhaps even more so. Chen Sisi concurred. Certainly more astute than your sister. Lin Zhi went to great lengths to acquire the top floor and gather resources, only to have it all handed over to someone else. I suspect Lin Zhi's demise may be closely linked to Liu Xiaoyu. Jiang Songmin seemed to grasp something suddenly and looked up, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Chen Sisi. You are right. Su Ningning, displeased by Jiang Songmin's reaction, swallowed her humiliation, recalling the monkey's words. Jiang Songmin continued. With just a few of us, Liu Xiaoyu will not open the door. We must leverage the strength of others to form a coalition, rendering her incapable of resisting us. Su Ningning shot him a skeptical glance. You speak so easily. How do you propose to rally others? The elder brother already mentioned it. The monkey replied with a grin. We can utilize public opinion. If we sway the hearts of the masses, we can quickly unite the scattered minds. Exactly. Let's go spread rumors now. Jiang Songmin was quite animated. Su Ningning, confused, asked what rumors. Jiang Songmin shot her a look, of course, the rumor that Lin Zhi was killed by Liu Xiaoyu. Chapter 88. Incitement. What did you say? A middle-aged woman, upon hearing the news, gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. You say Lin Zhi was killed by her roommate? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. It is absolutely true. The middle-aged woman shook her head vigorously. I don't believe it. Someone saw it happen. Miss Su, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? The middle-aged woman was highly suspicious. Su Ningning smiled reassuringly. I wouldn't deceive anyone, especially not you. Besides, Lin Zhi is my sister. How could I spread such a falsehood? The middle-aged woman fell silent, contemplating. A child rushed over, hugging the middle-aged woman tightly. Mom, I'm hungry. Little May is so adorable, Su Ningning said, gently touching her own belly, her voice tinged with melancholy. I too will soon become a mother. The thought of my child not having milk powder to drink saddens me. Su Ningning's words struck a chord with the middle-aged woman. What she needed most was resources. Her daughter hadn't had enough to eat in a week. Su Ningning continued to incite her. It's not just you. If it were only you, it wouldn't matter if you missed a meal or two. But now you have little May. If she doesn't eat well, how will she grow? The middle-aged woman's heart ached at Su Ningning's words. I have tried, you know. At the last trading fair, I begged the people from the education committee for some supplies. But those people ignored me entirely. The middle-aged woman's frustration surfaced. When she attended the last trading fair, she had spotted Lin Zhi and Liu Xiaoyu's booth. Hoping to ask them for some food, due to their ample resources, only to be met with outright rejection from both girls. It was because of their refusal that a man she had deceived found her. At the outset, she was unaware of the identities of the two young girls at the trade fair, but later stumbled upon the revelation that one of them was Lin Zhi. Upon discovering Lin Zhi's identity, the middle-aged woman's emotions twisted into a tumult of resentment. In her mind, it was only fair that if some were to suffer, all should share in the deprivation, or at least partake in the same sustenance. Why, she pondered, should a young girl like Lin Zhi possess such wealth, while she herself, burdened with a daughter, had nothing to her name? In her darkest thoughts, she even wished for Lin Zhi's demise, imagining that her resources could then be redistributed to those in need within the fortress. However, when she learned of Lin Zhi's actual death and that her belongings had been claimed entirely by her roommate, the woman's jealousy and disdain for the affluent reached a fever pitch. At this critical juncture, Su Ningning approached her, disclosing a shocking secret. Lin Zhi's death was connected to her roommate. This revelation brought a sense of balance to the middle-aged woman's psyche. Indeed, it seemed that those who amassed unjust wealth were seldom long-lived. Yet, her animosity towards Lin Zhi swiftly redirected towards her roommate, Lu Xiaoyu. Why should this young girl have access to Lin Zhi's possessions? Why could one commit murder without consequence, even receiving accolades for such heinous acts? Why was she, who merely resorted to deception out of hunger, vilified? Why indeed? What do you want from me? The middle-aged woman asked, discerning Su Ningning's intentions with piercing clarity. Su Ningning, pleased with her directness, replied, Lu Jia, your candor is refreshing. It's precisely why I sought you out. Leaning in closer, Su Ningning whispered her scheme. After listening intently, Lu Jia furrowed her brow, expressing her doubts. Is this truly feasible? Rest assured, it will be effective, Su Ningning reassured her. Yet, Lu Jia remained concerned. With so many people involved, there may not be sufficient resources in Lin Zhi's room. Lu Jia, trust me, there will be plenty. Lin Zhi's provisions could sustain everyone in the fortress for months. Su Ningning proclaimed confidently, given our small number, we could each receive a fair share that would last us a long while. Lu Jia's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is what you say true? Does Lin Zhi possess such an abundance of resources? Indeed, she does. Su Ningning continued to entice her. If you collaborate with us, not only will you never worry about food and clothing again, but little May will also thrive healthily. You won't have to resort to trickery for supplies anymore. Look at your current plight. A good-hearted person like you is treated like a rat in the gutter. Do you wish to endure such a life forever? Do you want little May to grow up in the fortress under the shadow of a mother regarded as a fraud? With each rhetorical question, Su Ningning pierced Lu Jia's heart. Resolute, Lu Jia finally declared, I will join you. Merely an afternoon later, a rumor circulated within the underground fortress. It was said that Lin Zhi had met her untimely end because her roommate had long coveted her resources and had thus murdered her to claim them for herself. Surely not. Is it that absurd? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished as she munched on fruit. Do those below have such vivid imaginations? Zhao Ziming shook his head, exasperated. It's not a matter of imagination. They're simply filled with envy for the wealthy. Now, they have set their sights on you. Lin Zhi gazed at Lu Xiaoyu with great interest, remarking, You have now become my sworn enemy. Lu Xiaoyu quickly retorted, Puffed, don't speak carelessly. She furrowed her brows, casting a worried glance at Zhao Ziming, and inquired, If that is the case, does it mean that everyone harbors animosity towards me? Zhao Ziming pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, regardless of their reasons for resentment, it seems that everyone has turned against you. Their disdain is not unfounded. It is intentional. In contrast, Lin Zhi remained remarkably composed. How can you be so certain? Lu Xiaoyu countered. Lin Zhi smiled knowingly. Because you turned Su Ning and the others away this morning, they inevitably had to devise a strategy. Lu Xiaoyu instantly comprehended. Are you implying that this rumor is their devised strategy? Chapter 89. The fishing begins. Indeed, Lin Zhi affirmed. Why would they fabricate rumors about me? Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat perplexed. Zhao Ziming also found it unclear. Exactly, if they intend to target this matter, it should be a tactic devoid of aggression, right? Who said Yao lacks aggression? Wang Zio emerged from the room. Lin Zhi gazed at her and inquired, "How is it? I have improved this seed. Its yield will surpass the previous one by 20. Prince Yu opened his palm, revealing a tiny black seed nestled within her hand. Lin Zhi was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" Lu Xiaoyu and Zhao Ziming exchanged puzzled glances. They looked at Wang Zio, inquiring, "What is the connection between the rumor and this seed?" "The rumor has nothing to do with this seed," Wang Zio replied with a smile, "yet they bear a striking resemblance. Just as this seed, once planted, can take root and sprout in the soil, so too can a rumor, once disseminated, take root in the hearts of people. Otherwise, why would there be a saying, 'A rumor travels by mouth,' while refuting it requires one to run? Once a rumor takes root, those with ulterior motives will have a legitimate reason to attack Miss Lu." "I see." Lu Xiaoyu's face turned pale upon hearing this. She repeatedly patted her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I not have thought of this?" Zhao Ziming, looking worried, said, "What should we do? We can't just sit idly by, can we? If what Wang Zio says is true, this place will soon become a target." "Why?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, perplexed. "If it truly is as you said, a multitude of people will come here to cause trouble." "I know, but do you still remember why I allowed the rumors of my death to spread throughout the fortress?" Lin Zhi suddenly inquired. Zhao Ziming and Lu Xiaoyu replied earnestly, "You did it to root out those with sinister intentions. You wanted to see how many would deliberately create chaos after your demise." "Precisely. To unearth those with ulterior motives, one must be willing to pay a price," Lin Zhi stated with utmost seriousness. "Since it is up to us to expose these nefarious individuals, we should bear that cost ourselves. I am already prepared." Zhao Ziming was indifferent, saying, "I've experienced rebellions in the Shao family fortress. The turmoil in the ant fortress would be a mere trifle." Lu Xiaoyu was displeased and retorted, "The Shao family fortress has only a handful of people, but our ant fortress is different. If chaos ensues, how many innocent lives will be affected?" Zhao Ziming nodded, the carefree expression on his face vanishing without a trace. "That is true. We certainly cannot remain passive." "Zhao Ziming, you are still with Uncle Zhao, right?" Lin Zhi asked. Zhao Ziming nodded. "Uncle Zhao and I share a room. The people in my room are all ordinary folks. None have betrayed us." "Excellent," Lin Zhi said, producing a key and handing it to him. "This is the emergency room key for each floor, intended for urgent refuge. If conflicts do arise within the fortress in the future, you can lead these people to the safe haven on each floor." "I never knew such a place existed," Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Zhuan smiled and remarked, "The very purpose of establishing these shelters was to prevent discerning individuals from realizing that this is a refuge. Thus, they were constructed in utmost secrecy. Only the managers are aware of their existence." "So that's how it is," Zhao Ziming mused, gazing at the key in his hand, a sensation of unease stirring within him. This key felt like an intangible burden. The moment he grasped it, he also shouldered the weight of responsibility. "Rest assured, boss, if a rebellion truly arises, I shall protect the ordinary citizens," Zhao Ziming declared, his gaze resolute. "There are currently no supplies in the shelter. I wish to utilize your instantaneous teleportation ability to transport some resources there. When the residents truly seek refuge, they will have sustenance to rely on, ensuring they do not starve," Lin Zhi said. "That is indeed a valid point, but resources are scarce at present. Where can we possibly procure supplies?" Zhao Ziming replied, a frown of concern etching his features. At that moment, Wang Zio, standing nearby, could not suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Ziming shot her a glance. Perplexed, just when Zhao Ziming was at a loss, Lin Zhi unexpectedly produced a bounty of agricultural goods from her spatial necklace, including but not limited to rice, flour, and eggs. Lin Zhi even brought a considerable amount of pristine bottled water. Zhao Ziming was taken aback. He was aware that Lin Zhi possessed her own spatial item, yet he never anticipated that it would contain such an abundance of supplies. It was no wonder that many sought to take advantage of Lin Zhi within the fortress. "Well, all these items need to be placed in the shelter." Lin Zhi dusted off her clothes and said to Zhao Ziming, "I appreciate your hard work." Zhao Ziming looked at the floor overflowing with supplies, astonished and speechless. "Boss, Are all these your personal belongings? He inquired. What else could they be? Replied Lu Xiaoyu with a cheerful smile. Is there really that much? Zhao Ziming questioned, struggling to believe it. Is this a lot? Lu Xiaoyu enjoyed witnessing Zhao Ziming's naive expression and remarked, as long as you diligently follow our Lin Zhi, I assure you that you will thrive in this apocalyptic world. Since you all insist, let us have hot pot tonight, Zhao Ziming said with a broad grin. I haven't had a decent meal in days. I'm absolutely craving it. Lin Zhi waved his hand dismissively, assuring, no problem. Remember to bring Uncle Zhao along. As Zhao Ziming departed, Lu Xiaoyu turned to Lin Zhi, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and asked, Sister, at this hour, are you truly in the mood for hot pot? In the underground level, Uncle Zhao gazed at Zhao Ziming in astonishment. What did you say? Miss Lu has invited us for hot pot tonight. Is that true? Absolutely true, Zhao Ziming replied earnestly. Miss Lu mentioned she has prepared a feast for us, with exquisite dishes such as snowflake beef, fatty intestines, tripe, and generous slices of meat. There's nothing you can think of that Miss Lu does not have. Just as Uncle Zhao was about to inquire further, his gaze caught a fleeting figure in the corridor. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, It would be wonderful if there were some wine to accompany the hot pot. Zhao Ziming chuckled and responded, Of course there will be wine. You know very well the provisions in Miss Lu's room are plentiful. Chapter 90. Is a box of instant noodles enough? Mom, I'm hungry. Xiaomei tugged at Sister Lu's clothing. Sister Lu glanced down at her daughter and then towards the corridor, her eyes flickering with jealousy and resentment. Not only was she unable to satisfy her hunger in this underground level, but she also struggled to find rest. Why should those living above indulge freely? Sister Lu felt it was profoundly unfair. She knelt down, gripping Xiao Mei's shoulders, and said with earnest determination, Little Mei, Mommy will surely find food for you. Xiao Mei raised her innocent and naive face, looking at Sister Lu with joy. Really, Mommy? Will we truly have something to eat? Sister Lu nodded firmly. Yes, and we will have plenty in the future. Mommy will never let you go hungry again. After speaking, Sister Lu took Xiao Mei to the underground level 5. Su Ningning had been waiting for her arrival. Upon seeing Sister Lu, a broad smile spread across Su Ningning's face. Sister, you're here. Sister Lu nodded before looking at Su Ningning with a serious expression. What do you need me to do next? Sister Lu, you are quite proactive. Su Ningning feigned surprise. Sister Lu replied indignantly. That Lu Xiaoyu in room 2 has an abundance of supplies. She alone cannot possibly use them all. She should share with us. Exactly. With such plentiful resources, isn't she afraid they will spoil? She should distribute some to us. Seeing that her persuasion had taken root, Su Ningning looked at Sister Lu earnestly and said, Sister Lu, this next task depends on you. We need someone to go to room 2 as a vanguard. To personally prove that Lu Xiaoyu has usurped Lin Zhi's supplies and has malicious intent. Your identity is perfectly suited for this, an orphan mother evoking sympathy. If she disregards you, I believe many within the fortress will express discontent towards Lu Xiaoyu's actions. At that point, a mere word from us could rally numerous allies to our cause. Sister Lu was acutely aware that Su Ningning intended to use her as a pawn. However, given the current circumstances, should she refuse to play this role, the only outcome would be starvation. She absolutely could not allow herself to starve. As night deepened, the fortress outside lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single star. Why do I feel a bit chilly? Lu Xiaoyu asked, cupping her hands and blowing into them for warmth. It's getting colder, Lin Zhi remarked, gazing out the window. In a couple of days, heavy snow will fall, and the extreme cold will set in. How long will this cold last? Zhao Ziming inquired. A long time, Lin Zhi replied. Long enough that you might believe this world will henceforth be engulfed in eternal winter. Fortunately, we have brought cold-resistant supplies. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her relief. Zhao Ziming sniffled and mumbled, I don't have any. Whatever your boss has, you will have too. Don't worry. Lin Zhi will not neglect you, Lu Xiaoyu assured, pinching his cheek. By the way, Zhao Ziming, how old are you? You look rather young. Are you even of age? I am of age, Zhao Ziming replied, his face darkening. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyu, please refrain from provoking him any further. Zhao Ziming was a prodigious talent in sports. Yet he was particularly sensitive to remarks about his youthful appearance, which was largely attributed to his short stature that made him resemble a middle school student. Come, everyone, let's indulge in hot pot together. At that moment, Uncle Zhao brought over all the freshly washed ingredients to the side of the hot pot. The group gathered around, enjoying the feast. Wang Zio's mother noticed the somber expressions on their faces and could not help but inquire, "What is the matter with you all? Why so serious while having a meal? Has something happened?" "Aunt Wang, fret not, everything is fine. It's merely quite chilly, and we were pondering how to keep warm." Lin Zhi offered an excuse to deflect. Wang Zio, quick-witted, seamlessly took over. "Mom, there's no need for concern. We are well sheltered here, and we shall not suffer from a cold. Yuyo, we ought to express our heartfelt gratitude to Miss Lin and Miss Lu for their hospitality. Without them, my daughter and I would have long struggled to survive." Wang Zio's mother replied with a benevolent smile. As Lin Zhi was about to speak, the doorbell rang. The group exchanged glances. Wang Zio's mother, puzzled, inquired, "Who could it be at this late hour?" However, as she gestured towards the gathering in the living room and then glanced at the door, she silently nodded. Realizing she could no longer contribute meaningfully, she resolved not to be a burden to the children. After Wang Zio and her mother exited the living room, Lin Zhi immediately signaled to Lu Xiaoyu, who set down her utensils and hurried to the doorbell. Simultaneously, Zhao Ziming and Uncle Zhao approached the entrance, pressing against the wall, bracing for an unexpected intrusion from outside. Lu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and activated the video doorbell. Outside stood a middle-aged woman, holding the hand of a little girl, her expression harsh yet inexplicably sorrowful. "Is it her?" Lin Zhi was taken aback. Lin Zhi shook her head. The last time she encountered this woman was at the trade fair, where the woman's demeanor was quite domineering, drawing considerable attention and causing quite a scene. "Is Miss Lu here?" Outside, Sister Lu craned her neck, peering in. Inside, Lin Zhi nodded at Lu Xiaoyu. Clearing her throat, Lu Xiaoyu activated the intercom. "I'm here. Who are you?" "You may not recognize me, but we met at the trade fair. My surname is Lu. You can call me Sister Lu," she replied. "I have come here today because I find myself in a dire situation. My daughter is very hungry, and we're in need of some food. Could you possibly spare us something to eat?" Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, turning to Lin Zhi, awaiting her next instruction. Lin Zhi approached the video, surveying her surroundings, only to discover that she was utterly alone. Had she truly come here by herself? Zhao Ziming expressed his surprise. Uncle Zhao shared his bewilderment, whispering, "A woman, unarmed and solitary, arrives here seeking something. There must be ulterior motives. You should exercise caution. What do you want?" Sister Lu trembled slightly. "I recall you have a daughter as well." Just then, the voice of Lu Xiaoyu echoed through the intercom. "Is one box of instant noodles sufficient?" Chapter 91. The temptation of food. Sister Lu was momentarily stunned. She had concocted numerous scenarios, yet this possibility eluded her. She had anticipated that Lu Xiaoyu would refuse outright, perhaps even hurling insults at her from within. After all, during their last transaction, the humiliation inflicted by Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Zhi lingered vividly in her memory. Thus, Sister Lu instinctively regarded Lu Xiaoyu as no friend of hers. Stammering, she faltered, momentarily forgetting her rehearsed lines. I want. Instinctively blurting it out. She soon regretted it. What if Lu Xiaoyu was merely toying with her? As Sister Lu wrestled with her tangled thoughts, the heavy door before her suddenly creaked open. She stood there, bewildered. This door, she had heard many users of the lower floor speak of, was never meant to open, except for Xiao Yuanlin and Uncle Zhao. No one could ring the bell and gain entry. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Sister Lu. Cautiously, she reached for the doorknob. Ensuring there were no hidden dangers, and with gritted teeth, she summoned all her strength to pull open the formidable door. To her astonishment, she discovered that behind it lay yet another door. The security measures here were astonishingly sophisticated. However, Sister Lu's thoughts were not on security. Upon taking just a few steps, she was engulfed by an overwhelming aroma of hot pot. It was a long-forgotten scent, both familiar and electrifying. The thought of hot pot felt like a distant memory from past life, as the rich fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Sister Lu could almost envision its taste in her mouth. Merely a fleeting sensory fantasy sent shivers of excitement coursing through her body. It had been ages since she had lived a life akin to that of a normal person. In this apocalyptic world, the residents of the underground levels scurried about like rats in a gutter, each vying for every morsel, exhausting their limited wits to wrest resources from one another. Hello. In stark contrast to her initial arrogance, Sister Lu now felt as nervous as a schoolchild summoned to the teacher's office, anxious and apprehensive. You must be Sister Lu? Coming quickly. Following the voice, she beheld a young girl seated in the living room, savoring hot pot. Are you alone? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, glancing past Sister Lu as if expecting company. Without a second thought, Sister Lu assumed Lu Xiaoyu was referring to her daughter and hurriedly explained. My daughter is tired and sleeping in the dormitory. I didn't bring her along. What a pity. If she had come, she could have joined me for hot pot. Sister Lu's gaze was transfixed on the table laden with hot pot ingredients, her mouth watering uncontrollably. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Lu Xiaoyu discerned Sister Lu's hunger with remarkable insight. Just as Sister Lu was about to decline, her stomach audibly protested. Lu Xiaoyu brought forth a set of chopsticks and placed them before her, stating, If you haven't eaten, join me. I have too much food for one person to finish. Sister Lu was taken aback, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. Lu Xiaoyu was nothing like she had imagined. The rumors painted her as despicable, selfish, and uninviting, someone who would never share a meal with a stranger. Those familiar with Lu Xiaoyu had described her as difficult to get along with. Yet here she was, joyfully relishing hot pot right before Sister Lu. Sister Lu yearned to reconcile this version of Lu Xiaoyu with her preconceived notions of a self-serving, contemptible young woman. Yet, upon witnessing the gentle smile on Lu Xiaoyu's face, she felt her thoughts were indeed vile. How could she judge a girl she had interacted with only once so harshly? Please eat. Don't just stand there. Your daughter is waiting for you, Lu Xiaoyu urged, as she deftly placed a generous portion of beef into Sister Lu's bowl. As Sister Lu held the chopsticks, the aroma of the beef wafted toward her, igniting an uncontrollable salivation. Her hands trembled as she brought the first piece to her mouth. The moment she bit into the beef, tears streamed down Sister Lu's face. The long-lost flavor, the exquisite taste of meat, struck her with overwhelming force. This was life, the life she had long yearned for. Before the apocalypse, though she had little money, she was at least an ordinary lower-middle-class individual. She may have lived frugally, but she could occasionally treat her daughter and family to a nice meal. However, the onset of the apocalypse shattered her middle-class dreams, relegating her to the lowest tier among survivors. Devoid of resources, connections, and friends, she lived in the fortress's basement, each day akin to a rat scurrying through the sewers, consumed by the struggle for survival. Sister Lu could never have imagined that one day a mere piece of beef could symbolize such a chasm of disparity. Lu Xiaoyu observed Sister Lu's tearful outburst with a cold gaze, discreetly signaling to Lin Zhi and others lurking in the shadows. Lin Zhi smiled faintly, aware that their plan had succeeded. Sister Lu, having devoured her meal heartily, departed only after feeling fully satisfied. As she left, Lu Xiaoyu presented her with a box of instant noodles and additionally bestowed a bag of near-expiry bread. Departing, Sister Lu expressed her gratitude profusely, almost bowing in reverence to Lu Xiaoyu. Once Lu departed, Lu Xiaoyu finally shed the facade of her insincere smile, rubbing her face as she complained to Lin Zhi and the others, who had hidden in the shadows. I never wish to undertake such a tedious task again. What is so wrong with dining with others? Do you not realize that this meal could expedite our plans? Lin Zhi responded. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the empty plates on the table and remarked, It seems that this lady has been famished for quite some time. Her voracious eating startled me. Yet, I still find myself puzzled. Zhao Ziming expressed his confusion, stating, If Sister Lu reveals everything about this place, won't we become the eyesore of the entire fortress? A thorn in their side? Chapter 92. The fundamental purpose: do not concern yourself with such matters. Simply follow my instructions, Lin Zhi said, tapping Zhao Ziming's head. All right. I will do as you say. Zhao Ziming shrugged. After Zhao Ziming and Uncle Zhao departed, Lu Xiaoyu, while tidying up the dishes, inquire now that they're gone. Can you share the reason for your actions? Lin Zhi, after enjoying her post-meal fruit, crossed her legs and said, Xiaoyu, do you still remember what fishing for evidence means? Lu Xiaoyu looked slightly surprised and replied, Are you suggesting that? Lin Zhi gazed at her, a confident and invincible smile gracing her face as she proclaimed, Since we aim to capture them all, we must uproot these individuals entirely. They wish to probe into our strengths and weaknesses, so let us generously allow them to investigate. If they seek a legitimate pretext to launch an attack against us, we too can find a rightful reason to expel them. The fortress cannot sustain so many with ulterior motives. Lu Xiaoyu, with her keen intuition, hurriedly inquired, Lin Zhi, is it true that the resources within the fortress are dwindling? Lin Zhi nodded and remarked, The operation of the fortress requires a substantial amount of energy. However, it is evident that the internal energy supply cannot sustain much longer. Therefore, it is imperative to expel those with ulterior motives from within the fortress, allocating resources to the law-abiding citizens. Particularly with the onset of the extreme cold weather imminent, the consumption of internal energy will escalate to an entirely new dimension. Will we be affected by this? Lin Zhi remarked, Naturally not. From the inception of the ant fortress, I had proposed to Xiao Yuanlin that our quarters function as an independent operational system, with energy sources entirely provided externally. We possess distinct energy consumption channels that set us apart from other residents. What will we do if our energy runs out? Lu Xiaoyu expressed her concerns. After all, you mentioned that once the extreme cold sets in, it becomes relentless. Numerous fortresses have engaged in fierce conflict over energy, even resulting in the destruction of rival fortresses, a phenomenon all too common. However, Lin Zhi was determined not to allow the ant fortress to follow in the footsteps of those fallen strongholds. What is there to worry about? Lin Zhi smiled gently at her, then pointed to her spatial necklace, saying, Have you forgotten about our little lion? What does the little lion have to do with this? Lu Xiaoyu queried, bewildered. Lin Zhi elucidated that the skeletal remains of the orcs could not only serve as weapons, but also represented the finest source of energy in this realm. However, she cautioned against premature elation, suggesting that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they might find themselves restless that night. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, she pondered whether they would indeed undertake their operation tonight. Human beings, when fatigued, are at their most vulnerable. Thus, it was imperative to act tonight. Should they miss this opportunity, tomorrow would likely witness others intervening before them with regard to Lu Xiaoyu, at which point she would be on her guard. Su Ningning pointed to the operation map and declared, I will be responsible for entering and acquiring the goods. As for whom to confront or abduct, just give the word. The mere thought of seizing such abundant resources invigorated him. Monkey added, I shall impersonate the building manager and employ every means to persuade her to open the door. Jiang Songmin observed the group and interjected, You too might fail. I will devise a plan to break down their door, if necessary. Regardless of how formidable Lu Xiaoyu's security door may be, it merely hinges on locks and electricity. Once we overcome these two obstacles, we shall not fear entry. Meanwhile, Sister Lu, coaxing her daughter to eat instant noodles, felt a pang of trepidation as she listened to the fervent discussion. I have a question, she ventured. Su Ningning shot her an impatient glance. Speak. If we do manage to enter Lu Xiaoyu's room, how should we deal with her? The group paused in surprise before erupting in laughter. Chen Sisi, laughing excessively, remarked, Sister, you seem to be growing more muddled with age. If you're going to break in and steal, are you really considering leaving the owner alive? Lu's hand trembled, her face paling as she exclaimed, Are you truly contemplating murder for resources? Su Ningning, her patience wearing thin, retorted, Do not feign shock. Since you have joined us, you should be aware of our intentions. We are in an apocalyptic world. Those who show mercy will perish. Lu lowered her head, refraining from countering Su Ningning, who had afforded her this chance. Had it not been for Su Ningning's urging to find Lu Xiaoyu, she would never have obtained that box of instant noodles. Although the contents had been nearly depleted, leaving only enough for her daughter, Lu felt discontent. Nevertheless, a single bucket of noodles was preferable to nothing. Mama, I'm done, Xiaomei exclaimed. raising her golden noodle bucket as if awaiting her mother's praise. Lu held her daughter's hand, and, as they stepped outside, Su Ningning's voice echoed with disdain. What a useless individual. Had I known, I wouldn't have sought someone like her, wasting our time and energy. Such people squander food, air, and water. They might as well be dead. Lu's grip on Xiaomei tightened at these words. Mama, you're hurting me, Xiaomei protested, her face contorting in discomfort as she looked up at her mother. Lu cast a brief, apologetic glance at her daughter before leading her away. Once Lu departed, Su Ningning revealed her true intentions, stating, tonight's operation should not include these burdens. Naturally, such a fortunate opportunity is not meant for her, came the reply. Chapter 93. Consider the consequences. At 2 a.m., Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin's group arrived at the rooftop. Have you noticed? There are no patrols here, Chun Cece remarked, somewhat astonished. Both Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning sensed an unusual atmosphere. Something feels off. It's too quiet, Jiang observed. Even the dim-witted fatty seemed to catch a whiff of something amiss. Just as confusion enveloped them, Monkey's eyes widened, and he hissed urgently, not good. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Songmin seized Su Ningning and Chun Cece, propelling them down the stairs. As they raced to the staircase, the corridor erupted with a cacophony of gunfire. Chun Cece, clutching her chest in fear, murmured, I think I heard that too. Neither Fatty nor Jiang Songmin uttered a word. Monkey stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed someone arrived before us. But from where did the gunfire originate? Who possesses firearms? Suddenly, the group appeared to have an epiphany, their eyes widening in horror as they stared at the emergency exit door. Who within the fortress could legally carry weapons and roam freely? Chun Cece gasped. Could the shooter be? Before she could finish, a deafening bang resounded as the emergency exit door was kicked open. Found you. Everyone's right here. Su Ningning and her companions stared at the door, facing a cadre of fortress security guards standing armed, their gazes predatory. Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Who did I expect? Just familiar faces. The security captain chuckled sinisterly at them. Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin remained silent. Monkey, sensing the tension, discreetly concealed himself behind the others. What brings you all to the top floor at this hour? The captain continued, his tone casual yet laden with contempt. Have you forgotten the regulations within this fortress? Lowly individuals like yourselves should not venture to the upper levels. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ningning stepped forward, donning a sycophantic smile. Brother Chong, it's not that we wish to come here. My cousin invited me. Since when do you have a cousin residing on the top floor? The captain scoffed, swiftly dismantling her ruse. Unfazed, Su Ningning replied, of course, it's Lin Zhi. Doesn't she reside in room 2? With your esteemed status. How could you forget that when we first entered the fortress, you stood at the door with your brothers, heeding my cousin's commands while brandishing your weapons to intimidate us? Brother Chong's expression shifted slightly before he returned to his usual demeanor, stating, Miss Lin is deceased. No one has invited you here. What is your true purpose? Your words perplex me, Brother Chong. What do you mean by my purpose? Aren't we all after the same thing? Su Ningning smiled cryptically. At that moment, none present could claim their intentions were pure. Brother Chong, we share a common goal. Rather than be at odds, wouldn't it be better to collaborate and exchange information? She suggested. Brother Chong erupted in laughter, raising his firearm dismissively. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? I am armed. His confidence was palpable. Within the fortress, possessing a firearm signified absolute power. Who among them could assert they could safeguard their own quarters against such might? Su Ningning found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. The monkey emerged at that moment, brushing the dust off his clothing, lifting his chin to address Brother Chong. Brother Chong, I am aware of your firearm. You could effortlessly breach any chamber within this fortress. Yet, with such a wealth of martial resources at your disposal, is your sole ambition merely to seize supplies? Brother Chong found himself momentarily speechless, for his thoughts had only dwelled on the acquisition of resources without delving deeper. The monkey, with a guiding demeanor, continued, Brother Chong, having resorted to force, is it not a waste of your potential to merely pilfer supplies? What are you implying? Brother Chang regarded the monkey with suspicion. Sensing that amidst this group, despite his frail appearance, the monkey possessed the highest intellect and the most dangerous ideas. Having exerted such effort, why not boldly aspire to be the leader of this fortress? The monkey's smile was slow and deliberate, akin to a devil tempting a child with sweets. Brother Chang felt a stir of ambition. Brother Chang, you command your own crew and wield your own weapons. Why settle for merely appropriating some supplies? Lin Zhi is deceased, and within the fortress, only Xiao Yuanlin holds the title of leader, yet he is absent. Now is the opportune moment for you to seize control of the fortress, echoed Jiang Songmin, adding his support. Nearby, a security guard stirred by emotion, exclaimed, Big brother, we all follow your lead. If you wish to take control of the fortress, we will stand by you. Indeed, Brother Chang, if you aspire to be the leader of this fortress, the brothers will rally behind you for a grand endeavor. We will no longer have to worry about provisions. The brothers are with you. Just give the command. Seeing the support of his comrades, Brother Chang felt a surge of confidence and resolved that his ambitions stretched beyond mere theft of supplies. He aimed to become the leader of Ant Fortress. He turned to Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, proclaiming with arrogance, Your proposal is commendable. I accept. However, if you desire to spare your lives, you must demonstrate your worth. The monkey smiled, saying, Brother Chang, you possess martial prowess, while we serve as your think tank. With our strategic value, you can rightfully seize control of the fortress without incurring reproach. Brother Chang, overwhelmed with excitement, incredulously questioned, Such an opportunity exists? As long as you collaborate with us, we can assist you in claiming the fortress without shedding blood, Jiang Songmin assured, thumping his chest. On what ground should I trust you? Brother Chang remained vigilant. As a security guard within the fortress, he was acutely aware of the chaos that reigned, with factions emerging like mushrooms after rain. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned, for he wielded a firearm. With disdain, he pointed to the bloodstains on his attire. Do you know how many I have slain tonight? Consider the consequences of deceiving me. Chapter 94. Survivor's Brother Chang's words sent shivers through Jiang Songmin and his companions. Su Ningning, suppressing her fear, stepped forward. Lin Zhi was my cousin. I know everything about her, including her roommate. Brother Chang paused, then chuckled. Oh, you are so confident? Indeed, I understand them so well that they fear me. They do not dare to share living quarters with me, lest I pose a threat. I know what is in her room. It is more than mere material possessions. Su Ningning's words ignited a spark in Brother Chang's eyes. Of course, she continued, I perceive your concerns. We lack weapons, while you possess them. Should you sense betrayal from us, you may eliminate us at your discretion. Su Ningning's candid admission deeply moved Brother Chang, prompting him to lower his weapon and approach them step by step. He focused his gaze on Jiang Songmin, aware that he was the leader of this group, and extended his hand. Let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. The future leader of Ant Fortress, a union of mutual benefit. Upon returning to their quarters, Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin wore grim expressions. The bald man, dissatisfied, exclaimed, I anticipated accomplishing something significant tonight. Instead, we haven't even begun, and it has already fallen apart. Infuriating. Chen Sisi shared his discontent. Everyone's spirits are low. Spare us your complaints. Our journey was not in vain. The monkey thoughtfully analyzed the situation. At the very least, we now know that the security personnel have collectively rebelled, and Brother Chang aspires to declare himself king. I fear that the factions which emerged tonight may have been entirely obliterated by Brother Chang's security team, Jiang Songmin observed, his expression serious. Yet, we have not returned empty-handed. We have preserved our lives. Su Ningning and Chen Sisi nodded in agreement, recalling their encounter with Brother Chang with a mix of trepidation. Just as the monkey finished speaking, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from within the fortress. What is happening? Su Ningning asked, her anxiety palpable. The monkey opened his mouth to respond when a series of frantic knocks at the door interrupted him. Help me. The security is killing people. Without hesitation, Jiang Songmin opened the door to let the outsider in. A man staggered inside, clutching his shoulder where a small fruit knife was embedded, clearly the result of a recent struggle. Upon surveying the room, he realized he had escaped from one peril only to enter another. As the occupants of this space appeared, no less menacing. He prepared to flee, but the bald man seized him first. Share the situation outside in detail. If you fail to comply, this fruit knife will be relocated from your shoulder to this area, he threatened, pointing at the man's chest. The man's complexion paled. All right, no need to intimidate him, Chun Cece interjected, bringing a chair for the man. Grateful, he nodded at her, then gasped for breath. The security is killing people out there, seemingly in a bid to claim resources. Whom have they killed? Jiang Songmin inquired. The man hesitated, lips moving without sound. Did they target your group? Jiang Songmin pressed. With a shadowed gaze, the man reluctantly nodded. Indeed, of the 7 in our team, I am the sole survivor. The other 6 were just slain. Where do you reside? Jiang Songmin asked. I dwell on the 3rd basement level of the fortress. I shared a large room with those 7. I fear the security has already invaded our quarters to loot our supplies. The man lamented with a rueful shake of his head. Su Ningning regarded him. What is your name? What role did you play in your group? I am Hua Zai. I was responsible for lock-picking and thievery within the team. Hua Zai spoke without reservation, fully aware that these individuals were no innocents. Upon hearing Hua Zai's account, the group exchanged glances. Jiang Songmin scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, cautiously inquiring. You can pick locks? Hua Zai lowered his head and said, I was once a thief, but I turned over a new leaf and began to unlock doors for others. I thought I would never again employ my thieving skills. Yet here we are in the apocalypse. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt on the ground, pressing his hand against the wound that was bleeding profusely, bowing his head to the group. Please, I beg you, do not hand me over to those security guards. If you call me out, I will surely lose my life. The guards outside have gone mad. As long as you do not turn me over to them, I will do anything you ask. Jiang Songmin raised an eyebrow. Deliberately adopting a stern expression, it's easy for you to say. However, if we do not hand you over, we will be in danger. My wife is pregnant. We cannot risk everyone's safety for your sake. Su Ningning chimed in, we hardly know you. Why should we risk our lives for you? Back in the old days, one needed a token of loyalty to join a faction. What do you have to offer? Monkey remarked nonchalantly, seeing how the conversation had progressed. Hua Zai realized he might be forced out if he did not act quickly. Rest assured, I will not follow you for nothing. He said earnestly, I can pick locks. I know the layout of the entire underground level, and I am aware of who has the most supplies. I can open any lock you wish. Uft, living underground. Who is richer than whom? Chen Cece scoffed. Who said those living underground have no supplies? You simply do not know. In room 3507, located in the far corner of the -4th floor, lies the most abundant supplies in our underground level, richer than many residents on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Hua Zai divulged everything he knew. And how do you know this? The bald man glared, suspicion etched on his face. How do we know you are not deceiving us? Hua Zai trembled as he explained. I once pried open his door and stole his supplies. Ah, that explains your certainty. However, Su Ningning interjected, but wait. The doors of the underground rooms shouldn't require prying open. We all share accommodations, and the doors are mostly closed. Generally, there are always people around. How did you manage to enter someone else's room without being caught? Do you really not know? Hua Zai exclaimed, astonished. Room 3507 is empty. No one lives there. Chapter 95. Outwitted, what did you say? Su Ningning stood up, excitement coursing through her. The others expressed disbelief. An empty room with supplies? How could that be? Kid, if you dare to play tricks on us, I will cut out your tongue, the bald man warned, gripping Hua Zai's shoulder with a menacing glare. Hua Zai, on the verge of tears, pleaded, brothers, I swear I am not lying. I specifically gathered information. The owner of room 3507 is actually from room 25 above us. As for how he acquired room 3507, I'm not entirely sure. Jiang Songmin began to understand. So, you mean this room is used by the wealthy man to hoard supplies? Take us there now, Jiang Songmin commanded, gripping Hua Zai's shoulder to lead the way. Ouch, that hurts. Hua Zai winced, looking down at his injury. I'm still wounded. The bald man narrowed his eyes, threateningly stating, Are you saying you won't go? Hua Zai, trembling under the bald man's gaze, quickly shrank back. It's not that I don't want to go. I am bleeding. If my blood drips on the ground, the security guards will surely notice. If they find me, It will implicate you as well. I am thinking of everyone. That's easy to solve. Chenxixi exclaimed, standing up. She pulled out a roll of bandages and said decisively, I will tend to your wound. Chenxixi was not concerned about Hua Zai. She simply hoped he would guide them. Hua Zai was taken aback by her proactive approach. Though he had mastered the art of thievery and thrived within the fortress, his unattractive appearance had always deterred women. Now a goddess-like girl was tending to his wound, and he couldn't help but fantasize. How wonderful it would be if this woman could be his wife. After bandaging Hua Zai's wound, Chenxixi glanced up and caught his gaze, which was filled with longing. A flicker of disgust crossed her face, but she quickly replaced it with a sweet smile, saying, Your wound is taken care of. Just be careful not to move around too much. As Hua Zai was enchanted by her gentle demeanor, he remained unaware of the group's changing emotions. Hua Zai, lead the way. Hua Zai rose, enduring the pain, and quietly guided them to room 3507 on the 4th floor. He took a small metal rod and, after fiddling with the lock, the door opened unexpectedly. Jiang Songmin and the others exchanged glances, silently affirming Hua Zai's lock-picking skills. Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin exchanged knowing looks. With someone like Hua Zai around, unlocking the doors of Lu Xiaoyu would be a trivial task. They were genuinely grateful to have such a talented individual among them. Hua Zai, you are truly impressive. Chenxixi encouraged him at the right moment. Hua Zai beamed with pride at her praise, his face flushed. This is nothing. If you need anything next time, just tell me. I can unlock any room for you. Chenxixi smiled sweetly. All right, you said it. Meanwhile, Su Ningming excitedly opened the door, only to freeze in disbelief at the sight before her. At that moment, Hua Zai was lost in his daydreams about Chenxixi and remained oblivious to the group's unusual atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp slap jolted him back to reality. Hua Zai covered his face, looking incredulously at Su Ningning. Why did you hit me? Because you deserve it. Su Ningning angrily pulled Hua Zai into the room. Take a look at what's inside. As Hua Zai surveyed the empty room, he was left dumbfounded. There was nothing, no supplies, not even a grain of rice. Clearly, everything had been taken long before. Damn it, there's nothing here. Were you just playing us for fools? The bald man stepped forward, clearly displeased, and smacked Hua Zai on the head. You've got some nerve. Hua Zai's forehead throbbed from the blow. I swear I am not lying. When I checked this morning, the room was full. He exclaimed in a panic. Still trying to deceive us? Let us see you talk your way out of this. The bald man rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike him again, but Jiang Songmin suddenly raised his hand to stop him. P.S. Not wrong. What is wrong? The bald man stood in bewilderment. Indeed, this place had previously been stocked with an abundance of supplies. Jiang Songmin approached a corner, extending his hand to brush against the dust on the ground. This white dust was the residue beneath the grains. The dust remained dry, indicating that these supplies had only recently been moved. Dreadful. The bald man, incensed, swung a fist in frustration. Chenxixi's expression was equally grim. In her quest for resources, she had just compromised her dignity, tending to the wounds of this disreputable-looking man. Hua Zai observed the despondent expressions on the faces of those around him, and a chill ran through him. In times like these, only those of value would remain, and he felt his worth diminishing. Fearful of sharing the fate of his fallen comrades, Hua Zai abruptly knelt before Jiang Songmin. Brother, please keep me with you. I am quite capable. I can steal things, and I can pick locks. Hua Zai implored earnestly, his sincerity evident. Any lock can be opened? Jiang Songmin regarded him with a hint of amused skepticism. Do you possess such remarkable skills? Hua Zai nodded vigorously. Indeed, I can open any lock, be it a fingerprint lock, a password lock, or an electronic lock. I have experience with them all. Seeing Jiang Songmin remain non-committal, Hua Zai eagerly offered, if you doubt me, I can go to the upper floors tomorrow morning and procure some supplies for you to witness. Jiang Songmin acquiesced with a nod. Very well, then accompany us. Upon hearing Jiang Songmin relent, Hua Zai was instantly elated and sprang to his feet. The others, disheartened, filed out of the room. Jiang Songmin, brimming with excitement, made his way to Chenxixi, only to receive a disdainful glare and a frown as she remarked, Penny pincher, keep your distance. Chapter 96. Provocation. Witnessing Chenxixi's shift in attitude left Hua Zai with a profound sense of disappointment. I did not mean to. I truly had no idea. He hurriedly explained, chasing after the group. Enough. No need to say more, Su Ningning said, glancing at him with disdain. Hurry up and keep up. Recognizing his continued utility, Huazai was filled with joy and scampered after them. In room 2, Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu waited the entire night. Yet no one came to knock on the door. They could only faintly hear the sounds of struggle and gunfire emanating from outside the room. After approximately 6 or 7 hours, the noises outside gradually subsided into silence. Lin Zhi confirmed that the group of people outside had departed. He opened the surveillance footage and discovered pools of blood at the entrance of this floor. How could there be so much blood? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Someone must have come last night, Lin Zhi deduced. Then why didn't they seek us out? Aren't they all here for us? Lu Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed. You are correct. Their ultimate goal certainly lies with us. However, before seeking us, this group likely engaged in a clash, Lin Zhi replied with a knowing smile. It's a case of black eating black, a dog-eat-dog scenario. The corridor remained stained with blood, yet no one had bothered to clean it, indicating a complete collapse of the internal management system within the fortress. It was reasonable to surmise that the personnel inside the fortress had split into 2 factions. One group remained hidden in their homes to avoid trouble, while the other, possibly alongside the armed security led by Brother Chong, was preparing to loot the fortress's resources. Isn't Zhao Ziming capable of teleportation? You should have relayed this news to Xiao Yuanlin. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her worries. She stuck out her tongue, feeling slightly embarrassed as she added, I just think relying solely on you. Relying on me is the only way for the entire fortress to truly be saved, Lin Zhi remarked indifferently. I understand your good intentions in hoping that Xiao Yuanlin might come to assist me. Although Zhao Ziming possesses the ability to teleport, he does not know Xiao Yuanlin's exact location. Therefore, even if he left the fortress, informing Xiao Yuanlin would still consume considerable time. The situation within the fortress is volatile and can change drastically within an hour, making it paramount that we retain control of our own fate. As Lin Zhi's voice faded, Zhao Ziming materialized out of thin air. Boss, the security team has commenced their operations. Zhao Ziming's tone was laced with urgency. I have already witnessed those guards plundering the supplies of certain individuals. What is the situation outside? Lin Zhi inquired. Zhao Ziming responded candidly. From what I have gathered, the group being targeted by the security possesses a common trait. They're the troublemakers within the fortress, while the honest individuals have, for now, been spared. When dogs turn on each other, the next to fall will be the rabbits. No one is immune, Lin Zhi remarked indifferently. Zhao Ziming concurred, stating, from the observations made throughout the night by Uncle Zhao and myself, we have identified 3 distinct factions within the fortress. Currently, the greatest concern is the security team, armed as they are. Moreover, given the events of last night, both Uncle Zhao and I suspect that some individuals within the fortress have colluded with the guards. Therefore, you must remain vigilant against these conspirators, as they may attempt to assault your quarters. Although Lu Xiaoyu had faith in Lin Zhi, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear upon hearing Zhao Ziming's words. I wonder if we can withstand such a large-scale attack. Rest assured, should they dare to take action against us, they will find themselves unable to escape the consequences, Lin Zhi replied with a cold smile. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and replied, for the time being, it is unnecessary. Very well, came the response, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to inform me. My abilities have recently surged. Lin Zhi nodded and said, just cooperate with me, and everything will be fine. They will make another move tonight. After Zhao Ziming departed, Lin Zhi entered the room to inspect the backup generator. What are you looking at? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. The group from last night failed, so tonight they will definitely lead the charge, Lin Zhi replied, handing a wire from the generator to Lu Xiaoyu. Give me a hand. Xiaoyu, I need your assistance. Once they connected the generator, they enjoyed a meal of lamb hot pot for dinner. As the evening progressed, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, the inhabitants of the fortress would have already succumbed to slumber, yet due to the recent events, many found it difficult to sleep. An overwhelming fear gripped them, dreading that they might become victims of the impending slaughter. However, as the night deepened, exhaustion and drowsiness overcame many, leading them into a heavy sleep. With weariness settling in, the carnage commenced. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu deliberately turned off the lights in the room and donned far-infrared glasses to facilitate their observation of everything within the fortress. A resounding boom echoed. Lin Zhi faintly heard the sound of the main door creaking open. She promptly manipulated the surveillance system within her home, locating the footage from the lobby and locking onto the images displayed. In the video, the security personnel forcibly pried open the stronghold's gate. Behind them trailed a group of over a dozen individuals, among whom were Jiang Songmin, Su Ningning, and Chen Cixi, undoubtedly members of their faction. A portion of these individuals were responsible for assaulting and even murdering the users they had previously robbed, subsequently discarding them outside the fortress. One tattooed man appeared to be engaged in a fierce altercation with the security guards. Initially, the guards paid him no heed, but the man, seemingly producing a dagger from thin air, furiously broke free from his assailants and lunged toward Brother Chong. Just as the dagger was poised to strike, someone behind him pulled the trigger, and the tattooed man fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Were they truly committing murder? Lu Xiaoyu was utterly astonished. In the surveillance footage, Brother Chong and Jiang Songmin commanded a group to expel the remaining individuals from the stronghold. Once the group was cast out, Brother Chong ordered the gate of the fortress to be shut. After executing these actions, Brother Chong, Jiang Songmin, and Su Ningning approached the camera and raised their middle fingers defiantly. Lin Zhi's fists involuntarily clenched. This was a blatant provocation. Chapter 97. The security door. How outrageous. Lin Zhi's expression turned grim. This group of individuals had trampled upon all the regulations within the fortress. Their provocative antics on the surveillance were a direct affront to all who could witness them from within. Brother Chong and Jiang Songmin's gang were utterly fearless. Lu Xiaoyu's face paled as she trembled, exclaiming, "These people are nothing short of beasts. They kill so carelessly." From a moment they betrayed, they had transformed into demons. Lin Zhi, perhaps this is for the best, as it spares me the moral dilemma of showing mercy. In the night, the doorbell rang. Lin Zhi slightly lifted her eyelids. It appeared that the demon had arrived. Lu Xiaoyu, holding the self-defense weapon Lin Zhi had provided, cautiously approached the surveillance monitor. On the screen, a group of individuals lingered at the entrance, leisurely awaiting their opportunity. Within the footage, Brother Chong stepped forward, brandishing a submachine gun. There was no escaping this. "You must engage him through the doorbell." Lin Zhi signaled to Lu Xiaoyu to activate the doorbell and converse with Brother Chong. Lu Xiaoyu pressed the button. "Who is out there?" Lu Xiaoyu feigned ignorance. Brother Chong smirked wickedly in the monitor, replying, "Miss Lu, it is I, Brother Chong." "Who is Brother Chong?" "I don't recall you," Lu Xiaoyu retorted coolly. "Have you forgotten the security?" "I am the head of security at Ant Fortress," Brother Chong boasted arrogantly. "I apologize, but with so many security personnel in Ant Fortress, it is impossible for me to remember each one," Lu Xiaoyu replied, preparing to disconnect the doorbell. "Miss Lu, please don't be hasty to hang up. There are matters I wish to discuss with you," Brother Chong said calmly. "Do not disconnect. Let us hear what he has to say." Lin Zhi observed the monitor with a detached expression. Outside, Su Ningning and Chen Cixi appeared impatient. "What is going on? Why waste time talking to her?" "Su Ningning Matev. TSK. What a nuisance." Su Ningning rolled her eyes, exasperated. Brother Chong, aiming his weapon at the door, forced a smile as he stated, "Miss Lu, the fortress is currently unsafe. We wish to ascertain your situation to ensure your personal safety." "I am perfectly safe and do not require your validation," Lu Xiaoyu replied unceremoniously. "This is quite presumptuous of you," Brother Chong remarked. "You, a young lady, occupy such a large room with so many resources. How can you possibly consider yourself safe with so many eyes upon you?" "Xiaoyu, we are here to assist you, not to harm you." Jiang Songmin approached the door, adding, "Given the current chaos within the fortress, if someone were to attempt to seize your belongings, how could you fend them off alone? Open the door and let us in. With our numbers, we can protect you. Is it protection you seek, or do you wish to pilfer my belongings? You know in your hearts the truth. Spare me your pretense. Heed my advice. A good dog does not block the door." Lu Xiaoyu replied, "Miss Lu, this is rather unreasonable. If you refuse us entry, who will come to your aid should you encounter danger?" Brother Chong, In his final attempt at persuasion, expressed, "Do not say I did not warn you. The fortress is in disarray. If someone truly intends to target you, even your so-called security will be of no use. Is that so? Then let them come. We shall see who is afraid." Lu Xiaoyu's words provoked Brother Chong immensely. In the preceding days, he had never encountered anyone as fearless as Lu Xiaoyu, willing to challenge his authority. "Lu Xiaoyu, I advise you once more. The last person who disregarded my counsel was disposed of outside the fortress. You're surely aware of the weather beyond these walls. Sub-zero temperatures that can freeze a living being solid. Consider your position carefully," Brother Chong concluded, beckoning to his subordinates. "Open the door for me." "Fear not," Lin Zhi stated as she retrieved a remote control and pressed a white button. The unremarkable door suddenly enveloped itself in a layer of silver metallic armor. Brother Chong and his companions were taken aback by this unexpected development, but soon laughed dismissively. "I thought it would be something significant. Who would have imagined it was merely an additional door? This woman cannot seriously believe that adding another door will deter us." Su Ningning scoffed from the side. "What a fool. Does she think a mere security door can keep us out? It would only take a couple of gunshots." One of the security guards approached confidently, stating, "Brother Chong, rest assured, I can open this door with a single shot." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger, aiming at the lock of the security door. Bang! The guard, caught off guard, was struck by the ricochet of the bullet. He stared in shock at his blood-soaked chest as crimson splattered forth. The bullet had rebounded before all eyes, claiming a life. Brother Chong was left dumbfounded. Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin were equally astonished. Everyone was in disbelief. They had assumed it was merely an ordinary security door, never anticipating its formidable defense, capable of withstanding bullets. "Damn it!" Brother Chong waved his hand dismissively at the surrounding guards, commanding, "Drag him away." Two trembling guards approached from behind, cautiously dragging the deceased guard away. "No wonder this Lu is so fearless. It turns out the door is quite formidable." Chun Cece gritted her teeth. Su Ningning's gaze turned cold as she fixated on the door. If this door was indeed impervious to gunfire, then breaking through with their limited strength would be an insurmountable challenge, unless... Just as she was about to share her thoughts with Jiang Songmin, she noticed him signaling her to remain silent. Yao Cheng understood immediately. It seemed Brother Chong was merely a tool for Jiang Songmin to utilize in opening this door. Now that this tool had outlived its usefulness, they had no further need for Brother Chong and his entourage. "Brother Chong, remaining here is futile. This bullet should be used where it matters," Jiang Songmin proposed, addressing Brother Chong. "If this door cannot be opened, there must be another way through." Lin Zhi observed as Changgu and Jiang Songmin returned in defeat. Jiang Songmin was actually smiling. What was he laughing about? Lu Xiaoyu asked irritably. "He must have some tricks up his sleeve," Lin Zhi replied. "Then why didn't he reveal them today?" Lu Xiaoyu questioned. "It is likely that he and Changgu are not truly allies, or perhaps Jiang Songmin is simply exploiting Changgu." Lin Zhi elucidated the behavior of Jiang Songmin and his entourage. "He has so many schemes." Lu Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim. At such a critical moment, this group still dares to harbor ulterior motives. Does he not fear the bullets in Changji's possession? Lin Zhi remarked. "From what I know of Jiang Songmin, he certainly does not fear. He must have a way to render Changgu powerless." Lin Zhi continued. "Unfazed, Changgu is a man of simple intellect, brawn over brains. With a modicum of strength, he believes himself to be the king of this ant fortress, oblivious to the myriad hidden talents within. Such a person deserves to be used by Jiang Songmin." Lu Xiaoyu said, pouting in displeasure. "This security door is quite formidable. I never expected it to be so effective." Wang Zio hurriedly emerged from her room, her face a portrait of alarm. She nervously glanced around before turning to Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu with terror in her eyes, exclaiming, "I just heard gunshots. Did you hear them?" "Yes, we did," Lu Xiaoyu reassured her, gently patting Wang Zio's shoulder. "Do not worry. Those people have already fled." Wang Zio breathed a sigh of relief, but still expressed concern. "They actually came running with guns. You must be in danger." Lowering her head, she lamented. "I feel so useless, unable to do anything. I can't even protect you." Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Zhi exchanged a smile, and Lin Zhi affectionately ruffled Wang Zio's hair, saying, "You yo-yo, need not overthink it. We do not require your protection. There are ample capabilities here to safeguard ourselves and you as well. Wang Zio sniffled and replied, then you must take care of yourselves. Lin Zhi nodded heavily. Wang Zhi was a kind-hearted individual, something Lin Zhi could clearly perceive. She had long regarded Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu as her own family, which was why she was so concerned about her ability to protect them. What material is the security door made of, that it can even withstand bullets? Lu Xiaoyu curiously inquired. Please don't tell me this door was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Of course not. This security door is crafted from exceptionally rare materials. Despite its modest appearance, it cost a staggering 7 figures to create, all to deter such individuals. Lin Zhi replied casually. 7 figures. Lu Xiaoyu nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. This was built using my life savings, Lin Zhi added. No wonder it's so sturdy. It's clearly infused with the scent of wealth, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. But that's not all. This security door is not only bulletproof, but it can also withstand fire and hacking. Lu Xiaoyu's excitement bubbled over. It's no wonder you've been so confident. Now I can finally breathe easy. If they come back, I won't be worried at all. Though Lu Xiaoyu felt reassured, Lin Zhi's expression grew considerably grave. It was inconceivable that these individuals would retreat without consequence. She feared someone might suffer misfortune that very night. At that moment, shouts and curses echoed throughout the fortress's first floor. You're all scoundrels. You're a bunch of wretches who were born of mothers but raised by wolves. You will meet a dreadful end. A disheveled, overweight man brandished a kitchen knife at the group that had encircled him. If you come any closer, I'll slice you to pieces. He waved the knife menacingly. Seeing this, Chang'e couldn't help but chuckle. Boss Wang, there's no need to be so agitated. Boss Wang glared at Chang'e, a hint of disdain flickering across his fleshy face. What does a security guard with a gun think he is? You are just a guard, merely our dog. Have you forgotten how you nearly starved a few days ago? You spent an hour cleaning my house for a loaf of bread and knelt to polish my shoes. Now that you have a gun, you think you're someone important? I'll tell you, I'm not afraid of you. As the crowd listened to Boss Wang's taunts, they instinctively glanced at Chang'e, whose face had turned ashen. He glared at Boss Wang, gritting his teeth. Try saying that again. Upset, are we? If you have the guts, shoot me, Boss Wang sneered, pointing at the gun in Chang'e's hand. Don't think I haven't noticed how many rounds you fired tonight. I've been counting. You only have 6 bullets in that gun, and by now, you fire them all. It's an empty shell. At these words, Jiang Songmin, standing nearby, instinctively glanced at Chang'e. Hearing Boss Wang's declaration, Chang'e's brows knitted tightly. He feigned nonchalance as he raised the gun and pointed its dark muzzle at Boss Wang, saying, try calling me out again. Who says I'm out of bullets? Boss Wang's expression shifted slightly, but he persisted in his bravado. You must be joking. If you had bullets, you would have shot me and taken my supplies already. You're just afraid of the knives I have on me. Aren't you? You're scared to get close and get hurt. Chang'e, don't waste your breath on such a fool. Let me take a shot at him. One of Chang'e's subordinates, unable to tolerate Boss Wang's arrogance, pulled the trigger, but no sound came forth. Boss Wang's expression transitioned from shock to fear, and then he burst into raucous laughter, pointing mockingly at the guard. I told you I've counted your shots. You don't have any bullets. Su Ningning, sensing the situation was turning dire, hid behind Jiang Songmin and whispered, do these fools not have any bullets prepared? Jiang Songmin remained silent, his expression stern as he surveyed the scene. Given Chang'e's temperament, if he had bullets, he would have fired them long ago instead of engaging in this verbal sparring with Boss Wang. Unless, of course, Boss Wang had hit the nail on the head. He was indeed out of ammunition. Get out of here now. I'll say it once more. If you come any closer, I'll kill you for sacrifice. Boss Wang bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Let me tell you, I've killed before. A loud gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in Boss Wang's forehead. Chang'e coolly blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle, declaring, who said I was out of bullets? Chapter 99. Dogs bite dogs. Before Boss Wang could fully comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground like a mountain. Chang'e's words seemed to resonate with everyone, but they were also a warning to Jiang Songmin and his group. With his actions, Chang'e demonstrated to Jiang Songmin that they were not entitled to act recklessly before him. He was armed, and he had bullets. He could strike at any moment. Naturally, everyone understood that Changgu was the head of security. He was, after all, a manager within the ant fortress, and, as such, he was equipped with weapons. Jiang Songmin stepped forward, looking at the crowd with a disingenuous smile. Not want to dwell on it. Changgu waved his hand at the group. Come, let us divide the supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of people began to ransack the supplies in Boss Wang's room. I saw this first. It's mine. Su Ningning exclaimed in frustration as she witnessed one of Changgu's subordinates snatch a bag of beef right in front of her. How can you be so unreasonable? This belongs to me since it was in front of me. What gives you the right to rush over and steal it? Who said it's yours just because it's in front of you? The guard arrogantly replied, raising his chin. This room was brought to us by Changgu. The supplies were seized by Changgu and his men. Who do you think you are? I'll tell you, if it weren't for Changgu, you wouldn't even be in this room. The guard's brazen remarks ignited a fire within Su Ningning, causing her to seethe with anger. We're all part of the same team. What gives you the right to say we Haven Tea contributed? This resource information was provided by us. If I hadn't knocked on the door, Boss Wang wouldn't have opened it for you. It was her sacrifice that had compelled Boss Wang to grant them entry. Su Ningning had endured many indignities at Boss Wang's hands, having been taken advantage of for supplies. Had she not provided critical information, they wouldn't have arrived here. They would have floundered about like headless flies, unaware of the traps that awaited them, such as room number 2. Shut your mouth. Another guard interjected, clearly displeased. Do you think just talking gives you credit? Let me tell you, we all have guns in our hands. Do you know what this is? This is a gun. With this, who would dare resist? If you don't open the door, you'll get shot. Asu ning prepare toretort. Jiang Songmin seized her arm. Please excuse us, everyone. She hasn't been feeling well lately, so she is a bit irritable. Let us not hold it against a woman. They tend to be emotional, Jiang Songmin said with an ingratiating smile. Upon hearing Jiang Songmin belittle her, Su Ningning's anger flared, and she was about to speak out when Jiang Songmin shot her a fierce glare. Well, who doesn't know that tonight Changgu and the esteemed gentleman have done most of the work? We're merely here to pick up the scraps. Chun Cece stepped forward, casting a deliberate glance at Su Ningning before sweetly exclaiming, if it weren't for Brother Chong, how could we have gathered so many supplies tonight? Some people shouldn't think that by doing a trivial task, they have achieved something monumental. Her words elicited a wave of laughter from the surrounding security guards. TSK. Among women, some are savvy while others overestimate their capabilities. It's baffling how someone can be so confident, believing they have made significant contributions when they've neither taken a bullet nor faced danger, yet dare to compete with our brothers for resources. The security guards exchanged banter, leaving Su Ningning feeling a mix of anger and humiliation. Seeing that the moment had come, Brother Chong stepped in to mediate, stating, all right, we are all in the same boat. We either flourish together or suffer together. Your words are rather harsh. She is a woman after all. Can't we display a bit of gentlemanly decorum? As he spoke, he snatched the beef from the guards and placed it in Chun Cece's arms, raising an eyebrow in jest. We are men. After all, we ought to show some consideration for the lady. He emphasized the word lady, mocking Su Ningning for her pregnancy and implying that she was no match for Chun Cece. Chun Cece gleefully accepted the beef, her sugary voice dripping with sweetness as she thanked. Thank you, Brother Chong. You're so kind. All right, let us call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow, Brother Chong remarked, glancing at Chun Cece. Cece, come with me. I have something to discuss privately. A flicker of disdain crossed Chun Cece's eyes, yet she quickly replaced it with a pleased expression and followed him away. The surrounding guards whistled at their retreating figures, fully aware of what was to transpire next. Su Ningning watched them leave, sneering, selling oneself for advancement. She turned to Jiang Songmin, hoping for his agreement, but was taken aback when she noticed his dark expression as he observed the duo. What else with that face? Su Ningning felt a sense of unease. What? Jiang Songmin initially looked surprised, then sighed. It's nothing. I just think Cece is lacking self-respect. Cece? The mention of the name made Su Ningning frown. Why do you call her that? We're all teammates. Why the division? This is a critical time. Can't you avoid creating trouble? Jiang Songmin replied impatiently. At that moment, the others had finished ransacking the rooms and left joyfully, leaving only Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin. When they were here, I refrained from speaking out of respect for you. Now that they've gone, I want to ask, what was your meaning earlier? Why did you silence me? Su Ningning glared at Jiang Songmin, tallying both new and old grievances. Jiang Songmin frowned, exasperated. Can you not be so foolish? Oh, now you think I'm foolish. Su Ningning replied with a forced smile. Are you not foolish enough? Jiang Songmin retorted, his expression impatient. I repeatedly warned you to remain silent, yet you insisted on speaking. If it weren't for Cece defending you, Brother Chong would have shot you by now. What are you shouting at me for? Chop der Fien, hallo strength Su Ningning stood frozen. Jiang Songmin looked at her coldly. If you continue to forget things like today, don't drag me down when you meet your end. You, Ningning, don't blame me for being harsh. Everyone is looking out for themselves right now. I'm willing to support you, a pregnant woman, because we still share feelings. Jiang Songmin began his new round of persuasion. Do you know how many have abandoned their families for self-preservation? I don't want you to end up like those pitiful women. So, can you consider my position? I bore much for you. And if you weren't by my side, I could have thrived. Su Ningning felt deeply wronged. She wanted to speak, but found herself silenced by Jiang Songmin's gaze. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Jiang Songmin sighed helplessly and embraced her, reassuring, once we secure room 2, I'll provide you with the best of everything. So you won't have to endure such humiliation again. But how will we achieve that? Su Ningning was not very confident. Brother Chong had tested the door with his gun, and it was incredibly sturdy. The bullets merely ricocheted off. If brute force won't work, we must employ finesse. Jiang Songmin shot her a glance. Su Ningning was taken aback. Then enlightenment dawned upon her. Of course, I almost forgot. We have a pivotal figure in our team, Huazai. Originally, Huazai was supposed to participate in tonight's event, but recalling how his former comrades perished at Brother Chong's hands, he was filled with dread. Jiang Songmin and the monkey both believe Huazai was unfit for the night's activities. Su Ningning's spirits lifted. That monkey is such a chatterbox. He reports every trivial matter and holds meetings as if he is a professor bringing institutional norms into this situation, she muttered. Jiang Songmin replied, I actually find Monkey's approach quite effective. Su Ningning, slightly irritated, responded, You always counter me. As they entered, Baldy and the monkey were already deep in discussion, with Huazai listening intently. What's going on? Jiang Songmin's gaze fell on the monkey. The monkey, the team's strategist, stated with conviction, Brother Chong and his crew have run out of bullets. How is that possible? Su Ningning interjected without thought. We witnessed him shoot and kill Boss Wong. That is correct. The monkey nodded. He demonstrated his possession of weapons to deter us from acting recklessly. Indeed, Jiang Songmin regarded the monkey thoughtfully. Do you have any findings? Their guns are rifles, and each rifle has only 20 bullets. The monkey adjusted his glasses, referring to his notes. I've carefully counted their shots tonight. It precisely amounts to 20 per person. You noticed that? Su Ningning exclaimed in surprise, then sarcastically added, If only your attention was on seizing supplies. We wouldn't be in such a passive situation. The monkey ignored her jibe and continued, We've raided 2 floors tonight, totaling 50 households. That's right, Jiang Songmin affirmed. Didn't you notice how Brother Chong and his gang grew increasingly cautious as they progressed? At this, Jiang Songmin paused, glancing at Baldy, who nodded in confirmation. I noticed it too, especially during the final encounter with Boss Wong. Brother Chong wasted so many words. When he initially led us to rob the earlier households, there was no such superfluous dialogue. He simply kicked down doors and opened fire, swiftly taking the supplies. The monkey interjected. Brother Chong's willingness to engage in extensive dialogue with Boss Wong is not due to the latter's intimidating presence, but rather the fact that he has only 1 bullet left in his chamber. Should he fail to leverage this solitary bullet effectively, it could yield counterproductive results. However, Brother Chong is astute. He utilized that single bullet not only to eliminate Boss Wong, but also to extinguish our suspicions about him. Su Ningning, unimpressed, remarked, Your lengthy discourse merely indicates that they currently lack ammunition in their firearms. It does not prove that they are devoid of reserves. After all, they serve as the fortress's security, a security team without weapons? Absurd. You just mentioned they are merely security personnel. The monkey chuckled confidently. asserting that even though Brother Chong holds the title of security captain, they remain at the very bottom of the hierarchy, slightly above the cleaners. The monkey's analysis held merit. Jiang Songmin had now fully grasped that if Brother Chong truly possessed spare ammunition, his demeanor towards Boss Wong and us would not have been so cautious. The bald man concurred, stating that had they initially had reserves, they would not have engaged in collaboration with us. Their willingness to partner was not due to the allure of our terms, but rather their need for assistance. Curious, Su Ningning inquired, what do they require so many helpers for? The monkey pondered, stroking his chin. Aside from seizing resources, I suspect they are primarily seeking to identify the internal management of this fortress, particularly those overseeing weaponry, in order to gain true military control of the ant fortress. A sudden silence enveloped the room. The monkey's reasoning was indeed sound. If Brother Chong possessed ammunition, he would not be so circumspect. There must certainly be other firearms and ammunition within the fortress, yet those managing these resources have not yet revealed themselves. Who could be overseeing these items? Could it be Supervisor Zhao? Su Ningning whispered. Jiang Songmin and the others stared at her in surprise before erupting in laughter, tinged with mockery. Ningning, you are incredibly naive, Jiang Songmin replied, shaking his head. He is merely a supervisor. If he had such authority, the ant fortress would have undergone a name change by now. Chapter 101. Internal strife in a room on the first basement level. Brother Chong asserted that he controlled all weapons and equipment within the fortress. If needed, he would acquire supplies for them. The group led by Brother Chong only possessed guns but lacked ammunition. It was likely that within 2 days, their firearms would be nothing more than mere decorations, thus diminishing their threat to us. Uncle Zhao polished a steel knife, observing Zhao zimming in his armor. I wonder if this armor is more effective than a bulletproof vest? Zhao zimming confidently thumped his chest. It must be better. If it weren't, the boss wouldn't have me wear this. I trust the boss. How is Miss Lin faring? Uncle Zhao inquired with concern. Remarkably well. Zhao zimming beamed proudly. Brother Chong and Jiang Songmin have hit a snag. Uncle Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Miss Lin is quite clever. She wouldn't allow herself to be at a disadvantage. Her room's security measures are exceptionally thorough, even surpassing those of General Shao. In the past, I failed to recognize her foresight and mocked her for her excessive precautions. Now it seems she was indeed a visionary, always planning several steps ahead. My boss is no ordinary person, Zhao Zimming remarked to Uncle Zhao. With the gunfire echoing for so long tonight, it appears that Brother Chong's ammunition must be depleted as well. That is favorable news, Uncle Zhao replied with a faint smile. A security team without ammunition is akin to farmers without tools. They can no longer stir up any trouble. Our current task is to root out the other factions contemplating rebellion. The boss believes it will happen soon, within a couple of days. This group will undoubtedly unite to launch an attack against them, at which point we can lay in wait like a mantis stalking a cicada. Uncle Zhao sighed deeply, his expression one of concern. Let us hope so. He retrieved an ID card from his pocket, stating, "This is the key to the fortress's armory. You want to have this?" Zhao Zimming asked as he accepted the card. "No, I require your assistance with a task." Meanwhile, at the fortress's security center, Brother Chong and his team gathered. They formed a circle around the bounty of resources they had seized that night, which towered like a small hill. The security personnel had never possessed such an abundance of resources since the apocalypse began. The sight of this small mountain of supplies exhilarated every security member present, their faces flushed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of the haul. They were animated, discussing, shouting, and laughing. "What are you all so raucous about?" Brother Chong rose from his seat, casting a watchful gaze over the crowd, his expression darkening. "Do you not realize that we are at the end of our rope? Brother Chong, your words are overly dramatic. How can we be at our last gasp?" One security member scoffed, smiling at him. "We are many, even without bullets. Our fists alone can subdue everyone within this fortress." "Exactly. Brother Chong, what is there to fear? Without guns, we can simply charge him with our fists." The security personnel were boisterous, overflowing with enthusiasm, entirely devoid of any sense of impending danger. "You fools, what do you understand?" Brother Chong appeared increasingly agitated. "In this fortress, we are not the only ones with weapons. Have you all forgotten? His words struck like a thunderclap, silencing the exuberant crowd. Indeed, within the fortress, they are not the sole wielders of arms. Their weapons, including firearms and ammunition, were initially registered and distributed within the fortress. The security personnel exchanged worried glances. The high-level management within the fortress controlled vast resources, firearms, ammunition, and various advanced security equipment. Brother Chong's demeanor turned grave. Until now, no one had stepped forward, not even Supervisor Zhao, who frequently roamed outside. Now, we are without firearms or any means of defense. If we do not unite and become vigilant, we shall be like fish on a chopping block. Brother Chong's words resonated like a clarion call, awakening the security personnel to the gravity of their situation. Brother Chong, what should we do now? One member asked anxiously. We rely on you for our livelihood. If this continues, we will be the ones to perish. Because of your actions, we have already made countless enemies within the fortress. Brother Chong, we demand accountability. You cannot lead us to our demise. The atmosphere grew tense as dissatisfaction simmered among the ranks of security personnel, some of whom had long harbored grievances against Brother Chong, seizing this moment to voice their discontent. Brother Chong, you were too aggressive earlier. If you had taken a more measured approach, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Your intentions are indeed noble, but you must also consider us brothers. If the decisions you made lead to us being viewed as enemies by everyone in the fortress, it would be a tremendous loss. Brother Chong's expression darkened as he looked at those who opposed him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Now you know how to resist me? When you followed me to burn and plunder, you didn't even utter a word. Did you give us a chance to speak? Now that you realize the seriousness of the situation, you're starting to feel fear? I suggest we divide the supplies and disperse, one of the security guards boldly declared. This proposal struck a chord with all the guards, as their most pressing need was to distribute the resources. Brother Chong could hardly contain himself, his fury boiling over. Did no one hear what I said? I am currently discussing strategies. Huh? Don't be ridiculous, Brother Chong. What strategy is there? The situation is clear. While it seems we have won, in reality, we have already lost. Brother Chong's gaze turned dark as he suddenly drew his machine gun, aiming it at the man who opposed him. The ominous barrel silenced the crowd. Huh, Brother Chong, you are truly laughable. The guard smirked. Your last bullet isn't Boss Wong. You're pointing an empty gun at me, thinking you can intimidate us? Chapter 102. Black eats black. Brother Chong's hand holding the machine gun trembled slightly. The guard stood tall, unperturbed, and said, If your gun had bullets, you wouldn't be aiming it at me now. Or how about this, Brother Chong? I'll give you a chance. See if you can shoot me. The security room fell silent. The guard, with a sardonic smile, continued, If anyone agrees with me that we should first divide the supplies, step behind me. The standoff formed instantly. People exchanged glances, and after a whispered discussion, they all stepped behind the man in unison. Brother Chong's face turned ashen, veins popping on his forehead, as he glared at the guards who betrayed him, roaring in fury. Do you fools have any brains? He tricked you with just a few words. Brother Chong, stop struggling. A voice from the crowd spoke helplessly. If we still had weapons, we could follow you, but now we are unarmed. Unless we find weapons inside the fortress, following you would lead to a quicker demise. It would be better for us to divide the supplies and find a way to hide. Brother Chong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at the crowd. He never expected how quickly hearts could change. When he initially proposed betraying the fortress management, they eagerly followed him to seize supplies from the fortress's internal personnel. Now, realizing they could no longer fight against the fortress's inhabitants, they turned on him faster than flipping a page. Brother Chong, this is the nature of people's hearts. I advise you to stop struggling and quickly divide the supplies. Let us disband here, and at least it will give the brothers a decent end. Surely, you do not intend to lead all your brothers to their deaths? The guard gazed at Brother Chong, speaking lazily. Exactly, Brother Chong, let us divide the supplies. I'm still young. I wish to live a few more years. Faced with the crowd's pressure, Brother Chong had no choice but to lower his proud head, saying with great difficulty, Since everyone wants to divide the supplies and disband, then let us distribute them. Once we've done so, our team will be dissolved. Upon hearing this, The crowd erupted in applause, cheers filling the security room. Just as they enthusiastically began to divide the supplies, an explosion suddenly occurred in the security room. The blast was swift and unexpected. Everyone was caught off guard and sustained varying degrees of injuries. Even Brother Chong, who had distanced himself from the crowd, was struck in the right eye by flying debris. Covering his eye, he surveyed the smoke-filled room. The door to the security room had somehow been opened, and several people stood outside, looking down at them as if they were prey. Who do you think is in this room? It turns out to be our good partner, Brother Chong. Brother Chong recognized the voice all too well. It was that woman, Su Ningning. He held a deep dislike for her due to her condescending attitude. At that moment, Su Ningning and her group entered the room unhurriedly, donning masks and casting cold glances at the disarray surrounding them. Guards lay dead or wounded, and even the least injured, Brother Chong, could hardly move due to the pain in his right eye. So it's you. Brother Chong gritted his teeth, glaring at them. You are truly despicable. Too kind, too kind. Jiang Songmin strolled leisurely to Brother Chong, crouching down and surveying the supplies in the room, saying, Brother Chong, thank you for your hard work in gathering so many supplies for us these past few days. You did this on purpose, following me on purpose. Brother Chong finally realized he had been used as a pawn, but it was already too late to understand. The bespectacled monkey in the crowd nodded in satisfaction at the scene in the security room, remarking, This soil bomb-esque power is quite impressive, just as I calculated. Brother Chong, you might not know, but this monkey you look down upon is actually a professor at a university. Creating a soil bomb is a piece of cake for him. You always underestimated others, thinking they were of no help. Now you realize not to judge by appearances. The bald man smugly approached Brother Chong and kicked him hard. A lowly security guard dares to act tough in front of us? If it weren't for those 3 guns and 2 cannons you managed to get, I would have killed you already. The bald man vented his frustrations on Brother Chong, landing heavy blows on him. Brother Chong shielded his head, but still suffered injuries. Commenting to the bald man, Don't waste your strength on this kind of person. We have important matters to attend to. Who will move all these supplies if not you? Jiang Songmin glanced at the bald man. The bald man straightened up, rubbed his wrist, and then kicked Brother Chong again. You got lucky this time. After finishing, the bald man stood up, joining Hua Zai and the monkey to begin moving the supplies out of the room one by one, while others were busy with the supplies. Jiang Songmin sat on a chair, leisurely observing Brother Chong and the injured guards, smiling and speaking slowly. To be honest, Brother Chong, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to deal with the likes of you who are wounded and worthless. Your previous actions have served as a reminder. Brother Chong shivered at Jiang Songmin's sinister smile, shaking his head repeatedly, pleading, No, please don't. Brother Chong, are you very afraid? Jiang Songmin couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, who isn't afraid of the world outside the fortress? Su Ningning also walked over triumphantly, stepping harshly on Brother Chong's palm with her high heels. Brother Chong cried out in pain. I had thought you were quite capable. Yet it seems you also fear pain, Su Ningning remarked with a sardonic smile, her expression betraying no genuine mirth. Back when you reprimanded your aunt with such bravado. It turns out you are merely a coward. You vile wretch. May you meet a terrible fate. Chong Go cursed vehemently at Su Ningning, his eyes blazing with fury. You will surely descend into the depths of hell. Ah, how familiar that sounds, Su Ningning replied, her smile widening mischievously. Oh right. Boss Wong had once uttered a similar sentiment. At the mere mention of Boss Wong, Chong Ji's gaze flickered with unease. Since you two share such a profound connection, perhaps you should accompany him, she suggested with a wicked grin. Chapter 103. Clearing obstacles outside the security room. A bald man stood guard beside a pile of supplies, observing Hua Zai, Monkey, and Chun Sisi as they transported the provisions into their quarters. When Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning finally arrived, the bald man rose to greet them. Glancing back at the security room, is everything in order? In a twist of fate, it was discovered that the security room possessed a vent connecting to the outside. We need not even open the fortress doors. We can simply toss those people out through this vent. What a time saver, Su Ningning said, her eyes gleaming with delight. The bald man regarded this malicious woman with a mixture of fear and respect. Previously, he had dismissed Su Ningning as a mere nuisance. But now he realized she was far more formidable than Jiang Songmin. Everyone is aware of Huazai's capabilities, and Monkey's expertise in chemistry is equally renowned. Therefore, tonight we can seize the initiative and launch a surprise attack on Room 2 to capture Lu Xiaoyu, Jiang Songmin declared. However, as you have seen, the security measures in Room 2 are exceedingly stringent. If we approach, the outcome may not be favorable, Monkey expressed his concerns. I understand your worries, and I have devised a plan, Jiang Songmin said, gesturing towards the pile of supplies. Are you familiar with fishing? The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Jiang Songmin's meaning. Monkey, being astute, quickly grasped the concept. You intend to use some supplies as bait to lure a few scapegoats? Truly, as expected from a professor. Your insight surpasses that of ordinary minds. Jiang Songmin beamed with satisfaction. You all can take a stroll. The word is that Chang Gu and his band of brigands have been eliminated. We have seized their supplies to distribute to those in need within the fortress, and we will find a few willing scapegoats to take our place. What an excellent idea, the bald man exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. This way, when we encircle Room 2, we will have just cause, and perhaps the entire fortress will rally to our aid. Su Ningning gazed at Jiang Songmin with newfound admiration. Previously, she had expressed her grievances about him, but it now appeared she had misjudged him. Seizing the opportunity to curry favor, Chun Sisi approached Jiang Songmin, her voice dripping with flattery. Brother Min, you are truly remarkable. How did you conceive such a strategy? A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Songmin's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a warm smile. I will exert every effort to assist everyone. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming stealthily approached the security room. His quarters were in close proximity, and upon hearing the explosion, he quietly made his way over. After surveying the security room, his frown deepened with each passing moment. It seemed that everything unfolded exactly as Lin Zhi had predicted. These individuals had indeed begun to turn on one another. In a flash, he arrived at Lin Zhi's room too. Boss, we are in grave trouble. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu were leisurely sipping jasmine tea when Zhao Ziming arrived. Unperturbed by his presence, they continued their tranquil tea drinking. Zhao Ziming, there's no need to rush. Have a cup of tea and speak slowly. Lin Zhi offered him a cup. Zhao Ziming gulped down the tea in haste and exclaimed, there was a clash between Jiang Songmin and the security team. All the members of the security team have perished. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her surprise. I recall that the security team had over 10 members, while Jiang Songmin only had 5 or 6. How could a larger group fail to overpower a smaller one? Throughout history, instances of the few triumphing over the many are plentiful. Moreover, those security personnel were merely brutes, far inferior to the cunning of Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin. Lin Zhi, unfazed, remarked, it appears Jiang Songmin was slower than I anticipated. I had expected him to eliminate Chang Gu and his men last night. Zhao Ziming elaborated. Last night, Chang Gu and his crew swept through the fortress, dealing with many of their adversaries. That aligns perfectly with the styles of Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin. Lin Zhi chuckled. They waited until Chang Gu had exhausted all his ammunition, rendering him powerless, before executing their plan. How ruthless! Chang Gu may not realize until his last breath that he has unwittingly crafted a suit for Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning. Boss, now that they have turned on each other and a victor has emerged, their sole focus will inevitably shift to us, Zhao Ziming said, his brow furrowed with concern. I just inspected the security room and discovered that some among Jiang Songmin's group possess bomb-making skills, and one even knows how to pick locks. A lock-picking individual opened the security room door and tossed a bomb inside. Zhao Ziming analyzed the situation meticulously. It was utterly unexpected, leading to the demise of the entire security team. They were foolish, Lu Xiaoyu declared, now fully aware of Lin Zhi's capabilities. If their target is us, then let them come. I am eager to see whether they are formidable or if my Lin Zhi's millions spent on a security system prove superior. Boss, have you devised a strategy? Lin Zhi nodded and said, I have indeed thought it through, but please inform Uncle Zhao to relocate all the weapons within the fortress to a secure location. I fear that a rebellion may erupt within the fortress tonight. Zhao Ziming raised an eyebrow, expressing his satisfaction as he replied, Uncle Zhao has already provided me with the access card. I have moved all the weapons to a place no one would ever suspect. It is rare to find Uncle Zhao so foresight. I must treat him to a few extra chickens the next time we meet. Lu Xiaoyu interjected, just as the trio was engaged in conversation. The intercom in the room suddenly blared to life. Attention, all users of Ant Fortress. Attention, all users of Ant Fortress. The announcement echoed multiple times. What on earth is going on? Zhao Ziming furrowed his brow. Lin Zhi spoke with a calm demeanor. Jiang Songmin is up to his tricks again. Where did he find a broadcasting studio? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Lin Zhi raised her head and glanced at her. It appeared that Jiang Songmin currently possessed an abundance of resources, enough to even sway the propaganda personnel within the fortress. Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. She had thought of something but had not yet articulated it when the announcement blared once more. All users, please proceed to the first floor hall immediately. Lu Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. What could he possibly want everyone to do in the hall? Just as Lu Xiaoyu's words fell, the announcement revealed the answer. Attention residents, resources are being distributed in the first floor hall. First come, first served. Chapter 104. Winning Hearts. The first floor hall was teeming with people, all drawn by the announcement. Is it truly a distribution of supplies? Regardless of its authenticity, I must see for myself. I have not a grain of rice left, and if I do not eat soon, I shall perish from hunger. I beseech, I do not ask for much. Just a single slice of bread would suffice to satisfy me. The hall was a sea of faces. Zhao Ziming concealed himself in a corner, silently observing the unfolding situation. Why has no one arrived yet? Could it be a ruse? The fortress has been tumultuous and unsafe these past few days. I have heard many have perished. What would be the point of deceiving us, who possess nothing? Even if we were captured and killed, we would not be worth much. We are devoid of any resources. It is said that those who were abducted and slain were wealthy individuals, each hoarding significant supplies. Yet, what could he possibly want to gather us here for? Is it truly to distribute resources? This question lingered in the minds of the crowd, and discussions erupted amongst them, filled with trepidation. They were simultaneously fearful, yet hopeful. Half an hour later, some individuals began to grow impatient. How much longer must we wait? If there are no resources to distribute, then what is the point? Let's wait a little longer. Just as frustration mounted amidst the crowd, a sharp, piercing alarm blared over the speakers. Thank you for your patience. Jiang Songmin's voice resonated through the hall. Everyone looked up towards the speaker. I have gathered everyone here today to ascertain which residents are completely devoid of any supplies. Those without a single resource may register their names at the left side of the Fortress Personnel Office. We shall prioritize delivering resources to you. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged towards the registration area. I am number 3503. I have nothing left. I am 9914. I have no resources. I cannot even have a sip of water. Our family of 3 has not eaten for 2 days. I reside on the 3rd basement, number 7135. The throng pressed closely together, resembling a can of sardines from a distance. Zhao Ziming observed this scene, unable to suppress his furrowed brow. This is not a good sign. With just a few words, Jiang Songmin had deftly captured the hearts of all present. The crowd was now frantically pressing against the registration desk. However, at that moment, the announcement blared again. Residents, please line up in order for registration. Those who do not queue will forfeit their registration. Upon hearing this, the residents instinctively formed a long line, which wound around and around, seemingly endless. Zhao Ziming sensed that this situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. He counted briefly. There were at least 300 individuals seeking to register, if not 500. How much supply would be necessary to satisfy such a multitude? Even if Jiang Songmin had plundered an extraordinary amount of resources, it would be impossible to meet the material needs of so many simultaneously. Before Zhao Ziming could share his thoughts, the broadcast interrupted again. Attention, attention! Currently, we are only accepting registrations from the first 30 residents. After 30, no further registrations will be entertained. The hall erupted in uproar. What does this mean? There are not only 30 individuals here. There are 500. What nonsense is this? Why should only the first 30 receive resources when we all need them? The crowd's anger surged. Each person was vociferously lamenting and cursing. The free distribution of resources was the sole hope for these residents lacking supplies. Yet the restricted quota became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Inside the hall, the clamor of curses mingled with cries and curses. Why should I be denied? Why only the first 30? I am starving to death. Zhao Ziming listened to the grievances surrounding him and suddenly understood. Jiang Songmin was indeed formidable. He had a firm grasp on the sentiments of the people. Since ancient times, it has not been scarcity that breeds discontent, but inequity. If resources were to be distributed, then every individual ought to receive their fair share. In this situation, only 30 individuals would benefit, leaving the rest with immense dissatisfaction. As resentment brewed to a boiling point, those who were already well off would become the targets of the people's ire. And among all those in the fortress with the most resources was Lu Xiaoyu from room number 2. Jiang Songmin needed do nothing more than redirect all the blame towards Lu Xiaoyu. Just as the complaints reached a fever pitch, Jiang Songmin finally appeared. Everyone, please quiet down. Jiang Songmin held a portable microphone and addressed the crowd. Please allow me to speak for a moment. Who do you think you are, demanding we listen to you? A furious voice erupted from within the crowd. Jiang Songmin remained unperturbed, calmly replying, I am the person in charge of this distribution of resources. Upon hearing this, everyone surged towards him, vehemently demanding answers. You're in charge? Then explain to us why only the first 30 are receiving resources while the rest of us are left empty-handed. Are only the first 30 residents human? Do you not consider us? How can you call yourself a person in charge? Facing the barrage of accusations, Jiang Songmin remained composed. I understand your anger, but please listen to me for a moment. Holding the microphone, Jiang Songmin spoke deliberately. If you find my words unreasonable, I shall cease to speak. Let him speak. Let us see what he has to say. The crowd murmured, their anger palpable. Observing the furious expressions of the people, Jiang Songmin wore a satisfied expression before continuing. The reason only 30 residents are receiving resources this time is that I am personally funding this distribution. At this revelation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. This is your personal supply? No way. How could someone be so generous? Is it true? Even the fortress leaders have not done such a thing. Jiang Songmin cleared his throat and declared, now is the time for our ant fortress to stand united in the face of life and death. We have just endured internal turmoil, and I hope everyone can come together to resist the insurrectionists. Therefore, I willingly offer the majority of my supplies for everyone to share. Chapter 105. Pressure from the masses. Jiang Songmin's words were profoundly stirring, moving many residents who were touched by his spirit. I, of course, wish for all individuals within the fortress to receive supplies. Alas, my strength is limited, and I cannot ensure that everyone receives food. Jiang Songmin feigned guilt as he said, if anyone within the fortress has an abundance of supplies and is willing to contribute as I am, I believe we can weather this storm together. Silence enveloped the hall as everyone gazed at Jiang Songmin. He deliberately wiped away a tear and trembled as he spoke. In this apocalyptic world, I have lost family and friends. I regard all of you, the residents of this fortress, as my family, and thus I am willing to contribute my supplies. If anyone is willing to do the same, I hope you will join me in assisting those in need. The crowd was deeply moved by Jiang Songmin's sentiments. What he says is truly commendable. There are few with such conscience in these times. To offer one's own supplies to help others is indeed noble. Among the crowd, Su Ningning exchanged glances with Chen Sisi. They then signaled to the bald man, Hua Zai, and the monkey beside them. Hua Zai immediately raised his voice. I, too, am willing to donate my supplies to assist everyone. The bald man then stood up, saying, I may not have much, but I can help 5 people. The monkey followed suit, declaring, I have little as well, but I can also assist 5. Seeing this, Jiang Songmin feigned deep emotion, saying, I thank these brothers on behalf of all the residents in need. Seizing the moment, Su Ningning interjected, these individuals, despite their own scarcity, are willing to help others. What about those on the top floor who possess so many supplies? Why won't they share to assist us? Her words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Why are those selfish individuals on the top floor not contributing? Our fortress is besieged by troubles from within and without, and they still wish to remain aloof. It is said that Miss Lin, who was in charge, has perished hoarding a vast amount of supplies before her demise. Now her supplies are monopolized by her close friend. Chun Cece quickly steered the conversation toward Lu Xiaoyu. The fortress was filled with diverse opinions, and some had previously heard rumors about such matters. I have heard that Miss Lin hoarded an enormous amount of supplies, enough for everyone in the fortress to survive for a year. However, with her demise, her supplies now belong to her friend. By what right does this friend enjoy the bounty of Miss Lin's hoarding? There is no justification for such appropriation. Miss Lin was our fortress's administrator, a member of our community. Her supplies should be considered public inheritance and distributed among those in need. As Jiang Songmin noted that the crowd's attention had shifted entirely to Lu Xiaoyu, he seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further. Dear friends, I sincerely hope that the responsible residents within our fortress will step forward to share their supplies to help everyone through these trying times. However, my voice is weak and my capabilities limited. The bald man shouted from the crowd, Brother, your efforts alone will not suffice. Count me in. We shall go to room 2 and demand an explanation from that friend of Lin Zhi. I have heard that Lin Zhi's friend, Lu Xiaoyu, is a young lady who lived extravagantly even before the apocalypse. It is astonishing that she continues to indulge in luxury now, Chun Cece provocatively remarked. Her words undeniably challenged the sensibilities of everyone present. The scarcity of supplies had become a breaking point for many, and the sudden emergence of someone who had never known hardship felt like an affront, a reminder that even in these dire times, some still lived in opulence. The crowd was incited, their expressions turning fierce. How is it that in this apocalypse, there are those who dare to live in comfort? I once had no worries for food or clothing, traveled abroad multiple times a year, and now I live worse than an animal. Why do some still enjoy a privileged existence? Woe is me, I have not eaten for 2 days, and yet some remain carefree in their abundance. This wretched world. Even in the apocalypse, there are still hierarchies. Why must I endure suffering for a lifetime? Seizing the moment, Su Ningning shouted, Let Lu Xiaoyu surrender all her supplies to us. The bald man and the monkey exchanged glances and echoed, Let Lu Xiaoyu hand over her supplies to those in need. The crowd, led by their fervor, joined the chorus, shouting, Room 2, surrender supplies. Lu Xiaoyu cannot stand by and do nothing. In this apocalypse, there shall be no capitalists. We demand Lu Xiaoyu of Room 2 to relinquish her supplies, to aid everyone. The atmosphere was charged with indignation as the crowd denounced Lu Xiaoyu. Boss, Jiang Songmin has led the residents of the fortress to confront you. Zhao Zimin gasped. Lin Zhi rose to her feet, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. Jiang Songmin has truly made remarkable progress. In just a month's absence, he has evidently learned to employ his intellect. Beside her, Lu Xiaoyu appeared somewhat anxious. Casting a glance at Zhao Zimin as she inquired, How many have joined the ranks in denouncing us? Quite a number, Zhao Zimin replied, moistening his parched lips. His brow furrowed in deep concern. If we do not take action soon, I fear that every resident of this fortress will seek ways to assault us. That will not happen, Lin Zhi said with remarkable composure. These residents are merely being misled. They are currently under the influence of manipulation, unable to discern their bearings. Are you truly willing to let them run amok? Zhao Zimin expressed his apprehension. It is only when we demonstrate a decisive action that we will identify the monkeys from the men. Just wait, they will be here shortly. Lin Zhi, nestling back into the sofa, propped her chin on her hand and gazed at Zhao Zimin with an air of relaxed composure. I must express my gratitude to Jiang Songmin, she remarked. He has exerted considerable effort to consolidate these target groups. This way, it saves me the trouble of tackling them one by one. Chapter 106. Divergence of Opinions. As soon as Lin Zhi's voice fell, the doorbell rang. How swift the arrival! Lin Zhi beamed with a hunter's smile and rose to her feet. She stretched her arms wide in a languorous yawn, then cast a glance at Zhao Zimin and said, Come, let us witness a splendid performance together. Another ambitious soul is bound to face misfortune, exclaimed Lu Xiaoyu, clapping her hands joyfully. Zhao Zimin followed the two of them to the doorbell monitor. Lin Zhi activated the surveillance monitor. On the screen, a throng of individuals was gathered outside their door. Zhao Zimin was taken aback by the spectacle. The fervor of this group was astonishing. They had just been inciting unrest in the lobby below and had now rushed here to cause a ruckus. It appeared that Jiang Songmin was resolute in her determination to seize the supplies within this room. Lu Xiaoyu opened the door. A middle-aged woman banged on the door, her voice brimming with urgency. Hand over your supplies. Lu Xiaoyu, we all need your supplies for survival. Please share some with us. Lu Xiaoyu, we all reside in the same stronghold. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Open the door quickly. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoyu observed the entitled expressions of the crowd, her indignation rising. She had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. For the sake of survival, what was dignity worth? Lin Zhi remained impassive as she watched the residents on screen. At the door, a cluster of residents blocked the entrance. The foremost among them were filled with fervor and righteous indignation, eager to force their way inside and plunder the supplies. Meanwhile, some in the back began to feel that something was amiss. Isn't our behavior akin to that of the robbers we condemned? One pondered. It seems our actions mirror those of the previous security personnel, merely cloaked in the guise of supposed justice. No matter how abundant the supplies in Room 2 are, they were purchased with real money. What are we doing? A few in the rear felt that demanding supplies from Lu Xiaoyu was inappropriate, lacking the fervor of those at the front. I may not have much, but at least I have a bag of bread to sustain me. Me too. Forget it. I can't bring myself to do this. Let those at the front go ahead and take the supplies. They can keep what they find. Gradually, some in the back began to retreat, discussing their departure quietly before slipping away from the crowd. Observing this farce, Jiang Songmin's group noticed the residents leaving. Chen Sisi stepped forward to confront them. Where do you think you're going? Are you backing out of demanding supplies from Lu Xiaoyu? One man, looking troubled, replied, though I'm short on supplies, I cannot bring myself to demand them from someone else. I have never stooped to such tactics in my life. Indeed, let it be. If I have no supplies, I'll manage with one meal a day and sleep more. I'll find a way to cope. As more people began to disperse, Chen Sisi grew anxious. If everyone continued to leave, their plan would be thwarted. You cannot leave, she shouted, blocking their path. Let them go, Jiang Songmin interjected. Let them go, he repeated. Chen Sisi, resigned, allowed the group to depart. Once they had left, she complained, a bunch of cowards, too afraid to fight for their own interests. I truly misjudged them. Only a minority left. Why are you so upset? Su Ningning shot her a glance, as if amused. With so many here to voice their grievances, can you really hold on to each one? It suffices to keep a few who are useful. The rest can come and go without affecting the larger picture. Chen Sisi felt stung by Su Ningning's retort, yet she could not refute the truth in her words. Let us not quarrel over trivial matters. We need unity among ourselves, Jiang Songmin said, disapproving of the bickering between the two women. Su Ningning glanced at the gathering crowd outside, disdain evident in her voice. These people only know how to complain and shout slogans. They haven't taken any real action. Indeed, I expected them to mount a collective assault, but it appears they are all talk, Chen Sisi agreed, surprisingly. Jiang Songmin furrowed his brows. Observing the agitated crowd at the door, their outrage palpable, yet no one seemed willing to take further action. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, why should we be the ones to step forward? Shouldn't it be the leaders who call for those with supplies to contribute? The crowd fell silent. Why expect the leaders to do everything? Someone countered. Those in the upper echelons are the main managers of this stronghold. How can they be expected to investigate themselves? But we can't be the ones to suffer while they sit back. If we step forward, how much of the supplies will we actually receive? Another voiced their discontent. The previously united residents began to fracture under the weight of differing opinions. Yes, how much will we really receive after all this effort? Will some simply sit back and enjoy the spoils? None of the managers have stepped up. Why should we be the sacrificial lambs? With so many people struggling for supplies, why should we be the only ones to confront the situation? What if later we were held accountable under the fortress's security regulations? We could end up expelled from the stronghold. The mention of expulsion sent ripples of panic through the crowd. They grew restless. Forget it, I'm out. Let whoever wants to take charge do so. I don't want any part of this. Even if supplies are distributed, I likely won't receive any. It felt as if they had been betrayed. The once crowded corridor now saw the departure of a significant number of individuals. Chapter 107. Attempt to open the door. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, bewildered. A keen observer counted. Originally, there had been hundreds, but now fewer than 50 remained. What's happening? Are we the only ones left? Someone whispered. The once ardent residents looked grim. At a time when they needed supplies the most, unity was essential to overcome the crisis. Yet those who had betrayed them were infuriating. If only they had fought alongside them, they would not be in such a precarious position. Witnessing others enjoy the fruits of their labor without facing any consequences was intolerable. The fleeing individuals were better off gone. When the supplies were finally acquired, those who left would receive nothing. The remaining residents seethed with anger toward those who had abandoned them. Although Jiang Songmin was displeased, he realized he could no longer remain a passive observer. If he did not step forward to calm the remaining residents, he risked losing their support. Everyone, please remain calm. Jiang Songmin addressed them. We are undertaking this endeavor for the benefit of all residents within the stronghold. One of the residents loudly questioned, Your words sound pleasant, but I must ask, if these supplies can truly be obtained, how much will we receive? Jiang Songmin confidently replied, I cannot guarantee the exact amount, but I assure you, it will certainly be satisfactory for everyone. Those of you who have contributed your efforts will not suffer losses. If we manage to acquire the supplies, I will let you choose first. How does that sound? Are you trying to deceive us? Someone timidly inquired. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to all of you. Jiang Songmin vowed earnestly. The residents, initially anxious, gradually quieted down upon hearing his words. Huazai's rhetoric prompted a chorus of agreement from the crowd. Rather than wait for death, it was better to take a chance here. After all, the female steward was dead, and her close friend was powerless. The pressing question was, how would they open the door? It was futile to chatter endlessly if the door remained shut. As soon as the topic of the door arose, the crowd erupted in discussion. Even the most robust security door cannot withstand a knife's edge. Let us find a blade and break this door open. Someone proposed. Jiang Songmin and his companions were acutely aware that the security door of Lin Zhi's room was extraordinarily sturdy. Not only would knives fail to breach it, but even bullets could not penetrate. However, they were reluctant to reveal this truth to the residents just yet. Who will fetch a knife? As the words faded, a man proudly raised a Swiss Army knife from his waist, declaring, I have a Swiss Army knife. The crowd turned to see him brandishing a small blade, barely the length of a palm. Isn't that knife too small? It's hardly suitable for peeling an apple. It appears rather old. Will it even work? In response to the crowd's skepticism, the resident said little more. He simply took the knife and forcefully scratched it against the iron railing in the corridor, leaving a substantial gash. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This knife is remarkable. It can even cut through stainless steel. Is it possible for a Swiss Army knife to be so formidable? I've never owned such a fine blade. The resident boasted, This Swiss Army knife was custom made for me. It cannot be found on the market. It slices through metal effortlessly. The crowd gazed at the knife-wielding man as if he were their beacon of hope. Handsome, the task of opening the door is entrusted to you. Hurry, open the door, don't just stand there. Facing the eager eyes of the crowd, the man hesitated. I say, open the door quickly. Everyone is waiting. Indeed, we've been stuck here all day. Don't dawdle, they urged in unison. However, the man, instead of complying, sheathed his knife. What are you doing? The man looked down his nose at the crowd, asserting, This is my knife. I will use it when I choose. And I will not use it if I do not wish to. Under what circumstances would you be willing to use it? Someone could not help but ask. The man, sensing their desperation, grinned knowingly. I will open the door, but if we enter the room, I get to pick the supplies first. The crowd erupted in outrage. What is this? We are all waiting. How can you act this way? Ignoring their pleas, the man calmly stated, If you agree to my terms, I will open the door. If not, do not blame me for withholding my assistance. Helping you is not an obligation. The expressions of the crowd darkened. Yet, given the circumstances, they had little choice left. Fine, I agree. I also agree. If you manage to get inside, you can choose first. As long as you can open the door, I have no objections. Seeing that the crowd had reluctantly acquiesced, the man approached the security door with satisfaction. This is what you all agreed to. You personally consented to let me choose first. Do not complain later if I take more than you anticipated. Impatience began to brew among the crowd. Will you open the door already? As long as you can get it open, not only will we let you choose first, but we won't even mind if you take half. That is what you all said. The man pointed at the crowd, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Under the collective anticipation, he began to strike the security door with his knife, yet it remained utterly unyielding. No matter how much force he exerted, the blade failed to leave even the slightest mark. I thought this knife was miraculous. It can't even open this door. What a disappointment. Frustrated, the man thrust the Swiss Army knife forcefully against the door. Still, the door did not budge, while his knife began to show signs of cracking. In a heartbeat, the blade snapped and fell to the ground. Chapter 108. Overestimating one's abilities. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. 3 seconds later, laughter erupted among them. I thought it was impressive. It's nothing extraordinary. How foolish. The man's face turned a shade of green and white as he faced their derision. They reveled in his misfortune, occasionally hurling taunts his way. Just moments ago, he had boasted so confidently, but what was he truly capable of? I knew that knife wouldn't suffice. Did he really believe he was capable? The man, visibly enraged, clenched his jaw and shouted, "Don't push me. At least I can provide a Swiss Army knife. What can you all do, other than chatter?" His words momentarily hushed the crowd. Indeed, this man was the only one present who could offer a Swiss Army knife, while many in attendance lacked even a simple blade. Since this knife cannot open the door, can we find something to smash it open? Someone suggested. I think it might work. But what should we use? Another asked. The crowd was momentarily stumped. How about fire safety equipment? Monkey adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. It's not very large, but it has weight. The suggestion sparked action. The crowd scoured the hallway for fire extinguishers and hammers. Before long, they gathered an assortment of fire hammers and extinguishers. Strong men to the front. They urged, rallying together. A group of individuals swung hammers, axes, and extinguishers against the door. After an exhaustive effort, the door remained impervious while the crowd grew weary. What on earth is this door made of? How can it be so sturdy? The residents' faces fell as they realized that if this door was so difficult to open, it would require the occupants inside to willingly unlock it. Otherwise, they had no hope of breaching it themselves. After such futile exertion, a sense of defeat washed over some. Clearly, the other party had come prepared, which explained their audacity in locking the door so tightly. As the crowd began to waver, Jiang Songmin immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Huazai. Noticing this, Huazai proclaimed loudly, "Allow me to give it a try." The onlookers turned their gazes toward him, spotting the frail Huazai at the back of the throng. The imposing figures at the forefront sneered derisively. "Young man, do you not see that we look down upon you? You have witnessed our stature and strength. If we cannot open this door, what makes you think you can?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. "I can pick locks," Huazai replied nonchalantly. These words, though uttered softly, struck the audience like a thunderclap. "You can pick locks? Is that true? Surely you jest." Faced with their skepticism, Huazai said nothing further. He approached a tightly shut door, which bore a sign reading "No entry for unauthorized personnel." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he retrieved a slender piece of wire and, within mere seconds, unlocked the door. The spectators were left in astonishment. "Quick, let us see if there are any supplies inside," someone shouted, igniting a surge of excitement within the crowd. Everyone instinctively rushed toward the room. However, upon entering, they found it utterly barren, revealing itself to be nothing more than an abandoned storage room. "Damn, it's just an empty room. Locked for nothing." Although they cursed, a sense of relief washed over them. "Brother, I never would have guessed you had such skills in lockpicking," exclaimed the man who had initially looked down on him, now clapping Huazai on the shoulder and treating him as an equal. Huazai smiled, puffing up with pride as he declared, "There isn't a lock I cannot open. Gulme, quickly open the security door." At this, the crowd parted to make way for Huazai, who had never before experienced such treatment, his spirits soaring. Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow as she observed the footage from the surveillance cameras. Lin Zhi, someone among them, can pick locks. Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Lin Zhi gazed expressionlessly at the surveillance monitor. Someone was attempting to force open the security door. Lin Zhi felt little fear, for the door was crafted from premium materials, designed to be fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to heavy impacts. However, should a skilled locksmith attempt to manipulate the lock with finesse, Lin Zhi might find herself at a loss. Fortunately, when this security door was constructed, the manufacturer had specifically informed Lin Zhi that numerous additional functions could be implemented. Thus, regardless of the locksmith's expertise, as long as she activated the supplementary features of the door, even the most adept locksmith would be rendered powerless. Seeing Lin Zhi so composed, Lu Xiaoyu sensed that the situation was under control. During their prolonged stay in this fortress, Lu Xiaoyu had only come to understand that their room's security level was exceptionally high, even surpassing that of Xiao Yuanlin's quarters. However, the specific security measures remained unknown to her. Nevertheless, repeated experiences had proven that the security protocols of this room exceeded Lu Xiaoyu's imagination. As long as she remained indoors, she could safely reside there indefinitely. Outside, the agitated residents seemed to glimpse the light of victory. Even Jiang Songmin, who had been merely observing from a distance, felt a surge of excitement. He had long since prepared for the next step. If Hua Zai could not unlock the door, he would become a pawn sacrificed for the greater strategy, and since he had not disclosed Hua Zai's affiliation with them, no one would suspect him. However, if Hua Zai succeeded in opening the door, Jiang Songmin tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. Should Hua Zai manage to breach the door, the residents gathered outside would undoubtedly rush in to seize the supplies. At that moment, his geographical position would be disadvantageous, and he would be outmatched by the eager residents poised to pounce. Yet, prior to Chang Ji's demise, Jiang Songmin had covertly acquired 2 handguns from him. The first gun contained only 5 bullets, and he understood that these bullets must be reserved for critical moments. Now was indeed a pivotal juncture. If he could secure the supplies within room number 2, all of his aspirations would come to fruition. As these thoughts coursed through Jiang Songmin's mind, a fine sheen of sweat began to form on his palms. Hua Zai approached the lock of the door. In the gaze of the multitude, he produced an exceedingly thin wire. Everyone in the corridor held their breath, fearful that the sound of their inhalations might startle Hua Zai, causing his hands to tremble. Everyone, pay close attention. Lin Zhi's hand brushed against a small white remote control. Outside the room, Hua Zai held a slender wire and turned to face the door lock. At that very moment, Lin Zhi pressed a button adorned with a lightning icon on the white remote control. Hua Zai inserted a slender wire into the lock. In an instant, a brilliant blue current enveloped the entire security door. That tiny wire became the conduit between Hua Zai and the electric current. In the blink of an eye, Hua Zai was consumed by the powerful surge, his body charred beyond recognition. The onlookers stood frozen. It was only when the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the corridor that they recoiled in terror. A cacophony of screams, cries, and curses erupted, transforming the once crowded entrance into a vast expanse of empty space. Jiang Songmin and his companions were rooted to the spot, momentarily unable to comprehend the horror before them. Even Su Ningning, who had braced herself for the worst, could not suppress her shock as she covered her mouth and nose, her eyes wide with fear as they fell upon Hua Zai's charred remains. Chen Sisi trembled as she uttered, What is this? This security door has electricity? The pallor of dread washed over everyone's faces. A living person had perished before them in mere moments. The defenses of room No. 2 were alarmingly sophisticated, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Silence enveloped the crowd as apprehension etched itself on their faces. Someone timidly inquired, What should we do now? It appeared that Lu Xiaoyu's plan had come to naught. A faint sigh emerged from the crowd. Though death awaited them without supplies, they could not have imagined such a gruesome fate. The burly men at the forefront of the group paled at the sight of Hua Zai's tragic end, realizing their efforts had been in vain. Discontent murmurs arose. I merely sought some supplies, not to risk my life. Why were we summoned here for resources only to face such danger? It's not worth dying for a few supplies. I'd rather live another day. Indeed, surviving, no matter how grim, seemed preferable to a noble demise. Observing the growing disarray among the crowd, Jiang Songmin sensed that many were inclined to abandon their pursuit of resources. Just as he prepared to rally them with a loudspeaker, A man who had initially mocked Hua's shouted, "Listen, everyone, we've come this far. Are we really going to return empty-handed?" His words commanded attention. "What do you propose we do? We can't get through this door. We can't just stand here in the corridor," someone protested. Jiang Songmin seized the opportunity, continuing to incite, because of what has transpired. "We have now become targets within the fortress. If we leave empty-handed, how can we maintain our standing here? Instead, we should unite." A voice queried, "How do we unite?" The man replied, "We may not be able to seize the supplies from room number 2, but the fortress houses more than just that room. There are other chambers." The crowd quickly grasped the implication. The man stepped forward, picking up a fire extinguisher that lay scattered on the floor, and approached the door of room number 5. He gently tapped on the door. No response came. Pointing at room number 5, he addressed the crowd. "The occupant of this room was once a corrupt official. I witnessed him bring in truckloads of supplies. If any of you need resources, let us start with this room. I refuse to believe that every room inhabited by the higher-ups in the Ant Fortress is fortified so fiercely." His words were highly incendiary, and soon the crowd, as if possessed, scrambled to gather any tools they could find, rushing towards room number 5. Inside the room, Lin Zhi, Xiaoyu, and Zhao Ziming beheld this absurd spectacle. They rushed to seize the belongings of the occupant of room 5. "Shouldn't we lend a hand?" Xiaoyu could not restrain her curiosity. "Why not?" Lin Zhi gazed intently at the surveillance footage and articulated each word with precision. "The owner of room 5 is a notorious corrupt official who once served as a protector for organized crime, inflicting suffering upon countless innocent citizens. The crimes he has committed, if measured against the law, would likely amount to a significant portion of his misdeeds. His downfall is largely attributed to his ostentation. Upon his arrival at the fortress, he incessantly boasted about his privileges and status, frequently clashing with ordinary residents due to his arrogance, consequently making numerous enemies." Zhao Ziming replied earnestly, "During my time in the underground, I often heard tales of the vile nature of the owner of room 5, a truly irredeemable villain. It seems that retribution has indeed found him." Lin Zhi's tone was heavy as she uttered this sentiment. She understood the gravity of the situation she faced. It was imperative that she navigated this precarious balance carefully. Any miscalculation could result in harm befalling the truly innocent residents. Before long, the door to room 5 was forcibly breached by the group. Although Lin Zhi was not present at the scene, she could perceive the rampant behavior of the individuals in room 5 merely through the surveillance footage. The owner of that room was being brutally assaulted, his body covered in injuries. Supplies within his quarters were being seized in wave after wave by the relentless intruders. The entire building echoed with the curses of the room's owner. However, this cacophony soon diminished, as the owner was ultimately beaten to death by the frenzied residents. "Zhao Ziming, I need you to assist me with a task," Lin Zhi remarked, sensing the opportune moment, and immediately grasped Zhao Ziming's arm. "Boss, give me your orders." Lin Zhi cast another glance at the surveillance monitor, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. "You and Uncle Zhao, spread the word about what this group has done in room 5. Understood?" Before departing, Lin Zhi added, gripping him tightly, "Make sure to exaggerate the severity. Instill fear in everyone." Chapter 110. A brief revelry. The supplies in room 5 were entirely emptied within an hour. In that same hour, rumors regarding the chaos and destruction occurring in room 5 had already circulated throughout the Ant Fortress. Lin Zhi contemplated, today they have pillaged room 5 supplies. They likely one target another. However, there will be those who are restless, eager to emulate this group's actions. Therefore, it is likely that a second victim among ordinary residents will emerge tonight. "Boss, do you mean we must wait for this second victim to appear?" "Indeed." Lin Zhi glanced at the clock mounted on the wall, murmuring, "That person will appear soon." At 5 in the afternoon, in the underground 5th basement, a dozen individuals gathered in Jiang Songmin's room. 3 tables were pushed together, laden with a sumptuous array of food and beverages. The sight of such abundant provisions elicited expressions of satisfaction from everyone at the table. They had not indulged in such plentiful resources for a long time, nor had they enjoyed the sensation of a full stomach for quite a while. Amidst the jubilant chatter, Jiang Songmin stood up, rapping on the table to gain attention. Brother Li is the primary instigator of our operation. It is thanks to his decisiveness that we have these supplies, preventing us from starving. Raising a can of beer high, he toasted to the man from earlier that afternoon. Let's raise a glass to Brother Li. Brother Li waved his hands dismissively, his face flushed with pleasure. He relished the adulation, though he feigned modesty. His actions confirmed his role as the leader of the group. Since you all are willing to follow me, I shall not hold back. As long as I have something to drink, so shall you. If I have meat to eat, you shall have meat too. Everyone hoisted their beers, toasting to Brother Li. Just as their spirits soared, a knock echoed at the door. The room fell silent in an instant. All eyes fixed on the entrance. Jiang Songmin stealthily approached, pressing himself against the door and inquiring, "Who is it?" "Hello, brothers. We're the ones who joined you this morning in the assault on room 2. The voice from outside promptly identified itself. Jiang Songmin continued, "What do you want?" "We have given up on room 2. I know you have given up, but I wanted to ask if you need more people. I wish to join you." The voice outside carried a hint of urgency and yearning, as if desperate to integrate into their small group. Inside the room, Brother Li smirked coldly. They want to feast on the spoils without enduring the struggle. Our brothers have suffered so much for these resources, yet they retreat at the slightest setback. Now that they see us thriving, they regret their decision. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The others echoed his sentiment. They weren't here when it was time to fight. Now that we have supplies, they come crawling back. How ridiculous. Such people are like weather vanes. Ignore them, suggested Su Ningning, sipping her juice. Yet, Jiang Songmin disregarded their counsel, continuing to question from within. If you wish to join us, you must demonstrate your sincerity. The person outside was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "What kind of sincerity do you seek?" Brother Li, growing impatient, chimed in, "Why waste words on them?" Suddenly, Brother Li paused, realizing he had not considered the implications of their position. Enlightened, he turned to Jiang Songmin, urgently asking, "Young Master Jiang, what should we do? From now on, we will follow your lead, but the battle strategy will be mine," Jiang Songmin replied firmly. Of course, Brother Li agreed without hesitation. Jiang Songmin opened the door to reveal a group of residents outside. These individuals had previously joined them in the assault on room 2, but had chosen to retreat when it became apparent that the room was impenetrable. "Who do we have here?" "A bunch of cowards," scoffed a man standing beside Brother Li, disdainfully regarding those at the door. "They ran away when there was no chance of securing supplies, and now they dare approach us?" In the face of their derision, the individuals outside remained unfazed. The man who knocked on the door spoke respectfully. "As long as you allow us to join you, we are willing to meet any conditions you set." Jiang Songmin understood why these individuals were so subservient. Having scavenged all the available resources within the fortress, they had seized all items of potential aggression. At that moment, the fortress was devoid of even the most basic tools, like a fire axe or a pair of scissors. This strategy had been suggested by the monkey, who posited that if others witnessed them acquiring resources, envy would instigate imitation. By collecting all available weapons, they would ensure that newcomers could not replicate their success and would have to rely on their leadership. The group outside, however, was not as confident. After scouring the fortress, they found themselves bereft of any weapons, forcing them to seek out Jiang Songmin's group. "You may join us, but we have one condition." Jiang Songmin looked at them with a sly smile. "State your terms. Whatever we can do, we shall comply." The individuals outside pledged fervently, eager to join. "Once you are part of us, 2/3 of the supplies you gather must be surrendered to us," Jiang Songmin said with a grin that belied his intentions. "What do you think? Is this condition acceptable?" Chapter 111. Varied hearts. The group at the door stood in stunned silence. However, there was no room for choice. They could either stay or leave. Remaining meant at least a meager share of resources, while leaving would yield nothing. They were left with no avenue for retreat. "I agree," the leader of the group exclaimed, gritting his teeth. "I agree as well. I am willing to surrender supplies." All present acquiesced to Jiang Songmin's proposal. Brother Li, beaming with satisfaction, approached Jiang Songmin, clapping him on the shoulder, and said, "Young Master Jiang, you are truly remarkable. You are a talent indeed." He looked at Jiang Songmin, astonished by the depths of his cunning. He had not anticipated such stringent conditions, nor did he expect these desperate individuals to comply. It appeared that when people were deprived of resources, they would accept even the harshest terms. Since you're willing to join us, when shall we embark on our next operation tonight? A group of individuals gathered at the entrance appeared exceedingly agitated, as if they were ready to roll up their sleeves and embark on a heist at another establishment. What is the rush? Jiang Songmin observed them and remarked, "Do you believe that after causing such a commotion tonight, you can swiftly rob another household with ease? However, if we wait a few days, it may become even more challenging." A voice emerged from the crowd, expressing skepticism. "Who says we should wait a few days?" Jiang Songmin replied with a chuckle. "We shall wait until just before dawn, when a person is at their most vulnerable and their defenses are at their weakest. At that moment, we will seek our next prey." Upon hearing this, the crowd voiced their enthusiastic agreement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Young Master Jiang is right. He is both brave and cunning." Su Ningning, watching the crowd shower Jiang Songmin with praise, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. This was the Jiang Songmin she admired, the one who could lead a group and command their attention, rather than the timid figure that had previously irritated her. Meanwhile, Chun Cece, sipping beer and savoring barbecue, felt a pang of unease as she observed Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning. Should this plan unfold successfully, she feared she would become the next casualty. Having previously aligned herself with Changgu, Jiang Songmin now considered her an adversary, rendering her position precarious. She needed to devise a new path for herself. With this thought, Chun Cece bit into the barbecue with determination. The group at the entrance exchanged puzzled glances, each reluctant to depart. "What are you all lingering for?" Brotherly frowned, displaying his discontent. Jiang Songmin smiled lightly, then picked up a plastic bag and selected some unappetizing items from their stockpile to fill it. He approached the entrance and handed the bag to the man at the forefront, saying, "Take this and distribute it among you. Since you are willing to join our ranks, we shall not let you go empty-handed. However, you must fulfill your promises to us. Failure to provide the agreed supplies will come with consequences." Yes, we will certainly provide the supplies. We're not people who make empty promises," the man replied, nodding vigorously as if fearing Jiang Songmin might change his mind. "Brotherly, you are right," Jiang Songmin continued, smiling as he patted the man's shoulder. "But you must understand, we are currently the ones wearing shoes while they're barefoot. The barefoot have nothing to fear from those in shoes. Surely, Brotherly, you grasp this better than I." Brotherly's expression shifted slightly as he absorbed this. Indeed, he had transitioned from being barefoot to wearing shoes, fully aware of the terror that accompanies the loss of such a basic necessity. He chuckled awkwardly, turning to Jiang Songmin. "You are indeed far-sighted, young Master Jiang. I was short-sighted. Thank you for the reminder. Making enemies of this group would not bode well." As the crowd indulged in food and drink, Chun Cece focused her attention on Brotherly. She deliberately positioned herself beside him, pouring him a full glass of liquor. Just as she intended to toast him, Brotherly hastily pushed her away, discreetly stating, "Miss Chun, you are too kind. I can manage these matters myself. You are the great benefactor here. I must toast to you," Chun Cece remarked, deliberately accentuating her figure. However, Brotherly was unimpressed. He cast a disdainful glance her way, saying, "Miss Chun, you should remain in the dormitory. You are aligned with young Master Jiang, and I assure you, you will not be neglected." At this, Chun Cece's expression shifted. The implication was abundantly clear. Brotherly regarded her as Jiang Songmin's woman, and he had no intentions toward her. Should she dare to betray them at this juncture, Brotherly's demeanor would undoubtedly change for the worse. After all, in these precarious times, a solid alliance held far greater value than fleeting physical pleasures. Once everyone had dined and imbibed, slumber enveloped them. The long-standing scarcity of resources had been significantly alleviated that night, plunging each individual into deep sleep. Yet, in a corner of the room, Chun Cece, guided by the faint moonlight, rose quietly. The moon shone brightly, reminiscent of a portent before a bloody night. The chill of the moonlight sent a shiver down her spine as she slipped on her slippers and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Jiang Songmin's muffled voice came from behind her. Startled, Chun Cece trembled and softly replied, "I need to use the restroom." "But isn't there a bathroom here?" "Well, I have a bit of an upset stomach, and with so many people around, it's not convenient, Chenxixi admitted, somewhat embarrassed. She quietly acknowledged his words, and, in her slippers, stealthily exited the room. Chapter 112. Surrender in the basement. Zhao Ziming and Uncle Zhao were meticulously plotting. Zhao Ziming held a piece of paper, detailing the plan for the evening. Mid-discussion, a soft knock echoed from the door. Uncle Zhao's expression darkened as he glanced at the door. Zhao Ziming moved to approach, but Uncle Zhao stopped him, saying, "Wait, let us see who it is." The two men remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the door. Another knock resonated. Zhao Ziming approached and inquired softly, "Who is it?" "It's me." Zhao Ziming furrowed his brow. The voice was both familiar and foreign, and he struggled to place it. "Who are you?" The voice lowered. "It's Chenxixi." Both men stared at her in astonishment. How could Chenxixi be here? Was she not aligned with Jiang Songmin? "I know you do not believe me, but could you please let me in? I have something of utmost importance to share with you." Her tone was urgent and sincere. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Zhao silently nodded to Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming secured the door chain and opened it a crack. The dim light from the corridor illuminated the threshold. After ensuring Chenxixi was indeed alone, he pulled her inside. As she prepared to speak, her gaze fell upon Uncle Zhao sitting in the room. A startled expression crossed her face as she glanced between him and Zhao Ziming. "How? Is Director Zhao here?" she exclaimed before realizing her slip and quickly covering her mouth. Shaking her head in fright, "I won't say a word." Zhao Ziming smirked coldly. "Even if you did, it would matter not. I have my ways of dealing with you. Now what brings you here?" Uncle Zhao scrutinized Chenxixi with a wary gaze. Straightening her expression, she declared, "Tonight, Jiang Songmin and his group will take action, targeting the owner of room 4 on the top floor." Zhao Ziming and Uncle Zhao exchanged glances. "They're going for room 4, and we are on level -1. What does this have to do with us?" Zhao Ziming feigned ignorance. Chenxixi remarqued, "Do not presume that I am unaware. You are indeed Lin Zhi's people. I am uncertain whether Lin Zhi is alive or deceased, but I do know that as long as Xiao Yuanlin remains, the question of whether this fortress can change its name is still debatable. I am presenting their information to you with the intention of pledging my allegiance. Should they fail in their endeavors and be expelled from the fortress, I hope to remain unscathed. Do you not think it is too late to say such things?" Zhao Ziming inquired, gazing at her. Chenxixi asserted with conviction, "For those who seek redemption, it is never too late." Zhao Ziming, taken aback, observed as Uncle Zhao stood, scrutinizing Chenxixi before asking, "Your desire to pledge allegiance is not solely due to fear of repercussions if they fail, is it? Speak plainly. What is the true reason?" A hint of embarrassment crept into Chenxixi's smile as she replied, "That is indeed the reason. What other reason could there be?" Uncle Zhao found it amusing, stating, "Having observed people for so many years, you might deceive Zhao Ziming, but you cannot fool me. Speak the truth. Have you been abandoned by their interest group?" A pallor swept across Chenxixi's face as she bit her lip, reluctantly admitting, "Yes, they used me and then discarded me." Zhao Ziming was not surprised by her plight. "Thus, I wish to reform and align myself with you. As long as you can ensure my safety and future provisions, I am willing to cooperate," she expressed fervently. "Very well," Zhao Ziming nodded. "Everything is part of Lin Zhi's plan. I must admit, Lin Zhi possesses an uncanny foresight, calculating each step with precision. When I departed from Lin Zhi's quarters, he assured me that someone would actively seek to pledge allegiance tonight. I cannot fathom who it might be, only to discover it was such a capable aide beside Jiang Songmin. We can accept your terms, but you must act according to our directives. As we have tasks for you as well," Zhao Ziming stated. "Whatever you require, I shall comply," Chenxixi pledged without hesitation. "Inform all residents on the upper levels to enhance their vigilance tonight," Zhao Ziming instructed. "Consider it done," Chenxixi affirmed eagerly. "Are you so confident?" Uncle Zhao interjected, puzzled. "Do you not fear being discovered by Jiang Songmin and the others?" With a confident smile, Chenxixi replied, "No, for I have laced their meal with a sedative. They will remain unconscious for at least 4 hours, granting me ample time to accomplish my tasks." Uncle Zhao and Zhao Ziming exchanged glances, acknowledging the ruthlessness of her resolve. Chenxixi, having relied on Jiang Songmin for so long, had evidently caught him off guard, ultimately succumbing to betrayal from within. Contemplating, she lifted her gaze to Zhao Ziming and asked, "So, there must still be someone managing affairs within the fortress, correct? Lin Zhi cannot be dead, can he?" Zhao Ziming, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "As one seeking to align with us, you should refrain from asking too many questions." Realizing her misstep, Chen Cixi quickly shook her head, asserting, "I shall not inquire further. I will act as you instruct. I will go at once." With that, she departed. Uncle Zhao turned to Zhao Ziming, casting a worried glance towards the door. "Are you not concerned that Chen Cixi might inform Jiang Songmin of our plans?" "What nonsense is that?" Zhao Ziming retorted. "The influence of a woman is immeasurable. It is often overlooked, yet in critical moments, it can stir up a tempest. I am genuinely curious why she chose you. You are Lin Zhi's subordinate, and now the fortress believes Lin Zhi to be dead. If she does not gain from aligning with you, what then?" Uncle Zhao expressed his concern. Zhao Ziming chuckled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "That is precisely why I dared to broker this deal. I am certain she has been cast aside by her little faction." Uncle Zhao remained puzzled, pressing, "How can you be so sure?" Zhao Ziming explained, "She has long been observing me, thus aware that I can manage the most critical matters within this fortress. Jiang Songmin, however, does not understand this, indicating she has not shared this information with her group. Consider the implications of withholding key information. It signifies they are no longer united." Zhao Ziming's smile was laden with meaning as he added, "Jiang Songmin has landed himself in a predicament, unaware that he has fallen prey to his own." "All right, Uncle Zhao. Tonight marks our final confrontation. If we win, peace will be restored for us." In room 4 of the upper levels, a metal canister struck Chen Cixi. "You wicked woman. Leave our home at once." Inside the room was a family of 3. The male head of the household regarded her with suspicion. Upon entering, Chen Cixi was taken aback to find the family awake, each armed with baseball bats and steel pipes. They appeared weary yet vigilant, curious about the source of their armaments. She quickly urged, "Tonight, Jiang Songmin's team will come to raid. You must prepare your supplies and, if possible, relocate them to a safe place." "Why should we trust you?" The man replied, his expression darkening. "Just today, I witnessed you and Jiang Songmin's group colluding to seize supplies from our neighbors. Why should we believe your sudden concern?" "It is precisely because I am part of Jiang Songmin's team that you ought to trust my words," Chen Cixi replied, taken aback by their obstinacy. No matter her entreaties, they remained unmoved. After careful consideration, the head of the household asked, "Where should we place our supplies then?" Chen Cixi was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated this question. Zhao Ziming had instructed her to advise the residents to secure their provisions, but had not specified where to relocate them. "Huh, I knew you were fraud," the man exclaimed, raising his bat, ready to strike. Chen Cixi closed her eyes, bracing for a scream. Suddenly, a hand intercepted the bat. "Mr. Liu, why such anger? She merely came to inform you to mitigate risks in advance." Chen Cixi opened her eyes, startled to find Supervisor Zhao standing behind her. "Oh, Supervisor Zhao." The family, upon seeing him, immediately shifted their demeanor, grasping his hands with tears of relief. "Where have you been? We have searched everywhere for you. The fortress is in disarray, and Miss Lin is no longer here. We need you to take charge. I sent Miss Chan to notify you to swiftly relocate your supplies." Uncle Zhao interjected. "Did she not inform you?" Mr. Liu appeared particularly astonished as he gazed at Chen Cixi, incredulously exclaiming, "Isn't Miss Chun in league with Jiang Songmin? They were just out there seizing other supplies today." Chen Cixi let out a sigh of relief and exited the room to notify the next household. The earlier assertion by this Miss Chun about a refuge. Where exactly is this refuge? "Follow me," she instructed. For a full 4 hours, Uncle Zhao accompanied Chen Cixi, persuading each family one by one. The residents of the top floor had placed all their supplies into the shelter, sealing them with tape. Chen Cixi felt a moment of relief, but soon anxiety crept back in as she turned to Uncle Zhao, voicing her concerns. "Uncle Zhao, now that we have informed the top floor residents, what if Jiang Songmin and his crew come over and find nothing?" Chen Cixi's face paled as she cast her gaze downward. Indeed, having spent considerable time alongside Jiang Songmin, she was well aware of his tactics. if he were to be thwarted by the top-floor residents. His next target would undoubtedly be the ordinary residents on the lower levels. The mere thought of this made Chun-Cece's expression tense. She had traversed every nook and cranny of the fortress and knew that apart from the top-floor residents, the lower levels housed a greater number of individuals, complicating the notification process significantly. Uncle Zhao, if we continue notifying them one by one, it may take an entire month to finish, Chun-Cece lamented. Indeed, it would be impossible to complete in that manner, Uncle Zhao replied, producing a thick stack of paper and handing it to Chun-Cece. Distribute these papers to each household. They will understand once they see them. Chun-Cece glanced at the papers he had handed her, which bore the message: united in purpose, steadfast in resolve, resist the invasion. We hope the righteous residents will not falter, but rise courageously. The Ant Fortress requires you. Chun-Cece stared in astonishment at the stack of papers, realizing that these materials had not been printed just that evening. Uncle Zhao, how long have you been preparing this? A cold sweat broke on her brow as she realized that her earlier plans of betrayal were far less astute than she had thought. The opposition had long been strategizing. She felt an unexpected sense of relief at having chosen to betray Jiang Songmin that night. Had she continued to follow him, she likely would have been expelled from the Ant Fortress by dawn, left to fend for herself. Time waits for no one. You must act swiftly, she was urged. Chun-Cece nodded and dashed off with the stack of flyers. Just as she departed, Zhao Ziming appeared behind Uncle Zhao. Tonight's final battle will be led by her. Since she has chosen betrayal, she must ensure it is absolute, Zhao Ziming reflected, watching Chun-Cece's retreating figure. Well then, we have done nearly all we can. It is time to inform the boss. Your boss has already given me orders, Uncle Zhao replied knowingly, patting Zhao Ziming on the shoulder. Let us get you some equipment. What weapons do you have? Zhao Ziming's eyes lit up at the thought. Uncle Zhao mischievously withheld the details, saying, You'll find out when you arrive. Chapter 114. The Setback Underground, Level -5, Jiang Songmin rubbed his temples, struggling to rise. He had never felt such fatigue in his body. Sitting up, he surveyed the disarray and the slumbering figures around him. Something feels off, he muttered. Glimpsing the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 4 in the morning. 4 o'clock. A jolt of realization surged through him as he turned to the monkey, who lay in deep slumber, and promptly roused him. Monkey, wake up. It's already 4. Jiang Songmin urged anxiously. The monkey blinked awake, asking, Is it time? Jiang Songmin pressed the clock face close to the monkey's eyes. Upon realizing the time, the monkey sprang up, hastily donning his glasses. How could this happen? He furrowed his brow, scanning the room filled with sleeping individuals. As he noted that everyone was still fast asleep, a sense of foreboding washed over him. It seems we were drugged in the food we consumed, the monkey deduced. But if we were truly drugged, how do we wake up so quickly? Jiang Songmin questioned, perplexed. The dosage might have been limited. With so many of us, the effects could have been diluted. The monkey speculated, hastily gathering his belongings. We must wake everyone up, Jiang Songmin insisted, calling out to rouse them. At the door, a group had been waiting, their weariness lifting upon seeing Jiang Songmin and the others finally emerge. They had feared abandonment, but were relieved to find it was merely a matter of timing. Quickly, there is no time to waste, Jiang Songmin commanded, donning his jacket while leading the throng to the top floor. Behind him, his companions gripped their weapons, ready for action. Jiang Songmin stood at the entrance, raising his hand in a signal, and immediately someone moved forward to break down the door to room 4. The splintering would scattered across the floor. Su Ningning, startled by the commotion, took a step back, while Chun-Cece hurried to shield her. Su Ningning, taken aback, regarded Chun-Cece with surprise, knowing their friendship was tenuous at best. Chun-Cece awkwardly clarified, I'm not saving you. I'm protecting the baby in your arms. Su Ningning cast a profound gaze at her, but remained silent, and the two stood aside as a throng surged into room 4. Jiang Songmin and Brotherly hesitated to enter immediately. After all, the supplies would eventually belong to them, and there was no rush. However, the bald man and the monkey rushed out in a panic, exclaiming, Young Master Jiang, we're in grave trouble. Room 4 has been emptied. What did you say? Jiang Songmin exclaimed, sprinting toward room 4. Chen Cece and Su Ningning followed closely. Upon entering room 4, they found it utterly devoid of supplies. Why is this room so empty? Chen Cece gusped. Where have the supplies gone? Need you ask? We must have arrived too late. The bald man scowled. This is more than just arriving late. The monkey adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Let us check room 3. Heeding the monkey's advice, the group moved to room 3. Upon breaking in, they discovered it mirrored room 4, completely barren of supplies. Someone could not contain their curiosity, asking, could it be that no one has occupied these rooms? It's far too clean in here. Impossible for there to be no occupants. The monkey replied sternly. Someone must have leaked our plans. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? Surely not. We have a traitor among us. They exclaimed, incredulity and anger surging through the group. Brother Li and Jiang Songmin exchanged knowing glances, remaining silent. From the moment they had been drugged, they had suspected there was a traitor within their core team. Chen Cece and Su Ningning exchanged terrified looks. No way. How could there be a traitor? Chen Cece said, her voice filled with fury. Su Ningning cast her a meaningful glance. Who knows whether this traitor is human or ghost? We cannot discern their true form. Let us go. Jiang Songmin's face darkened as he waved his hand emphatically. The crowd, unaware of Jiang Songmin's intentions, could only follow closely behind him, adhering to his directives. They descended from the top floor to the first floor, where they exchanged puzzled looks in the lobby. One among them could no longer restrain their annoyance. What are we doing here? Surely, we aren't abandoning the mission? That would be impossible. Jiang Songmin issued a loud command. Now, everyone split into 3 teams. Starting from the first floor, we shall search each room. If we find any supplies, it matters not who or what is inside, be it the old, the weak, or the sick, they shall not hinder us. Those who obstruct our collection of resources will face lethal consequences. The crowd swiftly divided into 3 factions, and upon receiving the order, everyone rushed desperately toward the residential rooms on the first floor. The first door was broken open, revealing a small, cramped single room. However, it was empty, devoid of any supplies. Damn it, where have these people gone? Move on to the next room. Do not waste time here. Follow Jiang Shao's lead, they said as they proceeded to the second room. Upon breaking open the second door, they confronted a shrewd couple, still asleep in bed. Startled by the sudden influx of intruders, their faces paled in terror. Supplies were present in this room. Everyone, come quickly. There are resources here. The crowd surged forward, invigorated by the prospect of victory, overwhelming the couple and seizing every last item. The couple, pale and desperate, fought to defend their possessions. Yet they were no match for the sheer force of numbers. Soon, similar shouts of discovery echoed from other teams, indicating that they too had found occupied rooms. Observing from the corridor, Jiang Songmin and Li Ge finally felt a sense of relief. No matter how well they hid, there would always be those left behind. Just as the crowd celebrated their finds, all the lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the world into darkness. What happened to the lights? Quickly, turn them back on. The power's out. Someone must have pulled the circuit. Sensing danger, Jiang Songmin immediately dispatched someone to investigate the circuit box. However, that individual did not return. A foreboding sensation gripped him. His eyelids twitched ominously, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. Chapter 115. The dust settles Jiang Shao. Something terrible has happened. The person you sent has died. Jiang Songmin's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Run." Yet it was already too late. In the darkness, numerous shuffling footsteps emerged. Just as they prepared to move, unfamiliar hands seized them. "Let go of me," someone shouted in desperation, only to be silenced by a heavy blow that rendered them unconscious. "Who are you?" Jiang Songmin stammered. Trembling, no one replied. "Who are you?" Just then a rope ensnared him, binding him tightly. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on, restoring clarity. The corridor was now filled with many individuals, each wearing sunglasses. As the lights brightened, they promptly removed their shades. Jiang Songmin scanned their faces, which appeared nondescript yet familiar. They were the residents of this fortress. Their expressions were devoid of warmth, their eyes filled with hatred, fury, and a silent scream. Jiang Songmin's heart sank as he realized he had been ensnared in a trap. Let me go, he bellowed. If you don't release me, you'll. Such grandiloquence at death's door. Quite amusing. A voice he recognized all too well emerged from the crowd. He turned to see Lin Zhi stepping forward, a victorious smile gracing her face as she looked down upon him. In an instant, Jiang Songmin's visage turned ashen. Shock flickered across his face, swiftly transforming into rage. You vile creature! How dare you deceive me? I must thank you, for without your efforts, I would not have uncovered so many traitors within the fortress, Lin Zhi replied, her smile unwavering. You knew I had betrayed you all along, Jiang Songmin gasped, his expression shifting. Lin Zhi nodded slowly indeed. I observed as you all turned upon each other, instigating the masses. So why did you refrain from acting until now? Jiang Songmin's frustration was palpable. Lin Zhi could not help but laugh. Now, I have discerned who among the fortress's inhabitants is virtuous and who is nefarious. Why should I continue to harbor you all? It is time to close the net. I do not possess the resources to sustain you. Very well, very well. Jiang Songmin suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Lin Zhi, I underestimated you. That is of no consequence. Let us redefine our acquaintance from this moment onward. Lin Zhi smiled with immense satisfaction, but then her expression turned serious. I, Lin Zhi, harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. You would do well to remember that. With a sweeping gesture of her hand, a group of armed security personnel emerged from within the fortress. How can there still be security? Jiang Songmin appeared profoundly astonished upon seeing these individuals. Lin Zhi, observing Jiang Songmin's astonished expression, chuckled and remarked, in this world, not all individuals are driven solely by the allure of wealth. There are always those who act in the name of justice. I am grateful to you for helping me identify the troublemakers within our management team. I owe you a grand token of appreciation for saving me an immense amount of effort in apprehending traitors. Uncle Zhao approached, standing respectfully beside Lin Zhi, and inquired, Miss Lin, how should we deal with this group? Upon hearing the word deal, the captured residents immediately erupted in lamentations, crying out in despair. Miss Lin, please spare us. One pleaded, we were forced into this. Consider a moment of folly and grant us another chance. Another cried, it was Jiang Songmin who coerced us. We never truly wished to betray you. Uncle Zhao nodded, stating, according to the regulations of the fortress, these traitors must be expelled from Ant Fortress. As soon as the crowd heard Uncle Zhao's words, their wails intensified. Lu Xiaoyu, witnessing Lin Zhi's resolute demeanor and the anguish of the crowd, could not help but voice her concern. Lin Zhi, do you think our actions may be a bit too harsh? Lin Zhi remained unmoved and said, Xiaoyu, have you ever considered whether they offered a shred of opportunity to the ordinary residents while committing their heinous acts? Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback. Indeed, how could she have overlooked this aspect? The ferocity with which they carried out the robbery suggested that, had they not arrived in time, those residents who had not yet reached the shelter would have undoubtedly lost everything, perhaps even their lives. What right did she have to plead for mercy on behalf of those victimized by such malevolent individuals? I was mistaken. I was far too naive. Xiaoyu, Lin Zhi gazed at her. This matter is not your fault. You are kind-hearted. You possess goodness. However, this is an apocalyptic world where many situations are defined by stark right and wrong, with little room for ambiguity. In certain matters, a mistake is simply a mistake, and it cannot be tolerated. Lin Zhi waved her hand dismissively at the security personnel, commanding, expel this group of individuals immediately. You filthy witch. May you suffer a terrible fate, Su Ningning shouted vehemently. You vile creature, you shall descend into hell. Upon hearing Su Ningning's curses, the crowd joined in, unleashing their vitriol towards Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi, upon hearing the insults, merely laughed dismissively. Hell, she had already traversed its depths. What was there left to fear? With an air of indifference, she regarded the group and declared, the hell you speak of, I have already visited. It was rather pleasant indeed. Quite suited for you. Witnessing Lin Zhi's calm demeanor, the crowd began to feel regret. This woman was both valiant and astute, and her composure was unnerving. How could they have dared to scheme beneath her very gaze? Yet, it was too late for remorse, as all were forcibly expelled from the fortress. Jiang Songmin was the last to be taken away. Just before his departure, he suddenly remarked, "Lin Zhi, I have something to give you." Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow and replied, "There's no need." "Is that so?" Jiang Songmin scoffed, saying, "If you choose to forego it, you shall surely regret it." Lin Zhi's expression subtly shifted, for she was acutely aware that Jiang Songmin was a cunning individual. Perhaps his words bore truth, or perhaps they were mere fabrications. She hesitated to engage in such a gamble with him. "I am privy to a secret within this fortress, a secret pertaining to Xiao Yuanlin." Jiang Songmin regarded Lin Zhi with a smile reminiscent of a venomous serpent. The mere mention of Xiao Yuanlin caused a flicker of uncertainty in Lin Zhi's gaze. She studied Jiang Songmin for an extended moment before approaching him. "You mentioned that if you dare to deceive me." Before Lin Zhi could finish her words, Jiang Songmin suddenly loosened the ropes binding him and drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at her. "Lin Zhi, you are doomed." Chapter 116, Do Not Let Her Know. With a resounding bang, the bullet was unleashed. Lin Zhi was filled with terror. In the next moment, a figure rushed over and tightly embraced her. A large hand forcefully pressed her head against his chest. "I'm here." A familiar and deep voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of a bullet piercing flesh and a soft groan. Everything came to an abrupt halt. This person shielded her from the bullets with his own body. Lin Zhi was still in a state of shock, her heart racing with an alarming speed. That was close. Just a hair's breadth away, she could have lost her life. She looked up at the person who had shielded her from the bullet. It was Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi's breath caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless with astonishment. Lin Zhi opened her mouth as if to speak, but Xiao Yuanlin abruptly pushed her aside, disabled Jiang Songmin's hands and feet, and cast him out of the fortress. Xiao Yuanlin coldly commanded the staff, his tone devoid of emotion, yet beneath it lay a tempest of suppressed fury. Jiang Songmin gazed at Xiao Yuanlin, his face a mere shadow of despair. He had lost. From the moment Xiao Yuanlin appeared, any chance of a comeback had slipped away. With a heart as lifeless as ash, Jiang Songmin allowed the staff to drag him away like a discarded rag doll. His followers wailed and lamented, yet no one offered them a shred of sympathy. "Stop looking. Let us go," Xiao Yuanlin said, wrapping his arm around Lin Zhi's shoulders, leading her away from the scene. However, after taking just a few steps, Xiao Yuanlin suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. "Medical officer. Room 1. Lin Zhi felt a surge of anxiety as she watched Xiao Yuanlin remove his clothing. Just moments ago in the hall, he had unexpectedly appeared to shield her from a bullet, only to suddenly collapse thereafter. The entire sequence of events left her trembling with fear. Although she was aware that Xiao Yuanlin had donned a formidable bulletproof vest, the proximity of the gunfire still posed a significant threat, even with such protection. At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin had regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Lin Zhi's expression of guilt, which prompted him to stifle a chuckle. He softly remarked, "I'm not dead, so why the long face? What has driven you to such impulsiveness?" Lin Zhi's voice quivered as she replied, "I do not consider safeguarding you to be an act of recklessness." Xiao Yuanlin spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he were not the one who had narrowly escaped death. Lin Zhi shook her head with tears in her eyes, saying, "You should not speak like this. What would happen to everything in the fortress if something were to happen to you?" Xiao Yuanlin smiled faintly, gazing at her with an exceedingly gentle expression. "If I were gone, there would still be you. I have faith in you." Damn it, why did Xiao Yuanlin have to say such things? His words filled Lin Zhi with an overwhelming sense of guilt. "It is my fault." Lin Zhi bit her lip. "You have already done so much." Xiao Shui approached, cradling a child as she looked at Lin Zhi with a face full of regret. "Lin Zhi, our whole family is grateful to you." Indeed, Madame Xiao also came over, her expression filled with compassion as she looked at Lin Zhi. "The fortress is in such disarray, yet you sent your most trusted individuals to protect us, and we have suffered not a single blow. I promised Xiao Yuanlin that I would safeguard all of you. I cannot go back on my word." Lin Zhi looked at Madame Xiao and Xiao Shui. "Then it is only right for my brother to protect you as well," Xiao Shui said with a bright smile. Xiao Yuanlin removed his clothing, revealing a small burn where he had been shot, but aside from that, there were no other injuries. Lin Zhisong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bullet had not penetrated her body. "Well, you've seen for yourself that I am unharmed, right?" Can you now rest easy? Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her and replied with a smile. Lin Zhi felt a lingering concern for Xiao Yuanlin. However, with so many people in room 1, she understood that her presence would not make a significant difference, especially with a multitude of matters awaiting her attention. Rising from her seat, she bid farewell to Xiao Shui and her family before departing. As soon as she left room 1, Xiao Yuanlin's expression darkened considerably, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Shui turned pale with fright and immediately summoned the medical team. Medical Officer Fei assessed Xiao Yuanlin's injuries and, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "What has caused such severe organ damage?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Yuanlin replied nonchalantly, "It's a trivial matter." "Are you out of your mind? This is not a trivial matter." Fei could not contain his anger. "Do you realize that if your injuries worsen, you may not survive beyond 3 days?" Hearing this, Xiao Shui's face turned ashen, and she urgently asked, "Brother, how could your injuries be this severe?" He exchanged a glance with Fei, who reluctantly rolled his eyes and told Xiao Shui, "Your brother is right. Your presence here will only complicate matters. You should leave. You're lying. How could you possibly be fine? If you were, you wouldn't be coughing up blood, especially with internal injuries." Xiao Shui exclaimed, a mix of anger and worry evident in her voice. She turned to Fei and asked, "Can you heal my brother?" "Don't worry. He won't die. Although his injuries are grave, as long as he follows my instructions and rests, he can recover," Fei said, raising an eyebrow. "Is that really true?" Xiao Shui questioned, a hint of disbelief in her tone. "If you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do," Fei shrugged. With no other choice, Xiao Shui reluctantly took her leave. Only Xiao Yuanlin and Fei remained in the room. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Fei. "Now that they are gone, you may speak freely. I truly do not comprehend what you are up to. Your body has suffered severe radiation exposure, accompanied by organ failure and significant damage. Yuanlin, do you still wish to live?" Fei was visibly upset. "If you continue down this path, I will not be responsible for your demise. I apologize for causing you worry," Xiao Yuanlin said, his expression filled with remorse. Fei sighed in exasperation. "Am I the only one worried? Your sister, your parents, and even that Miss Lin are all deeply concerned for you." Xiao Yuanlin remained silent. Fei could not help but exhale a sigh of resignation. "To be honest, you should have allowed that Miss Lin to examine you. Her medical skills are quite remarkable." Xiao Yuanlin's gaze deepened, and after a moment of silence, he responded, "Let's discuss it later." Chapter 117, Things That Matter in the Corridor. Lin Zhi's emotions were a tapestry of feelings, yet predominantly filled with joy and excitement. Upon learning that Xiao Yuanlin was safe and sound, the heavy weight in her heart was lifted, and she found herself reveling in the tranquility that followed the tempest within her fortress-like mind. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I truly did not expect to subdue this group so effortlessly. I thought it would require considerable effort. After all, we have prepared for so long." She continued, "We owe our gratitude to Chun Cece for her unexpected change of allegiance provided us with this opportunity." Lin Zhi responded with delight. "Nonetheless, you too are to blame. Why did you not allow those residents to seek refuge from the outset? Why must a few households suffer losses, causing this group to reveal themselves?" Lu Xiaoyu complained. Lin Zhi retracted her smile and patiently explained, "There are certain experiences that they can only truly comprehend through personal encounter. If I were to conceal them before the unforeseen and calamities strike, it would not only alert the traitors among the residents, but, more crucially, they would remain indifferent and incapable of grasping the despair wrought by these turncoats. Now, within the confines of the refuge, they have witnessed the truth. If everyone remains numb and reluctant to step forward, they will inevitably become victims. It is no wonder you chose this course of action." Lu Xiaoyu grasped Lin Zhi's reasoning and added, "However, this approach carries great risk. If these individuals truly become desensitized and refuse to extend a helping hand to their companions, then the notions of love and care become moot." Lin Zhi replied, "I am merely the one responsible for providing them with an opportunity. Whether they choose to seize this chance is entirely up to them, akin to the choice between good and evil. It is their decision to dance with the devil or to embody the essence of a conscientious individual. all lies within their own volition, separate from mine. Yet, I did not anticipate that Chen would stand by our side. This is indeed a pleasant surprise, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. He is merely acting out of self-preservation. Lin Zhi acknowledged, but we should indeed express our gratitude toward him. Lu Xiaoyu inquired, then how do you plan to accommodate him? Lin Zhi expressed her helplessness, stating, once I promised her, I must fulfill it. Indeed, she had been fortunate, consistently engaging in misdeeds, yet at the crucial moment, she surprisingly regained her senses and performed an act of goodness for self-preservation. Lu Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim, what a twist of fate. Lin Zhi smiled faintly regarding the arrangement for Chen Cixi, having entrusted the matter entirely to Zhao Shu. After all, it was they who initially proposed the conditions, so it was most fitting for Zhao Shu to handle this affair. By the way, Lin Zhi, how is Xiao Yuanlin? Lu Xiaoyu inquired with some concern. He is wearing a bulletproof vest, which has effectively absorbed most of the bullet's impact. However, he does have some superficial wounds, but they are not significant, and he will recover after a couple of days, Lin Zhi replied calmly. Lu Xiaoyu pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. He is quite comfortable, having hidden away for so long, only to emerge once everything in the fortress had settled. If I were in his position, I would feel utterly ashamed for not showing up during crisis. He is not an idle person. He has his own matters to attend to, Lin Zhi explained quietly. Please, spare him from your defense, Lu Xiaoyu retorted, clearly upset. He chose to leave without even assigning anyone to protect you. What if you truly could not manage the situation? Did he not consider the possibility of the fortress facing total annihilation? Xiaoyu, Lin Zhi said earnestly as he looked at her, I have never blamed Xiao Yuanlin, nor am I defending him. I simply believe that relying on oneself is far more dependable than relying on others. Lu Xiaoyu paused, nearly forgetting how fiercely independent Lin Zhi was. Even in the apocalypse, he had never contemplated depending on anyone else. Xiaoyu. Lin Zhi gazed at her, stating, it is only in the absence of hope that one is spared from disappointment. Therefore, refrain from casting further blame upon Xiao Yuanlin. I have never placed my hopes in him. Understanding dawned upon her. After the two departed, Xiao Xue emerged from behind a wall, her face etched with sorrow as she looked at Lin Zhi. Reflecting on her brother, she could not suppress a sigh. It appeared that the path to winning Lin Zhi's affection was fraught with challenges, and she felt a pang of concern for Xiao Yuanlin. I can only hope my brother finds success, Xiao Xue remarked with a resigned smile. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu arrived at the top floor they resided in. Before they could reach their room, they noticed a gathering of numerous individuals in the corridor. The pair exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was transpiring. Amidst the crowd, someone recognized them. A voice rang out, Miss Lin is here. Miss Lin, are you all right? We heard someone shot at you today. Miss Lin, have you recovered? The crowd buzzed with inquiries, encircling Lin Zhi with an overwhelming fervor. I am quite well. Thank you all for your concern. I assure you, I am without any issues. Lin Zhi responded, repeatedly gesturing for calm. Miss Lin, we are relieved to see you well. Thanks to you, we can rest easy. Otherwise, who knows how many ill-intentioned individuals might have taken refuge in our fortress. Fear not, we hold no grievances against you. Supervisor Zhao has clarified everything for us, and we understand that your intentions were aimed at maintaining harmony and stability within the fortress. Confronted with this sudden outpouring of warmth, Lin Zhi appeared somewhat flustered. Lu Xiaoyu, walking beside her, smiled knowingly at Lin Zhi and softly remarked, this is the will of the people. Lin Zhi gazed upon the myriad smiling faces, a gentle warmth blossoming within her heart. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a soothing sensation. In her previous life, she had toiled to please Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, striving to win the favor of everyone she deemed significant. Yet, the outcome was a cruel betrayal. Each person had mercilessly shattered her heart, trampling it underfoot. The wounds of her emotions had been left gaping and raw from the relentless torment of her past existence. In this life, she endeavored to heal her previous scars through the pursuit of independence. Her philosophy was elegantly simple: to rely on no one, to remain indifferent to gain or loss, to focus solely on being true to herself, and to carry no guilt in her heart. Nothing more than that. Lin Zhi had even believed that her heart had become impenetrably hard, akin to a diamond, able to withstand any number of arrows piercing through it. Yet, to her surprise, amidst the unfamiliar smile surrounding her, she felt a long-dormant emotion stirring within, as if awakening from a deep slumber. It appeared she had begun to care about something once more. Chapter 118. The new plan for the fortress sister. This is for you. A little girl approached her from the crowd, cradling a round, glistening candy in her warm palm. The candy, vibrant red, resembled a flickering flame, gradually warming Lin Zhi's once icy heart. Lin Zhi crouched down to gaze at the little girl, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her face. "My dear, candy is precious. You should enjoy it yourself." The little girl shook her head resolutely, looking earnestly at Lin Zhi as she replied, "Sister Lin, without you, I could never savor this candy. It is because you have created a safe environment for me that I can relish this treat. So I wish to share my candy with you. Thank you." The sincerity of the child's words touched Lin Zhi deeply. Observing the innocent yet earnest expression on her face, she couldn't help but embrace her. Initially, in this apocalyptic world, Lin Zhi merely wished to live modestly, not aspiring to achieve greatness. However, her mindset had now shifted. Within the fortress, this group of kind-hearted individuals was grateful and understood her intentions. At that moment, Lin Zhi boldly made a decision. She stood, addressing the crowd, and cleared her throat. "Everyone, I have a method that can help us alleviate the scarcity of resources." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with joy. In this instance, had these words come from another, the residents might have harbored doubt and hesitation. Yet spoken by Lin Zhi, they were utterly convinced. "Miss Lin, we believe in everything you say. What do you need us to do? We shall comply. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Witnessing the residents' enthusiasm, Lin Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. She gazed at the expectant faces and declared firmly, "From today onward, our Ant Fortress will implement a point system. Each individual can exchange points for supplies at the resource center." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. What is this point system? How do we earn points? The discussion surged, yet hope flickered on every face. The residents were ecstatic, realizing that points could be exchanged for supplies. "This is wonderful. No longer will we have to endure the hardship of eating only once every 2 days." Observing the beaming faces of the residents filled Lin Zhi's heart with immense satisfaction. She summoned Uncle Zhao, Zhao Ziming, and other key figures within the fortress to convene an urgent meeting in the conference room. Lin Zhi exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhao Ziming, who promptly retrieved the projector and activated the screen. On the display, Xiao Yuanlin reclined on a bed. Addressing them, "I will be participating in this meeting online. Please feel free to express your opinions without reservation." "Xiao, are you injured?" a board member inquired. Unable to contain their curiosity, "I am merely fatigued due to a packed schedule," Xiao Yuanlin replied nonchalantly. The attendees breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his assurance of well-being. "Now let us commence with the agenda," Lin Zhi announced. "You all have a copy of my proposal. Feel free to voice any questions." A female executive regarded Lin Zhi earnestly and asked, "Miss Lin, may I inquire about the source of the materials exchanged for points?" "From my personal supplies," Lin Zhi responded candidly, her confidence evident. A murmur of surprise rippled through the room. "Miss Lin, are you certain you possess such a quantity of materials? This is no jest, should this plan come to fruition. The entire fortress, with its multitude of inhabitants, cannot rely solely on your resources for daily sustenance." At an opportune moment, Xiao Yuanlin interjected, "The Ant Fortress will fully support Lin Zhi's endeavors. I would also like to convey that the Xiao family is involved in this initiative. We are willing to contribute a portion of our resources for the residents of Ant Fortress to exchange." The room settled into a calm understanding. The Xiao family's extensive connections assured them of their ability to procure resources. "Miss Lin, while I comprehend the other task for earning points, what exactly does the final secret task entail?" A board member, well into his 50s, inquired with curiosity. "This secret task is issued internally by the fortress, and its details have been jointly devised by myself and President Xiao. As it pertains to sensitive matters, We cannot disclose it at this time. However, it is entirely beneficial to the daily operations of the fortress. Lin Zhi provided a brief explanation, mentioning that the task involves fundamental infrastructure within their community. Due to its confidential nature, the selection of personnel is particularly stringent, aimed at preventing unrest within the fortress. Consequently, we have opted for a covert approach to identify talents. Furthermore, owing to the significant risks associated with this task, we will conduct a selective recruitment process, initiated by our side rather than relying on volunteers from the populace. Lin Zhi's statement is crystal clear. The board members also grasped the implied meaning behind Lin Zhi's words. What kind of tasks would pertain to daily operations and the most fundamental maintenance of facilities? It undoubtedly relates to armed forces. When armed forces are involved, the military inevitably comes into play. Following the extensive internal turmoil within the Ant Fortress, it has become evident to all that to achieve sustained peace within a fortress, one must possess their own genuine armed forces and military. Everyone is aware that the military's fortress is an airborne stronghold. However, even airborne fortresses have their limitations. Lin Zhi gazed at the knowing expressions of the board members and smiled as she remarked, "It is better to rely on oneself than to seek assistance from others. Thus, I trust that everyone will support my approach." The board members chuckled, a laughter that signified tacit agreement. Is there anyone who harbors dissent regarding this proposal? All present shook their heads, indicating that no one had any objections. Lin Zhi rose to her feet and addressed the assembly. "Let us now raise our hands to vote. Those in favor of this proposal, please indicate." Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the room as the door burst open with force. "I object." Chapter 119, The Point System. Everyone turned to see a disheveled woman standing in the doorway, her appearance unkempt and her eyes filled with resentment. "I object," she shouted loudly, brandishing a contract in her hand. "You cannot expel me in this manner." Lin Zhi gazed expressionlessly at the newcomer. "Chen-Si, we have fulfilled all your demands. What further grievances do you have?" The others present exchanged glances, their faces betraying disdain and contempt, as they whispered among themselves. Among those notorious for their betrayal, Chen-Si stood out, a woman who had followed Jiang Songmin in his nefarious deeds, yet managed to remain unscathed within the fortress amidst the chaos of rebellion. Curiosity enveloped the crowd, each wondering what means she employed to secure her position. Some, however, had managed to uncover the truth. Chen-Si had betrayed her comrades for personal gain. At a crucial juncture, she had sold out Jiang Songmin and his faction, leading to their failure and ensuring an effortless, overwhelming victory for the opposition. Despite her seemingly commendable actions, she garnered no respect within the fortress. Nevertheless, Chen-Si aspired to leverage her past achievements to demand a transfer to a room on the top floor. The management responsible for housing unanimously rejected her request. Feeling disrespected and believing Lin Zhi and her associates to be duplicitous, she stormed over to confront Lin Zhi. "You promised to arrange my accommodation, yet you cannot even secure me a place to stay." Chen-Si mocked. "Lin Zhi, you are truly hypocritical. You are merely a woman who ascends through the favor of men." The gathering could not suppress their frowns at her words. On the other end of the computer, Xiao Yuanlin's expression darkened upon hearing Chen-Si's remarks. The audacity to utter such vile words without a hint of shame revealed the depths of her character. Just when the attendees anticipated Lin Zhi's wrath, she remained focused on the plan in her hands, barely lifting her eyes to acknowledge Chen-Si at the door. Ignoring someone like her was the most effective response. Lin Zhi lifted her gaze towards her, stating with a calm demeanor, "Have you finished speaking? If so, kindly exit. We are still in a meeting." "Lin Zhi, you cannot treat me this way," Chen-Si retorted, feeling the sting of defeat, her anger flaring. "Your matters are handled by me and Supervisor Zhao. Any concerns should be directed to us." Zhao Ziming stood up, gesturing towards the security personnel at the door, instructing them to remove her. The guards moved in unison, forcibly escorting Chen-Si out of the conference room. "Lin Zhi, just you wait," Chen-Si exclaimed as she was dragged away, leaving her words hanging in the air like a bitter aftertaste. Xiao Yuanlin subtly furrowed his brow, then turned to the bodyguard beside him, commanding, "Keep a close eye on this woman's movements. Should she dare to harm Lin Zhi, apprehend her without hesitation. Xiao Yuanlin held no concern for whether Chen Sisi had aided the stronghold or contributed in any capacity. His sole focus was on Lin Zhi's safety. If Lin Zhi were to suffer due to Chen Sisi's actions, he would not let her escape unscathed. In the conference room, Zhao Ziming raised an eyebrow, declaring very well, "Now that peace has been restored, we may continue our meeting." The board members collectively exhaled, relief washing over them. Lin Zhi nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone and inquired, "Now, let us raise our hands for a vote." Unsurprisingly, the proposal passed unanimously. Uncle Zhao and Zhao Ziming jointly took charge of organizing the main content of this meeting, printing numerous copies to be posted in the management offices and the most prominent locations on each floor for collective discussion. Why does this resemble a recruitment notice? Lu Xiaoyu scrutinized Lin Zhi's recent points system, becoming increasingly perplexed. 3 points for a cleaner per day, 10 points for medical staff, and even caretakers. My goodness, Lin Zhi, it feels as if you are constructing a miniature kingdom. As she munched on potato chips, Lin Zhi remarked, "Have you ever heard the story of the Ant Kingdom?" "No." Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. The so-called Ant Kingdom refers to a small island inhabited solely by ants, where every ant has a clearly defined role, resulting in the healthy and normal functioning of the entire system. We could implement a similar structure. However, I am genuinely curious as to why you wish to assist those within the fortress. You do not strike me as someone particularly altruistic." Lu Xiaoyu pondered, gazing at her, then offered a brief, sardonic smile. Could it be that Miss Lin has truly undergone a transformation? Lin Zhi paused in her consumption of potato chips. It is merely an internal chaos, yet we have orchestrated for so long to eradicate it completely. If we do not unite, the spirit of the people will dissipate. And should we encounter other fortresses, such as the villainous Bat Fortress, we would merely be left to be devoured. You speak with great wisdom, Lu Xiaoyu concurred. If external fortresses decide to invade and we remain disunited, we shall be the first to be annihilated. However, what is the closest fortress to ours? This inquiry piqued Lin Zhi's interest. Lin Zhi opened the electronic map provided by Xiao Yuanlin. This electronic map, though currently quite rudimentary, displayed a simple coordinate system along with several fortress icons. Each fortress was equipped with a location transmitter, ensuring that any functioning fortress could be identified on this electronic map. Lin Zhi pointed at the ant fortress and said, "Look, we are here." Lu Xiaoyu quickly located the coordinates of the ant fortress on the electronic map. Nearby, there were numerous other coordinates, the closest of which was an enigmatic black point. What could this black point signify? It bore neither illumination nor any annotations. Lu Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, pointed at the mysterious black coordinate. Lin Zhi gently curled her lips and remarked, "This, indeed, is the arch-nemesis of civilized humanity." Lu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of foreboding. What is that? It is a fortress of heinous individuals, a stronghold of the Bat Fortress. Chapter 120. The Leader of the Ant Fortress. Lu Xiaoyu had heard of the notorious reputation of the Bat Fortress. It was a place infamous for its acts of arson, murder, and plundering, an embodiment of malevolence. All those gathered within its confines were agents of nefarious power, posing an extreme danger. Before the apocalypse, the Bat Fortress was a level 5 prison, housing criminals guilty of unspeakable atrocities. However, the end of the world provided them with a natural barrier, allowing them to establish their own dominion within. Lu Xiaoyu learned from Lin Zhi that this fortress, having been repurposed from a prison, possessed remarkable defenses and formidable military strength. To her dismay, Lu Xiaoyu realized how close their ant fortress was to such a perilous stronghold, making them a prime target, akin to a morsel of meat that could be devoured at any moment by the famished. Lu Xiaoyu was deeply concerned. Thus, we must also cultivate our own armed forces to withstand the impending threats, Lin Zhi stated with earnestness. That makes sense, Lu Xiaoyu replied, gazing at the other sparkling points on the electronic map, unable to suppress her astonishment. I never imagined there would be so many fortress bases. I thought there was only the ant fortress. Lin Zhi pointed at the electronic map and said, "This represents all the fortresses across the nation that we can currently observe. This location is an airborne fortress. I have previously mentioned airborne fortresses to you. I understand they are military installations. Yet this map seems to indicate more than one airborne fortress. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the flickering point representing the airborne fortress on the map. Her curiosity piqued. Could it be that there are numerous outposts associated with the airborne fortress? Indeed, Lin Zhi explained. The airborne fortresses are categorized into 4 primary outposts: east, west, south, and north. Beneath each primary outpost, there exist additional branch fortresses, each endowed with formidable military power. I heard from Zhao Ziming that the nearest airborne fortress to us has a leader who shares a rather unique relationship with you. Lu Xiaoyu teased, winking at Lin Zhi, her expression brimming with curiosity. Are the soldiers within the airborne fortress handsome? Are they all around 6 feet tall, with chiseled abs and a trim waist? Lin Zhi looked at her with playful mockery. Are you satisfied with that description? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. I'm over the moon. When will you introduce me to a soldier from the airborne fortress? I advise you not to dwell on such thoughts, Lin Zhi said, unable to resist playfully tapping her forehead. Due to the official nature of the airborne fortress, those individuals will always charge forward in the face of danger. I would not want to introduce you to a partner only for you to be left in mourning here. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It seems that regardless of the time, a soldier's work is always perilous. As she spoke, she pointed to another fortress on the map that was quite close to them. You all went to this place last time, didn't you? The location Lu Xiaoyu indicated was indeed the square fortress. Upon seeing the emblem of the square fortress, Lin Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was uncertain about the current state of affairs within the square fortress. She sensed that Xiao Yuanlin's condition had deteriorated significantly after his visit there, and she was eager to inquire further about what had transpired within. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. Have you forgotten about our farm? What does this have to do with it? Lu Xiaoyu was somewhat puzzled. Following this incident, ample space had been liberated within the fortress, which could serve as additional cultivation grounds. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Lu Xiaoyu laughed at her own folly. So when does the recruitment begin? Can I be counted in? I find myself utterly idle every day. It's quite dull. Lin Zhi winked at her with a narrow smile, saying, if you're so bored, you could be the registrar at the recruitment site. I assure you, you won't be bored. Observing Lin Zhi's smile, Lu Xiaoyu felt an unsettling premonition and mumbled, why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? Whether you've been deceived or not, you'll find out if you come with me. Lin Zhi replied as he produced a spatial necklace. Today, he and Lu Xiaoyu returned to the spatial farm and were astonished to discover a remarkable transformation had occurred. Fields of rice stood golden and abundant, and the vegetables thrived in lush, vibrant greens. The poultry, chickens, ducks, and geese were all plump and robust. The little river teemed with fish, visible in droves to the naked eye. Lu Xiaoyu gazed in wonder at the scene, unable to contain her excitement. Oh my goodness, it hasn't been long since we last saw this. Yet there is so much here. How can we possibly eat it all? Of course, we can't consume it all ourselves, Lin Zhi replied. But as points can be exchanged for the entire fortress, the internal consumption is quite satisfactory. It turns out this farm was prepared for the fortress. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her mild discontent. We've toiled so hard, yet it's not for Xiao Yuanlin, and we don't gain any benefits. How could there be no benefits? Lin Zhi countered. Have you not noticed the unusual respect the people within the fortress have for us now? After Lin Zhi's suggestion, Lu Xiaoyu began to feel the same way. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Wait, you're not suggesting. Lu Xiaoyu covered her mouth, looking at him in surprise. What am I suggesting? Lin Zhi retorted. Lu Xiaoyu cautiously ventured. Are you thinking of becoming the leader of our ant fortress? After uttering this, she hurriedly added, I don't mean to imply that you can't. I just wanted to ask if you have such an intention. Lin Zhi couldn't help but laugh as she asked, what would you do if I said I had it? Of course, I would support you. You are my dear sister, and we are bound together in life and death, Lu Xiaoyu replied without a moment's hesitation. However, a frown soon clouded her expression as she looked at Lin Zhi. But as long as Xiao Yuanlin is around, your idea is quite difficult to realize. You said it's difficult to achieve, not impossible, right? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Do you really? Lu Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I'm glad you don't think that way. Chapter 121. The recruitment fair. Lu Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. Yet the smile on Lin Zhi's face gradually faded, becoming the leader of the fortress. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Who said she had no such ambition? Lin Zhi gazed at Lu Xiaoyu, a subtle smile gracing her lips, then took Lu Xiaoyu's hand and said, "Let us depart." "My dear, where are we going?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "To assist me in recruitment." Lu Xiaoyu followed Lin Zhi to the venue of the trade fair. The area had been temporarily repurposed by the fortress staff to serve as a recruitment fair. The crowd was dense and bustling, far exceeding the usual throng seen at trade fairs. "Goodness, it feels as though the entire fortress has turned out," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, her astonishment palpable as she surveyed the throng. This represents an opportunity for employment, and such opportunities can be exchanged for resources. Can you imagine how eager these people must be? While we may not lack for provisions, if we were in need, I would undoubtedly involve myself in this recruitment fair, Lin Zhi remarked. Within the recruitment fair, the most sought-after positions were in the cleaning department. The existing cleaning staff within the fortress were woefully insufficient. Thus, Lin Zhi had announced a substantial number of vacancies for cleaning personnel, allowing any qualified individuals to apply. Lin Zhi arrived at the recruitment station for cleaners, observing the staff as they register information. At that moment, the staff was recording details of a resident applying for the position. Name, Li Gang. Address, room 2357, second floor. Ant Fortress. Extend your hand, instructed the staff member. The resident complied, extending his hand obediently. The staff scanned his skeletal line and remarked, "Bone age, 55 years." Upon hearing this, the resident panicked. "I am not that old. I'm only 45. Please do not make a mistake." Nearby, Lu Xiaoyu also felt a twinge of anxiety. However, the staff remained calm, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will not scrutinize your bone age too closely. It is merely to assign you a suitable position based on it. As long as you have applied, we will make every effort to accommodate everyone." The resident, relieved by these words, exhaled deeply and said, "I thought you would not hire anyone over a certain age." The staff could not help but chuckle. "Do you think we are in the world before the apocalypse? Being 35 and unemployed? Fear not. In these times, what is most lacking is labor, especially from individuals like you who are willing to assist with the operations of the fortress. As long as one is capable of working. From the age of 99 down to those just learning to walk, anyone willing can contribute to the fortress and earn points." The staff's words greatly comforted the resident, and a smile finally spread across his face as he repeatedly nodded. "Very well, but how will I know if I am hired?" The staff replied, "If you are to be hired, the building manager of your floor will come to your room to present you with an employment letter. At that time, simply follow the instructions on the letter." The resident expressed his gratitude profusely and left with newfound hope. Lu Xiaoyu, observing their interaction, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a brilliant approach. This method was conceived by me," Lin Zhi stated with a hint of pride. "Truly remarkable, my dear, to think of such an ingenious solution." Lu Xiaoyu praised before inquiring, "Where did this bone age testing device come from?" "Perhaps it was brought here when the fortress was established," Lin Zhi speculated. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words sent a shiver through Lin Zhi. Indeed, how had she not considered this? Although small, this device was seldom utilized. If not for the foresight of its future application, no one would have deemed it necessary. Realizing this, Lin Zhi felt a sheen of sweat forming on her brow. She had believed herself to possess foresight, yet was taken aback by how much more Su Yuanlin had contemplated. Who was Su Yuanlin, truly? She had thought her abilities were on par with his, even harboring the faint notion that she might surpass him. However, once this subtle insight was revealed, Lin Zhi instantly comprehended the vast chasm between her skills and those of Su Yuanlin. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips. She had enjoyed success for so long that she had forgotten, even in the apocalypse, there were hidden talents and exceptional individuals. Nevertheless, Lin Zhi's disappointment did not linger. She quickly accepted this reality. She was also a person forged in adversity, possessing an extraordinary capacity to embrace the truth. Lin Zhi silently admonished herself to refrain from underestimating anyone from this day forth. She and Lu Xiaoyu ventured into another section designated for a different position. In stark contrast to the lengthy and distant line of janitors they had previously encountered, this queue appeared significantly shorter, predominantly comprising individuals of advanced age, exuding an air of intellectuality. At that moment, a staff member engaged in the registration process inquired of a middle-aged man seated before him. Name? Sun Yu. Address? Room 101, 4th floor. Upon hearing this address, Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Zhi instinctively exchanged glances. Lu Xiaoyu leaned closer to Lin Zhi and whispered, "That location is not typically inhabited by ordinary affluent individuals. It's rather astonishing that someone of his stature would come to register. Has the scarcity of resources within the fortress reached such alarming levels?" Lin Zhi furrowed her brow as she regarded the middle-aged man before her, who was registering for the job. She felt a sudden sense of relief for having prioritized the implementation of the point system. The scarcity of resources within the fortress was far more severe than she had anticipated. This position was intended for medical personnel, and most of the applicants were seasoned doctors and qualified nurses. These professions, once highly competitive before the apocalypse, had now transformed into coveted opportunities. As a multitude of individuals within this microcosm desperately required medical care, yet the pool of qualified practitioners remained exceedingly limited. However, the middle-aged man who had come to apply appeared quite anxious. "Hello, may I ask if I stand a chance of being selected?" he inquired. At that moment, Lin Zhi approached and gently patted the shoulder of the staff member, stating, "Anyone who applies for this position and meets the requirements will be retained. We will issue acceptance letters on the spot. I meet the requirements. I am absolutely qualified," the resident exclaimed, visibly excited upon hearing Lin Zhi's words. "I previously worked at Xia Hospital for 25 years as a senior attending physician, possessing extensive experience in internal medicine." Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing the resident's credentials, stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. She turned to Lin Zhi, incredulous. "This person is remarkable. Our fortress is indeed home to many hidden talents." Lin Zhi, however, seemed unfazed, remarking with time, "You will come to understand." The job fair was bustling with activity. At that moment, Zhao Shu approached, holding a stack of reports in his hands. With utmost seriousness, he said, "This is the data collected from today's job fair. We still have 2 more days for comprehensive recruitment." Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Zhao assumed she had not comprehended and attempted to reiterate. "President Lin, today's itinerary." "Wait." Lin Zhi interjected. "What did you just call me?" "President Lin, of course." Uncle Zhao replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why the sudden change in address?" Lin Zhi asked, a mix of bemusement and amusement gracing her features. "Speaking of which," Uncle Zhao chuckled, "it's not just me. Everyone in the fortress refers to you this way. Wasn't Miss Lin just fine?" Lu Xiaoyu chimed in. "Everyone feels that Miss Lin lacks formality and gravitas. President Lin better reflects your esteemed position," Uncle Zhao clarified. "I see," Lu Xiaoyu remarked, casting a glance at Lin Zhi. "This title must signify recognition of your status." "Indeed," Uncle Zhao proclaimed with immense pride, "within our fortress, there is no one who does not acknowledge President Lin. Everyone praises her for her remarkable resolve." Lin Zhi, though inwardly delighted by the psychology of the situation, maintained a composed exterior. She nodded and replied, "All right, I understand. Now, Uncle Zhao, could you please show me the plan?" Uncle Zhao promptly and courteously handed her the document, elaborating on its contents. "There are no issues. We can proceed as outlined over the next few days." Lin Zhi expressed her strong approval of Uncle Zhao's plan. After Uncle Zhao departed, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at his retreating figure and remarked with intrigue, "How fascinating. I had always perceived Uncle Zhao as merely an ordinary administrator. Yet I never imagined he possessed such remarkable capabilities. To orchestrate such a substantial event and provide such a detailed plan is certainly no small feat," Lin Zhi exclaimed. "The potential of humanity is boundless." As the two conversed, they were suddenly interrupted by the distant clamor of voices. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu turned their gaze towards the commotion, where a group of individuals was gathered, engaged in a fervent discussion. Among them, a voice boomed, "If you have the ability, come and arrest me. Go ahead, Show me your strength. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "This person is rather arrogant, isn't he?" Unaware of the full context, Lin Zhi refrained from commenting further. "I may have jumped to conclusions," Lu Xiaoyu admitted, nodding her head. "Let us go take a look." The two approached the tumultuous crowd. In the midst of the throng, a burly man was gripping a young man's collar, glaring menacingly as he demanded, "Return what you stole." The young man retorted defiantly, "If you have something to say, then say it. If you have the ability, come find me." Lu Xiaoyu whispered to herself, could it be that this young man actually stole something? Among the onlookers, someone provided clarification to the pair, stating, that man was originally in line to register for a job, but he discovered that his wallet had been stolen. While the money inside may not have held much value, it contained precious photographs of his deceased daughter and wife, which incited his anger. Lu Xiaoyu found this puzzling. If the wallet contained nothing of worth, why would the young man resort to theft? Is he perhaps a kleptomaniac? A bystander shrugged and replied, "I couldn't say. Perhaps he simply has some peculiar inclinations." Lin Zhi stood silently to the side, observing the confrontational exchange between the two individuals. She found the situation rather peculiar. If, as the bystander suggested, the man had indeed stolen the wallet, then the uncle's anger seemed unwarranted, as the young man would possess no motive for such an act. The act of theft by a stranger resembled the earlier incident involving Zhao Ziming, where the stolen items were merely basic necessities meant to satiate hunger. Who would resort to stealing something utterly useless to themselves? Yet, judging by the uncle's anxious demeanor, it certainly appeared as though something had been taken. Lin Zhi observed two individuals amidst the crowd, pondering silently to herself that one of them must be lying. "Ah, boss, what brings you here?" Zhao Ziming appeared unexpectedly behind Lin Zhi. A flicker of suspicion crossed Zhao Ziming's eyes as he inquired, "Boss, are you planning to deceive me again?" "Don't say that. What do you mean by deceive?" "I am merely providing you with an opportunity for growth," Lin Zhi replied with a smile. Pulling Zhao Ziming closer and whispering a few words into his ear, Zhao Ziming, both startled and skeptical, looked at her and exclaimed, "Boss, you can't be serious, can you? Why would I deceive you? Just follow through with it. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry," Lin Zhi assured him, patting her chest. "You said it yourself," Zhao Ziming declared before swiftly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, the conflict between the middle-aged man and the youth had escalated to its peak. "If you have the ability to retrieve your wallet from me, then do it. Otherwise, stop your incessant prattling." The middle-aged man, undeterred, continued, "Let's see whose strength prevails, my fist or your defiance." Just as the man's fist was about to descend, an individual emerged from the crowd, forcibly separating the two. "Why must you resort to violence when you can simply converse?" Zhao Ziming crossed his arms and shook his head at the two, exclaiming, "What a trivial matter to be making such a fuss over." The middle-aged man persisted, "He stole my wallet, yet he stubbornly insists he didn't take anything. You can accuse me all you want. Prove it. Where's your evidence? Without evidence, you are just slandering me, and I might just report you," the young man retorted, anger flaring in his voice. "You think I can't produce evidence? Just wait until I give you a thrashing. Then you'll be compelled to reveal your evidence." As the middle-aged man prepared to strike again, Zhao Ziming swiftly retrieved an item from his pocket and waved it before them. "Is this the wallet you claimed was stolen?" Upon seeing the object in Zhao Ziming's hand, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, that's the one." However, his tone shifted as he scrutinized Zhao Ziming with suspicion, asking, "How did that item end up in your possession?" Zhao Ziming retorted with irritation, "Come on, I'm the one who found it for you. Don't repay kindness with suspicion." The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and awkwardly he replied, "No, that is not what I meant. I was merely inquiring where you found this wallet." "Well, now you admit it's yours, correct?" Zhao Ziming raised an eyebrow at him. The man nodded. "Then it's settled. You have wronged this young man," Zhao Ziming asserted, tossing the wallet into the middle-aged man's hands. The youth, taken aback, stared at Zhao Ziming, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. "I did not wrongfully accuse him. I swear. He stole my belongings. My wallet was with me, and I only realized it was missing when he passed by. The middle-aged man insisted vehemently, pointing at the youth. Sir, you may have misunderstood. I found this wallet on the ground, so this young man did not steal your belongings. You likely misplaced them yourself, Zhao Ziming explained. Now, you ought to apologize to him for your harsh words in front of so many people. The middle-aged man, cradling the wallet as if it were a treasure, reluctantly said to the young man, I'm sorry. The youth glared at him, biting his lip in resentment, before turning on his heel and running away. Observers, witnessing the youth's abrupt departure, assumed he had been wronged and began to chastise the middle-aged man. At your age, why stoop to squabbling with a child? How shameful! You lost your own belongings and then unjustly accused the youth. How disgraceful that you cannot even apologize properly. The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of frustration as he shot a glare at the crowd before departing from the job fair. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu observed Zhao Ziming from a distance as he approached them with an air of triumph, having just clapped his hands. How is it, boss? Did I handle things well today? Zhao Ziming inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhi, seeking praise. Indeed, you performed admirably, Lin Zhi responded, scrutinizing Zhao Ziming before adding, your skills have improved remarkably. You managed to discreetly lift the wallet from that young man. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Lu Xiaoyu expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, Are you saying that wallet truly belonged to the young man? Zhao Ziming, amused by Lu Xiaoyu's dramatic reaction, chuckled and replied, Sister Xiaoyu, are you not familiar with my boss? She has always taken an unconventional approach. If things had truly unfolded, as everyone witnessed, there would have been no need for my intervention. Lu Xiaoyu, puzzled, questioned if that young man is indeed a thief. Why did you choose to let him go? Zhao Ziming coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he responded, Perhaps, just perhaps, this young man is not entirely wicked. He may have simply taken something without ill intent. Stealing is stealing. There is no such thing as innocently stealing, Lu Xiaoyu retorted, feeling somewhat disheartened. In my opinion, this young man has questionable morals, and it is a pity we have aided a wrongdoer. Lin Zhi did not offer an explanation. She cast a glance at Zhao Ziming and said, Please inform Xiaoyu Jie of what you know, lest he remain in the dark. Zhao Ziming snapped his fingers before Lu Xiaoyu and clarified, Xiaoyu Jie, you truly are unaware. This wallet does not belong to that gentleman at all. Really? Lu Xiaoyu appeared somewhat astonished, having contemplated numerous possibilities, but never this one. Are you implying that this wallet was stolen by the gentleman? Bingo! Congratulations on your deduction, Zhao Ziming replied with a smile. This wallet was indeed pilfered by the gentleman, though I cannot ascertain from whom it was taken. Lu Xiaoyu's expression shifted from sympathy for the gentleman to indignation, exclaiming, So all this time, he was merely an old thief. I had assumed he was a good person, defending him for ages. Bah, what a scoundrel! Lin Zhi observed Zhao Ziming, who seemed lost in thought, and playfully inquired, What intriguing notions are swirling in that little mind of yours? Zhao Ziming found the question somewhat amusing, replying, I simply find that wallet quite fascinating. Why are so many people vying for it? This remark sparked Lin Zhi's interest, prompting her to say, Zhao Ziming, be swift. Go and intercept that young man. I have something I wish to inquire of him. No problem, Zhao Ziming responded, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Lin Zhi and Lu Xiaoyu settled at a nearby tea house, leisurely observing the ebb and flow of the crowd at the job fair. Lin Zhi was concerned that Lu Xiaoyu might find the atmosphere dull, so she casually retrieved a plate of sunflower seeds, a plate of peanuts, and 2 cups of red tea from her space, savoring each bite as she indulged. After all, the tea lounge was exclusively theirs, allowing the two of them the freedom to flaunt their abundance as they pleased. After a short while, Zhao Ziming approached, accompanied by the young man. Boss, I have brought the person. Lin Zhi tapped the edge of the table with the sunflower seeds, saying, Here, a treat for you. Zhao Ziming, sitting cheerfully beside Lu Xiaoyu, cracked the seeds while observing the young man. Upon seeing Lin Zhi, a flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. Lin Zhiming keenly sensed the hint of surprise. Do you know me? Lin Zhi inquired as she gazed at the young man. The youth nodded, his expression somewhat awkward as he replied, There shouldn't be anyone in this fortress who does not recognize you, right? Lin Zhi believes that the youth is not speaking the truth. The understanding she possesses differs fundamentally from the one articulated by the boy. However, at this moment, she does not intend to dwell on the matter. Lin Zhi inquired, "Do you know why I sought you out?" The youth glanced at Lin Zhi, then at Zhao Ziming, who was leisurely enjoying some sunflower seeds, and replied with understanding, "You wish to discuss the matter of that wallet, correct?" "Precisely," Lin Zhi affirmed, propping her chin with one hand as she gazed at him intently. "Now, please tell me, what exactly is contained within that wallet?" Just as the youth opened his mouth to respond, Lin Zhi interrupted him, saying, "Do not even think of claiming that there is anything within that wallet that you find particularly desirable. I cannot be persuaded by such nonsense." Lin Zhi gazed at him with profound significance, urging him to speak the truth. Chapter 124. The Extraordinary Youth. The young man was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his deception would be unveiled before it even commenced. Zhao Ziming, munching on sunflower seeds, interjected from the side, "Listen, my friend, don't keep my boss in suspense. She possesses myriad methods to extract the truth from you. Right now, she has chosen the simplest approach to coax you into speaking, so do not compel her to resort to more forceful measures." The youth clenched his teeth, visibly reluctant yet utterly resigned. With a heavy sigh, he finally confessed, "That thing is not a wallet." The three exchanged glances, and Lin Zhi fixed her gaze upon him, inquiring, "What is it then?" The young man shook his head and shrugged, stating, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." "You're still defiant," Zhao Ziming chided, delivering a light kick to him. The young man looked up at Lin Zhi and volunteered, "Boss, hand it over to me. I have ways to make him reveal what that object is." "There's no need for that," Lin Zhi replied with a gentle smile. She approached the young man, circling him twice before leisurely articulating, "That object is certainly not a wallet. If it were, you wouldn't have stolen it. In this apocalyptic era, the least valuable items are mere paper currency. The only things that ignite human greed now are resources." Lin Zhi leaned in closer, whispering softly in the young man's ear, "Thus, I surmise that this wallet must contain an abundance of valuable resources, compelling you to compete with that middle-aged man for it." At her words, the young man trembled slightly, yet he retorted defiantly, "That's not true." Lin Zhi nodded and remarked, "Isn't it my prerogative to judge for myself?" As she spoke, she beckoned to Zhao Ziming, who promptly produced a wallet from his pocket, as if performing a magic trick. The young boy's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the wallet, and he exclaimed in terror, "You stole it. What constitutes theft?" Lin Zhi inquired with a smile, gazing at the boy. "We merely stumbled upon this wallet, which belonged to a thief. Since its owner is neither you nor this middle-aged man, we shall confiscate it for the time being, until we can locate its rightful owner." "You won't be able to find its owner," the boy retorted defiantly. "Oh, really?" "His owner has already passed away," the boy said, his expression turning somber as he uttered these words. Lin Zhi desired precisely this effect. With just a glance at the wallet, she could discern its true nature. What she now sought was the origin of this wallet. A life extinguished? Did you take it by foul means? Lin Zhi's tone abruptly turned frigid. "No, it was not I," the boy retorted instantly. "When I encountered him, he was already on the brink of death." "So, you pilfered it from a corpse?" Lin Zhi pressed, closing in relentlessly. The boy fell silent, biting his lip in tacit acknowledgement of the accusation. Lin Zhi cast a glance at Zhao Ziming and Lu Xiaoyu. Zhao Ziming, understanding the unspoken cue, approached the young man and teasingly remarked, "I must say, brother, you dare to pilfer from the deceased. Do you not fear retribution? Do not claim that there is no such consequence, given the current dire circumstances, with pollution and radiation pervasive everywhere. Who knows whether that corpse bore any radiation? The first source of contamination might very well be upon you. That is not the case. When I found this wallet, it was not on the corpse. It lay beside the deceased's hand. I merely picked it up in passing." The youth retorted without a moment's hesitation. After uttering his defense, he met the cunning gazes of Lin Zhi and her companions, realizing he had walked into a trap. With a resigned demeanor, he lowered his head and said, "I am aware that you are the authorities of this stronghold. So how do you intend to punish me?" "Punishment?" Lin Zhi replied with a beaming smile. "Your punishment is to escort me to the vicinity of that corpse for a closer inspection. That is impossible. The youth instantaneously dismissed Lin Zhi's request without a second thought. What is impossible? Since you managed to acquire this wallet from the deceased, it stands to reason that the body is within the stronghold. Lead me to it, and I may assist in retrieving another corpse. The young man now fully comprehended that Lin Zhi was merely attempting to extract information from him. He sighed and addressed Lin Zhi, saying, "Allow me to speak plainly." Lin Zhi and others immediately perked up their ears to listen. "This wallet is one that I found outside the fortress." Lin Zhi furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "The ant fortress has only opened its doors a few times, and each occasion is recorded on surveillance footage. I can check the tapes at any moment to ascertain whether you were among those who entered or exited." "You need not bother checking, for I did not enter through the main entrance," the young man replied nonchalantly. "Then how did you gain entry?" This question piqued not only Lin Zhi's curiosity, but also that of Lu Xiaoyu, as the security measures at the ant fortress were notoriously stringent. Yet, even the most sophisticated security protocols pale in comparison to those possessing extraordinary skills. At this moment, the young man chuckled softly and continued, "You must know what this wallet is, do you not?" He fixed his gaze upon Lin Zhi, his eyes as dark as night. Lin Zhi glanced down at the wallet in his hand and remarked, "This is the first time I have encountered such a spacious storage compartment." Lu Xiaoyu and Zhao Ziming were utterly astonished upon hearing this. Could this wallet truly be a storage compartment? How could one discern that it is a storage space? As they spoke, they turned their gazes towards the young man. "How do you know this is a storage compartment?" The young man did not provide a direct answer, but instead looked at Lin Zhi and said, "The two pendants on the necklace around your neck also serve as storage spaces, don't they?" He then shifted his attention to Zhao Ziming. "The electronic watch on your wrist functions as a storage space as well." Zhao Ziming instinctively covered his watch, gazing at him in horror. "How do you know?" The young man smiled helplessly and pointed to his eyes. "I can see." "What do you mean? You can see? How can you tell?" Zhao Ziming was quite perplexed by this. Items with storage capabilities are distinctly different from ordinary objects. Lin Zhi stared at him, inquiring, "What is different?" "The storage space emits light," the youth replied candidly. "There is no longer any need for deceit. You have already grasped the situation, so do not continue to test me. I have spoken the truth." "You are truly exceptional," Lu Xiaoyu remarked, observing him with curiosity, as if he were an intriguing novelty. The youth, with his tightly pressed lips, fixed his gaze on Lin Zhi and asked, "How do you intend to deal with me?" Lin Zhi suddenly smiled. She entered the fortress with an air of nonchalance, disregarding the established norms and treating the fortress's laws as mere trifles. Gazing at the youth, she spoke each word with precision. "You truly possess remarkable abilities." The boy's complexion paled slightly as he clenched his fists tightly. Should he be expelled now, he would face a certain demise. "So, would you be willing to join my investigation team?" Chapter 125. Recruitment 1. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, the boy abruptly lifted his head to meet her gaze. Disbelief etched across his features. Just a moment ago, he had silently prayed that Lin Zhi would not cast him out, yet in the next instant, she extended such a generous offer. "Are you jesting?" He stammered, his lips trembling. His emotions were a whirlwind, leaving him at a loss for words to express the excitement coursing through him. Within the ant fortress, who was unaware that following Lin Zhi would lead to a life of abundance, free from worries over resources. He had never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him so soon. "How could you possibly be unwilling? If you are, then so be it," Lin Zhi remarked as she stood up, glancing at those beside her. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "Let us go. Let us go. If he is not interested, we shan't linger here, wasting time on someone unworthy." Seeing Lin Zhi's intention to leave, the boy panicked and called out loudly, "I am willing. I am very willing." He accepted the wallet, astonished and elated, before timidly inquiring, "Do you not want this wallet? It has a substantial space. Are you sure you do not want it? I can give it to you." "I do not need it," Lin Zhi replied, casting him a casual glance before smiling. "If there is anything, I will have Zhao Ziming inform you." Zhao Ziming, overhearing, scoffed slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. "Do not be upset," Lin Zhi chided gently, playfully tugging Zhao Ziming's cheek. "You are my most esteemed disciple. You must display a magnanimous spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming could not help but smile. Then, adopting a mock-serious tone, declared, "Since the boss has spoken, I shall take good care of you from now on. Rest assured, I am not one to be petty. By the way, where do you reside?" Lu Xiaoyu asked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "I live on the underground level 5, the boy replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, the same place where those rebels used to dwell. How intriguing that you did not join them in rebellion." Lin Zhi remarked with a chuckle. "What is the point of rebellion? Ultimately, it's all about resources. I possess the ability to acquire these resources without resorting to such measures," the boy replied nonchalantly. "Rebellion is a thankless task. Look at the current outcome. Failure could cost one their life, and my appetite is not so vast." "Well said, but do refrain from employing such underhanded methods in the future," Lin Zhi advised. "I shall amend my ways," the boy vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Lu Xiaoyu, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" The boy lowered his gaze, a tinge of melancholy gracing his features. "I have no name. I was once a wandering orphan." Lin Zhi nodded and said, "Then you shall be called Wu Yiming." Zhao Ziming expressed his displeasure. "Why must you share the same name as me? You are Zhao Ziming, and he is Wu Yiming. How can that be the same?" Lu Xiaoyu interjected. "They both have Ming in their names." Zhao Ziming could hardly contain himself. Lu Xiaoyu retorted, "Well, you all have eaten. Why don't you say he learned to eat from you? You little woman, you childish brat, you're only 2 years older than me. 2 days, and you're still a child." Observing the playful banter between Lu Xiaoyu and Zhao Ziming, Lin Zhi shook her head in resignation. It was perplexing how their relationship had blossomed to such a level that they could engage in light-hearted exchanges. "All right, you two continue your banter. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave," Lin Zhi declared. After saying this, she composed herself, disregarding the calls from Lu Xiaoyu and Zhao Ziming, and briskly exited the job fair. Upon descending the stairs, she turned left and right, eventually arriving at a secluded room on the first floor. This chamber was unoccupied, as Lin Zhi had repurposed it as a storage area within the building. After ensuring no one was following her, she paused at the door and knocked gently. The door swung open promptly. "General Manager Lin, you've arrived. Did you catch him?" "Indeed. He attempted to flee, but I apprehended him just in time," Zhao Shu responded, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, indicating he had exerted considerable effort. "Not at all. Any task for General Manager Lin is worth it. Take me to see him." Zhao Shu led Lin Zhi into the brightly lit room, where, in the center, was bound a creature that resembled neither human nor beast. It was indeed an orc. Lin Zhi gazed at the orc with mild astonishment. Zhao Shu, encountering such a creature for the first time, was visibly shaken and trembled as he asked, "General Manager, what is this thing? It's quite terrifying." "This is a gaunt being with a certain degree of offensive capability and intelligence. How did it come to be in our fortress? And who allowed it entry?" Zhao Shu voiced his grave concerns. Lin Zhi reined in her expression and coldly remarked, "Where there is no wind, there are no waves. Someone must be stirring the pot. This monster would not have appeared at our human stronghold without reason. It is highly probable that someone released it deliberately. Who would unleash such a creature? Clearly, the security of our fortress is not as robust as we believed, as evidenced by the presence of this being among us. When faced with an adversary, we must respond. Let us first neutralize it and pry open its mouth to uncover the truth." As Lin Zhi spoke, she approached the orc with a large pair of pliers. This orc was the middle-aged man encountered earlier at the recruitment fair. Unlike other orcs, this one possessed a notably weak offensive capability. His greatest skill lay in his ability to disguise himself as a human, likely due to his resemblance to humanity. Thus, when he assumed a human form, it became rather challenging to discern whether he was indeed human or an orc. However, Lin Zhi had encountered orcs before and immediately recognized that the so-called middle-aged man before her was not human. "How long have you been lurking in our fortress?" The orc remained silent, meeting her gaze without a word. "Quite intelligent, I see. No wonder you are a member of the ape race," Lin Zhi said with a sardonic smile. "Yet, no matter how human you appear, you lack an understanding of human methods. If you choose to remain silent, I possess numerous ways to induce pain that will compel you to speak, and rest assured, I will ensure you do not perish." Just imagine the torment of enduring agony while being unable to end your own life. Upon hearing this, the ape-man bared his teeth in fury, letting out a wild roar. Uncle Zhao, standing nearby, was already petrified with fear. Yet, Lin Zhi remained unfazed, sitting there casually, and addressed the ape-man with a smirk. Very well. You orcs have your limits, too. When your shouting tires you out, it will be my turn to employ the instruments of torture. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, the orc trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Lin Zhi nodded, expressing her satisfaction as she remarked, That's right. Be obedient and follow my instructions. I shall not make things difficult for you. Yes, it was Brother Jiao who sent me, the orc stammered. Lin Zhi inquired, Who is ninth brother? I am unfamiliar with him as well. However, his subordinates refer to him as ninth brother. All I know is that he's a man who provided me with a pass for the ant fortress, allowing me to infiltrate when selling houses there. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow slightly, as the realization dawned upon her that this orc had been lurking here for quite some time. According to his account, he had infiltrated since the very inception of the fortress's opening. It seemed that someone had already set their sights on the ant fortress long before. During this period, did you relay any messages to Brother Jiao? If so, what were they? Lin Zhi continued to press for answers. I didn't say much. I merely informed Brother Jiao about who was in charge here, whether there were any supplies, and the living conditions, the ape-man replied, visibly anxious. Lin Zhi felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. If that Jiao was targeting the living conditions of the ant fortress, it was inevitable that he would seek to conquer it. Where is Jiao from? The ape-man shook his head and replied, I do not know. All I am aware of is his formidable prowess. He has slain many, and we all fear him. Why are you willing to heed his words? Lin Zhi fixed her gaze upon him. He has my family in his grasp. At this mention, the ape-man's face contorted with rage. Family? Lin Zhi furrowed her brows slightly. She had never heard of beastmen having families. Isn't it peculiar? The ape-man offered a wry smile and remarked, Among the entire beastman hierarchy, only we ape-men form families. Thus our capacity to inflict harm upon humans is comparatively minimal. Is it due to your higher degree of socialization? Lin Zhi inquired, observing him intently. One might say so. The ape-man admitted with a hint of resignation. Yet, despite our socialization, you have still managed to uncover our existence. Do not blame yourself. I possess an innate sensitivity to the scent of beastmen. I see the ape-man side. Are you intending to kill me now? Preserving your value is far more advantageous than extinguishing your life. It would be sheer folly for me to slay you. The ape-man looked up at her and asked, What do you truly wish for me to do? Can you lure out this Jiao? I wish to meet him. The ape-man shook his head. I have not been in contact with him for over a month. I do not know his whereabouts. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow imperceptibly. Had this ninth brother abandoned the ape? What did he say during your last communication? Lin Zhi pressed on. The ape contemplated for a moment and replied. He instructed me to monitor the ant fortress, as he intends to journey westward. Westward? Lin Zhi closed her eyes, pondering deeply, and suddenly recalled that in her previous life, the nearest location to their fortress in the west housed an abandoned agricultural research institute. Within that institute lay a wealth of resources and various surviving organisms, all of tremendous value. If this ninth brother had set his sights on the Agricultural Research Institute, it was indeed plausible that he was heading west. Lin Zhi stood up and gazed at the primitive man, declaring, I shall not take your life. Yet I will not permit you to live in ease. Should you desire a life of comfort, I offer you a choice. What is it that you wish to do? The primitive man looked at her with a hint of trepidation. What abilities do you possess? Lin Zhi fixed her stare upon him. The primitive man hesitated for a moment before replying, I possess no remarkable abilities. I merely exhibit a higher degree of socialization, capable of feigning humanity at will. Lin Zhi nodded and said, Very well, I shall not press you. Whenever you feel ready to share, do come find me. Lin Zhi straightened up, intending to depart. But the ape-man called out to her from behind, What if I possess no abilities at all? This statement sent a shiver coursing through the beast-man, who watched Lin Zhi leave, feeling as though his heart were ensnared by a delicate web of fear. Though Lin Zhi may not appear imposing in stature. The sense of oppression she exudes surpasses that of all men. After exiting the room, Uncle Zhao secured the door with multiple locks, enveloping it in layers of protection. Yet, still feeling uneasy, he proceeded to install an electronic sensor for added security. Lin Zhi gazed at Uncle Zhao, whose expression was akin to facing a formidable adversary, and couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Zhao, there's no need to be so terrified. How could I not be afraid? This is a monster. Monsters devour people. It's utterly terrifying. Uncle Zhao exclaimed, shaking his head in dismay. It's all the fault of that little notebook over there with the nuclear leak, recklessly dumping radioactive waste, causing the animals to mutate. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at Uncle Zhao's words, exclaiming, Uncle Zhao, you are truly humorous. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and deemed it truly necessary to inform Xiao Yuanlin. I shall convey the message to him. Lin Zhi finished speaking and made her way directly to Room 1. Outside Room 1, a group of medical personnel clad in white uniforms bustled in and out, arousing her suspicions. The occupants of Room 1, besides Xiao Yuanlin, were none other than the Xiao couple and Xiao Shui. Could it be that someone was ill or injured? She seized one of the nurses, who was carrying a tray, and inquired, What are you doing? Who is injured? The nurse immediately shook her head in panic, exclaiming, No, not at all. With that, she swiftly darted away. Lin Zhi felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing the scene before her. Before she could ponder further, Xiao Shui warmly greeted her from a distance. Fortunately, it was merely a trivial matter. As Lin Zhi approached, she observed Xiao Shui with a rosy complexion and robust health, indicating that she was not suffering from any ailment. Thus, she subtly inquired, Where are Mr. and Mrs. Xiao? How are they faring here? Are they accustomed to it? Accustomed? Indeed, Xiao Shui replied with a smile. My parents say that although this place does not compare to the environment of Xiao Family Fortress, it is relatively comfortable and secure for living. Most importantly, our family is together, which brings us peace of mind. As Xiao Shui spoke, she glanced at Lin Zhi, her smile imbued with a hint of meaning. You are here to see my brother, aren't you? Indeed, I have a few matters to discuss with him. Well, my brother is currently in a meeting. Would you like to accompany me to the living room to wait for a moment? Xiao Shui hesitated for a brief moment before decisively leading her to the living room. Lin Zhi, please sit here for a while. I will inform my brother of your arrival. Lin Zhi nodded and replied, All right. After speaking, she watched as Xiao Shui entered the inner room, and the smile on her face gradually faded. At that moment, she was already certain that the injured person was Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Zhi's emotions shifted to a state of complexity in an instant. However, the constant stream of medical personnel at the entrance today, coupled with the slightly evasive demeanor exhibited by Xiao Shui while speaking, aroused Lin Zhi's suspicions. It appeared that Xiao Yuanlin had sustained injuries, and they seemed to be quite severe. The extent of Xiao Yuanlin's injuries remained uncertain. Lin Zhi was deeply concerned. If the news of Xiao Yuanlin's injury were to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it would inevitably stir up a tempest of blood and chaos within the fortress. Lin Zhi couldn't help but feel that Xiao Yuanlin harbored too many secrets. If they were all on the same front, why was he reluctant to confide in her? Had he not considered that she could also help him resolve numerous issues? Contemplating this, Lin Zhi felt a pang of sadness, coupled with a simmering frustration. It seemed that Xiao Yuanlin truly regarded her as an outsider. Hence, the meticulous concealment of his circumstances from her. Lin Zhi, lost in her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle at herself. Indeed, why would anyone feel compelled to divulge every detail to her? Who was she, after all? She gently patted her own face, admonishing herself, Lin Zhi, you have overstepped the boundaries of your thoughts. Just as her mind was swirling with myriad reflections, Xiao Shui entered the living room. Lin Zhi, you may go in now. My brother has finished his meeting. After Lin Zhi nodded, she followed Xiao Shui into Xiao Yuanlin's room. The decor of Xiao Yuanlin's room was exceptionally serene and minimalist, devoid of any superfluous clutter. Upon entering, she noticed Xiao Yuanlin engrossed in a book. Sitting beside him was a young man clad in a white t-shirt and wearing glasses. He was remarkably handsome, yet bore an air of nonchalance. Upon noticing Lin Zhi's arrival, The young man regarded her with a meaningful gaze, appraising her from head to toe. Lin Zhi was quite unaccustomed to such scrutinizing and probing gazes. She felt an uncomfortable sensation enveloping her entire being. The man in white seemed to perceive her discomfort, and with a slight smirk, he turned his attention to Xiao Yuanlin, saying, "Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me." As he spoke, the man patted Xiao Yuanlin on the shoulder, and just before departing, he cast one last lingering glance at Lin Zhi, a playful glimmer in his eyes. As he passed by her, he deliberately chuckled, "Little beauty, do take good care of Lin for me." Lin Zhi Wei frowned imperceptibly. She found the man's words overly frivolous and lascivious, which she greatly disdained. Though Lin Zhi was exceedingly reluctant, she maintained her composure and replied nonchalantly, "I understand." The man glanced at Lin Zhi, then gestured toward Xiao Yuanlin, before humming a tune and departing. Do not take offense. Fei tends to speak without thought, yet he possesses a commendable character. Xiao Yuanlin promptly clarified upon witnessing the scene. Oh, Lin Zhi mused, contemplating how the arrogance of that individual had no bearing on her. She stated, "I have come to discuss a matter with you." "What a coincidence, for I too have something to convey," Xiao Yuanlin remarked while regarding her intently. "You may go first," Lin Zhi replied, not wishing to overshadow him. Xiao Yuanlin, however, did not hesitate to continue. According to the staff as detection, there exists a ruin approximately 45 degrees to our west, which contains a substantial amount of resources, as well as some unidentified creatures. Lin Zhi was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a hint of impropriety. Just moments earlier, Xiao Yuanlin had already mentioned that it was the staff who had detected the information. In truth, Lin Zhi was curious about the methods employed by the staff to ascertain the existence of resources in the West. It was through the far-infrared detectors that they gathered their findings. As if reading Lin Zhi's thoughts, Xiao Yuanlin deliberately added, "So, you have heard as well?" "No, I haven't. I just find it quite a coincidence," she replied. He continued, "I discovered several promising candidates at the recruitment fair and am considering forming a small team dedicated to exploring outside, to assist the fortress in searching for sustainable energy sources." Lin Zhi deftly shifted the conversation. Xiao Yuanlin remarked, "I trust your judgment in selecting personnel. You may take charge of the recruitment. As for the individuals you choose, I have no concerns as long as you deem them suitable. Regarding the expenses for employing them, I shall personally bear that burden." "No, I can manage," Lin Zhi insisted, waving her hands. "These individuals are recruited under my guidance. If I do not assume responsibility for their expenses, it may lead to discontent. You are now a prominent figure in Ant Fortress. How could there be any dissent? Your name alone is a golden endorsement. Who would dare to oppose you?" Xiao Yuanlin smiled gently. Were it not for his amiable demeanor, Lin Zhi might have suspected a hint of sarcasm in his words, considering he was indeed the true leader of Ant Fortress. "You mentioned discovering ruins in the West. Do you have any plans regarding this?" Lin Zhi inquired cautiously. "Are you considering sending someone to investigate?" Xiao Yuanlin nodded. "I plan to dispatch a team to explore the ruins and see if we can procure resources." The preliminary expedition provided quite comprehensive data, indicating a high probability of usable energy there. The mention of usable energy sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Zhi's eyes. This was a matter she had contemplated seriously. If the energy within the fortress proved insufficient, she intended to venture out in search of a sustainable energy source. "In that case, allow me to lead the team," Lin Zhi volunteered eagerly. "Have you decided whom to take with you?" "I, Zhao Ziming, and 2 new recruits," Lin Zhi replied. "For individuals?" Xiao Yuanlin scrutinized her with a furrowed brow, seemingly doubtful that this number would suffice. "For more than enough," Lin Zhi asserted confidently. "Not enough," Xiao Yuanlin responded decisively. Lin Zhi hurriedly explained, "What is lacking? It is truly sufficient. I have nothing more to say." Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her, interrupting her words, "I shall accompany you." Chapter 128, An Outdoor Adventure. Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yuanlin actually intended to accompany her on an adventure. Surely, he was not jesting. Just a moment ago, doctors and nurses were bustling in and out, tending to his injuries, and now he was suggesting embarking on an expedition with her. Lin Zhi disagreed and exclaimed, "How can this be? Where's the problem?" Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her earnestly. Lin Zhi was momentarily rendered speechless by Xiao Yuanlin's question. She stammered for quite some time before uttering, "Well, it's because you're unwell." Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Who told you that I am unwell?" "I," guessed Lin Zhi replied, feeling increasingly at a loss for words, aware that the more she spoke, the more she faltered. With a gentle laugh, Xiao Yuanlin composed himself, stating, "All right, I shan't tease you any further. I have already decided to accompany you, so there is no need for you to persuade me any longer. This is the first ruin we've discovered with resources and energy, and thus I must join you." A determined glint shone in Xiao Yuanlin's eyes. Lin Zhi could not comprehend why he was so resolute, insisting on accompanying her despite his ailing and injured body. Lin Zhi pondered that perhaps Xiao Yuanlin had his own reasons. "If you and I go together, what will happen to the fortress's interior? Who will manage it?" This was Lin Zhi's concern. She did not wish for another rebellion akin to Jiang Songmin's to occur within the fortress. "There will naturally be someone. Do not worry." Xiao Yuanlin replied with an air of calmness, seemingly unconcerned. "Do not worry," he reassured her, but she had never truly been at ease. "When shall we set off?" Lin Zhi inquired. "The day after tomorrow," came the response. In room 2, Lin Zhi handed a set of armor to Wu Yiming. "Remember to wear it when we set off tomorrow." Wu Yiming gazed in astonishment at the soft armor Lin Zhi presented, his fingers caressing it with a sense of wonder. He examined it from every angle, his expression reflecting an undeniable affection. I remarked, "Is it really necessary for you to be so enthralled? Your mouth is practically stretched to your ears, as if you've never encountered such a thing before." Zhao Ziming scoffed. Some individuals should refrain from their sarcastic jibes. I recall, when certain people received their own sets of soft armor, their expressions were no less animated than Wu Yiming's. Lu Xiaoyu teased with a smile. "When did I ever behave that way?" Zhao Ziming protested. "You." Zhao Ziming was left speechless, retorting with exasperation. "Forget it. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Ha! And a good woman does not argue with an unattractive man." Lu Xiaoyu quipped, rolling her eyes at him. Lin Zhi looked at her with great exasperation. "What has been troubling you lately? You seem to be constantly bickering with Zhao Ziming. He hasn't done anything to provoke you, hasn't he?" Lu Xiaoyu retorted, visibly displeased. "Did you not notice the way he disparages me every time he speaks? I simply cannot tolerate anyone belittling me." All right, both of you should tone it down." Lin Zhi replied with a hint of resignation. "I will be leaving tomorrow, so you must take good care of yourself at home. Rest assured, I'll be just fine. If others encounter trouble, I will not be among them. The self-defense techniques you taught me, I have mastered to perfection," Lu Xiaoyu declared, demonstrating a few moves with her hands. "Impressive, isn't it?" Lin Zhi was amused by her words. "Remember our agreement," Lin Zhi said, pointing to the bracelet on her wrist. "If you encounter danger, shatter it, and I will come immediately." Lu Xiaoyu patted Lin Zhi's shoulder and reassured her, "Do not fret so. We have just driven Jiang Songmin and his group away. The individuals within the fortress are now exceedingly cautious. Even if some lingering thoughts remain in the current situation, they would not dare to show themselves." Though she spoke thus, Lin Zhi insisted on exercising utmost caution. "All right," Lin Zhi replied with a slight smile, solemnly affirming Lu Xiaoyu's words. The following day, light snow began to fall, with temperatures rising slightly. The group perceived this as an auspicious sign. Yet Lin Zhi felt a sense of unease, aware that this heralded the onset of impending calamity. In her recollection, in merely half a month, the frigid weather would dissipate, transforming into ordinary cold conditions, with temperatures hovering around -15 degrees Celsius. While this temperature was indeed frigid, snow would persist, allowing various creatures to emerge and roam. Once these beings commenced large-scale activity, it would signify the commencement of disaster. From that moment onward, the beastmen launched attacks, targeting the fortresses with weaker defenses, many of which succumbed to becoming strongholds for the beastmen. Consequently, numerous substantial fortresses offered exorbitant bounties for self-preservation. In her previous life, it was under such circumstances that Lin Zhi distinguished herself by vanquishing many beastmen, thus capturing the attention of Xiao Yuanlin and establishing herself as the most formidable female warrior within the ant fortress. Observing her companions, Lin Zhi felt a tangle of emotions. As Xiao Yuanlin had briefed her on the mission prior to their departure, she could sense the heightened tension among her peers, while the Yuanren appeared remarkably at ease. As Lin Zhi drove alongside Xiao Yuanlin, she found herself lost in contemplation. Xiao Yuanlin, despite bearing an injured body, was determined to accompany her to this place, evidently harboring ulterior motives. It was clear that whatever he sought was of paramount importance to him. While she could not definitively ascertain his intentions, she suspected they were likely connected to the Beastmen. Xiao, boss, there's a bridge ahead. We need to cross it, so please ensure everyone is prepared for safety measures, Zhao Ziming announced, holding the coordinate display device. The group sat in the off-road vehicle, clutching makeshift safety cushions. In contrast to Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming's calm demeanor, Wu Yiming appeared exceedingly anxious. He had encountered this bridge before, recognizing its high danger level, compounded by significant structural damage. He had witnessed vehicles plummet from its decrepit surface. Thus, he harbored severe PTSD regarding this crossing. Noticing Wu Yiming's tension, Zhao Ziming leaned closer and whispered with a chuckle, "What's the matter, kid? Are you scared? It's just a bridge. Don't let it frighten you." However, before Zhao Ziming could finish his sentence, the vehicle jolted violently, causing him to bang his head against the interior. As he rubbed his head and prepared to voice a complaint, he raised his gaze to discover that the bridge ahead was shockingly severed in half. "What on earth?" Zhao Ziming exclaimed instinctively. "Why?" Lin Zhi teased him. "If there's really a problem, it would be convenient for you to jump out of the car." "Boss, are you joking?" At this moment, jumping out of the car is akin to courting death, Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment, then muttered to himself, "If danger truly arises, how would he even need to jump out?" As he spoke, the bridge trembled once more, and the SUV skidded perilously. Wu Yiming swallowed hard, stammering, Perhaps we should jump out after all. This bridge might collapse." "You ominous speaker, could you refrain from saying such things?" Zhao Ziming, already filled with trepidation, found Wu Yiming's words to be like adding fuel to the fire. Lin Zhi keenly perceived the terror in Wu Yiming's eyes. She comforted him, saying, "Do not be afraid. If we truly encounter danger, simply follow my lead. As long as I am alive, I will ensure your safety." Lin Zhi's demeanor and expression calmed Wu Yiming's previously restless heart significantly. The ape-man remained silent beside them. Zhao Ziming, glancing at the ape-man with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle, why are you so quiet? Aren't you afraid?" The ape-man cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Ziming. Instinctively, Zhao Ziming furrowed his brow, finding the ape-man's gaze peculiar. Neither human nor beast, Wu Yiming possessed a certain understanding of the ape-man, although he could not fathom why Lin Zhi had chosen to bring him along this time. He speculated that the ape-man must be of considerable utility to Lin Zhi, given her usual approach to matters. Nonetheless, he still perceived the ape-man as a potential threat, opting to distance himself from him even within the confines of the same vehicle. Zhao Ziming, convinced that the ape-man was a figure of significance, attempted to draw him out, eager to discern the talents that had won Lin Zhi's favor. However, the ape-man's uncharacteristic composure only intensified Zhao Ziming's curiosity. "Uncle, what exactly are your strengths?" he queried. The ape-man shot him a cold glance and replied brusquely, "Your inquiries are too probing." Zhao Ziming pouted in displeasure, but chose to remain seated in silence, refraining from further conversation. After Lin Zhi finished admonishing Zhao Ziming, she cast a worried glance at the driver, Xiao Yuanlin. "Will it be all right?" Xiao Yuanlin, wearing sunglasses that obscured his expression, revealed a hint of tension through his tightly pressed lips. This was the only viable route leading west from here. Lin Zhi had previously contemplated the possibility of traveling by helicopter. However, since Xiao Yuanlin chose not to utilize one, it may be due to a concern of alarming the quarry. The target area of a helicopter is exceedingly vast, making it all too easy to reveal one's whereabouts. Lin Zhi realized that the purpose of this journey was likely shrouded in secrecy, particularly after mounting the mountain bike. The surface of the bridge was marred by numerous fractures, some sections having already collapsed, while the remaining structure appeared perilously unstable. Even someone as seasoned in outdoor adventures as Lin Zhi could not help but feel a flicker of concern upon witnessing such a sight. This bridge might pose no threat to a solitary traveler, but with their group and a hefty off-road vehicle, the situation became quite precarious. Xiao Yuanlin, could you please drive a bit slower? Lin Zhi urged, unable to contain her apprehension. This bridge is dangerous. Several of the supporting pillars below have crumbled. Understood. Xiao Yuanlin replied calmly, as if he had anticipated the bridge's condition all along. As they traversed halfway across, the bridge suddenly began to tremble violently. Wu Yiming, pale with fear, clutched his seatbelt tightly, stammering, "It's over, it's over. Another earthquake. We're doomed." Zhao Ziming remained silent, his brow furrowed deeply. However, a flicker of excitement crossed the face of the man known as Yuanren. "This is not an earthquake," Lin Zhi stated gravely. "What else could it be?" Wu Yiming exclaimed incredulously. "The bridge is about to collapse. Someone is shaking the bridge." Zhao Ziming interjected suddenly. All eyes turned towards him. Wu Yiming instinctively protested. "How is that possible? Who possesses such strength to shake a bridge?" Zhao Ziming regarded him coolly. "What if it isn't just one person? What if it's many? But in this weather, anyone outside without proper protection would freeze to death. Who would risk their life to do such a thing, merely to let us cross the bridge?" Wu Yiming was baffled. He had indeed wandered outside the fortress several times in search of supplies, but only in relatively safe areas. This perilous location he had visited only once, and he had not dared return. In such weather, it was inconceivable that anyone would exert such effort for this purpose. It cannot possibly be human. At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin had brought the vehicle to a halt. "Xiao Yuanlin, No," he interrupted her firmly. Lin Zhi was at a loss for words. "You have no idea what I am about to say." "Of course I do," Xiao Yuanlin replied as he removed his sunglasses. "Do you wish to go beneath the bridge and take a look?" Lin Zhizuan paused, pondering how extraordinary Xiao Yuanlin was, seemingly aware of her every thought. "Boss, have you lost your mind? You want to go down there? That's tantamount to seeking death." Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. "If we do not descend to ascertain the specific circumstances, the entire vehicle will face peril. Though you may be exempt," Lin Zhi replied, gazing at him intently. "That's not what I meant," Zhao Ziming stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. "I comprehend. No need for an explanation. However, given the current predicament, I must venture down." "You all remain in the vehicle," Lin Zhi asserted, unfastening her seatbelt and preparing to exit. Xiao Yuanlin firmly pressed her hand down, his voice low and commanding. "Stay in the car. I will go. Do not act recklessly." Lin Zhi withdrew her hand from his grasp, fixing him with a determined gaze. "It is futile for anyone else to go. This matter is solely mine to resolve." Pointing at the creature, she commanded, "You, come down and accompany me." Xiao Yuanlin regarded her with a profound look, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Countless words hung on the brink of his lips, but ultimately, he uttered only one: "Take care of yourself, and do not take unnecessary risks." Lin Zhi smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. "All right." Chapter 130, Deal with them. Lin Zhi disembarked with the ape-man, the two traversing the precarious, crumbling bridge with each step uncertain. "You brought me out here. Are you not afraid I might flee?" The ape-man remarked softly from behind her. "Given your familiarity with us, you should be aware that these radiations pose no threat to us. Rather, they are beneficial for our growth." Lin Zhi mockingly remarked, "Indeed, you creatures are merely deformities. Your provocative words bear no weight upon me. I shall not divulge my secrets." The emotions of the ape-man remained remarkably stable. Were it not for her awareness of his true nature, Lin Zhi would perceive him as indistinguishable from humanity. "Your species exhibits quite a cunning nature, managing to produce beings so closely resembling humans, such as yourself." She found it rather amusing. "Yes, you are correct." The ape-man did not dispute her assertion. "Your intelligence is commendable," Lin Zhi added. "Thank you for the compliment. Given your high intelligence, I trust you possess a means to reach the bottom of the bridge. I would appreciate your guidance there." She revealed her true intention. The ape-man remained unfazed. "What if I refuse?" "Your unwillingness matters not," Lin Zhi replied with a smile. "I am unafraid of death. Oh, by the way, I neglected to mention that I am armed." Lin Zhi declared, pressing the gun's muzzle against his waist. If I am not mistaken, your beast core should be here as well. Upon hearing this, the ape-man's pupils dilated sharply. Just how many secrets about their kind did this woman truly know? Lin Zhi leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, think of your family. Lin Zhi gazed upon his true form, unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, he was vastly different from the serpentine beings of inferior nature. The ape-man stood tall, his limbs robust and powerful, clearly an adept climber. Approaching, the ape-man regarded Lin Zhi with an expressionless demeanor. Lin Zhi, with a smile on her face, climbed onto the back of the ape-man, grasping the brown fur on his body, and with a hint of pride remarked, "You truly are a well-behaved child." As she spoke, the ape-man leaped off the bridge. The moment they jumped, Lin Zhi could feel the bridge shudder violently once more, with pebbles tumbling down from the surface. She deftly dodged the falling debris, while the ape-man beside her swatted away the loose stones. Lin Zhi gazed down the bridge ladder, observing the bridge's disrepair, rendered almost unrecognizable. The risk of imminent collapse loomed at every step. As he descended further, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him. You must feel it too, the ape-man remarked with a hint of excitement. Lin Zhi, however, remained silent. I have companions below. Lin Zhi was aware, and he also knew that the number of his companions was considerable. So, do you understand why they're shaking the bridge? Lin Zhi inquired. Lin Zhi wore a cold expression, remaining silent as she contemplated the number of orcs below. The climbing skills of the ape-man were indeed exceptional. He swiftly carried Lin Zhi to the base of the bridge. With a rather boastful demeanor, Lin Zhi cast him a fleeting glance. Such stubbornness. Let it not be a source of regret. With that, the ape-man's figure flickered, stepping aside and no longer obstructing her path. Lin Zhi's eyes brightened suddenly. She stood atop a stone, beneath which swarmed a multitude of orcs, each possessing long arms and thick fur. Their eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, fixated upon her with an intensity that was almost palpable. Scattered around were severed limbs and remnants of bodies. A mere glance was enough for Lin Zhi to discern that these were the remains of humans. It appeared that this band of orcs had resorted to a savage existence, surviving on raw flesh and blood. Indeed, what Wu Yiming had previously conveyed was true. This bridge had claimed many lives, and the culprits were none other than the very orcs that encircled its base. The ape-men had long since fled. Lin Zhi's purpose in bringing him out was rather simplistic. Now that her objective had been achieved, retaining him served no further purpose. The only regret was her ignorance regarding the capabilities of such beastmen. She remained silent and motionless, standing there quietly. In the cold wind, Lin Zhi faced off against the vast horde of beastmen. After approximately 5 minutes, a snow-white, fur-clad monkey man emerged. Enraged by Lin Zhi's remarks, the monkey man bared his teeth and, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, "Damn it! Since you are so ungrateful, you shall remain here as our dinner." The beastmen, in response, surged forward, intending to overpower Lin Zhi. However, she was remarkably swift, having already leaped onto a higher rock several steps ahead of their assault. The monkey man, taken aback by Lin Zhi's agility, remarked with surprise, "It is rare to encounter such a nimble human. Your flesh must surely be quite delectable." Lin Zhi gazed at the monkey man with neither surprise nor trepidation. "I am curious about your previous breed. Your emotional intelligence is notably high, and your words do indeed resemble those of a human. Yet, in the end, you are merely a beast." The monkey man, incensed, gestured fiercely to the orcs behind him, commanding, "Attack! Bite her to death!" Just as the orcs were about to pounce, a colossal figure materialized before them, its entire body adorned with a mane, letting out a thunderous roar. It was a lion man. The monkey man stood frozen in fear, as did the orcs who had followed him, retreating in trepidation. The lion man represented the apex of the orc food chain. His prowess stemmed from his formidable intelligence and strength. The vast majority of orcs were no match for him. The monkey man, filled with resentment, cast an indignant glance at the lion man. "You dare to protect humans?" The young lion chuckled heartily. "The sentiment is mutual. Do you not realize you are serving humanity as well? It is merely a matter of differing allegiances." Lin Zhi gently patted the little lion's head, saying, "Good boy. Take care of them for me." Chapter 131. The secret beneath the bridge. With a fierce roar, the little lion sent all the beastmen fleeing in disarray. Though the monkeys were reluctant, they could only glare at the retreating figures with resentment before making their own hasty exit. As Lin Zhi observed the frantic escape of the beastmen, a question began to surface in her mind. Was the little lion truly that formidable? Even if it possessed great strength, could it truly confront 100 foes alone? The collective number of beastmen was easily in the hundreds. Even as the king of beasts, it seemed implausible for the little lion to withstand such an onslaught. Lin Zhi pondered, her gaze inadvertently shifting to the little lion. It seemed that the little lion harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. However, given the current circumstances, she found no necessity to probe further. The dead monkey merely gathered a multitude of weaklings, trembling in fear before she even exerted herself. How utterly pathetic. The little lion expressed profound boredom, failing to comprehend the purpose of such beastmen's existence. Was it merely to add variety? Lin Zhi felt a laugh bubbling within her. It was her first encounter witnessing orcs engaging in playful banter about their own kind. "Next time, don't bother calling me about trivial matters. It's quite tiresome," the little lion expressed, clearly irritated. "I have a plethora of tasks to attend to. They are not weak at all." Lin Zhi observed him intently. "How can they not be weak? Just a moment ago, I barely made a move, and they all fled," she countered. The little lion rolled his eyes, exuding a sense of victory over his adversaries. "Then tell me, what capabilities do those monkeys possess?" Lin Zhi inquired deliberately, pondering whether they might merely be concealing their true strength. "Don't be ridiculous. What concealed strength?" The little lion dismissed her thoughts. "They are merely adept climbers, and I've heard that the brains and thought processes of such orcs are somewhat akin to yours. Some mutated individuals may even possess higher intelligence and emotional quotient than humans." He continued, "That's the only merit I've heard of. Beyond that, I know little else. In any case, their offensive capabilities are quite feeble." "Is that so?" Lin Zhi expressed her skepticism. "That's all I know. I can't provide any more information," the little lion shrugged. "I expected you to be all-knowing." "Even the Orc King has his gaps in knowledge," Lin Zhi teased. "To borrow a phrase from you humans, there is no omniscient being in this world." "Orcs are no exception," the little lion replied. "But aren't the bones scattered on the ground remnants left by those monkey and ape beings?" Lin Zhi queried. Lin Zhi's words indeed reminded the little lion, who leaped a few steps to the stones below to inspect the scattered bones on the ground. Lin Zhi observed the cat in silence and inquired, "Have you made any discoveries?" The young lion, holding a bone, sniffed it thoughtfully and then, with a furrowed brow, expressed his confusion. "The scent of saliva on this bone does not resemble that left by this group of deceased monkeys." Lin Zhi felt somewhat surprised and inquired, "Are you suggesting that there are other beastmen here? Can you discern which type of beastman this scent belongs to?" The young lion leaned in closer, inhaling the aroma, and then, with a hint of confusion, remarked, "This scent is indeed quite familiar. Yet, I cannot seem to recall where I have encountered it before." Lin Zhi understood that the young lion might truly be at a loss for the time being, so she refrained from pressing him further. However, from their recent conversation, Lin Zhi discerned a crucial clue. There were not merely one type of beastman present, but rather a multitude lurking in the vicinity. "Aren't you particularly adept at scent? Can you detect the presence of your kind nearby?" Lin Zhi inquired as she approached him. The young lion furrowed his brow, regarding Lin Zhi with a countenance that was quite intricate. "Stop being so evasive. If you have something to say, just say it quickly," Lin Zhi urged, lightly tapping his head. "That hurts. Be gentler," the young lion retorted, covering his head with a look of grievance. "The scent here is overpowering. There must be a significant number of beastmen nearby, or perhaps there exists a base belonging to them in this vicinity." Upon hearing this news, Lin Zhi was taken aback, her expression turning grave as she fixed her gaze upon the little lion. "Is what you say truly the case?" she inquired. "I am your master. Do you doubt me? Can you not trust my instincts?" The little lion retorted with irritation. Lin Zhi fell silent. The little lion would not deceive her. She gazed up at the gray sky, then surveyed the desolate ground around her and the dilapidated bridge, An overwhelming sense of impending crisis enveloped her. Lin Zhi shook her head, her expression gravely serious. Follow me and observe the situation nearby. The unusual demeanor of the little lion only deepened Lin Zhi's suspicion about the peculiar events in the vicinity. The more the little lion urged her, the more determined she became to investigate further. She sensed that the bridge concealed additional secrets, and she was reluctant to ascend just yet. However, for the moment, the crisis had been averted, allowing Xiao Yuanlin and the others to cross the bridge. Lin Zhi took out a flare gun and fired a shot into the sky. At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin on the bridge was keenly observing the movements below. Upon seeing white smoke rise, Xiao Yuanlin wasted no time and pressed down on the accelerator. Zhao Ziming, filled with apprehension, anxiously exclaimed, "Xiao, are we really leaving my boss all alone beneath the bridge? Aren't we going to wait for her?" "Lin Zhi does not require our waiting," Xiao Yuanlin replied calmly. He had given Lin Zhi 3 flare guns, each color signifying a different meaning. The white flare gun indicated that actions would proceed as planned. Should Lin Zhi truly find herself in peril and in need of assistance, she would utilize the red flare gun. In contrast to Xiao Yuanlin's composure, Zhao Ziming appeared increasingly restless, fearful that Lin Zhi might encounter danger alone beneath the bridge. Are we truly abandoning her down there? What lurks below? Could it be perilous? Can our boss manage on her own? After obtaining permission, Zhao Ziming no longer concealed his intentions. He swiftly vanished from the vehicle. Wu Yiming, witnessing Zhao Ziming's sudden disappearance, was left astonished and speechless. Where did he go?" Wu Yiming stammered. "To find Lin Zhi," Xiao Yuanlin replied nonchalantly. "Oh," Wu Yiming said, trembling with anxiety. His gaze fixated outside the car window, while his hands clenched tightly together, reflecting his unease and concern. Noticing Wu Yiming's state, Xiao Yuanlin could not help but cast a sidelong glance. "Are you worried about Lin Zhi?" Chapter 132. How is that possible? "Indeed, I am quite concerned for Sister Lin." Wu Yiming nodded, uncertain of her current situation. Xiao Yuanlin remained silent, his eyes drifting to the window. A shadow of worry creased his brow. He too was troubled for Lin Zhi. Beneath the bridge, Zhao Ziming inadvertently stepped into thin air and fell to the ground. "What the hell?" he muttered in frustration. Steadying himself, he looked up at the scene below the bridge and was left speechless, utterly shocked. The area was a scene of devastation, littered with corpses and severed limbs, along with remnants of creatures he could not even begin to identify. Upon witnessing such a sight, he could not suppress a shiver that coursed through him. What exactly did Lin Zhi encounter beneath the bridge? He took a couple of steps back, intending to rush forward in search of Lin Zhi's figure, when a signal from the bridge interrupted him. As he settled into his seat, Wu Yiming jumped in surprise. "You." Wu Yiming stared at him wide-eyed. "What about you?" Zhao Ziming shot back, annoyance evident in his gaze. "Don't you also possess extraordinary abilities?" "I." Wu Yiming was about to retort when Zhao Ziming cut him off. "Xiao, there's nothing beneath the bridge." "How can that be? Where's Sister Lin?" Wu Yiming blurted out in panic. "Don't worry, the boss won't die." Zhao Ziming glanced at him before his expression turned serious. "It's just that there are some peculiar things down there that I've never seen before." Xiao Yuanlin adjusted his glasses, remaining silent. Zhao Ziming found Xiao Yuanlin's composure rather surprising. He had initially thought Xiao would be anxious and immature, but it seemed he was quite aware of Lin Zhi's whereabouts and actions. Zhao Ziming chose not to speak further, leaving Wu Yiming in silence as well. "Let's proceed," Xiao Yuanlin suggested, cautiously pressing the accelerator. Wu Yiming, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "Aren't we waiting for Sister Lin?" Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor remained indifferent. "She should be ahead of us." 1 kilometer away from the broken bridge, Lin Zhi and the little lion were carefully observing their surroundings. The little lion wore a puzzled expression, sniffing about with his nose. "Little lion, have you found anything?" Lin Zhi inquired. The little lion replied, "There are many beastmen here." "Are you certain?" Lin Zhi pressed. The little lion shook his head. "It seems the beastmen have left. Only their lingering scent remains." "Left?" Lin Zhi was taken aback. "Where could they have gone?" The little lion mused aloud. Perhaps they encountered danger and relocated their den. The little lion's words prompted Lin Zhi to reflect. She looked at him and countered, in your case, under what circumstances would you abandon your den? Isn't it obvious? Only when one's own safety is at stake. The little lion responded without hesitation. Lin Zhi paused in her tracks upon hearing those words. Lin Zhi surveyed the surroundings with a watchful gaze. Sensing the inherent danger of the area, the little lion immediately crouched low, its body brimming with vigilance as it scanned the vicinity. After both had taken a moment to observe their surroundings back to back, the little lion gradually relaxed its stance. Master, it seems I do not detect any scent of danger. Can you? Lin Zhi inquired. Monkeys differ from us. They're social creatures, and when faced with peril, they emit a distinctive scent to alert their companions. At least for now, I have not perceived such a scent, the little lion replied earnestly. Then where did that group of monkeys just go? Lin Zhi questioned, perplexed. Lin Zhi understood now. It is often said that a cunning hare has 3 burrows. It appears that monkeys, too, employ similar tactics, creating numerous nests to confound their adversaries. Although this place does not exude danger, dear master, one must remain vigilant. I can detect a faint lingering scent of Orcish decay. A large-scale massacre of orcs must have transpired here, the young lion asserted earnestly. Indeed, Lin Zhi nodded in acknowledgement. As they proceeded, both remained attentive to their surroundings. Master, there is danger ahead, the young lion suddenly exclaimed loudly. Lin Zhi immediately bent her body and drew her pistol. At that moment, a bullet whistled through the air. Lin Zhi's heart tightened, and she swiftly crouched and turned. The bullet narrowly grazed her face, sending a sharp sting and a wave of heat coursing through her. She instinctively reached up to wipe her face and found a crimson smear staining her palm. Gazing into the distance, a chill of fear coursed through her. Had she been just a moment slower, death would have been inevitable. Master, there is someone here, the little lion said nervously. I can smell blood. From which direction? Lin Zhi replied in a low voice. It must be from the southwest. The little lion leaped onto a shattered piece of concrete with agility. Lin Zhi followed closely behind. The two walked approximately 50 meters, only to discover that the once pristine white snow was now stained with a deep crimson, indicating that someone had been injured. The little lion let out a low growl. Master, it is here. This person must be here. Lin Zhi leaped onto the snowdrift, following the trail of blood, and soon discovered a corner of clothing within a heap of dark, muddy snow. Little lion, come pull this man out, Lin Zhi commanded. The little lion bounded over, using both hands and feet to excavate the snowbank. There, lying in the snow, was a man with his eyes tightly shut. His clothing had been torn to tatters, and his body was riddled with wounds. He was covered in blood, and his skin had turned a ghastly blue from excessive blood loss and the icy snow enveloping him. Had it not been for Lin Zhi's medical knowledge, one might have truly believed this man was beyond saving. She approached, checking his pulse, which was faint and weak. Had we arrived even a moment later, this man would have perished, Lin Zhi mused, scrutinizing the figure before her. Master, shall we save him? Little Lion inquired. No, Lin Zhi replied resolutely. Who knows if this man is virtuous or vile? Such wisdom, master. Little Lion responded, pleased. Merely clearing the snow and ice from his body is the extent of my benevolence. Lin Zhi clapped her hands, turned to Little Lion, and asked, from where did that bullet come? Little Lion remained silent, lowering his head to circle the area, ultimately fixing his gaze on the unconscious man. He approached the man and sniffed carefully. Master, the bullet that just attacked you was fired by this man. Him? Lin Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Are you certain? Little Lion nodded. He carries the scent of gunpowder. Lin Zhi was astonished. This man, completely frozen and on the brink of death, was still capable of shooting. How could this be possible? Chapter 133, The Space Bracelet. Lin Zhi and the Little Lion circled around the man, yet they found no firearm on him. Moreover, even if the man were indeed armed, his frozen, stiffened hands would be incapable of pulling the trigger. Just as Lin Zhi was engulfed in confusion, a bullet suddenly shot forth from the man's wrist. The Little Lion, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly tackled Lin Zhi to the ground, narrowly evading the bullet's onslaught. Lin Zhi had just collapsed when 4 bullets suddenly shot out from the man's wrist. Xiao Shixi and Lin Zhi were so frightened that they dared not breathe. After approximately a minute, seeing that no further bullets had been fired, The two of them awkwardly stood up from the snow. In a fit of anger, Xiao Shitzi leapt a few steps towards the man to inspect his wrist. This man was truly despicable. Even on the brink of death, he was still devising ways to kill us. Lin Zhi kicked the man in frustration, thinking to herself how fortunate she was not to have saved him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly repay kindness with malice. Master, Xiao Shitzi raised the man's wrist, exclaiming, "Look!" Lin Zhi gazed in the direction indicated by the little lion. There, at the man's wrist, a silver bracelet caught his eye. The bullet had been fired from here. The little lion was filled with excitement, exclaiming about the formidable weapon. I could only detect the scent of gunpowder, yet I could not discern where the shooting aperture of the bracelet was located. Lin Zhi approached with a curious expression, examining the bracelet that was simple yet gleaming, yet utterly unremarkable. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, she declared, "This is not a weapon." "If it is not a weapon, then what is it?" the little lion asked, puzzled. "This is a spatial bracelet," Lin Zhi elucidated. "It contains a folded space. The smaller ones can be used for storage, while the larger ones can even accommodate entire city-states." "How impressive!" the little lion exclaimed in astonishment, urging, "Quick, let us take a closer look." Lin Zhizheng harbored such thoughts. Encountering a person on the roadside, teetering between life and death, and possessing such valuable items, how could one possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Lin Zhi grasped the silver bracelet, attempting to slide it off her wrist, yet no matter how she tried, it remained stubbornly in place. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, pondering the peculiar situation. Could it be that the man's hand was so frozen that the bracelet could not be removed? Just as she was lost in thought, she noticed the man's fingers suddenly twitching. Lin Zhi found it puzzling. How could her fingers move when she was so frozen? The little lion shared her sentiment completely. Their master was truly peculiar. Even on the brink of death, his hands could still move. After all, these were the extremities, and if his hands could still function, it indicated that his body was in good condition. How astonishing was that? Lin Zhi turned her head to look at him, unable to suppress a smile as she remarked, "You're quite impressive, even aware of the peripheral nerves." The little lion, feeling a bit bashful, brushed his fur and replied with a shy smile, "After all, I am the king of beastmen. During the time I was imprisoned by that scoundrel in the back mountain, I learned quite a bit." Lin Zhi did not delve further into other matters, but instead turned her gaze towards the man. The little lion was indeed correct. The mere fact that his fingers could move indicated that this man was not as dire as they had perceived. Perhaps he had merely succumbed to a state akin to suspended animation, while his bodily functions remained quite robust. Lin Zhi carefully examined the man, then stood up and clapped his hands, expressing a hint of resignation as he remarked, "This man is quite fortunate." "What is it, master? Do you intend to save him?" The little lion was not in agreement, adding, "If you rescue him, what if he awakens and turns on you, causing you harm? If I have the audacity to save him, I certainly possess the resolve to eliminate him. If he wishes to harm me, he ought to consider whether he is capable of doing so," Lin Zhi replied with unwavering confidence, gesturing for assistance. Reluctantly, the little lion approached. Lin Zhi retrieved some firestones from her spatial ring and subsequently ignited a campfire, placing it beside the man. Approximately half an hour later, the man's body temperature rose, and his skin transformed from a pallid gray to a rosy pink. Lin Zhi cast a faint glance, observing the man's complex expression. This man was indeed peculiar. Under normal circumstances, after thawing, one's body temperature would not rise rapidly. However, the skin's surface should exhibit a certain warmth. Instead, the man's skin did not display the usual flushed appearance associated with fever, but rather maintained an unexpectedly healthy and vibrant hue. This contradiction was both perplexing and illogical. Lin Zhi chose not to delve deeper, aware that this man harbored many secrets, and if he were incapable, she would be unable to comprehend them. Approximately half an hour later, the man's skin returned to its prior state of health. "Master, master, his face is moving," the little lion exclaimed with excitement. After Lin Zhi had tidied up, the man's eyelids slowly fluttered open. His lips were cracked, stained with a trace of blood. Upon seeing Lin Zhi, he moved his lips slightly and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Water." Lin Zhi cast a glance at him, casually picking up a concave stone from the ground. She filled it with some ice and snow, placed it over the fire to melt, and then offered the warm water to his lips. It was inconceivable for her to present him with fresh, clean water in front of a man. Yet he thought little of it, eagerly tilting his head back to gulp down the water she provided, drinking deeply as if it were insufficient. After quenching his thirst 3 times, he finally began to regain his composure. "Can you move?" Lin Zhi inquired, observing him. The man nodded, attempting to rise. However, his body felt utterly weak, as if it were nailed to the ground. Disappointment washed over him, fatigue evident in his weary gaze. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle from the side. "You are quite amusing. You just woke up and are already thinking about getting up. At least you will need to wait another hour for your body to regain its strength." "Did you save me?" the man asked her with difficulty, his gaze fixed on her. "In this desolate wilderness, who else could it be but me?" Lin Zhi scoffed at his question. "Thank you," the man said, and there was a hint of warmth in his eyes as he looked at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the man before her. It must be said that he possessed an exquisite visage. Even in his current disheveled and despondent state, his innate charm remained unmasked. For reasons unknown, Lin Zhi recalled a phrase uttered by a renowned hunter she had encountered in her past life. Those who have hit rock bottom yet still retain their allure are either extraordinarily exceptional or remarkably ruthless. Chapter 134. The mysterious man. If you wish to express your gratitude, mere words will not suffice. Lin Zhi arched an eyebrow, refusing to play the fool. "I have nothing," he retorted. "Who said you have nothing?" Lin Zhi pointed at his wrist. "You possess this." The man's pupils constricted, a flicker of wariness momentarily surfacing in his eyes. Yet he swiftly concealed it. "This trinket holds no value. It cannot procure any resources," he stated hoarsely. "I do not seek resources. I simply desire this. I find it quite beautiful. Do remove it from me," Lin Zhi asserted, convinced that this bracelet harbored significant secrets. The man remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhi. Lost in contemplation, Lin Zhi rose to her feet, clapping her hands as she kicked over the nearby campfire. The warmth she had managed to gather dissipated in an instant. It mattered not if she received assistance. After all, she believed she could survive and exit this place. However, he could not be so certain of his own fate. Once he perished, she would simply sever his hand, thereby obtaining the bracelet with ease. Lin Zhi spoke with an air of nonchalance, her tone light and carefree. The man listened intently, swallowing hard as he pondered the veracity of her words. "You don't believe me, do you?" Lin Zhi asked, unfazed, a playful smile gracing her lips as she gestured toward the distant bridge. "I descended from that very bridge." The man cast a glance at the imposing structure, then back at Lin Zhi, his eyes widening with astonishment. He had never anticipated that anyone could traverse that bridge so safely, nor could he have foreseen that this woman before him could so effortlessly hold his life in her hands. Lin Zhi crouched down, gazing at the man with a smile, and leisurely said, "I shall grant you 5 seconds to contemplate. Should you refuse to relinquish this bracelet to me, you may await your demise right here. I shall commence the countdown. 5, 4. The man resignedly closed his eyes. "Now, that's more agreeable. This trinket is but a transient possession. One cannot take it with them in death. It is a rare opportunity to encounter someone who could save you. Why risk your life over such a trivial matter?" Lin Zhi remarked, observing him closely before reaching for the bracelet. Yet, she found it stubbornly immovable. What mystery does this bracelet conceal that it cannot be removed? Lin Zhi scrutinized the size of the bracelet, noting it was of a dimension easily manageable by the man, with no possibility of it being stuck upon his wrist. The man let out a hoarse chuckle, looking at Lin Zhi with a peculiar sense of amusement at the sight of this somewhat irate woman before him. Lin Zhi drew a dagger she carried with her. "I do not require your guidance. If I sever your hand, I can effortlessly remove this bracelet. Regrettably, I must disappoint you. Even if you were to chop off my hand, you would still be unable to take it off," the man replied, gazing at her. Lin Zhi experienced a moment of surprise. She initially believed the man was jesting. However, upon observing the earnestness in his expression, it seemed he spoke the truth. "If you do not reveal this secret to me, I shall no longer concern myself with you. I have other matters to attend to," Lin Zhi asserted as she rose, unwilling to linger any longer. Glancing at the sky, she noted that noon was fast approaching. Once the clock struck 12, the daylight would gradually wane, and by 4 in the afternoon, darkness would envelop the surroundings, making any subsequent departure arduous. She could not afford to squander her time on this inconsequential individual. Was it merely a spatial artifact? She could very well do without it. After all, she had others. As Lin Zhi prepared to leave, the man, resolute in his decision, clenched his jaw and revealed to her, "You must cut open my wrist and let my blood touch this bracelet. Only then can it be removed." Upon first hearing of such a phenomenon, Lin Zhi, filled with skepticism, grasped the knife and made an incision on the man's wrist. Remarkably, the blood did not spill onto the surface but was absorbed by the silver bracelet. Witnessing this extraordinary occurrence, Lin Zhi was left speechless, as it was her first encounter with such an uncanny situation. Nevertheless, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor. After all, one becomes desensitized to the bizarre with frequent exposure. After a brief interval, the bracelet ceased its absorption, and the blood from the wound gradually trickled down the wrist, staining the snow below. "It's done. You may remove the bracelet now," the man instructed. Lin Zhi curled her lips in disdain as she attempted to remove the man's bracelet. This time, however, it proved remarkably effortless. He gazed at the bracelet with a hint of surprise, inspecting it meticulously inside and out, only to unexpectedly discover a tiny hole on the inner side. The edge of the hole bore a faint trace of blood. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow, for this object was indeed exceedingly strange. Initially, she had intended to claim it for herself, but it now appeared that this item possessed a formidable malevolence. Mishandling it could very well lead to dire consequences for her. "I have entrusted you with this object. You ought to honor your promise and take me away from this place." Lin Zhi said little more. He stood up and tossed his coat over the man. "Put on, don't freeze to death." "Help me wear it, I can't move." Lin Zhi reluctantly approached, assisting the man in donning his coat. Subsequently, she helped him to his feet, half supporting and half dragging his body forward. "Beautiful lady, what is your name?" Lin Zhi cast a displeased glance at him, saying, "You've just returned to life, and already you're being cheeky. Do you believe I could knock all your teeth out so that you wouldn't utter a single word?" The man couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "A beautiful woman with thorns." He then inquired, "Where are you headed?" Lin Zhi shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" The man smiled and said, "Not willing to share? Then let me venture a guess. Are you heading west?" Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in surprise. The man, observing Lin Zhi's expression, realized he had hit the mark and continued, "Shall we head west to find the Agricultural Research Institute?" Lin Zhi's composure faltered slightly. Who on earth was this man? "Oh, really? The only place worth visiting to the west is the Agricultural Science Institute." The man lifted his gaze towards the west and began to walk in that direction, asserting that a trip without visiting the institute would be in vain. "Your deceit is rather clumsy. What does it have to do with you?" Lin Zhi retorted, irritation evident in her tone. "Of course it concerns me, for I too am bound for that destination," the man replied with a mischievous smile directed at her. Lin Zhi's heart trembled slightly. Where did this man acquire such information? How did he know about the Agricultural Research Institute? What is your purpose for going there? "Whatever you do, I shall do as well." The man gazed at her with a semblance of a smile. "Do you dare to claim that your visit to the Agricultural Research Institute is merely for leisure?" Lin Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brow. "I seem to have forgotten to ask you a question." Lin Zhi scrutinized him, her face brimming with suspicion as she inquired, "Where do you come from?" Chapter 135. Can I assist you? Does it truly matter where I hail from? What holds significance is that you saved me, and for that, I am eternally grateful. The man regarded her with a gaze that was both amused and enigmatic. Lin Zhi harbored no illusions that men would genuinely express gratitude towards her. Rescuing someone from the snow did not guarantee that they would be a prince. It was just as likely to be a venomous serpent. Yet, Lin Zhi believed she could manage this particular serpent. "You hesitate to reveal your origins, suggesting you hail from a rather disreputable place," Lin Zhi observed with clarity. The man remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, before suddenly breaking into a smile. "It seems you are rather afraid of me." Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. Are all men this arrogant? Little beauty, I am not speaking nonsense. If you're not afraid of me, then why at this moment do you reach for the gun at your waist? Lin Zhi's expression turned cold as she cast the man to the ground. Take care of yourself. The man, realizing Lin Zhi was about to abandon him, hastily exclaimed, I can't assist you. Huh, I do not require your help. Lin Zhi disregarded him and continued onward. The Agricultural Research Institute is not on the ground. You will not find the entrance. The man shouted in desperation. Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at him and asked, How do I know what you say is true? The man smiled helplessly and replied, Do you not possess a gun? If my words are false, you could simply shoot me. However, if what I say is indeed true, wouldn't you profit from it? In any case, you stand to lose nothing. Lin Zhi couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. You certainly possess a knack for bargaining. How about it? The man gazed at her, a peculiar glimmer shining in his eyes. It's a deal. Lin Zhi approached once more to assist the man, and together they ambled along the uneven terrain, their steps alternating between deep and shallow. The man directed Lin Zhi with unwavering authority throughout their journey. Lin Zhi followed the direction he indicated, and after walking for quite some time, she could not help but inquire, You seem quite familiar with the paths here. Is this not your first visit? You have guessed correctly. Indeed, it is not my first time, the man replied candidly, without any hint of reservation. Lin Zhi refrained from saying anything further, until the sun on the horizon gradually dimmed. The sky was brushed with a delicate layer of blue. Lin Zhi glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. She had not anticipated spending such an extensive duration here. You have visited this place more than once. Have you made any discoveries? Perhaps you have encountered something rather peculiar? Lin Zhi cautiously observed him, hoping to extract some information related to the ape or hominid. The man smiled and countered, What is it that you wish for me to have seen? Lin Zhi cast him an exasperated glance. It was indeed rare for her to encounter someone so audacious, and she had never before met anyone so cunning. Lin Zhi frantically searched her mind for everything related to this man. Unfortunately, in her past life, she had neither encountered him nor heard any tales concerning him. Glancing at the ticking time bomb beside her, Lin Zhi resolved to cease further conversation. His mouth, though seemingly boundless, was tightly sealed, revealing little. The two traversed for quite a while, before finally emerging from beneath the bridge. Once on the road, Lin Zhi exhaled with relief, pushing the man to the ground. Hands on her hips, she gasped, You ought to lose some weight. You're quite heavy. The man chuckled softly, Little beauty, you are truly amusing. What is your name? You need not know, Lin Zhi replied coldly, casting him a glance. After this encounter, they were unlikely to meet again. Not necessarily, the man retorted with a roguish grin. If I could be found in such a place, doesn't that suggest a certain destiny between us? Those fated to meet will inevitably cross paths again. Huh, I appreciate the sentiment, but I have no desire to encounter you again. Ignoring the man's incessant chatter, Lin Zhi produced a signal pistol and fired a shot into the sky. In the distance, Xiao Yuanlin noticed the signal shot by Lin Zhi. Boss, that's the signal from the chief. Zhao Ziming exclaimed with excitement. Wu Yiming, hearing Zhao's words, appeared particularly animated, stretching his neck to peer out the car window, where he observed a wisp of green smoke swirling in the air. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at the smoke, his brow furrowing slightly. However, he said nothing more and pressed the accelerator toward the source of the green smoke. On the icy expanse, the sun gradually began its descent. With each passing moment, the light dimmed ever so slightly. The color of your signal pistol is quite intriguing. It's green, the man remarked with a smile. Lin Zhi paid no heed to the man's words. How long until your companions arrive? He inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. Lin Zhi impatiently remarked, You talk too much. So overly verbose. The man paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, and chuckled. You are the first person to ever say that to me. Lin Zhi let out a derisive laugh that indicates there isn't a single honest person around you. I am quite curious about your origins, possessing such a sharp tongue. The man observed her with keen interest. Noticing Lin Zhi's indifference, he contemplated speaking again, but was interrupted by the distant sound of a vehicle crunching over the ice and snow. Over here, Lin Zhi exclaimed. leaping up and energetically waving her hands towards the horizon. The man followed her gaze and beheld a hefty off-road vehicle gradually navigating the icy expanse. His expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced by a nonchalant demeanor. After approximately 5 minutes, the vehicle approached them, and the door swung open to reveal a heavily bundled young man who leapt out. He looked at Lin Zhi with excitement and exclaimed, "Sister Lin, how have you been?" "I'm doing wonderfully," Lin Zhi replied with a bright smile. "Who is this?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired, his gaze fixed on a man beside Lin Zhi. "I encountered a man beneath the bridge. He appeared to be in dire straits, so I offered assistance," Lin Zhi recounted candidly. Even Wu Yiming could not help but interject, "Sister Lin, that is far too perilous." Zhao Ziming, visibly displeased, approached the man and brusquely remarked, "Hey, don't follow us." Zhao Ziming, "Please refrain from speaking so harshly," Lin Zhi said, her brow slightly furrowed. "Boss, why are you defending him? Who knows if he's friend or foe? What if he turns out to be a villain?" Zhao Ziming expressed his discontent. Lin Zhi chuckled. "He is but one person, while we are 4. Are we truly afraid of him alone?" Chapter 136. The Bee Fortress. Zhao Ziming was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Anger bubbled within him. He could not fathom that Lin Zhi could be so lacking in vigilance. What did one person matter against 4? The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt. "Boss, you cannot act this way. Please say less." Lin Zhi cast him a glance, then approached Xiao Yuanlin, whispering a few words in his ear. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Yuanlin's face was initially marked by suspicion, but upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, he visibly froze, his expression morphing into one of complexity as he glanced at the man before saying, "Get in the car." Zhao Ziming was taken aback. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you bringing this unknown man into our ranks?" "Xiao, he is a dangerous individual." Xiao Yuanlin merely shot a casual glance at Zhao Ziming. "I have no obligation to explain myself to you. You can either stay here or come with us." "Such bad luck," Zhao Ziming mumbled, clearly displeased. Yet he yielded and entered the vehicle. Once inside, Zhao Ziming's dissatisfaction was palpable, his face a mask of resentment. Although Wu Yiming did not comprehend Lin Zhi's actions, he recognized that both Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin must have their reasons. Thus, he refrained from probing further. "How long until we reach the Agricultural Institute?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired. Zhao Ziming glanced at the electronic map in his hand and replied, "The map indicates we have 50 kilometers left." Unexpectedly, the man in the vehicle let out a disdainful laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Ziming glared at him irritably. "You actually believe what the electronic map shows?" The man found it laughable. "Speak plainly, without your sarcastic tone," Lin Zhi admonished, glaring at the man. The man gazed into the distance and slowly articulated. "The Agricultural Institute depicted on the map is merely a FAAD. The actual institute is approximately 150 kilometers away. At your current speed, it will take at least 5 more hours to arrive." His words enveloped the vehicle in a heavy silence. "By the way, are there any fortresses nearby?" Lin Zhi asked. Zhao Ziming scrutinized the map closely, then exclaimed, "Indeed, there's a bee fortress." "Bee fortress?" Lin Zhi paused at the mention, her expression shifting to one of complexity. The name resonated deeply with her, not because of the fortress's strength. On the contrary, it was quite weak. Its notoriety stemmed from being the first fortress to suffer wholesale destruction during the apocalypse, compared to the small-scale invasions of the Square Fortress and the Shao family fortress. The Bee Fortress was utterly annihilated. Currently, it remained in a state of safety. The Orc invaders targeted the Bee Fortress first due to its feeble defenses, incapable of withstanding such large-scale assaults. As a result, the inhabitants of the Bee Fortress faced a tragic fate. Many perished, while others fled in terror. Ultimately, fewer than 1 in 10 survived, and those who did were left homeless, wandering the wilds. These displaced individuals could not escape the natural disasters that besieged them, with many succumbing to their harsh fate. In the end, no more than 10 souls from the fortress received aid from others. The Bee Fortress was subsequently occupied by orcs, converting it into one of their strongholds. Though these events felt distant to Lin Zhi, The grim fate of the bee fortress stirred a profound sense of lament within her. Why does the bee fortress appear so small on the map? Zhao Ziming grumbled. Because it is, by nature, a small fortress, Lin Zhi explained. The population within the bee fortress does not exceed 5,000. The man seated beside Lin Zhi glanced at her upon hearing this. Only 5,000? That is remarkably few. Zhao Ziming expressed his surprise. Given its advantageous location and relatively flat terrain, how could such a small fortress be constructed? Lin Zhi had once pondered this question. The leader of the bee fortress chose such an exquisite location, yet constructed such a diminutive stronghold. This sentiment was not unique to Lin Zhi. Nearly all leaders of fortresses had entertained similar thoughts. The geographical position of the bee fortress was exceptional. Flat terrain, expansive views, and immunity from seismic activity made it an undeniably secure site for establishing a grand fortress. However, the scale of the bee fortress was astonishingly small. Some speculated that the leader of the bee fortress faced a financial shortfall during its inception, necessitating a reduction in costs, resulting in a meager fortress that stood. Furthermore, the continuous trimming of expenses weakened security measures, leaving the bee fortress utterly defenseless against the subsequent orc attacks, culminating in tragedy. The fortress was not only small, but also possessed feeble security protocols. One could aptly describe it as a fragile shell, easily assailable, yet difficult to defend. Lin Zhi remarked lightly, "You seem quite knowledgeable about this bee fortress." The man grinned at her, his demeanor playful. Noticing the smile on the man's face, Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brows and said, "Instead of wasting time bantering with her, you should contemplate where you will spend the night later. We have not prepared accommodations for an extra person." "Don't be so stingy," the man retorted with a smirk. "There are 3 men and 1 woman here. If worst comes to worst, I can squeeze in with you all. I refuse to share a space with a stranger." Zhao Ziming promptly declined without a second thought. The man then turned to Wu Yiming, who immediately averted his gaze, silently conveying his disapproval. Realizing he was unwelcome, the man shifted his attention to Xiao Yuanlin. "Brother, it seems your 2 little subordinates are not keen on my presence. It appears I must impose on you for the night." Xiao Yuanlin's tightly pressed lips remained silent. "If you don't welcome me, I'll just have to seek refuge in the beauty's tent," the man said, casting a cheeky glance at Lin Zhi. "TSK, TSK, TSK, little beauty. You are so stunning yet possess such a cold heart," he added, shaking his head. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Yuanlin shot him a glance. "If you keep this up, I will toss you out right now." All right, I'll say nothing more. Is that acceptable?" The man responded, exasperated. "You should have kept quiet long ago." Zhao Ziming retorted, glaring at him. "The boss shouldn't have allowed you in our vehicle. Who knows your true identity, whether you are friend or foe? What if you harbor ill intentions, turning out to be a ticking time bomb?" Lin Zhi observed the lively exchange among the group, yet her thoughts wandered far beyond their banter. What manner of place was the Agricultural Research Institute? Xiao Yuanlin, despite his injured and ailing body, chose to seek out this institute, which evidently harbored something extraordinary. Furthermore, the man had previously mentioned that the true entrance to the institute was not as depicted on the map, but rather concealed underground. Lin Zhi was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what kind of architectural ensemble could possibly house its true purpose beneath the ground. What secrets lay hidden within the Agricultural Academy? She observed Xiao Yunlin's taut expression and noted the calm and composed gaze that belied the man's seemingly carefree demeanor. After the car had been in motion for a while, a sudden chill swept through the air, the biting wind mingling with snowflakes that began to fall in earnest, transforming from mere specks into a veritable flurry. Xiao Yuanlin regarded the outside world with a grave countenance. The vehicle could proceed no further. Lin Zhi had long anticipated this scenario. The man beside her appeared unfazed by the situation. Only Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming exhibited palpable concern and anxiety. "Little beauty, I presume you have never spent a night outdoors alone, have you? If you feel frightened at night, come closer to your elder brother," the man remarked with a narrow gaze fixed on Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi's gaze drifted away, as cold as an ice blade. The man repeatedly waved his hands, saying, all right, I won't joke with you anymore. Xiao Yuanlin reversed the car and addressed everyone. Tonight, we will all rest in the vehicle. I will turn on the heating. Please refrain from venturing outside. It is perilous. Moreover, should anyone stray alone, the biting cold could prove fatal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Zhi observed that the man remained silent. His gaze was deeply fixed on the direction of the Agricultural Science Institute, as if something there was beckoning him. Her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Lin Zhi has never believed that there could be so many coincidences in a post-apocalyptic world. Each night, as she drifts into slumber, she is haunted by a faint, indistinct sound of weeping, a sound that seems to ebb and flow, elusive yet near. She yearns to open her eyes, yet finds no trace of any living creature. Outside, the blizzard intensifies, swirling with ferocity. Xiao Yuanlin deliberately rouses the others within the vehicle, his demeanor grave as he commands. Quickly, get out of the car. After a struggle, they emerge, only to discover that the snow has been falling for quite some time. It has accumulated to the height of their calves. With such a heavy snowfall, if it continues, it threatens to bury the vehicle entirely. Wu Yiming casts a serious glance towards the heavens. Before Lin Zhi can respond, Xiao Yuanlin decisively instructs, get out. Without hesitation, the group slings their bags over their shoulders and leaps from the car. As Lin Zhi Gang stepped out of the vehicle, he felt as though he had plunged into a sea of snow, which had accumulated to knee-deep levels. Raising his gaze to the ominous sky, he acknowledged the truth in Wu Yiming's forewarning. The relentless snowfall would inevitably engulf their vehicle, transforming it into a tomb should they remain inside. Boss, what should we do? Zhao Ziming inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. In the midst of the swirling snowstorm, he was utterly at a loss as to which direction to take. Xiao Yuanlin, too, wore a furrowed brow. It was their first time in this area, and their unfamiliarity with the terrain added to their predicament. See, could I have a winter coat? A man's voice trembled from behind them. Xiao Yuanlin cast a brief glance over his shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. You're quite kind, little beauty, the man remarked with a roguish grin directed at him. Lead the way, Lin Zhi Gang replied, his expression stoic as he regarded the man. If you refuse to guide us, return my coat. With that, he reached out to seize the winter garment from the man. Startled, the man stepped back, protectively clutching his coat. Who says I want to lead you? Zhao Ziming, bewildered, glanced between the man and Lin Zhi Gang, asking, Boss, why would you have him lead us? Lin Zhi observed the man's expressionless demeanor and remarked, he is quite familiar with this area. He should know where to evade such extreme cold weather. The man, visibly displeased, curled his lip and retorted, enough of that. A life saved is a debt greater than the heavens. Follow me. With that, he began to walk ahead. Zhao Ziming trailed behind Lin Zhi, his unease palpable as he inquired, Boss, can we trust this person? At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin approached, glancing at Zhao Ziming and assuring him, just follow him. For now, he dares not play any tricks on us. Reassured by Xiao Yuanlin's words, Zhao Ziming followed closely behind the group. The snow fell increasingly heavy, rendering the view ahead ever more indistinct, as they trudged forward almost blindly. The path was arduous, fraught with broken ground and further obscured by the thick layer of ice and snow, leaving them uncertain of how long they had been walking. Eventually, they arrived at the site of a collapsed building. This is the place, the man indicated, pointing towards the structure. Lin Zhi glanced up at the collapsed building. Although the structure was severely damaged, fortuitously, a cement slab was positioned perfectly to shield the wreckage, providing a refuge from the wind. One by one, the group ventured inside the building. Upon entering, Zhao Ziming let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, Ah, it's much warmer here. We shall spend the night here, and tomorrow we will assess the weather to decide whether to depart, said Xiao Yuanlin, gazing somberly outside. Following the command, the others began to retrieve various overnight supplies from their backpacks. Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming diligently set up the tents before distributing the provisions they had brought along to the group. After a day of exhausting trekking, everyone had not had a drop of water. Wu Yiming, gazing at the hard and unyielding compressed biscuits in his hand, lamented, It is truly unbearable to eat this without any water. Having something to eat is better than nothing. Stop your incessant complaining, Zhao Ziming replied, taking a hearty bite of the biscuit. However, due to the frigid weather, the compressed biscuit was as hard as stone. Zhao Ziming struggled for quite some time before managing to consume it. After finishing half, he instinctively touched his throat. Indeed, Wu Yiming had hit the nail on the head. In such cold conditions, swallowing compressed biscuits without any water felt like a blade cutting through his throat. Chapter 138. An unexpected guest. Wu Yiming could hardly contain his amusement from the side. Zhao Ziming glared at him for a while, yet words failed him. Lin Zhi looked at the two of them and shook her head in exasperation, saying, "At your age, how can you still behave like two elementary school students?" Lin Zhi casually remarked, yet she rummaged through her backpack and tossed a bottle of water to Zhao Ziming. After receiving the water, Zhao Ziming gulped down more than half of it before finally swallowing the hard, difficult-to-chew compressed biscuit. Wiping his mouth, he gasped, "I never imagined that consuming compressed biscuits in such weather would be so uncomfortable. When the temperature drops, to a certain degree, everything feels that way." Xiao Yuanlin glanced at him indifferently, slowly chewing on his own compressed biscuit. Zhao Ziming looked at the water by everyone's side, then at Lin Zhi, expressing his concern. "Boss, you gave me your water. What will you drink? Don't worry about me. I have my own water," Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of her compressed biscuit. Although Zhao Ziming harbored doubts about her claim, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing her resolute demeanor. "What is the temperature now?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired. Wu Yiming took out an electronic thermometer, checked it, and responded, "It's currently minus 55 degrees. There may be a continued drop in temperature tonight, so make sure to keep warm. We wouldn't want anyone to freeze." Xiao Yuanlin reminded everyone in a calm tone. Seeing the down comforter, Zhao Ziming was astonished. "Boss, you're incredible. You even brought a down comforter. I'm afraid you all might freeze," Lin Zhi explained while spreading out the comforter. "There's a switch on it. If you press it, the comforter will heat up automatically. Although in such frigid conditions the warmth wouldn't be substantial, it would at least make the perceived temperature more bearable." Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming were elated at the unexpected appearance of the comforter, having prepared themselves for a night of cold. "Boss, you're truly amazing." Without hesitation, Zhao Ziming dashed into the tent, wrapping himself in the down comforter. Wu Yiming followed suit, snuggling beside him. "You two are squeezed together. Who will I sleep with tonight?" The man looked at Wu Yiming and Zhao Ziming, feigning annoyance, though a smirk danced in his eyes. "I don't care, just don't disturb me. I have a bad habit of grinding my teeth, talking in my sleep, and passing gas," Zhao Ziming declared, zipping the tent's entrance tightly. The man looked innocently at Lin Zhi. "Little beauty, see how unwelcome they are to me." "You're not gold. Why should everyone welcome you?" Lin Zhi retorted with a hint of irritation. "If they don't welcome me, I'll just have to sleep with you." "Little beauty, you won't mind if I snuggle up to you tonight, will you?" The man attempted to inch closer to Lin Zhi, but in the next moment, a hand forcefully pushed him away. As the man prepared to curse, he caught sight of the newcomer and immediately donned a cheerful expression. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Xiao. You will sleep with me tonight," Xiao Yuanlin said, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the man. Disappointment flickered across the man's face. How boring. Sleeping with a grown man. "If you mind, you can sleep outside. There are only 3 tents. You can sort it out yourself," Lin Zhi stated firmly. "As a girl, I cannot share a tent with a stranger." Xiao Yuanlin eyed him warily. All right. I'll do as you say." The man shrugged, then crawled into the tent. Lin Zhi watched as the man entered the tent, allowing herself a slight sigh of relief. Among her companions, she was the sole female. Such overnight excursions often brought about a sense of awkwardness. Who exactly is this person? Xiao Yuanlin's gaze remained fixed on his tent. "I'm not entirely certain," Lin Zhi replied with a displeased expression. "At least, he has not yet committed any egregious actions." "Do you trust his words?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired. Lin Zhi smiled helplessly and remarked, "At this moment, whether one believes it or not, there is no choice but to believe." Xiao Yuanlin said, "This item fell from that man. Would you mind handing it to me? I wish to study it in detail." Lin Zhi sought Xiao Yuanlin's consent. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuanlin nodded and replied, "Remember to call me if anything arises in the evening." "All right." Lin Zhi retrieved 3 heating lamps from the spatial realm. Although each lamp had a limited duration, They were sufficient to endure the coldest moments of the night. However, there was nothing behind him. Even though it was nightfall, the pervasive ice and snow rendered the surroundings far from dark. Lin Zhi glanced at the ruins in the distance behind her, illuminated by the light from outside, yet found nothing of value among the debris. Perhaps it was merely exhaustion, she mused quietly to herself. Lin Zhi was not mistaken this time. There were indeed individuals outside the tent. She sat quietly within her shelter, fully aware that at this very moment, Xiao Yuanlin was likely still awake. And he must have also heard the sounds emanating from beyond the canvas. The noise was exceedingly faint, akin to the rustling of a mouse searching for something. In the profound stillness of the ruins, this sound stood out all the more prominently. Lin Zhi composed herself, preparing to seize the opportunity. Regardless of what lurked outside, she was determined to capture it alive and uncover the truth. Just as Lin Zhi was about to take action, a sudden exclamation from outside the tent pierced the air. "You little rascal, I'm curious to see where you think you can escape." Lin Zhi made a swift decision and promptly leaped out of the tent. Immediately, the two tents nearby illuminated as Wu Yiming and Xiao Yuanlin emerged, holding gas lamps. In the clearing, Zhao Ziming tightly grasped that person's arm, pressing his foot against their back, rendering them immobile. "Miss Lin, it is I," a familiar voice resonated. Lin Zhi directed the light onto the man's face. "Old Yuan, is that really you?" Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. The newcomer gazed at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Hadn't the ape-man left with his companions? Why had he returned? Chapter 139. Entrustment. Lin Zhi approached the ape-like man, regarding him with a wary gaze. As their eyes met, everyone else quickly averted their eyes, bowing their heads in silence. The ape-like man surveyed the surroundings, and after a brief 2 seconds fixated on Lin Zhi, he too lowered his head, falling into silence. Lin Zhi understood immediately. Zhao Ziming appeared puzzled, inquiring, "What's going on, boss? Why has old Yuan shown up at this hour, and why is he seeking you? What on earth is the situation?" Beside them, Wu Yiming bit his lip, remaining silent. People have their own affairs. No matter how much you say here, they want to divulge anything. A man emerged from the tent, his arms crossed, observing the primate with keen interest. "I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." The primate's gaze darkened slightly as he replied in a low, rumbling voice, "You must have mistaken me. I have never encountered you." "Oh, I see. How embarrassing," the man retorted, though there was no hint of remorse in his eyes. "Let us go." Lin Zhi cast a glance at the primate. "I will accompany you." Xiao Yuanlin followed suit. Lin Zhi pondered for a moment before responding, "All right." The trio approached a corner of the building that had collapsed. This location was in close proximity to where they had pitched their tent. However, due to the outdoor elements, the howling wind and swirling snow blended their voices, ensuring that Zhao Ziming and the others could scarcely hear their conversation. "What has transpired?" Lin Zhi inquired further. "There are individuals pursuing my kin," the ape-man replied, his tone remarkably subdued, yet his voice trembled, clearly indicating he had only just escaped the clutches of fear. "Who is it that hunts you?" Lin Zhi pressed on. "A group of individuals I do not recognize," the ape-man stated. "Thus, what is it you seek from me?" Lin Zhi gazed intently at him. The ape-man clutched his chest as if in pain, took a gentle breath, and looked up at Lin Zhi, saying, "I hope you can ensure our safety." Lin Zhi could not help but chuckle. "On what grounds do you believe I would safeguard your safety?" The ape-man remained silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Zhi with unwavering determination and replied, "We are unlike other tribes." "In what way?" Lin Zhi retorted with a light laugh. "You ought to be more aware of how you came into existence than I am. Now you wish to distinguish yourselves from your kin. Do you not find that amusing? Moreover, I harbor no confidence in you. If you can assist us in overcoming our tribulations, we shall likewise offer our aid," the ape-man asserted with firm conviction. "Our intellect surpasses that of other tribes, and we possess a unique trait. We honor our word. If we promise you something, we shall see it through." The ape-man's certainty caused Lin Zhi to waver slightly. She could discern that he was neither lying nor attempting to deceive her, although she did not particularly favor this group of ape-men. Her memories from a past life indicated that she had never interacted with them. During her previous missions, she had heard it said that among the beast men, The ape men and monkey men boasted the highest intelligence. They were social creatures, maintaining a distance from other beast men, adhering to their own survival principles and paths. Consequently, it was rare to encounter ape men and monkey men during mission assignments. Yet, it was precisely this air of mystery and elusiveness that instilled Lin Zhi with a greater sense of caution towards this group. I am aware of your intentions regarding the Agricultural Research Institute, the ape man stated, shifting his gaze from Lin Zhi to Xiao Yuanlin. If you assist us, I can divulge a crucial piece of information and a lead. Xiao Yuanlin's expression was inscrutable as he regarded the ape man and replied calmly, "What sort of information? You must first promise me that you will save us before I can share the information with you." The ape man cleverly negotiated, fully aware of the leverage he held. Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Who says that orcs and humans are different? In my opinion, your intellect surpasses that of humans by a significant margin. If this task were entrusted to Zhao Ziming, he might not accomplish it as capably as you have." The ape man understood that Lin Zhi was being sarcastic. Rather than taking offense, he fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yuanlin, aware that the direction of their actions rested in his hands. "Very well, I agree." Xiao Yuanlin responded with unwavering resolve. "However, as you can see, our numbers are limited, and even with exceptional abilities, our capacity to assist is ultimately constrained." "No," the ape man interjected, "you need only to ensure the safety of one individual. The lives of the other beasts are of no concern to you." As he spoke, he turned his attention back to Lin Zhi, saying, "The person I require your assistance for is one you have encountered before. He was the first one you laid eyes upon when you descended from the bridge." Lin Zhi understood that the primate was referring to the leader of their tribe. "Where can I find him? How can I assist him?" Lin Zhi inquired. "You must continue your journey westward. We are currently gathered in close proximity to the Agricultural Research Institute. If you head towards the institute, you will undoubtedly encounter him," the primate replied. Lin Zhi carefully scrutinized the ape-like man before saying, "No problem, I agree to your request. However, should I discover any deceit on your part, I will not hesitate to end your life. Just understand that." Chapter 140. No mistakes. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's affirmation, the ape-like man's expression softened, as if he had released a breath of relief. "That is good," he said. "If you fulfill your promise to me, that person will certainly convey to you what I have pledged. Why not deliver the message yourself?" Lin Zhi felt an unsettling premonition. The ape-like man offered a bitter smile. "I have no time left." "What do you mean you have no time?" Lin Zhi was perplexed. At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin seemed to grasp something crucial. Just as he prepared to take action, the ape-like man suddenly rolled his eyes back, his body going limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Both Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi were taken aback. In the next instant, Xiao Yuanlin took a large step forward and immediately supported the ape-like man's body. He reached out to check the man's breath and then shook his head at Lin Zhi, signifying that it was futile. Lin Zhi exclaimed in astonishment, "What has happened to him? We haven't done anything to provoke this. How did he end up like this?" Xiao Yuanlin meticulously examined the body of the ape man and soon discovered a wound on his back. He tore the clothing from the ape man's body, gazing at the injury, and coldly remarked, "He has been shot." "Who fired the shot?" A chill ran through Lin Zhi's heart as she cautiously glanced outside the wall. Although she had refrained from shooting at the ape man when he jumped down, the bullet hole in his back indicated that there were at least a second wave of individuals in the vicinity, and these individuals were armed. The presence of another group, equipped with weapons and willing to fire indiscriminately, was not a comforting revelation for Lin Zhi. Given the arduous journey the ape man undertook to find her, it was likely that this new group was numerous and aggressive. "We must change locations. It is likely unsafe here," Lin Zhi stated. After careful consideration, Xiao Yuanlin shook his head resolutely, asserting, "We will remain here. We are not going anywhere." "Why?" Lin Zhi asked, perplexed. Xiao Yuanlin lifted his gaze to the outside, observing the heavy snowfall. The snow was falling heavily, and according to the weather forecast, it was expected to continue for 10 hours. "If we venture out now, we would risk freezing to death, and the off-road vehicle would be rendered inoperable." Lin Zhi understood and smiled bitterly, gazing at Xiao Yuanlin as she said, "Are you suggesting that since death is inevitable, we might as well wait for it?" Xiao Yuanlin, observing the lifeless body of the ape-like creature, replied calmly. Why can't we consider ourselves as defenders who take the initiative? I do not possess such natural barriers, and it would not bode well for those around me if they sought to attack. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return is a notion they would weigh carefully before taking action. Lin Zhi refrained from saying more, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Yuanlin. Suddenly, she inquired, don't you have anything you'd like to ask me? Ask you what? Xiao Yuanlin lifted his head to meet her eyes. Inquire about the matters concerning the beastmen. Question me about the nonsensical things he mentioned. Lin Zhi no longer concealed her thoughts and directly unveiled the events of the past few days. A smile flickered across Xiao Yuanlin's face. He raised his gaze to Lin Zhi and spoke each word deliberately. I'm already aware of all of this. Lin Zhi felt a surge of emotion, gazing at him in disbelief as she inquired. So what if you know? Why do you not ask anything? What is there to inquire about? Xiao Yuanlin chuckled softly and replied, I could ask why you possess such profound knowledge regarding the matters of the beastmen. Or perhaps I should inquire about what you discovered in the back mountain of the Xiao family. Lin Zhi was utterly shocked. She had believed that Xiao Yuanlin was unaware of these matters. Yet to her astonishment, he knew everything. You know everything, yet why remain silent? Lin Zhi managed a bitter smile, realizing that perhaps she was simply unworthy of his trust. Xiao Yuanlin placed his hand gently on her shoulder, gazing at her with sincerity. It is precisely because I trust you that I refrain from inquiring. His earnest words fell heavily upon Lin Zhi's heart, prompting her to reflect on her previous judgments of his intentions. With a hint of remorse, she said, I'm sorry, I thought. No need to apologize. Xiao Yuanlin responded softly. He comforted her, saying, there is no reason for you to express regret. Were I in your position, I would have acted similarly. It is only natural to seek stability and security in uncertain circumstances. Why would one place their trust in a stranger? You are commendable. Do not berate yourself. That is not my intention. Lin Zhi fervently defended herself. I still have faith in you. It's just you are afraid. Xiao Yuanlin astutely articulated the deepest fears residing within Lin Zhi, the dread of betrayal, the fear of abandonment. She had worked tirelessly to project strength and independence, confronting her challenges alone. Am I correct? Those words were intended as praise. Lin Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Xiao Yuanlin had once placed immense trust in her, confiding in her and seeking her counsel on significant matters. Now, with his revelations, Lin Zhi felt as though her last vestige of hope had been laid bare under the sun, leaving her nowhere to hide. Lin Zhi, you are right. Do not carry any burdens of the heart. Act as you wish, Xiao Yuanlin said calmly. I too harbor my own thoughts, which I have not shared with you. So there is no debt between us. His words stirred an inexplicable sense of bitterness within Lin Zhi, leaving her unable to articulate the source of this emotion. Lin Zhi suddenly became alert. Indeed, if the ape-like beings could locate them so easily, then those who oppose them could likely follow the same trail to find them. If that were the case, their safety would be jeopardized. Lin Zhi contemplated something, gazing at Xiao Yuanlin. The man you are with is exceedingly enigmatic. We know neither his name nor his origins. You should remain vigilant, for if... Lin Zhi gritted her teeth and summoned her courage to say, if you feel it is too perilous to be with him, you may share a tent with me. I do not mind. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, a faint smile graced Xiao Yuanlin's face as he replied, no need. I prefer to remain by his side. I am quite curious about his intentions for following us all this way. Chapter 141. Surrounded on all sides, you do not trust him, do you? He is shrouded in too many uncertainties, Lin Zhi stated firmly, gazing intently at Xiao Yuanlin. Naturally, I do not trust him. In a world like this, who would readily place their faith in a stranger who appears out of nowhere? Xiao Yuanlin smirked. I am merely more intrigued by what his true motives are. Zhao, Ziming, and the others had already succumbed to slumber, and the atmosphere was tranquil, save for the soft, whispering sound of snow falling and the mournful howl of the north wind outside. That night, Lin Zhi inexplicably enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep, only to awaken and realize she had barely slept for a little over 3 hours. Despite the limited rest, she felt remarkably rejuvenated. She pulled back a corner of the tent to peer outside, finding no signs of disturbance beyond the fabric. Just as Lin Zhi began to feel a sense of reassurance, a small lion suddenly leapt out from her spatial necklace. "How did you get out?" Lin Zhi exclaimed in surprise. In her understanding, items stored within the spatial necklace could not freely exit. "First and foremost, I am the Beast King. My abilities differ from those of ordinary beast folk. Even within your spatial necklace, I possess the freedom to come and go as I please," the small lion declared proudly. Furthermore, it continued, casting a furtive glance around, "I sense danger in your vicinity due to the presence of many individuals. As your guardian, it is my duty to ensure your safety." Upon hearing the lion's words, Lin Zhi immediately heightened her vigilance. The small lion's instincts were sharp, and its intuition could not be wrong. "Do you know how many people are around us?" Lin Zhi whispered. "Master, there are approximately 30 individuals nearby," the small lion replied, pressing its ears to the ground. After a moment, it looked back at Lin Zhi and added, "Moreover, this group is armed." Lin Zhi was greatly astonished. 10 individuals were already the limit. He never anticipated that more than 30 people would gather, especially under such harsh conditions. It was evident that they were being targeted for elimination. Lin Zhi was quite taken aback, as she could not fathom which deity she had inadvertently offended to rally such a multitude against her. "My master, you must exercise caution around this group. Their intentions are far from benign. I can sense the heavy stench of blood emanating from them. It seems they have recently engaged in a bout of carnage," the little lion remarked candidly. "Understood," Lin Zhi replied in a solemn tone. It appeared that the ape had inadvertently led these individuals to her while negotiating a deal. She felt a surge of annoyance. The ape's carelessness in bringing these people along had undeniably complicated matters for her. The little lion scoffed derisively. "What a bunch of foolish beings, acting without foresight. If I were in his position, I would never have drawn such individuals here. Humans are no match for us. Eluding their pursuit is a trivial task. This ape is truly foolish." The little lion pouted in irritation, adding, "They may possess a slight edge in agility, but in every other aspect, they're hardly superior to me." Lin Zhi's expression gradually turned cold. This group of individuals had not stumbled upon this place by following the ape-like creature. Rather, the creature had intentionally led them here. Lin Zhi even closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, and she understood the purpose for which the ape men had brought this group of people. It was simply to safeguard their leader. Lin Zhi felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, this was the first instance in which she had been manipulated, and the perpetrator was not a person, but rather a beast man. This creature was exceedingly despicable. She had never anticipated such treachery, leaving her in a predicament from which escape seemed impossible. With so many people outside, she could not simply evade the confrontation. To choose to hide would ultimately lead to her demise. Opting to venture forth and fight might just afford her a chance to carve out a path to survival. It was difficult to ascertain. The little lion shook his head, noting that if they were unarmed, they would pose no threat to him. However, they were equipped with weapons. A single shot could easily end his life. The little lion then looked up at Lin Zhi and inquired, "By the way, Master, have you brought any weapons?" Lin Zhi nodded slightly. "I have brought it." "That is good. Now, aim your gun at the 4 o'clock direction. There is someone there, armed and ready to attack you," the little lion instructed. Without hesitation, Lin Zhi raised her weapon and focused on the designated direction. "Master, fire." With a silencer equipped, Lin Zhi immediately pulled the trigger at the little lion's command. The little lion perked up its ears, listening intently, and then nodded. "Direct hit. That person has fallen." Lin Zhi's mood instantly lightened considerably as she gazed at the little lion, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "You truly are remarkable," the little lion replied. "Master, you are quite impressive as well." Then, after counting the fur on its own body, it added, "Beware at 5 o'clock." Lin Zhi immediately turned his body and fired a shot in the direction of 5 o'clock. A hit. "Master is truly remarkable." The smile on the little lion's face had barely formed when he suddenly crouched down, his body tense with vigilance, and said, "Master, they are all approaching this way." Lin Zhi was taken aback. The rifle in his hands was clearly inadequate, prompting him to swiftly retrieve a heavy machine gun from his spatial necklace. It was an M249, capable of firing several hundred rounds in one go. Should this group choose to launch an assault, he could rely on this weapon for defense. As for the others in the tents, Lin Zhi could only helplessly sigh inwardly. It was a feat in itself for her to ensure her own safety. She felt powerless to assist anyone else. She could only hope that Zhao Ziming and Xiao Yuanlin would exercise a bit more caution. The footsteps outside the tent grew increasingly distinct. In the eerie silence of the abandoned building, those footsteps resonated with remarkable clarity. Lin Zhi closed her eyes, counting the footsteps. There were a total of 29 individuals. The little lion had not misheard. Indeed, there were approximately 30 people. Lin Zhi silently calculated in her mind. Their group, including the little lion, comprised merely 6 individuals, facing off against 29 others. By her reckoning, that meant one person stood against 5. Lin Zhi suddenly smiled. She was relatively adept at handling situations involving multiple parties. It seemed that she was not entirely without a chance of success. Lin Zhi stood up and said, "Little lion, let's go out and meet them." Chapter 142, The Defector. Lin Zhi swiftly unzipped the tent, brandishing a machine gun as she unleashed a barrage of fire. The surrounding tents flung open as Zhao Ziming, Xiao Yuanlin, and others joined the fray, forming a protective circle with their backs to one another, each aiming their weapons at the shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, the flashes from the muzzles illuminating the somber, abandoned buildings in a glimmer of golden light. "Stop! Cease fire!" A voice called out from the opposite side. "Moments latte." A white cloth was tossed into view, a signal of surrender. With a decisive wave of his hand, Xiao Yuanlin commanded the others to halt their assault. "Boss, have they truly surrendered?" Zhao Ziming inquired, blowing on the heated muzzle of his gun. "Yes, they have long run out of ammunition. If it came to a direct confrontation, they would certainly be at a disadvantage," Lin Zhi replied coolly. Zhao Ziming exhaled in relief. "That's a relief. You nearly scare me to death. At this rate, I might have a heart attack." Meanwhile, Wu Yiming remained composed, remarking, "These individuals aim to ambush us, and now that their plan has failed, they're likely in a state of desperation." Lin Zhi cast a glance at Wu Yiming. Such words seemed uncharacteristic for this child. From the shadows emerged a group of individuals, each supporting one another, their appearances marred by injuries, looking utterly disheveled. "We concede," proclaimed a man at the center, his face bearing a faint bruise, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. A concession demands a certain demeanor. Lin Zhi regarded them and commanded, "Cast your weapons onto the vacant ground before you. Do not even entertain thoughts of concealment. My bullets will surely outpace your movements." The group, visibly displeased, found themselves at the mercy of Lin Zhi and her companions, compelled to comply with her directives. In an instant, the sound of firearms clattering to the ground echoed incessantly. Lin Zhi discreetly counted the number of people present. Just 10, neither more nor less. It appeared that the recent exchange of fire had resulted in the loss of 19 comrades on the opposing side. Lin Zhi's lips curled into a subtle smile. No wonder this group surrendered so swiftly. If they had not yielded, who could say whether they would emerge alive from this place? "Don't force me to point my gun at you and demand your identities," Lin Zhi said with a cheerful grin. The man across from her responded helplessly, "We are from the B Fortress." "The B Fortress?" Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged a glance, both taken aback by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Could the inhabitants of the B Fortress truly be so aggressive? This behavior seemed rather uncharacteristic of them. In her previous life, Lin Zhi had encountered numerous individuals associated with the Beehive Fortress. Even when engaged in bounty tasks outside, they were always submissive and compliant. How could they exhibit such radical behavior? A question arose in Lin Zhi's mind, and as she gazed at the group before her, a sense of wariness enveloped her. "What are you here for?" Zhao Ziming inquired, his tone laced with irritation. "We have heard that you possess a considerable amount of supplies and intend to seize them," one of the individuals from the opposing group replied. Xiao Yuanlin interjected, "Who informed you of this?" After a moment's deliberation, the other party responded, "A wild man." Zhao Ziming burst into laughter. "Are you trying to pull my leg? A wild man, you say, in this freezing weather? You expect me to believe in the existence of wild men?" Do you take me for a fool? He speaks the truth, Lin Zhi remarked, her gaze steady upon the individuals ahead. Zhao Ziming's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Boss, you must be joking. In this frigid weather, the steel could crack. And you tell me there are wild men? I will explain later. For now, just know that he is telling the truth. Lin Zhi replied as she began to approach the group. Boss. Zhao Ziming's breath caught his throat. Don't go over there. Lin Zhi slightly turned her face and said, Do not worry. She approached the group step by step. Upon seeing Lin Zhi approach, the individuals from the Bee Fortress experienced an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Despite her petite stature, how could she exude such an overwhelming aura? The leading man could not help but reassess Lin Zhi. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain that she was the most formidable among the group. Are you their leader? Lin Zhi inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Yes, I'm called Leopard. They all refer to me as Brother Leopard. The man regarded Lin Zhi, and though the title he bore was undeniably imposing, he delivered it as if it were a term of endearment. Did they send you to find us? Lin Zhi asked, maintaining a calm demeanor, her voice and expression betraying an inscrutable depth. The more tranquil she appeared, the more enigmatic she became. Leopard nodded, indeed. And where are they now? Lin Zhi's subsequent question caught Leopard off guard. They. Leopard's gaze faltered momentarily. Have you captured them? Lin Zhi astutely discerned the implication of Leopard's words. Leopard nodded again, then shook his head. They have indeed been captured, but it was not by my doing. It was another group. Who? The individuals from the Bat Fortress. Once again, it was the Bat Fortress. Lin Zhi could not help but clench her fists. It seemed that she had no choice but to comply with the demands of the ape-like beings. If this journey were to be entangled with the Bat Fortress, fortune might grant her a safe return, but misfortune could lead to her demise here. Lin Zhi and his companions endured countless hardships to arrive here, not to merely discuss the supplies that we lack, as Lin Zhi stated. The leopard appeared despondent, yet quickly regained his composure. Offering a wry smile and shaking his head, it is to be expected. In this frigid, snow-laden landscape, how much provision can one truly find? Do you think that merely relying on our numbers grants us the right to seize others' resources? Lin Zhi held such behavior in disdain, yet in this apocalyptic world, those who manage to survive are often the very ones who resort to such ruthless tactics. Do not blame us, who does not wish to survive. We are left with no choice, the leopard retorted bitterly. The Bat Fortress reached the lair of those half-beast, half-human creatures before us, commandeering their supplies and slaying half of our group. We had no alternative but to learn from a monkey that you and your companions possess resources. Listening to the words of the leopard, Lin Zhi felt an increasing sense of unease. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, What has transpired at your Bee Fortress? The leopard was caught off guard by Lin Zhi's swift reaction. Had the Bee Fortress been compromised from within? Xiao Yuanlin approached, standing beside Lin Zhi as he gazed at the leopard, demanding, What is the current situation at the Bee Fortress? Lin Zhi gazed at Xiao Yuanlin with a hint of surprise. How could he have arrived at this conclusion so swiftly? Before Lin Zhi had the chance to ponder further, the leopard let out a sudden, piercing cry. The crowd was taken aback. You! The leopard exclaimed, directing its attention towards Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin's rear, pointing at Zhao Ziming and his companions, its gaze fixating on one individual among them. Lin Zhishuan gazed in the direction he indicated. To his astonishment, the leopard was pointing at the man who had been accompanying them all along. The man flashed a sinister smile. Li Bao, we meet again. Chapter 143, Divine Retribution. Li Bao's eyes quivered at the sight of the man, and even the muscles on his face involuntarily trembled. Lin Zhi keenly perceived the expression on Li Bao's face and immediately inquired, Do you know each other? Li Bao swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. Yes, we are acquainted. How intriguing, Li Bao. Is it merely an acquaintance? The man smirked mischievously. Li Bao's complexion turned ashen, even paler than before, as he uttered, I was mistaken. Oh, is this your attitude towards your error? The man appeared quite disheartened. It is we who have wronged you. How would you like to proceed? I am at your service. As Li Bao spoke, he suddenly fell to his knees, shutting his eyes tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Zhi glanced at the man, then at Li Bao, and suddenly seemed to grasp something. Just as she was about to inquire of the man, Xiao Yuanlin interjected, stepping forward and confidently addressing the man beside him. You are not from the Bee Fortress, are you? The man snapped his fingers, nodding in satisfaction, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yuanlin. Indeed, you are worthy of my recognition. Your response was remarkably swift. Where do you hail from? Lin Zhi asked, her gaze scrutinizing the man with wariness. Why is the little beauty so fearful? The man replied, his tone softening slightly as he focused on Lin Zhi. Rest assured, you are my savior. I have no intentions of harming you. He then shifted his gaze to Li Bao's group, adding, the folks from the Ant Fortress are quite commendable. At least they do not engage in duplicity, saying one thing while doing another. You know we are from the Ant Fortress? Zhao Zi seemed genuinely astonished. The man cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ziming and shook his head. With your incessant prattle along the way, you've likely divulged your whereabouts countless times. You ought to learn from your leader and your superiors. Zhao Ziming, feeling quite embarrassed by the man's admonition, pouted and then glanced at Li Bao's group, inquiring, what is your connection with them? Those people? The man's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Li Bao and his companions once more. They lacked the capability, yet wished to oppose me, believing their actions could lead to my demise. Such arrogance is truly beneath me. Li Bao and his companions looked on in terror at the man. Brother Nine, we implore you to spare us. Brother Nine. This name exploded in Lin Zhi's mind. She recalled the first time they captured the ape-man and pressed him for information on who was behind his actions. The ape-man had revealed that he was under the command of Brother Nine, who belonged to the Bat Fortress. As Lin Zhi gazed at the man, a flicker of incredulity crossed her eyes. It turned out that the man who had been accompanying them all along was, in fact, the very ninth brother who had orchestrated the theft of information from their Ant Fortress by the monkeys. You are from the Bat Fortress, Lin Zhi remarked gently, her eyes fixed on ninth brother. He nodded approvingly, his gaze toward Lin Zhi brimming with mirth. You are quite astute, little beauty. Lin Zhi then glared at Li Bao and the others, enunciating each word with clenched teeth. You are traitors of the Bee Fortress. Lin Zhi harbored a profound disdain for these traitors, as well as for those who disregarded the sanctity of human life. Zhao Ziming echoed this sentiment with fervor, stating, the internal strife within the Bee Fortress is the doing of your ilk, is it not? If so, then your pursuit by the Bat Fortress is truly deserved. Li Bao and his companions appeared ashen, taken aback by how swiftly their true identities had been discerned by the individuals before them. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, I see no other recourse. We have reached a juncture where inaction equates to awaiting our demise. The Bee Fortress can no longer accommodate us. Do you expect us to remain there as mere pawns? Well said, remarked Xiao Yuanlin, observing them with a detached demeanor. Regrettably, you have been exploited by the denizens of the Bat Fortress. You believed that seizing and dominating the Bee Fortress would be a straightforward endeavor, yet you have unwittingly fallen into their snare. I fear that the Bee Fortress is now firmly under the control of the Bat Fortress. Hearing Xiao Yuanlin's words, Li Bao managed a bitter smile. You speak the truth. I initially harbored grand ambitions of conquering the Bee Fortress, only to realize that I was merely a pawn in another's game. He then glared at them with a fierce intensity. I had thought the information provided by that beast man would serve my interests. I intended to find you and threaten you, believing I might secure a chance for redemption. I never anticipated that he was colluding with you, conspiring to obliterate us. A beast man is a beast man. A brute will always remain a brute. Wu Yiming, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, Did you kill old Yuan? Indeed, it was I. Li Bao retorted with venom. The bullet that struck him was fired by my hand. I initially lamented his death, hoping to make further use of him. In hindsight, he truly deserved his fate. Had he not sought to manipulate us, we would not have been so thoroughly exterminated by your hands. Wu Yiming's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Lin Zhi's gaze lingered momentarily on Wu Yiming, before turning to Jiu Ge and inquiring if you intend to capture us all in one fell swoop. I advise you not to waste your efforts. We are numerous, while you stand alone. Even if you wish to send a warning, it is too late. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Jiu Ge could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in a blend of amusement and irritation. I must ask, Dear young lady, why do you persist in interpreting my intentions through such a sordid lens? I have already stated that you saved my life. I harbor no ill will towards you. Xiao Yuanlin furrowed his brow slightly, then turned his attention to Jiu Gu, seemingly grasping the situation. Li Bao and his cohorts are already traitors. There is no need to retain them, as they serve no purpose. What use do traitors hold? Jiu Gu sneered coldly, and before anyone could react, he abruptly raised his submachine gun and discharged several rounds. Lin Zhi had yet to react when he witnessed Li Bao, standing behind him, meet his demise from a gunshot to the forehead. The remaining remnants of the squad that had followed him were either dead or wounded. I shall grant you a reprieve. Leave this place at once, Nine Brother said with a smile. The group exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, before resolutely declaring, if you possess the courage, then shoot us. Nine Brother shook his head dismissively. No, you insignificant minions are not worth my bullets. Let the heavens punish you traitors. Chapter 144. A helping hand. Those present looked at one another, and finding no alternative, they supported each other as they departed from the dilapidated building. The harsh weather, coupled with their injuries, would surely lead to their demise from the cold if they lingered outside for too long. Silence enveloped the group as they remained mute. Nine Brother broke the stillness first. You are far too serious. I know you have many questions, and I sense your growing distrust towards me. However, I assure you, I harbor no malice nor intent to harm you. Why should we trust you? Zhao Ziming rolled his eyes, muttering, people from the Bat Fortress have a notorious reputation. They are capable of any atrocity. Nine Brother shrugged. You have warned me numerous times that I am alone, while you are many. How could I possibly overpower you? Moreover, the young lady possesses a secret weapon. Even if there were 10 of me, I would still be no match for her. Wouldn't you agree, young lady? Nine Brother flashed a roguish smile. I've already stated that you saved my life. Feel free to inquire about anything, and I will answer truthfully. If I choose not to disclose something, I simply will not, but I will never deceive you. What is your true purpose in bringing old Yuan to our fortress? Lin Zhi asked, his gaze unwavering. What else could it be? Naturally, I am here to gather intelligence about your fortress, to assess the possibility of seizing it. Ask whatever you wish. Nine Brother candidly revealed his intentions. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged astonished glances. They had anticipated Nine Brother would withhold his motives. Yet he laid his plans bare so swiftly, a departure from his usual covert demeanor that left them taken aback. Zhao Ziming interjected loudly, do not play tricks. What is your real aim? Nine Brother frowned, shaking his head with disdain as he regarded Zhao Ziming. I've told you the truth. Can you not grasp it? You should learn from your elder university mates. I have been forthright, yet you continue to pry. Do not push your luck. Do you believe I would hesitate to shoot you? Zhao Ziming's face flushed with anger. With your marksmanship, before you even draw your weapon, I could take you down. Do you dare to test that? Nine Brother replied casually. Zhao Ziming, cease your inquiries. What Nine Brother has said is the truth. He does not lie to us. Xiao Yuanlin stated suddenly. Zhao Ziming was taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao, do you truly believe him? I cannot trust such a cunning individual who has shadowed us, exploiting our leader's sympathy. His motives must be far more complex. Because he is a master. True strength does not rely on petty lies, Lin Zhi asserted. Nine Brother nodded repeatedly. Regarding Lin Zhi with appreciation, the young lady speaks wisely. I said it before. You truly understand me. You shall not receive our assistance in your internal strife within the Bat Fortress, Xiao Yuanlin declared suddenly. Nine Brother appeared surprised, then burst into laughter. I knew it. The leader of your Ant Fortress is indeed talented. Those fools did not believe it. I suggest you consider collaborating with me. Together, we could conquer all nearby fortresses. Collaborate with you? What does that entail? Engaging in plunder and pillage? Zhao Ziming shot him a disapproving look. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. The matters at hand do not concern you, Nine Brother replied coolly, then turned to Xiao Yuanlin. Given the current situation, I believe you grasp it better than I do. If your sole aim is self-preservation, I regret to inform you that it is unattainable. The military strength of the Bat Fortress exceeds your imagination. If you seek to maintain a semblance of stability, it is futile, unless you take the initiative. You will soon become a thorn in their side. Are you not afraid of the Bat Fortress pursuing you if you divulge your internal plans? Xiao Yuanlin inquired with a gentle smile. Pursue me? How laughable! Nine Brother chuckled lightly. You might as well inquire how I was rescued by the young lady. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow, seemingly grasping why Jiug had been buried in the snow. She had not anticipated that the internal strife within the Bat Fortress would be so fierce. It appeared that Jiug's faction had already suffered defeat. We shall not collaborate with you, Lin Zhi declared confidently, gazing at Jiug. You have become the target of scorn within the Bat Fortress. If I am not mistaken, as a minor leader, you possess few capable individuals under your command. Your attempts to persuade us to align with you are merely a means to leverage our strength in securing your position within the fortress. Lin Zhi gazed intently into the eyes of Jiuge and continued, You often claim that Zhao Ziming talks excessively, yet your own words are plentiful as well. Were it not for your recent discourse, I would remain uncertain about the current state of the Bat Fortress. Previously, I might have believed you, but after your outburst, I can confidently assert that the focus of the Bat Fortress is not on conquering other fortresses, but rather on solidifying internal power. Jiuge, slightly embarrassed by Lin Zhi's incisive remarks, forced a smile and retorted, Little beauty, such assertiveness is hardly becoming. He shook his head while looking at Lin Zhi, then cast a glance at Xiao Yuanlin. I truly envy you for having such an astute and charming young lady as your aide. She is both aesthetically pleasing and remarkably useful. Could you refrain from speaking ill of my leader? Zhao Ziming could not contain his urge to confront him, but was restrained by Wu Yiming, who interjected, Do not provoke him. He is deliberately trying to incite you. What can I do? I am already at your mercy. With the little beauty stating such things, I must assist you, though I hope you will agree to one condition. Jiuge directed his gaze towards Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Yuanlin scrutinized him for a moment and, seeing that he was not jesting, inquired, What condition? Chapter 145. Reaching an agreement very well, I accept your terms. Xiao Yuanlin replied readily, meeting Jiuge's gaze with a sense of resolve. Jiuge stretched languidly, reverting to his previous nonchalant demeanor. I knew it. Xiao Yuanlin, you are indeed a clever individual. The journey here is quite arduous. Ordinarily, one would struggle to locate the Agricultural Research Institute. Fortunately, you have encountered me. This is not my inaugural visit. Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly and asked, You have been here before? Jiuge cast him a sidelong glance, understanding the implication of his words. Rest assured, although I have been here previously, my equipment at the time was inadequate to explore the depths. I am familiar with the route. However, whether you can acquire resources will depend on your own capabilities. After listening to the words of the ninth brother, Lin Zhi let out a slight sigh of relief. She had initially feared that the individuals from Bat Fortress had already raided the Agricultural Research Institute, leaving it devoid of resources. However, it turned out they had merely passed by without venturing into pillage. Finally, Lin Zhi felt her anxiety dissipate. Nonetheless, this indirectly indicated that the journey to the Agricultural Research Institute was fraught with peril. Otherwise, how could the ruthless denizens of Bat Fortress resist the temptation of such a bountiful prize? Then, if you're willing to lead us, ninth brother, we shall follow. However, let me make myself clear. Should you entertain any ulterior motives, do not blame us for our ruthlessness, Lin Zhi warned. Upon hearing the words of ninth brother, Lin Zhi could not help but exchange a glance with Xiao Yuanlin, who responded with a subtle wink, a silent affirmation of their connection. She was reminded of the earlier concerns regarding old Yuan, and thus approached him, gently patting his shoulder as she inquired, Are you saddened by old Yuan's plight? Not at all. Wu Yiming averted his gaze, yet his voice betrayed a hint of sorrow. I must admit, I am rather surprised. I had presumed your relationship to be strained, especially considering the prior discord over the spatial artifacts, Lin Zhi remarked. Old Yuan is, in truth, a pitiable figure. Wu Yiming replied with a touch of indifference. He has been persistently exploited. His desire to seize that spatial wallet was merely an attempt to procure additional items from the fortress to provide for his family. Yet he met his demise here instead. How do you know this? Lin Zhi asked, taken aback, for she had not anticipated Wu Yiming to possess such an intimate understanding of old Yuan's circumstances. It was after you released him from the confinement chamber that I followed him and uncovered the truth. Wu Yiming confessed. It was also during that incident that I realized he was not human. Old Yuan was not an inherently bad person. Lin Zhi expressed her own sense of regret. The ape man was the only beast man she had encountered, thus far, who possessed the depth, emotion, and substance to rival that of the little lion. Lin Zhi gazed at Wu Yiming's somewhat sorrowful silhouette, unable to suppress a shake of his head. The child was still too young. If he were aware that in such an apocalyptic world, the abrupt severance of life and death would unfold at every moment, perhaps his heart would grow numb. At last, the snow has ceased. How wonderful! Zhao Ziming exclaimed, his excitement rendering him speechless. I thought it would snow endlessly. If it continued, this building would surely be engulfed by the snow. Ah, young one, you possess some wit. Yi myriad, lightly teasing Shu seeming. Zhao Ziming cast him an irritated glance. Then, with a face full of concern, remarked, "We are near the riverbed. If the temperature rises above freezing, we might be the unfortunate ones. We must relocate our position. Ascend to higher ground," Lin Zhi stated. Higher ground? Don't be absurd, Jiao Gu chuckled softly. There is no notably elevated terrain around here. We are adjacent to a bridge. You see, it is a low-lying area. Our current position is close to the riverbed, and during the previous earthquake, all the elevated regions nearby were utterly destroyed. Where is there any high ground in this vicinity? Even if there were, once you ascended, you would not be able to descend. Look at this building. It is in ruins. Moreover, based on my prior experience, the elevated areas are approximately 10 kilometers away from us. Given the current severe weather and road conditions, it would take at least a day and a night to reach them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming immediately wore a grim expression. Is it truly that unfortunate? Let us wait a bit longer, Xiao Yuanlin suggested. Melting snow also requires time. Relocating now is not ideal. Once the snow begins to melt, we can commence our move. Xiao Yuanlin is right. The snow will take time to melt. We need not wait until it has completely melted before we depart. We can leave while we wait for it to thaw, Jiaogu affirmed, giving Xiao Yuanlin a thumbs up. Approximately when? Lin Zhi suddenly inquired. Perhaps in 2 days. Xiao Yuanlin replied, glancing at the temperature monitor he carried. Not enough time. Lin Zhi suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky. Based on the experiences of his previous life, this snowfall would be the last they would encounter in such bitterly cold weather for the next month, with the next extreme chill expected in 2 months. What do you mean by not enough time? Jiaogu questioned, perplexed. Is it truly so soon? Jiaogu expressed skepticism towards Lin Zhi's assertion. Lin Zhi stated with utmost certainty. Indeed, starting tomorrow, the temperature will rise to 37 degrees Celsius. We can no longer afford to wait. 37 degrees. What a joke. Zhao Ziming exclaimed, taken aback. He had unwavering faith in Lin Zhi's words. If the temperature were to indeed reach 37 degrees tomorrow, with such a significant amount of snow currently present, it would likely transform a cold calamity into a deluge. While the chill of winter could be managed, what recourse would they have in the face of a catastrophic flood? Zhao Ziming's remarks rendered everyone silent. It was true that a slight chill in the weather was not necessarily detrimental to them. Yet should the temperature rise abruptly, causing all the snow to melt away, it would inevitably lead to a severe inundation. The true disaster lay in the threat of flooding. Lin Zhi bowed her head in deep contemplation for a moment. She recalled that her space contained some life-saving equipment, such as kayaks. But whether they could withstand the impending deluge remained uncertain. The essence of extreme weather lies in its unpredictability. Following the sudden rise in temperature, there would likely be continuous rainfall for half a year. This deluge would arrive with considerable intensity, and due to previous nuclear radiation issues, the pollution brought by the rain would exacerbate the environmental crisis on Earth. Consequently, food and water resources would once again become severely scarce. Although she had never visited the Agricultural Research Institute in her previous life, she later learned that it housed a plethora of biological specimens and seeds of crops. If she could acquire these seeds this time, it would significantly alleviate the impending food shortage over the next 6 months. She cast a glance at Xiao Yuanlin and noticed his furrowed brow, indicating he was likely pondering the same matters. However, Lin Zhi could not decipher the true purpose of Xiao Yuanlin's presence here. Lin Zhi, Is your information accurate? Xiao Yuanlin inquired, gazing intently at her. I stake my life on it. Good. Xiao Yuanlin addressed the group. We must begin packing our belongings immediately. We cannot afford to wait until tomorrow. Isn't that a bit extreme, Mr. Xiao? It's freezing outside. The temperature is already reported to be minus 60 degrees. Zhao Ziming lamented, his expression filled with despair. Setting out now could cost us our lives, especially since we lack any means of transportation. That mountain vehicle is likely buried under the snow. We could traverse along the riverbank, Wu Yiming interjected, who had remained silent until now. With snow on both sides, given the current thickness, if we attempt to travel on the road, the snow could reach our waists. However, walking on the frozen river surface would be more manageable, as the snow would transform into layers of ice, making it easier to navigate. Wu Yiming's assessment was astute, and Lin Zhi wholeheartedly agreed, stating, indeed, we shall proceed along the riverbed. Zhao Ziming glanced between Lin Zhi and Wu Yiming, resignedly saying, it seems we have no choice but to go. The group promptly began packing their belongings. As a well-trained team, they completed the task swiftly, and within 10 minutes, everyone had their bags ready, departing the abandoned building. Upon exiting, they were met by the biting northern wind that stung their faces like knives. This wind is truly fierce, Zhao Ziming muttered, covering his mouth. Put on your masks. Although it won't snow tonight, the wind may howl throughout the night. Without masks, our skin could be severely damaged, Lin Zhi promptly advised. Everyone retrieved their masks from their packs and, after donning them, trudged along the riverbed, moving westward. Wu Yiming was correct, compared to the thick snow on the riverbank. The snow on the river surface only reached their ankles, making movement considerably easier. Despite being around 3 or 4 in the morning, the pervasive snowfall scattered the faint light, illuminating the darkest dawn. Thank goodness our leader had us wear sunglasses before setting out. Otherwise, the glare from the snow could have blinded me, Zhao Ziming remarked, looking at Lin Zhi with admiration. Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming quickly rummaged through their bags, retrieving military shovels they had packed. Xiao Yuanlin also produced a shovel. Jiugu observed them with some surprise, saying, your gear is quite comprehensive. It seems you have everything you need. That's because our leader possesses foresight. Zhao Ziming replied with pride. All this equipment was meticulously prepared by her before we set out. She already accounted for our needs and packed them accordingly, even placing items in space storage when our bags couldn't accommodate them. Jiugu was astonished. You all possess spatial items? What else would we have? Zhao Ziming retorted dismissively. In this apocalyptic world, one cannot gather supplies without spatial resources. Besides, with the little space we have, we can barely fit any food. To survive, one must be equipped with essential gear. Come on, let's proceed. Xiao Yuanlin was the first to clear a path onto the shore. One by one, the group ascended the bank, only to be astounded by the thick blanket of snow that awaited them. The depth of the snow exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Zhi's stature was slightly shorter than theirs. Upon reaching the shore, she could feel the thick blanket of snow enveloping her shoulders. A shiver involuntarily coursed through her. In her previous life, this extreme snowfall had claimed the lives of many who had ventured outside without finding refuge in fortresses or shelters. Those who survived in such weather were seasoned adventurers, well-equipped and experienced. In her past existence, Lin Zhi had merely been fortunate enough to emerge alive by sheer chance. Clear a path, commanded Xiao Yuanlin. The crowd swiftly brandished their shovels, diligently carving out a route. Lin Zhi paused for a moment before standing in the middle of the line. Thank you, she exclaimed. Xiao Yuanlin smiled gently at her, saying, take care of yourself, and let me know if anything arises. Chapter 147. Arrival at the destination. Leading the procession was Jiugu, while bringing up the rear was Xiao Yuanlin. Amidst the thick blanket of snow, both the leader and the tail end of the line bore the heavy responsibility of clearing the snow, with only those positioned in the center reaping the benefits of a path already swept clean. Although Lin Zhi was also diligently shoveling the snow, she appeared significantly less occupied compared to the contributions of the other 4 individuals. The 5 of them slowly progressed, shoveling snow as they moved forward, and by the time dawn broke, they had covered scarcely a kilometer. Goodness, when will this ever end? Zhao Ziming could not help but lament. Hearing Zhao Ziming's complaints, Wu Yiming frowned. He was not fond of Zhao Ziming's incessant grumbling. However, everyone present understood the reason behind Zhao Ziming's discontent. Unlike the others, Zhao Ziming possessed the ability to teleport. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly leave the group and arrive at his desired destination in an instant. The others, however, lacked such an ability, making Zhao Ziming's choice to endure this arduous labor alongside them seem rather unwise. Nevertheless, he was willing to stay for the sake of unity, and thus, the group chose to tolerate his complaints. Zhao Ziming, just bear with it a little longer. By noon, the sun will rise and the temperature will increase, causing the snow to begin melting. Lin Zhi gently reassured him. Boss, I'm not complaining. I just think it's too far. We still have about 40 to 50 kilometers to our destination, and who knows when we will arrive. Upon mentioning their destination, Zhao Ziming's demeanor grew somewhat despondent. What are you worried about? Zhuge shot him a glance and said, if we wait until all the snow melts, the roads will be submerged in water, and we can simply paddle kayaks there. While it may not match the speed of driving, it will surely be faster than walking. This thought instantly lifted Zhao Ziming's spirits. He certainly did not wish to trek the entire distance on foot. The group continued to dig, taking a brief respite of a few hours to eat some provisions and replenish their energy before resuming their labor. As time passed, the temperature began to rise, and Lin Zhi could distinctly feel that her clothing was becoming increasingly unbearable. Beads of sweat had started to form on her forehead, indicating a significant increase in temperature. Generally, the temperature for melting snow is lower than that for snowfall. However, Lin Zhi could clearly sense that the temperature for melting was now above that for snowfall, suggesting it had risen by at least 10 degrees. Boss, look around. The snow is beginning to melt, Zhao Ziming exclaimed, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, and he swung his shovel with renewed vigor. Lin Zhi did not perceive this as fortuitous news. Based on her prior experiences, the duration from the onset of thawing snow until its complete disappearance typically spanned approximately 8 hours. This meant they had to identify an optimal elevation within this time frame to evade the impending deluge. Brother Gio, how far are we from the place you mentioned? Lin Zhi could not help but inquire. Brother Gio pondered for a moment, surveying the surrounding structures. We are still 10 kilometers away. What are you joking about? Zhao Ziming erupted in fury upon hearing this. How can there still be 10 kilometers? Wasn't it said we would arrive soon? At this rate, how on earth can we make it? We barely covered 2 kilometers this morning. Zhao Ziming was visibly displeased, yet since Xiao Yuanlin had already spoken, he felt disinclined to contest further, merely letting out a disgruntled hum before resuming his labor with the shovel. However, as Xiao Yuanlin had asserted, the melting snow facilitated their progress significantly. In contrast to the mere 2 kilometers they had traversed in the morning, they now managed to clear 2 to 3 kilometers within an hour. As they continued their excavation, it became increasingly apparent that the ground beneath their feet had turned soggy. After another hour of advancement, water began to encroach over their calves. Lin Zhi estimated that the time had come. As soon as the water began to flow, the snow would swiftly melt away. Everyone, let us give it our all. We are nearly there, ninth brother proclaimed, delivering invigorating news. With renewed vigor, the group finally reached their destination just before the snow began to melt. As Lin Zhi finally ascended to the heights, she gazed down at the vast expanse of snow melting into water. Icebergs floated upon the surface, colliding with one another in a rhythmic dance. Zhao Ziming initially expressed his grievances, but upon witnessing the scene, a chill of fear trickled down his spine. He had not anticipated the snow would melt so swiftly into water. The temperature was indeed bizarre. Had we delayed for just another half an hour, we would have been unable to climb back up. Indeed, had it not been for the timely warning from the young lady, we would not have perished from the cold, but rather drowned in these waters. Jioge chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh, young lady, you have once again saved my life. Let us take a moment to rest here for the night. The weather will remain warm tomorrow, Lin Zhi suggested. The group now held deep respect for Lin Zhi, and upon her pronouncement, they promptly began to unpack their camping gear. Jioge, when did you last visit this place? How come you are so familiar with it? Zhao Ziming could not help but inquire. How did you even know there was such a high platform here? Do you think Bat Fortress is just any place? Jiugu retorted with a sardonic look at Zhao Ziming. We live on the edge, surviving in perilous conditions. Unlike you comfortable folks back in Ant Fortress, sheltered by your leaders amidst mutual strife. Zhao Ziming, upon hearing Jiu Ji's words, merely scoffed and chose not to respond further. After setting up camp, Lin Zhi procured some fuel and kindled a fire. You truly are remarkable, young lady. You seem to have everything. Jiugu marveled at the fire pit. Everyone, remove your shoes, socks, and wet clothes to dry them out, Lin Zhi advised, glancing at the sky before closing her eyes. The high temperatures will persist until noon tomorrow, but it will begin to rain in the afternoon. Chapter 148. Unexpected developments. Is this for real? What kind of absurd weather is this? It's actually starting to rain, Zhao Ziming exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the unpredictable climate. This is ridiculous. It must be that bunch from Little Days causing this chaos. This weather is infuriating. Zhao Ziming seethed at the thought. Wu Yiming, standing nearby, remarked nonchalantly. Little Days has long ceased to exist. Their island sank during the earthquake. Zhao Ziming scoffed in response. Serves them right. This is their retribution. She hung her clothes near the fire, urging, hurry and dry your clothes, everyone. After the rain starts, given the path we need to find, we may have to wear these damp garments for several days. If we don't dry them now, we will have nothing to wear later. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming quickly retreated into the tent to change out of his wet clothes. In no time, the drying rack beside the fire was filled with damp garments. Steam rising from the wet fabric, enveloping them in a misty haze. You mentioned that we can rest on this elevated ground. But what about the others? Earlier, the elder mentioned that those from Bat Fortress were pursuing their accomplices. What of that group? Surely they haven't drowned? Zhao Ziming inquired, curiosity piqued. At the mention of this, Jiu Ji's expression turned grave. Those desperate souls are fortunate. The location where Lao Yuan and the others are situated is exceptionally advantageous, and they need not worry about such perils. Lin Zhi casually inquired, what about the Agricultural Academy? Will it be affected by the flood? How could the Agricultural Academy possibly be affected by a flood? Jiugu found it amusing, for the academy was situated atop a mountain. Although it possessed an underground passage, there was no necessity for us to traverse it. Did you not mention that it is the only route? Lin Zhi questioned, puzzled. If we do not utilize the underground path, how can we locate the Agricultural Academy? Oh, dear beauty, with your keen intellect, why not ponder a little deeper? He replied with a smirk. Since he managed to carve a path on the mountain, why cannot we establish a new route up there as well? Jiugu regarded her with a playful smile. Lin Zhi suddenly realized. Indeed, since the entrance at the foot of the mountain has been submerged, they could simply seek a nearby route from the mountain itself to open a passage. Lin Zhi glanced at Brother Jiu, observing his determined demeanor, and suddenly contemplated that perhaps the path to the Agricultural Science Institute had already been cleared by him, merely awaiting his visit. No wonder Brother Jiu insisted on sticking with them. It appeared that the roads within the Agricultural Science Institute were not as easily navigable as they had imagined. One must travel in companionship. If the institute were so effortlessly accessible, it is likely that Brother Jiu would have ventured there long ago. Lin Zhi had an epiphany. At that moment, she looked up and found Xiao Yuanlin gazing intently at her. Lin Zhi lowered her gaze to examine herself, noticing no abnormalities. Curious, she inquired with her eyes toward Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Yuanlin shook his head and then diverted his gaze elsewhere. Strangely, ever since they arrived at the platform, the way Xiao Yuanlin looked at her had grown peculiarly intense, always tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Lin Zhixin secretly speculated that it might be due to her previous remarks, which had all proven remarkably accurate, and her foresight was so advanced that it led Xiao Yuanlin to harbor doubts about her. No matter how capable an individual may be or how extensive their knowledge of meteorology, it is implausible for one to predict the weather with such precision on numerous occasions, especially considering that Lin Zhixin relied solely on her intuition without employing any specialized equipment for detection. Lin Zhi could comprehend Xiao Yuanlin's skepticism towards her. She secretly pondered that she would reveal the truth to Xiao Yuanlin when the opportune moment arose, yet she felt that this was not the right time. Wu Yiming and Zhao Ziming prepared a steaming hot dinner using the campfire. Lin Zhi retrieved a sizable stew pot from her spatial warehouse, along with an assortment of hot pot ingredients. This was the sole warm meal they had savored over the past 2 days, and its deliciousness was unparalleled. In the past, I would have scorned such a pot, yet now, it tasted even more exquisite than the finest delicacies. As ninth brother relished his meal, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. He was not alone in this sentiment. Everyone partook in the feast with contentment, even the typically indifferent Xiao Yuanlin, whose expression softened considerably. Lin Zhi understood the power of nourishment. In such an environment, if one could enjoy better sustenance, it would greatly ease everyone's mindset, allowing them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their tasks thereafter. This is disinfectant. Everyone should spray it on themselves. When the snow melts, numerous bacteria will emerge. And considering we are residing outdoors, we may be susceptible to various viruses that could invade our skin. Tomorrow, the weather is expected to become quite hot. Yet regardless of the heat, it is imperative that no one removes their clothing. The skin must remain covered as much as possible. While speaking, Lin Zhi distributed the disinfectant to the crowd, who promptly sprayed it upon themselves. As dusk approached, she suggested, "It is getting late. Let's take a rest." She then glanced at the flowing water above and pondered aloud. This flood will likely persist for at least another fortnight. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a kayaking expedition. As Lin Zhi had just completed all her tasks and was about to drift into slumber within the confines of her tent, a sudden exclamation from outside pierced the night. "Little beauty, something's amiss." Lin Zhi, a clever girl, swiftly emerged from the tent and, with a look of concern, inquired of Jiuge, "What is the matter? What has happened?" Jiuge, his face pale, replied, "Your leader has fainted. You must go and check on him." "Xiao Yuanlin has fainted?" Lin Zhi felt a tightening in her heart and swiftly dashed into their tent. Inside, Xiao Yuanlin lay there, pale and motionless, his skin a ghastly shade of blue and his lips a deep purple, resembling someone frozen in time. How could this be? Lin Zhi looked up at Brother Jiu. Brother Jiu waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't look at me. I have no idea how he ended up like this. I didn't touch him. He fainted on his own. I'm not asking you. I want to know when he fainted. Did he touch something before collapsing?" Lin Zhi said anxiously. "No. He fainted the moment he entered the tent." As soon as Brother Jiu finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "I just remembered." He touched the small flag on the tent as he came in. Lin Zhi immediately rose to inspect the small flag atop the tent. As expected, it was indeed poisoned. Chapter 149, Collective Poisoning. How could it be poisonous? Lin Zhi gazed in disbelief at the skin peeling off her palm, before her eyes shifted to Brother Jiu. There were 5 individuals in the team, and only Brother Jiu was an outsider, placing him under significant suspicion. "Little beauty, don't look at me like that. I know what you were thinking." Brother Jiu raised an eyebrow. "I am the only outsider in your group, and I hail from the Bat Fortress. So you suspect that I poisoned the flag?" "What? You poisoned it?" Zhao Ziming suddenly rushed over, his face pale as he looked at the ashen-faced Xiao Yuanlin inside the tent, then turned his glare towards Brother Jiu, gritting his teeth. "I knew you were up to no good." "Hey, don't just spout accusations," Brother Jiu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Ziming. He truly did not wish to waste words with someone so simple-minded. Brother Jiu sighed, approaching Lin Zhi, who was still examining the tent, and said, "Little beauty, your team members have quite the temper. I've barely said a couple of words, and they're already shouting at me. I truly don't understand how you can endure it. If I were in my prime, who would dare speak to me like this?" "I know it wasn't you." Lin Zhi suddenly interjected. "Oh, now you know it wasn't me." Brother Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. They say women are fickle, and that certainly holds true. Zhao Ziming is simply clueless. He is flustered with concern, so don't take it to heart, Lin Zhi replied. Why would I bother with a child who isn't even sprouted hair yet? As long as you understand me, that is what matters." Brother Jiu smiled warmly at her. "Stop jesting and come help me. Hand me the anti-inflammatory medicine," Lin Zhi said, ignoring Brother Jiu's banter as she retrieved a medical kit, pulling out various bottles and jars. These were common antidotes for poisoning, but she could not ascertain the specific toxin that Xiao Yuanlin had encountered, so she would have to test them. "Little beauty, You might as well find someone else to accompany you. Just look at Xiao Yuanlin. He is so frail and defenseless, incapable of protecting you in a critical moment. It would be better if You are the one I excavated from the snow, Lin Zhi replied coolly, giving him a fleeting glance. Brother Zhou's expression faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, that was unexpected, purely accidental. Lin Zhi cast him a glance and remarked, almost met with an accident outside. Very well, little beauty, you are impressive. I concede. Ninth brother chuckled softly and turned away to inspect other areas of the tent. Lin Zhi retrieved a collection of medicinal herbs, preparing to concoct an antidote. Zhouge, could you lend a hand? She called out. Yet, no response came from behind her. Yee. Lin Zhi tilted her head, glancing towards the rear of the tent. There, to her astonishment, lay Zhouge on the ground, his complexion pallid. Lin Zhi's heart tightened, and she hurried over to assess the condition of Zhouge. To her astonishment, Zhouge's physical state bore a striking resemblance to the symptoms of poisoning that Xiao Yuanlin had exhibited. Yee. Lin Zhi gently shook his body. Zhouge remained unresponsive. Zhouge, please wake up. Lin Zhi softly patted his face, yet Zhouge continued to appear lifeless. In Lin Zhi's heart, a vague suspicion began to take shape, prompting her to hasten to the tent of Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming. Zhao Ziming, Wu Yiming, are you resting? She inquired. Sister Lin, it seems Zhao Ziming has fallen ill, Wu Yiming replied, his voice trembling slightly. He gently opened the tent, his face etched with panic as he looked at Lin Zhi. Zhao Ziming just fainted. I shall take a look, Lin Zhi said, her expression grave, as she entered the tent without hesitation. Inside, Zhao Ziming lay unconscious on the ground. Utterly unresponsive, his physical characteristics remarkably similar to those of Xiao Yuanlin and Zhouge. Sister Lin, what has happened to Zhao Ziming? Wu Yiming asked, clearly distressed. He has been poisoned, the same toxin that afflicted Xiao Yuanlin and Zhouge. Lin Zhi replied with utmost seriousness. How could this be? Wu Yiming's demeanor shifted to one of utter panic. Sister Lin, what should we do? We must inspect our belongings to see if any are tainted with poison, and then... Wait, Wu Yiming, why are you not affected? Lin Zhi observed a peculiar detail, fixating on Wu Yiming. He glanced down at himself, then back at Lin Zhi, astonished and perplexed. Sister Lin, you are also unscathed. Neither of us has been poisoned. Lin Zhimin felt a jolt. Indeed, neither she nor Wu Yiming had been poisoned. She quickly lowered her head to assess her physical condition. Her pulse was strong, her breathing was unobstructed, and there were no signs of poisoning. She then examined Wu Yiming's condition and found that it mirrored her own, with no indications of poisoning whatsoever. Lin Zhi was utterly perplexed. If the poison was indiscriminate, how could it have spared only the two of them from infection? Sister Lin, are you concocting an antidote? Wu Yiming inquired timidly. Lin Zhi nodded, followed by a self-deprecating smile. I fear that this antidote may prove ineffective. This poison is peculiar. The fact that neither of us has been infected suggests that my antidotes might hold little value. Yet perhaps it is not entirely ruled out. Wu Yiming pondered, stroking his chin. Is it possible that we encountered something prior that could ward off the poison? Lin Zhi nodded and said, what you say is indeed plausible. However, as she spoke, her gaze fell upon a particular stone. This stone was part of the building's wall, enveloped in steel reinforcement, cement, and asbestos. Yet, the exposed surface of the wall exhibited signs of darkening. Wu Yiming shrugged and then remarked, the primary component of the stone is calcium carbonate. When calcium carbonate undergoes a chemical reaction, it can darken. There are numerous reasons for this discoloration, including, but not limited to, you need not elaborate. I comprehend, Lin Zhi interjected, rising to her feet. Her expression was now quite grave. She looked at Wu Yiming and promptly instructed, first, carry the three of them to a tent. I require your assistance with something. What do you need me to do? Lin Zhi retrieved a large box from the spatial necklace. Within it lay the materials required for constructing a transparent tent. Don't we already possess a tent? Wu Yiming inquired, perplexed. This tent is far too small. I now require a larger one. Lin Zhi replied, promptly beginning to unpack the box. Inside, there were various curved components for the tent, along with several pieces of tent fabric. After Lin Zhi meticulously organized all the materials, she looked at Wu Yiming with utmost seriousness and said, Wu Yiming, let's first establish a solid foundation for the tent. We may need to stay here for several days. Chapter 150. Thank you so much. Sister Lin, what exactly is going on? Wu Yiming inquired, perplexed as to why we had to remain here for an extended period. Lin Zhi raised her gaze to the overcast sky and the pale sun, her expression filled with concern as she remarked, there are toxins in the air. What? Wu Yiming's face turned ashen upon hearing Lin Zhi's words. Or perhaps they should not be termed toxins. It is pollution, Lin Zhi stated with utmost seriousness. The heavy snowfall previously trapped all the viruses and pollutants, but now that the weather has warmed, these viruses have come back to life. Is the air filled with viruses now? Wu Yiming asked, astonished. Not only viruses, but also pollution, Lin Zhi replied, gesturing toward a nearby stone. Look at how this stone has been corroded. Wu Yiming observed the stone, his expression shifting slightly before he anxiously inquired, what should we do now? If there is indeed pollution, even if we do not fall ill now, prolonged exposure may lead to illness. There is no alternative. We must proceed this way. Wu Yiming conceded, unable to propose any viable solutions. After the two methodically set up a large tent, Lin Zhi retrieved some disinfectant powder from her spatial necklace. Sister, what do we do if we have disinfectant powder but no water? Wu Yiming asked, furrowing his brow at the disinfecting tools before him. Without further ado, Lin Zhi transported several large barrels of water from her spatial farm. Wu Yiming gazed in astonishment at the supplies Lin Zhi had brought, incredulously exclaiming, Sister Lin, how do you have so many things in your spatial necklace? You even stored fresh water. You wouldn't understand. It's a case of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Zhi replied, as she poured fresh water into the sprayer and mixed in the disinfectant powder. Wu Yiming imitated Lin Zhi, pouring water into the sprayer and then adding the disinfectant powder. Lin Zhi donned her gas mask and protective suit, meticulously beginning the disinfection process from the innermost parts of the tent. She spared no detail, ensuring that the frame, waterproof fabric, and floor were all thoroughly sanitized. Wu Yiming, imitating her actions, prepared the disinfectant solution and joined Lin Zhi in cleansing the tent's interior. Once the disinfection was complete, Lin Zhi proceeded to sanitize the items within the tent. She then turned to Wu Yiming and said, let us bring them inside. All right, together. They carefully lifted Xiao Yuanlin and the other two individuals, transporting them one by one into the newly erected large tent. Sister Lin, what should we do next? Wu Yiming inquired, feeling utterly at a loss, relying entirely on Lin Zhi's guidance. Lin Zhi observed the three individuals afflicted by the poison and then said, I have some nebulizing agents and ointments here. You should equip them with the nebulizers. Lin Zhi retrieved the nebulizers, including budesonide, and administered nebulization to the three individuals. Subsequently, she provided them with various medications orally. Once all tasks were completed, Lin Zhi felt utterly exhausted, as if she were on the verge of collapse. Wu Yiming, gazing at her with a hint of concern, said, Sister, allow me to prepare a meal for you. You have worked hard today. Lin Zhi nodded slightly. She unconsciously dozed off beside a pile of backpacks. It was unclear how long she had been asleep when she was awakened by a warm touch. Who is it? Lin Zhi jolted upright. The person in front of her was taken aback and stumbled. Boss, you nearly scared me to death. Upon seeing Zhao Ziming, Lin Zhi immediately exhaled in relief. As if struck by a sudden realization, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She sprang to her feet, eagerly grasping Zhao Ziming's hand, inspecting him from every angle, and joyfully exclaimed, Zhao Ziming, are you well? Zhao Ziming nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed, I am well. Just moments ago, Wu Yiming mentioned that you summoned us, and now I feel utterly revitalized. Initially, when I was poisoned, I feared for my life. Lin Zhi listened with a smile as Zhao Ziming spoke, then turned her gaze to the silent Juga sitting beside her. Juga glanced up at her, nodded slightly, and said, Little beauty, this is your second time rescuing me. Rest assured, I shall not take any credit. Lin Zhi replied with a smile. I merely called for Xiao Yuanlin and Zhao Ziming, and happened to save you along the way. Juga chuckled softly, then fell silent. his expression shifting to one of concern as he looked toward a certain direction. Lin Zhi followed Jiao Ji's gaze and beheld Xiao Yu and Lin still lying on the ground. Although he had markedly improved since the time of his poisoning, his skin no longer appeared pallid, his lips regained their color, and a healthy flush had returned to his complexion. Xiao Yu and Lin remained in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Zhi's previously relaxed state of mind was abruptly tightened into a knot. Lin Zhi looked up at Wu Yiming, her voice laced with urgency as she inquired, "Wu Yiming, has Xiao Yuanlin still not awakened?" Wu Yiming shook his head. A troubled expression etched across his face. "No, President Xiao has yet to regain consciousness." "How can this be?" Lin Zhi's lips trembled with anxiety. "Why isn't he waking up? Is it possible that President Zhao's health is too fragile, causing him to take longer to awaken?" Zhao Ziming murmured from his side. "That possibility cannot be dismissed." Wu Yiming concurred with Zhao Ziming. "I have heard that President Xiao frequently suffers injuries and illnesses, which may result in a prolonged recovery time compared to others." "That's impossible," Lin Zhi asserted emphatically. "This has nothing to do with his physical condition. Don't worry too much. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps President Xiao will recover shortly," Zhao Ziming suggested, although he himself was at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. In contrast to the anxious trio, Jiugu remained remarkably composed. "Little beauty," he said, turning his gaze to Lin Zhi, "there's a question I wish to pose. Does Xiao Yuanlin bear any injuries?" His inquiry, though phrased as a question, carried an air of certainty. Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback, then gently nodded, her gaze filled with deep concern. Indeed, he embarked on this journey bearing injuries. "Normally, I should not disclose such matters to you, but at this critical juncture, I find myself left with little choice." Lin Zhi fixed her gaze on Jiugu and asked, "Jiugu, are you implying that you know how to cure him?" Jiugu stood up, dusting off non-existent particles from his attire, and suddenly smiled at Lin Zhi, saying, "Little beauty, if Xiao Yuanlin manages to survive this ordeal, he truly owes you his heartfelt gratitude." Chapter 151. Detoxifying Xiao Yuanlin. "What do you mean by that, Jiugu?" Lin Zhi felt an inkling that Jiugu was about to reveal a monumental secret. With a light chuckle, Jiugu squatted beside Xiao Yuanlin and lifted his eyelids slightly. "Observe, Xiao Yuanlin's eyes have a bluish tint," he remarked casually. "It is common for human eyes to exhibit a hint of blue. Only those of advanced age or with ocular complications tend to appear red, yellow, or cloudy. The clearer the eyes, the more luminous they appear." "Is there something wrong with his eyes?" Lin Zhi inquired, deeply concerned. "Little beauty, when you initially mentioned that we were poisoned, it was not entirely accurate. Zhao Ziming and I merely experienced a transient shock due to respiratory allergies," Jiugu explained, gesturing toward Xiao Yuanlin. "Only Xiao Yuanlin is genuinely afflicted by poison." "Do you know what poison he has been subjected to?" Lin Zhi pressed on eagerly. Jiugu shook his head in resignation. "Alas, I do not possess that knowledge." Lin Zhi was momentarily engulfed in profound disappointment, as he had anticipated that Jiugu would impart some constructive insights. However, with a sudden shift in tone, Jiugu smiled slyly at Lin Zhi and proposed, "Little beauty, would you care to give a try? I possess the knowledge to counteract the poison afflicting Xiao Yuanlin." Lin Zhi was taken aback, and then her joy overflowed. She hurriedly grasped Jiao Ji's hand and asked, Jiugu, how can we cure the poison in Xiao Yuanlin? Please tell me quickly." Jiugu gazed steadily at Lin Zhi and replied, "Since you're more familiar with the orcs than we are, I believe you must know that orcs possess something known as the beast core." Lin Zhi nodded. "I understand. But what does this have to do with detoxification?" Jiugu smiled gently, raising an eyebrow. "It has everything to do with it, and the connection is significant. The poison within Xiao Yuanlin can only be cured with high-tier beast cores. Is that so?" Lin Zhi expressed her astonishment. "Little beauty, please don't look at me with such eyes. It wasn't me who transformed your little lover into this state." Jiugu teased her playfully. "Stop saying such things. Our relationship is merely a professional one," Lin Zhi replied, her demeanor slightly awkward. All right, you can say whatever you wish." Jiugu, not wishing to argue further, suppressed the irreverent smile on his face and gazed at Lin Zhi, saying, "If you wish to save Xiao Yuanlin, you will need to acquire a high-tier beast core." However, as you may know, such items are exceedingly rare. If I were in your position and possessed a high-tier beast core, I certainly would not part with it for another's use. Lin Zhi remarked, I do not possess a high-tier beast core. Ninth brother, pondering for a moment, suddenly tilted his head to gaze at Lin Zhi, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he said, that lion man accompanying you is rather impressive. He is indeed the king of beasts, and his beast core must be of the utmost caliber. Lin Zhi cast a piercing glance. Ninth brother waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had said nothing. I do not possess a high-grade beast core. Would a low-grade one suffice? Lin Zhi inquired. It will work, ninth brother replied, though its efficacy may not be as pronounced. However, ultimately, if it can save a life, that is what truly matters. Lin Zhi swiftly retrieved a blue beast core from her spatial necklace. This was the finest quality beast core she could presently acquire. Although multiple beast cores could be fused to create a higher-grade core, Lin Zhi harbored her own reservations. Xiao Yuanlin was not someone of significant importance to her. She had not yet reached the point of being willing to sacrifice everything for him. The mere willingness to part with this relatively superior beast core already demonstrated her loyalty and affection. Is this acceptable? Lin Zhi inquired. I am aware that its quality is somewhat lacking. Somewhat lacking? Nine brother exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. I have been out for so long, capturing countless beastmen and unearthing numerous beast cores, yet I have yet to encounter one of better quality than yours. With a tone of profound envy, Nine brother lamented. Oh dear, how fortunate Xiao Yuanlin is. He has been afflicted by such a poison, yet you managed to find this inexplicable antidote. It seems heaven does not wish for his demise. Lin Zhi, unwilling to listen to his ramblings, inquired, how should this beast core be utilized? Simply crush it, grind it into powder, and mix it with water to administer, replied Jioga nonchalantly. It's that easy. Lin Zhi immediately took the beast core into the space, allowing the little lion to grind it into powder. Once it was pulverized, Lin Zhi soaked it in water, transforming the liquid into a deep azure hue. Wu Yiming, lend me a hand, Lin Zhi called out. Without hesitation, Wu Yiming rushed over and helped support Xiao Yuanlin, allowing him to lean against his side. Lin Zhi carefully took out a spoon, feeding water to Xiao Yuanlin bit by bit. Given that Xiao Yuanlin was in a state of unconsciousness, the task proved to be quite challenging. However, Lin Zhi's patience prevailed as she managed to administer all the water infused with the beast core. Just wait. He will awaken in no more than half an hour, said Brother Jio with a nonchalant tone. Brother Jio, how do you know that the beast core can counteract the poison? Lin Zhi inquired with curiosity. Brother Jio replied, I have mentioned before that I have traversed this path several times, witnessing all manner of peculiar occurrences. Casting a glance at the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin, he continued, the reason Xiao Yuanlin sought out the Agricultural Institute, despite being poisoned, is likely due to the beast cores that you possess. Does the Agricultural Institute have beast cores? Lin Zhi expressed surprise, but upon reflection, she found it to be rather expected, considering the multitude of beastmen in the vicinity. Indeed, the Agricultural Institute not only harbors beast cores but also high-tier ones, alongside various energy sources. Brother Jio regarded them with a bemused smile. Little beauty, I have discerned quite clearly on this journey. Your objectives in seeking the Agricultural Institute differ greatly from Xiao Yuanlin's. As for the two burdens you brought along, they simply follow your commands, entirely oblivious to what lies within the Agricultural Institute. Who are you calling a burden? Zhao Ziming retorted furiously. Whoever is angry can be called so. Brother Jio dismissed him with indifference. Zhao Ziming found himself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Lin Zhi's statement. It seemed that during this expedition, his emotional fluctuations were particularly pronounced. What troubled him most was that the closer they drew to their destination, the more irritable he became, as if he could erupt at any moment over trivial matters. Suddenly, Brother Jio interjected, Little beauty, do not blame him. It is not his fault. Why? Lin Zhi asked. This is caused by radiation, Brother Jio said, looking into the distance. Radiation interferes with the human brain. Your small subordinate is likely affected by this interference. In truth, we are all somewhat influenced by radiation, but his susceptibility is the most pronounced. Lin Zhi took out a complete set of radiation protection gear. After Zhao Ziming donned the protective equipment, his demeanor improved significantly. Boss, this gear is truly effective. After putting it on, I feel a sense of calmness within me. Zhao Ziming remarked, his spirits lifted immensely. Lin Zhi smiled and then turned to ninth brother. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, given your extensive knowledge, how is it that you remain unaffected by the radiation? Ninth brother smirked slightly, gazing at Lin Zhi. That is largely thanks to the precious gift I bestowed upon you. Lin Zhi cast a glance at the spatial bracelet adorning her wrist, suddenly realizing that she had never utilized it since acquiring it. This object can shield against radiation? Lin Zhi felt a twinge of surprise. Not only can it protect against radiation, but it can also guard against numerous unforeseen disturbances, Nine Brother said, shaking his head with a hint of regret. But now it is yours. You shall reap its benefits. Just as Nine Brother finished speaking, the spatial bracelet was flung onto him. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist and then at Lin Zhi, perplexed, and asked, what do you mean? Are you returning it to me? Lin Zhi shrugged, saying, if you need it, take it. I have no desire to carry this burden of yours. There are many matters to attend to on this journey, and if you were to be affected by radiation, I would have to divert my attention to manage you. Moreover, this bracelet rightfully belongs to you. I am merely returning it to its rightful owner. Take it. I will not benefit from your generosity. Nine Brother did not hesitate. He donned the bracelet on his wrist and, with a broad grin, remarked, then I shall graciously accept it. Do as you wish. Lin Zhi spoke, her gaze once again resting upon Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Yuanlin's hand had regained its warmth, suggesting that his peripheral nerves had returned to their normal state. Lin Zhi placed her hand on Xiao Yuanlin's pulse and, upon noticing its strong rhythm, understood that he had emerged from danger. Indeed, the beast core proved to be remarkably effective. Let us remain here for 2 days, allowing everyone to regain their strength before we proceed, Lin Zhi advised. I have no objections. I shall follow your lead, Jiug replied with a cheerful smile directed at Lin Zhi. I will heed the captain's command, Zhao Ziming added. Meanwhile, Wu Yiming was busily preparing a meal nearby. He glanced at Lin Zhi and nodded in agreement. I will also listen to my sister. Wu Yiming, when will your meal be ready? I feel as though I am starving. Zhao Ziming could not help but lament. It will be ready shortly, Wu Yiming responded, scooping food into bowls for everyone. This is the last meal for today. Once it is consumed, there will be none left. I have calculated that our food supply appears to be quite limited, so let us all eat sparingly. Lin Zhi was about to mention the abundance of food available to her, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, unspoken. After all, Ninth Brother hailed from the Bat Fortress, and she feared that revealing her capabilities might inadvertently bring calamity upon herself. The group gathered around the campfire, indulging in their evening meal. Boss, come over and join us for dinner. Zhao Ziming beckoned him. Lin Zhi shook her head. No, you all eat first. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Yuanlin. Once you finish, we can switch shifts. Boss, you truly harbor deep feelings for President Xiao, Zhao Ziming teased. Don't speak carelessly. Lin Zhi frowned, unable to suppress her irritation. She disliked such jokes directed at her, while she herself could tolerate them. She was concerned that if Xiao Yuanlin were to dislike such remarks and openly embarrassed her one day, it would be quite uncomfortable for her. Rather than risk future embarrassment, it was better to clarify matters from the outset. You know nothing of love's intricacies. Jiugu shot a glance at Zhao Ziming. Your master's caliber deserves the finest man in the world. Xiao Yuanlin was indeed good, though there always seemed to be something slightly lacking. What is lacking? A gravelly voice unexpectedly interjected. You're awake, Lin Zhi exclaimed, astonished and elated as she observed Xiao Yuanlin's eyes flutter open. You woke up 10 minutes earlier than I anticipated. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yuanlin regarded Lin Zhi with a gaze overflowing with tenderness. But it's truly been a tiring day for the lovely young lady, Jiugu remarked while eating. She has been bustling about all afternoon, and now she hasn't even had a bite of warm food. Then you should eat quickly and switch shifts with my boss, Zhao Ziming retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Jiugu, with a mocking expression, looked at Zhao Ziming. You dare to criticize me? All of you in the Ant Fortress are so lackadaisical. Do you expect me, an outsider, to rush while you remain indifferent? How amusing. Cut it out. I'll 1T argue with you, Zhao Ziming dismissed, now clad in protective gear. His demeanor significantly improved, unaffected by Jiuji's jibes. Why are you dressed like that? Xiao Yuanlin inquired, puzzled as he regarded Zhao Ziming. What do you need the protective suit for? Lin Zhi explained, Zhao Ziming's brain has been affected by radiation interference, causing him significant distress and emotional instability. Thus, I have equipped him with protective gear, and he's feeling much better now. Suddenly, Xiao Yuanlin inquired, how many sets of protective gear do you have left? Enough in quantity, Lin Zhi replied. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuanlin decided, let us utilize my gear. After all, protective suits are consumables, and we may need to wear them throughout our journey. Once my supply is depleted, you may then use yours. That's the right approach, Brother Jiu remarked, clapping his hands. Men should refrain from harboring thoughts of utilizing a woman's possessions. Though his words were pleasing, Zhao Ziming observed, it seems you are incessantly relying on our leader's resources. Brother Jiu retorted, there's no alternative. I am but a poor man with nothing to my name. Were I to possess abundant supplies, I would not depend on your leader. Zhao Ziming queried, are all the individuals from Batcave as eloquent as you, who speak more beautifully than they act? Brother Jiu hastily waved his hands. Do not compare me to those miscreants. They're all lunatics, devoid of any sanity. Lin Zhi listened nearby, unable to suppress a chuckle. I must say, I wholeheartedly agree. Wu Yiming seized the opportunity to deliver a pointed remark. Is this the reason you were expelled from the Bat Fortress? Brother Jiu, flustered, retorted. There's no need to so severely wow my character. Though I admit I am rather despicable, I am openly so, unlike those from the Bat Fortress. Chapter 153. The earring indeed, the openly despicable gentleman. May I inquire if you had a good dinner? Lin Zhi looked at Brother Jiu, torn between laughter and exasperation. I'm still quite hungry. Brother Jiu smacked his forehead. It's all my fault. I shall eat quickly. Amidst laughter, the group enjoyed a delightful dinner. That evening, the five of them lay in a row within the large tent, nestled in their sleeping bags. Lin Zhi had long since acclimated to this outdoor life, while Wu Yiming, beside her, appeared somewhat at a loss. As Lin Zhi drifted in and out of slumber, she heard Wu Yiming tossing and turning beside her. Emerging from her sleeping bag, she gazed at him and softly inquired, what troubles you? Sister, I believe I may have a slight fever, he replied. Lin Zhi immediately crawled out of her sleeping bag upon hearing the news. She approached Wu Yiming quietly and took out a thermometer, instructing him to place it under his armpit. After 5 minutes, Lin Zhi retrieved the thermometer. The reading was 39.8 degrees Celsius. Upon seeing the numbers displayed on the thermometer, Lin Zhi felt a surge of anxiety. In the wilderness, such a high fever could potentially pose a serious threat to life. Without uttering a word, Lin Zhi promptly retrieved some antipyretics from his medicine cabinet and administered them to Wu Yiming. Lin Zhi was uncertain whether Wu Yiming's high fever stemmed from an infection or merely from a chill. Due to Wu Yiming's illness, Lin Zhi had to relinquish her own rest, remaining by his side. In the early hours of the morning, Xiao Yuanlin abruptly awoke and, observing Lin Zhi seated next to Wu Yiming, inquired, why aren't you asleep? Why are you sitting here? Wu Yiming is unwell. His fever is nearing 40 degrees. I must watch over him, Lin Zhi replied softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanlin immediately emerged from his sleeping bag. After donning his clothes and protective gear, he turned to Lin Zhi and said, you should go rest. I will keep watch over him. No, you need to rest well. You have just recovered from a serious illness and must ensure you get adequate sleep. Lin Zhi resolutely refused Xiao Yuanlin's offer. Lin Zhi, do not be unreasonable, Xiao Yuanlin said, sitting beside her. I'm feeling much better. What do you see improvement? I am well aware of your condition, Lin Zhi retorted, gazing at him. Xiao Yuanlin smiled gently and unexpectedly reached out to pat Lin Zhi's head. I know everything. What do you know? Lin Zhi asked, her expression one of astonishment. You used your intermediate beast core to heal me. Lin Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief as she spoke. This is the handiwork of ninth brother. How can a grown man have such a loose tongue? Do not blame him. This is no trivial matter, Xiao Yuanlin stated with utmost seriousness. A mid-tier beast core is not an ordinary beast core. Although I am unaware of where you acquired it, this item is exceedingly valuable. Your willingness to present it to me signifies It signifies that I hold our relationship in high regard. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhi interrupted Xiao Yuanlin's words. She feared that he might utter something inappropriate that would cause her embarrassment, so she preemptively placed the term friend above all else, thus shielding herself from any awkwardness. Xiao Yuanlin was taken aback by Lin Zhi's response. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, I share the same sentiment. It is rare to find such a commendable partner, and I have no desire to lose you. Listening to Xiao Yuanlin's words, Lin Zhi secretly thought to herself, fortunately, it was she who spoke first. Otherwise, she could hardly bear to imagine how embarrassing it would be if she were to entertain any misguided feelings. Xiao Yuanlin continued, You have rendered me such a significant service. It would be unthinkable for me to accept this without offering something in return. Lin Zhi smiled and waved her hand with feigned magnanimity, saying, Oh, not at all. It is often said that we are good partners. In prosperity and adversity, we share the same fate. Assisting you is only a matter of course. Regardless of whether it is a matter of course, all I know is that I have received your help. You saved my life. Xiao Yuanlin said, as he produced a small black box. It was an exquisitely crafted black velvet case, resembling a jewelry box at first glance. Lin Zhi gazed intently at the velvet box, unable to suppress a swallow. It was not merely his imagination. The box bore an uncanny resemblance to a ring box, did it not? Could it be that Xiao Yuanlin intended to present her with a diamond ring? That seemed rather inappropriate. Although she had contributed a mid-tier beast core, it would be improper for her to accept such extravagant jewelry without due cause. Moreover, accepting jewelry without any justification felt uncomfortably ambiguous. Just as Lin Zhi's thoughts began to wander, Xiao Yuanlin opened the black velvet box. Within it lay a simple yet elegant earring, seemingly crafted from stainless steel. Lin Zhi's emotions shifted abruptly from a state of unease to a serene calm. It was merely an earring. However, since it was not crafted from precious materials, it must be made of stainless steel, suggesting it held considerable utility. This is a storage tool for my space, and I bestow it upon you, Xiao Yuanlin remarked nonchalantly. Lin Zhi gazed at the unassuming earring, unable to suppress a smile. This earring is so tiny, yet it can serve as a storage space. How remarkable. Its diminutive size made it less likely to be noticed, allowing one to carry it without drawing attention. Xiao Yuanlin spoke as he removed the earring. Let me help you put it on. Sure, Lin Zhi replied without a second thought. Xiao Yuanlin drew closer to her, his hand gently caressing her earlobe before delicately fastening the earring in place. The rough texture of his fingertips sent a shiver through Lin Zhi's body. She nearly forgot that her earlobe was a particularly sensitive spot. Just as she contemplated declining, Xiao Yuanlin's warm breath brushed against the nape of her neck. Don't move, he whispered, his voice soft as a feather, as gentle as his breath. Lin Zhi immediately lowered her head and cast her eyes downward, concealing the unusual expression on her face from Xiao Yuanlin. She felt immense relief that it was dark outside. Had it been broad daylight, others would surely mock her for her demeanor. His voice was calm, and his expression remained unfazed, indicating that he harbored no ulterior motives. Lin Zhi felt her emotions plummet like a roller coaster upon witnessing Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor. Perhaps, as Xiao had asserted, he truly regarded her merely as an ordinary collaborator. Without any deeper contemplation, Lin Zhi, Xiao Yuanlin suddenly called her name. What? She replied, as she followed his gaze, pointed towards the sky. Lin Zhi gazed through the translucent fabric of the tent, her eyes fixed upon the distant sky. In the heavens above, a solitary moon hung, ethereal and serene. Chapter 154. Wu Yiming fell ill. The moonlight was exquisite, yet regrettably, humanity remained ensnared in the throes of busyness. Wu Yiming's fever persisted, fluctuating until it soared to a staggering 41 degrees within the span of an hour. Lin Zhi was truly terrified that Wu Yiming might perish in this place. He vigilantly attended to Wu Yiming throughout the night, retrieving copious amounts of ice water from his spatial farm to help lower Wu's temperature. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanlin stood by, using a towel to gently wipe Wu Yiming's body, attempting to hasten his cooling through physical means. The two toiled tirelessly until dawn. at which point Wu Yiming's fever gradually subsided to a temperature of 38 degrees Celsius. Although he still had a high fever, his condition had stabilized and appeared less alarming. "You should rest for a while. I will keep watch here," Xiao Yuanlin said, his gaze filled with concern for Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi had been tirelessly attending to the needs of their small group throughout the day, and she had not enjoyed a restful night. Xiao Yuanlin could envision, even with his eyes closed, the extent of Lin Zhi's exhaustion. "No need to worry. I'm perfectly fine. You should rest more. You've just recovered from a serious illness and are still not fully well. What if you strain yourself by staying up late with me?" Lin Zhi's voice, tinged with fatigue, carried a slight rasp. "I am a man. My physical constitution is somewhat stronger than yours, and I can endure it," Xiao Yuanlin insisted firmly, attempting to push Lin Zhi away. "I've already stated that we are partners. If you force me to leave, I will be quite displeased," Lin Zhi retorted, her expression reflecting annoyance. With no choice, Xiao Yuanlin allowed Lin Zhi to remain by his side, watching over Wu Yiming together. Perhaps due to her overwhelming fatigue, Xiao Yuanlin could distinctly sense that after a short while beside him, Lin Zhi's posture began to waver. Lin Zhi propped his chin on his hand, yet his head persistently drooped downwards. Xiao Yuanlin, observing him in such a state, felt a pang of sympathy. He gently shifted his body closer to hers and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Lin Zhi's head gently rested against his shoulder. Xiao Yuanlin slightly lowered his eyelashes, discovering that Lin Zhi had already fallen asleep. This little fool truly knows how to put on a brave front, despite her evident exhaustion. His gaze softened significantly as he looked at Lin Zhi's expression. In the sleeping bag, Wu Yiming's fever had subsided considerably, and he felt much more at ease, gradually awakening. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Xiao Yuanlin gently placing Lin Zhi in the sleeping bag. Wu Yiming was somewhat taken aback, but then a soft smile crept across his face. Everyone could see Xiao Yuanlin's affection for Lin Zhi, except for Lin Zhi herself, who was unwilling to acknowledge it. However, given that Xiao Yuanlin is such a remarkable person, Wu Yiming believed that Lin Zhi would inevitably come to accept him. It was merely a matter of time. The previous day's journey had been exceedingly exhausting, and with everyone feeling unwell and fatigued, they all slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky the following day. Lin Zhi awoke in a tent enveloped by sweltering heat, her garments dampened by perspiration. "Why is it so unbearably hot?" she mused, raising a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. "Sister Lin, you were indeed correct. Today's temperature has soared to a staggering 37 degrees. Given the lack of ventilation in this tent, it is likely that the temperature exceeds 42 degrees, Wu Yiming lamented with a furrowed brow. "If this continues, we shall all be at risk of heat stroke." Lin Zhi glanced at the recently recovered Xiao Yuanlin beside her. She noticed that his complexion was flushed, yet his lips appeared somewhat pale, clearly indicating the early signs of heat stroke. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Lin Zhi promptly led Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming, among others, into her spatial necklace, retrieving a selection of chilled food and water. After sharing the refreshing provisions brought by Lin Zhi, the heat that enveloped them began to dissipate significantly. "This oppressive weather is truly bizarre. How can it be so sweltering?" Brother Jiu grumbled, expressing his displeasure, recalling that just a few days prior, the cold had been nearly unbearable, and now the foul stench of decaying corpses was likely to pervade the surroundings. His words served as a stark reminder for Lin Zhi. Due to the recent heavy snowfall and the subsequent earthquake, numerous bodies lay outdoors. Yet, the current surge in temperature was alarming, and it was forecasted to persist for 2 months. During this period, extreme heat would be accompanied by intense precipitation. This implies that both plague and flooding would strike simultaneously in the coming months. However, drawing from her experiences in her previous life, Lin Zhi was aware that the ant fortress would evade the impending deluge. To avert such disasters, Xiao Yuanlin had deliberately chosen a higher elevation when planning the land for the fortress, ensuring that floods would not encroach upon it. Nevertheless, the soaring temperatures and flooding would place considerable demands on the fortress's temperature control and water purification systems. In her previous life, Lin Zhi was uncertain of how Xiao Yuanlin had resolved these issues. Yet she speculated that his adept management of the ant fortress was likely linked to this expedition to the Agricultural Institute. Boss, the temperature outside is so high that the floodwaters are not receding. In fact, they are rising even further, Zhao Ziming exclaimed in a state of panic. The relentless heat had caused even the most stubborn ice and snow to melt completely. Nature's water cycle operates far slower than urban infrastructure. For the flood to diminish through natural processes, at least half a month would be necessary, Xiao Yuanlin remarked gravely. Didn't he, the little beauty, say that it would rain for a long time? If it does rain, this flood might persist for a month or more. Brother Jiu replied casually, though his countenance mirrored that of Xiao Yuanlin's seriousness. I feel much better now, Wu Yiming said, accepting the thermometer Lin Zhi had offered. I sensed this morning that my fever had subsided. I'm not as uncomfortable now, and my appetite is quite good. Lin Zhi nodded slightly and, with great relief, said, as long as your health is restored, that is what truly matters. My only concern now is for your well-being. Wu Yiming handed the thermometer he had just measured to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi glanced at the thermometer, which indicated a temperature of 37.5 degrees. It was merely a slight fever. It appeared he was nearly recovered. Take a bit more of this antipyretic, and you should be just fine, she advised. Wu Yiming accepted the medicine Lin Zhi handed him, casting a worried glance at the group discussing the environment. He turned to Lin Zhi and asked Sister Ling, what should we do next? Are we really going to remain in this tent indefinitely? That seems impractical. Of course not, Lin Zhi replied, her gaze serious as she surveyed the floodwaters outside the tent. We will be leaving here shortly. Chapter 155. The flood arrives, boss. Are we really leaving now? I feel like the water is rising, Zhao Ziming inquired anxiously. Lin Zhi decisively stated, prepare the kayak now. We are about to depart. A flood is imminent. I did not bring a kayak, Xiao Yuanlin suddenly interjected. Lin Zhi was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. You actually forgot to bring the life-saving supplies? I stored the kayak in the off-road vehicle, Xiao Yuanlin admitted, a hint of guilt in his voice. It was my misjudgment of the weather. Zhao Ziming's face turned pale. I certainly do not possess such items. Wu Yiming retrieved his spatial wallet. My space is quite limited, merely 9 square meters. It simply cannot accommodate an item as large as a kayak. Lin Zhi observed that none of the others possessed a kayak. Just as she was about to retrieve her own kayak from her spatial necklace to meet Brother Jiu, she rose to her feet with a sweeping gesture and exclaimed, you haven't even prepared a kayak. What are you doing venturing out? As she spoke, she produced a massive kayak from her peculiar spatial bracelet. As Lin Zhi witnessed the proactive efforts of the 9th brother, she ceased to contribute resources voluntarily. United in purpose, the group inflated the kayak and found a suitable slope, where they launched the vessel onto the raging waters. Each donned protective gear before leaping onto the kayak. Just as they boarded, a sudden wave from the flood surged behind them, sweeping away the very high ground they had just occupied. Zhao Ziming, filled with trepidation, remarked, fortunately, we acted swiftly. Otherwise, that small wave could have engulfed us. It was Lin Zhi's decisive action that saved us. Xiao Yuanlin gazed at Lin Zhi with admiration, acknowledging, if it weren't for you, this journey could have resulted in dire consequences. Indeed, the first casualty would have been you, the 9th brother retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuanlin. You've hindered the little beauty enough already. Little beauty, you sacrificed your precious beast core for him, so do not falter any further. Lin Zhi felt that Jiu Ji's remarks were somewhat excessive. Just as she was about to mediate the situation, she was taken aback when Xiao Yuanlin nodded subtly, casting a fleeting glance at Jiu Gu and stating, you are not mistaken. The floodwaters continued to rise, and Lin Zhi watched helplessly as numerous dilapidated structures were engulfed by the torrent. The murky surface was littered with various debris and decomposing bodies. Everyone must protect their skin. Do not expose it to the elements. Ensure your protective gear is properly worn. The water is filthy, teeming with bacteria and viruses. Contact with it could lead to skin diseases, Lin Zhi earnestly cautioned. The sun blazed mercilessly, having melted away all the surrounding snow. The murky floodwaters pushed them forward aimlessly. Is this direction correct? Zhao Ziming inquired. Jiu Gu patted his chest confidently, asserting, Rest assured, the direction is undeniably right. The terrain to the west is lower, and the floodwaters will flow in that direction. We are merely following the current westward. Wouldn't it be faster if we activated the motor? Lin Zhi suggested. You speak so casually, but doesn't the motor require electricity? Jiuge retorted. I lack any power-generating equipment. What if the motor stalls midway? Are we expected to paddle with our hands? I possess a generator, Lin Zhi replied, casting a nonchalant glance at Jiuge. Feel free to use it. If the generator runs out of power, you can switch to mine. Jiuge chuckled. Hey, little beauty, why didn't you mention you had a generator earlier? He promptly initiated the motor. With the aid of both the current and the motor, the kayak surged forward rapidly, significantly reducing their travel time. Before long, they arrived at the base of a mountain. Unlike other areas, the floodwaters appeared to be shallower as they approached the foot of the mountain. Lin Zhi could almost see the soil beneath the murky waters as they drew near. We can disembark now. We have reached our destination, Jiuge announced. Zhao Ziming looked around in confusion. This place is quite peculiar. While other areas are inundated, how is it that there is hardly any water here? Yi frugged, indicating he was equally perplexed. As the group disembarked, Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming prepared to venture into the mountain. But Jiuge abruptly halted them. Youngsters, do not act impulsively. What's the matter? Zhao Ziming asked, puzzled. There are poisonous creatures here, Jiuge warned. But I am wearing protective gear, came Zhao Ziming's retort. Jiuge scoffed. What does that matter? Can your gear withstand the bite of a venomous snake, or endure the sting of those mutated wasps? Surely there can't be poisonous creatures in this mountain, Wu Yiming exclaimed without thinking. Jiuge shrugged and retrieved several large jars of ointment from his spatial bracelet, offering them to them. It's up to you, apply it or not. What is this? Zhao Ziming asked as he opened one jar and cautiously brought it to his nose, nearly causing himself to faint. The odor was exceedingly foul. He felt as if the stench would shatter his very skull. What on earth is this? Why does it smell so terrible? Zhao Ziming grimaced, his face contorting in distaste. This is a remarkable remedy against the poisonous creatures of the deep mountains. It works wonders, Jiuge replied, applying the ointment to his own skin as he spoke. Lin Zhi remained silent, a sense of familiarity enveloping her as she inhaled the peculiar scent of the antidote ointment. It felt as though she had encountered it before. Yet the memory eluded her grasp. Time is of the essence. Apply the salve upon yourselves without delay, Jiuge urged. Of course, if you are fearless, you may abstain from its application, but do not come crying to me for salvation later. Let it be known, I shall not come to your aid. Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming, despite their aversion to the odor of the ointment, found themselves compelled to follow suit. With their backpacks secured, the group ventured forth, following Jiuge, as they tread cautiously into the depths of the enigmatic mountain. This mountain was indeed peculiar. After Lin Zhi entered the mountains, he felt an uncanny aura permeating the surroundings. Despite the extreme cold of the earthquake followed by the current high temperatures, the mountain retained its verdant hue, and the melodic calls of birds could still be heard. Initially, Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming were engaged in a discussion, but as they ventured deeper, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Everyone sensed the strangeness of this remote mountain. What is so sinister about this place? Wu Yiming asked, glancing around in trepidation. Zhao Ziming remarked, even more peculiar is the fact that the Agricultural Research Institute is concealed here. My curiosity about this institute has intensified. What secrets does it hold? Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from above. Hey, do you wish to know where the Agricultural Research Institute is? Chapter 156. A difficult journey. The group looked up to see an oddly colored parrot observing them from above. This parrot was of substantial size, adorned with a myriad of hues, and its features were strikingly unique. Its bulging, dark eyes were unlike those of any ordinary parrot, rendering its presence all the more unsettling. How can this parrot speak so well? Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Yiming mirrored his surprise. Jiuge, Xiao Yuanlin, and Lin Zhi remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the parrot. Jiuge cast a derisive glance at Zhao Ziming, snickering, You seem easily startled. Have you encountered such a bird before? Zhao Ziming, feeling defiant, shot a challenging look at Jiuge. This creature, Jiuge continued, briefly glancing at Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi, then chuckling softly. Is of the same breed as your old Yuan. Zhao Ziming was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Wu Yiming gasped, staring incredulously at Jiao Ge. How can that be? Jiao Ji's gaze shifted to the calm expressions of Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he said, If you doubt it, just ask your sister Lin and your CEO Xiao. Little beauty, you must know what this creature is, right? Lin Zhi's expression was rather displeasing. From the moment she lifted her gaze to behold the creature, she discerned that it was no mere bird, but rather a beast man. Her eyes immediately caught sight of the pale blue beast core embedded within the parrot's form. This was a low-ranking beast man. Based on her understanding of beast men, while low-ranking ones possess a degree of intelligence, it varies significantly, particularly among avian species known for their diminished cognitive abilities. Thus, the parrot before her likely lacked any offensive capability. Sister Lin, is what ninth brother said true? Wu Yiming, not willing to give up, inquired of Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi nodded slightly, and, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, Indeed. Wu Yiming's expression grew somewhat complex. Let us proceed. Lingering here is unwise. This forest is rather strange, and it is imperative that we locate the entrance to the Agricultural Research Institute as soon as possible, Lin Zhi stated. Upon hearing their words, the parrot beast man repeatedly exclaimed, Find the Agricultural Research Institute. Find the Agricultural Research Institute. Due to the encounter with the parrot upon entering the mountains, everyone remained particularly vigilant to any disturbances within the forest. However, aside from that solitary parrot, no other creatures had been encountered since their ascent. It is possible that the ointment provided by Jiao Ge had taken effect, deterring other beings from approaching. After several hours of trekking, they had managed to ascend only 1/5 of the mountain. The path upward was exceedingly arduous. Previous snowfall had accumulated, and with the recent thaw, the trail was now a quagmire, making each step particularly challenging. Zhao Ziming, despite his best efforts to suppress his irritation, could not help but complain, At this rate, my legs will be rendered useless. This is even more difficult than traversing through the snow. I share your sentiments. I feel utterly exhausted, Wu Yiming, who typically refrained from voicing complaints, also lamented. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin remained silent, their expressions reflecting an undeniable discomfort, hinting at the arduousness of their journey. Jiao, too, was uncharacteristically solemn as he gazed ahead. As the sun began its descent, Zhao Ziming grew increasingly anxious. We cannot allow ourselves to wander aimlessly. This forest offers no shelter for the night. The ground is nothing but mud, leaving us without a place to rest. Upon hearing Zhao Ziming's concerns, Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged glances, yet neither spoke. If this continued, without finding a suitable camping spot, they might well find themselves traversing the mountains throughout the night. Let's press on, Jiao suggested earnestly. I recall that the path ahead is strewn with larger stones, which should alleviate the mud situation. We ought to discover a place to spend the night. Though Zhao Ziming was filled with frustration, he clung to this glimmer of hope and continued onward. As darkness gradually enveloped the landscape, the group struggled up the mountain. Fortunately, Jiao's assertions proved true. The ascent became more manageable, with an abundance of stones lining the path. We must locate a suitable area to set up camp before nightfall, Zhao Ziming remarked, looking at the others. We cannot meander aimlessly any longer, especially in this darkness. Even if the entrance is nearby, we would not be able to discern it in this pitch-black night. Just as Zhao Ziming contemplated their predicament, Wu Yiming's eyes brightened with excitement. He pointed ahead and exclaimed, Look! The group followed his gaze, revealing an open hillside before them. This small slope was remarkably flat, devoid of any vegetation. Elated at having found a place to spend the night, the group relaxed considerably, hastily erecting tents and igniting a campfire in preparation for their overnight stay. Wu Yiming and Zhao Ziming busied themselves with dinner, while Lin Zhi retrieved some fresh water from the spatial farm to help cleanse the mud from their bodies. Lin Zhi lay in the tent, feeling her heart race with unease. She sensed that this place was not entirely safe. Tossing and turning, she found sleep elusive, prompting her to stealthily unzip the tent and survey her surroundings. The area was remarkably quiet, devoid of any creatures, and she heard no sounds of orcs. It was indeed a tranquil haven, so serene. Lin Zhi stretched languidly, raising her gaze to the moon above. The moon was full tonight, marking the 15th day of the month, she murmured to herself. Such a beautiful night, yet she found herself devoid of the desire to appreciate it. Without a second thought, she slipped on her shoes and dashed out of the tent, making her way to the edge of the slope. In this splendid yet commonplace setting, not a single orc dared to dwell here. Though orcs may not be human, they possess the most fundamental instincts for survival. Choosing to forsake such favorable living conditions to remain huddled in the depths of the dense forest could only indicate one thing. There was danger lurking nearby. Chapter 157. Landslide. A bold idea blossomed in Lin Zhi's mind. She hurried to the edge of the hillside, meticulously examining the perimeter. There, she observed layers upon layers of silt, beneath which were the dried remnants of numerous imprints. It was evident that this silt had accumulated over the course of many days, not merely a few. Upon witnessing this situation, Lin Zhi's delicate face turned pale as a sheet. She had only encountered such a scenario in her books before. Fearing that her judgment might be erroneous, she hastily summoned the little lion from her space. The little lion rubbed its eyes and complained with palpable annoyance. "Master, why do you call me up at such a late hour?" Lin Zhi said with a serious expression. "Little lion, could you discern if there are any orcs lurking in the vicinity?" "Approximately how far?" "Perhaps about 500 meters away," the little lion conjectured. "Rest assured, it is a safe distance." However, the more the little lion insisted on this point, the more suspicious Lin Zhi became. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed a sudden change in the little lion's demeanor. "Master, this is not good." "What is it?" "I believe I have heard the sound of stones rolling," the little lion replied, gazing upwards towards the mountain peak from whence the sound originated. Lin Zhi lifted her gaze to the mountain summit, and upon recalling the geological conditions she had just observed at the edge of the slope, she instantaneously grasped what was about to transpire. "Hurry, everyone, rise swiftly. A calamity is upon us," Lin Zhi shouted as she pounded on the tents of her companions. Xiao Yuanlin and Zhouge were the first to emerge from their tents, followed closely by Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming. "Quickly gather your belongings," Zhao Ziming urged as he glanced at Wu Yiming, preparing to bend down to pack their luggage. Lin Zhi grasped Zhao Ziming's wrist firmly, her expression grave as she urged, "Do not waste time. We must flee. There's no time left." Confused, the others nonetheless followed Lin Zhi in haste, descending the hillside. Just as Wu Yiming stepped onto a large boulder, the ground beneath them seemed to tremble, and something ominous appeared to tumble down from the summit. What was happening? Wu Yiming's face turned ashen as he gazed in terror at the mountain above. It was a debris flow. Xiao Yuanlin, observing the peak, furrowed his brow in concern. No sooner had Xiao Yuanlin spoken than a torrent of mud and stones cascaded downwards. The location where Lin Zhi and her companions found themselves was remarkably advantageous. Although the debris flow was extensive, it narrowly bypassed their position. The torrent surged up the hillside, obliterating the tents and campfires that lay above, burying them beneath its mass. Zhao Ziming and Wu Yiming exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts pounding. Had they delayed even a moment longer, the debris flow might have engulfed them. "Little beauty, how did you know about the debris flow?" Nine Brother inquired, his complexion paling as he surveyed the scene on the slope. He suppressed his usual irreverent smile and turned to Lin Zhi. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I took a stroll and noticed that the edge of the slope seemed to be composed of accumulated mud, layered upon itself. This indicated that the area was likely a deposition zone for debris flows," Lin Zhi explained earnestly. "I heard some commotion from the mountain and speculated that a debris flow might be approaching, which prompted me to wake you all. Fortunately, we reacted swiftly. Had we been even slightly delayed, we would have been unable to escape." "Enough of that. Leader, don't speak such ominous words," Zhao Ziming frowned at her. The recent events had been profoundly shocking, leaving him reluctant to delve deeper into the implications. The series of occurrences had made Zhao Ziming acutely aware of the perils that surrounded them, and it was only at that moment that he truly comprehended the fragility of human life in such an environment. Even with his ability to teleport, Had he taken just 2 seconds longer to respond, he too would have been buried beneath the debris flow. In light of this ordeal, the group felt a collective tightening in their throats, and no one dared to mention sleep any longer. All that occupied their minds was the urgent desire to reach the Agricultural Research Institute as swiftly as possible. Lin Zhi initially regarded the Agricultural Science Institute with indifference. Yet she did not anticipate the treacherous path leading to it. The peculiar occurrences along the way ignited an intense curiosity within her about what the institute truly harbored. The moon shone brightly tonight, illuminating the surroundings sufficiently for our path. "Let's continue our ascent up the mountain," suggested Zhou. Surprisingly, the usually lazy Zhao Ziming nodded in agreement. "I concur. I certainly do not wish to perish in my slumber." The group followed Zhou, laboriously trekking upward. "Yi, you mentioned we could carve a shortcut into the mountainside to reach the Agricultural Science Institute. Are we truly expected to excavate it by hand? Furthermore, how can we ascertain which location brings us closer to the institute's entrance?" Zhao Ziming inquired, observing Zhou, who was resolutely forging ahead. Lin Zhi carefully observed her surroundings. Upon arriving at a relatively spacious grove, she felt they must have reached their destination. "How could it be here?" Zhao Ziming inquired, puzzled. "The flora and fauna in this area have been trampled, indicating that someone has been here before. Since there have been visitors, there must be an existing shortcut to the Agricultural Research Institute nearby," Lin Zhi suddenly remarked. Zhou nodded in approval, gazing at Lin Zhi with admiration. "This young lady is quite clever," he complimented. Wu Yiming and Zhao Ziming exchanged glances, but noticed nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanlin crouched down to examine the condition of the soil nearby. The group, illuminated by the moonlight and their flashlights, searched the vicinity. There were distinct footprints indicating human passage through this grove. However, no clues leading to the entrance of the Agricultural Research Institute could be found. "Yi, didn't you say you knew where the entrance to the Agricultural Research Institute is? Hurry up and find it," Zhao Ziming urged, his impatience evident. "You're not deceiving us, are you? Don't be ridiculous. I assure you, with my integrity, I could never deceive you." "Yi plead, sumivhat Zhao Ziming chuckled. "What credibility do you have as a member of the Bat Fortress? It's laughable to rely on your character as assurance. Find the entrance swiftly. We can't afford to waste more time here." Zhou, feeling quite annoyed and ready to retort, was interrupted when Xiao Yuanlin excitedly exclaimed, "The entrance is here." Chapter 158. Discovering the entrance to the Agricultural Research Institute, the group was drawn to Xiao Yuanlin's words, turning to follow the direction he indicated. Before them stood a grand tree. "The entrance to the Agricultural Research Institute is beneath this tree," Xiao Yuanlin pointed out. "No way. How could the entrance be under a tree?" "Are you sure, Xiao?" Zhao Ziming asked incredulously. Lin Zhi crouched down to examine the grand tree closely, then looked up at the crowd and confidently declared, Xiao Yuanlin was indeed correct. "The entrance lies beneath this very tree." Brother Zhou bent over to scrutinize the tree, discovering that the soil at its base appeared to have been disturbed, its hue markedly fresher than that of the surrounding vegetation. "Let us retrieve the military shovels and together unearth this tree," Brother Zhou proposed. "Come now, how is that even feasible? This tree is immense. How could a handful of us possibly uproot it? We would need a chainsaw at the very least to fell it first before tackling the roots," Zhao Ziming muttered, voicing his concerns. Lin Zhi carefully examined the soil beside her, then decisively retrieved a foldable military shovel from her pack. Observing Lin Zhi laboring diligently, Zhao Ziming, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. "Wu Yiming, pass me a shovel." Wu Yiming handed Zhao Ziming a shovel, and soon the 5 of them were enthusiastically digging. Surprisingly, despite the tree's towering stature, the surrounding soil was quite loose. With just a few shovelfuls, the roots began to loosen significantly. "Wow, has this tree been recently transplanted? Why is it so easy to loosen?" Zhao Ziming exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you expect? Do you really think this is a tree that has grown here? Not to mention the color of the soil above. Even if it were, how could we, just a few of us, possibly uproot it? Use your brain for once." Zhuge scoffed at him. "Your words are so sharp. I really can't fathom what the boss sees in you to have you in our midst," Zhao Ziming retorted, sparking a verbal exchange between them. Zhuge shot a glance at Zhao Ziming and said, "If it weren't for me, you'd still be foolishly searching for the entrance to the Agricultural Research Institute in the flood." This statement left Zhao Ziming momentarily speechless. With Zhuge's guidance, they indeed avoided many detours on their way to the institute. Acknowledging his defeat, Zhao Ziming fell silent. "Enough bickering, let's get the tree out," Lin Zhi said, exasperated by the two men's antics. How can two grown men argue like children? Zhao Ziming wanted to retort, but upon seeing Lin Zhi's fierce gaze, could only sulk, biting his lip and returning to the task at hand. After about half an hour, they successfully uprooted the tree. Once they cleared the soil from the roots, an old, rusty iron gate came into view. The gate was quite ancient, featuring a pull ring on its latch. Zhuge was the first to leap onto the gate and tugged at the ring. He pulled with all his might, but the gate remained closed. Zhao Ziming, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, mockingly saying, "Oh dear, you can't even open an iron gate. How pathetic." "Huh, if you're so capable, why don't you give it a try?" Zhuge challenged. Provoked by Zhuge's taunt, Zhao Ziming jumped onto the gate, pushing Zhuge aside as he rolled up his sleeves and declared, "Let me show you how it's done." He pulled vigorously on the iron gate, yet it remained immovable. Zhuge erupted in laughter, pointing at Zhao Ziming while mercilessly ridiculing him. "And you dare to mock me? Just look at yourself. What is so funny? We're equally matched." Zhao Ziming shot back at him. Wu Yiming stepped forward, observing their antics, and suggested, "This gate is really tough to open. Should we try pulling together?" Zhao Ziming, suppressing his irritation, replied earnestly, "I think that's a viable approach. Let us give it a go. If one person can't do it, surely a group can." After his suggestion, everyone produced nylon ropes, wrapping them around the gate's ring and securing the other ends to their waists. Together, they exerted their strength on the iron gate. However, it felt as if the gate were welded shut, refusing to budge. Initially buoyed by excitement, their spirits dampened at the sight of the heavy gate. "Goodness, why is this gate so difficult to open?" Zhao Ziming lamented. Wu Yiming expressed concern, stating, "Since this gate is here, it must be the entrance. It doesn't make sense that we can't open it. Are we perhaps using the wrong method?" Xiao Yuanlin examined the gate, tracing the patterns on its surface, and speculated. Could this gate require a key to unlock? Yet there was no keyhole in sight. Zhao Ziming scrutinized the door's surface, but found no indication of a place for a key. "Zhuge," Lin Zhi suddenly addressed him, breaking her silence. "What is it, little beauty?" He replied, "Could you lend me your bracelet?" Lin Zhi extended her hand. Without hesitation, Zhuge removed the bracelet and handed it to her, asking, "What do you need the bracelet for?" "You'll find out soon enough," she replied. Lin Zhi approached the iron door, scrutinizing the intricate patterns engraved upon it, before her gaze settled upon the ring handle. With everyone watching, she gently twisted the handle, and to her astonishment, it loosened. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the unexpected discovery. "What sort of mechanism is this?" Zhao Ziming exclaimed in surprise. Wu Yiming, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless. "We just pulled at it for ages and couldn't budge it. I thought the handle was stuck to the door, never imagining it could be removed." Brother Gio, with arms crossed, observed them and remarked, "This illustrates the difference between you all and this little beauty. Just look at how capable she is, and then look at you, mere wastrels." "Enough," Xiao Yuanlin interjected, his expression grave as he regarded them. The group exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction evident, yet they remained silent. At that moment, Lin Zhi was wholly absorbed in the iron door. After rotating the handle 3 times in a clockwise direction, it surprisingly came off in her hand. "What is this? How can a handle be removed?" Zhao Ziming was dumbfounded. After 3 rotations, a bracelet affixed itself to the door. Lin Zhi then grasped the bracelet, and with a gentle tug, the iron door creaked open. Chapter 159, Return to the Bat Fortress. The entire group stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that this was how the door opened. Even more astonishing was that the key to this mechanism was Brother Gio's bracelet. Seeing the seriousness in Lin Zhi's eyes, Brother Gio sighed and confessed, "To be honest, I acquired this bracelet from a staff member at an agricultural research institute." "A staff member?" Lin Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brow, pressing for details. How do you know he was a staff member? I witnessed him fleeing from here, clad in the Institute's uniform. Unfortunately, he met a tragic end, and I merely took advantage of the situation. I speak no falsehood. But you previously told me you found it on a corpse. I did indeed retrieve it from the corpse, but only after he had perished. I had no intentions of taking it while he was alive, Brother Joe clarified. Zhao Ziming, pale-faced, interjected, you truly are despicable, even scavenging from the dead. Brother Joe shrugged. I would have preferred to let it be, but at that time, survival was paramount. Having resources is certainly better than having none. Besides, had it not been for this bracelet, you would not have so effortlessly located the entrance to the Agricultural Institute. Consider how many valuable items might be housed within its walls. Even you recognize the abundance of resources at the Agricultural Institute. So I assume those in the Bat Fortress are equally aware, Xiao Yuanlin suddenly remarked. Brother Jiu chuckled awkwardly. Naturally, good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. No matter how much I wish to conceal it, my possession of this item cannot go unnoticed. With so many sharp minds in the Bat Fortress, it wouldn't take long for them to inquire about the origins of my bracelet. Lin Zhi gazed at Jiu with a mix of amusement and realization, exclaiming, no wonder you could so readily part with this bracelet. It turns out to be quite the hot potato. Ah, I never referred to it as such, dear beauty. That was your own characterization, Jiu replied with a playful smile. I cherish this bracelet as a treasure. Enough of that. We are pressed for time, Xiao Yuanlin interjected. Since we are aware that the inhabitants of the Bat Fortress are also seeking the Agricultural Research Institute, we can no longer delay. Everyone, please come inside. With that, he leaped through the iron gate. As the group descended through the iron gate, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the underground passage leading to the Agricultural Research Institute was unexpectedly spacious. Contrary to their assumptions of a cramped and dimly lit corridor, they found it not only expansive, but also remarkably illuminated, even brighter than the surface above. Zhao Ziming looked up at the twinkling lights adorning the walls and remarked in astonishment. It has been how long since this apocalypse began, and yet this place still enjoys a continuous power supply? How extraordinary! Lin Zhi was not as easily startled as Zhao Ziming. She distinctly sensed an overwhelming presence of own.She scent in the vicinity. Not only her, but even the small lion within her space necklace exhibited signs of restlessness. Lin Zhi surmised that they had stumbled upon a large orc stronghold. The continuous energy supply here was likely sustained by the remains of orc corpses and cores. 30-70 split. You are utterly shameless, Zhao Ziming remarked, his face a mask of disbelief. He brought so many people to protect you, especially my leader who risked everything to rescue you. Without him, you would have perished already, and you still dare to propose a 30% share of the resources? That's a fair point, Jiu replied with a grin, unperturbed. He turned to Lin Zhi and suggested, in that case, let us settle for 19-1 split. You 9 and I 1. Just so you know, my compliance is not out of submission. I am merely expressing my gratitude to the young beauty for saving my life. That's what you said, Lin Zhi retorted, eyeing Jiu warily. 19-1 is agreed upon, but don't go back on your word later. I'm a man of my word, Jiu replied with a sly smile. When I converse with a lady, I adhere to the principle. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses. Enough of your self-aggrandizement, Zhao Ziming interjected, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zhao Ziming, you seem to harbor quite the grudge against me. Ask yourself, have I ever uttered a single lie since joining your group? Jiugu's words caused Zhao Ziming to pause momentarily. Indeed, Jiugu had never lied to them, only occasionally exhibiting a frivolous demeanor, without ever acting inappropriately. Realizing he was in the wrong, Zhao Ziming sheepishly conceded, all right, I admit my fault, but please don't betray us. Jiugu's gaze grew serious. I merely hope you 1T deny your promises later. I have witnessed too many treachery and betrayal in the pursuit of wealth. We are not the same as those from Bat Fortress, Lin Zhi asserted. While Bat Fortress may indeed be savage, I believe you are aware of its advantageous benefits. Its defensibility and strategic location, coupled with its abundant energy resources, Jiu coaxed. Don't be so quick to judge. Your ant fortress isn't far behind. You and Lin Zhi are the leaders there, yet you still must venture into perilous territory to seek resources from the Agricultural Institute. Ye remarqued nonchalantly. We are all individuals who gamble our lives, so let us not mock one another. Everyone, please lower your voices, Lin Zhi suddenly urged. Her tone grave. She scanned their surroundings and whispered, there are people nearby. Chapter 160. Master Hua. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's warning, the group fell silent, holding their breath in trepidation. Jiugu lingered at the back, vigilantly observing the area. From the tunnel behind them, faint sounds began to emerge. Before the others could discern the source, Jiugu's expression shifted abruptly. Everyone gathered together. The people from Bat Fortress are coming. Before they could react, a group of individuals burst forth, clad in black clothing, wearing masks and armed with rifles. It truly is you. Jiugu's eyes flared with murderous intent as he recognized them. Xiao Jiu, you are quite remarkable. I thought you wouldn't survive, yet here you are, defying the odds. A booming male voice emerged from the group, followed by a man in his 30s stepping forward. He was unmasked, revealing a round face marred by a long, old scar. Jiugu's demeanor hardened as he confronted the man. Master Hua, you've come in person. Lin Zhi slightly turned her gaze towards him, astonished to discover that the once carefree and irreverent ninth brother now bore a countenance of grim intensity. Third Master, you certainly possess great audacity, remarked the ninth brother, eyeing the middle-aged man whom even the king of hell dared not confront. You still have the courage to engage him? Master Hua laughed heartily. What is there to fear? Little Gio, do not forget you are but my defeated opponent. If I could allow you to face the king of hell once, I can certainly arrange for a second encounter. Ninth brother remained remarkably composed, casting a sidelong glance at Master Hua, his smile devoid of warmth. How unfortunate for you. If I manage to escape from the king of hell once, I can do so again. Moreover, having learned from past experiences, I shall not afford you a second opportunity to ensnare me. Master Hua's gaze shifted from ninth brother to Xiao Yuanlin, who had alighted beside Lin Zhi. Upon fixing his eyes on Lin Zhi, he did not proceed any further. He scrutinized Lin Zhi thoughtfully, then nodded in approval, saying, Ah, so it is Miss Lin Zhi of the Ant Fortress. No wonder you little Gio are so emboldened. It seems you have found yourself a capable ally. Ninth brother remained silent, his vigilance unwavering as he regarded Master Hua. Lin Zhi gazed at the middle-aged man before her mind racing with thoughts. Lin Zhi was well aware of the notorious figure known as Master Hua. This Master Hua was the paramount leader of the Bat Fortress. Prior to ascending to this esteemed position, he had been a ruthless crime lord within the confines of a prison. Many individuals within the Bat Fortress had once served under Master Hua. Thus, when the apocalypse descended upon the world, it was only natural that he emerged as the undisputed leader of the entire fortress. Lin Zhi often hears people mention Master Hua, yet she remains somewhat oblivious to his true capabilities. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that the reason Jiugong was injured and left buried in snow is largely due to the machinations of Master Hua, whose intent surely lies in seizing power. Nevertheless, Lin Zhi harbors a certain admiration for Master Hua. Despite his notorious ruthlessness and the palpable aura of menace that surrounds him, he exhibits remarkable composure in his endeavors. Having successfully traced their path to this very location, it is evident that Master Hua has undertaken considerable preparations, confident that Lin Zhi and her companions would inevitably arrive here. Lin Zhi could even ascertain that the large tree, which had been displaced, was indeed the handiwork of the individuals commissioned by Master Hua to infiltrate the Bat Fortress. Master Hua was acutely aware of the location of the gate to the Agricultural Science Institute. However, he lacked a means to open it himself. Thus, he remained in waiting, anticipating the moment when someone would personally unlock the door. He went so far as to lay down clues and even release information, all in the hope of enticing them into the game. It turned out that everything was a meticulously crafted scheme orchestrated by Master Hua. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding silently conveyed. Now that the Agricultural Research Institute had located the entrance and successfully opened it, they had become utterly inconsequential to Master Hua. Lin Zhi exchanged a meaningful glance with those around her. Zhao Ziming winked back at her, indicating that he had received her instructions. Mr. Hua, with a keen interest, observed them as if they were prey in a cage, leisurely stating, "If you comply, I may grant you a chance for survival. However, do not expect to lay your hands on the treasures within the Agricultural Science Institute, should you choose to defy me." Just as Mr. Hua's words trailed off, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. The crowd was taken aback, and by the time they regained their composure, the corridor was already enveloped in thick, acrid smoke, causing Mr. Hua and the members of Bat Fortress to cough and tear up uncontrollably. How infuriating! They managed to escape. Mr. Hua cursed vehemently. "You beasts better watch out. If I catch you again, I shall flay you alive." Meanwhile, Lin Zhi and her companions were sprinting forward with great urgency. Brother Gio, with excitement gleaming in his eyes, remarked, "Little beauty, you truly are remarkable. You managed to orchestrate your escape. You're among the few who can play tricks under Mr. Hua's watchful eye. I fear your Mr. Hua will come to loathe me." Lin Zhi smiled with pride, recalling a saying, "Villains perish due to their own verbosity." He had rambled on for so long, providing them with the precious time to flee. How could she not take advantage of that? Zhao Ziming, trailing behind, could not suppress his laughter. "Thankfully, our leader is formidable. She forewarned us to release smoke bombs in advance." Everyone remained vigilant, for the denizens of Bat Fortress were no easy adversaries and would soon be upon them. Xiao Yuanlin cautioned the group. Zhao Ziming stared in astonishment at the roller skates Brother Gio handed him, exclaiming, "You truly are a talent. You have these too?" Brother Gio raised an eyebrow, basking in his own cleverness. In Bat Fortress, one must be prepared for any means of escape. As they donned their roller skates, their speed increased significantly, creating a greater distance between them and the pursuers from Bat Fortress. Just as they began to feel relieved at having evaded their pursuit, the path ahead suddenly vanished, revealing a sheer cliff before them. Chapter 161, Experimental Waste Leader. "What should we do? There is no path ahead," Zhao Ziming exclaimed, panic evident in his voice as he looked at Lin Zhi. Voices from Mr. Hua's men echoed from the corridor's end. Time was of the essence. Lin Zhi's expression darkened, and she turned to her companions, declaring, "Jump." Brother Gio was the first to leap into the abyss, followed closely by Wu Yiming. Zhao Ziming hesitated, fear gripping him, but he gritted his teeth and jumped. "Xiao Yuanlin, you go first. I'll jump last," Lin Zhi instructed. Lin Zhi did not hesitate for long. She gazed at Xiao Yuanlin and cautioned him, "You must exercise caution." Xiao Yuanlin nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Zhi leaped into the abyss, expecting the descent to be profound. To her surprise, she landed upon a sloping surface. She slid down the incline for quite some time until her momentum ceased, at which point she rose to her feet. The surroundings were brightly lit and desolate, devoid of any sound. Zhao Ziming, Wu Yiming. A hint of doubt flickered in Lin Zhi's heart as she softly called out, "Where are you all?" Wu Yiming, ninth brother. The strangeness of the situation gnawed at her. Despite everyone having jumped together, she found herself utterly alone, unable to catch sight of any companions. Lin Zhi cautiously traced her fingers along the wall as she advanced. Deep in thought, she pondered the situation. She had witnessed her companions leap down, yet here she found no trace of them. Did this imply that the junction corresponded to different paths, leading to their dispersal upon descent? Just as she resolved to move forward, the space necklace at her chest suddenly emitted a brilliant glow, and in the next instant, a small lion sprang forth from within. "Why have you emerged again?" Lin Zhi gazed at him in astonishment. "Mistress, there is the scent of beastmen nearby." The small lion lifted his head, vigorously sniffing the air. "Where?" Lin Zhi inquired hastily. The small lion closed his eyes, following the scent until he halted before a wall. "It is right here." Lin Zhi approached the wall, gently tapping its surface with her hand. The wall was hollow. "Master, let us break through this wall together," the little lion exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Zhi cast a glance at the little lion and calmly retrieved a hammer from her spatial necklace. Each wielding a hammer, they struck the wall with fervor. Before long, a substantial crack appeared, and shortly thereafter, they broke through to create a small hole. Exchanging glances, The little lion and Lin Zhi, encouraged by their swift progress, exerted even greater force, transforming the small opening into a larger one. "All right, let us proceed," Lin Zhi declared, stowing away her hammer as she and the little lion stepped through the wall one after the other. Upon entering, Lin Zhi was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming scent of Orcish presence. The aroma was pungent and reeked of blood, making her feel as though her very crown was about to be lifted. "There are more orcs here than behind the Shao family's back mountain," the little lion remarked. "Indeed, the stench is unbearable. It threatens to suffocate me," Lin Zhi replied, unable to resist donning a mask. Following the scent, they arrived at an iron door, which was ajar and easily pushed open. As the door swung wide, Lin Zhi was rendered speechless by the sight before her. The room was filled with heaps of orc corpses, each riddled with various bloody wounds, some still bearing an assortment of reagent tubes. "Despicable, utterly despicable," the little lion roared, its fur standing on end at the horrific sight. Witnessing the slaughter of its companions, the little lion felt an acute pang of agony in its heart. Lin Zhi approached the lifeless bodies of the orcs and meticulously examined one that was riddled with tubes. Indeed, it appeared that the vast majority of the orcs bore the marks of experimentation, suggesting that this was likely an orc research facility. The orcs that perished here were akin to laboratory mice, subjected to experiments only to meet their demise at the hands of others. "Master, look!" the little lion suddenly exclaimed loudly. Lin Zhi followed the direction indicated by the little lion and was unexpectedly struck by the sight of blood holes, neither too large nor too small, present on each of the beastmen. Remarkably, these blood holes were precisely situated where their cores resided. Lin Zhi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It appeared that the secret of the beast core had long been uncovered by others. If the orc base behind the Shao family S Mountain could be likened to a breeding ground, then the orc base beneath the Agricultural Institute resembled a slaughterhouse. No wonder this base was as bright as day. It seemed they relied on orcs as the very material to sustain the operations within. The thought sent a chill down Lin Zhi's spine. How many orcs were housed in this Agricultural Institute to maintain such a substantial operation? However, she had little time to ponder these grim thoughts. She hurriedly began to stow away the corpses of the orcs into her spatial necklace. Once all the bodies were secured, the room still reeked strongly of the orcs. Lin Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brow. She gazed at the little lion and inquired, "Little lion, why does the scent here remain so overwhelming? What is the reason behind it?" The little lion replied with utmost seriousness, "It is due to the beast core." Lin Zhi was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that there are beast cores here? That can't be true. Aren't beast cores supposed to be odorless?" The little lion replied, "The higher the grade of the magical beast core, the more pronounced its scent. However, my high-grade beast core does not emit such a strong aroma." Lin Zhi appeared perplexed. "That is due to their scarcity. If the number of beast cores accumulates to a certain extent, their odor would surpass even that of the beastmen," the little lion elucidated. "Can you discern the source of this scent?" Lin Zhi inquired, harboring a flicker of anticipation. Such an overpowering aroma surely indicated a substantial quantity of beast cores. The two companions continued onward, following the scent. As they walked, a grand white door materialized before them. Affixed to the door was a notice that read, "Restricted area for experimental materials. Entry forbidden to unauthorized personnel." Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed this was the place. The little lion leaped forward and landed steadily before the grand entrance. He reached out and patted the door, yet it remained utterly unmoved. Lin Zhi had arrived at the grand entrance, where she pushed against the door, her brows furrowing in frustration. "Master, bring me the hammer. Let's smash this lock so we can gain entry," exclaimed the little lion. Chapter 162. Into the embrace, master. Do not stand there in bewilderment. Hurry and find the hammer, the little lion urged, impatience creeping into its voice. "The hammer is futile," Lin Zhi replied solemnly. "There is something bracing the door from behind. Even if we were to break the lock, we would still be unable to enter." "Huh? Are we to wait here in despair?" the little lion lamented, utterly disheartened. "Of course not." Lin Zhi produced a vial of liquid from her spatial necklace. She uncorked the vial and poured its contents into the keyhole. As the liquid made contact. The lock began to corrode at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. The little lion gaped in astonishment and asked, "What is this remarkable substance, master?" "It's astonishing. It's own.She. To put it simply, it is an acid that can erode the vast majority of materials, including various metal objects," Lin Zhi replied calmly, observing the door as it gradually succumbed to corrosion. Before long, the entire door was covered in rust, and, with a resounding clatter, it fell to the ground. Lin Zhi and the little lion took a few steps back, fearful of getting rust on themselves. Indeed, as Lin Zhi had mentioned, a massive iron wall loomed behind the great door. Lin Zhi calmly poured the hydrochloric acid onto the iron wall. Soon, the iron wall was thoroughly corroded. After the shovel vanished, a faint blue light emanated from within. Lin Zhi instinctively recognized that the radiant glow emanated from the beast cores. With a swift stride, she rushed into the storeroom of supplies. Upon surveying the contents, Lin Zhi felt that her journey had been truly worthwhile. The storeroom was filled with crates upon crates of beast cores, all meticulously categorized by grade and neatly arranged within their containers. Goodness, now I understand why this group is so fervently searching for the Agricultural Institute. It turns out there are such valuable treasures within. A gentle smile graced her lips as she waved her hand, unceremoniously gathering all the beast cores into her spatial necklace. Once the cores were secured, the atmosphere of the room noticeably lightened. Lin Zhi cast another glance at the various supplies in the room. True to its reputation as an agricultural research institute, it was replete with an array of seeds, fertilizers, and frozen animal embryos related to agriculture. Lin Zhi gazed at the frozen animal embryos, each distinctly labeled with the species to which they belonged. Observing these embryos, Lin Zhi nearly burst into laughter. Nearly all the embryos commonly utilized in domestic settings were comprehensively represented. Lin Zhi unceremoniously took away all the embryos, as well as the seeds and fertilizers. Just before leaving, Lin Zhi also discovered a set of purification equipment in the room. This equipment appeared to be brand new, still unopened and encased within a wooden crate. Lin Zhi would undoubtedly seize such a remarkable treasure. A highly sophisticated purification device of this caliber is truly a rarity beyond measure. Lin Zhi felt extraordinarily fortunate. Unexpectedly, after separating from her teammates, she managed to discover such an abundance of treasures. After thoroughly scouring the resources within the supply room, Yang Yi and the little lion left with a sense of satisfaction. The Agricultural Research Institute was indeed intriguing. She wondered what materials had been employed to render it so robust that even an earthquake could not damage it. Observing the intact walls and the level floor, Lin Zhi couldn't help but exclaim, "It is constructed from the bones of the beastmen," the little lion remarked. "Is it truly possible for the bones of the thin ones to possess such properties?" Lin Zhi asked, unable to conceal her astonishment. The bones of the thin ones are indeed a precious resource. Aside from serving as fuel, they can be ground into powder and mixed with construction materials to enhance their durability, the little lion elucidated. "Ah, I see." As Lin Zhi surveyed the Agricultural Research Institute once more, a chill ran through her. What secrets lay behind this establishment? Initially, she believed the Shao family fortress was surprising enough, but she soon realized that this Agricultural Research Institute surpassed all expectations. Shaking her head in disbelief, she felt as though this institute had been specifically designed for the beastmen. While there was not much research on flora and fauna within, the studies concerning the beastmen appeared to be quite extensive. "From the moment you discovered the Agricultural Research Institute, I sensed something was amiss here," the little lion stated. "I can distinctly perceive that the scent of the beastmen here is thousands of times stronger than what I encountered in the Shao family's back mountain. Are you suggesting that this place cannot truly be classified as an agricultural research institute, but rather as your beastman research base?" Lin Zhi inquired. "Precisely," the little lion affirmed with certainty, though his expression soon turned somber as he added, "It's a pity that the atmosphere here is so suffocating. I cannot detect any signs of life." This question left the little lion momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated. Perhaps the beastmen and the ape-men escaped from this agricultural research institute. Lin Zhi shook her head, feeling some disagreement with this assertion, yet a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. If the ape men and monkey men were indeed experimental subjects of the Agricultural Research Institute, then they should not be so remarkably intact. Judging by the orc corpses she had just observed, each one bore some degree of experimental injury. If the ape men and monkey men were truly the subjects of experiments here, it would be inconceivable for them to remain so pristine. Moreover, it would be highly improbable for them to have such a fortuitous opportunity to escape en masse. Lin Zhi found herself utterly perplexed, pondering if there might be other intricacies at play. As the two individuals contemplated this matter, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from nearby. Someone was approaching. Upon hearing this, the little lion instantly transformed into a flash of white light and leapt back into the confines of Lin Zhi's spatial necklace. Lin Zhi clutched the space necklace at her chest, gazing ahead in astonishment. Judging by the daily behavior of the little lion, it was likely that the person in front of her harbored no ill intentions toward her. Lin Zhi cautiously stepped forward, and only upon entering did she hear the faint voice. "Is anyone there? Please help me." It was the voice of Zhao Ziming. Lin Zhi was filled with overwhelming joy. It turned out that Zhao Ziming was trapped here. Lin Zhi hurriedly rushed over. At the exit of a corridor, she found Zhao Ziming half reclining on the ground, his hand pressed against his leg, his face as pale as a ghost. "Zhao Ziming." Lin Zhi dashed to his side, her eyes filled with concern as she examined his legs. "What happened? Are you injured?" Zhao Ziming nodded in agony, looking down at his knee. "Boss, it seems I fractured my leg when I jumped down from above." Chapter 163, A Broken Leg. Lin Zhi meticulously examined Zhao Ziming's fractured leg. She reached out and pressed gently on Zhao Ziming's knee. Instantly, he erupted in a sharp cry, "Boss, it hurts. Please don't press." Indeed, it was a fracture. Without hesitation, Lin Zhi swiftly retrieved a splint from the medical kit. After securing Zhao Ziming's leg with a splint, she bound it tightly. "Are you alone? Are there any other teammates?" Lin Zhi asked discreetly. Zhao Ziming replied, "I fell down with Xiao Zong." "What about Wu Yiming and Jiuge?" Zhao Ziming shook his head. "I haven't seen either of them." Lin Zhi furrowed her brows, expressing a hint of concern as she remarked, "I wonder how those two are faring. By the way, Xiao Yuanlin came down with you. Where could he possibly be now?" Zhao Ziming replied, "President Xiao is worried about you and has gone in search of you." Lin Zhi was quite astonished. "Has he really left you here unattended and still in the mood for jokes? It seems he doesn't care much." She cast a sidelong glance at him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming immediately began to groan exaggeratedly. "All right, enough of the theatrics. I know you're in pain, but at the moment, I don't have the deck secured properly, so you can endure it." Zhao Ziming chuckled. "Nothing escapes the keen eye of our illustrious leader." Just as the two were conversing, Xiao Yuanlin hurried over, visibly anxious. "Lin Zhi, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere," he said, his expression filled with concern. Lin Zhi playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "I just came from that direction," while gesturing towards the path she had traversed. Xiao Yuanlin nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at her with concern, inquiring, "How are you? Are you hurt? Do you take me for Zhao Ziming?" Lin Zhi teased, "Come on, boss. Could you please refrain from such remarks? I am not merely a pawn in your game," Zhao Ziming retorted, visibly agitated. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhao Ziming lowered his head and muttered, "I don't wish to hinder you all either. Alas, I feel utterly inept." Lin Zhi nodded, as Xiao Yuanlin's words faded. Zhao Ziming vanished without a trace. Observing Zhao Ziming's disappearance, Lin Zhi revealed an envious expression and remarked, "Zhao Ziming possesses such an extraordinary ability. He can go anywhere he wishes. If I had such a skill, I could probably conquer the entire world." "You wish to conquer the world?" Xiao Yuanlin gazed at her. Lin Zhi raised her head to meet his gaze and retorted, "What's the matter? Don't you want to?" Xiao Yuanlin, observing Lin Zhi's candid eyes, smiled softly. Everything was unspoken between them. "Now I need to locate Wu Yiming and Jiuge. I have no idea where they might be," Lin Zhi remarked. "I provided Wu Yiming with a tracking wristband," Xiao Yuanlin replied, producing a control panel resembling a smartphone. He examined a red dot on the device and, having confirmed the direction, stated, "They should be in this direction." "You actually possess such advanced technology," Why isn't everyone equipped with one? Lin Zhi exclaimed, both astonished and intrigued. As for Jiugu, there's no need to mention him. Wu Yiming is a recent addition to our team, and I know very little about him. By giving him a tracking wristband, I can ascertain his whereabouts, Xiao Yuanlin said matter-of-factly. Lin Zhi discerned the underlying implication in Xiao Yuanlin's words. His meaning was that he trusted both Lin Zhi and Zhao Ziming, thus rendering such methods unnecessary. Is your visit to the Agricultural Research Institute aimed at seeking high-level beast cores? Lin Zhi inquired, gazing at him. Xiao Yuanlin no longer evaded the question, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Is it for the purpose of detoxification? Lin Zhi pressed further. That is merely one aspect, he replied. Then what is your primary objective? To seek resources, preferably sustainable energy, Xiao Yuanlin stated with utmost seriousness. The energy required for the ant fortress exceeds my expectations. I must swiftly find a viable source of clean energy to sustain the operations within the fortress. I have heard that the Agricultural Research Institute possesses an abundance of energy resources, which is why I wish to take this risk. Xiao Yuanlin's words stirred something within Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi initially believed that Xiao Yuanlin's visit to the Agricultural Science Institute was driven by selfish motives, aimed solely at procuring supplies for his own benefit. However, he soon realized that Zhao's true intention was to support the entire ant fortress community. Did you find what you were looking for? Lin Zhi asked, a hint of guilt in his voice. He had just swept the Institute's largest supply warehouse clean, fearing that the resources within the Agricultural Science Institute were of little value. Upon discovering a warehouse filled with some of the grains previously produced by the Institute, Xiao Yuanlin felt a sense of resignation. Although he had not located the specific items he desired, the grains could certainly sustain many who were facing hunger. After hearing Wang Ka's words, Lin Zhi felt deeply ashamed. His search for supplies had been a self-serving endeavor, while Xiao Yuanlin's mission was for the benefit of all. Lin Zhi hesitated for a long time, but ultimately resolved to reveal the truth. Xiao Yuanlin, in fact. Sister Lin. At the end of the corridor, Wu Yiming and Jiugu stood there, both of them eagerly waving at them. Lin Zhi waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing much. Let's go see Wu Yiming and the others first." The two approached Wu Yiming, who was brimming with excitement. "Sister Lin, Mr. Xiao, my brother Jiu and I have discovered something remarkable." "What is it?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired. Brother Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuanlin, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It is the very thing you have been yearning for." Chapter 164. The Quest for Energy. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged glances before making their way towards Jiugu and Wu Yiming. Jiugu pointed to a door behind him, crossing his arms over his chest, and with a cheeky demeanor remarked, "Everything is right here." Lin Zhi cast a glance at the door, catching a faint whiff of beast core essence. Jing Ren pushed the door open, revealing a modest storeroom filled with an array of equipment and various plant seeds. Brother Jiu approached a console, tapping a box atop it, and turned to Xiao Yuanlin with a smile. "Say, here lies what you seek." He stepped forward to open the box, which was brimming with numerous pale, blue beast cores. Among them, one core stood out distinctly. Xiao Yuanlin picked up that particular core. It was only 1/3 the size of the others, yet its deep blue hue emanated a soft luminescence, setting it apart from the rest. "Xiao Yuanlin, congratulations. This is your salvation," Brother Jiu remarked, raising an eyebrow. "But do not forget your promise. The resources here are to be divided in a 9-to-1 ratio." "I never break my word," Xiao Yuanlin affirmed. At once, Brother Jiu became animated, cracking his knuckles as he declared, "Then I shall not hold back." Xiao Yuanlin nodded in agreement. The group enthusiastically began to scavenge the storeroom as supplies. Observing the box of beast cores, Xiao Yuanlin selected a number of high-quality mid-tier cores and placed them before Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi looked at him in bewilderment. "This is for you," Xiao Yuanlin said. Lin Zhi was somewhat taken aback. "What do you intend to do for me? The last time you rescued me, you squandered a beast core." Lin Zhi chuckled softly, questioning the notion that waste is acceptable. "If you truly were gone, what would become of our ant fortress? Aren't you still here?" Xiao Yuanlin regarded him with a faint smile, his words devoid of jest. "I have contemplated this. Should I cease to exist, Your capabilities alone would suffice to guide the denizens of Ant Fortress to thrive. Lin Zhi immediately composed herself and, with a somewhat grave expression, said to her, "You must not utter such words." Xiao Yuanlin offered a faint smile, tinged with resignation, and replied, "Very well, I shall refrain from saying so. No one dares to assert that their supplies will suffice. Take this just in case." With unwavering determination, Xiao Yuanlin pushed the supplies towards Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi attempted to decline once more, but Ninth Brother extended his hand with a smile and said, "It seems that none of you desire it. Since that is the case, I shall take it as I happen to need it." Lin Zhi gave his hand a light slap and shot him a glance, saying, "Remove your hand. Who said I didn't want it?" Lin Zhi waved his hand, gathering all the beast cores into his possession. It appeared that the majority of the energy for this agricultural research institute derived from these cores. Brother Gio glanced up at the incandescent lights adorning the ceiling and remarked, "This agricultural research institute is indeed affluent, utilizing such precious resources for energy." "Perhaps not," Xiao Yuanlin replied, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Brother Gio retorted. "Even if the Agricultural Research Institute possesses a vast quantity of beast cores, they are ultimately finite. They could not possibly sustain the immense energy consumption of the institute. It must have other sources of energy," Xiao Yuanlin stated. Xiao Yuanlin's words resonated with Lin Zhi, who also found the Agricultural Research Institute peculiar. For such a large establishment, with its multitude of equipment, the energy required could not solely rely on this scant supply of beast cores. There must be alternative sources of energy here, Lin Zhi asserted confidently. "Then let us continue our search," Wu Yiming suggested. Brother Gio stretched lazily and said, "If only we had a map." "Maps are not easily obtained," Xiao Yuanlin replied, "and there are too many strange occurrences here. Even if you acquire a map, there is no guarantee of its authenticity." Brother Gio scoffed. "You have a point. There are indeed countless oddities in this Agricultural Research Institute. Had I not visited a few times myself, I would not have known it was situated on this mountainside." "Enough chatter. Let us proceed with our search," Lin Zhi interjected, aware that Master Hua was still trailing behind, and none could ascertain when he would catch up. "Then we shall divide our efforts," Xiao Yuanlin proposed. "Little beauty, I will team up with you." "Lin Zhi, we shall be a pair," Xiao Yuanlin declared, positioning himself beside Lin Zhi and directing his gaze at Brother Gio and Wu Yiming. "You two will form a team." Brother Gio grimaced in displeasure, muttering, "TCH, so cunning." The group then split up, with Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi heading west, while Brother Gio and Wu Yiming ventured north. "Without a map, our movements may become somewhat inconvenient, leading us to take many detours," Xiao Yuanlin remarked. Lin Zhi remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling above. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired. "The ventilation duct," Lin Zhi replied, "for it is a conduit that connects the intricate network of the entire structure." Xiao Yuanlin understood. Lin Zhi intended to ascertain their forthcoming direction and route through the intricacies of the ventilation system. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Zhi pointed to a particular spot and said there should be supplies here. Xiao Yuanlin approached and opened the door to the room, and indeed discovered a plethora of provisions within. Although the room was replete with supplies, the majority comprised ordinary living essentials, rather than the energy resources the two were seeking. The energy supplies must certainly be located in a much larger room. They cannot possibly be in such a small space, Lin Zhi remarked. They are likely to be in an underground storage facility, or perhaps on the top floor alongside the warehouse, Xiao Yuanlin speculated. "So, do you think the likelihood of them being in the underground storage is greater, or that they are more likely to be on the top floor?" Lin Zhi inquired. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yuanlin responded, "In a typical building, I would consider the underground to be the more probable location. However, since the Agricultural Science Institute itself is situated underground, if energy resources were to be transported from below, the entire network might be more extensive. Thus, I believe the likelihood of them being on the top floor is significantly higher." Lin Zhi smiled, for Xiao Yuanlin's thoughts aligned perfectly with her own. "Let us ascend to the top floor," Lin Zhi proposed. Xiao Yuanlin replied, "But how shall we proceed? I have yet to discern any stairs leading upward." Lin Zhi couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. What was she laughing at? Lin Zhi pointed towards the ceiling. Xiao Yuanlin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending her implication. You mean to climb up through the vent? Indeed. Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ventilation system was the very lifeblood of the Agricultural Academy, undoubtedly leading to the pinnacle. Excellent. Xiao Yuanlin stepped forward to dismantle the mesh of a vent, asserting, I will go first, and you will follow closely behind. Chapter 165, What Species? The two ascended through the ventilation shaft. In stark contrast to the pathways outside, the vent's route was a labyrinth of twists and inclines, entirely distinct from the exterior trails. After much exploration, they finally unveiled the true visage of the Agricultural Academy. Lin Zhi remarked, each level of the academy should be utterly autonomous, with no interconnection. However, the ventilation shafts could bridge all the floors, thereby allowing us to navigate through them. Xiao Yuanlin analyzed. As they continued their ascent, Lin Zhi suddenly caught a whiff of an overwhelming scent akin to that of beasts. This aroma was far more potent than anything she had encountered before, inducing a wave of nausea that significantly slowed her progress. I feel a bit unwell. Lin Zhi's face turned pale as she retrieved her personal mask and protective face shield, donning them with haste, and activated the purification device on the shield. After the air had been filtered, Lin Zhi felt a sense of relief, her complexion improving considerably. I'm feeling better now. We can proceed, she stated. Should we take a moment to rest? Xiao Yuanlin expressed concern for her well-being, sensing her struggle. No need to halt. I believe we are nearing our destination. Lin Zhi's gaze was resolute. They arrived at the nearest vent, and after confirming their positions, they removed the vent cover and leaped down. Upon landing, Lin Zhi was immediately assailed by an overwhelming stench. Even with her mask and face shield in place, the acrid odor infiltrated her senses. At that moment, it was not only Lin Zhi who recoiled. Even Xiao Yuanlin grimaced, unable to suppress his reaction. What is that smell? It is utterly unbearable. Lin Zhi felt her heart race with trepidation. She remarked, this scent belongs to that group of few individuals. As for why it is so pungent, I fear it is due to the considerable number of these beastmen. Lin Zhi smiled and said, I share the same sentiment. Therefore, let us first send a vanguard to scout the path ahead. Lin Zhi spoke as she pulled the little lion out from the spatial necklace. The moment the little lion leapt out, it let out a tremendous roar, and then, with its fur standing on end, exclaimed, this place. There are so many beastmen. Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi exchanged glances, and then Lin Zhi turned to the little lion and asked, could you venture ahead and scout the way for us? We need to know how many enemies we face. The little lion stretched widely, brimming with energy, and replied, no problem. I will scout ahead for you. But I must warn you in advance. If I encounter danger, I will be running away. I understand perfectly. You may proceed, Lin Zhi assured him. With that, the little lion bounded away and vanished at the end of the corridor. Xiao Yuanlin observed the little lion's disappearing figure with an expression of calmness, devoid of any astonishment. He turned to Lin Zhi and remarked, this must be the Lion Man. Lin Zhi was somewhat surprised. You actually know? I've seen one. At this moment, Lin Zhi was genuinely astonished. The number of lion people was exceedingly rare. Encountering even one was a remarkable feat, so she never imagined that Xiao Yuanlin had also witnessed one. Could it be that the one you saw is the same as mine? Lin Zhi asked cautiously. Xiao Yuanlin shook his head. What I saw was a female lion person. There really are such beings. Lin Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you encounter it? During my last mission, Xiao Yuanlin replied in a remarkably calm tone. Yet Lin Zhi discerned an underlying depth in his words. Are you referring to the time you sustained severe injuries? Xiao Yuanlin nodded. What exactly happened on that occasion? Why were you so gravely injured and poisoned? I distinctly remember helping you with the antidote. Lin Zhi expressed her confusion. While you had been poisoned before, it was quite mild, and I had confirmed that there were no residual toxins in your body. What transpired during your last expedition that allowed the poison to spread throughout your entire system? You might not believe it if I told you, Xiao Yuanlin said. I was attacked by a monster. It bit me fiercely, which resulted in the poisoning. A monster? What kind of monster? Lin Zhi felt an unsettling premonition stirring within her. Do you recall our visit to the Four Corners Fortress? During that encounter, we were besieged by the inhabitants of the Bat Fortress, and that despicable individual was a monster. You were terribly frightened at the time. You mean that monster? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi felt a chilling sensation creep up her spine, and she could not suppress the hairs on her body from standing on end. Lin Zhi had encountered all manner of strange occurrences, yet the impact of that particular monster weighed heavily upon her. Even now, the mere mention of that creature sent shivers down her spine. Wasn't it from the Bat Fortress? Xiao Yuanlin shook his head. I had always believed that monster belonged to the Bat Fortress, but later discovered it did not originate from there. So, who were those individuals that first pursued us? Lin Zhi felt a sense of confusion. If those people were not from the Bat Fortress, then from whence did they come? We had seen individuals from the Bat Fortress before, such as Brother Jiao and Master Huasan, yet none bore resemblance to the group we encountered on the road. Xiao Yuanlin remarked, I too harbored doubts previously, but after our last expedition, I am at least 80% certain that this group consists of those who have undergone mutation. Lin Zhi suddenly came to a profound realization. Was it not akin to the orcs? How enlightening. Upon hearing Xiao Yuanlin's words, Lin Zhi felt a surge of trepidation. If, in addition to the orcs, there existed other formidable mutated species in this world, Lin Zhi was at a loss as to how to confront such a threat. Master, I have made a significant discovery. Lin Zhi gazed at the young lion and promptly inquired, What have you discovered? I have found a colossal warehouse filled with a multitude of beastmen, the young lion exclaimed in wonder. Just as Lin Zhi considered the young lion's words to be rather expected, the young lion suddenly shifted the conversation. Master, there are numerous monsters within. Chapter 166. The base on the rooftop. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi felt a sudden jolt of surprise within her heart. What do those monsters look like? Lin Zhi inquired. The little lion pondered for a moment before describing. They resemble us quite closely, yet possess certain differences. Are they dead or alive? This was what truly troubled Lin Zhi. The little lion shrugged and replied, They are all dead. However, I am uncertain as to how they met their demise. Upon hearing the words of the little lion, Lin Zhi could not help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. Lin Zhi nodded, and the two followed the small lion's lead to the grand entrance. The small lion gently pushed open the door, and a powerful stench assailed their senses. After Lin Zhi finally acclimated to the foul odor and focused her gaze, she found herself utterly astonished by the scene before her. It resembled an expansive indoor breeding facility, densely populated with a multitude of beastmen. Even with his mental preparation, Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but be taken aback upon witnessing this sight. The beastmen here were both alive and deceased. At first, Lin Zhi felt a pang of apprehension. However, upon closer examination, he discerned distinct characteristics among the orcs, both the deceased and the living. The fallen orcs bore a striking resemblance to the highly intelligent group he had previously encountered. In stark contrast, the surviving orcs appeared rather dull-witted, akin to individuals with intellectual disabilities among humans. In the clearing, the young lion leaped about, exclaiming, I never anticipated discovering so many companions. It is unfortunate, however, that these comrades are all simple-minded and incapable of comprehending our words. How do you know they do not understand you? Lin Zhi inquired, somewhat taken aback. Isn't it obvious? The young lion replied confidently, thumping his chest. I attempted to engage them in conversation, only to realize that none of these orcs could grasp what I was saying. Perhaps your modes of communication differ, Xiao Yuanlin speculated. That is absolutely impossible, the young lion asserted with unwavering certainty. We orcs possess our own unique method of communication, and it is singular. There can be no second form. After speaking, the young lion appeared to ponder something, shrugging as he added, Of course, there are always exceptions. Lin Zhiming inquired with keen insight, What exceptions? The young lion responded earnestly. If they were educated from a young age in an entirely different linguistic system, it might be conceivable. However, the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim, nearly negligible. Lin Zhi was perplexed. Why? The young lion replied with confident laughter, Because it is simply impossible to achieve. If one is to master an entirely different linguistic framework, it is essential to first comprehend the communication patterns among our kind. The manner in which we orcs converse is not akin to the dialogue you and I share. We possess a language that is uniquely our own. In essence, they are indeed a group of orcs, but who among us would engage in such trivialities? Lin Zhi often found the words of the little lion rather peculiar. She did not believe that the little lion was entirely incorrect, yet she felt that the matters he spoke of were not entirely unfeasible. However, she was at a loss as to how to counter his assertions. As for how to deal with this group of beastmen, that was the question that concerned Xiao Yuanlin. Clearly, since they were on this rooftop, they possessed their own way of life. I am uncertain about that as well, the little lion admitted with a sense of helplessness. I understand what you are searching for, but it is evident that these beastmen do not heed my commands, nor do they submit to you humans. They have their own modes of communication and surely recognize their own leader. Lin Zhi playfully tapped the little lion's head, teasingly remarking, "Some individuals claim to be the king of beasts, believing that all beastmen will heed their command. Yet, it appears there are those who do not bow to their whims." The little lion felt somewhat embarrassed, responding awkwardly, "That's a feat only the exceptionally lean can achieve. Who would have thought we'd encounter such simpletons? You may call them simpletons. Yet they possess the ability to generate energy," Lin Zhi countered. The little lion reluctantly conceded, "Indeed. I too am quite curious about how that group manages to harness these beastmen for sustainable energy production. You just mentioned there are monsters here. Where are they? Take me to see," Xiao Yuanlin inquired. Lin Zhi was initially inclined to decline, but upon reflection, she realized that she could not remain in a state of perpetual fear and passivity. Sooner or later, she would encounter such a monster. Thus, she must conquer her psychological trepidation. Lin Zhi nodded slightly, trailing behind the little lion and Xiao Yuanlin. "This is the place," the little lion remarked, gesturing casually. Following the direction indicated by the little lion, Yang Mingshun beheld a colossal cage, within which lay numerous lifeless beasts, sprawled in disarray. Unlike the beastmen, these creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, sharing identical physical traits. With just a single glance, Lin Zhi felt a chilling terror engulf her. The appearance of these beasts bore an uncanny resemblance to the creature that had nearly claimed her life on their first encounter. These creatures possessed the formidable stature of powerful humans, yet their heads were oddly and grotesquely shaped, existing in a disconcerting liminality between human and beast. Lin Zhi originally believed that these monsters had appeared out of thin air, yet he was taken aback to discover that there truly existed a breeding and cultivation facility. In an instant, Lin Zhi felt a chill run through him. This agricultural research institute, ostensibly dedicated to the study of flora and fauna, had been secretly engaged in such nefarious activities. It was no wonder they had chosen to conceal the actual research base underground. Lin Zhi pondered internally as she raised her gaze to Xiao Yuanlin, who wore an expression of grave concern, seemingly lost in thought. "How should we proceed?" Lin Zhi inquired first. Xiao Yuanlin remained silent for a moment before responding. "They are utterly lifeless. I wonder if they still hold any utility for us. Could they possibly, like the orcs, transform into a source of energy, even after death?" Lin Zhi speculated. However, the little lion shook his head vigorously from the side. "I do not perceive any potential value in these beasts." "Did you not see?" Lin Zhi asked, intrigued. "How did you discern that?" The little lion replied matter-of-factly. "Anything that can serve as an energy source emits light, yet this group of beasts appears dull and devoid of any radiance." Chapter 167. The true master Lin Zhi suddenly recalled that the eyes of the little lion were indeed unlike those of humans. If these creatures possessed practical value, the little lion would be able to perceive it. What merit could there possibly be in studying such a drab entity? The little lion remained indifferent, remarking that it would be wiser to investigate how to deal with his intellectually challenged counterparts. This was, in fact, a truthful statement that elicited a chuckle from Lin Zhi. Observing the remaining living beastmen, the group found themselves at a loss. Should they also take this cohort of beastmen away? Lin Zhi felt somewhat bewildered. "Little lion, do you know the methods of raising beastmen?" Xiao Yuanlin inquired, gazing at the little lion. The little lion shook his head. "Their linguistic system is entirely different from ours. Who could possibly know their rearing methods? Are you all beastmen?" Is it conceivable that your thought processes vary so drastically? Lin Zhi found this notion peculiar. The little lion asserted with conviction, of course. If the linguistic system can be altered, then their habits must also change. Since there are individuals who specifically modify their linguistic behaviors, it stands to reason that their daily routines would also be affected. Xiao Yuanlin pressed further. What would happen if their routines were changed? The alteration of their routines would undoubtedly lead to a significant number of beastmen perishing. However, those that survive and adapt to the new lifestyle can be effectively guided by their caretakers. Conversely, forcibly altering the routines of these already transformed beastmen would also result in their demise, the little lion explained earnestly. Lin Zhi has come to a realization. No wonder we can see so many beast cores. It is highly likely that this group of deceased beastmen succumbed to stress from the inability to adapt to a change in their daily routines. Indeed, upon mentioning this, the young lion displayed a sorrowful expression, for they were his kin, and witnessing the demise of his kind deeply affected him. So, does this mean we are at an impasse with this group of beastmen? Xiao Yuanlin appeared somewhat resigned. Their team had been exploring for quite some time, on the brink of uncovering true value, only to find themselves confronted by an unsolvable riddle. I surmise that the genuine worth within this agricultural research institute lies in this group of beastmen you deem to be feeble-minded, Xiao Yuanlin thoughtfully analyzed. As the institute continues to maintain its normal operations, it is evident that someone is covertly orchestrating their actions. In an instant, Lin Zhi comprehended the implication. You mean to say that the one commanding them must still be alive? Xiao Yuanlin nodded, asserting, I believe not only is this individual alive, but they're also present within the Agricultural Institute. Upon hearing Xiao Yuanlin's words, Lin Zhi's mind sparked with clarity. The myriad encounters along the way, coupled with the current scene and Xiao Yuanlin's statement, led her to feel as though she had unearthed the answer and the truth behind it all. No. Suddenly, Lin Zhi's eyes shifted, gazing at Xiao Yuanlin and the little lion, her expression revealing her newfound understanding. I comprehend everything now. What do you understand? The little lion inquired. Perplexed. I discern who is orchestrating this band of dim-witted beastmen, Lin Zhi stated with unwavering confidence. Who is it? The little lion, too, was curious, eager to learn which formidable force could so profoundly alter the lifestyle of their kin. Lin Zhi chuckled lightly and, with an air of calmness, remarked, throughout our journey, we have encountered numerous peculiar occurrences, such as old Yuan's dying wish and the elaborate traps he and his kin have laid for us. Nevertheless, regardless of these challenges, we have arrived at this place, indicating that old Yuan's initial intention was to lead us to the Agricultural Academy. I comprehend now. Xiao Yuanlin suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. However, the little lion remained perplexed, asking, Master, what are you saying? I do not understand. Lin Zhi gently caressed the fur of the little lion and patiently explained, You have been insisting that those who can transform your kin must share your language. Upon reflection, I realize that the only beings in this world who possess a similar linguistic and daily rhythm to yours are the apes and monkeys. That may be true. The little lion scoffed, but what relevance does that have to those Orcish creatures? They are exceedingly weak. When we first gathered beneath the overpass, those apes and monkeys were terrified at the sight of me. Their physical prowess is certainly inferior to yours, yet their intellect is far superior. Lin Zhi asserted confidently. Did you not observe that those apes and monkeys are social animals? Their ability to coexist indicates that they possess their own way of life. The little lion, somewhat displeased by this, could not deny the veracity of Lin Zhi's statement. So, it seems that only the apes and monkeys can influence this group of beings to alter their lifestyles, Lin Zhi concluded. I see, the little lion replied, somewhat disheartened. I did not anticipate their intelligence to be so formidable. But what, pray tell, is their ultimate objective in forcibly changing these orcs? An objective is unnecessary. Xiao Yuanlin replied nonchalantly. Unnecessary? To expend such effort on a task that yields little reward is hard to fathom. I refuse to believe that these apes and monkeys are acting solely out of benevolence. After all, humanity stands in opposition to them. Lin Zhi, too, found herself perplexed. She grasped the connection between this matter and the apes and monkeys, yet the specifics eluded her. Even if humanity did not oppose them, the apes and monkeys would likely still oppose humans, for their intelligence was undeniably formidable. As Lin Zhi spoke halfway, a sudden flash of insight illuminated her mind, and she comprehended all the reasons behind the situation. Gazing at Xiao Yuanlin, she incredulously inquired, "Are you suggesting that?" "Indeed," Xiao Yuanlin replied, casting a glance at the two of them and then at the group of dim-witted beastmen. He stated calmly, "The true masters of the Agricultural Research Institute, the ones who genuinely toil here, are not humans but rather those apes and monkeys. They are the true scientists in this place." Chapter 168. The leader, upon hearing this declaration, Little Lion was rendered speechless, his entire being frozen in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a reality. The very beings he had consistently looked down upon, the monkeys and apes, possessed such extraordinary abilities. This revelation left him momentarily unable to accept the truth. Lin Zhi discerned the little lion's mood and stepped forward to offer solace, saying, "Do not be disheartened. While the ape men and monkey men are indeed beastly in nature, they fundamentally differ from you. They resemble us humans more closely, as the ape men and monkey men were originally crafted from primates that share genetics akin to ours." The little lion, with his head drooping and a countenance of despair, replied, "I understand, yet I never anticipated their remarkable intelligence, enabling them to elude humanity. I too yearn for such wisdom. Do you wish to escape from me?" Lin Zhi said with a gentle smile. "If that is your desire, I would grant you that wish." "Is that true?" The little lion's eyes sparkled with a fleeting glimmer of excitement, only to dim once more as he continued, "It is impossible. The blood bond between us is irrevocable. I cannot sever it. Moreover, in this tumultuous world, even if I could escape, I would find myself alone without kin to share in my trials. I am but a solitary commander, vulnerable to capture at any moment." Observing the little lion's sorrowful demeanor, Lin Zhi tenderly stroked his fur and said, "Do not speak in such despair. Should the day arise when opportunity permits, I shall set you free, granting you true liberty. No being should remain a slave to another for eternity." Lin Zhi's words instilled hope in the little lion. However, he soon shifted his focus to the group of intellectually challenged beasts, since these creatures were driven by apes and monkeys. It was likely that the apes and monkeys were lurking nearby. Indeed, they must be observing us secretly within this Agricultural Research Institute. Xiao Yuanlin cautiously scanned the surroundings. The instructions imparted by old Yuan on his deathbed aptly underscored this notion. They must also be in dire need of our assistance. Yet their current circumstances render them unable to reveal themselves. "What shall we do?" Lin Zhi inquired. The three departed through the grand door. Initially, they were apprehensive about being discovered. However, after a series of analyses, both Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin became indifferent to the possibility of being noticed. As long as the apes and beasts remained unfound, the discovery of this place held no significance, especially since its only value had long been extracted by them. After vacating the room, the trio meandered through the floors. There was a marked distinction between the uppermost and lower levels. Each corridor junction was adorned with a grand door, which needed to be reopened to access the next area. It was evident that this had once been a vital research hub of the Agricultural Institute, where unauthorized individuals could not freely enter. "There are indeed numerous checkpoints here," the little lion lamented. "Fortunately, these doors are accessible. Otherwise, unlocking the codes would consume an eternity." Following their earlier brainstorming session, Lin Zhi seemed to have grown accustomed to the peculiarities. It was because this group of apes also hoped we would find them. "How do you know?" the little lion inquired, intrigued. "We have yet to fulfill old Yuan's request," Lin Zhi replied. Old Yuan mentioned that their leader was injured, which undoubtedly necessitates medical attention. He placed his hopes upon us, clearly indicating that we are their only means of salvation. They are paving the way for us. Eager to see if we can locate them, Xiao Yuanlin interjected nonchalantly. "If we are unable to find them, we would lack the capacity for equitable exchange." "So, the promise old Yuan made to you was that if you revive their leader, they would reveal the means to control this group of intellectually challenged beasts?" the little lion inquired. "Indeed," Lin Zhi smiled. Intelligence has increased. The little lion tilted his head, sensing an oddity in the statement. It sounded like a compliment, yet bore an undertone of condescension. After the trio wandered through the corridor for a while, the little lion suddenly bristled, leaping forward with fervor towards the corridor's end. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged glances, recognizing this demeanor typically indicated the little lion had encountered his kin. Sure enough, the little lion waved his claws excitedly, furiously patting a wall, exclaiming, "Master, master, over here! I can smell the scent of the apes." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Quick, find a way to open this wall." The little lion shook his head in response. "We cannot breach this wall. It is crafted from aluminum alloy, and my mortal strength is insufficient." "I possess tools," said Xiao Yuanlin, extracting an electric saw from his storage space. Witnessing Xiao Yuanlin produce the saw, Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle in astonishment. His preparations surpassed her expectations, clearly indicating that he had come well-equipped for this venture. With a roar, Xiao Yuanlin activated the electric saw, carving out an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The three of them promptly leaped into the breach. In stark contrast to the brightly lit scenes of the Agricultural Research Institute, this place was shrouded in darkness. When Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin first leapt into the dimly lit space, their eyes struggled to adjust to the obscurity. However, as they acclimated to the darkness and discerned the scene before them, an involuntary shiver coursed down their spines. Before them stood a throng of primitive beings, both apes and monkeys, their eyes gleaming with intensity and their expressions grave, as if they had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin stood there, hesitant to make any sudden moves. Observing the situation, the little lion let out a fierce roar, raising its tail and crouching low, remaining alert to the group of ape men and monkey men. The individuals old Yuan spoke of. "Are they indeed the two of you?" A languid voice resonated from behind the assembly of ape men. Upon hearing this voice, the ape men and monkey men instinctively parted to create a pathway through their midst. Lin Zhi gazed ahead, where at the end of the path, an elderly figure with a mane of white hair reclined upon a plush sofa. Though referred to as an ape man, he bore a closer resemblance to humanity. Absent were the lengthy fur characteristic of apes and monkeys, as well as their animalistic limbs. Aside from his resemblance to such creatures, his appearance was more akin to that of a human who had gracefully aged. Lin Zhi gazed at the white-haired primate and cautiously inquired, "Are you their leader?" Chapter 169. The truth the white-haired ape nodded, his gaze tender as he looked at Lin Zhi. Smiling like an elder, old Yuan was indeed correct. "You are quite a clever girl. Are you injured?" Lin Zhi asked. "I am nearing death." The white-haired primate sighed deeply. "How can this be?" Lin Zhi questioned, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Old Yuan told me you were merely gravely wounded. That was a ruse I played on him," the white-haired primate replied with a smile, beckoning Lin Zhi closer. "Come a bit nearer. It's too far, and speaking exhausts me." After exchanging glances, Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi cautiously approached. Lin Zhi felt hesitant to mention that the person exploiting old Yuan was indeed among their ranks. However, such was old Yuan's fate. The white-haired ape man smiled with a sense of resignation, and then remarked, "This is the destiny of our kin. None of us can escape it. For death awaits us all in due time." Lin Zhi was perplexed and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I find it difficult to comprehend the notion of this being a secret of your kin, or the idea that you all will perish. If you remain secluded within this agricultural institute, concealed from the world, how could you possibly meet your end?" "You are correct," the white-haired ape man replied, "before the apocalypse. We indeed would not face death. However, the contamination within the Agricultural Institute has become exceedingly severe, and our kind has all been exposed to radiation." The young lion promptly interjected, exclaiming, "How can this be? Radiation is advantageous for us, fostering our growth." "That may be true for your kind, the beast men, but we are not capable of enduring such conditions," the white-haired ape man lamented. "We're the most awkward beings in this realm. Were we entirely beast men, be it bull men or snake men, this environment would not inflict significant harm upon us. Alas, we resemble humans too closely. The very similarities that bind us also render us vulnerable to the same afflictions that befall humanity. The young lion, upon grasping the gravity of the situation, remarked, "You are indeed susceptible to nuclear radiation? I find that utterly hard to believe." Initially, we too were incredulous, yet the evidence is irrefutable. Many of our kin have already perished, and a substantial portion of the beast cores you discovered in the warehouse originated from our people. Now I understand. Even the typically aloof Xiao Yuanlin was somewhat stirred by this revelation. So, what is it that you wish for us to do? I recall that you humans possess certain substances that can grant a painless death, do you not? The white-haired ape-man gazed at them. Indeed, it is called euthanasia, allowing one to depart from this world in the most serene and comfortable manner while asleep, Xiao Yuanlin affirmed. The white-haired ape-man gazed longingly into the distance. How wonderful it would be to drift into slumber and pass away amidst beautiful dreams. If one could die in such a way, it would indeed be a form of happiness. Therefore, your intention in guiding us here was not for us to rescue you? Lin Zhi finally grasped the implication, incredulously staring at the white-haired ape-man. You cannot be suggesting that you wish for us to grant you euthanasia? The white-haired ape nodded precisely. We hope you can provide us with euthanasia, allowing us to depart with dignity. I cannot do that. Lin Zhi shook her head vigorously. I cannot even bring myself to harm the feeble beastmen who remain here, let alone you. If you do not employ this method to end our lives, we shall inevitably meet a far more agonizing fate. The white-haired ape-man gestured toward some of the ape-men in the group. Come, show this young lady what you bear upon you. Upon hearing his words, the monkeys and ape-men fell silent, and one by one, they began to reveal their fur. The hushed room resonated with the sound of rustling. Lin Zhi gazed upon the group of simians, their hair concealing vast expanses of festering skin beneath. Some had already manifested gaping black holes oozing with pus and blood. Lin Zhi cast a brief glance and felt a surge of trepidation. The affliction before him was evidently radiation sickness, a condition of excruciating torment. He had witnessed individuals succumb to this ailment within the confines of the Four Corners Fortress and had borne witness to its agony. In truth, we have developed relevant medications that may alleviate your suffering from radiation sickness, should you be amenable to the idea. We appreciate your kind intentions, interjected the white-haired ape-man. However, we have conducted extensive research and have yet to discover any substance or method that can genuinely cure radiation sickness. If we cannot find a true remedy, this affliction will accompany us for a lifetime. Of course, our lifespans are not as prolonged as yours, and we do not wish to endure a painful existence while awaiting death. You may not comprehend the despair of watching oneself perish in agony, powerless to alter one as fate. Lin Zhi was about to argue her case, but Xiao Yuanlin interjected beside her. Let it be. Living in pain may not necessarily be a virtue, yet if one can choose their preferred manner of death, it is, perhaps, a form of happiness. Lin Zhi fell into silence, unable to bear the sight of such an ending. Yet, reason dictated that reality must unfold this way. It was the most prudent course of action. This was the medication. Xiao Yuanlin retrieved a substantial box of euthanasia syringes from his spatial backpack, explaining that their physique resembled that of humans, and the dosage would be as prescribed. The white-haired primate gazed at the euthanasia drugs before him, overwhelmed with joy, even a glimmer of spirit shining in his eyes. Thank you for allowing us this final release. Lin Zhi turned her head slightly, feeling a pang of compassion. To express her gratitude, she decided to share with them the method to control that group of dim-witted beastmen. In exchange, the white-furred ape revealed the secret to them. Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi diligently noted down the techniques imparted by the white-furred ape. If you're unable to take these beastmen away, I shall provide you with a storage space where you can contain them and carry them with you. The white-furred ape produced a small nut from his pocket. The space within is approximately the size of 10 football fields, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of individuals. The white-furred ape continued. I hope you can promise me one thing. I promise, Xiao Yuanlin replied earnestly. I never go back on my word. The little lion, standing nearby, testified indeed. This person is quite trustworthy. You may place your faith in him. With the little lion's assurance, The white-furred ape finally felt at ease. I hope that once you have taken these beastmen away, you will establish a dedicated living space for them, isolated from humanity, ensuring that they remain undisturbed. I agree to your request, Xiao Yuanlin said solemnly. Though your request presents certain challenges, I will certainly strive to fulfill it. Please treat them well. These altered, simple-minded beastmen are truly pitiable. They are inherently disadvantaged and would not survive for long. We have modified their way of life to prolong their existence. And as for the other beastmen's demise, those were merely unfortunate accidents. The white-furred ape unveiled the truth concealed in the warehouse on the top floor. Now that you are here, I feel much more at ease. My task is complete. You may leave. As she gazed at the throng of nearly 1,000 apes and monkeys before her, Lin Zhi was inexplicably overwhelmed by a profound sense of tragic grandeur. They bore a resemblance to humans, yet were denied the respect and living conditions that should be theirs. They were beastmen, yet lacked the physique of true beastmen, unable to navigate this apocalyptic world with the ease of their kin. They were tormented and conflicted, remaining rational and aware even unto death. Lin Zhi felt a pang of sorrow. The little lion had once told them that the differences between the ape-like beings and the monkeys and their kind were profound. In retrospect, these differences indeed carried an immense cost. Xiao Yuanlin originally intended to present this small nut to Lin Zhi, yet Lin Zhi solemnly remarked, "The leader has entrusted them to you. He places his trust in you." Holding the tiny nut in his hand, Xiao Yuanlin recognized the weight of responsibility it symbolized. He replied, "Very well, should you ever require this strength, I shall provide it." The three of them took the hidden elevator from a corner of the warehouse directly to the lowest level. This concealed elevator had been revealed to them by the white-haired primitive man before their departure. It was the only one in the entire Agricultural Research Institute that connected the various levels. As soon as they reached the ground, the sounds of gunfire erupted outside the elevator. Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin were taken aback, realizing that a conflict had undoubtedly erupted between the Bat Fortress personnel and Wu Yiming. Without a moment's hesitation, they drew their firearms and rushed forward to provide assistance. "It's evident you nearly met your demise," Xiao Yuanlin remarked with a cold, sardonic tone as he shot down a subordinate of the Bat Fortress who was preparing to approach Wu Yiming. "Goodness, Xiao Yuanlin, you saved my life. I owe you yet another debt," Wu Yiming replied, his displeasure evident but helplessness prevailing. With the addition of Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi, the battle was swiftly concluded. The personnel from the Bat Fortress fled in disarray, yet Lin Zhi failed to spot the figure of Mr. Hua among the casualties. "Stop searching, Mr. Hua is a cunning one. He has likely already made his escape," Wu Yiming scoffed disdainfully while binding his wounds. "Indeed, he is a coward, knowing he cannot win. He leaves his subordinates to act as shields while he slips away." "What did you say?" Xiao Yuanlin's expression grew grave upon hearing this. "Mr. Hua has fled." "Exactly." Just as Wu Yiming was about to articulate further, a sudden realization struck him, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Oh dear, how could I forget? That schemer must have prepared a backup plan." No sooner had Wu Yiming uttered these words than a loud explosion reverberated in the distance, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. "Damn it, that Mr. Hua is truly despicable. He even brought explosives." Wu Yiming was furious, yet felt utterly powerless. Anxiety etched across his features. "What do we do now?" He must have detonated the explosives at the exit, intending to obliterate the Agricultural Research Institute. That is our sole escape route. In stark contrast to Wu Yiming's agitation, Xiao Yuanlin remained remarkably composed. With a serious countenance, he directed the others, "We must head to the top floor." "The top floor?" Wu Yiming queried, perplexed. Without elaborating, Xiao Yuanlin led them to a concealed elevator. Upon seeing the elevator, Wu Yiming was astonished, exclaiming, "Is there really an elevator here, hidden in the wall? How on earth did you find this? People's lives are at stake, and you still have so many questions," Lin Zhi interjected, rolling her eyes. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" All right, I'll hold my tongue." Wu Yiming, chastened by Lin Zhi's rebuke, fell silent. The group quickly ascended to the top floor. Wu Yiming and Wu Yiming, like curious onlookers, surveyed their surroundings in the top floor. Were you just searching for supplies here? Are there many resources? Did you find any energy sources? Wu Yiming inquired eagerly. There are supplies here. Do you wish to take a look? Lin Zhi pointed to the large warehouse door they had previously searched. Wu Yiming dashed into the warehouse, only to emerge shortly afterward, crestfallen. What a letdown. It's merely a collection of monstrous corpses, utterly useless. I just uncovered a body that lacked even an energy core. What a disgrace, and a dirt in my hands. Wu Yiming grumbled as he wiped his hands with a piece of paper. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the entire building, causing it to tremble violently. Debris from the ceiling cascaded down, reminiscent of an earthquake. Lin Zhi felt a sense of urgency as she gazed up at Xiao Yuanlin. However, Xiao Yuanlin calmly replied, "There's no need to rush. Let us wait a while longer." Goodness, what more do you need to wait for? If we prolong this any further, the entire mountain may be reduced to rubble, and we shall find ourselves buried beneath it. No matter how many supplies we have gathered, they will be of no use when we must ultimately face the king of hell. Zhioge was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Just a little longer, Xiao Yuanlin said, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his expression grave, undeterred by Zhioge's anxious words. Lin Zhi, observing Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor, realized that he must have a contingency plan. Given the current situation, they were indeed unable to take further action. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, a gaping hole opened in the mountainside, the walls severely damaged, allowing a beam of sunlight to penetrate the darkness. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Yuanlin's eyes as he urged loudly, "Quick, jump out!" Without hesitation, the group trusted his judgment and leaped one after another through the opening. As they landed, they stumbled on the mountainside, scarcely managing to steady themselves before another deafening roar erupted, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently, with portions of it already reduced to rubble. Brother Gio's face turned ashen. It's over. The mountain is about to blow. Chapter 171. The clash of forces, a cacophony of explosions reverberated in succession. In an instant, the mountainside collapsed, rocks tumbling down and dust swirling chaotically. Panic ensued among the crowd. Even Xiao Yuanlin, who was typically composed, displayed a change in expression. Third Master was ruthless indeed. This was a scorched earth tactic. Brother Gio scoffed coldly. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he took a swift step forward, abruptly tackling Lin Zhi to the ground. Lin Zhi let out a cry of pain. Before Xiao Yuanlin could utter a word, a massive boulder plummeted from above, landing beside Ninth Brother and settling firmly in the very spot where Lin Zhi had just stood. Lin Zhi gazed at the deep pit created by the fallen boulder, engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Had Ninth Brother not tackled her moments ago, she would likely have met her demise beneath the crushing stone. "Lin Zhi, are you all right?" Xiao Yuanlin rushed over, gripping her and inspecting her carefully. Although Lin Zhi had escaped injury from the boulder, the cascade of debris had nonetheless inflicted several cuts upon her skin. "Stop pulling at each other here," Ninth Brother admonished, his brow furrowed and his tone grave. "We must find a way to leave this place. There's a speedboat waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. We must hurry down and make our escape." Wu Yiming suggested. "It's futile," Lin Zhi countered decisively. "Since Lord Hua is trailing us, he undoubtedly knows the whereabouts of our equipment. It's likely that he has already destroyed the speedboat. What are we to do then? We can't just wait here to die. I have yet to complete my grand ambitions within the Bat Fortress," Ninth Brother exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Just as the group found themselves at a loss, the sudden sound of gunfire erupted around them. Lin Zhi followed the trajectory of the bullets and beheld, amidst the dense foliage, Master Hua and the remnants of the Bat Fortress glaring menacingly at them. "Your lives are truly remarkable. How have you managed to escape unscathed? No matter. Your survival serves as a perfect accompaniment to my revelry." Master Hua sneered, gesturing to his comrades behind him. The members of the Bat Fortress promptly raised their firearms and rocket launchers, unleashing a barrage towards them. Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, immediately changed their expressions and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." The group swiftly dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the hail of bullets that whizzed above their heads. "Master Hua, What gain do you foresee in such actions? The supplies reside with us. Can you truly procure them by extinguishing our lives? Do not entertain such delusions. Brother Gio retorted loudly. Once you wretches are eliminated, I will undoubtedly find a means to seize the supplies you possess. Master Ho replied, his voice dripping with disdain. I did not come to the Agricultural Institute with the intention of leaving anyone alive, especially you, Brother Gio. You are a defeated foe, and it is long overdue for you to meet your end. Your existence has lingered long enough. Brother Gio responded with a mocking laugh. Master Hua, I find your words rather displeasing. You are indeed older than I, and it is you who is destined to perish first. I fear that Yama has already prepared a warm cup of tea for you, awaiting your arrival. Master Hua, regarding Brother Gio's sharp tongue with contempt, scoffed. Even with death imminent, you remain so glib. Save your words for Yama. Just as Master Hua extended his hand to command his subordinates to fire once more, Wu Yiming suddenly appeared beside him, stealthily planting a landmine. A resounding explosion ensued, and Lin Zhi felt the earth tremble beneath her, her mind swirling in disarray. Not far off, Master Hua and his cohorts from the Bat Fortress lay sprawled on the ground. Wu Yiming, come here quickly. It's too dangerous. Lin Zhi yelled. Sister Lin, worry not. Brother Zhao has taught me how to approach the enemy without detection. Wu Yiming replied with a triumphant grin. Brother Zhao? Lin Zhi inquired, perplexed. Zhao Ziming. Of course, Wu Yiming exclaimed, but before he could revel in his victory, Master Hua rose from the ground, brandishing a rocket launcher aimed directly at Wu Yiming. You dare to threaten my life, you insolent whelp. This is truly a death wish. Master Hua bellowed as he pressed the trigger. Lin Zhi's eyes widened in fury as she immediately pinned Wu Yiming beneath her. Swiftly retrieving a shield crafted from beast hide from her spatial necklace and placing it over herself. The might of the rocket launcher was formidable, creating a substantial crater in the ground behind Lin Zhi. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanlin and Brother Gio had long since evaded the impending danger, while Lin Zhi, shielded by her protective gear, sustained only minor superficial injuries. Trembling with fear, Wu Yiming gazed at Lin Zhi and stammered, Sister Lin, are you all right? I am perfectly fine. You must hurry to Xiao Yuanlin and let him escort you away. Lin Zhi replied without hesitation, promptly pushing him toward Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Yuanlin nodded at Lin Zhi, their coordination seamless and impeccable. Brother Gio observed Lin Zhi and then Xiao Yuanlin, his previously anxious demeanor suddenly calming in that fleeting moment. Just as Master Hua was about to launch his artillery at them, a resounding sound of rotors churning the winds echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up to behold a black helicopter appearing overhead. Lin Zhi gazed at the helicopter, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Excellent. It seems Zhao Ziming has arrived just in time. Meanwhile, Lord Hua, upon noticing the helicopter overhead, suddenly realized that this was the backup from Xiao Yuanlin and Lin Zhi. The opposing side had dispatched rescue efforts, while they remained here, engaged in their futile skirmish. They appeared to be victorious, yet in truth, they had already been ensnared by Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin. Damn it! How could I, an esteemed elder, be outwitted by this young woman and her pretty boy? Little Gio, you truly are fortunate. Lord Hua exclaimed in frustration, then waved his hand towards the remnants of his forces, commanding, Brothers, retreat swiftly. The members of the Bat Fort obeyed immediately, making their way up the mountain. As they retreated, a small bomb was dropped precisely where Lord Hua had just stood, creating a crater in the ground. Had he been even slightly slower, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. What shall we do, Third Master? Someone inquired as they helped Lord Hua to his feet. Chapter 172. A determined departure, Lord Hua fled as the helicopter descended. The mountains were engulfed in chaos, with dust and debris swirling as the helicopter disturbed the landscape. The cabin door swung open, and Uncle Zhao leaped out. Uncle Zhao, what brings you here? Lin Zhi asked, somewhat surprised before her concern shifted. How is Zhao Ziming? What of his injuries? It's a simple fracture. He'll be fine. The medics inside the fortress have already applied a splint, and your friend, Miss Liu, is attending to him, Uncle Zhao assured her. Upon hearing Uncle Zhao's words, Lin Zhi felt a wave of relief wash over her. One by one, the others boarded the helicopter. As the cabin door closed, the helicopter gradually ascended into the sky. Just as they lifted off the ground, Lin Zhi heard a tremendous explosion behind her, and a massive hole appeared in the mountainside. Lin Zhi did not need to ponder. She instinctively understood that the mountain had collapsed. Glancing at the cavity crushed by the rocks, she inexplicably recalled the group of hominids and monkeys seeking euthanasia. In that moment, Lin Zhi felt a sudden sense of relief that they had made such a choice, embracing a death that was serene and blissful. Xiao Yuanlin, seemingly attuned to Lin Zhi's thoughts, remarked softly, "The leader of the hominids is an astute individual. His kin are also quite content." The helicopter ascended steadily, soaring above the clouds, retracing the path they had taken. Beneath them surged a tumultuous flood. The route, once cloaked in ice and snow, was now consumed by the raging waters. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yiming inexplicably burst into tears. The onlookers regarded him, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Lin Zhi profoundly comprehended Wu Yiming's sentiments. A young man, having endured such tribulations, confronted the specters of life and death, witnessed the duality of human nature, and experienced the vast chasm and intricate emotions of despair and hope. In moments of tension, he felt little, yet now, in safety, all the emotions concealed within his heart transformed into tears, released in this singular moment. Xiao Yuanlin offered Wu Yiming a pure cotton handkerchief, gently stating, "Congratulations. You have become a true man." Wu Yiming accepted the handkerchief from Xiao Yuanlin and wiped his tear-streaked face clean. Lin Zhi gazed gently at him. Her eyes drifted past Wu Yiming and settled on the unexpectedly silent Jiuge. Since boarding the helicopter, Jiuge had exhibited an unusual reticence, a stark contrast to his typically loquacious demeanor. He tilted his head, peering at the earth beyond the helicopter, seemingly lost in thought. "Jiuge," Lin Zhi called softly. His voice emerged, suddenly hoarse and tinged with fatigue. Beside them, Xiao Yuanlin, upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, couldn't help but glance at him. Jiuge paused for a moment, then turned to the somewhat perplexed Xiao Yuanlin and Wu Yiming with a smile, saying, "Little beauty, you cannot do this. You invited me. Did you consider the opinions of your little brother and your beloved?" Jiuge continued, "Lin Zhi and I are not in the relationship you imply." Xiao Yuanlin, feeling a tad awkward, composed himself and inquired of Jiuge, "Are you willing to come to our Ant Fortress?" Though Lin Zhi harbored a dislike for the individuals of Bat Fortress, her experience working alongside Jiuge had instilled in her a trust in his character. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, his essence was entirely different from those in Bat Fortress. Lin Zhi, finding herself unable to persuade the ninth brother, could not help but turn her gaze towards Xiao Yuanlin, seeking his assistance. However, Xiao Yuanlin discerned the ninth brother's intentions. He looked at Lin Zhi and gently patted her hand, saying, "Lin Zhi, the ninth brother has made up his mind. You must respect his decision. He is a man with his own thoughts and aspirations, and we must not interfere." "Exactly." The ninth brother nodded in satisfaction. Lin Zhi observed his resolute determination, and noticing that Xiao Yuanlin did not side with her, she could only let out a deep sigh. Turning to Jiugong, she said, "You must be cautious." "Not a problem," Jiugong replied with a smile, then turned to Uncle Zhao, the pilot, and requested, "Could you please drop me off 500 meters ahead?" "You certainly have a knack for choosing locations." Uncle Zhao remarked. That area, heading west, remains untouched by the flood. The passage is entirely dry. The Bat Fortress was initially established in such an isolated locale, elevated and remote, precisely to prevent prisoners from escaping. Who would have thought that in this apocalyptic era, it would also shield us from both blizzards and floods? Sometimes it's rather amusing to ponder. Even the heavens seem intent on preserving this band of troublemakers. Jiugong couldn't help but exclaim, "By the way, Jiugong," Lin Zhi looked at him, suddenly struck by a thought. "They say that all within the Bat Fortress are irredeemably wicked. Yet I can't shake the feeling that you are different. What crime did you commit to end up in the Bat Fortress?" Jiugong chuckled, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Heroes are defined by their actions, not their past," Xiao Yuanlin interjected calmly, offering encouragement to Jiugong, urging him not to feel inferior due to his history. "Hey, where are your thoughts wandering?" Jiugong laughed. How could someone as handsome and charming as I be a criminal within a bat fortress? And what are you then? Aren't the inhabitants of the bat fortress all criminals? Lin Zhi retorted impulsively. Who said that? Zhu Gong looked at them, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Have you forgotten who oversees the prisoners in the jail? Lin Zhi and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon they reacted vigorously, exclaiming in unison. You are a prison guard. Correct, but alas, there is no reward, Jiugu replied with a smile. At this juncture, they had arrived at the designated location. Uncle Zhao gently lowered the aircraft. Jiugu opened the hatch and bid farewell to the group. As he was about to depart, Lin Zhi pondered for a moment and called out to Jiugu. Jiugu, please wait a moment. Lin Zhi disregarded his flattery and solemnly presented a splendid set of protective gear to Brother Jiu. Take it, she urged. Brother Jiu's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the armor she offered. He then chuckled awkwardly, little beauty. If you do this, I might just find it hard to part with you. Then you should wear it. Lin Zhi replied earnestly, locking her gaze onto him. Preserve your life, and you'll have the chance to think of me. If you can't keep your life, you'll only be thinking of the king of hell. Brother Jiu chuckled. But this time his laughter was not the previous flippant kind. It was imbued with a sincere warmth. He looked at Lin Zhi and said with gravity, little beauty, may you travel safely. I wish you fortune in times of misfortune. You must survive. Indeed, I still owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life, she acknowledged. Then cherish that debt. When the ant fortress requires assistance, I will seek you out to repay it, Lin Zhi responded, her eyes sparkling with hope. The departure of Brother Jiu instantly drained the vibrant energy from the group. Each person sat quietly in the helicopter, lost in their own thoughts. Lin Zhi cast a glance at Xiao Yuanlin, noticing him furrowing his brow as he gazed out the window. She felt an urge to inquire about his concerns. Yet she was acutely aware that the matters troubling him were beyond her capacity to resolve. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Yuanlin preferred to keep his vulnerabilities concealed from her sight. As soon as Lin Zhi disembarked from the plane, she spotted Lu Xiaoyu rushing towards her across the tarmac. Lin Zhi, you scare me to death, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, enveloping her in a tight embrace while thumping her back in a mix of affection and reproach. I heard Zhao Ziming's account of your adventure, and it terrified me. I was so afraid something might have happened to you. Zhao Ziming has a penchant for exaggeration. You shouldn't take his words at face value. Lin Zhi chuckled softly. How could I not believe him? He even broke his leg. Lu Xiaoyu pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. You were gone for over half a month, and you have no idea how anxious I was every single day, fearing for your safety. Where is President Xiao? Lu Xiaoyu craned her neck, searching for Xiao Yuanlin, but found no trace of him. He has his own matters to attend to, Lin Zhi replied with a slight indifference. Upon returning to her room, Lin Zhi indulged in a soothing hot bath. After assessing the room's energy levels and finding them sufficient, she succumbed to a restful slumber. Perhaps due to the weight of her thoughts, she awoke to find the sky barely darkening. A glance at the clock revealed that she had only managed 5 hours of sleep since lying down. After tidying herself, she made her way to room 1, where Xiao Yuanlin resided. Just as Lin Zhi was about to press the doorbell, she heard the security display screen focus on her face, and then the main entrance swung open. Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback. When had Xiao Yuanlin recorded her face into the security system? Just as Lin Zhi was lost in confusion, Xiao Hong suddenly appeared at the door, seizing Lin Zhi's hand and pulling her into the room. Lin Zhi, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for ages, Xiao Hong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. What do you mean? Lin Zhi questioned, somewhat perplexed. Naturally, someone is waiting for you. Xiao Hong winked and then leaned closer to whisper in her ear, my brother is waiting for you. Don't joke around, Lin Zhi replied, her ears slightly flushed with embarrassment. I'm not joking. When I first went to room 2 to find you, your roommate told me you were sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you. I thought you must be exhausted and planned to come back tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to arrive today. Xiao Hong explained earnestly. So, what does your brother want with me? That I cannot say. You must ask him yourself, Xiao Hong said playfully, deliberately pushing Lin Zhi toward Xiao Yuanlin's study. Inside the study, Xiao Yuanlin was reclining in an armchair, a book in hand, eyes closed as if he were asleep. Lin Zhi noticed that Xiao Yuanlin had already shut his eyes, mistaking him for being asleep. Just as she intended to turn and leave, Xiao Hong suddenly slammed the door shut, leaving a narrow gap, and exclaimed, "He is not asleep. He is merely pretending. Go and wake him up." With that, Xiao Hong forcefully closed the door. Lin Zhi felt a sense of helplessness. Xiao Hong always conducted herself with such carelessness. She approached Xiao Yuanlin quietly, intending to take the book from his hands and cover him with a blanket. However, to her surprise, Xiao Yuanlin suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at her with piercing clarity. Lin Zhi trembled in fear, stammering, I thought you were asleep and wanted to cover you with a blanket. Just as you arrived, I have something to discuss with you." As Xiao Yuanlin spoke, he placed a set of blueprints before her. Lin Zhi felt a twinge of disappointment as he swiftly delved into the main topic. However, recognizing the necessity of addressing serious matters, she mustered her spirits to respond in kind. "What is this blueprint?" Xiao Yuanlin produced a pen and circled a specific area on the blueprint, stating, "There exists an unutilized expanse within the fortress. Initially, I intended it to serve as residential quarters for users. Yet, due to design route complications during its establishment, it proved unsuitable for habitation. Consequently, it has remained vacant to this day." Lin Zhi understood. "You intend to keep that group of orcs here for breeding?" Xiao Yuanlin nodded and replied, "Precisely, that is the case. This location is remote from our residential area, yet in close proximity to the central energy supply of the fortress, making the transportation of both resources and energy quite convenient." Lin Zhi pouted and remarked, "This is already a commendable decision. You need not disclose anything to me." However, Xiao Yuanlin replied with utmost seriousness, "Regardless of how trivial it may seem, as long as it pertains to the internal matters of the fortress, you possess the right to be informed." Chapter 174, More Tenderness. Upon hearing Xiao Yuanlin's words, Lin Zhi ceased to decline his kind offer. After Xiao Yuanlin meticulously conveyed his plans to Lin Zhi, she voiced her concerns. "Since we aim to assist the beastmen in establishing a new habitat, a considerable number of construction workers will be required to build the site. I shall draft a recruitment plan, as there is a significant demand for employment within the fortress. I can also add a few more positions to alleviate the labor shortage somewhat," Lin Zhi stated. "You have worked hard. You excelled in the previous reforms of the fortress," Xiao Yuanlin remarked, his gaze softening considerably as he looked at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi gazed into Xiao Yuanlin's eyes, and for some inexplicable reason, she was suddenly reminded of their first encounter. At that time, his demeanor was exceedingly aloof, creating an impenetrable distance between them. Although his advice was well-intentioned, his attitude was remarkably haughty, as if Lin Zhi had owed him a fortune. However, circumstances have changed. It has been quite some time since Lin Zhi last beheld Xiao Yuanlin's infuriating expression. Lin Zhi suddenly realized that, in the course of their daily interactions, Xiao Yuanlin's demeanor had gradually softened as their mutual understanding deepened. Perhaps Xiao Yuanlin was not as indifferent as she had initially perceived. Upon returning to her room, Lin Zhi shared her discovery with Lu Xiaoyu. "Do you think Wang Kai's attitude towards you has been improving?" Lu Xiaoyu inquired, munching on potato chips while regarding her attentively. Lin Zhi nodded thoughtfully, propping herself against the sofa with a cushion in her arms. "It's quite evident that I remember him differently at the beginning. He seems like a completely different person now. He is so composed at all times and exceedingly patient with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu wore a mysterious smile. Setting aside the chips in her hand, she moved closer to Lin Zhi, nudging her with her elbow, and teasingly remarked, "He must have feelings for you." "Hey, don't say that," Lin Zhi retorted, though inwardly, the words filled her with a sweet warmth. "Oh, come on, still in denial? I bet your heart is fluttering," Lu Xiaoyu observed with a knowing smile. "Honestly, tell me, you have feelings for him too, don't you?" "That depends on what kind of feelings you're referring to. If it's romantic, I remain skeptical. However, if it pertains to admiration, then indeed, I find him quite appealing. Who wouldn't he be drawn to someone so capable and composed? Do you not feel the same?" Lin Zhi countered, turning the tables on Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu waved her hands in protest, saying, "No, no, no, don't drag me into this. I can't argue with you." A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she coughed lightly and continued, "Wu Yiming's leg is in such a bad state. and he has no family or friend around. Uncle Zhao is his only close companion, but he is always too busy, leaving me to take care of him. Oh, is that all there is to it? Lin Zhi teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She winked at Lu Xiaoyu and asked, "Come on, admit it. Do you have feelings for Wu Yiming?" Lu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and feigning annoyance, she threw the cushion at Lin Zhi. "Ugh, you're so annoying. What are you even talking about? What feelings?" Lin Zhi slightly restrained her expression, gazing earnestly at Lu Xiaoyu. "I am sincerely asking you. If you truly harbor feelings for him, you might as well pursue it. After all, in this apocalyptic world, who can predict whether tomorrow will be our last day?" Upon hearing Lin Zhi's words, Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful as she replied, "I do have a slight affection for him. Yet at times he strikes me as rather immature and hasty, seemingly unaware of how to temper his temper. Alas, let us see how it unfolds." Lin Zhi chuckled. Had it been in the past, how could you possibly have taken a liking to Wu Yiming? Lu Xiaoyu found it somewhat incredulous. Perhaps it truly takes reaching this juncture to realize that status and identity are secondary. Character holds paramount importance. Lu Xiaoyu's sentiments stirred memories within Lin Zhi, prompting her to reflect. You are right. Nothing surpasses the significance of character. I once adored Jiang Songmin, only to later discover his true nature, rendering all my heartfelt devotion a mere folly. One must endure considerable suffering and endure the harshest blows to truly grasp such lessons. Is not growth achieved in this manner? It is only after experiencing profound heartache that one can genuinely mature. Lin Zhi mused with a hint of nostalgia. However, speaking of which, I wonder where Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin will venture after departing from Ant Fortress? Lu Xiaoyu shrugged and remarked, "It's quite possible that both of them have met their demise." Lin Zhi shook her head. "To be honest, I never believed that Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin would easily perish in this apocalyptic world. Yet, given the current circumstances, where could they possibly go?" Lu Xiaoyu found it hard to fathom. If they truly managed to survive, I would indeed admire these two ruthless individuals. As they conversed, their gazes drifted toward the window. The relentless downpour over the past few days had finally ceased for a brief moment. The heavy, overcast sky revealed a sprinkling of stars this night. Tomorrow should bring a bright sunny day. Under this same sky, in a small fortress 300 kilometers away from Ant Fortress, several individuals lounged on a sofa, watching a group of bound captives kneeling before them. I present you with two choices. First, wait to die outside the fortress. I choose the second option. I choose the second option. A burly man kneeling at their feet exclaimed repeatedly. A woman, her round belly prominent, stepped forward, glancing at the kneeling crowd, then playfully looked up at the man seated in a position of authority. "Darling, this group still has some usefulness. Let them stay. Chen Daqiang, my wife has spoken. She wishes to grant you a chance at life," the man casually remarked, puffing on a cigarette. "Leader Fong is right. I will heed everything Leader Fong says." Chen Daqiang bowed repeatedly. "However, you must fulfill my second condition." Chen Daqiang insisted. "I will comply with all your requests. Just grant me a chance at life, and I will do whatever you ask." "Hand over the key to your fortress's warehouse," the man stated, rising and stepping closer to Chen Daqiang, crouching down to look down at him. "Select some capable individuals from your group. The rest must leave. This is my condition for sparing you. If you can do it, you may stay. If not, you will share the same fate as the others." Chen Daqiang gritted his teeth and declared, "No problem." Chapter 175. Recruiting talent again the following morning. Ant Fortress buzzed with excitement as everyone hurried to share the news. A tremendous announcement. President Lin is publicly recruiting. The salary is exceedingly high, along with fantastic benefits and supplies. Hurry and sign up. Is it true? Really? Didn't they say all positions were filled before? This is a new recruitment drive, looking for a fresh batch of individuals. However, there will be certain requirements, particularly in construction skills. I previously worked as a supervisor on a construction site. I can apply. Ant Fortress displayed a public recruitment notice, listing various positions and benefits. Why does this recruitment notice increasingly resemble a construction site looking for laborers? What do you mean it resembles? It is indeed a call for construction workers. I thought so. Alas, I lack the strength for such labor and have no idea how to do these tasks. What should I do? Oh, if only you had more skills. I used to work in construction. These tasks are my forte. This is a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, responsible for the recruitment, looked at the thick stack of application forms before her, feeling a headache coming on. I thought few would apply given these conditions. I didn't expect so many people. Lu Xiaoyu flipped through the forms, unable to suppress her astonishment. Have you considered that the initial applicants for Ant Fortress were primarily highly educated intellectuals and upper-middle-class individuals? It's no surprise to find talent among them. Wu Yiming commented, reclining with his legs crossed. How could someone like you slip through the cracks? Lu Xiaoyu shot him a sidelong glance. Wu Yiming stammered, although my education is lacking and my background is modest, I possess an eye for business opportunities. I recognized Ant Fortress as a promising place, which in itself proves my worth. If I weren't exceptional, how could I have encountered you? Lu Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush at Wu Yiming's words, and she feigned anger, saying, all you do is run your mouth without contributing. Hurry up and categorize these applicants. Lin Zhi stated we need experienced individuals. Those with less than a year of experience need not apply. Wu Yiming, knowing more about the situation than Lu Xiaoyu, understood that Lin Zhi's recruitment aimed to provide housing for a group of beastmen. After thoroughly reviewing the applications, he selected a dozen he deemed suitable. You searched for so long only to find this few? That seems rather inadequate. Lin Zhi specified we need at least 100 recruits. Lu Xiaoyu remarked seriously. Miss Lu, you needn't fret. We've only been collecting applications for half a day. We have 5 days for recruitment. Are you worried we won't receive enough applicants? We might end up with more than we can handle, Wu Yiming replied, shaking his head. Indeed, I should not worry about you. I should let you suffer. If you broke your leg, I wouldn't take care. You just have to endure it. Lu Xiaoyu pouted at him. Why does Miss Lu get upset so easily? I was merely joking, Wu Yiming said with a smile, sensing her irritation. I meant to say you're clever and capable. You better think that way, she retorted with a huff. Wu Yiming found her flustered expression adorable and reached out, intending to poke her cheek. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble of thunder echoed from outside the fortress. The residents registering were startled by the thunder, and the crowd erupted into chaos. Could it be? Is it going to rain again? Last night, there were stars. This morning was sunny. I thought we were in for a beautiful day. I'm about to lose my mind. I don't even have a dryer at home. My clothes aren't drying. I was hoping to hang them out today, and now this happens. It's infuriating. People express their complaints, frustrations, and worries regarding the weather. Lu Xiaoyu glanced out the window, where the once bright blue sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. Torrential rain pouring down, and a thick mist covering the glass. This weather is truly bizarre. After finally clearing up, it pours down like this again, Lu Xiaoyu murmured. With this downpour, we might soon face a flood, Wu Yiming said gravely. If it continues like this, even with our fortress's advantageous location, we could be inundated. Indeed, what shall we do then? At that moment, in the top-level conference room of Ant Fortress, Lin Zhi Zhao Shu and Xiao Yuanlin gathered together to deliberate on the new construction proposal. Having just finalized the details of their project, they were met with the sight of a fierce storm raging outside the window once more. Lin Zhi's expression was grave. If this continued, the interior of the fortress would surely be inundated. Xiao Yuanlin gazed at the torrential rain outside, his demeanor somewhat serious. Mr. Xiao, we can activate the water storage system within the fortress to capture this deluge, Uncle Zhao suggested. Listening to the conversation between Uncle Zhao and Xiao Yuanlin, Lin Zhi was mentally calculating. She was quite familiar with purification devices. The materials required were not overly complex, and in fact, she possessed such materials within her own space. However, possessing the materials alone was insufficient. One must also have individuals skilled in the creation of purification devices. Uncle Zhao, please issue another recruitment announcement, Lin Zhi said with utmost seriousness, as she began to jot down her requirements on a piece of paper. Upon completion, she handed the recruitment criteria to Uncle Zhao. Recruit according to these specifications. Uncle Zhao glanced at the content of the document, his brow furrowing in concern as he hesitantly inquired, Ms. Lin, if we recruit based on these criteria, won't the resources allocated be rather excessive? Lin Zhi explained that this position is a long-term role, requiring an individual with considerable expertise. Once they adapt to our expectations, they can bring unforeseen benefits to our entire fortress. Therefore, it is imperative that we provide sufficient resources, as they will be contributing to the fortress in the long term. Uncle Zhao no longer questioned this and departed with the recruitment details in hand. The office was left with only Lin Zhi and Xiao Yuanlin. Have the security measures been implemented? Lin Zhi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and assured, "Rest assured,